Chapter 1. The Universal Sign-In System. Lin Yansheng was relentlessly pursuing Lu Ban using the Armored Monarch, only to find himself ambushed by Lu Ban's teammates upon entering the thicket. He scoffed inwardly, thinking that the mere 5 opponents were destined to perish. Just wait until I unleash my ultimate ability, my grand attack. Yet hidden within the foliage were Dong Wang, Mozi, and Zhang Liang, along with the formidable Bai Qi. As the saying goes, no matter how strong one is, Dong Wang combined with Zhang Liang, not to mention Mozi and Bai Qi, proved overwhelming. In his final moments, Lin Yansheng never managed to execute his ultimate move and instead heard Lu Ban's taunting remark. "Huh, nicely done. Damn it," Lin Yansheng muttered under his breath, suddenly sensing an ominous shift in circumstances. Glancing sideways, he was startled to realize he had unknowingly run a red light, with a massive truck barreling towards him. Wait, I'm not dead. In a daze, Lin Yansheng regained consciousness, opening his eyes to a scene of devastation before him. A wave of terror surged within him. He attempted to flee, only to discover he was unable to move. Looking down, he saw the diminutive arms and body of an infant. As Lin Yansheng stood there in shock, a middle-aged man flew in from a distance, sensing a lingering life force and landing beside him. To think a baby could escape such calamity, it is indeed a stroke of misfortune mingled with fortune. The man sighed as he picked up Lin Yansheng and soared towards his sect. Unbeknownst to him, not far away lay a lifeless woman on the ground, cradling an infant in her arms, which she shielded with her hands, the baby's life signs barely perceptible. 17 years later, atop the peak of Wuqing Peak in the Tianwen sect of the Northern Domain, Lin Yansheng sat against a large stone, gazing at the magnificent peaks of the sect, and lamented, "Damn it, I've been in this world for 17 years as an orphan, which I can overlook since most transmigrators are orphans, but why do I lack a golden finger?" Having vented his frustrations, Lin Yansheng rose, dusted himself off, and prepared to descend the mountain. Complaining was merely part of his daily routine. In truth, his fortune was relatively favorable. Reborn as a recently deceased infant in this world, he possessed little survival capability. Thankfully, the master of Wuqing Peak had brought him here, raised him, and even taught him the ways of cultivation. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At that moment, the sudden sound of a chick echoed across the mountain. Lin Yansheng turned to look up and saw a small chick plummeting from the sky, landing in the grass before him. Ding. Sign-in target discovered. Divine Beast Phoenix. Sign-in task triggered. Heal the Divine Beast Phoenix. Completing the task will enhance cultivation. What? This is the Divine Beast Phoenix? It looks just like an ordinary chicken. Lin Yansheng, having grown up in the countryside, knew all too well the difference. How could he be deceived? Wait. Lin Yansheng suddenly realized that the voice echoing in his mind could only belong to a system. Joy surged through him. The golden finger he had awaited for years had finally appeared. Ecstatic, he exclaimed, "Damn it. Why did you show up now, you dead system? I've waited a full 17 years. The foolish host, 17 years ago, when you were reborn as an infant, this system was already bound to you." Could a system truly engage in such scorn? Lin Yansheng was momentarily taken aback, his dissatisfaction growing as he demanded, "What have you been doing all these years? Why did you remain silent? I thought I was the only traveler in Great Huaxiao without a golden finger." "Host, you never inquired of this system, so why should it respond?" The system's voice resonated, imbued with a peculiar emotion rather than mere emptiness. Lin Yansheng found himself at a loss for words, pouting slightly as he conceded, "Fine, I won't hold it against you. It's enough that you've finally made an appearance." Regardless of the circumstances, he was now a system bearer, and the path ahead promised a meteoric rise, vanquishing all foes. "Host, please be pragmatic. If you neglect the Phoenix any longer, it shall perish." The system's reminder jolted Lin Yansheng back to the present, where a small chick lay before him. He promptly crouched to assess its injuries, realizing it had likely sustained them from a fall. It was astonishing that this chick had survived such a drop. It seemed to possess an extraordinary resilience. Lin Yansheng channeled his spiritual energy into the chick, stabilizing its condition, then produced an array of healing elixirs to administer to the creature, disregarding whether it could digest the concoctions meant for human cultivators. Before long, he observed the chick's life force intensifying, its wounds mending at an astonishing pace. Goodness, this chick is remarkably extraordinary. Could it truly be a phoenix? Lin Yinsheng pondered aloud, beginning to find the system's claims increasingly plausible. If it were an ordinary chicken, it would surely have succumbed to its injuries after such a fall. Yet this chick not only survived, but demonstrated an incredible healing response post-treatment, making the possibility of it being a phoenix quite credible. Host, do not doubt this system. This chick is indeed a phoenix, and acquiring it will be beneficial for you. With a mix of skepticism and belief, Lin Yinsheng continued to channel spiritual energy into the chick, witnessing its injuries heal at a visible rate until, shortly thereafter, it was fully restored. His own expenditure was considerable, as he was merely a practitioner at the initial stage of the mysterious realm, a rather average level among the disciples of Tianwen's sect. Success. You have checked in and received a reward. Your cultivation has ascended to the initial stage of the ethereal realm. Suddenly, Lin Yinsheng's aura surged exponentially, his previously depleted spiritual energy replenished in an instant, now far more abundant than before. He had truly leaped from the initial stage of the mysterious realm to the initial stage of the ethereal realm, a remarkable advancement of two major realms. Simultaneously, Lin Yinsheng felt a unique connection forming with the chick, as if they shared a special resonance. He glanced down, meeting the chick's gaze, their eyes locked in an oddly charged atmosphere. Was this chick truly the legendary divine beast, the phoenix? Host, seek out more divine beasts. Successful check-ins can yield substantial cultivation rewards and allow you to forge a symbiotic contract with these mystical creatures. The system's prompt resonated, provoking a fit of irritation from Lin Yinsheng, who retorted, "Am I to coexist with a mere chicken? Should this chicken perish, would I also meet my demise?" Regardless of whether this chick was indeed a phoenix, it unmistakably resembled a common fowl, lacking any semblance of a divine beast. The system reiterates, this is indeed a phoenix. And dear host, do refrain from overreacting. Given the symbiotic relationship, our fates are intertwined. Goodness, the cultivation gained from signing in does not come without a price. Establishing a symbiotic contract upon signing in is quite the predicament. If this chick were to be stewed and consumed, the consequences would be dire. Host, could you not consider the brighter side? As the divine beast matures, it shall wield cataclysmic power, and you shall reap the benefits. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yinsheng conceded, "Perhaps you have a point, alas. I seem to be burdened with a rather unfortunate system." He then cradled the chick, scrutinizing this potential phoenix, yet discerned nothing remarkable. With a slight grimace, he declared, "I shall name you Shao Qi, and I sincerely hope you truly transform into a phoenix, or I shall be at a significant loss." Thus, he returned to his dwelling, accompanied by the chick that was still very much a chicken. Upon entering his modest wooden cabin, Lin Yinsheng was taken aback to find two individuals within Su Kuang and Su Guang, disciples from Wuqing Peak. These two brothers, emboldened by their considerable prowess, often displayed arrogance at Wuqing Peak, routinely extorting and seizing the cultivation resources of other disciples. Su Kuang fixed his gaze upon Lin Yinsheng and spoke coolly, "Lin Yinsheng, you have finally returned. The 500 spirit stones you owe are they ready for collection?" Spirit stones, imbued with spiritual energy, serve as both a means for practitioners to cultivate and a currency for transactions among them, thus highly coveted. Lin Yinsheng offered a sardonic smile and replied, "I initially wondered who it could be, only to find the Su brothers from afar. Regrettably, I am devoid of spirit stones. My life is all I have to offer." Chapter 2. The spirit stones delivered to the door. Lin Yinsheng does not genuinely owe these two individuals any spirit stones. Rather, they had extorted protection fees from him 5 months prior, demanding 100 spirit stones each month, which he had never paid. Su Guang slammed his palm onto the table with such force that it shattered into splinters, threatening, "Do not presume that just because you were picked up by the Peak Master, we will refrain from teaching you a lesson. The Tianwen sect values the talents of its disciples. A talentless fool like you would not garner any concern even in death." Initially, both he and Su Kuang had refrained from pressuring Lin Yinsheng for protection fees due to his connection with the Peak Master. However, recent complaints from other disciples, who were now unwilling to pay, forced their hand. They had no choice but to demand that Lin Yinsheng pay at least once. Otherwise, if others followed his lead and refused to pay, it would jeopardize their scheme. "Get lost," Lin Yinsheng barked coldly, stepping towards Su Kuang and Su Guang. A surge of overwhelming spiritual power erupted from him, sending both men crashing to the ground. The wooden house succumbed to the force of the spiritual wave, collapsing and burying Su Kuang and Su Guang beneath its debris. The structure held little value. It had been constructed by Lin Yinxing himself from felled trees, and its destruction was of little consequence. Nonetheless, the responsibility for its destruction would rightly fall upon Su Kuang and Su Guang. Crawling out from the wreckage, Su Kuang and Su Guang gazed at Lin Yinxing with expressions of disbelief. Su Kuang could not help but exclaim, "How can your cultivation be so powerful?" Both were mid-stage practitioners of the Great Sun Realm, already among the elite within the disciples of the Wuqing Peak, which had emboldened them to demand protection fees from those in the mysterious realm. Yet, the oppressive spiritual force Lin Yinxing exhibited far surpassed the Great Sun Realm, contradicting their understanding that he had only recently broken through to the mysterious realm. Lin Yinxing offered no reply to Su Kuang, his voice cold as ice. "You two have destroyed the wooden house I painstakingly built, rendering my efforts futile. Compensate me with 10,000 spirit stones, or do not blame me for breaking your legs." Although the house, along with labor costs, was worth at most 10 spirit stones, he had lived there for a year and had developed a sentimental attachment. Demanding 10,000 spirit stones did not seem excessive to him. Indeed, he felt it might even be too modest, as if he could add an extra 0 or 2. Upon hearing the figure of 10,000 spirit stones, Su Kuang erupted in fury. "Lin Yinxing, do not be too presumptuous. You dare to demand 10,000 spirit stones for this dilapidated shack?" He and Su Guang could only collect 1 or 2,000 spirit stones in protection fees each month, most of which was already spent. Lin Yinxing's request seemed unreasonably greedy. "It appears you do not yet grasp the severity of the situation," Lin Yinxing replied coldly, raising his hand as spiritual power surged forth once more, sending Su Kuang and Su Guang hurtling back, grievously injured. With his current cultivation, dealing with the duo was a trivial matter. In the Tianling realm, practitioners are classified into 10 realms: Body Refinement Realm, Spirit Foundation Realm, Mysterious Realm, Great Sun Realm, Ethereal Realm, Carefree Realm, Forest of Life Realm, Shackled Realm, Primal Chaos Realm, and Eternal Life Realm. It is said that the most formidable beings of the Eternal Life Realm can achieve immortality. However, in the present Heavenly Spirit Realm, practitioners of the Eternal Life Realm have long since vanished, with even the numbers of those in the Primal Unity and Binding realms being exceedingly scarce. The cultivation civilization has begun to decline, and even within the ranks of the Tianwen sect, a foremost sect in the northern region, the majority of disciples are merely at the Mysterious Realm or the Great Sun Realm. Su Kuang collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from his mouth. Yet he paid no heed to his injuries, staring in astonishment at Zhou Tianqi and exclaiming, "This aura! Could you be a practitioner of the Ethereal Realm?" Although he himself was not a cultivator of the Ethereal Realm, he had encountered a few, such as the senior brothers from other peaks, all of whom were indeed Ethereal Realm practitioners. Lin Yinxing scoffed and said, "Since you are aware, why not obediently hand over the 10,000 spirit stones?" The Wuqing Peak, being the weakest of the 7 main peaks of the Tianwen sect, had no disciples of the Ethereal Realm before, nor any senior brother to oversee the disciples, which emboldened Su Kuang and Su Guang to brazenly collect protection fees. The sect encouraged competition, and as long as no malicious harm was inflicted, the elders would not intervene. Reluctantly, Su Kuang tossed a spatial pouch to Lin Yinxing, stating, "This contains 8,000 spirit stones. It is all we possess. We will find a way to gather the remaining 2,000. Acknowledging Lin Yinxing as a practitioner of the Ethereal Realm, he realized that any struggle would be futile, and it would be wiser to surrender the spirit stones willingly. As Lin Yinxing had already reached the Ethereal Realm, he was qualified to become the senior brother of Wuqing Peak and oversee all the disciples there. Upon receiving the spatial pouch and inspecting its contents, Lin Yinxing confirmed the presence of 8,000 spirit stones and disdainfully remarked, "While there may not be many disciples at Wuqing Peak, we number in the hundreds. How is it that after 5 months of collecting protection fees, you are unable to produce even 10,000 spirit stones?" Wuqing Peak had only become a main peak a decade ago, thus it was considerably weaker than the other 6 peaks and had fewer disciples, who were typically those overlooked by the other main peaks. Su Kuang, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, We can only collect protection fees from 10 to 20 individuals each month, and a considerable portion of these 8,000 spirit stones is our own savings. With the limited influence the two brothers possessed, they could only intimidate the powerless disciples of the mysterious realm, refraining from targeting those with connections to practitioners of the Great Sun realm. Had it not been for the collective protest of the mysterious realm disciples who argued that even Lin Yanxing, being in the early stages of the mysterious realm, could be exempted from the fees, Su Kuang and Su Guang would not have risked incurring the Peak Master's wrath by confronting Lin Yanxing. Lin Yanxing, upon hearing this, felt no sympathy. These two individuals were merely reaping what they had sown. Casting a glance at the dilapidated wooden hut, he impatiently commanded, "Enough. Depart at once. Cease your collection of protection fees. You are unworthy." Su Kuang and Su Guang had long wished to escape, and upon hearing Lin Yanxing's words, they hastily scrambled away. They were still in disbelief that the seemingly frail Lin Yanxing had been concealing his true prowess all along, only revealing his brilliance now as a practitioner of the ethereal realm. It appeared that the fate of the disciples at Wuqing Peak was about to undergo a significant transformation. After Su Kuang and Su Guang departed, Lin Yanxing commenced the reconstruction of his abode. With his current level of cultivation, the task was swiftly accomplished. In truth, his disciples had their own accommodations situated on the mountainside of Wuqing Peak. However, he preferred solitude, so he retreated closer to the summit and constructed a wooden cabin. This location offered tranquility, free from disturbances. Reclining on the verdant grass outside his cabin, Lin Yanxing basked in the gentle breeze, relishing the moment, with little Seven resting upon his abdomen as he closed his eyes to rest. Yet, it was not long before he felt something prod at his face. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a rather lewd grin. Startled, Lin Yanxing quickly sat up while shielding little Seven, exclaiming, "What on earth? Old Ning? You nearly gave me a heart attack." The old Ning he referred to was Ning Wuqing, the formidable leader of Wuqing Peak, though Lin Yanxing was not entirely certain of the extent of his strength. Chapter 3. Master Ning Wuqing tossed aside the grass in his hand and sat down on the meadow, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at Lin Yanxing. "Little Winter Melon, I didn't realize you were so adept at concealment. You've quietly become a practitioner of the profound tranquility realm." Little Winter Melon was a nickname he had affectionately bestowed upon Lin Yanxing since he had taken him in, while Lin Yanxing had chosen his own name at the tender age of 7. Nevertheless, Ning Wuqing continued to call him Little Winter Melon. Lin Yanxing was surprised that during the brief period of building a house and lounging on the grass, Ning Wuqing had already discovered his advancement to the profound tranquility realm. Could it be that Su Kuang and Su Guang had been spreading the news? It appeared he would need to collect some interest. He pondered this while maintaining an unruffled demeanor and replied, "I just broke through to the profound tranquility realm today. What is the matter?" Ning Wuqing chuckled and remarked, "Little Winter Melon, you know that our Wuqing Peak does not have a master brother, which has led to a lack of regulation. Now that you have become a practitioner of the profound tranquility realm, it is only fitting that you assume the role of master brother." For the past decade, Wuqing Peak had failed to produce any outstanding disciples, resulting in a dwindling number of recruits in recent years, necessitating a prominent figure to rally the disciples. At just 17, Lin Yanxing had achieved the status of a practitioner in the profound tranquility realm, qualifying him as that figure and enabling him to oversee the disciples of Wuqing Peak. "Very well, but let me make it clear that I am not fond of managing others. I merely wish to hold the title of Master Brother." Lin Yanxing did not refuse, fully aware of Wuqing Peak's current situation, which indeed required a Master Brother to prevent being overshadowed by other peaks. However, he was not one to revel in arrogance or command others, so he would not lead the disciples of Wuqing Peak in ostentatious displays of power. Would it not be more delightful to enjoy the role of Master Brother in a carefree manner? 3 days later, Wuqing Peak officially appointed Lin Yanxing as Master Brother, allowing him to demonstrate his cultivation of the profound tranquility realm in front of representatives from various peaks. Although most were incredulous, Lin Yanxing's achievement was undeniable, and there was no opposition. Ultimately, he successfully became the Master Brother of Wuqing Peak, earning the title of the first genius of the Tianwen sect, aside from Tianwen Peak. Practitioners of the profound tranquility realm under 20 years of age were exceedingly rare throughout the northern region, justifying the label of a favored child of destiny. At merely 17 years old, Lin Yinsheng was the only known disciple outside of Tianwen Peak to have broken through to the profound tranquility realm before turning 20. The first genius, truly deserving of the title. The divine beast phoenix has yet to awaken and requires heavenly materials and earthly treasures for rapid growth. As Lin Yinsheng practiced the spiritual techniques of the Tianwen sect, a sudden voice resonated in his mind. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures as sustenance? Lin Yinsheng glanced at the little seven, reclining on the grass with one leg crossed over the other, and lamented, "Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are rare and elusive. Where am I to find them?" Such treasures were immensely precious. The Tianwen sect undoubtedly possessed them, but they were in the hands of the peak leaders and elders, far from the reach of disciples. Without the finest treasures of heaven and earth, one can still substitute ordinary elixirs and materials. However, the effects may not be as remarkable. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinsheng retrieved all the spiritual elixirs and various cultivation medicines from his possession, placing them before Shaoqi. These elixirs held little significance for him. It would be far better to let Shaoqi consume them, striving for an early awakening into a phoenix, which would grant him peace of mind. Shaoqi glanced at the elixirs with a hint of disdain in its eyes, yet after a brief moment, it began to eat them one by one. After finishing, it let out a satisfied burp and lay down on the grass to rest, leisurely enjoying its time. Lin Yinsheng, feeling a pang in his heart at having his savings entirely consumed, muttered to himself, "How voracious it is." Nevertheless, the thought of Shaoqi potentially transforming into a supreme divine beast, the phoenix, brought him considerable solace. Consider it nurturing a divine beast, he mused. Just as Lin Yinsheng envisioned a splendid future for Shaoqi, a boy of around 17 or 18 sprinted towards him, panting, and urgently exclaimed, elder brother, elder brother. The disciples from Lingbao Peak have arrived, claiming they wish to discuss the Tao. They should now be at the martial arena." The so-called discussion of the Tao was merely a guise for combat. It was likely that his status as the elder brother of Wuqing Peak, hailed as the foremost genius by the sect's elders and peak masters, had irked those who had enjoyed their dominance for far too long. Lin Yinsheng picked up Shaoqi and said to the boy delivering the message, "I did not expect the disciples from Lingbao Peak to be the first to make a move. Come, Dan, let us go teach these fellows a lesson." At Wuqing Peak's martial arena, a dozen uninvited guests had arrived, all exuding arrogance. The disciples from Lingbao Peak audaciously occupied the resting area, and one of them, brimming with hubris, proclaimed, "Brothers of Wuqing Peak, who dares to spar with me? Wu Sangui?" With that, he stepped onto the martial arena, showcasing his cultivation level. In the late stage of the Great Sun Realm, he was among the upper echelon of disciples within Tianwen sect, clearly indicating that Lingbao Peak had come prepared, intentionally selecting some of their most outstanding disciples. The arrival of these challengers cast a shadow over the faces of Wuqing Peak's disciples. An older man stepped into the arena and stated, "I wish to experience the skills of junior brother Wu Sangui." The disciples of Wuqing Peak, previously engaged in the arena, quickly vacated the space. Wu Sangui, observing the older disciple from Wuqing Peak, sneered, "In the path of cultivation, it is the capable who take precedence. By your measure, you are hardly worthy to call me junior brother." He then made a dismissive gesture, provoking his opponent. "Lu, teach him a proper lesson so he understands that Wuqing Peak is not a place for anyone to act recklessly," came the shouts of encouragement from his fellow disciples. "Indeed, Lu, don't show any mercy. Let us curb the arrogance of those from Lingbao Peak." They rallied together, united against their brazen adversaries. Taking a deep breath, Brother Lu unleashed his own formidable cultivation in the late stage of the Great Sun Realm, stepping forward with purpose and delivering a powerful punch towards Wu Sangui. This strike, infused with his entire being, was extraordinary, representing the mid-tier spiritual technique of Wuqing Peak, the Spirit Might Fist. A cold smile crept across Wu Sangui's face as he withdrew a massive hammer from his Chinquan bag, bringing it down with force to counter Brother Lu's advancing fist. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom as the hammer collided with the fist, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy. In an instant, Brother Lu was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and spitting a mouthful of blood. The disciples of Wuqing Peak rushed into the training arena, hastily assisting Brother Lu to his feet and escorting him outside, their expressions tinged with concern. Brother Lu had sustained serious injuries and would likely require several weeks of recuperation to fully recover. A hot-tempered disciple from Wuqing Peak glared at Wu Sangui, exclaiming in anger, "How shameless of you to employ a magical artifact, and one of superior spiritual grade at that. If not for your sudden use of such a weapon, Brother Lu would not be gravely injured." Wu Sangui waved his hammer dismissively, retorting, "This artifact belongs to me and is an integral part of my strength. Who decreed that it cannot be used? I believe no such stipulation was mentioned before the bout." His words rang true. Magical artifacts are indeed extensions of a cultivator's prowess and can be utilized in discussions of Tao and sparring. Typically, one refrains from employing such means when the opponent does not, but his actions, while somewhat dishonorable, did not transgress any established rules. Chapter 4. The Sutra of the Stupa Humph. An increasing number of disciples from Wuqing Peak gathered upon hearing the news. A tall man, having overheard Wu Sangui's words, declared, "Allow me to engage you in battle." With that, he leaped directly into the arena, drawing forth a formidable great sword. The blade emanated wisps of spiritual power, its rank comparable to Wu Sangui's hammer, also classified as a superior spiritual artifact. Moreover, his cultivation was superior to that of Wu Sangui. As he stood at the pinnacle of the Great Sun Realm, Shirkuei, one of the three formidable practitioners at the peak of the Great Sun Realm among the disciples of Wuqing Peak, held a certain reputation within the Tianwen sect. "Shirkuei, your opponent is not me, but Brother Lu Tian." Wu Sangui acknowledged his own limitations, retracting his hammer into his spatial pouch and stepping aside to join the disciples of Lingbao Peak. Shirkuei fixed his gaze upon the strikingly handsome figure akin to a star surrounded by moons and bellowed, "Lu Tian, come forth. Let me see if your strength has progressed, bringing others to stir up trouble." He and Lu Tian were old adversaries, both at the pinnacle of the Great Sun Realm, evenly matched in strength. "Ha ha ha, Shirkuei, you are no longer my match." Lu Tian laughed heartily, darting forth and instantly appearing in the arena, his speed instilling a sense of dread among the disciples of Wuqing Peak. He observed Shirkuei's expression grow grave, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he materialized before Shirkuei and struck him squarely in the chest. The towering Shirkuei was sent sprawling out of the arena, landing clumsily beyond its bounds. Clutching his chest, Shirkuei rose, staring incredulously at Lu Tian in the arena. "Have you broken through?" The disciples of Wuqing Peak gasped in shock at his words, while the dozen or so disciples from Lingbao Peak displayed expressions of smug satisfaction. "Indeed, thus you are no longer my equal in a single strike," Lu Tian boldly affirmed, revealing his cultivation at the initial stage of the Tongyu realm. Under the pressure of his spiritual might, the dozens of disciples from Wuqing Peak felt an immense weight, some struggling to move, while weaker disciples in the Xianyu realm nearly succumbed to their knees. Just as the disciples of Wuqing Peak experienced profound humiliation, a formidable aura erupted from behind, dissipating Lu Tian's oppressive spiritual pressure, granting them a sense of relief. Turning to investigate, they beheld two youths approaching swiftly. The one in the lead strikingly handsome, none other than Lin Yanxing, recently appointed as the master brother of Wuqing Peak. "At last, he has arrived." Lu Tian sneered inwardly, feeling no trepidation at Lin Yanxing's arrival. They had indeed come for Lin Yanxing, eager to ascertain the true measure of this renowned prodigy of the Tianwen sect. Beep. Sensing the hostility from the novice, the system triggers a mission: teach the novice a lesson, requiring the host to defeat Lu Tian and expel him from Wuqing Peak. Mission completion reward: Divine Grade Technique Sutra of the Stupa. Mission failure penalty: cultivation drops by 1 major realm. The series of system notifications left Lin Yanxing momentarily stunned, his gaze toward Lu Tian shifting dramatically. This fellow, he has come bearing a divine grade technique. With unwavering confidence, Lin Yanxing cradled Shao Qi and strode into the martial arena, confronting Lu Tian with a challenging gaze. "It is you who has come to stir trouble at Wuqing Peak?" he demanded, while secretly pondering strategies to overcome Lu Tian. Noticing the throng of over 100 disciples from Wuqing Peak gathered outside the arena, a plan began to formulate in his mind. Lu Tian cast a glance at the chicken in Lin Yanxing's arms, bemused by the peculiar sight. Yet he maintained a composed demeanor and replied, "Lin Yanxing, we are not here to cause a ruckus. We merely wish to engage in scholarly discourse with the brothers of Wuqing Peak." He was astutely aware that causing trouble and engaging in discourse were two distinctly different matters. and he would not fall for Lin Yanqing's ploy. With a smile, Lin Yanqing proclaimed, "Since you come to Wuqing Peak to engage in discourse, and as I am the eldest disciple here, I shall dictate the rules of this encounter, if that is agreeable." "Agreed," Lu Tian replied, his face betraying no concern, fully confident in his own abilities. "Very well. My rule is that all disciples of Wuqing Peak shall unite to confront the individuals from Lingbao Peak," Lin Yanqing declared coldly. Then bellowed to the gathered disciples outside the arena, "What are you waiting for? They have come to bully us. Drive them out." With that, he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy and struck Lu Tian with a powerful punch, leading the charge. Lu Tian's expression darkened as he retaliated with a punch of his own, the two forces colliding and causing both to stagger back a few steps. However, the other disciples of Wuqing Peak quickly rallied, launching a coordinated attack against Lu Tian and his companions, with over 50 wielding their magical artifacts in a fierce assault. "You have gone too far," Lu Tian roared, drawing forth his own artifact to counterattack, only to be intercepted by Lin Yanqing. In quick succession, the combined might of over 50 artifacts pummeled him mercilessly, and even having attained the Tongyu realm, he could scarcely endure the onslaught, resulting in a violent expulsion of blood. Silently retreating to the periphery of the arena, Lin Yanqing continued to shout, "Keep fighting. As long as they are not dead, strike them relentlessly." Motivated by their elder brother's words, the disciples of Wuqing Peak intensified their assault, rendering several elite disciples from Lingbao Peak, including Lu Tian, nearly incapacitated, sprawled on the ground in a pitiful state. Ding. Task completed. Reward. Divine skill Futu divine art. As the system's voice resonated, Lin Yanqing felt an influx of profound and esoteric information regarding the Futu divine art fill his mind. Cast the Lingbao Peak individuals out of Wuqing Peak and inform their sect to come and collect their members, he instructed Dan and the others, suppressing the joy swelling within him. "I shall now enter seclusion to cultivate. Do not disturb me unless there is a significant matter." After departing the martial arena, Lin Yanqing returned to his wooden cabin with Shaoqi and commenced the practice of the Futu divine art. A week later, his cabin was enveloped in a layer of dark spiritual energy, while Lin Yanqing sat cross-legged within, the black energy swirling around him, emanating an ancient, mysterious, and unsettling aura. Meanwhile, Shaoqi sat quietly on the wooden bed, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yanqing, seemingly concerned for his well-being. Buzz. After a brief moment, Lin Yanqing slowly opened his eyes, and within those obsidian depths lay an added layer of ancient mystery. A formidable surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, sweeping outward with overwhelming force. Boom! The wooden cabin shattered in response, rendered fragile beneath the onslaught of his darkened power. Observing this, Lin Yanqing swiftly retracted his energy, otherwise, the entire summit might have been obliterated by his might. The Sutra of the Stupa truly lived up to its reputation as a supreme divine technique. He had devoted a week to mastering it, successfully transforming his previously ordinary spiritual energy into the potent force of the stupa. The spiritual energy cultivated through divine techniques is undoubtedly remarkable. The stupa power is the most formidable energy Lin Yanqing has ever encountered, surpassing even that wielded by the peak master and elders of the Tianwen sect, whose own spiritual energies pale in comparison to the might and dominance of the stupa force. Chapter 5. The arrogant Lingbao Peak. Upon receiving the sudden influx of information within his mind, Lin Yanqing felt a mix of surprise and delight. He had not anticipated the system's generosity. Without hesitation, he took Shaoqi to seek out the peak master, Ning Wuqia, to procure some spiritual elixirs. He then returned to continue his cultivation amidst the ruins of the shattered wooden cabin, where a collection of ordinary elixirs lay outside for Shaoqi's consumption. 5 days later, Lin Yanqing extended his hand, and a dark luminescent seal materialized above his palm, emanating a destructive aura. As he clenched his fist, the black seal merged into his palm, nurturing itself within. This dark seal, known as the Floating Pagoda Seal, contained a power that instilled a sense of trepidation within Lin Yanqing. He now felt confident that there were few who could defeat him within the realm of Tongyu, even though he had only recently entered its initial stage. Suddenly sensing the approach of others, Lin Yanqing reined in his aura, gazing at the remnants of the wooden cabin with a slight headache. It seemed he would soon be rebuilding once more. Senior brother. The voice of Dan preceded his arrival, and shortly after, he dashed forward. Upon seeing the broken cabin, he paused momentarily. Then he shouted at Lin Yinsheng, "Senior brother, the people from Lingbao Peak have come to Wuxia Peak again. They have injured many of our brothers in the past, and this time, Zhang Qifan himself has come, specifically requesting to see you." Lin Yinsheng furrowed his brow slightly. Realizing that during his time of cultivating techniques and spells, the individuals from Lingbao Peak had visited Wuxia Peak several times. A chill crept into his heart. As the senior brother, it was time for him to seek justice for his juniors. However, he could not recall who Zhang Qifan was and inquired, "Who is Zhang Qifan?" Zhang Qifan is the senior brother of Lingbao Peak. Dan was taken aback, silently pondering whether his senior brother had become dull from his training. He quickly clarified, "He has been waiting for you in the martial arts arena, stating that if you do not come, he will ensure that the disciples of Wuxia Peak will have to avoid Lingbao Peak in the future." Although Dan was uncertain if Lin Yinsheng could contend with Zhang Qifan, he knew that if Lin Yinsheng refused to meet him, the disciples of Wuxia Peak would suffer dire consequences. "I shall meet this Zhang Qifan," Lin Yinsheng called to Shao Qi, who promptly took flight to perch on his shoulder, and he strode purposefully downward. Dan followed closely behind, feeling a growing sense of unease. After all, Zhang Qifan was a seasoned senior brother of Tianwen sect, having broken through to the realm of Tongyu several years prior, and he was likely even stronger now. Seated outside the martial arts arena was a young man in his late 20s, flanked by 8 robust youths. Among them stood Lu Tian, who had previously suffered a beating. Given Lu Tian's injuries, it should have taken him at least half a month to recover, yet here he was, evidently having consumed numerous healing elixirs. This indicated that Lingbao Peak was indeed stronger than Wuxia Peak, being significantly more affluent at the very least. Lu Tian glanced at the cowering disciples of Wuxing Peak beside him and coldly inquired, "Will Lin Yinsheng actually come?" Previously, several visits had been made by Lingbao Peak. Yet Lin Yinsheng had remained elusive. Now that Zhang Qifan, the senior brother from Lingbao Peak, had come personally, if Lin Yinsheng chose to hide once more, he could not be blamed for resorting to ruthless measures against the disciples of Wuxing Peak. After all, Wuxing Peak was weak, far inferior to Lingbao Peak, lacking in foundational strength. As the Lingbao Peak members began to grow impatient, Lin Yinsheng finally arrived, followed closely by the overlooked Dan. The moment Lin Yinsheng spotted Lu Tian, he smiled and remarked, "Lu Tian, it seems you have forgotten the pain after healing your wounds. It appears my previous approach was too lenient. This time, the strongest disciples from Lingbao Peak had all come, while the disciples of Wuxing Peak, at the levels of daylight and profound mystery, stood trembling by the side, too fearful to resist." This clearly illustrated the intimidation the Lingbao disciples had instilled in the Wuxing disciples during their prior encounters. Seeing Lin Yinsheng, Lu Tian's anger flared, and he shouted, "Lin Yinsheng, you had the audacity to lead a group to beat me last time, and now you dare to speak? Today, with senior brother Zhang Qifan present, if you bow and apologize, perhaps your fate will be more favorable." On that prior occasion, he had come under Zhang Qifan's orders, only to be severely beaten and thrown out by the disciples of Wuxing Peak, ultimately being brought back by Lingbao Peak's disciples. This incident had rendered him a laughingstock within the entire Tianwen sect, and he was determined to make Lin Yinsheng bow and call him grandfather to quell his indignation. However, Lin Yinsheng chose to ignore Lu Tian and instead turned his attention to the quietly seated Zhang Qifan, saying, "You are Zhang Qifan. What brings you to Wuxing Peak?" Although he had never met Zhang Qifan before, he recognized him immediately, as he was the only one seated, while even Lu Tian stood behind him. Zhang Qifan remained seated, showing no intention of rising, and spoke in a calm, yet commanding tone, "You have disregarded the rules. Lu Tian brought his people here to Wuxing Peak for a discussion, yet you resorted to an assault. This is a blatant disrespect towards Lingbao Peak." His voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority that pressured Dan and the other Wuxing disciples. Lin Yinsheng scoffed, "The rules of that day were set by me," and Lu Tian agreed to them. Is it that Lingbao Peak cannot bear to lose? It was Lu Tian's own foolishness that led him into my trap, and now he dares to provoke us, which is truly laughable. I will not waste further words. Bow and apologize, and we can consider this matter settled. From now on, Lingbao Peak and Wuxing Peak shall remain as brothers of the same sect, lest we damage our harmony." Zhang Qifan did not respond directly to Lin Yinsheng, but instead continued to speak in an exceedingly arrogant tone, as if he regarded all disciples of Witching Peak, including the senior brother Lin Yanxing, as mere playthings to be manipulated at will. Dan and the other disciples of Witching Peak felt a mix of indignation and fear, casting hopeful glances at Lin Yanxing, yearning for him to stand up for their honor. However, individuals of considerable prowess, such as Shi Kuei, held little hope for Lin Yanxing. They were acutely aware of the formidable strength of Lingbao Peak. Even though Lin Yanxing had recently ascended to the realm of Tongyu, he could hardly contend with the most elite disciples of Lingbao Peak. Not to mention the unfathomable Zhang Qifan. Even the quartet of Lu Tian, Su Chong, Ji Fuzi, and Mei Cheng, all practitioners of the Tongyu realm, posed a daunting challenge. It was difficult to fathom how Lin Yanxing could possibly withstand them alone. This was, without a doubt, the most ludicrous jest I had encountered this year, though it was far from amusing. Lin Yanxing gently shook his head, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Zhang Qifan, asserting with unwavering conviction. Dark spiritual energy emanated from his body, swirling around him, rendering him akin to a Shura emerging from the shadows. Zhang Qifan beckoned to the four behind him, stating, Lu Tian, Su Chong, Ji Fuzi, Mei Cheng, you four shall join forces, allowing this esteemed senior brother from Wuching Peak to experience the sensation of being besieged. The four stepped forth, each unequivocally exuding the aura of Tongyu realm cultivation, suffocating the nearby Dan and Shi Kuei, leaving them momentarily breathless. Chapter 6. The Cowardice of Zhang Qifan. Damn it. The Peak Master has been invited by the Master of Lingbao Peak for a visit, indicating that they must have communicated in advance. Among the disciples of Wuxia Peak, Shi Kuei possesses the greatest strength and is capable of speaking. However, his words only deepened the despair of Erden and the others. With the Peak Master absent, who could rescue Lin Yanxing? Lin Yanxing is the elder brother of Wuxia Peak. If he were to be severely punished by the people of Lingbao Peak and then expelled from Wuxia Peak, it would be a disgrace to the entire sect. Henceforth, the disciples of Wuxia Peak would struggle to hold their heads high before the disciples of other peaks. Lin Yanxing, after today, I wonder what face you will have left to remain the elder brother of Wuxia Peak, mocked Lu Tian, who then, alongside the other three, brandished their magical instruments and charged at Lin Yanxing. Even in their collective assault, they resorted to using magical instruments to deny Lin Yanxing any chance of escape. Lin Yanxing's face bore a hint of anticipation as he unleashed a surge of black spiritual energy to clash with Lu Tian and the others, who wielded their magical instruments. How could this be? Lu Tian exclaimed in disbelief, as his magical instrument failed to breach the formidable black energy, and the same was true for Jifuzi, Su Chong, and Mei Cheng. The three of them, armed with their magical tools, found themselves unable to withstand Lin Yanxing's spiritual onslaught. A sense of surprise washed over Lin Yanxing. Indeed, the power of the Buddha's pagoda was unparalleled, easily repelling attacks from practitioners of the same realm. Stepping forward, he intensified the black energy pressing against Lu Tian and his companions, continuously battering them until they were sent sprawling before Zhang Qifan. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Zhang Qifan's face, yet he concealed it well enough that no one noticed. He cast his gaze downwards upon Lu Tian and the others, coldly stating, embarrassing fools, why are you not getting up? Lu Tian, Jifuzi, Su Chong, and Mei Cheng quickly scrambled to their feet, tightly gripping their magical instruments. Yet none dared to utter a word of protest. After being soundly defeated by Lin Yanxing, they found themselves at a loss for words. They simply could not comprehend how Lin Yanxing could possess such strength. Their cultivation levels were identical, both merely at the initial stage of the Tongyu realm. The black spiritual energy was overwhelmingly powerful and domineering, causing their own energies to dissipate rapidly, as if encountering a natural enemy, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance. Lin Yanxing cast a sidelong glance at Lu Tian and, observing Zhang Qifan sitting there as steady as a mountain, remarked, "Is this all you've got? Zhang Qifan, your people from Lingbao Peak are rather unimpressive. Why don't you come and try for yourself?" The recent skirmish with Lu Tian and his companions had merely served as a warm-up. He had hardly exerted himself, merely releasing his spiritual energy for impact. Yet they had been unable to withstand it. After cultivating the Buddha's pagoda divine art, his strength had undergone a transformative change, and he was eager to discover his current limits, wondering if he could overpower several seasoned elder brothers like Zhang Qifan from other main peaks. Zhang Qifan shook his head and replied, We are all elder brothers from our respective main peaks. If we were to engage in a life-and-death struggle, it would reflect poorly on us, as we are all brothers under the same sect. Moreover, your master of Wuxia Peak is currently a guest at Lingbao Peak. If we were to fight now, it would complicate matters for the Peak Master. He spoke with such eloquence that others believed he was genuinely considering the greater good. Little did they know, he was in a state of panic, lacking any assurance to defeat Lin Yansheng, which is precisely why he sought to avoid a confrontation, lest he lose face. After all this talk, he simply did not wish to engage. Lin Yansheng, somewhat disdainful, suspected that Zhang Qifan was merely being cowardly and remarked, "Your people from Lingbao Peak have repeatedly caused disturbances at Wuqiu Peak and even injured our disciples. How shall we address this matter?" During his cultivation of the Floating Tower Divine Art and the Floating Tower Seal, individuals from Lingbao Peak had come several times and harmed members of Wuqiu Peak. As the eldest disciple of Wuqiu Peak, he could not ignore this grievance and felt compelled to seek justice for his fellow disciples. Zhang Qifan's gaze flickered momentarily as he declared, "This issue initially arose when Lu Tian brought people to Wuqiu Peak for a discussion and sparring. Thus, it is a matter between you and Lu Tian. I shall not interfere, and you may resolve it amongst yourselves." Beside him, Lu Tian wore an expression of disbelief, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately refraining. Lin Yansheng chuckled inwardly. It was evident that this man, sensing the shift in circumstances, was quick to abandon ship. Displaying no hesitation, he could not believe that Lu Tian had not acted under Zhang Qifan's influence from the start. It was a pity he lacked evidence. Casting a glance at Lu Tian's grim visage, Lin Yansheng inquired with a faint smile, "What brings you to Wuqiu Peak? Are you merely here to spectate?" Zhang Qifan responded earnestly, "I have come to mediate, should the situation become unmanageable. After all, as disciples, we must not jeopardize the friendship between our two peaks." His demeanor was one of righteous indignation, speaking with a calm facade. Lin Yansheng was taken aback by Zhang Qifan's audacity, astonished that such shamelessness existed in the world. He redirected his focus towards Lu Tian, stating, "Lu Tian, how do you intend to compensate for the emotional distress suffered by my fellow disciples?" After all, Zhang Qifan had merely engaged in verbal sparring at Lingbao Peak and had not committed any tangible wrongdoing. Moreover, as the eldest disciple of Lingbao Peak, he was not someone easily extorted. However, Lu Tian had repeatedly sought trouble at Wuqiu Peak. If Lin Yansheng did not extract a hefty compensation, he would not be worthy of his name. Lu Tian glanced at Zhang Qifan, noticing his lack of willingness to speak on his behalf. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "This is my magical artifact. I shall give it to you as compensation. How does that sound?" His artifact was a sword, a low-grade Earth-tier weapon. Among the disciples of Tianwen sect, few possessed Earth-tier artifacts, and this sword was acquired after he had saved a significant amount of merit points. In Tianwen sect, there was a task hall where disciples and elders could undertake missions to earn merit points, which could then be exchanged for artifacts, elixirs, techniques, and various other items. Consequently, many disciples sought to complete tasks. Lin Yansheng cast a fleeting glance at the sword in Lu Tian's hand and coolly responded, "This artifact can only be regarded as a paltry compensation. You must also provide 10,000 spirit elixirs and 100,000 spirit stones. And then we shall consider the matter settled." He desired the spirit elixirs most, as Shao Qi required them for sustenance, while the artifacts and spirit stones would be distributed among the other disciples of Wuqiu Peak. "You are crossing the line. I do not possess such an abundance of spirit elixirs and spirit stones." Lu Tian's fury was uncontrollable, and Lin Yansheng's demands were exorbitantly excessive. Beside him, the trio of Jifuzi, Su Chong, and Mei Cheng wore expressions of indignation, seemingly standing in solidarity with him, their gazes coldly fixed on Lin Yansheng. Sensing the weight of their stares, Lin Yansheng turned to them with a smile and declared, "And you three, each shall compensate 1,000 spirit pills and 20,000 spirit stones." He had depleted the spirit stones acquired from Su Kuang and Su Guang during his last cultivation, and Shao Qi had consumed all the spirit pills. Thus, this time he needed to extract a hefty sum. Jifuzi, a diminutive figure, retorted defiantly, "What you are doing is extortion. We shall not comply." The demand of over 10,000 spirit stones combined with 1,000 spirit pills constituted a significant sum for someone of his cultivation level, requiring several months of arduous tasks to amass such wealth. Is that so? Lin Yinsheng queried with a hint of amusement, and before Jifuzi could respond, his fist had already connected with Jifuzi's face. The swiftness of his strike was such that Jifuzi had no time to defend himself, and he was sent sprawling over 10 meters, landing at the feet of the disciples from Wuqing Peak. Chapter 7. Check-in location. The back mountain of Yinu Peak. Jifuzi cast a glance at the hostile disciples of Wuqiu Peak and hastily crawled back to Zhang Qifan's side. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a profound intent to kill, believing that upon a mere command from Lin Yinsheng, these individuals would not hesitate to eliminate him. Lin Yinsheng spoke coolly, stating, "Spirit stones and elixirs. Find a way to gather them within a month. Otherwise, I shall have to seek you for on Lingbao Peak." He then directly seized the sword from Lu Tian's grasp. Despite his immense reluctance, Lu Tian refrained from resistance. Lin Yinsheng, it appears you are the most concealed individual of the Tianwen sect. After uttering this remark, Zhang Qifan departed with Lu Tian and the others, visibly perturbed. Even more troubled were Lu Tian, Jifuzi, Su Chang, and Mei Cheng. Their gazes towards Zhang Qifan had shifted from earlier trust and respect to something more complex. Master Brother is formidable. Upon witnessing the expulsion of the Lingbao Peak representatives, Dan shouted, prompting others to join in acclaiming, "Master Brother is wise and mighty. Master Brother is invincible." Lin Yinsheng chuckled softly, saying, "Very well, I shall now return to my cultivation. Should the individuals from Lingbao Peak deliver the compensation, inform me." It was evident that his reputation at Wuqiu Peak had risen significantly, finally earning the recognition of the majority of the disciples as their master brother. In the distance, an elder clad in a tattered robe observed this scene with a satisfied smile before gradually departing, unnoticed by Lin Yinsheng and the others. He was an elder of Wuqiu Peak, having watched discreetly, curious to see how Lin Yinsheng would handle the situation with Lingbao Peak. To his delight, Lin Yinsheng had astonished him by repelling the Lingbao Peak members with undeniable strength. 5 days later, Lu Tian, Jifuzi, Su Chang, and Mei Cheng entrusted a representative to deliver the spirit stones and elixirs to Wuqiu Peak, as they themselves did not wish to show their faces, feeling utterly humiliated. The news of their defeat at the hands of Lin Yinsheng and the forced compensation of spirit stones and elixirs had spread throughout the Tianwen sect, and countless individuals were now finding amusement in their plight. It is noteworthy that Su Kuang and Su Guang had also entrusted an additional 2,000 spirit stones to Dan, requesting him to convey them to Lin Yinsheng as well. When Dan presented the spirit stones and elixirs, Lin Yinsheng breathed a sigh of relief. For any further delay might have provoked Shaoqi's ire. Excluding the 2,000 spirit stones from Su Kuang and Su Guang, Lin Yinsheng received a total of 13,000 elixirs and 160,000 spirit stones. He retained 10,000 elixirs and 10,000 spirit stones for himself, while distributing the remaining elixirs and spirit stones among the disciples of Wuqiu Peak. With only a few hundred individuals in Wuqiu Peak, each disciple received several elixirs and over 100 spirit stones. Though it was not an extravagant amount, it represented goodwill, fostering a measure of kindness towards Lin Yinsheng. For the average cultivator, the demand for elixirs was modest, primarily required during breakthroughs, while the need for spirit stones was considerably greater. Thus, Lin Yinsheng's acquisition of over 10,000 elixirs met with no objections from the others. However, the most significant aspect is that these compensations were fiercely earned by Lin Yinsheng through his own capabilities, even if he were to possess all of them alone. The other disciples of Wikifeng would have no grounds for complaint. After acquiring the spirit stones and elixirs, Lin Yinsheng and Shaoqi quietly cultivated atop the peak of Wikifeng for 10 days before emerging from their meditative state. The reason for this was that he had exhausted the 10,000 spirit stones allocated for his cultivation. Lin Yinsheng inquired of the system, "Why has the consumption of spirit stones been so rapid? The amount I have used in these 10 days rivals what others consume in 10 months. Are you a devouring system?" Continuing on this path of cultivation would require an exorbitant quantity of spirit stones. Even performing daily tasks might not suffice to match the pace of consumption. This system is the universal sign-in system. Please refrain from ascribing arbitrary nicknames. The swift depletion of spirit stones is due to the fact that the host is cultivating a divine-level technique, which converts ordinary spiritual energy into Buddha power. necessitating a substantial amount of spiritual energy, though the resultant potency is unparalleled by ordinary spiritual energy. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yinxing experienced an epiphany. He was indeed practicing the Buddha's divine secret rather than the earthly techniques from his previous sect. Nevertheless, the rate at which spirit stones were consumed was excessively rapid, even surpassing Shaoqi's appetite for elixirs. The 10,000 spirit stones were already depleted, while 5,000 elixirs remained from the initial 10,000. Beep. A divine sea pearl has been detected at the back mountain of Yunnu Peak in the Tianwen sect. Please proceed there to sign in and claim the prize. Sign-in reward. One page of the Luo book. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yinxing was momentarily bewildered. What exactly was the divine sea pearl? He had only heard of the divine sea needle. Moreover, the back mountain of Yunnu Peak was a forbidden area, restricted to disciples of Yunnu Peak. Even the sect leader was not permitted entry. The divine sea pearl is a supreme divine artifact, possessing the power to suppress the dimensional planes of the world. There are 24 of these pearls scattered across various realms. Sensing Lin Yinxing's confusion, the system provided an explanation for the divine sea pearl and subsequently elucidated the Luo book. The Luo book comprises 9 pages. A supreme artifact from the boundless expanse of time and space, endowed with transformative abilities and unimaginable power. This system possesses only 1 page. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinxing was astounded. It felt as though he had stumbled upon a supreme divine artifact, and the reward of a transcendent object was within reach. Regardless of whether the back mountain of Yunnu Peak was a forbidden zone or even a perilous abyss, it was an opportunity he could not forego. Shaoqi, remain here and enjoy your elixirs. I must attend to a matter. Generally, this area is seldom frequented. He instructed Shaoqi before departing from the wooden hut he had rebuilt multiple times and quietly descending the mountain. Yunnu Peak only accepted female disciples. With no men among the over 3,000 inhabitants, including the peak master, Ling Shuiyue, all being women. As Lin Yinxing stood at the foot of Yunnu Peak, he was confronted by 2 female disciples on guard. He smiled and said, I am Lin Yinxing, the elder brother of Wikifeng, here to pay a visit to Yunnu Peak. I hope you will allow me to ascend. One of the female disciples scrutinized Lin Yinxing from head to toe, her expression a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. As she remarked, are you the recently famed elder brother of Wikifeng, Lin Yinxing? In the past month, the name Lin Yinxing has become increasingly prominent, as if he had risen from obscurity to assume the role of the esteemed senior brother of Wuqing Peak. Subsequently, he led a group to assault Lu Tian and his companions from Lingbao Peak, casting them out of Wuqing Peak and calling for assistance to carry them back. Following this, Zhang Qifan, the senior brother of Lingbao Peak, along with Lu Tian, Ji Fuzi, Su Chong, Mei Cheng, 4 adept practitioners of the Tongyu realm, and 4 other elite disciples, ascended Wuqing Peak, only to be repelled by Lin Yinxing single-handedly. Remarkably, even when Lu Tian, Ji Fuzi, Su Chong, and Mei Cheng united their efforts, they were swiftly vanquished by Lin Yinxing, who compelled them to compensate him with a substantial amount of spirit stones and elixirs. Indeed, Lu Tian was even made to relinquish his magical artifact. Such have been the tales surrounding Lin Yinxing over the past month, resonating fervently within the Tianwen sect and even spilling beyond its borders. It is I, Lin Yinxing, he remarked with a smile, embodying humility, for he sought to devise a means of entering another's sacred mountain territory, thus maintaining a low profile seemed prudent. However, he had yet to formulate a plan for reaching the rear mountains of Yunnu Peak. For now, he would ascend the mountain first. A fellow female disciple on duty regarded Lin Yinxing with skepticism and inquired, did you single-handedly defeat the 4 foremost practitioners of Lingbao Peak? Chapter 8. Shaoqi is captured. Lin Yinxing replied with a smile. Indeed, might I ask if the 2 of you could grant me passage up the mountain? Were it not for the sea-defending pearl and the Luo book, he would not squander time with these 2 female disciples. The 2 shook their heads in unison, stating, we are not in a position to decide. We must consult with our senior sister. Lin Yinxing felt a surge of frustration. If they were not authorized to make decisions, why did they not communicate that from the outset instead of asking a plethora of questions? Nevertheless, he restrained his ire. For patience is a virtue in the pursuit of grander schemes, and continued to inquire with a smile, where might your senior sister be? The female disciples responded with cheerful expressions, our senior sister is not here. She has gone on a mission and shall return in 3 days. You may come back then." The rules of Yanu Peak were explicit. Male disciples of the sect were not permitted to ascend freely, and at least the senior sister's consent was required. "Very well. My 2 junior sisters, I shall return in 3 days. Farewell." Without further ado, Lin Yinxing departed, fully aware of the futility in attempting to sneak up the mountain. The number of disciples at Yanu Peak was vast, making detection all but inevitable, which would lead to his expulsion and further restrictions on his access. Thus, he chose to wait patiently for the senior sister's return, confident that once allowed, opportunities to venture to the rear mountain would abound. Upon returning to the foot of Wuqing Peak, he encountered Dan, Shi Kuei, and a throng of agitated disciples descending the mountain. Curiously, he called out, Dan, what transpired? Are you off to engage in a brawl?" Only then did Dan and the others notice Lin Yinxing's return, their faces lighting up with joy. Dan exclaimed excitedly, "Senior brother, you're back. How wonderful." Lin Yinxing chided playfully, "What a commotion. What exactly is amiss?" At Wuqing Peak, besides the peak master Ning Wuqing, Dan was the one with whom he shared the closest bond. Thus he maintained a brotherly demeanor rather than adopting an authoritative air. Dan cautiously explained, "Senior brother, just moments ago, disciples from Lingjian Peak visited us, claiming they were searching for you. When they found you absent from your residence, they seized your pet, stating they intended to make soup from it. He and Shi Kuei had intended to rush to Lingjian Peak to rescue Lin Yinxing's pet. That very chicken. How outrageous. Those ruffians from Lingjian Peak are courting disaster." Black spiritual energy emanated from Lin Yinxing as he surged forth, akin to a streak of shadow racing towards Lingjian Peak. Without the need for elaboration, he comprehended that they had captured Xiao Qi. Although Xiao Qi had matured somewhat since a month prior, she had yet to awaken and would undoubtedly be no match for the ruffians of Lingjian Peak. He could only hope that they would not act too swiftly, otherwise he would be compelled to exact vengeance upon them, provided he retained the capability to act after Xiao Qi's predicament. On the route to Lingjian Peak, dozens of disciples were laughing and joking. One burly man proudly clutching a chicken, none other than the phoenix Xiao Qi. One of them sneered at the hefty man as prize, chuckling, "Brotherly. Can you believe that Lin Yinxing, that fool, actually fed his chicken with spiritual pills? It's utterly hilarious." The robust man, Li Chong, scoffed disdainfully, remarking that Lin Yinxing must have strayed onto a crooked path to attain the status of a Tongyu realm practitioner at such a tender age. However, it was evident that there were side effects. He likely had lost his wits. Otherwise, he would not resort to using spiritual elixirs to nourish chickens. A somewhat slender man expressed his unease, stating, "Senior brotherly. After all, Lin Yinxing is the esteemed senior brother of Wuzu Peak, and he has even triumphed over Lu Tian and his peers. Now that we have captured his pet, do you think he will seek revenge on us?" Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Yinxing was currently basking in glory, and he harbored concerns that Lin Yinxing might retaliate against Lingjian Peak. Li Chong dismissed his fears with a wave of his hand, saying, "What is there to fear? The people of Wuzu Peak are still beneath us at Lingjian Peak. If we go looking for him and he is not there, we cannot return empty-handed. What's the harm in stewing a chicken? At worst, we can return him another." To him, a single chicken held little value. Should Lin Yinxing take offense, he could simply purchase a few more from an ordinary household outside of Tianwen sect to compensate. The priority was to satisfy their hunger first. Senior brotherly. At the foot of Lingjian Peak, 2 disciples, upon seeing Li Chong return with a chicken in hand, displayed expressions of surprise, yet respectfully greeted him. Li Chong was renowned at Lingjian Peak as a formidable expert, a practitioner at the initial stage of the Tongyu realm, and he had cultivated the Lingjian Ju to the 3rd level, making him one of the most elite disciples of Tianwen sect. The Lingjian Ju was the core technique of Lingjian Peak, and while all disciples practiced this art, most remained at the 1st level, with only a few reaching the 2nd level, and those who attained the 3rd level were exceedingly rare. Li Chong nodded at the 2 disciples guarding the mountain gate, then ascended the mountain with his companions in a grand procession. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Yinxing came rushing back, and before the 2 gatekeepers could utter a word, a surge of black spiritual energy erupted, sending them flying. As he continued his relentless pursuit up Lingjian Peak, Xiao Qi had formed a symbiotic contract with him. Should anything happen to Xiao Qi, he would not only be gravely harmed, but might also lose his life, even with a system to protect him. Just as Li Chong and his group reached the summit, Lin Yinsheng caught up to them. One of Li Chong's companions noticed Lin Yinsheng and alerted, "Senior brother Li, someone is pursuing us from behind." Turning around, Li Chong and his companions beheld Lin Yinsheng, their brows furrowing slightly. They did not recognize him, unaware that this was the very person they had sought at Wuzu Peak. "Who are you?" inquired one of Li Chong's sycophants. The answer came in the form of Lin Yinsheng's fist. He charged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent the inquisitive disciple flying, unleashing spiritual energy that bore down upon the others. Except for Li Chong, the remaining disciples of Lingjian Peak were unable to withstand this force and were all repelled. Even Li Chong only managed to hold his ground after releasing his own spiritual energy, yet he still felt immense pressure. With uncertainty clouding his mind, he gazed at Lin Yinsheng, bewildered as to when he had incurred the wrath of such a formidable individual, and queried, "Who are you, and what do you intend to do?" Lin Yinsheng did not respond. Instead, he seized Li Chong's right hand and twisted it with force, causing Li Chong to yelp in pain and release Xiaoqi. After taking Xiaoqi onto his shoulder, he finally released Li Chong's hand and coldly remarked, "You possess quite the audacity to trespass upon Wuqing Peak and invade my abode." Even contemplating the stewing of Xiaoqi, at that moment, he felt a lingering apprehension. Had they truly gone so far as to harm Xiaoqi, the consequences would be dire. Li Chong took a cautious step back, his gaze fixed warily upon Lin Yinsheng, inquiring, "Are you the esteemed senior brother of Wuqing Peak?" Lin Yinsheng? He had not anticipated that after his fruitless search for Lin Yinsheng at Wuqing Peak, the latter would pursue him back to Lingjian Peak. Chapter 9. Master Brother of Wikifeng versus Master Brother of Lingjianfeng. Lin Yinsheng spoke coldly. "It is I. Have you contemplated how to justify your actions?" Regardless of how Li Chong might explain himself, he would inevitably face a beating. However, if Li Chong were wise enough to acknowledge his fault and offer compensation at the first opportunity, he might consider going easy on him. Li Chong shifted his gaze slightly and replied, "Xiao Wenjie from Wikifeng and our disciples from Lingjianfeng were executing a mission together. Yet, Xiao Wenjie resorted to treachery against our disciples in a bid to seize the treasure we discovered. We came to Wikifeng seeking your counsel on how to deal with Xiao Wenjie." Indeed, he had gone to Wikifeng for this matter, but capturing Xiaoqi was merely incidental. Lin Yinsheng interjected, "I regret to say that I find your explanation unsatisfactory. I am not concerned with your reasons for visiting Wikifeng. What troubles me is your act of capturing Xiaoqi, while he was unaware of the intricacies surrounding Xiao Wenjie. The matter of Xiaoqi's capture was immediate and required resolution before discussing anything else." Li Chong, unfazed, retorted, "It's merely a chicken. What is the big deal? I intended to stew it, and, when the time comes, I shall compensate you with 2 chickens. Even now, he perceived capturing a chicken as a trivial matter, oblivious to the fact that what he had seized was not a mere fowl, but a divine beast, the phoenix. On Lin Yinsheng's shoulder, Xiaoqi gazed at Xiao Wenjie with a malevolent glare. Were it not for its dormant powers, it would have already reduced Xiao Wenjie to ashes. Hence, without further ado, it was imperative to calm Xiaoqi's fury before broaching the subject of compensation. Lin Yinsheng, with an air of aloofness, summoned his dark spiritual energy, preparing to deliver a severe reprimand to these intruders. "Brothers, fear not. Let us unite," Li Chong shouted as he perceived Lin Yinsheng's intent to strike, brandishing his magical artifact. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Meanwhile, at Wikifeng, the Peak Master received the alarming news from Erdan. "Master, it's dire. The Master Brother has stormed off to Lingjianfeng over a mere chicken." Hearing the panicked voice of Erdan, the Peak Master furrowed his brow slightly. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he unleashed a surge of potent spiritual energy, whisking Erdan and Shirkuei toward Lingjianfeng. He had neither taken a wife nor sired children. He had long regarded Lin Yinsheng as his own. Concerned that Lin Yinsheng might face adversity alone at Lingjianfeng, he hastened to his side. At Tianwen's sect, Lingjianfeng, dozens of sword-wielding disciples lay sprawled across the ground, while a handsome young man perched upon a boulder, cradling a chicken as if fearing for its safety. This striking youth was none other than Lin Yinsheng of Wikifeng, who, with a face full of concern, inquired of the little chicken, "Xiaoqi, are you all right? Does your head feel dizzy? Are your wings sore? Does your rear hurt? No, I mean, is it painful?" His genuine concern for Shao Qi stemmed from the knowledge that his own life was intricately linked to that of the little creature. 100 disciples from Ling Jianfeng surrounded Lin Yanxing from a distance, yet none dared to strike, for those who had previously attacked, including Li Chong of the Tongyu realm, now lay unconscious on the ground. Lin Yanxing, regardless of your motives, you ought not to wreak havoc upon our Lingjian peak. A sharp rebuke echoed, followed by the arrival of a man of extraordinary bearing, brandishing a long sword as he stepped into the encirclement of Lingjian peak disciples, casting a disdainful gaze upon Lin Yanxing. Splendid. The senior brother has arrived. This foolish Lin Yanxing is surely in for a misfortune. Upon the appearance of this remarkable figure, the disciples of Lingjian peak instantly adopted a haughty demeanor. In their eyes, Lin Yanxing, who treasured a mere chicken, must have succumbed to the perils of cultivation, rendering him quite foolish. This also elucidated why the previously inconspicuous Lin Yanxing had suddenly risen to prominence as the senior brother of Wuqing Peak. The rapid progression afforded by dubious practices could easily lead one astray, and they firmly believed that Lin Yanxing had likely embraced such questionable methods. Lin Yanxing tenderly patted the head of Shao Qi and turned his gaze to Shui Yang, the senior brother of Lingjian Peak, languidly remarking, Shui Yang, is it the hallmark of Lingjian Peak's senior brother to indiscriminately accuse me? With that, he reclined upon a massive stone, placing Shao Qi upon his abdomen, exuding an air of nonchalance that incited the ire of the Lingjian Peak disciples, who ground their teeth in frustration. Cease your nonsensical ramblings. The numerous disciples of Lingjian Peak witnessed you injuring dozens of our brothers over a mere chicken. Could this possibly be false? Shui Yang retorted coldly, advancing towards Lin Yanxing with his sword drawn, a formidable sword intent emanating from his being, enveloping his blade in a swirling aura. Beneath his composed exterior lay a subtle thread of jealousy. Lin Yanxing was hailed as the foremost genius of Tianwen's sect, a title he vehemently contested. However, irrespective of his dissent, the majority of peak lords, elders, and disciples within Tianwen's sect held this belief, fueling his discontent. Today, he was determined to vanquish Lin Yanxing and proclaim to all the lords and elders of Tianwen's sect that Lin Yanxing was not but a trifling matter, while he, Shui Yang, was the true paragon of genius. Zhou Tianqi cast a cold glance at Shui Yang, stating, they were the ones who first bullied Shao Qi, intending to capture him for a soup. I have shown restraint by not slaying them, considering our shared sect. The audacity of these individuals to treat Shao Qi as an ordinary chicken, with intentions of making him into broth, had crossed a line. For Shao Qi's life and safety were inextricably linked to his own. Such mad utterances. Allow me to impart a lesson on behalf of Wuqing Peak's Lord. Shui Yang declared arrogantly, thrusting his sword forth, unleashing a tempestuous sword intent akin to thunder upon Zhou Tianqi. At Lingjian Peak, every disciple was an adept swordsman, and Shui Yang's style was predicated on speed, capable of striking down enemies before they could react. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Lin Yanxing's eyes as he pointed a finger, colliding with the sword's edge. In an instant, Shui Yang's blade was riddled with cracks, culminating in a resounding explosion that shattered it into countless fragments. The impact sent Shui Yang tumbling to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. With a mere gesture, Lin Yanxing had defeated the senior brother of Lingjian Peak, leaving the disciples utterly astounded. The esteemed elder brother Shui Yang of Lingjian Peak is indeed a master of the mid-stage of the ethereal realm, and the sole practitioner to have ascended the fourth tier of the Lingjian Ju. How could he possibly suffer defeat at the hands of the youthful Lin Yanxing? And so swiftly at that, rising to his feet, Lin Yanxing cast a scornful glance at the fallen Shui Yang and remarked, it seems you have lingered among the inept of Lingjian Peak for too long, believing yourself to be the unrivaled champion of the world. Shui Yang swiftly regained his stance, his countenance ashen, yet he found himself at a loss for words to retort. He had been vanquished before the disciples of Lingjian Peak, bested by one who was a decade his junior, an irrefutable truth that left him speechless. Lin Yanxing, do you truly regard me so lightly? At that moment, a resonant voice, imbued with fury, echoed through the air, followed by the descent of a strikingly handsome middle-aged man who exuded an astonishing aura of authority. It was Li Xuanhuan, the master of Lingjian Peak and one of the 7 peak lords of Tianwen sect, a formidable figure in the realm of swordsmanship, whose strength was unfathomable. Chapter 10. The malevolent spirit of Lingjian Peak. Upon meeting the master of Lingjian Peak, Lin Yinxing begrudgingly performed a salute, inwardly lamenting the likelihood of encountering yet another individual devoid of discernment. Perched upon his shoulder, Shao Qi gazed at the master with a seemingly indifferent and disdainful expression. Yet, the master of Lingjian Peak was too preoccupied to notice the extraordinary gaze emanating from the chicken, which was certainly not typical for its kind. The master inquired, "You have injured numerous disciples of Lingjian Peak. What punishment do you believe you deserve?" His relationship with the master of Wuqiu Peak was rather tenuous, and thus he harbored no fondness for Lin Yansheng, who had been brought into the sect by Ning Wuqiu. Fortunately, their paths rarely crossed, as one was merely a disciple while the other was a peak master. Suddenly, an incongruous sound pierced the solemn atmosphere, drawing the attention of the assembly towards the chicken on Lin Yansheng's shoulder. Shao Qi disdainfully regarded the Lingjian Peak disciples, her expression akin to that of one observing a fool. At that moment, the master of Wuqiu Peak arrived alongside Erden and Shikuei. He clasped his fists in greeting towards the master of Lingjian Peak, stating, "Master of Lingjian Peak, my disciple Yansheng is young and impetuous. If he has offended you, I kindly ask that you overlook his transgressions." With a subtle wink directed at Lin Yansheng, he signaled for him to approach. With a smile and an erect posture, Lin Yansheng sauntered over to stand beside Ning Wuqiu, much to the chagrin and exasperation of the Lingjian Peak disciples. Li Xuanhuan fixed his piercing gaze upon Ning Wuqiu, questioning, "Are you truly going to let your disciple's actions against so many of my Lingjian Peak disciples go unpunished?" Lin Yansheng scoffed, retorting, "Masterly, it was your disciples who first seized Shao Qi and intended to cook her. I merely taught them a lesson. Surely that is not excessive?" He had discerned that the disciples of Lingjian Peak were of a similar ilk, where the upper echelons were corrupt, leading to the downfall of the lower ranks. The master of Lingjian Peak furrowed his brow at Lin Yansheng's words, turning his gaze towards Shui Yang and the other disciples, asking, "Who is Shao Qi?" He felt a sense of frustration, as if true Lingjian Peak disciples had indeed captured a disciple of Wuqiu Peak and intended to harm her. That would constitute a grave offense. The sect strictly forbade the harm of fellow disciples, and Ning Wuqiu could leverage this incident to appeal to the sect leader, which would undoubtedly bring severe repercussions upon him as the Peak Master. The Lingjian Peak disciples that Lin Yansheng had defeated were now rising, each sporting bruised faces. Among them, Li Chong weakly pointed at the chicken on Lin Yansheng's shoulder, stating, "The Shao Qi he mentioned is that chicken on his shoulder." He felt a deep sense of grievance, questioning why a mere chicken warranted such a fierce confrontation. More importantly, he was no match for Lin Yansheng and had suffered greatly. Unsure how many bones he had broken in the process, Li Xuanhuan coldly remarked, "It is merely a chicken. Do you justify your violent actions against fellow disciples over a mere fowl?" A formidable pressure emanated from him, directed at Lin Yansheng, as he sought to compel him to kneel publicly under the weight of his authority. Ning Wuqiu extended his hand, shielding Lin Yansheng behind him, emanating a formidable aura that countered Li Xuanhuan's oppressive presence. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Master Li, this is merely a matter among disciples. Let them resolve it on their own." The Tianwen sect encourages competition among its students, as long as no lethal harm is inflicted. Although Lin Yansheng may have struck with fervor, he remains within the bounds of restraint and would not slay a disciple of Lingjian Peak. Thus, Li Xuanhuan had no justifiable reason to confront Lin Yansheng, for the latter was not a disciple of Lingjian Peak and was not subject to his authority. "Humph," Li Xuanhuan scoffed, stating, "Ning Wuqiu, I was about to discuss the matter of disciples with you. Your disciples of Wuqiu Peak are tormenting their own kind." He gestured for someone to summon Shao Wenjie, his expression icy. Moments later, several disciples from Lingjian Peak arrived, escorting a young man who was battered and bloodied, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Shao Wenjie, senior brother Shao. Upon seeing the grievously injured young man, Shikuei and Erdan could not help but exclaim. Once one of the three foremost experts of Wuqiu Peak, Shao Wenjie's current state filled them with shock and fury. Ning Wuqiu's countenance also darkened. Shao Wenjie, a distinguished disciple of Wuqiu Peak, had been so brutally mistreated by Lingjian Peak, and it was impossible for him to remain calm. He spoke sternly, "Masterly, inflicting such harm upon my disciple is rather unseemly, is it not? Even if Shao Wenjie has erred, I should be informed before any punishment is enacted." Lin Yansheng remained silent, He was not well acquainted with Xiao Wenjie, yet as the current grand senior brother of Wuxia Peak, he felt a twinge of discomfort. The actions of Lingjian Peak were excessively tyrannical, and it was dubious whether the circumstances unfolded as they claimed, especially without notifying Ning Wuxia. Xiao Wenjie has harmed 2 of my disciples. My refraining from executing him was already a concession to you, Li Xuanhuan declared, waving his hand dismissively. The Lingjian Peak disciples unceremoniously tossed Xiao Wenjie to the ground before retreating behind him. Ning Wuxia hurried to Xiao Wenjie's side, placing several healing elixirs into his mouth and channeling spiritual energy into him to amplify their effect. As the leader of Wuxia Peak, Ning Wuxia would not allow his disciple to meet a tragic end without first uncovering the truth of the matter. After a brief interval, Xiao Wenjie's aura strengthened slightly, and he gradually opened his eyes. Upon recognizing Ning Wuxia, he was visibly elated and exclaimed, "Master, you have arrived." Ning Wuxia nodded gently, assuring him, "With the master present, there is no need for fear. Relate the entire sequence of events to me. I shall not allow you to be wronged." Xiao Wenjie cast a glance at Shui Yang, his eyes betraying a struggle, before resolutely stating, "Master, please save me and my family." The sequence of events unfolded as follows. I, alongside several disciples of Lingjian Peak, undertook a mission. During the execution of this task, I stumbled upon a remarkable treasure. The disciples of Lingjian Peak sought to eliminate me and seize the treasure, and it was only in an act of compelled self-defense that I was forced to slay 2 of their members to escape a dire fate. Upon my return to the sect, I was apprehended by those from Lingjian Peak. Shui Yang coerced me into surrendering the treasure, subjecting me to brutal torture for several days. It was only today that he resorted to threatening my family, compelling me to relinquish the treasure. He further insisted that I confess before you, esteemed Peak Master, that I committed murder for the sake of the treasure, or else he would annihilate my family. Upon hearing Xiao Wenjie's account, Ning Wuxia's countenance darkened ominously, exuding an overwhelming aura of oppression, his gaze piercing like a blade directed at Shui Yang. The audacity and cruelty exhibited by the disciples of Lingjian Peak beg the question, do they truly believe that the esteemed master of Wuxing Peak does not exist? Chapter 11. A resounding slap. Shui Yang sensed the murderous intent emanating from Ning Wuxia, his expression shifting as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Wenjie, exclaiming, "Xiao Wenjie, cease your nonsensical prattle. When have I ever threatened you? It is you who has slain my junior brother from Lingjian Peak, yet you dare to quibble. Such an accusation must not be admitted, otherwise, both Lingjian Peak and he would face severe repercussions." Ning Wuxia cast a cold glance at Shui Yang, turning to Xiao Wenjie and inquiring, "Wenjie, is what you say truly the case?" "The words of the disciple are entirely truthful," Xiao Wenjie asserted with unwavering conviction. Since he had resisted Shui Yang's intimidation, he must bravely unveil the truth, for therein lay a glimmer of hope. Li Xuanhuan interjected nonchalantly, regardless of the circumstances. "Xiao Wenjie has indeed killed 2 disciples of Lingjian Peak. This cannot be denied. As for who sought to murder for treasure, opinions differ, rendering a definitive conclusion elusive. Shui Yang was his disciple, and Li Xuanhuan was well aware of Shui Yang's character. It was likely that Xiao Wenjie spoke the truth. However, as Shui Yang was still his disciple and the matter pertained to the reputation of Lingjian Peak, admission was out of the question. Ning Wuxia fixed his gaze on Li Xuanhuan, stating, "Master Li, how should we penalize your disciple Shui Yang for inflicting such harm upon my disciple?" Dealing with Shui Yang was a straightforward matter, but the true challenge lay in confronting the cunning fox that was Li Xuanhuan. Li Xuanhuan replied indifferently, "Indeed, Shui Yang acted rather impulsively. I shall impose a fitting punishment upon him. However, if Xiao Wenjie murdered my disciples for the sake of treasure, then eliminating him would be entirely justified." It was evident that he had no intention of handing Shui Yang over to Ning Wuxia. Should Shui Yang find himself at Wuxia Peak, he could endure untold suffering and might even confess the truth under Ning Wuxia's interrogation. "Shui Yang, you dare to act, yet lack the courage to face the consequences. You are no true man," Xiao Wenjie exclaimed in anger, pointing at Shui Yang. Fuming at the audacity displayed by Lingjian Peak, he felt a surge of indignation. Were it not for the fear that killing Shui Yang outright would provoke Ning Wuxia's wrath, he would have silenced him permanently rather than resorting to threats against his family to prevent the revelation of the truth. Shui Yang was nothing more than a thoroughly despicable coward. Xiao Wenjie, it is you who has taken lives for treasure. I merely sought to teach you a lesson for the fallen brothers. You are the one who is not a true man, Shuiyang shouted defiantly, masking his inner turmoil. He understood that he must not exhibit any signs of weakness. He had to maintain his denial at all costs, lest he provoke Ning Wuqia's fury to the point of death. Li Xuanhuan turned to Ning Wuqia, suggesting, the accounts of the two are contradictory. Believing one would render the other aggrieved. Perhaps it would be best to let this matter rest. As for Xiao Wenjie, he scarcely warranted a glance. Merely a disciple of the minor De Ri realm, unworthy of his attention. Ning Wuqia stepped forward, unleashing a greater aura of spiritual pressure as he proclaimed, do my disciples at Wuqia Peak deserve to be humiliated in vain? He held firm in his belief that Xiao Wenjie would not maliciously harm his fellow disciples. Thus it was highly probable that the events were as Xiao Wenjie described. Lingjian Peak had sought to kill for treasure, even intending to silence witnesses. Do not presume that I fear you. Rather, I prefer to avoid escalating this matter. If it were to blow up, it would not bode well for you at Wuqing Peak, especially considering the fact that Xiao Wenjie has indeed slain 2 disciples of Lingjian Peak. Li Xuanhuan spoke coldly, simultaneously unleashing a formidable aura of spiritual power that clashed with Ning Wuqing's own, causing the very air to distort. In terms of strength, he was a seasoned peak master of Tianwen sect, confident that he surpassed Ning Wuqing, who had just assumed his position a decade prior. Should a confrontation arise, he would not flinch. As the tension between them escalated, Lin Yinxing suddenly recalled that his wooden cabin should still hold a considerable number of spirit pills, and thus he inquired, Li Chong, have you taken my spirit pills? With Xiao Qi already captured by Li Chong, he doubted that Li Chong could resist the temptation of such a bounty. Li Chong, bruised and battered, felt a flicker of panic at Lin Yinxing's words. Striving to maintain his composure, he replied, I did not take your spirit pills, do not slander me. In the presence of such esteemed peak masters, admitting to pilfering spirit pills would not end well for him. I possess 1,000 spirit pills in that wooden cabin. If they go missing, it must be you who took them. Lin Yinxing retorted, a cold smirk gracing his lips, his tone unwavering. Perched on his shoulder, Xiao Qi glared at Li Chong, filled with disdain and an unmistakable murderous intent. As a proud divine beast, the phoenix, nearly reduced to mere chicken stew by another's hand, it was seething with indignation. Of course, it could not be truly harmed, but the thought alone was enough to incite its fury. You are speaking nonsense. There are only 5,000 spirit pills, Li Chong exclaimed hastily. Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them, as nearly everyone present regarded him with incredulous expressions. Lin Yinxing chuckled. Now, what else can you say? Having stolen 5,000 spirit pills and captured Xiao Qi, I demand a compensation of 100,000 spirit pills and 10,000 spirit stones. We may let this incident pass for now, but should you refuse? His words trailed off, yet the underlying threat was palpable to all. Both Dan and Shi Kuei held immense admiration for their senior brother, daring to threaten a disciple of Lingjian Peak in front of its master. Who else could do such a thing? Seeing the smile on Lin Yinxing's face, Li Chong felt a wave of fear wash over him. He edged closer to Shui Yang and Li Xuanhuan, forcing himself to assert, I merely took your 5,000 spirit pills. I can return them. As for the incident with your companion, I have already been punished by you. What more do you want? He believed that with the peak master of Lingjian Peak present, Lin Yinxing would not dare to act against him. Xiao Qi is my companion. You dare to lay hands on my companion, and you question what I desire? Lin Yinxing retorted with a cold laugh, darting forward to seize Li Chong by the throat. Dark spiritual energy surged in his palm, and no matter how Li Chong struggled, he could not break free, firmly restrained. Do not be so reckless. This is Lingjian Peak. Shui Yang interjected coldly, drawing forth a sword that radiated a sharp, menacing aura. This weapon was not to be compared with the one Lin Yinxing had shattered earlier. It was a formidable earth-grade artifact, imbued with great power. In truth, he was reluctant to intervene. Lin Yinxing possessed an astonishing prowess. Although his cultivation was inferior, he nonetheless outclassed his opponent significantly. However, with Li Chong so close at hand and surrounded by the watchful eyes of numerous disciples from Lingjian Peak, he felt compelled to act. Failure to do so would tarnish his reputation as the esteemed senior disciple of Lingjian Peak, diminishing his standing among his peers. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Shui Yang was sent flying several meters. Both him and his sword struck by a resounding slap, leaving an unmistakable mark upon his face. Bewildered, he grappled with the reality that Lin Yansheng had dared to strike him in front of so many witnesses. Lin Yansheng cast a sidelong glance at Shui Yang, his voice laced with mockery. "Your resilience is impressive. My palm stings from the impact." Initially, he had struggled to find justification for reprimanding Shui Yang, a man of ill repute, but upon Shui Yang's own approach, he seized the opportunity to deliver a well-deserved blow. Chapter 12. The Fist Against Shui Yang. The disciples atop Lingjian Peak watched Lin Yansheng with a mixture of fury and fear, their eyes burning with a desire to annihilate him, yet none dared to take action. After all, their elder brother Shui Yang was no match for Lin Yansheng's single strike, let alone themselves. Dan, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Elder brother is truly formidable. Shui Yang, the elder brother of Lingjian Peak, is utterly helpless before him." Though he had previously followed Lin Yansheng like a loyal companion, he now found himself increasingly in awe of him. He realized that he and Lin Yansheng were not on the same level, and being Lin Yansheng's subordinate was an immense privilege. "Lin Yansheng, how dare you strike me?" Shui Yang bellowed, his anger unmasked, his face contorted in a mask of rage. His cheeks throbbed with pain. Yet what humiliated him more were the peculiar and disappointed gazes from the disciples of Lingjian Peak. Even Li Xuanhuan looked at him with a hint of disdain and disappointment. "I am engaged in my own affairs. Your presence merely invites punishment," Lin Yansheng retorted dismissively. "Are you satisfied with this slap? Had it not been for Li Xuanhuan's presence, it would not have been so simple. The torment Shui Yang inflicted upon Xiao Wenjie has left me with a grudge that a mere slap cannot repay." Shui Yang, unable to rise, was powerless against Lin Yansheng, so he could only clasp his fists toward Li Xuanhuan, pleading, "Master, this Lin Yansheng is arrogant and excessively oppressive, causing chaos on Lingjian Peak. I implore you to intervene." From the moment Lin Yansheng acted against Li Chong, Li Xuanhuan had been observing him intently. However, as the esteemed peak master, he felt it inappropriate to address a junior directly. After all, the Tianwen sect encouraged competition among disciples, but with Shui Yang speaking up, he decided to take action. A gentle wave of his hand unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, compelling Lin Yansheng to release Li Chong. Meeting Lin Yansheng's gaze, Li Xuanhuan spoke, "You are all brothers of the Tianwen sect. There is no need for such hostility." While he refrained from confronting the elder brother of Wuqiu Peak, he would not allow Lin Yansheng to act recklessly on Lingjian Peak. "Master Li, it is improper for a peak master to intervene and bully juniors in the normal rivalries among disciples," Ning Wuqiu stated, advancing toward Li Xuanhuan while releasing his own spiritual energy, clashing once more with Li Xuanhuan. This time, his primary aim was to restrain Li Xuanhuan, preventing him from interfering further. A subtle smile curved Lin Yansheng's lips as he fixed his gaze on Li Chong, asking, "Li Chong, will you offer me 100,000 spirit stones and 10,000 spirit pills? Will you comply?" Today, he felt assured. Despite the multitude of Lingjian Peak disciples, he regarded them with indifference. I will, but I currently do not possess such an amount. You must grant me some time." Li Chong glanced at the other disciples of Lingjian Peak, sadly realizing that none could assist him, ultimately conceding. He was genuinely terrified of Lin Yansheng, who dared to act so boldly in front of their peak master. If it were him, he would never dare to act so recklessly before a figure of such stature. Lin Yansheng coldly declared, 3 days. In 3 days, you shall present yourself at Wuqing Peak, or the compensation will double." Having said this, he turned to the other disciples of Lingjian Peak, who had previously been beaten alongside Li Chong, and stated, "You are all accomplices of Li Chong, and each of you shall compensate 2,000 spirit stones." The expressions of the dozen or so disciples from Lingjian Peak darkened, yet they found themselves powerless. They could neither retaliate nor resist, and could only nod in submission. Xiao Wenjie was utterly stunned. Lin Yansheng's series of actions made him question whether he truly belonged to Wuqing Peak. To act with such audacity at Lingjian Peak, where the disciples dared not retaliate, any defiance would result in a slap, left him profoundly shaken. If he possessed even half of Lin Yansheng's strength, he would not have been subjected to confinement and torment at the hands of Lingjian Peak. Li Xuanhuan's expression darkened as he coldly asked, "Is that enough?" It was the first time an outer peak disciple had displayed such arrogance within his Lingjian Peak, especially in his presence. Not enough, certainly not enough. Lin Yinxing retorted with a cold smile, striding towards Shui Yang, his aura intensifying with each step. Black spiritual energy began to manifest around him, enveloping him in an air of mystery and power. What do you intend to do? I neither captured your chicken nor took your spirit stones, Shui Yang exclaimed, eyes wide. Simultaneously, he instinctively retreated, unable to confront Lin Yinxing's escalating aura. Although they were both senior brothers of their respective peaks, the disparity between them was as vast as heaven and earth. What am I doing? I am going to strike you. Lin Yinxing surged forward like a shadow of darkness, seizing Shui Yang's sword and delivering a punch to his face. With a single blow, Shui Yang stumbled back several meters, and the sword he held fell into Lin Yinxing's grasp. Lin Yinxing, are you deliberately causing trouble? Li Xuanhuan, blocked by Ning Wuqing, furrowed his brow and directed a piercing gaze at Lin Yinxing. When I first arrived at Lingjian Peak, it was Shui Yang who attacked me first. I am merely returning the favor, and this can only be regarded as a sparring match between senior brothers. It has nothing to do with causing trouble, Lin Yinxing replied. He then advanced once more, delivering several punches that left Shui Yang on the ground, striking neither too hard nor too lightly, enough to cause discomfort but not to maim. He is avenging me, Xiao Wenjie murmured as he witnessed Lin Yinxing mercilessly thrashing Shui Yang. Beside him, Erdan proudly proclaimed, that is our senior brother. He will not allow anyone from Wuqing Peak to be bullied. Shi Kuei remained silent, yet his gaze towards Lin Yinxing brimmed with respect. Initially, when Lin Yinxing showcased his mastery as the senior brother of Wuqing Peak, Shi Kuei had refrained from expressing dissent but had not fully accepted Lin Yinxing either, as their interactions had been minimal, save for Lin Yinxing's superior cultivation. However, following the events at Lingbao Peak and now this, he was thoroughly convinced of Lin Yinxing's capabilities. Lin Yinxing was indeed a commendable senior brother, powerful not only in strength, but also in his willingness to protect the disciples of Wuqing Peak. Unlike the likes of Zhang Qifan, who, despite being the senior disciple of a prominent master, allows his fellow disciples to suffer humiliation. Lin Yinxing, if you possess any capability, then kill me, Shui Yang shouted from the ground. Having been thoroughly defeated by Lin Yinxing before Li Xuanhuan and a group of Lingjian Peak disciples, his face and dignity trampled upon, he chose to lie on the ground and surrender, knowing that resistance would be futile. Rest assured, I am not inclined to kill you, for we are all disciples of Tianwen sect, united as brothers. Lin Yinxing replied with a smile, yet this sword of yours is rather impressive. I shall take it as compensation for your earlier unprovoked attack on me. He then approached Xiao Wenjie, presenting the sword by thrusting it into the ground before him, stating, let this sword serve as a token of recompense. As for the treasures, we shall seize the opportunity to reclaim them in due course. Chapter 13. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Xiao Wenjie gazed at the sword before him and said, Senior brother, this sword is yours. I cannot accept it. This sword, a magical artifact of Shui Yang, was classified as a mid-grade earthly treasure, an exceptional weapon among practitioners of the concealed realm. His previous artifact was merely a low-grade earthly treasure, which had already been seized by the disciples of the Spirit Sword Peak. It was evident that he had a pressing need for this sword, yet he felt it inappropriate to accept it, given his lack of rapport with Lin Yinxing. Lin Yinxing discerned Xiao Wenjie's sentiments and patted him on the shoulder, remarking, to grow stronger, one must embody the essence of strength. He refrained from offering platitudes, for such words bore little weight. A person must possess the heart of a true warrior to attain genuine strength. Senior brother, I understand now. Thank you, Xiao Wenjie replied after a brief moment of silence, grasping the sword and drawing it from the ground, offering his gratitude to Lin Yinxing. He accepted the sword, and along with it, he vowed to remember Lin Yinxing's kindness. Lin Yinxing nodded gently to Xiao Wenjie before calling out to Ning Wuqing, Old man, let us depart. There are those who dare not acknowledge their misdeeds, and remaining here serves no purpose. Regardless of the veracity of Xiao Wenjie's claims, Shui Yang would never concede to the truth, and without evidence to implicate the Spirit Sword Peak in murder and theft, they could not apprehend him for punishment. It was likely this lack of consequence that emboldened Shui Yang to torment Xiao Wenjie without restraint. Ning Wuqing cast a cold glance at Shui Yang and replied, Very well. We shall return. He understood that with Li Xuanhuan present, he could not apprehend Shui Yang for severe interrogation, as the sect would not permit such actions in the absence of evidence. Ultimately, Shuiyang was Li Xuanhuan's disciple, the senior brother of the Spirit Sword Peak, not an inconsequential student. With a wave of his hand, a vast surge of spiritual energy extended outward, lifting Lin Yansheng, Xiao Wenjie, Shi Kuei, and Air Dan into the air as they soared beyond the Spirit Sword Peak. If something were to happen to Xiao Wenjie's family, it would confirm the truth of his words, and Shuiyang, you would be the culprit. In midair, Lin Yansheng left this statement hanging in the air before vanishing into the skies above the Spirit Sword Peak. Upon hearing Lin Yansheng's words, Shuiyang, who had already risen from the ground, felt a shadow of resentment wash over him. He turned angrily towards Li Xuanhuan, exclaiming, "That Lin Yansheng is exceedingly arrogant, showing utter disregard for your esteemed self. You useless fool," Li Xuanhuan retorted coldly. "Lin Yansheng, despite being younger and less accomplished than you, has bested you without resistance, bringing shame to our Spirit Sword Peak." With that, he departed, his own anger palpable, for Lin Yansheng had humiliated his disciple in his presence. After Li Xuanhuan left, Li Chang cautiously approached Shuiyang and inquired, "Senior brother, are you all right?" He was Shuiyang's most loyal subordinate, often acting recklessly, emboldened by the protection of Shuiyang. Having captured Xiao Qi and procured Lin Yansheng's elixir, he felt invincible, bolstered by his senior brother's support. However, the outcome involved the iron plate, and as a result, Shuiyang was thoroughly reprimanded by Lin Yansheng. Infuriated, Shuiyang shouted at Li Chang, "You useless fool! I sent you to summon Lin Yansheng. Yet you chose to seize his elixirs and capture his chickens. Are you seeking reasons to provoke him?" Frustrated, he wished he could slap Li Chang into oblivion for creating such a significant mess, which not only tarnished his reputation but also led to the loss of his treasured artifacts. The disciples of Lingjian Peak, witnessing the commotion, hastily departed to avoid incurring Shuiyang's wrath. The events of the day would inevitably render Shuiyang the subject of ridicule within the Tianwen sect. On Wuqing Peak, after 3 days of cultivation, Li Chang returned with the disciples from Lingjian Peak who had accompanied him. This time, they came bearing compensation, a substantial sum of 400,000 spirit stones and 10,000 elixirs, a considerable fortune. Leaving behind 10,000 elixirs for Xiao Qi, Lin Yansheng placed the 400,000 spirit stones into his Qinkuan bag and departed from Wuqing Peak. According to the 2 mountain guarding disciples from Yunnu Peak 3 days prior, the eldest disciple of Yunnu Peak was expected to return today. "Lin Yansheng, you have returned." The 2 mountain guarding disciples recognized him immediately, as they were the same ones he had encountered 3 days earlier. Lin Yansheng politely inquired, "May I ask if your eldest sister has returned?" He approached the subject directly to avoid unnecessary inquiries from the 2 Yunnu disciples. "You are in luck. The eldest sister returned not long ago," one of the disciples replied with a smile. The other disciple gazed at Lin Yansheng with curiosity, for during the past 3 days, his exploits at Lingjian Peak had become the talk of the sect. Lin Yansheng's prominence within Tianwen sect had surged, attracting considerable interest in this previously inconspicuous elder brother from Wuqing Peak. It was as if he had risen from obscurity a month ago, his development both abrupt and rapid, marked by an assertive and formidable presence. Relieved, Lin Yansheng smiled and said, "I would appreciate it if you could inform her of my visit to Yunnu Peak." The rear mountain of Yunnu Peak housed the Dinghai Shinju. Completing this task promptly was paramount, as it pertained to 2 divine items that must not be overlooked. "Certainly," replied the previously silent mountain guarding disciple, who then hurried off to relay the message. The remaining disciple, seemingly chatty, remarked, "You created quite a stir at Lingjian Peak 3 days ago, demanding substantial compensation from Li Chang and even seizing Shuiyang's artifact." Despite her duties as a mountain guard, she was aware of the significant happenings within Tianwen sect, and Lin Yansheng's actions at Lingjian Peak had become the most sensational news of recent days. Lin Yansheng retorted with irritation, "It was the people of Lingjian Peak who instigated the trouble. I merely sought justice." Had it not been for her fixation on the treasured divine pearl hidden in the mountains behind the Jade Maiden Peak, she would have never engaged in idle chatter with this female disciple. Although the disciple possessed an appealing countenance, her incessant prattle was rather irksome. This mountain guarding disciple, embodying a curious demeanor, continued to inquire, "You truly are remarkable. Upon becoming the senior brother of the Wuqing Peak, you have already offended both Lingbao Peak and Lingjian Peak. Are you not concerned about their potential alliance to suppress Wuqing Peak?" She was an ordinary disciple of Jade Maiden Peak, named Li Yusin, with her cultivation at the early stage of the Great Sun Realm. Interestingly, she and Li Chang from Lingjian Peak hailed from the same humble origin, a small town outside the Tianwen sect known as Lijia Town. Throughout their upbringing, both Li Yusin and Li Chang were celebrated as prodigies of Lijia Town. However, they never saw eye to eye. Upon entering the Tianwen sect, Li Chang surpassed Li Yusin, which weighed heavily on her heart. Yet, 3 days ago, after witnessing Li Chang receive a severe reprimand from Lin Yansheng, she found herself momentarily delighted. Consequently, her perception of Lin Yansheng improved, for as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Chapter 14. Ascending to success. Soldiers will block the way when soldiers come. Water will cover the land when water arrives. Lin Yansheng spoke softly, showing no concern. Among the disciples of Lingbao Peak and Lingjian Peak, there were no noteworthy figures. Rather, it was the entirely female Yunnu Peak that should not be underestimated. Yunnu Peak rarely interacted with other peaks, and its 3,000 female disciples mostly remained within its confines. Even when undertaking tasks, they typically collaborated solely with their own peak's members, seldom mingling with others. However, Yunnu Peak maintained an air of mystery, and its occasional displays of strength far surpassed those of Lingbao Peak and Lingjian Peak. After engaging in casual conversation with Li Yusin for half an hour, the female disciple sent to deliver the message returned, informing Lin Yansheng that he was permitted to ascend the mountain but was advised against wandering freely. Thank you. Lin Yansheng expressed his gratitude and swiftly made his way up the mountain. Before long, he arrived at Yunnu Peak, where he was greeted by a sea of women. Not a single man in sight. His presence felt out of place among the all-female assembly, drawing the attention of many who discreetly regarded him. Are you Lin Yansheng, the master brother of Wuqiu Peak? A melodious voice echoed, followed by several women approaching him. At the forefront was an exceptionally beautiful young woman, exuding an ethereal aura. It was not difficult to surmise that she was Yun Mingyao, the esteemed elder sister of Yunnu Peak. Indeed, that is me. You must be Sister Yun. Lin Yansheng replied amiably. Given his prowess and status as the master brother of Wuqiu Peak, he could address any disciple of Tianwen sect without adopting the role of a junior. However, his visit was not entirely altruistic, and since Yun Mingyao was slightly older, it was fitting for him to refer to her as sister. Yun Mingyao got straight to the point, asking, "You have come to visit Yunnu Peak with a purpose, have you not?" Typically, she would not permit ordinary disciples to approach Yunnu Peak, but Lin Yansheng's recent prominence and remarkable talent made her hesitant to offend him, resulting in her consent for his visit. Additionally, her curiosity about this suddenly emerging master brother of Wuqiu Peak compelled her to meet him. I merely admire Yunnu Peak and Sister Yun, and have come to visit with the intent of exchanging ideas and engaging in discourse, without any ulterior motives. Lin Yansheng replied with a sincere smile, as if he were speaking nothing but the truth. In reality, however, he had not uttered a single word of honesty. Had it not been for the system indicating the presence of the divine sea pearl behind Yunnu Peak, he would not have come at all. Engaging in discourse is unnecessary. The techniques of Yunnu Peak are self-sufficient and do not require exchange with other peaks. Yun Mingyao declined Lin Yansheng's proposal, then instructed a woman behind her, Hong Yin, accompany the master brother of Wuqiu Peak on a tour of Yunnu Peak. With that, she departed with the others, leaving behind a woman clad in red. The red-dressed woman, possessing striking beauty, coolly addressed Lin Yansheng. Brother Lin, I am Lu Hongyan, and I shall show you around the peak. She referred to him as brother due to his status as the master brother of Wuqiu Peak, a direct disciple of the peak's leader, which conferred upon him a higher standing than her as a core disciple of Yunnu Peak, and in terms of strength, she was not his equal. Very well. Then I shall rely on you, Sister Lu. Lin Yansheng did not refuse. Having just arrived at the Jade Maiden Peak, he needed to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Without much contemplation, he understood that the rear mountains of Jade Maiden Peak were not easily accessible. Secretly infiltrating the rear mountains to obtain the sea-settling pearl and leaving undetected was no trivial task. Lu Hongyan guided Lin Yansheng around Jade Maiden Peak for several hours, showing him the usual places for cultivation and rest. However, she refrained from taking him to the sleeping quarters and some other significant locations. After all, Lin Yansheng was merely an outsider. Jade Maiden Peak could not be entirely open to him. After their tour, Lu Hongyan spoke, Senior Brother Lin. We have basically covered Jade Maiden Peak. Is there anywhere else you wish to see? This was a subtle dismissal, couched in politeness, considerate of Lin Yinxing's feelings. Do not worry, Sister Lu. I will wander about casually on my own and take my leave shortly, Lin Yinxing replied with a smile. He had discerned the underlying intention of her words. The day was waning, and Jade Maiden Peak would not host him overnight. Lu Hongyan hesitated for a brief moment before responding. Very well. However, Senior Brother Lin, you may only visit the places I have shown you. You are not permitted to venture elsewhere, lest you provoke the Peak Master or the Elders. She acquiesced, but invoked the authority of the Peak Master and Elders, hoping to deter Lin Yinxing from wandering indiscriminately. Rest assured, Sister Lu, I understand, Lin Yinxing nodded politely. Throughout their interaction, he maintained an air of refinement, resembling a true gentleman, seemingly visiting Jade Maiden Peak with no ulterior motives. Then I shall inform Senior Sister, Lu Hongyan said, swiftly departing. It was evident that Lin Yinxing was courteous, calm, and humble, not one to act recklessly. He felt a slight relaxation. Maintaining the guise of an elegant gentleman was rather taxing and contrary to his nature. Now, it was time for him to act. Within a palace at Jade Maiden Peak, Yun Mingyao was immersed in her cultivation when a knock echoed through the door, followed by Lu Hongyan's voice. Senior Sister, it is I? Yun Mingyao paused her practice and gently called out, Come in. As soon as she spoke, Lu Hongyan pushed the door open. Observing Lu Hongyan, she inquired, Hongyan, has Lin Yinxing departed? She had instructed Lu Hongyan to show him around Jade Maiden Peak, but her true intention was to monitor and restrict his movements. Not yet, Lu Hongyan replied, but he mentioned he would stroll about and then leave. How can you leave him unattended before he departs? What if he trespasses into the core areas of our Jade Maiden Peak? Can you bear the consequences? Yun Mingyao's voice remained ethereal, but bore a hint of reproach. It was evident that she was displeased with Lu Hongyan's decision to step away from Lin Yinxing's side. Lu Hongyan lowered her gaze slightly and said, Senior Sister, Lin Yinxing does not seem to be the type to disregard rules. I informed him that he could only move about in the places I had shown him. She believed that Yun Mingyao was overly cautious. Lin Yinxing did not seem to be a villain and was unlikely to intentionally harm Yunu Peak. After all, Lin Yinxing had no motive. Yunu Peak did not compete with other peaks and naturally held no animosity towards Wuqing Peak. As the senior brother of Wuqing Peak, Lin Yinxing's every action reflected upon his sect, and he ought not to behave inappropriately. Yun Mingyao gently shook her head and said, We are not well acquainted with Lin Yinxing. How could we possibly discern his thoughts or intentions for visiting Yunu Peak? You must find him quickly and follow him before he departs. She did not genuinely believe that Lin Yinxing was a mild-mannered individual. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Lingbao Peak and Lingjin Peak to suffer such significant losses. Chapter 15. The Pearl of Stabilizing the Sea. Indeed, Lu Hongyan ultimately sought out Lin Yinxing. Yun Mingyao, the esteemed senior sister of Yunu Peak, stood as the unequivocal leader among the disciples, rendering her incapable of dissent. However, she returned shortly thereafter, visibly anxious, and reported, Senior Sister, I could not locate Lin Yinxing. It remains uncertain whether he has descended the mountain. A hint of frost graced Yun Mingyao's exquisite visage as she commanded, Inquire with the mountain-guarding disciples if they have seen Lin Yinxing descend. If not, then summon all disciples to search for him. Her voice was cold, laced with an undercurrent of ire. Without hesitation, Lu Hongyan complied with Yun Mingyao's instructions. Yet, the mountain-guarding disciples had not seen Lin Yinxing leave the mountain, prompting the entire assembly of Yunu Peak's disciples to commence their search for him. At that moment, Lin Yinxing had quietly slipped into the rear mountain, having attentively noted the easiest route to access it while following Lu Hongyan. As soon as she departed, he seamlessly made his way to the rear mountain. However, the rear mountain was expansive. After traversing a fair distance, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a hot spring. The hot spring was neither too large nor too small, spanning several dozen meters in length and width. It was indeed a hidden gem of the rear mountain. Concealed amidst the grass at the spring's edge, Lin Yinxing inquired of the system, Where is the pearl of stabilizing the sea? Uncertain of its location and aware that searching inch by inch would likely lead to his discovery by the disciples of Yunu Peak, he sought guidance. The system responded without disappointment, revealing, The pearl of stabilizing the sea lies beneath the center of the hot spring, resembling a glass orb. Lin Yinxing meticulously scanned his surroundings. confirming the absence of others before enveloping his body in spiritual power and diving into the spring. Upon entering, he discovered the spring's depth was considerable, likely exceeding 10 meters. Without hesitation, he plunged toward the center's depths and, after several minutes, reached the bottom of the hot spring. After a careful search, Lin Yinxing finally spotted a glass orb, the size of an eyeball, resting quietly at the bottom, reminiscent of the large marbles he played with in his previous life. He grasped the glass orb, its surface smooth and undeniably akin to an oversized marble, devoid of any spiritual pressure. No matter how one perceived it, it appeared to be merely a large marble. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Lin Yinxing asked, "System, is this truly the pearl of stabilizing the sea? Why does it seem indistinguishable from an ordinary glass orb?" The system, with an air of mockery, replied, "The pearl of stabilizing the sea is a supreme divine artifact. Your current cultivation is too weak to discern its unique properties, which is entirely expected. However, once you establish a bond with the pearl, its powers will be unleashed." Though slightly chided by the system, Lin Yinxing remained unfazed, as long as this indeed was the true pearl of stabilizing the sea. At that moment, the system's notification rang out. Sign in objective. Pearl of stabilizing the sea, sign in successful. Reward, 1 page of the Luo book. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yinxing felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. However, after a few breaths, he did not see the Luo book manifest before him. With a hint of skepticism, he queried, "System, where is the Luo book? Have you embezzled it?" The system never engages in such unscrupulous acts. It merely temporarily safeguards the book of Luo for the host. There is no need for undue alarm. Lin Yinxing scoffed, stating, "I have no need for your protection. Hand over the book of Luo. When the time comes, with the sea-calming pearl in my left hand and the book of Luo in my right, I shall sweep through the world." Naturally, this was merely his personal belief, as he felt that possessing 2 divine artifacts should render him invincible. Host, with your current cultivation, you are unable to establish dominance over the book of Luo, which is why this system is safeguarding it for you. When your cultivation is sufficient, it will naturally be bestowed upon you. As for the sea-calming pearl, even if you were to dominate it, you would be unable to unleash its full power. Furthermore, the pearl requires the gathering of 24 fragments to be considered a complete supreme artifact. The system's voice shattered Lin Yinxing's fantasies. However, he remained undeterred. Since his cultivation was insufficient at present, he resolved to train diligently. With enhanced cultivation, coupled with the book of Luo and the sea-calming pearl, he would still be able to stride confidently through the world. Plop! The sound of an object splashing into the water startled Lin Yinxing, prompting him to look up, whereupon he beheld a pair of long, slender legs as pale as jade. These legs, delicate, white, straight, and lengthy, would have captivated the attention of countless otaku in his past life for at least a decade. As he gazed upward, his eyes widened in astonishment, only to retract his gaze after a moment. It appeared that a woman was bathing in the hot spring, a woman with an alluring figure. Host has been caught peeping at a woman bathing. Sign-in successful. Cultivation elevated by 1 minor realm. The sudden system notification left Lin Yinxing momentarily bewildered. He had merely glanced to see who had arrived at the hot spring, and yet he was able to sign in, earning a reward of a minor cultivation boost. In response, he could only exclaim, "Impressive indeed." Yet, Lin Yinxing was not dawdling. The instant his cultivation improved, he concealed his aura to prevent any detection of his newfound strength. He began to wade slowly towards the opposite side of the hot spring, intending to slip away unnoticed while the woman was distracted. "Master, Lin Yinxing from Wuqing Peak has made a round at our Yunu Peak and has since vanished." The mountain guards did not see him descend. Above the hot spring, a celestial voice resonated, revealing itself to belong to Yun Mingyao, the eldest disciple of Yunu Peak. However, far more astonishing to Lin Yinxing was the revelation that the woman bathing was, in fact, the master of Yun Mingyao. The master of Yunu Peak, a formidable figure, was likely on par with Li Xuanhuan, if not stronger. "Oh dear, I inadvertently glimpsed the master of Yunu Peak bathing," Lin Yinxing thought, feeling a surge of panic. Should he be discovered, the consequences would be dire. The master of Yunu Peak remained immersed in the hot spring, showing no inclination to rise. She remarked, "Lin Yinxing, that rascal has been causing quite a stir lately. His visit to our Yunu Peak must be for some purpose. Continue the search. We must locate him. Additionally, Send someone to Wuqing Peak to ascertain whether he has secretly returned. Even though Lin Yansheng has recently caused quite a stir, she remains merely a disciple of the Serenity Realm, not deserving of excessive attention. The chasm between practitioners of the Serenity Realm and herself is unfathomably vast, an existence of an entirely different caliber. Indeed, Yun Mingyao acknowledged and swiftly departed. The master of Yinu Peak continued to revel in the hot springs, her eyes closed, fully immersed in this delightful sensation. A quarter of an hour later, she abruptly opened her eyes and gazed in a certain direction, catching sight of Lin Yansheng emerging from the water. Her expression shifted slightly as she slapped the water's surface, sending forth a cascade of droplets that concealed her figure. When the splashes subsided, she stood elegantly on the water's surface, fully clothed, while Lin Yansheng had vanished without a trace. Concealed within the grass outside the hot springs, Lin Yansheng held his breath, his gaze peering through the slender gaps to observe the master of Yinu Peak, not daring to make a sound. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but comment on her. The master of Yinu Peak possessed an exquisite figure and a stunning visage, undoubtedly a captivating beauty. Chapter 16. 10 minutes to escape, come out. The voice of Fei Yuling was cold, as she walked barefoot across the water's surface, each step creating gentle ripples. Her alluring gaze was fixed upon the direction where Lin Yansheng was concealed amidst the grass, a subtle, yet palpable pressure emanating from her presence. Hiding in the thicket, Lin Yansheng observed the enchanting leader of the Jade Maiden Peak, Fei Yuling, approach from the water. A sense of dread washed over him. He had not anticipated being discovered while attempting to slip away. It seemed now that escape would be a daunting task. He had no choice but to venture out. For Fei Yuling was not merely bathing but indulging in a hot spring, and who could say how long she would remain? She could easily soak for an entire night. Thus, he could not remain hidden beneath the water until she finished. He had to take the risk, yet his efforts had proven futile. Lin Yansheng, is that you? Fei Yuling inquired icily, continuing her advance. Soon, she stepped out of the hot spring, her feet hovering inches above the ground. Her gaze remained locked on the thicket, and seeing Lin Yansheng's silence, she waved her hand, unleashing her spiritual energy, which parted the grass and revealed Lin Yansheng, now exposed with no place to hide. Lin Yansheng rose awkwardly, forcing a smile. Mistress Fei, what a coincidence. The words felt awkward even to him. Having witnessed another's bath, he dared to speak of coincidence. How absurd. Coincidence? Fei Yuling's tone turned sharper. You did not come to Jade Maiden Peak merely to spy on me bathing, did you? Her voice was laced with coldness, and a murderous intent brewed within her. Any woman would be outraged at being watched by a man while bathing, and she, at the tender age of 30, was still considered youthful in the cultivation world, cherishing her purity and body. Of course not. I came to visit Jade Maiden Peak. I merely stumbled upon this place by accident and saw nothing. Lin Yansheng's survival instinct kicked in, fearing that a wrathful Fei Yuling might end his life. Given her strength, should she choose to kill him, he would have no chance of escape, as their cultivation levels were separated by a complete realm. Fei Yuling stepped forward, her gaze icy as she regarded Lin Yansheng with derision. You just happened to wander into the hot spring and fortuitously saw me bathing. Is that it? She found it hard to believe his tale. The back mountain was not somewhere one could accidentally stumble upon, especially given the distance from the front of Jade Maiden Peak. Lin Yansheng asserted earnestly, Mistress Fei, by the heavens, how could I dare to spy on you bathing? I beseech you, for the sake of my master, to forgive my unintentional intrusion. In the current predicament, he could never admit to having seen Fei Yuling's form. Doing so would tarnish his reputation, even at the cost of his life. Do you intend to use Ning Wuqiu to intimidate me? Fei Yuling's tone was unfriendly. She was well aware that Lin Yansheng was the disciple of Ning Wuqiu, cherished like a child, yet even that knowledge did not evoke any apprehension within her. Among the 7 peak masters of the Tianwen sect, she is the youngest, yet her strength is by no means the weakest, and she does not fear a Ning Wuqiu. The younger generation dare not challenge her. Lin Yansheng immediately conceded, entirely unwilling to retort. Firstly, he was in the wrong, as he had arrived here with ill intentions and had even gazed upon Fei Yuling's figure. Secondly, he was simply no match for Fei Yuling, and any attempt to argue would only lead to greater misfortune. Fei Yuling circled around Lin Yansheng and spoke. I am contemplating how best to deal with you. She contemplated killing Lin Yansheng, but he was, after all, a disciple of Ning Wuqiu, the senior brother of Wuqiu Peak. To slay him would be rather inappropriate and could provoke a counterattack from Wuqiu Peak. Of course, she had no fear of Wuqiu Peak. However, killing a fellow sect member was a violation of the Tianwen sect's rules, and she was not one who relished violence. Noticing the diminished murderous intent from Fei Yuling, Lin Yanxing said, "Master Fei, you possess great magnanimity and surely would not hold a grudge against a younger generation disciple. Why not allow me to return to Wuqiu Peak? I shall come bearing gifts to atone for my transgressions. As long as he returned to Wuqiu Peak, he would be safe. That old codger Ning Wuqiu would surely not permit Fei Yuling to kill him. That will not do. Releasing you would not quell my resentment." Fei Yuling flatly rejected Lin Yanxing. Then a captivating yet perilous smile graced her face as she proposed, "How about this? I shall allow you a 10-minute head start, after which I shall pursue you." It was beyond her to simply let Lin Yanxing go. Killing him outright was not her style. Thus, she opted for this compromise, allow him to flee first, and then she would hunt him down. Whether she could eliminate Lin Yanxing would depend on his own abilities. Lin Yanxing pondered briefly and replied, "Master Fei, you are the master of a peak, and your strength far surpasses mine. In 10 minutes, I would scarcely make it away from Yunu Peak. How could I possibly evade your pursuit? Might we extend the time to 30 minutes instead?" 10 minutes was scarcely sufficient for survival, especially considering that Fei Yuling could fly. "You may choose to await your demise." Fei Yuling unhesitatingly dismissed this bargaining attempt, stating, "It begins now." No sooner had she spoken than Lin Yanxing, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed his dark spiritual power and turned on his heel to flee. His speed far exceeding that of an ordinary practitioner at the Tongyu realm, outpacing even the mid-stage Shui Yang by several times. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Fei Yuling's eyes. In one moment, he was negotiating, and in the next, he burst forth at full speed, displaying decisiveness without hesitation. However, Fei Yuling's prowess was not to be underestimated. Lin Yanxing dashed onward, opting not to take the main path down the front of the mountain, but instead sprinting through the overgrown hillside. Along the way, a disciple from Yunu Peak spotted him, but before they could intercept him, he surged down the mountain. In this circumstance, his speed reached its utmost potential, enveloped in dark spiritual energy, racing towards Yunu Peak like a streak of black light under the twilight. 10 minutes later, he leaped high, covering dozens of meters, and landed outside Yunu Peak, successfully escaping its confines. However, the Jade Maiden Peak is not in close proximity to the Wuqiu Peak, and he is far from safe. On the contrary, he is in considerable peril. Without any pause, Lin Yanxing continued to sprint after landing, racing toward Wuqiu Peak. Along the way, numerous disciples of the Tianwen sect regarded Lin Yanxing with puzzled expressions, silently wondering if he had truly lost his sanity. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind arose as Fei Yuling soared from the Jade Maiden Peak, swiftly leaving its confines. She ascended to a significant height, for as the adage goes, those who stand high can see far. From her aerial vantage point, she could observe extensive distances and, with her spiritual awareness, soon detected Lin Yanxing. This was precisely why Lin Yanxing had to flee toward Wuqiu Peak rather than any other location, for no matter which direction he chose, he would inevitably be spotted by Fei Yuling. Thus, his only recourse was to reach Wuqiu Peak and seek Ning Wuqiu's intervention for his salvation. Chapter 17. A Turn of Fate. Humph. I wonder whether you can run faster, or I can fly faster. Fei Yuling scoffed, her speed accelerating dramatically. Her cultivation level far surpassed that of Lin Yanxing. Were it not for the fact that Lin Yanxing practiced the divine technique, the floating pagoda secret art, which endowed him with a speed many times greater than that of his peers at the same level, she would have caught up to him long ago. Nonetheless, even in this scenario, the distance between her and Lin Yanxing was visibly diminishing. While sprinting for his life, Lin Yanxing noticed the gazes of the passing disciples from the Tianwen sect. He slightly turned to glance back into the sky and was astonished to find that Fei Yuling was now merely a few thousand meters away. A sinking feeling gripped his heart, prompting him to dash forward at an even greater speed, one that surpassed his limits, astonishing the disciples who witnessed the scene. What on earth is Lin Yanxing doing? Lu Tian, who was also on his way back to Lingbao Peak, questioned in bewilderment as he observed Lin Yanxing running as if his life depended on it. But in the next moment, he saw Fei Yuling swiftly soaring through the air, evidently in pursuit of Lin Yanxing. Lu Tian was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation, and then exclaimed with exhilaration, "Wow! Lin Yansheng is experiencing this today. It's poetic justice." Around him, several disciples from Lingbao Peak shared in the schadenfreude, relishing the unfolding drama. "Host, you must now initiate the recognition of the sea calming pearl. If successful, it will suffice for your escape to Wuqing Peak." As Fei Yuling closed the distance to within 1,000 meters of Lin Yansheng, the system's voice resonated, instilling a flicker of hope within him. He retrieved the sea-calming pearl, clutching it in his hand, only to realize awkwardly that he was unsure how to establish its recognition. Infuse the sea-calming pearl with your blood and spiritual energy, and imprint your soul within it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yansheng bit into his hand, blood gushing forth, and let it flow onto the sea-calming pearl. Moments later, the pearl emitted a faint blue glow. Without needing the system's prompting, he understood the moment had arrived. He immediately melded his consciousness with the pearl, allowing a fragment of his soul to remain within, thereby forming a soul imprint. In an instant, a new sense of connection blossomed between him and the sea-calming pearl, as though it were an extension of his own being. He could now wield the pearl with ease and perceive the information it conveyed. At that moment, Fei Yuling descended from the sky, landing before Lin Yansheng, her face adorned with a triumphant smile. "You have nowhere to run," she declared. Just ahead, less than a kilometer away, lay the gates of Wuqing Peak. But Lin Yansheng had been a moment too slow, and she had caught up with him. Even if Ning Wuqing were present at Wuqing Peak, he would not arrive in time to save Lin Yansheng. "It's the senior brother," quickly informed the Peak Master. "The senior brother is in danger." A disciple of Wuqing Peak, having spotted Lin Yansheng and Fei Yuling, cried out anxiously, urging someone to summon Ning Wuqing. Lin Yan's breath was somewhat feeble, as if his vitality had been completely drained. Yet, at that moment, he felt an unprecedented exhilaration and arrogance. His dark eyes fixed upon Fei Yuling, revealing a sinister smile as he defiantly inquired, "Are you going to kill me, Master Fei?" Around him, black spiritual energy flowed, exuding an aura that was both mysterious and ancient. As Fei Yuling met Lin Yan's gaze, she felt an overwhelming sense of grandeur, as if she were confronting an ancient, supreme being, rendering her insignificantly small in its presence. However, this sensation was fleeting. She quickly dismissed it and declared, "Our agreement stands. You have lost." With that, a surge of immense spiritual energy erupted from within her, and she extended her right hand, channeling her power towards Lin Yan. With her capabilities, that strike could undoubtedly obliterate a practitioner at the Tongyu realm. Yet, her palm did not make contact. In the moment it descended, Lin Yan was enveloped in a sphere of blue light and vanished into thin air, rendering her strike futile. "Master Fei, it is you who has lost." Lin Yan's voice echoed from behind her. Turning around, Fei Yuling was astonished to find him standing within the gates of Wuqing Peak. Her flawless, fair visage bore an expression of disbelief as her eyes fixated on Lin Yan. "How could you possibly evade my strike and arrive at Wuqing Peak?" Though she was only a few hundred meters away, a negligible distance for a practitioner of the Tongyu realm, in that moment, it would have been exceedingly difficult for anyone, even one of equal standing, to escape her grasp, let alone bypass her presence to reach Wuqing Peak. "That remains a secret. Everyone has their own mysteries, do they not?" Lin Yan replied with a smile, evading her question. A sense of unparalleled exhilaration surged through him, even surpassing the satisfaction he derived from defeating Shui Yang and Li Chang. The thrill of narrowly escaping and turning the tide was intoxicating. He wished for it to happen again. "You won." Fei Yuling inhaled deeply and conceded. She had not anticipated losing this wager. After all, her opponent was merely a disciple of the Tongyu realm, while she was hailed as a genius among the Peak Masters. However, she was not one to shy away from defeat. Having lost, she would acknowledge it gracefully. The disciples of Wuqing Peak and the onlooking practitioners from other peaks were bewildered by the exchange between Lin Yan and Fei Yuling. What was this talk of winning and losing? Were they betting? Yet, the stakes seemed extraordinarily high. Having chased each other from Yinu Peak to Wuqing Peak, a feat that left many astonished. "Lin Yan, I hope you continue to surprise me," Fei Yuling remarked after gazing at him for a long moment, before breaking into a radiant smile. With that, she took flight, leaving without waiting for his reaction. Lin Yan stood on the path leading up Wuqing Peak, watching her depart before turning to ascend the mountain. As he ascended the peak of Wuqing, he beheld Ning Wuqing accompanied by Er Dan and others in the air, preparing to fly towards the mountain gate. Lin Yinsheng called out in exasperation. What on earth are you doing? He was well aware that Ning Wuqing and the others were on a mission to rescue him. However, their pace was woefully inadequate. Had it not been for the divine pearl of the sea, he might have already met his demise. Yet, he did not blame Ning Wuqing, after all. The calamity was of his own making. Nevertheless, even if given the chance to relive it, he would undoubtedly choose the same path, for as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Ah, little winter melon, I'm relieved to see you unharmed, Ning Wuqing remarked with a smile as he landed gracefully. He then rushed towards Lin Yinsheng, playfully tugging at his face, hair, and nose, exclaiming, It appears you truly are fine. Lin Yinsheng, somewhat irked, pushed Ning Wuqing's hand away and retorted, Old man, could you refrain from calling me Little Winter Melon? I am, after all, the senior brother of Wuqing Peak now. This nickname stemmed from his childhood fondness for Winter Melon, which led Ning Wuqing to affectionately call him by that name, a moniker that persisted throughout his formative years. In hindsight, however, Lin Yinsheng realized that his childhood preference was not truly for winter melon, but rather due to the lack of other edible options. Chapter 18. The Beast Hunting Conference. Ah, you've grown, Ning Wuqia remarked with a smile, before inquiring. I heard from Erden and the others that the Peak Master of Yunu is pursuing you. What exactly is going on? The Wuxia Peak and Yunu Peak had no prior connection. Thus, it was perplexing that Fei Yuling would chase after Lin Yinsheng without cause. Such an uproar would hardly occur without a compelling reason, causing skepticism among the onlookers. Erden, Shi Kuei, and the others gazed curiously at Lin Yinsheng, eager to uncover what egregious act had warranted the esteemed Peak Master of Yunu to disregard her status in pursuit of him. With an air of embarrassment, Lin Yinsheng replied, It's nothing, just a minor mishap during my visit to Yunu Peak. Would he dare to disclose to others that he had witnessed Fei Yuling bathing? If such a revelation were made, it was likely that she would storm over to Wuxia Peak to eliminate him. Yunu Peak? Ah, I see. Ning Wuxia revealed a knowing smile, one that any man would understand, and patted Lin Yinsheng on the shoulder before departing with a chuckle. The disciples of Wuxia Peak, including Erden and Shi Kuei, regarded Lin Yinsheng with admiration. After all, it was Yunu Peak, a place where ordinary disciples rarely set foot. Even Shui Yang had previously been turned away when he sought to visit. Lin Yinsheng, disinterested in explaining further, was nursing an injury and had already absorbed the divine sea pearl into his being. Once a divine artifact recognizes its master, it can be conveniently stored within the body. Upon returning to his wooden abode, Lin Yinsheng resumed his cultivation, scarcely allowing himself a moment of leisure. The encounter with Fei Yuling had underscored the significance of strength. Had he not successfully made the divine sea pearl acknowledge him at the last moment, utilizing its powers for spatial transfer, he might have been struck down by her in an instant. Strength alone could determine one's fate. Xiaoqi cast a glance at Lin Yinsheng before returning to rest with eyes closed, occasionally indulging in a few spiritual pills, living a life of leisurely ease. Host, I bear good news. Would you like to hear it? The system's voice echoed, prompting Lin Yinsheng to respond with disinterest, just speak plainly. Spare me the fluff. After his visit to Yunu Peak, he was solely focused on cultivating and growing stronger. Otherwise, no matter how enticing the sign-in tasks or rewards, they would be rendered futile without the requisite power to accomplish them. The host is indeed dull. What I wish to convey is that the phoenix has begun to awaken and can now communicate with you. Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Yinsheng paused his training, his gaze shifting in astonishment toward Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi's appearance had not changed much in the past month, save for the vibrancy of its feathers, now a striking blend of gold and red, exuding an extraordinary allure. Moreover, it had grown. What was once a mere chick weighing less than a pound had now transformed into a medium-sized bird of at least 1.5 pounds. Xiaoqi slowly opened its eyes, casually glancing at the pile of spiritual pills beside it before swallowing one whole. However, as it prepared to close its eyes once more, it noticed the eager gaze of Lin Yinsheng, which resembled that of a connoisseur beholding a priceless treasure. Xiaoqi, can you now converse with me? Seeing that Xiaoqi remained silent, Lin Yinsheng could not help but take the initiative to inquire. If an onlooker were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly think him mad for conversing with a mere chicken, questioning whether such a creature could indeed communicate with him, an act utterly unbefitting of a rational being. What is it? A cold, elegant voice resonated, And to Lin Yinxing's astonishment, Shao Qi truly spoke, though not in a conventional manner. The words echoed within Lin Yinxing's mind as if they were communicating through a profound soul connection. This sensation was extraordinary, akin to the mental transmission between practitioners, but even more expedient and secure. Typically, one cannot engage in direct soul communication. Such exchanges are limited to mental transmissions, which can be intercepted by formidable beings, unlike soul communication, which remains private, much like the dialogues between Lin Yinxing and the system within his mind. You can indeed speak, Lin Yinxing exclaimed with excitement, opting to respond through soul communication rather than verbally. His elixir was not squandered. Shao Qi's ability to engage in such exchanges confirmed its identity as a divine beast, undoubtedly a phoenix. Utterly tedious, Shao Qi replied with an indifferent tone, disregarding Lin Yinxing's rhetorical question. It then closed its eyes, resuming its meditative state, which was, in truth, a form of cultivation. Lin Yinxing paid no heed to Shao Qi's aloofness. After all, divine beasts are known for their haughty demeanor and typically regard humanity with disdain. Nonetheless, Shao Qi was a superlative existence among divine beasts, the phoenix. Regardless of Shao Qi's attitude, he had already forged a symbiotic contract with it, establishing an undeniably intimate bond. In the following week, Lin Yinxing found himself invigorated in his cultivation, immersed in this state of excitement. A week later, Dan arrived at Lin Yinxing's humble abode, calling out, Senior brother, the Peak Master summons you." As Lin Yinxing's most ardent admirer, Dan was tasked with relaying all matters concerning Lin Yinxing within the Peak, a role acknowledged even by Ning Wuqing and the elders of Wuqing Peak. Lin Yinxing leisurely opened the door, a magnificent feathered chicken perched atop his head. He regarded Dan and asked, "What does the old man want with me?" In the entirety of Wuqing Peak, only he dared to refer to Ning Wuqing in such a manner. Their relationship resembled that of father and son more than that of master and disciple. "The Peak Master and the elders are convening in the council hall, and they require your presence regarding the beast hunting conference," Dan replied, ignoring Lin Yinxing's jest about the old man. Previously, all significant matters at Wuqing Peak were determined solely by the Peak Master and the elders, but now that Lin Yinxing had become the senior brother, his presence was essential for discussions. The title of senior brother among the various peaks of Tianwen sect was not merely a designation of tenure, but rather a position, signifying the leadership of all disciples. From a certain perspective, the senior brother wielded greater authority than the elders in the eyes of the disciples. Upon hearing Dan's words, Lin Yinxing recalled the impending beast hunting conference and replied languidly, "Very well, I shall go to the council hall to see." The beast hunting conference is a grand event held every 2 years by the Tianwen sect, wherein 100 individuals from each peak are selected to venture into the forest of beasts. The more formidable beasts one slays, the higher the rank achieved, thus reflecting superior performance. The top 10 participants of the conference are rewarded by the sect. However, historically, no one from the Wuqiu Peak has ever garnered such accolades, as none have managed to secure a position within the top 10. Lin Yinxing, moreover, had never partaken in this so-called beast hunting conference. Upon his arrival at the council hall of Wuqiu Peak, he found 6 individuals already seated within. The one occupying the seat of honor, Ning Wuqiu, greeted him with a warm smile. "Yinxing, come, let us discuss matters concerning the beast hunting conference." In the presence of the elders of Wuqiu Peak, he restrained himself from referring to Lin Yinxing as Little Winter Melon. Lin Yinxing nodded and took a seat at the 3rd position on the right. Opposite him were 3 individuals on the left, while the 1st and 2nd positions on the right were occupied by the elders of Wuqiu Peak. Sitting alongside the elders served as an affirmation of his status. Chapter 19. The council chamber. Once Lin Yinxing took his seat, Ning Wuqie cast a glance at the 5 elders and remarked with a smile, "Now that Yinxing has arrived, let us commence our discussion regarding the beast hunting conference." The beast hunting conference is a grand event for the Tianwen sect, designed to assess the prowess of disciples from various factions while also serving as a means of honing their skills. The ferocious beasts of the beast forest do not engage in sparring with the disciples. It is a genuine life and death struggle, where a single misstep could prove fatal. The middle-aged man seated to Ning Wuqie's left spoke up, "There is nothing to deliberate. We should simply abstain from participation, as has been our custom in previous years." This individual, occupying the prominent leftmost position, was none other than Elder Su Tao, one of the 5 elders of Wuxia Peak, who harbored a rather strained relationship with Ning Wuxia, envious of his position as Peak Master. Hearing Su Tao's words, Lin Yinxing felt a sense of exasperation. This elder seemed excessively timid. Indeed, the beast forest is not a place for frivolity. It is inhabited by countless ferocious beasts, posing immense danger. Furthermore, disciples from other peaks become competitors within the forest, and those of lesser strength are likely to meet their demise during the conference. Ning Wuxia shook his head and replied, "Our Wuxia Peak has not participated in quite some time, resulting in a tarnished reputation. We must take part this time. Otherwise, who would dare to join our Wuxia Peak?" In earlier years, they had no choice but to decline participation, as their most formidable disciple had merely reached the Great Sun Realm, rendering them no match for the disciples of other peaks who had attained the Profound Connection Realm. Consequently, they opted to abstain. But this led to disdain from both within the Tianwen sect and from outside practitioners, resulting in a lack of willing recruits for Wuxia Peak. "What do you propose? Shall we send our finest disciples to their deaths?" Su Tao sneered. "I suspect you are merely worried about your own position as Peak Master. The Beast Hunting Conference serves as an evaluation by the sect of the disciples from each peak, and if a peak refuses to participate repeatedly, the Peak Master may face repercussions, including the possibility of being replaced." "Su Tao, you overstep your bounds." An elder seated on the right, glaring with indignation at Su Tao, rebuked him. He was Elder Mu, a powerful member of Ning Wuxia's faction and a long-standing rival of Su Tao. Su Tao retorted coldly, "I am merely speaking the truth. Peak Master, are you willing to sacrifice our finest disciples for your own selfish interests? Even if you evade punishment from the sect, can your conscience remain untroubled?" He had long coveted the position of Peak Master, and if Wuxia Peak were to refuse participation in this beast hunting conference yet again, resulting in no achievements, Ning Wuxia's position would inevitably be jeopardized. After all, the sect would not allow a Peak Master who fails to cultivate outstanding disciples to remain in power. Su Tao had already made arrangements with certain elders within the sect. Should Ning Wuxia's position be vacated, he would be poised to assume it. Ning Wuxia regarded Su Tao and countered, "How can you be so certain that our distinguished disciples would meet their demise?" He was well aware of Su Tao's predatory ambitions. However, Su Tao had yet to overtly act against Wuxia Peak, leaving Ning Wuxia without grounds to eliminate him. On the other peaks, each is graced with several disciples of the ethereal realm, yet our Wuxing Peak boasts none. "Oh, wait, it seems there is one, but he is merely a solitary figure. How can we possibly compete with the other peaks?" Su Tao, while speaking, cast a scornful glance at the silent Lin Yinxing. 2 months prior, he had departed the sect on a mission, only to return hastily with the impending beast hunting festival approaching. Upon his return, he convened a council meeting, where he learned from Ning Wuxing that Wuxing Peak had acquired a senior apprentice, Lin Yinxing, who was Ning Wuxing's disciple. However, he also heard that Lin Yinxing had only recently attained the ethereal realm and was thus designated as the senior apprentice, so he paid little heed to it. A senior apprentice at the initial stage of the ethereal realm must surely be the weakest among the senior apprentices of the 7 peaks of Tianwang Village, right? Lin Yinxing rubbed his nose and proclaimed, "That Elder Su, I believe we can indeed compete with the other peaks." It seemed Su Tao had completely disregarded him, compelling Lin Yinxing to express his opinion. Su Tao looked at Lin Yinxing and scoffed, "Oh, pray tell, how do you intend to compete? Will you have the disciples of the Great Sun Realm combat the ethereal realm disciples of the other peaks? Or do you plan to take on 7 or 8 ethereal realm disciples single-handedly?" A senior apprentice at the initial stage of the ethereal realm aspiring to be a hero was truly overestimating himself. Ning Wuxing, Elder Mu, and the others quietly observed Su Tao's arrogance without uttering a word. It was evident that Su Tao, freshly returned, was oblivious to Lin Yinxing's accomplishments over the past month, defeating 4 ethereal realm disciples of Lingbao Peak, overpowering the senior disciple Shui Yang of Lingjian Peak, and successfully escaping the pursuit of the alluring Lady Yulin, the mistress of Yanu Peak. Each of these feats had reverberated throughout the sect, leaving other disciples and even elders in awe. It seemed now that only Su Tao remained in the dark about the situation. Lin Yinxing smiled gently, his tone composed as he stated, "Taking on 7 or 8 ethereal realm disciples shouldn't be exceedingly difficult." He spoke as if discussing a commonplace matter. though the audacity of his words was undeniable. Just over a month prior, he had only recently broken through to the ethereal realm, and now he claimed he could face 7 or 8 practitioners of the same level. Was that feasible? Perhaps, but such individuals were undoubtedly exceptional talents. And Su Tao did not regard Lin Yanqing as one of them. He derisively remarked, "What will you use to take on 7 or 8? With your initial stage of the ethereal realm cultivation, you'd likely struggle against a single one. My apologies. But I recently broke through to the mid-stage of the ethereal realm," Lin Yanqing replied nonchalantly, startling Ning Wuqing, Elder Mu, and the others. The act of subtle boasting was particularly lethal. To have advanced again within just over a month? The pace of his cultivation was astonishing. Su Tao, caught off guard by Lin Yanqing's recent breakthrough to the mid-stage of the ethereal realm, still dismissed him, saying, "So what?" The senior disciple of Lingjian Peak, Shuiyang, is also at the mid-stage of the ethereal realm and has cultivated the Lingjian technique to the 4th level. Can you truly defeat him? Before embarking on his mission, Shuiyang had already cultivated the spirit sword art to the 4th layer, causing quite a stir within the Tianwen sect. Lin Yan, disinterested in conversing with the old dog Su Tao about his previous confrontation with Shuiyang, wore a teasing smile and remarked, "Elder Su, when I claim I can defeat 7 or 8 practitioners at the connecting spirit level, I assure you I can indeed do so. The participants in the beast hunting conference are disciples, not elders. You need only observe my performance." Were it not for the fact that he could not yet overpower Su Tao, he would relish the opportunity to thoroughly vanquish this ill-intentioned individual. You would wager the lives of 99 disciples from the Wuk Peak on a single statement? Su Tao questioned. What if our disciples at the Great Sun level were to participate in the beast hunting conference and met with disaster? He was resolutely opposed to allowing the Great Sun disciples to take part in the conference, for their lives held little concern for him. What mattered was the position of the Peak Master. Chapter 20. A bold gamble. The beast hunting conference is no trifling matter. Is it not natural for some to fall? As long as one can secure a commendable rank, sacrifices are not in vain. Even at Lingbao Peak and Lingjian Peak, disciples perished during each event. Ning Wuqie spoke up. The forest of ferocious beasts is fraught with peril. Even practitioners in the Tongyu realm may encounter misfortune. Regardless of the peak, disciples will inevitably fall during the conference. Su Tao remarked, while it is true that outstanding disciples from other peaks have also met their demise, some among them managed to achieve top 10 placements, making their sacrifices somewhat meaningful. Can Lin Yanqing truly secure a top 10 position? If the conference must be attended, he preferred to keep core disciples like Shi Kuei and Xiao Wenjie at Wuqie Peak, sending only the likes of Er Dan, a disciple of the mysterious realm, alongside Lin Yanqing. This way, Lin Yanqing would be left to fend for himself, likely leading to his downfall in the forest of ferocious beasts. A scenario Su Tao was clearly eager to witness. Lin Yanqing gazed at Su Tao, a cold smile gracing his lips. What difficulty lies in achieving a top 10 rank? The beast hunting conference exists to assess the strength of disciples from each peak. Naturally, participation is essential. Elder Su, your persistent attempts to dissuade Wuqie Peak from participating, do you harbor ulterior motives? Su Tao, with narrowed eyes, retorted, and if you fail to secure a top 10 position, what then? He had little faith that Lin Yanqing could penetrate the top ranks of the conference. After all, Lin Yanqing was the sole practitioner from Wuqie Peak in the Tongyu realm. With so many from other peaks, once they targeted Lin Yanqing, he would be hard-pressed to survive. If I fail to enter the top 10, I shall relinquish the title of senior brother. Should I succeed, you will resign from your position as elder. Do you dare to wager? Lin Yanqing provoked Su Tao, seeking to leverage the opportunity to strip him of his elder status. Once Su Tao lost his position, he would no longer pose a threat to Ning Wuqie and would lack authority over Wuqie Peak's affairs. The roles of senior brother and elder are not to be compared. Su Tao did not acquiesce, even though he believed Lin Yanqing lacked the strength to reach the top 10 of the conference. The disparity in stakes was too great. After all, the senior brother was merely a leader among disciples, whereas the elder occupied a senior position within the sect. He would not engage in such an unequal wager. What if we include the position of Peak Master? Ning Wuqie interjected. Su Tao's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Ning Wuqie. What do you mean by that? Have you not long coveted my position as Peak Master? In your wager with Lin Yanqing, should he lose, I shall voluntarily resign from my position and take Lin Yanqing away from Wuqie Peak. Ning Wuqie gazed earnestly at Su Tao. If you lose, as Lin Yinxing proposed, you will relinquish your elder position. How does that sound? His words escalated the stakes, transforming the wager into one between the peak master and elder. The position of peak master is not to be trifled with. Elder Mu attempted to interject, but Ning Wuqie silenced him with a wave of his hand. Very well. Since the peak master wishes to gamble with me, I, Su Tao, shall not shy away. Su Tao acquiesced, believing that once Ning Wuqie was out of the picture, the position of peak master would likely fall into his grasp. Moreover, the position of the elder is considerably inferior to that of the peak master, thus rendering this a rather unequal wager. However, it is favorable to him, and so he readily accepts. Ning Wuqie turned his gaze towards Lin Yinxing and said with a smile, "In 10 days, Yinxing, you shall lead our most exceptional disciples from Wuqie Peak to the Beast Forest, allowing the entire sect to witness your prowess." He placed his hopes upon Lin Yinxing, believing that their fates were intertwined. Understood, Lin Yinxing replied with a faint smile. As long as that fool Su Tao falls into the trap, everything will be manageable. Although there are many disciples in Tianwen sect, those truly capable number no more than a handful, and he is certain to be among the top 10 of the beast hunting competition. The assembly concluded swiftly, and Lin Yinxing made a straightforward selection of the participants for the beast hunting competition, comprising a total of 99 disciples from the Great Sun Realm, including the 3 peak experts, Shi Kuei, Xiao Wenjie, and Dupong. This represented the elite of Wuqie Peak, which only possessed a little over 100 disciples in the Great Sun Realm, most of whom were at the initial stage, with even Su Kuang and Su Guang, who were at the mid-stage, considered quite remarkable. 10 days later, the anticipated beast hunting competition commenced, with participants from the 7 main peaks of Tianwang, Zhai arriving successively at the outskirts of the beast forest. Leading the Wuqie Peak team was Ning Wuqie himself, accompanied by the strongest batch of disciples, as he deemed it necessary to ensure their safety. Once they entered the beast forest, the responsibility would fall to Lin Yinxing. Li Xuanhuan led the team from Lingjian Peak, casting a cold glance at Ning Wuqie before retracting his gaze. Behind him was 100 disciples from Lingjian Peak, all of whom were core and true disciples, with 5 even possessing the cultivation of the Tongyu realm, including 3 initial stage disciples whom Lin Yinxing had not encountered before. Aside from Shui Yang and Li Chong, Yuan Elder, the foremost among the 8 elders of Lingbao Peak, led their team, with strength comparable to that of a peak master, thus justifying his leadership. Fei Yuling led the team from Yunu Peak. Upon her arrival, she immediately fixed her gaze upon the direction of Wuqie Peak's disciples, locking her eyes on Lin Yinxing. He too felt the icy stare and met her gaze with a cheerful smile. Although Fei Yuling had nearly killed him during their last encounter, he bore her no ill will, as he had been the one to first gaze upon her form, making the pursuit quite reasonable. At least she had granted him 10 minutes to escape, which was rather generous compared to the pretentious Li Xuanhuan and the treacherous Su Tao. When the peak master of Juling Peak arrived with his disciples, all participants from the 7 peaks for the beast hunting competition were finally assembled. An elderly man with white hair ascended into the air, addressing the assembly of the 7 peaks with a booming voice. The rules of the beast hunting competition are quite simple. Results will be determined by the beast cores collected, with a time limit of 1 day. All must return by this time tomorrow. Latecomers will be disqualified. Furthermore, bringing beast cores into the beast forest to commit fraud is strictly prohibited. Any violators discovered by me shall face immediate execution. His voice was remarkably calm, yet carried an unmistakable chill that caused many disciples, including the peak leaders and elders, to wear solemn expressions. This elder was none other than a prominent figure in the Tianwen sect, the adjudicator Elder Zhukuan. Observing no dissent among the crowd, Zhukuan continued. Within the forest of fierce beasts, you may plunder from one another. I shall not concern myself with the methods, only the outcomes. However, there is one crucial stipulation. When faced with external enemies, you must unite against them. Now, let the beast hunting conference commence. All disciples participating in the event shall enter the forest of fierce beasts. As his words echoed through the air, the disciples from the 7 peaks, under the guidance of their respective leaders, ventured into the forest. Yet, upon entering the forest of fierce beasts, most individuals dispersed, for acting in unison proved inefficient, and the abundance of fierce beasts was insufficient to share among them. By separating, they could maximize their efficiency, albeit at the cost of heightened danger. Chapter 21. An unexpected interception. Master brother, we shall part ways from the group. Shortly after entering the forest of fierce beasts, Shirkuei addressed Ning Wuxia. Standing beside him were Xiao Wenjie and Du Peng, clearly indicating their intention to form a small team for their venture. Very well, Lin Yanxing acquiesced. In a collective endeavor, the likelihood of encountering more fierce beasts than a smaller party would be significantly enhanced. However, with so many individuals acting in concert, the spoils would be insufficiently divided. A single beast would yield but one core, and thus would be less beneficial than the divisions of a smaller team. Moreover, an excess of participants could impede mobility, heightening the risk of attracting the ire of formidable beasts. Additionally, the disparity in strength among members could endanger the weaker individuals. Thus, the disciples swiftly dispersed. Except for Shirkuei and his companions, all other disciples from Wuxia Peak formed teams of at least 5. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yanxing found himself solitary amidst a 100-strong cadre. He acknowledged the other disciples' desire to rely on their own strengths. Independent exploration would indeed serve to hone their skills. Without hesitation, he propelled himself forward, leaping over branches with astonishing speed, covering dozens of meters in mere moments. Roar! A towering ape, several meters tall, descended from a colossal tree, thundering to the ground before Lin Yanxing, leaving a crater in its wake. A fourth-tier beast? Lin Yanxing regarded the menacing ape with a tinge of disappointment. A fourth-tier beast merely equated to a practitioner at the Great Sun Realm. Possessing minimal intelligence and relying solely on brute strength, they often faltered against similarly ranked practitioners wielding magical artifacts. The ape's massive fist swung toward Lin Yanxing. Intent on reducing the human to a pulp, the savage beast's primal instinct upon sighting a human was to rend and obliterate, with no thought of alternatives. Lin Yanxing clenched his right fist, dark spiritual energy coiling around his arm, and retaliated with a punch of his own. The collision of two fists, one vastly larger than the other, unleashed a tempestuous gust of wind, resulting in the ape's colossal arm disintegrating into a cloud of crimson mist. Lin Yanxing had shattered the beast's limb and muttered to himself, "After all these years, my prowess in the wild remains unparalleled." Then, he leaped upward, positioning himself atop the ape's head. In the creature's horrified gaze, he summoned the dark energy once more, delivering a decisive blow. Bang! The remnants of the shattered carcass scattered, and Lin Yanxing alighted upon a nearby tree to avoid soiling his attire. Once the dismembered body of the ape lay still on the ground, he rummaged through its remains and extracted a beast core the size of an infant's fist. Stowing the core in his spatial bag, Lin Yanxing continued his journey, encountering 3 third-tier beasts along the way, which he dispatched, acquiring 3 additional cores. As he traversed further, he noticed an unsettling absence of beasts, with not even a single ordinary bird in sight. Puzzled, he pressed onward and, after approximately 15 minutes, stumbled upon a fierce battle between a tiger and a lion. Both formidable 5th-tier beasts engaged in a tumultuous clash, capable of shattering ancient trees and pulverizing the ground with a mere swipe. In this domain, the ferocious beasts and flying creatures were likely driven away by the fierce battle between the 2 formidable beasts. Lin Yanxing did not rush to intervene. Instead, he reclined against a branch of a tree, situated several dozen meters away from the 2 beasts. Such a spectacle of a beastly duel was a rare occurrence, warranting a careful observation, and it required no admission fee. Regrettably, there were no so-called lion tamers or tiger trainers present. Otherwise, a conflict would surely have ensued. However, shortly after Lin Yanxing settled down, a group of 5 individuals arrived, identifiable as disciples from Lingjian Peak by their attire. Upon their arrival, they immediately surrounded the fierce tiger and the mighty lion, launching an attack on the 2 beasts. Consequently, the beasts, provoked by their aggression, turned their wrath upon the intruders. Among the 5, 3 possessed initial-level cultivation in the ethereal realm, while the other 2 were at the pinnacle of the Great Sun Realm, each equipped with a magical artifact. Thus, unafraid of the 2 5th-tier beasts, the fierce battle raged for over 10 minutes, leaving the 5 disciples of Lingjian Peak battered, while the 2 ferocious beasts succumbed under the strain. "Damn it, these beasts are truly ferocious when enraged. They nearly bit me to death," exclaimed one disciple at the pinnacle of the Great Sun Realm, his voice tinged with lingering fear as he consumed several healing elixirs. His injuries were the most severe, with visible bone at some wounds. Had he not possessed a magical artifact, he would have perished moments ago. First, let us extract the beast cores. Then we can find a place to rest, directed the leader of the group towards the lightly injured disciple at the pinnacle of the Great Sun Realm. A 5th-tier beast core was equivalent to 10 4th-tier cores, and acquiring 2 of them would indeed be a considerable bounty. Upon hearing this, the disciple made his way to the carcasses of the beasts and, after a brief moment, unearthed 2 beast cores. Just then, a figure shot in from several dozen meters away, swiftly snatching the 2 cores. Lin Yinxing toyed with the 2 cores, addressing the stunned disciples of Lingjian Peak with a smile. I truly appreciate your assistance in slaying the beasts and extracting the cores. Thank you. He then stowed the cores into his spatial pouch and turned to leave. You dare seek death, roared the disciple at the pinnacle of the Great Sun Realm, brandishing his magical artifact towards Lin Yinxing. What is the meaning of this? A stranger emerges to intercept our spoils. This is intolerable. Lin Yinxing sidestepped the attack, then turned with a serene smile and remarked, I have already expressed my gratitude. What more do you desire? Had it not been for the effort exerted by this group in defeating the beasts, he would have already subdued the aggressor for his audacity. The leader of the 5 disciples approached Lin Yinxing, inquiring, Who are you? Which peak do you hail from? The other 2 disciples at the ethereal realm followed suit, their gazes laden with murderous intent directed at Lin Yinxing. How audacious of him to single-handedly seize their beast cores. Surely, he was unaware of the consequences of such folly. Lin Yinxing raised his hands in a gesture of peace, yearning to declare, I am the Wild King, yet he restrained himself, stating instead, I am a disciple of Wuqing Peak. We are of the same lineage. Why must we resort to violence? Wouldn't you agree? These individuals are undoubtedly among the most exceptional disciples of Lingjian Peak. Should they be eliminated, it would indeed constitute a significant loss for the sect. He found himself contemplating whether or not to extinguish the lives of these 5 Lingjian Peak disciples. The decision to kill or spare rested solely upon his thoughts. As for the disciples of Wuqing Peak, the leading disciple of Lingjian Peak, who had attained the Tongyu realm, was somewhat perplexed. In his understanding, the strongest among the Wuqing Peak disciples were Shi Kuei, Xiaowenji, and Duping, all of whom he recognized. And it was clear that the youth before him was not one of them. However, judging by the remarkable speed exhibited by Lin Yinxing moments ago, it was evident that his cultivation was formidable, leaving the identity of this individual shrouded in mystery. You are Lin Yinxing, exclaimed the disciple of the Daylight Realm, who had previously wielded a magical artifact against Lin Yinxing, his pupils constricting in shock. Lin Yinxing's notoriety had surged in recent months, known to all disciples of Tianwen sect. Yet, the 3 Tongyu realm disciples present had recently returned from a mission and were specifically attending the Beast Hunting Festival, thus unfamiliar with Lin Yinxing's fame. This was primarily due to the fact that Lingjian Peak had become the subject of ridicule, having fallen into the depths of disdain for Lin Yinxing. Chapter 22. The Peril of the Disciple from Jade Maiden Peak. Upon hearing the astonished voice of a disciple from the Great Sun Realm, Qi Shang inquired, Lin Yinxing? Who is this individual? A sense of bewilderment enveloped him. Could it be that during his absence on a mission, an extraordinary figure had emerged from the Wuqiu Peak? 2 months prior, he had ascended to the Tongyu realm, becoming the esteemed senior brother of Wuqiu Peak, and had taken on an air of arrogance. The disciple from the Great Sun Realm offered a hushed explanation, but refrained from detailing Lin Yinxing's notorious escapade at Lingjian Peak. Upon hearing this, Qi Shang mused internally, so, he is the senior brother of Wuqiu Peak. I thought him to be some formidable character, daring to rob Qi Shang of my possessions. Yet, a smile graced his face as he called out to Lin Yinxing, friend from Wuqiu Peak. Your audacity in seizing our beast core on the road seems rather inappropriate. Does it not? Do you have any objections? If so, keep them to yourself. Lin Yinxing retorted without an ounce of mercy, faced with the disciples of Lingjian Peak. It was already generous of him not to unleash a massacre. Granting him face was out of the question. Since that is the case, do not blame my brothers for being impolite. Let us subdue him together. With a commanding tone, Qi Shang directed the 2 disciples at the Tongyu realm and the Great Sun realm disciple to charge forth, unleashing a torrent of formidable source energy towards Lin Yinxing. He remained stationary, and the most severely injured disciple from the Great Sun realm took a moment to recuperate. They believed that dealing with a single Lin Yinxing did not require the full extent of their strength. The two disciples from the Great Sun realm had heard tales of Lin Yansheng, yet they had never witnessed his prowess firsthand. They felt confident that the combined efforts of two Tongyu realm experts would suffice to handle him. Lin Yansheng gently shook his head, summoning a surge of black spiritual energy that surged forth with astonishing velocity, sending the three Lingjian Peak disciples sprawling several meters away, crashing to the ground. The fallen disciple from the Great Sun realm could not suppress a mouthful of blood as he gazed at Lin Yansheng with terror, exclaiming, "Could it be that the rumors surrounding Tianwen sect over the past 2 months are indeed true? Use your intellect, and it should become clear." Lin Yansheng replied coldly before gracefully leaping away. He refrained from slaying these individuals, primarily due to his lack of personal grievances with them. He was not one to engage in senseless bloodshed against the innocent. Qi Shang turned to the two disciples from the Great Sun realm and solemnly inquired, "What rumors have circulated about Lin Yansheng during our absence?" To be unparalleled is, indeed, a form of solitude. Lin Yansheng stood beside the corpse of a fifth-tier ferocious beast, clutching the beast core within its body. He sighed contemplatively. In this hunting competition, it seemed no one could rival his prowess. As he ventured deeper into the forest of ferocious beasts, he encountered increasingly formidable creatures, often crossing paths with fifth-tier beasts. Yet, even they ultimately succumbed to become mere cores in his possession. Among cultivators of the Tongyu realm and ferocious beasts, he found himself without contenders, even though he was still at the mid-stage of the Tongyu realm. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yansheng stored the beast core in his Qingquan pouch. Just as he prepared to delve deeper, he heard a series of resonant metallic clangs. A stirring within him prompted him to leap towards the source of the sound. After traversing several hundred meters, he finally alighted atop the pinnacle of a great tree. Ahead, a clearing lay a few dozen meters away, where several fallen trees lay in disarray, and two factions were embroiled in combat. One group consisted of 7 disciples from Yunu Peak, all of them women. The opposing faction, however, was not composed of disciples from Tianwen sect. It numbered only 3, all brutish men with formidable presences, their cultivation at the Tongyu realm. Their combat methods were exceedingly vicious, revealing them to be desperate rogues accustomed to bloodshed. One of the men engaged in a one-on-one duel with a woman in a red dress from Yunu Peak. Both were at the initial stage of the Tongyu realm, their strengths relatively comparable. However, the man exhibited significantly greater combat experience, employing cunning and ruthless tactics, which rendered the woman's seemingly superior magical artifact ineffective against him. Seemingly unconcerned with defeating the woman alone, the man leered and said, "Ha, little skin girl, surrender your struggle." Though he found himself at a disadvantage, his 2 companions held the upper hand. Both of his allies were also at the Tongyu realm, while their opponents were merely at the Daylight realm. With one Yunu Peak disciple in the early stage of the Daylight realm, even a 1-against-3 scenario favored them overwhelmingly. With a resounding crash, one of the men seized an opportunity amidst the 1-against-3 skirmish, delivering a crushing blow to one of the Yunu Peak disciples, and swiftly dispatched the 2 others in quick succession. The 3 Yunu Peak disciples, now wounded, had temporarily lost the strength to continue fighting, prompting the man to assist his companion still engaged in battle. The 2 Tongyu realm practitioners found it exceedingly simple to contend with 3 Peak Daylight realm cultivators, and soon, apart from the woman in the red dress, the 6 Yunu Peak disciples lay heavily injured and defeated. Despair was evident in the eyes of the 6 fallen disciples, including Li Yusin, who called out to the lone fighter, "Lu Hongyan, Sister Hongyan, you must flee. Do not concern yourself with us." Lu Hongyan possessed slightly greater strength than any of the 3 men, and her magical artifact was on a superior tier if she chose to escape. Even the combined efforts of the 3 men might not suffice to catch her. However, if Lu Hongyan departed, the 6 would surely face the wrath of the 3 men. The 3 men surrounded Lu Hongyan, with one threateningly declaring, "Little girl, should you dare to flee, we shall have no qualms about enjoying ourselves with these 6. Women of Lu Hongyan's beauty were rare, and they could hardly bear to let her go. Lu Hongyan looked at Li Yusin and the others, her face etched with compassion, and addressed the men, "We are disciples of Tianwen sect. Do you not fear retribution from our elders for daring to assault us?" In the northern region, Tianwen sect stood as a top-tier sect, boasting numerous elders in the Xiaoyao realm, far beyond what practitioners of the Tongyu realm could contend with. The leader among the three men, marked by a fearsome scar across his face, laughed heartily. "Ha! We are members of the Qisha Mercenary Corps, and we have little tolerance for disciples from grand sections. You live in comfort, yet when it comes to a real fight, you are nothing but cowards and worthless." In his eyes burned a fierce hatred. Years ago, a disciple from a prestigious sect had struck him across the face with a sword, leaving him disfigured. An elder from that esteemed sect stood by, rendering him powerless to retaliate against such humiliation. Subsequently, he joined the Crimson Sand Mercenary Corps, frequently targeting solitary disciples of various sects, swiftly killing them and vanishing without a trace. Lu Hongyan felt a heavy weight in her heart and said, "Since you are members of a mercenary group, you must be in need of spirit stones. I can offer you spirit stones if you spare our lives." She could not bear to abandon Li Yusin and the others, knowing that their fate would be far worse than death. However, her own strength was insufficient to confront three adversaries, and now she found herself encircled by them from all sides, making escape nearly impossible. Today, she feared, would bring peril. Chapter 23. A helping hand. The scarred brute chuckled ominously. "Let us three brothers indulge ourselves first, and then we can slay you for the spirit stones upon your persons. Even if you choose to take your own lives, it matters not. Your bodies will still be warm for a time." Among the disciples of the sect, someone as striking as Lu Hongyan was a rarity, and this was his first encounter with her. How could he possibly let her slip away? Upon hearing the brute's words, despair washed over Li Yusin and the others. Was there truly no escape from such a fate, even through self-destruction? Enough of this. Do not frighten the young lady. You are men, after all. Let us settle this with a more civilized approach. A nonchalant yet melodious voice interjected. Lin Yinxing approached leisurely from the side, a gentle smile gracing his face. His gaze swept over the three thugs encircling Lu Hongyan before turning to Li Yusin. "What a coincidence to see you again," he remarked, recalling their previous encounters at Yunnu Peak when Li Yusin was on guard. Seeing Lin Yinxing, Li Yusin was filled with joy. "Senior brother Lin, thank goodness. Quickly, assist senior sister Hongyan." She believed that with Lin Yinxing's strength combined with Lu Hongyan's, they could contend with the trio from the Qisha mercenary group. "Boy, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Not everyone can play the hero." The scarred brute gestured to his companions, instructing them to keep an eye on Lu Hongyan while he approached Lin Yinxing, brandishing a massive hammer, a high-grade spiritual artifact. "Apologies, but I cannot abide threats," Lin Yinxing replied with a smile, and as the last word left his lips, he vanished, leaving behind only an afterimage. With a swift arc of his sword, he reappeared behind the scarred brute, his blade gleaming pristine and untainted by blood. Yet, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the brute was cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground. In a single stroke, he had dispatched the scarred brute, a practitioner at the initial stage of the Tongyu realm. The two thugs surrounding Lu Hongyan began to perspire coldly. Their strength was on par with that of the scarred brute, and if this youth could slay him in an instant, he could undoubtedly do the same to them. They exchanged fearful glances, then turned to flee, no longer daring to linger. The thought of capturing Lu Hongyan as a hostage was beyond their capability. With their strength, they could not hope to subdue her in an instant. Now, contemplating escape was too late. Lin Yinxing propelled himself forward, moving like a cannonball, swiftly overtaking the two brutes. Upon landing, he surged forward, his sword enveloped in dark spiritual energy, and unleashed two swift strikes. The thugs attempted to release their own spiritual energy, raising their artifacts in defense, yet they grossly underestimated the might of Lin Yinxing's blade. Both artifacts shattered, and soon after, their lives ebbed away as they fell lifeless to the ground. 3 strikes, and 3 lives extinguished. Practitioners at the initial stage of the Tongyu realm could not withstand even a single blow from Lin Yinxing. In her eyes, Lu Hongyan displayed a look of astonishment, but she swiftly regained her composure and spoke. "Senior brother Lin, I am truly grateful. Had it not been for your intervention, we would have faced dire consequences today." "Not at all. It was merely a casual act," Lin Yinxing replied nonchalantly. He understood the principle that saving a life is more valuable than constructing a grand pagoda. However, he only saved those he deemed worthy and eliminated those he found displeasing. "Senior brother Lin, here are 100,000 spirit stones. I hope you will not think it too trivial," Lu Hongyan said, retrieving a Qinquan pouch and approaching Lin Yinxing to hand it over. Upon receiving the pouch, Lin Yinxing's smile brightened even further. Junior sister Lu, you are truly too kind. His impression of her improved significantly. She understood the value of gratitude, possessed a keen sense of awareness, and was not foolish. It is only right, Lu Hongyan replied, her smile radiant. Senior brother Lin, I have an unreasonable request. Could you possibly stay here for a while, until my fellow disciples have sufficiently recovered? I fear that wild beasts and other practitioners may come and harm them. Although she did not wish to trouble Lin Yinxing, the forest of ferocious beasts was fraught with peril, not only from the beasts themselves, but also from various nefarious individuals. With her own strength, it would be difficult to protect her 6 injured junior sisters. Lin Yinxing pondered the Qinkuan pouch in his hand. You should have healing elixirs, correct? After taking them, when you are able to move, we can hunt the ferocious beasts together. As for your desire to leave, you may do so at your discretion. Had he not accepted the 100,000 spirit stones, he could have comfortably declined her request. However, since he had taken the stones, he resolved to assist them thoroughly. Thank you, Senior Brother Lin. Lu Hongyan exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy. Thank you, Senior Brother Lin, echoed Li Yusin and the others in unison, subsequently consuming their elixirs to heal. Lin Yinxing nodded, leaping onto a branch of a tall tree, leaning against the trunk, and closing his eyes to rest. The 6 injured disciples of the Yunnu Peak sat together, while Lu Hongyan remained vigilantly by their side. The atmosphere was tranquil, and Lu Hongyan gazed at Lin Yinxing perched on the branch, curious about the source of his formidable strength. Moreover, after she had departed from him that day, where had he gone, and why had the peak leader pursued him? After approximately a quarter of an hour, a rustling sound stirred the air. Sensing the commotion around her, Lu Hongyan sprang to her feet, sword in hand, and scanned her surroundings with vigilance. To her bewilderment, she saw neither ferocious beasts nor humans approaching. The rustling sound had dissipated, and Lin Yinxing remained with his eyes closed, as if she had merely imagined it. She sighed in relief and slowly sat back down. However, the moment she did, dozens of wolf-like ferocious beasts burst forth from behind the trees, charging toward them. Lu Hongyan unleashed her spiritual energy, intending to call out to Lin Yinxing, but then she noticed a surge of black spiritual energy descending from above, dispersing into dozens of streams that accurately struck each of the wolf-like beasts. All 30 or so of the ferocious wolves collapsed, lifeless, without even a cry escaping their throats. Rest assured, I have taken your spirit stones and will ensure your safety. Lin Yinxing's voice resonated, prompting Lu Hongyan to lift her gaze, only to find him still with his eyes closed. What a peculiar individual. For a full half hour, the injuries sustained by Li Yusin and her companions had mostly healed, allowing them the freedom to move. Upon witnessing the myriad of fierce beasts sprawled around them, they were utterly astonished. Had there been multiple attacks from these ferocious creatures while they were wholly engrossed in their healing? Thankfully, with Senior Brother Lin present, I fear we would have struggled to contend with so many beasts, Lu Hongyan explained, a sense of relief washing over her. Due to the scent of blood, numerous ferocious beasts had been drawn forth, arriving in waves, yet all had been effortlessly vanquished by Lin Yinxing, even those at the 5th tier. Leaning against the trunk of a tree, Lin Yinxing opened his eyes and looked down at Li Yusin and the others, stating, Since you are now able to move, could I trouble you to extract the beast cores from these creatures for me? It is far simpler for him to slay the beasts than to retrieve the cores from their carcasses. Thus he willingly entrusted this laborious task to this group of willing hands. Chapter 24. The spirit-integrating tree. Li Yusin and her companions eagerly ventured to collect beast cores, ultimately retrieving 57 in total. Among these, there was 1 5th-tier beast core, 16 4th-tier beast cores, and 43rd-tier beast cores. Lin Yinxing claimed all 57 beast cores. He was not one to ingratiate himself with others. Since he was the sole slayer of the ferocious beasts, they rightfully belonged to him. Naturally, he could offer a few beast cores to Li Yusin and her companions as compensation for their efforts, but they graciously declined. With the 57 beast cores, along with those he had collected prior to this moment, Lin Yinxing amassed a grand total of 6 5th-tier beast cores, 38 4th-tier beast cores, and 106 3rd-tier beast cores, culminating in a remarkable total of 150 beast cores. However, the cores varied in their scoring. A 3rd-tier core was worth 1 point, a 4th-tier core 10 points, and a 5th-tier core 100 points. Thus, he now possessed a commendable score of 1,086 points. After counting the beast cores, Lin Yinsheng turned to Lu Hongyan and the others, inquiring, "Will you join me in forming a team to hunt ferocious beasts, or do you prefer to depart?" He was open to the idea of teaming up with Lu Hongyan and her companions, as a smaller group would not hinder their speed and would also facilitate the drawing of ferocious beasts. "Of course, we will team up with senior brother Lin. It is the safest option," chimed in the vivacious Li Yusin, her large, captivating eyes fixed upon Lin Yinsheng, sparkling adorably. Lu Hongyan smiled apologetically, saying, "Senior brother Lin, it seems we must continue to impose upon you for a while longer." She shared Li Yusin's sentiments. Following Lin Yinsheng seemed the most prudent course of action. Given the glimpse of his formidable strength, it was unlikely that anyone within the Tianwen sect posed a significant threat to him. Lin Yinsheng neither accepted nor declined their proposal, but stated, "If we are to form a team, we must first discuss the distribution of the beast cores. I will take half of the cores. The remaining half you may divide among yourselves. Do you still wish to team up with me?" The foremost issue in any team formation was the allocation of beast cores. Disputes over such matters often led to the dissolution of a group. After all, the cores collected during the beast hunting tournament could be claimed by individuals post-scoring and exchanged for merit points at the sect's merit hall. Li Yusin replied with a smile, "I have no objections. I am not concerned with achieving a high rank. I simply wish to gather some beast cores while ensuring our safety." Being at the initial stage of the Great Sun Realm, she had entered the beast hunting tournament primarily for self-improvement, with any rank being a secondary consideration. However, she had underestimated the perils of the ferocious beast forest, mistakenly believing that teaming up with the capable Lu Hongyan would guarantee her safety, only to find herself nearly in danger. "We also have no objections." The 5-peak Great Sun Realm disciples from the Yinu Peak concurred after a brief deliberation. Unlike Li Yusin, they had entered the ferocious beast forest with the ambition of securing a place within the top 100. Yet, their encounter with 3 practitioners from the Qisha mercenary group had made them realize that their current strength was insufficient to thrive in the ferocious beast forest. For the sake of safety, after consideration, they ultimately agreed. "Brother Lin, I appreciate your assistance," said Lu Hongyan with a smile upon seeing that Li Yusin and the others had consented. Her words clearly indicated her agreement to Lin Yinsheng's request, as she intended to team up with him. "It's no trouble at all. I'm not at a loss here. Besides, you all are quite pleasing to the eye, which could alleviate my boredom," Lin Yinsheng replied with a mischievous grin, then leaped forward. Lu Hongyan and the others began to move as well, trailing behind him. He deliberately slowed his pace. Otherwise, they would have found it impossible to keep up. After delving deeper for a while, Lin Yinsheng and his companions began to search vertically for fierce beasts to hunt. After slaying a few, they arrived at the entrance of a valley. Observing the valley, Lin Yinsheng eagerly suggested, "There's a valley ahead. Should we venture inside?" The Valley of Beasts was undoubtedly fraught with danger, yet it also held the potential for fortuitous discoveries, such as rare treasures. "We have no objections, Brother Yinsheng. You may decide," Lu Hongyan responded. As they became more familiar with each other, their address for Lin Yinsheng shifted from Brother Lin to Brother Yinsheng, indicating a closer bond. "All right, stay close to me and do not stray too far," Lin Yinsheng cautioned, then slowed his pace as they approached the valley. He boldly entered the valley, to his surprise finding no fierce beasts obstructing his path at the entrance. Unfazed, he continued deeper, with Lu Hongyan and Li Yusin following closely behind. Within 5 meters of him, after walking several hundred meters, they unexpectedly discovered that there were indeed people in the depths of the valley. Several teams stood at varying distances, approximately 10 meters away from a spiritual tree, not as a unified group, but temporarily setting aside their conflicts to face a common foe. The spiritual tree bore 5 fruits, exuding an enticing fragrance. These fruits, known as soul fusion fruits, were considered a valuable variety among spiritual fruits. They could significantly benefit even practitioners in the ethereal realm, capable of elevating one's cultivation level without any adverse effects. The presence of these 5 teams was to secure the soul fusion fruits. Yet they hesitated to act due to the looming threat of a massive python coiled beside the tree. The diamond python, a 5th-tier fierce beast and an apex existence among its kind, was equivalent to a formidable practitioner in the ethereal realm, requiring a peak-level human practitioner to contend with it. Due to the diamond python's presence, the 5 teams dared not act recklessly, for one misstep could lead them to become its next meal. More people are arriving. Sensing movement behind them, the 5 teams turned to look, their expressions varying upon recognizing Lin Yansheng at the forefront. What a coincidence! Shui Yang, Li Chang, Lu Tian, Zhang Qifan. Lin Yansheng greeted the 4 acquaintances with a smile, his gaze drawn towards the magnificent and solitary spirit-infusing tree nestled deep within the valley. Sign-in target discovered. Spirit-infusing tree. Please complete the sign-in task. Notice: destroy the spirit-infusing tree to sign in. As Lin Yansheng's eyes fell upon the tree, the system's voice resonated in his mind, eliciting a look of intrigue. The spirit-infusing tree was unexpectedly the sign-in target, and the requirement to destroy it for sign-in was indeed lacking in humanitarian consideration. Unlike certain more benevolent systems that merely require arrival at the designated location to sign in, his was the most convoluted. He was certain that neither the quintet present nor the colossal python beside the spirit-infusing tree would passively allow him to devastate it. Zhang Qifan from the 6-member team of Lingbao Peak observed Lin Yansheng approaching and said with a smile, "Lin Yansheng, you seek the spirit fruit as well, do you not? We could form an alliance." He regarded Lin Yansheng's prowess highly, confident that he could easily overpower Shui Yang, and believed that their collaboration could become a formidable asset. Chapter 25. Discussing strategies. I apologize, but I harbor no interest in the spirit fruit, nor in forming an alliance with you. Lin Yansheng positioned himself equidistant from Zhang Qifan and the others, casting a disdainful gaze upon Zhang Qifan. In his heart, he scorned this hypocritical individual who appeared as a gentleman but was, in reality, a selfish coward. Upon hearing Lin Yansheng's words, Shui Yang coldly retorted, "Since you have no interest in the spirit fruit, what brings you here?" He was unwilling to welcome another competitor, especially one he deemed formidable. The competition was already fierce, and Lin Yansheng's involvement would diminish his own chances of acquiring the spirit fruit. "What business is it of yours why I am here? Who do you think you are to meddle so?" Lin Yansheng countered. He was no stranger to verbal sparring. Throughout his 8 years in Zhuan, he had yet to encounter anyone who could best him. With both of his parents alive, he felt confident in his stance. Enough of this bickering. Our true adversary is the diamond python. We must devise a strategy to vanquish it. Otherwise, none of us will secure the spirit fruit, declared a towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height. His voice boomed, resonating powerfully, yet the diamond python remained coiled protectively around the spirit tree, seemingly indifferent to his presence. It could be inferred that the diamond python was guarding the spirit tree and would not stray far from it. Thus, any attempts to lure it away would likely prove futile. "Is that the master brother from Giant Spirit Peak, Hong Lai?" Li Yusin whispered, glancing at the imposing man. Even in a gathering of many practitioners at the communication realm, she maintained her composure and continued to speak freely. Lu Hongyan interjected, "Yes, that is indeed Hong Lai. It is said that he broke through to the communication realm 5 years ago. His true strength remains unclear. But I have heard from our senior sister that he surpasses individuals like Shui Yang by a considerable margin. She too was a practitioner of the communication realm and a core disciple at Jade Maiden Peak, yet she recognized the significant gap between herself and the leading disciples." Li Yusin nodded and shifted her gaze to another group, her eyes resting on the leader of that faction. "That gaunt fellow must be the master brother from Ghost Shadow Peak. If memory serves me right, his name is Gung Gui." Ghost Shadow Peak holds an air of mystery within Tianwen sect. Its disciples are notoriously reclusive, rarely mingling with those from other peaks. Nonetheless, the disciples of other peaks regard Ghost Shadow Peak with a mix of respect and trepidation. Lu Hongyan also turned her attention to the slender figure, remarking, "Gung Gui's strength has always been shrouded in mystery. He became the master brother of Ghost Shadow Peak 7 years ago, making him one of the earliest among the current leading disciples." She possessed a modicum of knowledge about several notable figures within Tianwen sect, although her understanding of Gung Gui was the shallowest. Noticing the scrutiny, Gung Gui subtly turned his head, casting a glance at Lu Hongyan and Li Yusin. After a brief moment, he dismissed them with a glance, seemingly unconcerned by their presence. Yet, with just a single glance, Lu Hongyan and Li Yusin sensed a chilling aura, causing them to divert their gaze from the specter known as Gung Gui. In their hearts, they found Gung Gui increasingly enigmatic and terrifying. After a brief silence, Zhang Qifan spoke. "All of you are distinguished figures of our Tianwen sect, gathered here in unison. We cannot be rendered powerless by a ferocious beast. Among those who yearned for the soul fusion fruit, it was not Shui Yang, who sought strength to avenge his humiliation by Lin Yinsheng, but rather him. He had maintained an air of aloofness, exuding the grace of a gentleman, yet Lin Yinsheng's presence instilled a sense of threat within him. Not to mention the already daunting Gengui and others, he was desperate to elevate his strength, to truly transcend the disciples of Tianwen's sect. What strategies do you propose? Please share, inquired Yang Yi, a member of the Tianwen Peak team. Not only was he the captain of this quartet, but he was also a leading figure among the 100 disciples from Tianwen Peak participating in the Beast Hunting Conference. Yet, he was neither the eldest disciple nor among the top 3 of Tianwen Peak. It was not that Yang Yi lacked strength. On the contrary, he exuded immense power, which instilled great pressure on Shui Yang, Zhang Qifan, and Hong Lai. However, Tianwen Peak was undoubtedly the foremost peak of the Tianwen sect, with a disciple count exceeding 10,000, far surpassing the other 6 main peaks in strength. As the principal peak of the Tianwen sect, the higher-ups were predominantly based at Tianwen Peak. For instance, the presiding elder of this beast hunting conference, Elder Zhu Kuan, was also situated there. The disciples of Tianwen Peak were never measured against the other 6 peaks, but rather against the elite disciples of other prestigious sects in the Northern Territory. Consequently, Tianwen Peak seldom allowed its most elite disciples to engage in contests among the sect, as they were usually occupied battling the most formidable prodigies from other leading powers in the Northern Territory. Zhang Qifan, with a spirited demeanor, declared, "The solution is simple. We directly confront the diamond python in battle, while discreetly retrieving the soul fusion fruit, and then we withdraw." This proposal, however, was hardly a cunning strategy. It barely qualified as a plan. Yet, at this moment, no other alternative seemed viable. The diamond python evidently intended to staunchly guard the soul fusion tree, making it unrealistic to bypass the creature to procure the fruit. Shui Yang furrowed his brow, remarking, "Harvesting the soul fusion fruit may be no easy feat. After all, the diamond python will be protecting the tree, and should we succeed in plucking the fruit, it may unleash its wrath, potentially resulting in casualties." He expressed his concerns, aware that among the captains of the 6 teams present, he was the weakest. Lin Yinsheng was certainly stronger than him, and although he had not fought against Gengui or Yang Yi, he recognized their superiority. The remaining Zhang Qifan and Hong Lai were likely no less formidable. Thus, in the event of the diamond python's fury, he would be the most vulnerable. Zhang Qifan clapped his hands, drawing the attention of everyone present, and continued, "If the diamond python does not vacate the soul fusion tree, we shall compel it to leave, while others discreetly retrieve the soul fusion fruit. As long as we avoid toppling the soul fusion tree, it may not discern that the fruit has been taken during the fray." We departed swiftly, knowing that even if it later discovered the absence of the spirit melding fruit and descended into a frenzied state, it would pose no significant threat to us. Hong Lai inquired, "How shall we allocate the fruits?" Since our purpose was the spirit melding fruit, the allocation naturally became our foremost concern. There were only 5 fruits in total, yet the number of captains present exceeded 5. Excluding the recently arrived Lin Yinsheng, there were precisely 5 teams and 5 captains. Zhang Qifan responded with a smile, "Those who exert the most effort shall receive the greatest share. Those who merely observe shall find themselves empty-handed." His determination to obtain the spirit melding fruit was resolute, and he harbored no fears of being left out. Among the 6 captains present, he was certainly not the weakest. Chapter 26. The destruction of the spirit-integrating tree. Yang Yi spoke calmly, "Let it be. Those unable to participate in the battle should retreat to a safe distance to avoid being slain by the diamond python." He was unwilling to linger with these individuals. Had the spirit-integrating fruits not been so precious, and had he been confident in his ability to defeat the diamond python alone, he would not have wasted time negotiating with them. Zhang Qifan nodded and called out, "I urge all disciples below the Tongyu realm to withdraw at least 300 meters for your own safety." Behind him, one of the 5 disciples from Lingbao Peak promptly retreated to the designated distance. The remaining 4, all of whom were at the Tongyu realm, included Lu Tian, Ji Fuzi, Su Chang, and Mei Cheng, the same individuals who had been bested by Lin Yinsheng at Wuqing Peak. However, Lin Yinsheng only recognized Lu Tian among them, while the others remained mere unfortunate souls in his eyes. Gung Gui's team consisted of 5 members, none of whom retreated, all were at the Tongyu realm. Yang Yi's small team was similarly composed entirely of those at the Tongyu realm, while among the Lingjian Peaks group, only Shui Yang and Li Chong held that rank, with the other 3 retreating to 100 meters away. From the 5 members of Juling Peak, 2 departed, leaving 3 who were also at the Tongyu realm. Senior brother Yansheng, senior sister Hong Yin, do your best, Li Yusin exclaimed with a smile, before joining the other 5 disciples from Yunnu Peak, all at the Dai realm. As they withdrew, their group was the largest, with the greatest number of individuals below the Tongyu realm. Zhang Qifan glanced at the 10 or so remaining practitioners at the Tongyu realm and stated, among our 21 practitioners at this realm, we shall leave one behind to stealthily collect the spirit-integrating fruits, but this individual must not be the team leader. The reason for excluding the leader from this task was primarily due to their formidable strength, which was essential in confronting the diamond python. The act of gathering the fruits could be entrusted to someone less powerful. Moreover, this arrangement would prevent the leader from seizing the fruits for themselves and fleeing without sharing with the group, as none of the remaining individuals possessed the audacity or strength to monopolize the fruits. Is there even a need for discussion? With only Han Yin among us, it is evident that she should be the one to gather the spirit-integrating fruits while we gentlemen handle the diamond python, Lin Yinxing remarked with an air of nonchalance. Yet, his true intentions remained shrouded from outsiders. He was determined to destroy the spirit-integrating tree. Zhang Qifan was also familiar with Lu Hanyin, for in the Tianwen sect, disciples at the Tongyu realm occupied the upper echelon. He turned to Lu Hanyin and said, very well, Lu Hanyin, when we engage in battle with the diamond python, seize the opportune moment to collect the spirit-integrating fruits, but be cautious not to attract the python's attention, or it may forsake everything to attack you. Now that we have reached an agreement, let us proceed and discover just how formidable the diamond python truly is. Hong Lai, brimming with impatience, declared, gripping a battle axe. He was the first to charge towards the diamond python, followed closely by 2 other disciples from Juling Peak, who wielded their magical artifacts in pursuit. Let us advance together, Zhang Qifan shouted, then charged forward alongside Lu Tian and others, albeit slightly lagging behind Hong Lai and his group. Yang Yi, Shui Yang, and Gung Gui also led their respective companions into the fray, with Lin Yinxing following closely behind them. The cold, indifferent eyes of the diamond python fixed upon the 20 approaching humans, as a faint yellow aura of spiritual energy enveloped its form. With a sweeping motion of its massive tail, it struck at the foremost attackers, including Hong Lai. Take this, old Hong's axe, Hong Lai bellowed, gripping his battle axe with both hands and bringing it down upon the incoming tail, creating a shockwave of spiritual force. The immense power jolted through his arms, leaving them numb, and moments later, he was struck by the tail, sent flying several meters until he crashed into a massive boulder, finally coming to a halt. Alongside him, 2 other disciples from the giant spirit peak were also swept away, suffering the brunt of the assault. Shui Yang, Zhang Qifan, and the others had now closed in on the diamond python, all brandishing their magical artifacts to unleash a fierce barrage of attacks. However, despite the relentless onslaught of over a dozen magical items, the diamond python's scales remained unbroken, merely igniting in bursts of fire upon impact. The scales of the diamond python were exceptionally resilient, akin to earthly artifacts, making them a formidable defense. Hiss! The diamond python flicked its enormous tongue, lunging forward with astonishing speed, its jaws closing around Ji Fuji. Before he could even emit a cry of despair, he was swallowed whole, causing a pallor to wash over Zhang Qifan and the others. Shui Yang thrust his sword toward the python's vital spot, yet his blade was deflected by the scales, failing to inflict any damage. Enraged by the attack, the colossal serpent collided with Shui Yang, sending him crashing to the ground. It then swung its massive tail toward him, and if it connected, Shui Yang would undoubtedly meet a grim fate, likely reduced to a mere pulp. Attempting to evade the onslaught, Shui Yang found his movement sluggish after the previous impact, rendering him unable to escape the rapidly descending tail. In his moment of despair, Yang Yi surged forward from nearby, delivering a powerful kick that propelled Shui Yang to safety, and then wielding his spear to intercept the incoming tail. Boom! Utilizing the spear's momentum, Yang Yi launched himself sideways, avoiding a direct hit from the tail. The ground beneath them was left scarred, a massive trench radiating with countless fissures, a testament to the diamond python's overwhelming strength. Strike together and break it open, Zhang Qifan shouted, racing toward the fusion spirit tree, where he and over a dozen others summoned their magical artifacts to bombard the head of the diamond python, forcing it back several meters and away from the fusion spirit tree. Though incensed, the diamond python retained its focus on the fusion spirit tree, intent on reaching it. Suddenly, a battle axe cleaved into its tail from behind, leaving several cracks in its scales. Roar! The diamond python turned to glare at Hong Lai, who had rejoined the battle, and with all its might, it lashed its tail at him once more, sending him flying again. Meanwhile, Yang Yi thrust his spear forward, piercing between two scales of the serpent, the tip embedding itself deep within the body of the diamond python. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented agony, the diamond python violently flung its body, casting Yang Yi, along with his spear, into the air. However, a fresh wave of assault swiftly followed, as Shui Yang, Zhang Qifan, and Gung Gui unleashed their magical artifacts upon the diamond python. At this moment, Lu Hongyan quietly plucked the spirit fusion fruit and began retreating outside. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yi and the others rejoiced, knowing that if they could hold off the diamond python just a little longer, allowing Lu Hongyan to distance herself with the spirit fusion fruit, they would succeed. Yet, just as Lu Hongyan had taken a few steps, Lin Yinsheng delivered a powerful punch to the spirit fusion tree. Boom! The dark spiritual energy erupted, shattering the spirit fusion tree into countless fragments. Hearing the commotion, the diamond python turned its gaze, its eyes widening in alarm upon realizing the destruction of the spirit fusion tree. In the next instant, its serpent eyes radiated a crimson glow, enveloping its body in a fierce red light, plunging it into a state of fury. Chapter 27. The instantaneous demise of the diamond python. Alas, Lin Yinsheng, that madman, why on earth did he shatter the spirit fusion tree? This is disastrous. Zhang Qifan cursed loudly and rushed at full speed toward the valley's exit. Yang Yi, Gung Gui, and the others followed suit, all fleeing without a soul remaining to cover for Lu Hongyan, who was not far from Lin Yinsheng. Confronted by the frenzied diamond python, these elite disciples of the Tianwen sect had lost all will to fight, abandoning even the spirit fusion fruit in their desperate flight. Brother Yinsheng, what shall we do now? Lu Hongyan, remaining still, anxiously inquired of Lin Yinsheng, as their position was deep within and it was too late to escape. Moreover, the diamond python had forsaken Shui Yang and the others, charging directly toward her and Lin Yinsheng. Fear not, it is merely a serpent. Lin Yinsheng nonchalantly waved his hand, even stepping on the remnants of the spirit fusion tree, obliterating the last vestiges of it. Lu Hongyan was utterly dumbfounded, as everyone else fled for their lives. Lin Yinsheng continued to destroy the spirit fusion tree with such leisurely abandon. Did he not realize he was inviting greater enmity? Were it not for the fact that she believed she could not outrun the diamond python alone, she would have considered abandoning Lin Yinsheng and fleeing. Sign-in successful. Reward: 1 holy healing pill. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yinsheng beamed with delight. The holy healing pill was a remarkable treasure, a miraculous medicine for healing wounds, capable of restoring severed limbs. Possessing one was akin to having an additional life. Brother Yinsheng, the diamond python approaches. Lu Hongyan, hiding behind Lin Yinsheng, observed the serpent radiating a blood-red glow with trepidation. The diamond python reared its massive head, towering over 10 meters, its cavernous mouth agape as it lunged down toward Lin Yinsheng. With calm composure, Lin Yinsheng faced the diamond python, delivering a powerful punch. A torrent of black spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping a dark sigil which crashed into the python's gaping maw. Stupa seal. Boom. As the black sigil entered the diamond python's mouth, it erupted under Lin Yinsheng's command, unleashing a frenzy of black spiritual energy that obliterated the serpent's head in a cataclysmic explosion. The headless serpent body collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lu Hongyan's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared incredulously at Lin Yinsheng. That was the diamond python, the very creature that had forced Zhang Qifan and the others to flee in panic, and it had been vanquished by Lin Yinsheng in a single strike. Very well. Let us depart. How about we split the spirit fusion fruit 2 to 1? Lin Yinsheng smiled at Lu Hongyan. In truth, he himself was taken aback by the power of the stupa seal. It had effortlessly slain a top-tier 5th-level ferocious beast, the diamond python. This suggested that instantaneously defeating a peak cultivator of the human race in the Tanyu realm was not beyond the realm of possibility. Regrettably, he could only maintain a single stupa seal within his body at present. After its use, he would require time to condense another. As for a second stupa seal, he was still unable to cultivate it, for if he could unleash two simultaneously, it would likely pose a considerable threat even to cultivators in the Xiaoyao realm. The pinnacle of the pagoda seal lies in the mastery of 9 distinct seals. The mere thought of simultaneously unleashing 9 pagoda seals fills Lin Yinsheng with immense anticipation. One spirit-melting fruit will suffice. After all, I bear no significant merit, and the effects of the spirit-melting fruit do not accumulate with a second consumption. Lu Hongyan retained one spirit-melting fruit and then presented it to Lin Yinsheng. This fruit enables practitioners at the concealing spirit realm to ascend by one minor level. However, this effect is only realized upon the initial consumption, and a second fruit yields no further advancement. Furthermore, for those at the peak of the concealing spirit realm, the fruit offers no benefit, as a direct leap to the carefree realm is unattainable. Very well, Lin Yinsheng accepted the spirit-melting fruit, stating, "Shui Yang and his cohorts have fled with their followers. Let us consume the fruit here." With that, he promptly ingested a spirit-melting fruit. It dissolved upon contact, releasing pure energy that flowed through his organs, bringing him great comfort. Moments later, as the energy was absorbed, Lin Yinsheng was left dumbfounded, for he had not advanced and remained at the mid-level of the concealing spirit realm. Could this spirit-melting fruit be counterfeit? Why have I not progressed? He lamented. Lu Hongyan, taken aback, also consumed the spirit-melting fruit. A few minutes later, a formidable aura erupted from within her, marking her breakthrough from the initial to the mid-level of the concealing spirit realm. "The spirit-melting fruit is genuine," she remarked, containing her aura with a mix of joy and confusion. She was certain of the fruit's authenticity. Otherwise, how could she have advanced? Yet, Lin Yinsheng had also partaken of the fruit without any change. She could not fathom the discrepancy, attributing it solely to Lin Yinsheng's unique circumstances. "I shall try another," Lin Yinsheng declared, consuming a second spirit-melting fruit. The pure energy unfurled within him, and he could distinctly sense a slight augmentation in his spiritual power. Nevertheless, he still did not achieve a breakthrough. Without hesitation, he consumed yet another spirit-melting fruit, and this time, he finally advanced from the mid-level to the late level of the concealing spirit realm. Lu Hongyan gasped, "You required 3 spirit-melting fruits to break through. You truly are an anomaly." It was her first encounter with such a peculiar phenomenon, shattering her previous understanding. "As long as it proves effective, I am content," Lin Yinsheng replied nonchalantly. The cultivation technique he practiced, the pagoda divine art, was not comparable to ordinary methods, making breakthroughs more challenging than for typical practitioners. The efficacy of the spirit-melting fruit was already a source of great satisfaction for him. "Brother Yinsheng, let us venture outside. I wonder where Yusin and the others are now," Lu Hongyan suggested. Earlier, when Shui Yang and his group had escaped, they did so with remarkable speed, leaving Li Yusin and her companions unaware of the unfolding events. Yet they too had fled. Lu Hongyan felt a tinge of concern that Shui Yang and his group might pose difficulties for Li Yusin, especially since the spirit-melting fruit had been in her possession prior to their departure, and the spirit-melting tree had been destroyed by Lin Yinsheng. "Let us go." Lin Yinsheng had no intention of lingering. After locating the beast core of the diamond python, he and Lu Hongyan leaped towards the valley's exit. They quickly arrived at the mouth of the valley, only to discover that Shui Yang and others were already there. Meanwhile, Li Yusin and her companions were surrounded by Li Chong, Lu Tian, and others, seemingly trapped to prevent their escape. "Sister Hongyan, Brother Yinsheng." Upon seeing Lin Yinsheng and Lu Hongyan emerge, Li Yusin was filled with excitement. It was only after they rushed out that they grasped the full extent of the situation within, and Lin Yinsheng and Lu Hongyan's prolonged absence had caused her considerable anxiety. The diamond python was already formidable enough to rival the peak practitioners of the ethereal realm, and in its frenzied state, it would only grow more powerful. Even peak practitioners of the ethereal realm would opt to retreat from its fierce onslaught. Seeing that Lin Yinsheng and Lu Hongyan had emerged unscathed, Shui Yang remarked with a sarcastic tone, "You truly have a charmed life to have come out alive." The memory of Lin Yinsheng shattering the spirit-melding tree, which incited the diamond python's wrath, still sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 28. 38,666 points defeated, yet still boasting, Lin Yinxing mocked. When dealing with someone like Shui Yang, one must not show leniency. It is best to confront him directly. You, Shui Yang, seething with rage, retorted, enough of this nonsense. Hand over the Rongling fruit. The reason they awaited here, having also kept Li Yusin and the others, was for the Rongling fruit. Lin Yinxing cast a glance at Zhang Qifan and Yang Yi, stating, I have already consumed the Rongling fruit. From the very outset, his primary objective had been to destroy the Rongling tree to complete his mission. The Rongling fruit was merely an incidental acquisition. He had no intention of collaborating with these individuals. He could handle the King Kong python alone. Zhang Qifan's expression turned icy as he questioned, Lin Yinxing. What do you mean by this? We agreed to distribute based on effort, yet you have consumed it prematurely. With only 5 fruits in total, Lin Yinxing's early consumption meant that the remaining ones would be even harder to divide. Hand over the remaining 4, Hong Lai interjected, his breath somewhat labored. Having sustained injuries from his previous battle with the King Kong python, who said there are 4 left, Lin Yinxing retorted, retrieving the sole remaining Rongling fruit from his bag. There is only this one. How do you intend to divide it? In total, there had been 5 fruits. He had consumed 3, and Lu Hongyan 1, leaving just 1 fruit remaining. How can there be only 1? There were 5 Rongling fruits in total. Even if you and Lu Hongyan each had 1, there should still be 3 left, Zhang Qifan replied, utterly disbelieving Lin Yinxing's claims. The first fruit alone could facilitate a breakthrough in cultivation. Any subsequent consumption would be ineffective. He could not fathom that Lin Yinxing would continue to consume the fruit after achieving his breakthrough. Yang Yi, Geng Gui, Shui Yang, and Zhang Qifan approached Lin Yinxing menacingly. If he refused to yield the Rongling fruit, they would resort to force. Lin Yinxing placed the last Rongling fruit back into his bag, asserting, if you do not believe me, then this one is gone too. He was no benevolent soul, if they sought to take it by force. He had no intention of relinquishing the last fruit. You are only making enemies for yourself. Zhang Qifan warned coldly, gripping a magical artifact. Although he was unsure of defeating Lin Yinxing, their numbers gave them confidence, doubting that Lin Yinxing could contend with them all. Lin Yinxing wielded the low-grade earth-tier long sword he had seized from Lu Tian, slashing forward, unleashing a torrent of black sword light. Scram! Zhang Qifan and the others, armed with their artifacts, attempted to defend themselves but were still repelled by the sword's brilliance, sustaining various degrees of injury from the sword energy. In the valley, Lin Yinxing's cold reprimands reverberated, leaving only silence in their wake. Zhang Qifan and Hong Lai wore expressions of disbelief, astonished that they had been pushed back and injured by Lin Yinxing's single strike. When did Lin Yinxing become so formidable? Even Shui Yang, who had previously suffered at Lin Yinxing's hands, was left bewildered. It seemed Lin Yinxing had grown even stronger. Greetings, Brother Yinxing. Your prowess is truly remarkable. The lively voice shattered the tranquility belonging to Li Yusin. The guards surrounding them instinctively retreated, seemingly awed by the sword strike Lin Yinxing had just unleashed. Let us hasten to hunt the ferocious beasts. I must secure a place among the top 10, Lin Yinxing remarked with a smile, stepping towards the valley's exit. Brother Yinxing, if you wish to enter the top 10, why not simply seize their beast cores? Li Yusin winked at Lin Yinxing. No sooner had she spoken than Yang Yi and the others regarded Lin Yinxing with caution, gripping their magical artifacts tightly. Indeed, I nearly overlooked that. Lin Yinxing's eyes sparkled as he turned to Shui Yang and the others, stating with a grin, you are all adept hunters at this beast hunting tournament. If we can claim your beast cores, not only the top 10, but even first place is within reach. Though he smiled, the aura he emanated grew increasingly formidable. His cultivation revealed without reservation. Late stage of the Tongyu realm. Lin Yinxing, no matter how strong you are, it is impossible for you to devour us all. Mei Qing shouted defiantly. Since entering the forest of ferocious beasts, they had always been the ones to seize others' beast cores. Now, the prospect of it being reversed was unacceptable to them. Buzz! The sound of a sword echoed, as Mei Qing's body was cleaved in two, his eyes wide with disbelief. Clearly unprepared for Lin Yinxing's lethal intent. With a cold demeanor, Lin Yinxing declared, will you voluntarily surrender your beast cores, or shall I search your remains? Historically, the disciples of Wuqing Peak suffered the most casualties in the beast hunting tournaments, many at the hands of others' peaks. He was merely collecting a bit of interest now. The current Wuqing Peak is no longer the same as before. It shall no longer be trampled upon. You are quite ruthless. Zhang Qifan responded begrudgingly, yet ultimately capitulated. Losing the beast cores could be remedied by hunting more ferocious beasts, but losing one's life meant losing everything. With Zhang Qifan leading, the others obediently surrendered their beast cores, fleeing as if in shame, unwilling to linger any longer. After counting the cores, Lu Hongyan reported a total of 21 fifth-tier beast cores, 388 fourth-tier beast cores, and 763 third-tier beast cores. You hold on to these for now. We shall distribute them when we part ways, Lin Yanqing instructed. All beast cores acquired as a team would be entrusted to Lu Hongyan for safekeeping, to be divided equally upon their separation. Brother Yansheng, the first place in this beast hunting tournament is undoubtedly yours, Li Yusin asserted confidently. Those unaware might assume the beast cores were all hers. Her confidence radiated more belief in Lin Yanqing than he had in himself. Not so fast. The tournament has only just begun. It will conclude tomorrow morning, Lin Yanqing remarked, glancing at the sky. They then exited the valley, embarking on their quest to hunt ferocious beasts, with Lin Yanqing effortlessly resolving any troubles encountered with disciples from Wuqing Peak and Yunnan Peak. On the morning of the second day, disciples from Tianwen's sect gradually returned, where the Elder of Judgment personally inspected the beast cores for scoring. He possesses the remarkable ability to accurately ascertain the precise moment when the beast cores were extracted. Should anyone resort to deceit, substituting pre-prepared beast cores to deceive him, he would not hesitate to execute them on the spot. Soon, it was time for scoring, and Lin Yanqing and the others gradually emerged, positioning themselves at the end of the line. When it was Lin Yanqing's turn, an astonished silence enveloped the crowd. The considerable pile of beast cores he presented far surpassed that of his predecessors. Zhu Kuan, taken aback by the sheer quantity, inquired, "Are all these beast cores yours?" Though he had presided over the beast hunting tournament before, he had never witnessed a disciple produce such an overwhelming number of beast cores. "Indeed, they are mine. Although some were acquired through less than noble means, surely that does not constitute a breach of protocol?" Lin Yanqing replied with a smile. "It does not constitute a breach of protocol," Zhu Kuan responded nonchalantly, before commencing the delicate task of tallying the beast cores. Moments later, he announced Lin Yanqing's score, 38,666 points. Chapter 29. Su Tao's inability to accept defeat undoubtedly. Lin Yanqing emerged as the champion of the beast hunting conference, achieving an astonishing score of 38,666, a feat that rendered the others' scores almost unattainable. The second place was taken by Yun Mingyao with 17,650. Third place went to Lu Hongyan with 12,333. Fourth was Yang Yi with 8,888. Fifth was Geng Gui with 7,556. Sixth was Zhang Qifan with 6,323. Seventh was Hong Lai with 6,114. Eighth was Wu Jinghao with 5,863. Ninth was Luo Ji with 5,662. And 10th was Shui Yang with 5,555. Aside from Lin Yanqing's remarkably high score, the overall scores of the top 10 were significantly lower than those of previous years. Generally, the leading disciples would achieve scores exceeding 10,000, yet this time, Geng Gui, Shui Yang, and others only managed to secure scores in the thousands. Following the announcement of the top 10 scores, Zhu Kuan declared the rewards. Lin Yanqing, as the first place winner, would receive a mid-grade Earth-tier magical artifact and 1 million spirit stones. The second and third place winners would each receive a mid-grade Earth-tier magical artifact and 100,000 spirit stones. The 4th to 10th place winners would receive a low-grade Earth-tier magical artifact and 100,000 spirit stones. After distributing the rewards on the spot, he subsequently announced the top 100, marking the conclusion of the Beast Hunting Conference. At Wikifeng's council hall, Lin Yanqing looked at the sullen-faced Su Tao and remarked with a smile, "Elder Su, no, you are no longer an elder. I shall now refer to you simply as Su Tao." Beside him, Elder Mu echoed, "Su Tao, where do you intend to go after leaving Wikifeng?" Previously, Su Tao and Lin Yanqing had made a wager, which Lin Yanqing won. According to their agreement, Su Tao was required to resign from his position as elder. Su Tao's face darkened as he replied, "How could one wager an elder's position? Revoking my title requires the sect's authority. You cannot decide that." He had never anticipated that Lin Yinsheng would not only place within the top 10, but also secure first place. Had he known, he would never have wagered against Lin Yinsheng, and now he found himself unable to back down, unwilling to voluntarily relinquish his title. Elder Mu sneered. It is not someone else who revokes it. It is you who must resign. Resigning from the elder position does not require the sect's consent, only the approval of the peak master. Su Tao, with his ambitions, had long sought to usurp Ning Wuqing's position as peak master. Now, seizing upon Su Tao's vulnerability, they were not about to let this opportunity slip away. Lin Yinsheng continued to mock him. Su Tao, you are at least a formidable presence in the Xiaoyao realm. Surely, you would not be so dishonorable as to go back on your word? As an elder of Wikifeng, Su Tao should have been focused on the prosperity of the peak. Yet he was solely fixated on seizing the position of peak master. Such a person remaining at Wikifeng would only poison its future. Ning Wuqing was acutely aware of this, stating, since you have lost, you must honor your promise. Come with me to report to the sect and declare that you voluntarily resign from your elder position. He too wished to eliminate Su Tao, and this was an opportunity not to be missed. No, I shall not resign from my position as elder. If you possess the capability, then compel the sect to strip me of my title, Su Tao bellowed, his face flushed with indignation. He then stormed out of the council hall, taking flight. That old dog Su Tao truly has the audacity, Lin Yinsheng sighed, cursing under his breath. He had initially intended to leverage the wager to oust Su Tao from his elder position, only to find that Su Tao was unwilling to concede, a quintessential display of a sore loser. Ning Wuq, however, was not overly disheartened. This was to be expected. Su Tao has always coveted my position as peak master. How could he ever voluntarily renounce his elder status? He understood Su Tao's duplicitous nature, cunning and unscrupulous, and knew he would never admit defeat. Ning Wuq turned his gaze towards Lin Yinsheng and remarked, in just 2 months, the grand competition of the 7 peaks will commence. Focus on your cultivation, do not be complacent, and strive for an impressive ranking in the competition. The grand competition of the 7 peaks was the foremost event of the Tianwen sect, open to disciples from the 7 main peaks, culminating in the identification of the 10 most exceptional prodigies who would be immortalized on the Tianwen ranking. Currently, the top 10 on the Tianwen ranking were all from Tianwen Peak, with no representatives from the other peaks. This competition occurred triannually, and the Tianwen ranking was updated every 3 years. As the day for the rankings renewal approached, many disciples, who typically remained inconspicuous, would emerge, eager to make a name for themselves. Should they secure a place on the Tianwen ranking, they would ascend to the status of a celebrated figure throughout the northern domain. The competitors from 3 years ago must have grown even stronger by now, Lin Yinsheng mused, recalling those formidable individuals who had once dominated the competition. He referred to the 10 who now graced the Tianwen ranking, having established themselves as the top contenders during the last grand competition. Among them was a foe of Lin Yinsheng's, Yang Yitan. Focus on your cultivation, Ning Wuq advised, his brow slightly furrowed. He was acutely aware of the enmity between Yang Yitan and Lin Yinsheng, and as the third-ranked disciple on the Tianwen ranking, Yang Yitan posed a significant challenge for Lin Yinsheng's desire for revenge. Upon returning to his modest wooden cabin, Lin Yinsheng commenced his training, primarily honing his skills in the stupa seal. If he could master a second stupa seal, he would be able to unleash 2 simultaneously, exponentially amplifying their power. After several attempts, however, he found himself unable to cultivate the second stupa seal and, in disappointment, reflected on his grievances with Yang Yitan. Their enmity had originated 5 years prior when Lin Yinsheng, Yang Yitan, and a girl had shared a close friendship. Yet, a subsequent incident had driven a wedge between Lin Yinsheng and Yang Yitan, leaving Lin Yinsheng at a disadvantage and subject to humiliation. As he reminisced about those days 5 years ago, a sense of nostalgia washed over him, bittersweet as he recalled the people and moments that had shaped his past. Host. Target for check-in discovered. True Dragon Egg. Check-in location. Beastly Forest. The system abruptly pulled Lin Yinsheng from his reverie, prompting him to mutter in frustration, "Why was there no check-in task during my previous visit to the Beastly Forest? Now that I have just returned, you decide to issue this? Are you truly working against me?" He had barely left the Beastly Forest when the system announced a check-in task at the same location. Truly, what a vexing situation. Do not focus on these trivial details, dear host. Your attention should be on the true dragon egg. Glancing at the little companion, Chi-Chi, he inquired, the true dragon egg? The kind that can hatch a genuine dragon? With a phoenix already by his side. The prospect of adding a true dragon to his collection was quite enticing, creating a splendid image of a dragon on one side and a phoenix on the other. Indeed, it can hatch a true dragon. Thus, dear host, this opportunity is one you must not let slip by. Lin Yanxing pursed his lips and conceded. Very well, I shall return to the beastly forest once more. For the sake of the true dragon egg, why not make another trip? Chapter 30. The dragon egg this time. Lin Yanxing took Xiao-Qi with him and, upon departing from Wuxia Peak, headed directly towards the Forest of Beasts. The Forest of Beasts was not far from the Tianwen sect, and within half an hour, Lin Yanxing arrived at the place he had just left in the morning, feeling a sense of helplessness as he re-entered its depths. Hey, useless system, where is the dragon egg? Lin Yanxing inquired directly of the system, gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of the Forest of Beasts. The forest was vast. During the beast hunting festival held by the Tianwen sect, disciples ventured only into a small portion of it. Even Lin Yanxing had never explored the central region of the forest, where powerful beasts of the 5th rank and above resided. Even cultivators at the Xiaoyao realm would face peril if they entered that territory. In the central region of the Forest of Beasts, once you reach the center, this system will guide you to the dragon egg, the system's annoying voice echoed, igniting a surge of frustration within Lin Yanxing. Nevertheless, he chose to heed its guidance and sped towards the central area of the Forest of Beasts. At his current pace, with intervals of movement and rest, it would take him 2 days to reach the center. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, followed by a colossal spider, measuring over 10 meters, emerging from the ground ahead, blocking Lin Yanxing's path. Wow, what a grand welcome upon entering the central region, Lin Yanxing remarked gravely, observing the imposing giant spider radiating immense pressure. This spider was a 6th-rank beast, the burrow spider, equivalent to a cultivator at the Xiaoyao realm among humans. As the burrow spider advanced towards him, its long, resilient legs effortlessly sliced through trees, capable of piercing several humans in a single strike. Suddenly, Xiao-Qi emitted a clear, melodic cry. Upon hearing this sound, the burrow spider panicked and swiftly retreated underground, leaving behind a gaping hole. Damn, just like that coward Zhang Qifan. All show and no substance, Lin Yanxing sighed with relief, not forgetting to insult Zhang Qifan in the process. He had prepared himself for battle, knowing that confronting a 6th-rank beast would be daunting. Yet he harbored a flicker of anticipation. He was confident that even if he could not defeat the burrow spider, he could certainly escape. To his astonishment, Xiao-Qi's mere chirp had frightened the burrow spider away. It was infuriating, yet amusing. All right, let us continue onward without fear of being attacked by beasts. A cold yet elegant voice resonated in Lin Yanxing's mind. Momentarily taken aback, he soon realized it was Xiao-Qi speaking. Since Xiao-Qi rarely conversed with him, he had almost forgotten that she could communicate. Truly impressive, as expected of the divine beast phoenix. Lin Yanxing responded to Xiao-Qi, then propelled himself forward, racing deeper into the central region. Host, the dragon egg is located 5,000 meters ahead. The system's prompt appeared, and Lin Yanxing felt a surge of delight, quickening his pace. In less than a minute, he reached the destination and was astonished to find a small lake before him. The lake water is exceptionally clear, allowing for a vivid view of the creatures dwelling within. Along the shore of the small lake, numerous colossal beasts are present, all remarkably tranquil, either quenching their thirst or reclining peacefully by the water's edge. Even upon noticing Lin Yanxing's arrival, they remain unperturbed. Lin Yanxing's gaze is drawn to the center of the lake, where a magnificent lotus flower blooms, cradling a colorful egg. This egg, though modest in size, approximately that of a basketball, appears diminutive in comparison to the imposing beasts of the Forest of Beasts. It emanates an aura of supreme nobility, suggesting the potential for extraordinary life within. Xiao-Qi's voice interjects, tinged with icy astonishment. It is evident that it did not anticipate the existence of such a remarkable egg here. Moreover, the aura radiating from the egg even instills a subtle sense of threat in it. Being a phoenix, Xiao-Qi is not easily intimidated. Yet this egg hints at the birth of a creature of at least comparable caliber to itself, a super divine beast. What lies within that egg must be a true dragon, Lin Yanxing exclaims with a smile, then leaps forth, lightly skimming across the water before alighting upon the lotus. Roar! 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 The once quiet beasts by the lakeside erupt into furious roars, rising to their feet with anger-laden glares directed at Lin Yanxing. Shao-Chi emits a sharp cry and releases the aura of a divine beast, instantly calming the agitated creatures. Divine beasts possess an innate, bloodline-based dominance over lesser beasts. Thus, even if 6, 7, or even 8 or 9-tier beasts were to approach, they would be subdued by Shao-Chi. After all, Shao-Chi is a true phoenix, a genuine super divine beast, capable of overshadowing even the most common of holy beasts. Lin Yanxing gingerly reaches out to touch the true dragon egg, wary of shattering it. This is a true dragon egg, capable of hatching a dragon that could sweep across the 9 heavens and 10 realms. The dragon lineage is renowned as the mightiest among the divine beast races, and the true dragon is the most powerful branch within, classified as a super divine beast, wielding the terrifying strength to overpower ordinary divine beasts. Eons ago, the myriad realms designated 10 great fiends, with the true dragon being one of them, striking fear across all domains. Sign-in successful, rewarded with the divine artifact, the celestial umbrella. At the moment Lin Yanxing's hand brushes against the true dragon egg, the system's voice resonates. A golden radiance manifests before him, quickly dissipating to reveal an umbrella. Lin Yanxing grasps this celestial umbrella, allowing his soul to delve within, leaving a soul imprint, and subsequently absorbs the umbrella into his being. At this moment, not even a divine maiden could divert Lin Yanxing's attention. All his focus rests solely on the true dragon egg, contemplating whether it might fit within his Qinquan bag. However, he has already attempted to absorb it into his body and found it impossible. Host, the true dragon egg cannot be contained within your inferior Qinquan bag. Kindly abandon this foolish notion. The system swiftly penetrates Lin Yanxing's thoughts, delivering its critique without mercy. Frustrated with the malfunctioning system, Lin Yanxing muttered to himself, vowing that one day he would exact his revenge. He cradled the true dragon egg in his arms, treating it with utmost care, fearful of causing any harm. Meanwhile, Shao-Chi perched atop his head, embodying the phrase "a chicken on the head, an egg in the arms." 3 days later, Lin Yanxing returned to Tianwen's sect, and upon seeing a chicken on his head and an egg in his arms, onlookers expressed their astonishment. However, he paid no heed to their curious gazes and made his way directly to his modest wooden cabin on Wuqing Peak, where he began to nourish the true dragon egg with his blood. This was a directive from the system, which claimed that daily offerings of blood would forge a unique and intimate bond of bloodline connection between him and the dragon once it hatched, making the creature regard him as its closest kin. After 5 days, the true dragon egg radiated a resplendent spectrum of colors, soon followed by numerous fissures. Ultimately, with a crack, a small opening appeared, and a dragon's head, roughly the size of an infant's fist, emerged, blinking its eyes curiously at Lin Yanxing. Chapter 31. The Tower of Inner Demons. Lin Yanxing beheld the diminutive creature before him, extending his palm in a gesture of warmth, a smile illuminating his countenance like the gentle embrace of spring. This little being was a product of his own blood, nurtured with his essence, creating an intricate bond of kinship. Influenced by this bloodline connection, the young dragon flicked its body, emerging from its pit and landing gracefully upon Lin Yanxing's hand. Its curious eyes scrutinized him, reflecting a hint of perplexity, for it sensed a resonance of blood within this man, yet it was a true dragon. The legacy within its veins acknowledged its status as a supreme being, while the essence emanating from Lin Yanxing suggested he was merely an ordinary creature. Nevertheless, there existed a profound blood connection between them, akin to that of a parent to its offspring. Lin Yanxing observed the small dragon, no larger than a foot in length and with arms akin to those of an infant, and spoke gently, "Hey, from now on, we shall be companions." The little dragon, seemingly comprehending, nodded in agreement before taking to the air within the wooden dwelling. This was an innate ability of dragons, to ride the clouds and soar through the heavens effortlessly. Of course, phoenixes were likewise born with the gift of flight. However, Shao-Chi's condition was peculiar, for it did not possess the true form of a phoenix, but rather that of a chicken, lacking the divine powers typically associated with its kind. "How did you come to know there were dragon eggs here?" Shao-Chi inquired. its melodious voice resonating in Lin Yinxing's mind. It found the fortune of this young human rather extraordinary. Not only had he encountered it, but he had also discovered a dragon egg and successfully hatched a true dragon. Once the dragon matured, this young man would possess the potential to traverse the realms with unparalleled might. I am no ordinary individual. Otherwise, how could I have encountered you? Follow me, and the future shall be boundless, Lin Yinxing replied with a smile. With the aid of his system, his growth would not pale in comparison to that of the true dragon or phoenix. After all, he was cultivating divine-level techniques and possessed extraordinary artifacts, ensuring vast potential. Shaoqi refrained from disputing Lin Yinxing's assertion, having indeed noticed certain distinctions between him and ordinary humans, though it did not pertain to strength, but rather other facets. After reveling in their companionship for a time, Lin Yinxing resumed his cultivation, for only 50 days remained until the Seven Peaks Grand Competition, and he must elevate his strength once more. 50 days later, the disciples of the Tianwen sect gathered in increasing numbers, whether they had returned from missions or arduous training, or emerged from secluded meditation. Tens of thousands of disciples buzzed with excitement and anticipation for the Seven Peaks Grand Competition, which would culminate in the selection of the 10 strongest individuals. The first challenge of the competition was to traverse the Tower of Inner Demons, a place designed to temper the will of the disciples, consisting of 9 levels. Successfully overcoming all 9 levels would signify a triumphant passage through the first event of the Seven Peaks Grand Competition. Outside the tower, disciples congregated. While the elders of the Seven Peaks observed from the skies and various structures, their gazes fixed upon the participants below. As the punishment elder articulated the rules of the Seven Peaks Grand Competition, Erdan quietly approached Lin Yinxing and inquired softly, "Master Brother, have you ever ventured into the Heart Demon Tower?" The challenges presented by the Heart Demon Tower are formidable, rendering most disciples incapable of passing through. Erdan had previously attempted it, only to fail at the 3rd level. "I have never attempted it before. Today marks my inaugural foray into the Heart Demon Tower," Lin Yinxing replied. However, he had heard numerous accounts regarding the Heart Demon Tower, emphasizing the necessity of steadfastness in one's heart. Otherwise, success would remain elusive. Erdan, drawing from his own experience, cautioned, "Then, Master Brother, you must exercise caution. Within the Heart Demon Tower, one's desires are magnified infinitely, and a moment's lapse could lead to entrapment." He himself had once been ensnared by his own desires, which culminated in his failure to advance. Commence the challenge. With the decree of the punishment elder, thousands leaped onto the first level of the Heart Demon Tower. Upon entry, their gazes became vacant, immobilized in place. Yet, some individuals swiftly regained clarity and ascended to the 2nd level. As Lin Yinxing stood on the 1st level of the Heart Demon Tower, he beheld a mountain of gold and jewels, crowned by a throne at its pinnacle. It seemed that merely sitting upon the throne would grant him boundless wealth and supreme power. A subtle smile played upon his lips. His mind remained lucid, unclouded by such temptations. In the next instant, the treasures and throne vanished, revealing the presence of other challengers on the 1st level. Without hesitating, he leaped to the 2nd level, where a throng of naked women surged towards him. However, before they could reach him, he dispelled the illusion and entered the 3rd level. Luofu is still impressive, already at the 6th level. "No, the 7th level," remarked the punishment elder, observing a young man who had just ascended to the 7th level. Beside him, the judgment elder, Zhu Kuan, added, "Shangwan Shueiyue is also commendable, having caught up to Luofu." A young woman clad in a blue dress had just arrived at the 7th level, aligning with Luofu, while the majority of others remained on the 2nd or 3rd levels. A portly middle-aged man reclined atop a high platform, and upon witnessing a handsome young man ascend from the 6th to the 7th level, he exclaimed excitedly, "Did you all see? My disciple, Yang Yitong, has also reached the 7th level, catching up to Luofu and Shangwan Shueiyue." His voice boomed, drawing the attention of hundreds of elders and peak masters observing the Seven Peaks Grand Competition. Upon recognizing the source of the voice, many elders displayed expressions of envy. One elder could not help but exclaim, "Duan Dade is indeed fortunate to have taken Yang Yitong as his personal disciple," his tone laced with admiration. The elders of the Tianwen sect are categorized into 3 ranks: heavenly, earthly, and mysterious. Elders such as the judgment and punishment elders, who wield significant authority within the sect, belonged to the heavenly rank, typically possessing formidable strength and occupying the upper echelons of the Tianwen sect. The Elder of the Earth rank is Elder Mu of the Imperfection Peak and the Elder Yuan of the Spiritual Treasure Peak, both of whom hold significant authority within their respective main peaks and possess formidable strength. In contrast, the Elder of the Mysterious rank occupies the lowest tier among the Elders, lacking dominion over any peak or significant aspect within the sect, and even devoid of control over major institutions such as the Merit Hall. These Elders are responsible for the daily affairs of the sect, holding a relatively low status, typically filled by venerable disciples of the Tianwen sect who have remained within the sect for many years, ranking just above the deacons. Duan Dade is merely an Elder of the Mysterious rank, yet his disciple, Yang Yitan, is a paragon of the Tianwen sect, ranked third on the Tianwen list. Once Yang Yitan matures, his position within the Tianwen sect will undoubtedly rise to at least that of an Earth rank Elder, with a greater likelihood of ascending to the status of a heavenly rank Elder or even a peak master. Chapter 32, Luo Fu and Shangwan Shui Welin Yinxing once again shattered the illusion, arriving at the 6th level of the Heart Demon Tower. Where only a handful of individuals had reached this stage, the illusion engulfed him, revealing a battlefield where he found himself as a mere foot soldier amidst a fierce clash. Suddenly, a soldier brandishing a great sword lunged at Lin Yinxing, prompting an instinctive response as he swung his sword, dispatching the assailant. Yet, in swift succession, an onslaught of soldiers charged towards him, undeterred and relentless. With a sickening thrust, a spear pierced Lin Yinxing from behind. The searing agony of his body being torn apart nearly sent him into unconsciousness, followed by a relentless barrage of weapons raining down upon him. His hand severed, his leg reduced to a pulpy mass, and multiple spears protruded through his body. The excruciating pain felt achingly real. Lin Yinxing longed to close his eyes, as if he truly had perished on the battlefield. Who could escape death? He too was destined to die here, on this field of carnage. As Lin Yinxing's eyes fluttered shut, his consciousness began to fade, but suddenly, a thought of someone pierced through the haze, jolting him wide awake. How could I fall here? I have yet to defeat that beast, Yang Yitan, and avenge Lingxi. With a thunderous crack, the illusion shattered, revealing the 6th level of the Heart Demon Tower once more, now populated by over 100 individuals. Most wore expressions of confusion and anguish. Some staggered backward, only regaining awareness as they plummeted from the tower, marking their failure. Lin Yinxing withdrew his gaze and ascended to the 7th level, where a mere dozen souls lingered. In an instant, the scene shifted. He found himself atop Wuching Peak, surrounded by a sea of corpses. Dan, Shi Kuei, Xiao Wenjie, and many others he recognized lay lifeless on the ground, their eyes wide open, seemingly unable to find eternal rest. Yinxing, why? Why? Suddenly, a feeble voice called out ahead. Lin Yinxing approached to find Ning Wuching sprawled at the entrance of the council hall, his lower body severed. Upon seeing Lin Yinxing, Ning Wuching fixed him with a gaze filled with enough resentment to bury the heavens, before gradually succumbing to death. It was then that Lin Yinxing realized he was clutching a sword, stained with blood that trickled down the blade, falling to the ground below. Everything around him bore witness to his actions. He had slain everyone on Wuching Peak. As he gazed upon Ning Wuching's lifeless body, a flicker of compassion crossed his eyes before he turned away. Although he knew it was merely an illusion, the sight of that old man's tragic demise still tugged at his heart. Lin Yinxing, you have betrayed your teacher and annihilated your kin. What punishment do you deserve? The reprimanding voice echoed, and Lin Yinxing looked up to see Su Tao approaching, soaring through the air while wielding a magical artifact, intent on striking him down. Unfazed, Lin Yinxing slowly closed his eyes, clearing his mind, and when he opened them once more, he found himself back at the 7th level of the Heart Demon Tower. Without glancing at the others, he directly entered the 8th level, where a scant few lingered, yet Luo Fu and Shangwan Shui were absent. They had already ascended to the 9th level. An elder from Tianwen Peak noticed Lin Yinxing, who had entered the 8th level, and remarked approvingly, "Is that Lin Yinxing, the champion of the beast hunting tournament?" A 17-year-old practitioner at the Tongyu realm, if nurtured well at Tianwen Peak, his future achievements are bound to be remarkable. The trial in the Heart Demon Tower lasts for 3 days. As long as one passes within this time frame, it suffices. However, only an hour has passed since the trial commenced, and very few have reached the 8th level. Even Yang Yitan has only just ascended from the 8th to the 9th level. Suddenly, an excited voice exclaimed, "Luo Fu has conquered the Heart Demon Tower." All eyes turned towards the pinnacle of the tower, where a handsome young man emerged, ascending from the 9th level to the very top. His profound gaze swept over those who had fallen from the tower. Without hesitation, he leaped from the Heart Demon Tower, landing gracefully on a stone wall 100 meters away. "Luo Fu, congratulations." Several elders called out to him, but he merely nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining an air of aloofness. The elders did not perceive his demeanor as arrogance. After all, prodigies are often proud, especially the strongest disciple of Tianwen's sect. Luo Fu is the sole disciple of the sect's master. He spent 18 years in the body refinement realm, leaving many puzzled as to why the enigmatic master would take on a student who remained in that realm for so long. However, clarity soon followed. After turning 18, Luo Fu's cultivation soared, breaking through to become a practitioner of the spirit-building realm. At 19, he advanced again, stepping into the mysterious realm, and by 20, he entered the Great Sun realm, achieving the Tongyu realm at 21. His rapid progression, advancing one realm per year, astonished everyone. Even more shocking was his combat prowess. 3 years ago, at the age of 21, Luo Fu had just begun to explore the Tongyu realm, yet he easily defeated the senior disciples from various peaks. Even the outstanding talents from Tianwen Peak fell before him, unable to withstand his casual strikes, regardless of their peak Tongyu cultivation. Now, with 3 years elapsed, the extent of Luo Fu's cultivation and strength remains a mystery in the hearts of many within Tianwen's sect. Numerous disciples speculate that he might possess strength rivaling that of the elders. For instance, they believe that Yang Yitan's master, Duan Dade, would not stand a chance against him. Yet, the truth remains unknown. The punishment elder, who presides over the 7 Peaks competition, approached Luo Fu with a smile and inquired, "Little Fu, after 3 years of external training, what realm have you attained?" He is a senior disciple of the sect's master, making him Luo Fu's uncle. During Luo Fu's time in the body refinement realm, he was one of the few who did not look down upon him. Consequently, their relationship flourished after Luo Fu's rise. However, since Luo Fu secured first place in the 7 Peaks competition and subsequently left Tianwen's sect, even he could no longer discern Luo Fu's true capabilities. Luo Fu held the punishment elder in high regard and replied with a smile, "Uncle, once the competition progresses to the combat phase, you will find out." He tantalized his audience, refraining from revealing the truth directly, leaving many who were attentively observing his conversation with the elder of discipline somewhat disillusioned. The elder, however, displayed no anger, instead chuckling as he remarked, "Ah, you child, still playing the enigmatic game with your uncle. In this upcoming 7 Peaks Grand Competition, the only one you might take seriously is the girl Shueihua. If Luo Fu stands as the foremost disciple among the Tianwen sect, then undoubtedly, Shangguan Shueihua claims the second position. 3 years ago, at the tender age of 18, Shangguan Shueihua triumphed over the previously established stronghold of the Tianwen rankings, sweeping aside her contemporaries and showcasing her unparalleled prowess. Had it not been for Luo Fu's presence, the title of the foremost disciple would have been within her grasp, as even Yang Yi was effortlessly defeated by her. Furthermore, Shangguan Shueihua remains without a master, despite countless elders vying to take her as their apprentice, all of whom she has resolutely declined, which stands as a lament for the elders of the Tianwen sect. Chapter 33. Yang Yitan. Luo Fu smiled faintly, refraining from responding. While Shangguan Shueihua had always regarded him as her foremost rival, he had never considered her a competitor. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to Lin Yansheng on the 8th level of the Heart Demon Tower. He inquired, "Which peak does that youth belong to?" Although entering the 8th level was not particularly noteworthy, it was astonishing that someone as young as Lin Yansheng, appearing merely in his teens, could achieve such a feat in such a brief period. Elder Qingjia followed Luo Fu's gaze towards Lin Yansheng and remarked with a smile, "The young man you mentioned is Lin Yansheng, a disciple of Ning Wuqing, the master of Wuqing Peak, and currently the senior brother of Wuqing Peak." For months prior, Lin Yansheng had suddenly risen to prominence, which had reached Elder Qingjia's ears, but it was Lin Yansheng's astonishing score at the beast hunting conference that truly piqued his interest. Luo Fu's expression shifted to one of realization as he said, "So he is Lin Yansheng. Just the other day, I heard a junior from Tianwen Peak mention that Wuqing Peak's senior brother Lin Yansheng is quite remarkable. I was astonished to learn that Wuqing Peak had a senior brother, and even more so that he is so young. Before his departure for training, Wuqing Peak had no senior brother and performed poorly in the Seven Peaks Grand Competition. Now, upon his return, he discovered that Wuqing Peak had produced such a youthful senior brother, suggesting that the peak was on the verge of resurgence. What are you discussing? A melodious voice inquired, accompanied by a fragrant aura, as Shangwan Shuiwei approached, standing about 2 meters away from Luo Fu. Elder Qingjie gestured towards Lin Yansheng on the 8th level, stating, "We were discussing Wuqing Peak's senior brother, Lin Yansheng." Presently, only Shangwan Shuiwei and Luo Fu had passed through the Heart Demon Tower, while Yang Yitan remained on the 9th level, alongside 2 others. The remaining prodigies were all positioned on the 8th level, indicating that those present were indeed the elite of Tianwen sect. Even Shuiyang, the senior brother of a principal peak, was still on the 7th level, implying that traversing the Heart Demon Tower would require considerable time. Shangwan Shuiwei gazed at Lin Yansheng, offering her assessment. Lin Yansheng has gained considerable notoriety in recent months, becoming a practitioner of the Tongyu realm at the age of 17, which is commendable. Previously, many elders and disciples had proclaimed Lin Yansheng as the greatest talent of Tianwen sect, a notion she found somewhat contemptible. As disciples of Tianwen Peak did not compete with those from the other 6 peaks, the latter had little insight into the capabilities of Tianwen Peak's disciples. Mistakenly believing that Lin Yansheng was the only individual to achieve the Tongyu realm before the age of 18. In truth, Tianwen Peak had even produced prodigies who reached the Tongyu realm at the tender age of 15, though the peak kept such breakthroughs under wraps until after the age of 18. Not to mention, Shangwan Shuiwei herself had also attained the Tongyu realm at 16. Otherwise, how could she have become the second strongest, aside from Luo Fu, at the mere age of 18 3 years ago? Elder Qingjie chuckled, saying, compared to Shuiwei, your achievement of breaking into the Tongyu realm at 16, along with Hu Jia's breakthrough at 15, pales in comparison. Hu Jia was not a figure on the Tianwen ranking. For 3 years ago, he was merely 14 years old, and it was only at the age of 15 that he ascended to the realm of insight. Now, at 17, he is of similar age to Lin Yansheng, perhaps even slightly younger. Luo Fu listened quietly to the conversation between the Elder of Punishment and Shangwan Shuiwei, refraining from interjecting, as he was not well acquainted with either Hu Jia or Lin Yansheng. 3 years of experience had passed, and he was oblivious to the events that transpired within the Tianwen sect or the rise of its prodigies. However, he felt no need to be informed, for no matter the caliber of genius, none could pose a threat to him, not to mention a 17-year-old in the realm of insight, or even a 15-year-old. He had encountered prodigious talents who had broken through to this realm at the tender age of 13. All those who dared to compete with him ultimately fell under his dominance. Invincibility was the most fitting description of him. Upon the Heart Demon Tower, Lin Yansheng's eyes regained their color, and he leaped into the 9th level. Upon entering, he beheld Yang Yitong, whose gaze was filled with murderous intent, before he succumbed to an illusion. Elder Mu excitedly informed Ning Wuk that Yansheng had entered the 9th level, making him the 6th individual to do so. Currently, only 4 individuals occupied the 9th level, and Lin Yansheng was among them. Many elders displayed expressions of astonishment, surprised that Lin Yansheng had outpaced several prodigies on the Tianwen ranking to reach the 6th level. Yang Yitong slowly opened his eyes, and upon sighting Lin Yansheng, his eyes glinted with malice. Previously, he had never considered Lin Yansheng a significant opponent. However, after a few months of external training, Lin Yansheng had remarkably progressed to this point. Moments later, he shifted his gaze to another youth, Hu Jia, who, like Lin Yansheng, was 17 but posed a far greater threat. He took a deep breath and ascended to the pinnacle of the Heart Demon Tower, casting a glance at Luo Fu and Shangwan Shuiwei before soaring away. "Ah, Yitong, you have once again brought glory to your master," Duan Dade said with a smile as he flew beside Yang Yitong. In the first segment of the Seven Peaks Grand Competition, Yang Yitong had demonstrated a prowess only second to Luo Fu and Shangwan Shuiwei. It was anticipated that he would secure 3rd place in this competition. Achieving a position among the top 3 in such a prestigious sect as the Tianwen sect, with its myriad disciples, truly marked him as a paragon of talent, destined for greatness. Although the Tianwen sect comprised merely tens of thousands of disciples, This was due to the exceptionally high standards for admission, requiring candidates to reach the spirit-building realm by the age of 15 or the mysterious realm by 20. Individuals like Erdan, who languished at the bottom of the Tianwen sect, were nevertheless regarded as exceptional talents in their respective regions and once captured the attention of many. However, within the Tianwen sect, Erdan could only occupy the lowest tier, as the sect itself was a premier institution in the vast northern territory, attracting only the most gifted individuals from that region. In the present northern territory, cultivators of the mysterious realm were already considered experts. Many clan heads and city lords merely achieved this level of cultivation. Yang Yitong smiled and asked Duan Dade, "Master, while I was training outside, no one from the sect troubled you, did they?" In the realm of cultivation, the status of a master is exalted, akin to that of a father, and perhaps even more intimate than the bond shared with one's progenitor. Duan Dade proudly proclaimed, "I jest not. My disciple is none other than Yang Yitan. Who dares to bully me? Surely, they would fear the reckoning from my disciple in the future." The wisest decision of his life was undoubtedly the acceptance of Yang Yitan as his pupil. One can envision that as Yang Yitan matures into a formidable figure, Duan Dade, as his mentor, will naturally enjoy an elevated status and the accompanying blessings. Cultivators of the Tongyu realm possess the prowess to establish their own sects, while those in the Xiaoyao realm enjoy unparalleled freedom, traversing the cosmos at will, invulnerable in their domain. Yang Yitan, however, possesses the potential to transcend even the Xiaoyao realm. Upon achieving a status beyond it, he would ascend to the ranks of true greatness, commanding respect even from the most powerful kingdoms and dynasties, who would dare not treat him with indifference. Chapter 34 The Truth from 5 years ago. Yang Yitan chuckled softly and remarked, "This time, the Seven Peaks Grand Competition may prove to be even more lively than the last." His gaze, icy and penetrating, fixed upon Lin Yanxing, who was ensconced on the 9th level of the Heart Demon Tower. He thought to himself, "Lin Yanxing, if you were to remain hidden on Wuqing Peak, I would find it difficult to eliminate you. However, since you enjoy making your presence known, do not blame me for extinguishing your life with a single step." Lin Yanxing turned his attention to the girl before him and softly called out, "Lingxi." This girl represented an eternal sorrow for him, even after 5 years. The haunting image of her tragic demise lingered vividly in his mind. Lingxi was breathtakingly beautiful, and now, tears cascaded down her flawless face as she questioned him with quivering lips. "Yanxing, why did you not save me?" Her eyes were filled with disappointment, reminiscent of the emotions she had conveyed 5 years prior. 5 years ago, among the new disciples recruited by the Tianwen sect, 2 individuals stood out, a remarkably gifted young man and an exquisitely beautiful young woman. Lin Yanxing formed a close bond with them, and the trio frequently undertook missions together. On one occasion, they were tasked with vanquishing a group of nefarious demonic practitioners. The mission was executed with remarkable ease, as both Yang Yitan and Lingxi were among the elite of their cohort, effortlessly dispatching the malevolent practitioners. In gratitude, the local villagers insisted that Lin Yanxing and his companions stay overnight, promising to extend their hospitality. However, during the evening banquet, the villagers suddenly turned against them. It was revealed that they too were practitioners of the dark arts. A fierce battle ensued, resulting in the annihilation of the villagers at the hands of Lin Yanxing and his friends. Yet, they soon sensed something amiss. The food they consumed had been poisoned, and only Lingxi possessed the antidote. There were only 2 antidotes, one of which Lingxi offered to Lin Yanxing. Just as he ingested it, he witnessed Yang Yitan thrust a sword through Lingxi's back, seizing the antidote from her. Yang Yitan had assumed that Lingxi intended to keep the second antidote for herself, unaware that her unique cultivation method rendered the antidote unnecessary for her. Though grievously wounded, Lingxi did not perish but retreated swiftly to Lin Yanxing's side, seeking his aid. Alas, Lin Yanxing was no match for Yang Yitan and could only watch helplessly as Yang Yitan struck again, piercing Lingxi's heart. As she fell, her gaze remained fixed upon Lin Yanxing, filled with a mixture of reluctance and disappointment. She had cherished him, confiding the secret of her cultivation to Lin Yanxing while withholding it from Yang Yitan. Aware that Lingxi did not require the antidote, Lin Yanxing accepted one of the antidotes with gratitude. In contrast, Yang Yitan, oblivious to these truths, seized Lingxi's antidote in his desperate bid for survival, ultimately leading to her demise. At that time, Yang Yitong intended to eliminate Lin Yanxing as well, but a wandering young Taoist fortuitously intervened and saved Lin Yanxing. Upon returning to the sect, Lin Yanxing reported Yang Yitong for the murder of Lingxi. However, Yang Yitong vehemently denied the accusation, claiming that Lingxi had been slain by practitioners of the demonic path. The elders of the sect chose not to punish Yang Yitong, fully aware that Lingxi was likely killed by him as Lin Yanxing alleged, yet they were reluctant to penalize a living genius for the death of someone already lost. Faced with the elders' indifferent attitude, Lin Yanxing fell into despair. He refrained from further accusing Yang Yitong and secluded himself on Wuqing Peak. Consequently, a once vibrant disciple transformed into a reclusive individual, gradually diminishing his presence within the sect. Initially, Yang Yitong had intended to kill Lin Yanxing. But as Lin Yanxing remained on Wuqing Peak and ceased his accusations, Yang Yitong let the matter rest. "Lingxi, I shall avenge you," Lin Yanxing murmured, brushing his fingers against Lingxi's face before launching a powerful punch. As the illusion dissipated, he successfully navigated the Heart Demon Tower, while another individual concurrently broke free from the illusion and ascended to the tower's summit alongside him. Hu Jia, who had also passed through the Heart Demon Tower, ranked fourth alongside Lin Yanxing. After descending, Lin Yanxing prepared to approach the elders' viewing area on Wuqing Peak when Hu Jia called out to him. "Hey, are you Lin Yanxing, the one with a grudge against Yang Yitong?" His exceptionally handsome face bore an expression of pride mingled with curiosity. "How do you know?" Lin Yanxing inquired, astonished. Few were aware of the conflict between Lin Yanxing and Yang Yitong, as only they and the sect's elders knew the truth surrounding Lingxi. Others believed the official announcement that she had been killed during a mission by practitioners of the demonic path. "Have you forgotten who saved you back then?" Hu Jia replied with a smirk. Lin Yanxing's expression shifted to one of confusion, and after a moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. "You were that young Taoist." During Yang Yitong's attempt on his life, it was this passing young Taoist who had intervened and subsequently led him to safety. However, the trauma from Lingxi's death had clouded his mind, and he had not thought to inquire about the young Taoist's identity, who had departed after bringing him to a nearby city. "At that time, I was no match for Yang Yitong. Had he not been injured, I likely could not have saved you." Hu Jia reminisced about that moment. 5 years ago, he was merely 12, while Yang Yitong was already 18, possessing a considerable disparity in cultivation. Lin Yanxing then asked, "Does Yang Yitong know that you are the one who saved me?" Given that both Hu Jia and Yang Yitong were disciples of Tianwen Peak, it was highly probable they had crossed paths. If Yang Yitong recognized him, why would he not seek to eliminate Hu Jia, who was privy to the truth of that fateful day and had come to Lin Yanxing's aid? It is likely that he does not recall, for 5 years ago I was clad as a Taoist priest, and at that tender age, I have undergone considerable transformation since my joining of the Tianwen sect 3 years prior. Moreover, during that time, my encounter with Yang Yitong was but a brief exchange of moves before I hastily fled with you. He should hardly remember such trivialities, Hu Jia reasoned. Nevertheless, he harbored no fears of Yang Yitong's knowledge, for the outcome of a battle from 5 years past remains uncertain. Lin Yanxing, gazing down at Hu Jia, who stood a mere half a head shorter than himself, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving my life. Should you ever find yourself in need of assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out at Wuqing Peak. The debt of life is an immense favor, and having once been ignorant of his savior's identity, he could no longer feign ignorance now that he knew. Humph, don't presume that being taller than me makes you more formidable. I have no need for your assistance." Hu Jia retorted disdainfully, before lightly treading away. Lin Yanxing shook his head, unperturbed by Hu Jia's words. Although Hu Jia presented himself with an air of arrogance, Lin understood that he was merely prideful, possessing a kind heart. Otherwise, he would not have risked his safety to save him years ago. Ultimately, he was just a haughty youth whose beauty rivaled that of any maiden. Chapter 35. The flag capture 3 days later. The first phase of the Seven Peaks Grand Competition concluded with the Heart Demon Tower trial, where over 1,000 participants emerged victorious. Among this multitude, only a mere handful managed to complete the trial within several hours, while the majority took a day or two. As soon as the Heart Demon Tower trial concluded, the second phase of the Seven Peaks Grand Competition commenced, the flag capture. Elders of the Tianwen sect had planted 100 banners atop Flag Mountain. Those who succeeded in seizing a flag and safely descending from the mountain would be deemed to have passed the trial. The initial trial, the Heart Demon Tower, served to select a group of particularly outstanding disciples, while the flag capture aimed to rigorously determine 100 victors. These 100 champions would qualify for the third phase of the competition. At the base of Flag Mountain, the disciplinary elder addressed the assembled 1,000 disciples, methodically explaining the rules before declaring, "The flag capture begins." Boom. Over 1,000 disciples of the Tianwen sect surged forth, each enveloped in a robust aura of spiritual energy, racing towards the summit of Flag Mountain. Ah, the vigor of youth is truly invigorating, mused the adjudicating elder, Zhu Kuan, as he observed the eager disciples. In his own youth, he too had been a paragon of ambition, competing fiercely with other prodigies. Yet now, despite possessing greater strength than in his youth, he lacked the same fervor. Beyond Flag Mountain, hundreds of elders and thousands of disciples gathered to watch. The elder Yuan of Lingbao Peak turned to the aloof Fei Yuling and inquired with a smile, "Fei Peak Master, how many of your disciples do you believe will successfully capture a flag?" He had long admired Fei Yuling, yet she remained as unyielding as an ancient glacier, perpetually exuding an air of distance that had led him to face rejection time and again. Nevertheless, he had not relinquished his pursuit to win over this brilliant yet frigid peak master. "I am uncertain how many will succeed, but I believe it will surpass Lingbao Peak," Fei Yuling replied coldly, not even sparing a glance at Elder Yuan. She was well aware of his affections, recognizing him as merely an oblivious old fool. Elder Yuan's smile faltered, and he refrained from retorting. He had anticipated the Seven Peaks Grand Competition with great enthusiasm, especially since Lingbao Peak had previously boasted 5 disciples in the ethereal realm, all with the potential to succeed in capturing flags. However, following the recent beast hunting conference, 2 of their ethereal realm disciples had tragically perished, leaving him with little hope. 3 successful captures would be a fortunate outcome, and anything beyond that seemed a distant dream. Nearby, Li Xuanhuan overheard the exchange between Fei Yuling and Elder Yuan and interjected, "Elder Yuan, according to my disciples, 2 of your outstanding ethereal realm disciples met a grim fate in the beast forest, and this was closely tied to your rival, Lin Yansheng of Wuqing Peak. Is there any truth to this matter?" He spoke with deliberate intent, knowing full well that Elder Yuan was pained by the loss of the 2 ethereal realm disciples, and he aimed to provoke conflict with Lin Yansheng. "Humph." Elder Yuan let out a cold snort, remarking, "That little brat Lin Yansheng is ruthless and merciless, inflicting such harm upon his fellow disciples. Who knows how many more will suffer because of him? If it weren't for the allowance of combat among disciples at the beast hunting conference, I would certainly seek retribution against Lin Yansheng. It's merely a matter of skill. There is no reason to be enraged." Fei Yuling cast a disdainful glance at Li Xuanhuan and Elder Yuan, her voice icy as she spoke. She was well aware of the animosity between Lin Yansheng and the disciples of Lingbao Peak and Lingjian Peak, realizing that these 2 main peaks could do nothing to Lin Yansheng. Now, even the elders and peak masters had begun to target him, which she found utterly contemptible. Li Xuanhuan and Elder Yuan exchanged glances, opting for silence, yet their malice towards Lin Yansheng remained unabated. Should they stumble upon an opportunity to deal with him, they would not hesitate to act. "My dear disciple, go forth and fight." Most of the elders observing the flag contest remained quiet, engaging in hushed discussions, save for one exception who shouted without regard for decorum. This individual was Yang Yitang's master, Duan Dade, a grand elder of the Xian rank. One elder glanced at Duan Dade with indifference, mocking, "Elder Duan, your enthusiasm for spectating surpasses that of those actively competing for the flags." Duan Dade returned the gaze without a hint of understanding the mockery, smiling as he replied, "My apologies. Witnessing Yitang in action stirs my excitement." Subsequently, he ceased his loud exclamations, though his excitement still manifested in animated gestures. At Flag Mountain, the swiftest contingent had already reached the summit, commencing the flag retrieval. In no time, 100 flags were pulled down, a clear illustration of a situation where the many outnumbered the few. With over 1,000 participants and only 100 flags, a fierce battle for the flags was inevitable. "Li Chong, given your lack of strength to secure a flag, you might as well yield it." Just as Li Chong extracted one flag, someone shouted and charged towards him. Soon, the 2 were locked in combat, neither willing to relinquish the flag. A scene replicated across the summit, with several others embroiled in chaotic skirmishes over the flags. Lin Yinsheng grasped a flag in his left hand while using his right palm to send a flag thief flying. He leaped from the peak, racing towards the base of the mountain. There were rules regarding flag retrieval. One must descend from the direction facing the punitive elders, requiring a return by the same path. Lin Yinsheng, you took my beast core at the beast hunting conference. Today, I shall claim your flag. A coarse voice echoed from behind. Lin Yinsheng swiftly turned to find Hong Lai wielding a battle axe charging at him. Is he truly mad? With so many flags available, why target me specifically? Does he think I am the weakest? Lin Yinsheng unleashed a powerful punch, his dark spiritual energy colliding with the battle axe, sending it flying, while also striking Hong Lai and propelling him back. Hong Lai, a practitioner at the mid-stage of the Tongyu realm, was easily defeated by Lin Yinsheng during his early days in the same realm, and now, having reached the late stage, dealing with him was even simpler. As Lin Yinsheng approached the base of the mountain, he noticed a group of over a dozen individuals standing there, seemingly poised from the very beginning. Without making any attempt to ascend and seize the flag at the summit, he quickly grasped their intent. They aimed to intercept those who had bravely rushed down with the flags, essentially planning an ambush. Hey kid, halt at once. Hand over the flag obediently, and then you may compete with others. One gaunt man among the group fixated on Lin Yinsheng declared. These individuals, all disciples of the esteemed elders of Tianwen Peak, possessed great confidence in their own abilities, thus contemplating this straightforward and effortless act of interception. However, upon hearing their words, Lin Yinsheng did not slow his pace. Instead, he accelerated, gripping the flag tightly and charging directly at the slender man. The power of his floating pagoda surged forth, enveloping his entire being. Anyone attempting to intercept him would surely meet a tragic fate. Chapter 36. On the battlefield seeking death. The emaciated man observed that Lin Yinsheng not only maintained his speed, but rather accelerated. Resolute, he unleashed his formidable spiritual power, brandishing his weapon as he charged toward Lin Yinsheng. He was certain that soon Lin Yinsheng would be on his knees, begging for mercy. However, contrary to his expectations, upon collision, the emaciated man was sent flying as if struck by a colossal mountain, his internal organs quaking and ruptured, landing in a disheveled heap on the ground. In contrast, Lin Yinsheng propelled forward, his feet barely touching the ground, soaring beyond the flag mountain. One should not attempt tasks beyond their capabilities, Lin Yinsheng remarked derisively as he glanced at the fallen man, a smirk gracing his lips, imitating the legendary crooked-mouthed battle god. With that, he hoisted the flag and strode away. The Elder of Punishment, observing the triumphant youth returning with the flag, smiled and said, "You are the first to successfully seize a flag. Congratulations on passing the second trial of the Seven Peaks Grand Competition. This young man showed great promise and could very well become the next Luo Fu." Having surpassed most of the senior disciples of the main peak at such a tender age, Lin Yinsheng looked up at the Elder of Punishment and, somewhat astonished, murmured, "Am I truly the first?" Upon turning back, he understood why he had arrived first. The more powerful contenders were engrossed in combat. Luo Fu had been engaged by Shangguan Shuiwei, and they had not even attempted to seize the flag, instead clashing head-on. Meanwhile, Hu Jia had taken the initiative to attack Yang Yitong, who showed no fear, leading to a fierce battle between the two. These four had not pursued the flag at all. Their sole intention was the thrill of combat. As the skirmish raged on, others gradually began to retrieve flags. Only after the battles among Luo Fu, Shangguan Shuiwei, Hu Jia, and Yang Yitong subsided did the competition resume. If they continued fighting, all 100 flags would be claimed by others, and facing elimination during the flag-grabbing phase would leave them utterly despondent. Bring it on. Hu Jia struck Lu Tian away with a powerful palm, snatching the flag before barreling down the mountain. Those at the foot of the mountain, unprepared, were swept away by his forceful blow. Upon exiting the flag mountain, he spotted Lin Yinsheng standing among the successful flag bearers and approached him with a smile, waving the flag in his hand, and inquired, "Are you the first to return with a flag?" "Indeed, while you all were engaged in battle, I successfully seized the flag first," Lin Yinsheng shrugged, responding casually. Among the tens of thousands of disciples of the Tianwen sect, only Luo Fu, Shangguan Shuiwei, Hu Jia, and Yang Yitong presented a genuine sense of threat to him. The others were lacking in comparison. The smile on Hu Jia's face faded as he spoke earnestly. "I know you have a grudge against Yang Yitong. I have gauged his abilities, and defeating him will be a formidable challenge. His exquisitely handsome face bore a hint of concern. Through his recent confrontation with Yang Yitong, he had gained a clearer understanding of his strength. Very strong. Exceedingly strong. No wonder he ranks third on the Tianwen list. Gazing down at Hu Jia's face, Lin Yansheng found it unexpectedly enchanting, murmuring softly, "Tsk, tsk, tsk." If that group of otaku were to catch sight of him, they might not leave their beds for a decade or more. It was not mere boasting. He dared to assert that if the otaku of his previous life were to behold Hu Jia, they would be unable to suppress their inappropriate thoughts. Indeed, Hu Jia was astonishingly handsome. Even he, for a fleeting moment, felt a stir of emotions. Of course, he was unequivocally straight. Such inclinations were out of the question. Hu Jia, unable to comprehend Lin Yansheng's peculiar words about otaku, maintained a serious demeanor and remarked, "What nonsense are you spouting? Be serious. If Yang Yitan were to kill you, my efforts to save you would be in vain." Despite his aversion to Yang Yitan, he had to acknowledge the latter's formidable strength. Even Yang Yitan's master might not be able to surpass him. "I am quite serious." Lin Yansheng quickly dispelled those strange thoughts and inquired curiously, "Do you think you can defeat Yang Yitan?" Given that Hu Jia was of similar age and displayed commendable strength, he served as an excellent point of reference. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Jia replied, "If it were a life-and-death struggle, I am confident I could prevail. However, in a typical debate or sparring session, I cannot claim absolute certainty in defeating him." The age gap between him and Yang Yitan was significant, and for young geniuses, such disparities often proved fatal. Lin Yansheng, playfully draping an arm around Hu Jia's fair neck, grinned and said, "Don't worry. At worst, we can join forces to take him down." When the beast hunting conference had just concluded, he had little confidence in confronting Yang Yitan, but now, his certainty had grown considerably. "Who said anything about joining forces? You have a grudge with Yang Yitan, not me," Hu Jia retorted, shaking off Lin Yansheng's hand with annoyance. He was puzzled by Lin Yansheng's nonchalant demeanor. For Yang Yitan was no ordinary opponent. He was a true prodigy, a formidable rival. As Lin Yansheng conversed with Hu Jia, the 100th person to seize a banner descended from the mountain, marking the conclusion of the second phase of the Seven Peaks competition. The third phase, the most thrilling segment, would involve actual combat, commencing a week later. The 100 individuals who had secured banners could prepare during this week for the final confrontations of the Seven Peaks competition. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Lin Xiaolong joyfully circled around Lin Yansheng several times. Lin Xiaolong was the little dragon hatched from the true dragon egg, a name bestowed by Lin Yansheng. He affectionately patted the little dragon's head, a smile of adoration gracing his face. He truly cherished the little dragon, for it was linked to his new trump card. It was this newfound advantage that alleviated his concerns regarding the battle with Yang Yitan. 7 days later, at Tianwen Peak, in the arena of debate, the stands were filled to capacity. Tens of thousands of disciples from the Tianwen sect had gathered to witness the event, and nearly all the elders, save for those in seclusion, were present. The Seven Peaks Grand Competition represents a pinnacle confrontation among the disciples of the Tianwen sect, determining the rankings on the Tianwen list. After the elaborate exposition of the rules, the practical combat commenced. The Elder of Punishment proclaimed, "In the third segment of the Seven Peaks Grand Competition, we shall engage in the discourse battle. In the first round, we have Lu Hongyan from Yunnu Peak facing off against Shui Yang from Lingjian Peak." Shui Yang emerged from the designated area of Lingjian Peak, striding confidently into the arena, while Lu Hongyan gracefully descended from the stands of Yunnu Peak, entering the arena at a measured pace. Observing from a high platform outside the arena, the Elder of Punishment announced, "Let the discourse commence." As his voice faded, both Lu Hongyan and Shui Yang unleashed their spiritual energy, drawing forth their respective weapons. The battle was imminent. Armed with swords, Lu Hongyan and Shui Yang launched rapid and intense assaults, their blades clashing in a flurry of exchanges that numbered in the hundreds, showcasing an almost equal prowess. Having reached the mid-stage of the ethereal realm, Lu Hongyan's cultivation had matched that of Shui Yang, rendering her strength comparable to that of the esteemed elder brother of Lingjian Peak. In the stands, the atmosphere in the Lingjian Peak section was tense, as Li Xuanhuan's expression turned rather grim. As Shui Yang's master and the elder brother of Lingjian Peak, He found it disheartening that his disciple could not triumph over a core disciple from Yunnu Peak, thereby diminishing the standing of the entire Lingjian Peak. Moreover, as Shui Yang's mentor, he bore a countenance of disappointment, as if his judgment fell short compared to that of the other peak leaders. Chapter 37. Resembling Lin Pingji, Shui Yang deftly brandished his sword, conjuring 9 ethereal swords of spiritual energy. With a swift thrust, these spectral blades surged forward. Aimed at Lu Hongyan, the spiritual swords converged into one. Lu Hongyan wielded her slender sword, creating a formidable curtain of blades, accompanied by a fierce sword aura that made even the air struggle to penetrate. Yet, the 9 swords abruptly merged into a singular, radiant blade of spiritual energy, striking heavily against her sword curtain. Boom! The force of the spiritual energy erupted violently, radiating in all directions. Lu Hongyan felt immense pressure, her movements faltering slightly as the spiritual sword broke through her defenses, clashing against her slender blade. The tremendous impact forced her back several steps. And just as she regained her footing, Shui Yang lunged forward with a relentless assault, compelling her to retreat continuously. As the saying goes, a single misstep leads to a cascade of failures. Shui Yang capitalized on his advantage, denying Lu Hongyan any opportunity for counterattack, ultimately driving her out of the debating arena. In the first round of the debate arena, Shui Yang emerged victorious. Returning to the spectator stands, Lu Hongyan was consoled by her fellow disciples from Yunnu Peak, who expressed their sympathy. However, she did not feel overly disheartened. After all, Shui Yang was the esteemed senior brother of Lingjian Peak and had been in the mid-stage of the Tongyu realm for quite some time. She had only recently attained the same level of cultivation during the beast hunting conference 2 months prior. To have battled Shui Yang to this extent was already a source of satisfaction. Observing the triumphant Shui Yang, Li Xuanhuan's demeanor softened considerably. At least Shui Yang had secured the first victory in the debate, thereby restoring some pride to Lingjian Peak. Had he been defeated by Lu Hongyan, it would have necessitated reconsidering the position of senior brother for Lingjian Peak. In the second match of the debate arena, Lin Yinsheng from Wuqing Peak faced off against Zhang Qifan from Lingbao Peak. Lin Yinsheng was somewhat taken aback, not expecting to be summoned so soon, and against the hypocritical Zhang Qifan, no less. Months prior at Wuqing Peak, he was poised to confront Zhang Qifan, who had cowardly backed down, allowing others to take the brunt of his aggression. Senior brother, teach him a lesson. Show Zhang Qifan just how formidable you are. Erdan cheerfully encouraged Lin Yinsheng. The rivalry between Wuqing Peak and Lingbao Peak was well known, and if Lin Yinsheng were to decisively defeat Zhang Qifan, it would bring much satisfaction to the majority of Wuqing's disciples. As Lin Yinsheng ascended the debating stage, he noticed Zhang Qifan's sullen expression and remarked with a smile, "Zhang Qifan, the more I see you, the more you remind me of someone." Who? Zhang Qifan frowned slightly, sensing that Lin Yinsheng's words would not be kind. Suppressing a chuckle, Lin Yinsheng replied, "Lin Pingji, you bear a striking resemblance to him, both in appearance and disposition." Who is Lin Pingji? Regardless of his identity, it is of little consequence. What matters is that you will be defeated by me. Zhang Qifan responded coldly, swiftly tossing 9 copper coins into the air. The coins glimmered with a yellow radiance as they hurtled toward Lin Yinsheng. Raising his right hand, Lin Yinsheng unleashed a torrent of black spiritual energy, knocking the 9 copper coins from their trajectory. He strode towards Zhang Qifan and said, "Reveal all your tactics. Let me witness the secrets you, the hypocrite, have concealed." With a triumphant smile, Zhang Qifan formed a seal with his hands. 9 copper coins scattered across the arena suddenly emitted a golden glow, intertwining to form a formation that ensnared Lin Yinsheng within its grasp. Goodness, it's the 9-star locking formation. Lin Yinsheng is certainly in trouble now. On the spectator stand, Hong Lai recognized the formation and could not help but exclaim. In the Tianwen sect, few possessed knowledge of formations, and many were astonished that Zhang Qifan could execute such a technique. In the vicinity of Lingbao Peak, Elder Yuan laughed heartily. "Huh? Lin Yinsheng is merely a brash young lad, far too arrogant." Despite his disdain for Lin Yinsheng, he had to acknowledge that Lin had become a prominent figure within the Tianwen sect. Should Zhang Qifan defeat Lin Yinsheng, it would undoubtedly be a matter of great pride, allowing Lingbao Peak to overshadow Wuqiu Peak, which, apart from Lin Yinsheng, lacked formidable characters. Observing the astonished expressions of many, Erdan anxiously turned to Ning Wuqiu and asked, "Master, could our senior brother encounter any mishap?" He was unaware of Zhang Qifan's intentions or the complexities of the formation, but the reactions of others indicated its significance. Zhang Qifan from Lingbao Peak possessed some skill, yet it should not pose a challenge for Yanqing. Ning Wuqiu remained largely unperturbed, speaking calmly. Regarding Lin Yanqing, he was uncertain of his hidden strengths, as the youth had grown increasingly enigmatic, often performing astonishing feats. In the arena, Lin Yanqing assessed the formation that bound him. Sensing the peak energy fluctuations of the Tongyu realm, while Zhang Qifan was at the later stage of the same realm. From a certain perspective, Zhang Qifan was indeed formidable, displaying the strength to contend beyond his realm. Dark spiritual energy surged forth as Lin Yanqing stepped forward, colliding directly with the formation. Then, the unexpected happened. He shattered the formation with a single step and sent Zhang Qifan flying hundreds of meters, propelling him out of the arena. The crowd, who had anticipated Zhang Qifan's victory, stood in stunned silence. Since when had the 9-star locking formation become so easily breached? After all, it was a formation of the peak level of the Tongyu realm. Lin Yanqing emerges victorious, announced the Elder of Punishment, his tone bland. Defeating Zhang Qifan was within his expectations. According to his estimations, Lin Yanqing should secure a place among the top 20 in this Seven Peaks Grand Competition, marking him as a seed contender. Upon returning to the stand, the disciples of Wuqiu Peak erupted into joyous celebration. As the senior brother of Wuqiu Peak, Lin Yanqing determined its prestige, and vanquishing the senior brother of Lingbao Peak would elevate Wuqiu Peak over Lingbao Peak. Sitting beside Lin Yanqing, Dan exclaimed with glee, "Senior brother, I knew you would prevail. What was that Zhang Qifan's formation all about? It only gave me a moment's concern. It turns out to be nothing more than a paper tiger." It is evident that he is exceedingly joyful, even more so than the other disciples of Wak Peak, such as Shikuei and Xiao Wenjie. For Lin Yanqing is not only the elder brother he reveres, but also a cherished friend. With a gentle smile, Lin Yanqing remarked, "Defeating a mere Zhang Qifan is nothing to celebrate, akin to rejoicing over the squashing of an ant." Since the commencement of the Seven Peaks competition, his true rival had been Yang Yitan. The adversaries he encountered prior were merely stepping stones. Upon hearing this, Dan mimicked him, echoing, "Elder brother is right. A trivial Zhang Qifan is hardly worthy of mention." Ning Wuk shook his head, opting not to interject. Youth is invariably brimming with vitality. Meanwhile, in the arena, the third battle commenced. Gung Gui of Ghost Shadow Peak faced off against Hong Lai of Giant Spirit Peak, both being the esteemed elder brothers of their respective peaks. Their clash symbolizing the confrontation between Giant Spirit Peak and Ghost Shadow Peak. Chapter 38. The mystery of Luofu's power. Hong Lai gripped his battle axe tightly, his towering stature of 2 meters exuding an imposing presence. He lowered his gaze slightly at Gung Gui and declared, "Gung Gui, I have long desired to face you in combat." Among the 7 peaks, aside from the enigmatic Tianwen Peak, the Ghost Shadow Peak was the most mysterious and bizarre. Hong Lai, a fervent warrior, had always yearned for the chance to duel with someone from Ghost Shadow Peak, but had never found the opportunity, until now, with the grand competition of the 7 peaks. "You are no match for me," Gung Gui replied coldly, his form darting away at incredible speed, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. His figure shifted unpredictably, appearing now to the left, now to the right, circling around Hong Lai. "Damn it! I will cleave you in two." Hong Lai swung his axe, but it struck only the afterimage, failing to graze even Gung Gui's clothing. In that fleeting moment of missing his target, a shadow materialized behind him, a dagger poised to strike. Sensing the imminent danger, Hong Lai quickly pivoted, swinging his axe towards Gung Gui, who deftly evaded the blow, abandoning his initial assault. From a distance of several meters, Gung Gui retorted, "Are you not a man? Must you shy away from a fair fight? We, of Ghost Shadow Peak, practice the arts of the assassin and the killer. We strike from the shadows rather than confront our enemies head-on." Gung Gui replied impassively, before transforming into a dark shadow that darted rapidly around the debating arena. At last, he seized the moment, feigning an attack in front of Hong Lai, then swiftly maneuvering to his side and thrusting the dagger deep into Hong Lai's lower back. "Curse it!" Hong Lai cried out in pain, unleashing a tempest of spiritual energy that radiated outward as he swung his axe wildly. Boom! The battle axe crashed down upon the dagger, sending Gung Gui hurtling several meters away. Gung Gui managed to execute 3 quick backward jumps to dissipate the force of the impact, illustrating the sheer might of Hong Lai's strike. Although Hong Lai was merely at the late stage of the ethereal realm, his overwhelming strength allowed him to momentarily rival the pinnacle practitioners of the same realm. Alas, he had encountered the very Gung Gui who countered his every move. With his speed significantly hampered due to the injury, Hong Lai soon succumbed to defeat under Gung Gui's relentless dagger strikes. The disciples from Giant Spirit Peak were left disgruntled, having lost to the shadowy figures from Ghost Shadow Peak. Their discontent, however, bore no fruit. The outcome was that Gung Gui triumphed over Hong Lai, securing a spot among the top 50 in the 7 Peaks competition. The 4th battle commenced shortly thereafter, featuring Yang Yi from Tianwen Peak facing Yun Mingyao from Yuna Peak. Initially, many anticipated an evenly matched and intense clash, for Yang Yi was a protege of Yang Yitan, having learned some of his marksmanship, undoubtedly possessing strength rivaling that of a master at Tianwen Peak. However, Yun Mingyao's prowess exceeded all expectations, as with a single palm strike, she forced Yang Yi to spit blood and concede. In the 5th match, a mid-stage disciple from Tianwen Peak confronted a novice from Ghost Shadow Peak. Despite the formidable skills of the assassins from Ghost Shadow Peak, they found little room to maneuver against absolute strength, ultimately leading to the defeat of the Ghost Shadow disciple at the hands of their Tianwen counterpart. The battle unfolded with remarkable order, swiftly progressing to the 27th match, where the disciples of the Tongyu realm from Tianwen Peak faced off against those from Yuna Peak. As anticipated, Hu Jia, with a mere flick of her finger, triumphed over her opponent in a decisive manner. As dusk descended, the final match concluded, marking the end of the 7 Peaks competition, with the 2nd round featuring the battles for the top 50 scheduled to commence in 2 days. Amidst the eager anticipation of countless disciples of the Tianwen sect, the 2nd round of the philosophical debate arrived as promised. This round promised to be even more intense than the last, with many fervently hoping for the success of their favored contestants in advancing to the top 50. Among the 10 prodigies on the Tianwen ranking, the popularity of Shangguan Shuiwei was unparalleled, as her supporters were the most numerous. It was no surprise, for Shangguan Shuiwei possessed both strength and beauty, revered as the goddess of countless male disciples within the Tianwen sect. In the 2nd round of the philosophical debate, the 1st match featured Shangguan Shuiwei against Gung Gui. As both competitors took to the stage, the stands erupted in fervent cheers, the majority of which were dedicated to Shangguan Shuiwei. True to expectations, the battle concluded almost as swiftly as it began, with Gung Gui failing to withstand even 3 seconds against her formidable prowess. The 2nd match saw Luo Fu pitted against Shui Yang. Countless onlookers expressed their condolences for Shui Yang, as he faced the foremost disciple of the Tianwen sect, the reigning champion of the Tianwen ranking. Upon stepping onto the arena, Shui Yang was already filled with trepidation. It was his first time witnessing Luo Fu up close. Having only heard tales of his prowess, he lamented his misfortune, continuously encountering formidable opponents, first being bested by the newly ascendant Lin Yan, and now facing Luo Fu, who had spent 18 years in the body refinement realm before achieving a breakthrough. When the Elder of Punishment announced the commencement of the battle, Shui Yang took a deep breath and surged towards Luo Fu, attempting to strike at his neck with a swift sword attack. Having already secured a place in the top 50, his rank surpassed that of Zhang Qifan and Hong Lai, both of whom were also masters from the same main peak. Thus, even in defeat, he had little to lose. Nevertheless, he yearned to gauge the disparity between himself and the strongest disciple of the Tianwen sect, as such an opportunity might not present itself again. As Shui Yang's blade approached Luo Fu's neck, Luo Fu raised his hand to grasp the sword, catching a weapon of earth-grade quality with his bare hands. The fierce sword energy left no mark upon his palm. With a powerful grip, he shattered the blade, reducing it to fragments. It is worth noting that this was an earth-grade weapon, incredibly resilient. Even practitioners at the Xianyao realm would require significant effort to destroy it. Yet Luo Fu obliterated it with ease, highlighting the vast difference between him and the other disciples of the Tianwen sect. Shui Yang quickly retreated several meters, creating distance between himself and Luo Fu, cold sweat beading on his brow. He felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Luo Fu was overwhelmingly powerful, capable of suffocating him merely by standing still. Stowing the ruined sword in his Chinquan pouch, he retrieved a lower-grade Earth-tier sword, preparing himself for the next encounter. Suddenly, Luo Fu moved, slightly turning to face Shui Yang, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared directly before him. His speed was so extraordinary that the trajectory of his movement was completely imperceptible. Without a moment to ponder, Shui Yang unleashed his entire spiritual energy, striking fiercely towards Luo Fu with his sword. He refrained from employing any intricate sword techniques, for they would serve no purpose in such dire circumstances. The simplest sword form proved to be the most effective. Naturally, it was highly probable that it would yield little success. Luo Fu effortlessly deflected Shui Yang's blade with a flick of his fingers, then unleashed a powerful punch, landing squarely on Shui Yang's abdomen without any embellishment. Shui Yang was sent hurtling backward, akin to a meteor crashing to the earth, creating a crater upon impact in the ground outside the arena of discourse. Witnesses to this scene exhibited a variety of expressions. The majority of ordinary disciples were visibly astonished, soon erupting into exuberant cheers. Meanwhile, several individuals from the Tianwen list wore grave expressions, their gazes fixed intently on Luo Fu within the arena, seemingly attempting to gauge the full extent of his formidable prowess. Yang Yi let out a sigh, his brow slightly furrowed. He too was eager to ascertain Luo Fu's current strength, at the very least to determine his cultivation level. 3 years prior, Luo Fu was merely at the initial stage of the Tongyu realm. Now, was he at the pinnacle of Tongyu, or had he transcended into the Xianyao realm? Chapter 39. The 25 advanced to the 12th. Regrettably, Yang Yitan did not receive the answer he sought, for Luo Fu had not employed any spiritual power. He had simply relied on his physical prowess to decisively defeat Shui Yang. After cursing Shui Yang as worthless, he averted his gaze and began to meditate. Hu Jia regarded Luo Fu with an intense gaze. Before the invincible figure that was Luo Fu, he could not help but feel an overwhelming desire to engage in battle. This was the yearning to confront the strongest, for true warriors never fear greater adversaries. Rather, they yearn for their emergence. Shangguan Shuiwei remained composed throughout, showing neither surprise nor astonishment at Luo Fu's effortless domination over the grand senior brother of Lingjian Peak, Shui Yang. She understood Luo Fu's strength better than anyone else. 3 years ago, she was the only one qualified to challenge him, and this remained true today. Yet, it seemed as though her old rival had never regarded her as a contender. After Luo Fu exited the stage, the next battle commenced. Subsequently, Hu Jia, Yang Yitan, Su Chun, Lin Tianyu, Yi Fifan, and others displayed overwhelming prowess, swiftly defeating their opponents and claiming victory. Lin Yanxing entered the arena for the 20th match, facing a late-stage cultivator from Tianwen Peak of equal cultivation level. After an intense battle, he emerged victorious. Following this, in the 21st match, Yun Mingyao faced the formidable Lu Renjia from Tianwen Peak. Lu Renjia, a dark horse from the previous 7 Peaks Grand Competition, had grown even stronger over the past 3 years, showcasing peak-level cultivation upon his arrival. Many spectators speculated that Lu Renjia possessed the strength to rank among the top 10, or at the very least, secure a position within the top 25, and thus would not falter in this contest. However, to the astonishment of many disciples in the stands, Yun Mingyao also exhibited peak-level cultivation and proved to be stronger than Lu Renjia, decisively defeating him and advancing into the ranks of the top 25. Master Fei, your teachings are indeed exceptional, and you have concealed your disciples' prowess remarkably well, remarked Lu Renjia's master, an elder of the earth rank from Tianwen Peak. Unable to contain himself, he had anticipated that Lu Renjia would shine in this year's competition, thereby elevating his own status. However, with Lu Renjia failing to secure a place among the top 25, his hopes were dashed. Fei Yuling replied coldly, "It is Yun Mingyao's own diligence that has led to her success, and I cannot take much credit." This was the truth. Although she had accepted Yun Mingyao as her direct disciple, she had seldom guided her in cultivation, even unaware that Yun Mingyao had ascended to peak-level cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lu Renjia's master scoffed and chose not to respond further. In the end, the victor and the vanquished were clear. Words mattered little, for his disciple had ultimately proven inadequate. After Yun Mingyao's victory, several more matches erupted, and with the conclusion of the second round of the Dao debate, the top 25 of the 7 Peaks Grand Competition were determined. Unlike previous years, This year's competition featured 3 individuals from outside Tianwen Peak. The 3 individuals are Lin Yansheng, the esteemed senior brother of Wuqing Peak, Yin Mingyao, the respected senior sister of Yinu Peak, and Xiang Dali, an obscure disciple from Juling Peak. While Lin Yansheng and Yun Mingyao are well known as the senior brother and sister of the main peak, Xiang Dali emerges as an unexpected contender. In past competitions, dark horses have occasionally appeared, yet those from outside Tianwen Peak seldom penetrate the top 25. This time, however, Juling Peak has presented Tianwen Sect with a significant surprise. The third round of the Taoist debate is set to commence in 3 days, featuring battles to determine which 25 contestants will advance to the top 12. The matchups will be determined by a lottery, with the conclusion of the second round announced only after the draws. Lin Yansheng has drawn number 6, Hu Jia has drawn number 8, and he is unfamiliar with the others, as he does not know them well. Nevertheless, he remains unperturbed, spending 3 days at Wuqing Peak in the company of the Little True Dragon and Shao Qi, preparing himself for the third round in optimal condition. The third round of the Taoist debate primarily consists of battles among seeded contestants, with the victors emerging as formidable figures on the Tianwen ranking. Amidst the anticipation of thousands of disciples, the third round unfolds, commencing with a clash between 2 number 1s. As Luo Fu steps onto the arena, a past contender from the previous 7 Peaks competition, who is also a number 1, turns pale, clearly anxious about facing him. With trepidation, this former contender mounts the arena, standing face-to-face with Luo Fu, the pressure palpable. Upon the commencement of the battle, he immediately unleashes his entire spiritual energy and brandishes a mid-tier Earth-grade artifact, launching an offensive against Luo Fu. Perhaps the hope of victory is slim, yet he resolves to exert his utmost effort, striving to honor his own Dao heart. Confronted by the ferocious onslaught, Luo Fu decisively retaliates with a powerful punch, colliding with his opponent's artifact. The force of his blow sends the opponent, along with the artifact, crashing to the ground, rolling several meters away. Quick to recover, the former contender rises and charges once more, leaping into the air, wielding his artifact to strike at Luo Fu. With a resounding crash, Luo Fu's leg moves with remarkable speed, delivering a kick that sends both the opponent and his artifact flying out of the arena. To be fair, his opponent is formidable, having secured 12th place in the previous 7 Peaks competition and being one of the 2 major contenders for the Tianwen ranking. However, encountering Luo Fu, the reigning champion of the Tianwen ranking, one must concede. Dear brother, your luck appears somewhat unfortunate. Luo Fu's battle concludes as swiftly as it begins, paving the way for the second match. Yang Yitong faces Su Chun. As these 2 number 2s step into the arena, the crowd erupts in excitement, with many elders displaying intrigued smiles. Both are recognized as powerful figures on the Tianwen ranking. Yang Yitong holds the 3rd position, while Su Chun ranks 7th. This encounter represents a super showdown among disciples of the Tianwen ranking, with the intensity of the battle leaving countless spectators in awe. Even many elders displayed expressions of astonishment and solemnity as this battle reached its climactic confrontation, prompting some to sense the perilous fluctuations of spiritual energy. Ultimately, after a dazzling display of combat, Yang Yitong emerged victorious. Su Chun departed in disgrace, evoking sympathy from many. For the formidable figure who held the 7th position on the Heavenly Inquiry ranking had been rendered ineligible this time, merely due to an untimely encounter with a stronger opponent. Yang Yitong, my disciple has triumphed. Ha ha ha. My disciple has won. Duan Dade laughed heartily from the stands. As his disciple's prowess grew, so too did his own status. Numerous esteemed elders began to curry favor with him, and even some lower-tier elders lowered themselves to engage in conversation, eager to forge connections. All of this glory stemmed from his disciple, Yang Yitong. Chapter 40. The Dark Horse. In the third round of the debate battle, the third match featured Yi Fifan against Jia Naoliang. Both were disciples of Tianwen Peak, with Yi Fifan being the formidable 6th on the Tianwen ranking, effortlessly defeating Jia Naoliang. The fourth match saw Lin Tianyu face a true disciple of Tianwen Peak, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the ethereal realm, boasting a strength surpassing that of the formidable golden python from the beast forest. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, this true disciple possessed strength within the top 20. However, his opponent was the 5th-ranked powerhouse on the Tianwen list, who immediately asserted dominance in the battle. Ultimately, Lin Tianyu unleashed a powerful technique, sending his opponent flying out of the debate arena. The true disciple-s master, an esteemed Earth-ranked elder, sighed softly upon witnessing his student's defeat. Though his disciple was exceptional, he regrettably faced Lin Tianyu, who left no room for opportunity. In the fifth match, Yun Mingyao confronted Kai Kuan. Kai Kuan was also a favored disciple of an Earth-ranked elder from Tianwen Peak. Upon seeing his opponent, Yun Mingyao of Yunu Peak, he smiled and remarked, "Junior Sister Yun, perhaps it would be wise to concede. Otherwise, I might inadvertently mar that lovely face of yours." He felt assured of victory, believing nothing could hinder him as a direct disciple of Tianwen Peak, which held a lofty status above the other 6 peaks. Such needless chatter. Yun Mingyao retorted coldly, swiftly charging towards Kai Kuan with a palm strike. Kai Kuan, smirking, met her attack head-on. Their palms clashed, separated only by their spiritual energies. Both parties continuously channeling their powers in a fierce contest. After a brief moment, Kai Kuan's expression shifted, surprisingly. His opponent's spiritual energy matched his own in both strength and volume. At that moment, Yun Mingyao manifested a sword composed of spiritual energy in her other hand, piercing Kai Kuan. However, she exercised restraint, avoiding his heart. This strike merely incapacitated him without resulting in death. "You truly are ruthless," Kai Kuan managed to utter weakly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He had underestimated Yun Mingyao. Otherwise, even if he were to lose, it would not be so swiftly or effortlessly. Losing to someone outside of Tianwen Peak not only brought shame to him, but also tarnished his master's reputation. Yun Mingyao cast a brief glance at Kai Kuan before turning away, returning to the viewing platform. "Senior sister, you were incredible. You must be a near Tianwen list powerhouse now," Li Yusin exclaimed, smiling at the victorious Yun Mingyao. The battle to advance from the top 20 to the top 12 would see the winners face a challenge from a by contender, solidifying their place among the 12. Among these 12, 10 would ultimately emerge as Tianwen list powerhouses, while the 2 who fell would be recognized as near Tianwen list strongholds. Yun Mingyao replied coolly, "There is little to take pride in if one does not enter the Tianwen list." Her ambition lay in the Tianwen list. She aimed to shatter the belief that no one from outside Tianwen Peak could ascend its ranks. As the 6th match of the 3rd round of the debate battle commenced, the tension in the arena thickened. In the confrontation at Tianwen Peak, Xiaozhan faced off against Lin Yanxing from Wuqiu Peak. Observing the youthful and refined Lin Yanxing, Xiaozhan scoffed, remarking on the fortuitous entry of Wuqiu Peak's participant into the top 25. But he asserted that this stroke of luck would soon come to an end upon encountering him. He believed that Lin Yanxing's advancement was not a testament to his strength, but rather a mere fluke, as he had yet to face formidable adversaries, unlike himself, who had fought through arduous battles to secure his place among the top 25. Lin Yanxing found Xiaozhan's air of superiority rather foolish and retorted, chattering away, "Do you really think you are the father of Xiaoyan?" With a surge of dark spiritual energy, he lunged forward, his fist striking Xiaozhan squarely in the face. Xiaozhan instinctively raised his right hand to block, yet Lin Yanxing's powerful punch drove his hand back, sending him sprawling 6 to 7 meters away, rolling awkwardly across the arena. Regaining his footing, Xiaozhan slammed his palm against the ground and propelled himself upward, glaring at Lin Yanxing with icy determination. "You have thoroughly enraged me, and even if you beg for mercy later, I will show you no mercy." With that, he summoned his magical weapon, a mid-grade Earth-tier 7-star hammer. In a flash, Lin Yanxing reappeared before Xiaozhan, delivering a resounding blow that sent him crashing to the ground. Without missing a beat, Lin Yanxing pursued, enveloping his right foot in dark spiritual energy before launching a forceful kick that propelled Xiaozhan out of the arena, hurtling towards the direction of Hu Jia in the stands. "What nonsense is this?" Hu Jia exclaimed, waving his hand to unleash a wave of spiritual power that halted Xiaozhan's fall, landing him firmly on the ground before the stands. With his keen, spirited eyes fixed on Lin Yanxing in the arena, he expressed his displeasure. "Lin Yanxing, how dare you send trash my way? This is far from over." Though not intimately acquainted with Xiaozhan, Hu Jia had heard tales of him while at Tianwen Peak. It was said that before joining the Tianwen sect, Xiaozhan had been a well-known scion of the secular world, notorious for his bullying and coercing of women. After demonstrating his cultivation talent, he entered the Tianwen sect and became a disciple of an elder at Tianwen Peak. However, Even within the sect, he continued his unscrupulous ways, often taking advantage of female disciples under the guise of providing guidance, a notorious reputation indeed. After the results were announced, Lin Yanxing leisurely returned to his seat at Wuqiu Peak. He bore no personal grudge against Xiao Zhan, yet he felt compelled to confront such a disgraceful figure in the cultivation world each time they crossed paths. Were it not for the formalities of the Seven Peaks Grand Competition, he might have resorted to more lethal measures against Xiao Zhan. In the seventh match, Shangguan Shueiyue faced the ninth-ranked contender on the Tianwen list. Those who made it onto the Tianwen list were undeniably formidable, and the ninth-ranked fighter remained composed and unflustered in the presence of Shangguan Shueiyue. Nevertheless, her overwhelming strength proved insurmountable. Despite the ninth-ranking opponent deploying various strategies and momentarily setting up 9 peak-level formations, he ultimately succumbed to defeat. Though she was a woman, Shangguan Shueiyue fought with remarkable decisiveness and ferocity, shattering the formations and decisively vanquishing her adversary. In the eighth match, the formidable Xiang Dali faced off against a contender from the prestigious Tianwen ranking, where each iteration features 2 strong participants. The previous one had already met with defeat, and this current challenger appeared to possess a subtle edge and strength. However, Xiang Dali surprised everyone by triumphing through a straightforward yet brutal close-quarters combat, emerging as an unexpected dark horse of remarkable prowess. The enthusiasm at Juling Peak was palpable, with even the peak's leader astonished by Xiang Dali's extraordinary capabilities. Having remained largely unnoticed at Juling Peak, and with few having engaged with him, he was a quintessential outsider, yet he delivered an astounding surprise to the sect. This Xiang Dali now stands on the brink of entering the Tianwen ranking. From the stands, the elder adjudicator Zhu Kuan spoke, offering a high appraisal of Xiang Dali. Such recognition is indeed significant, as the Tianwen ranking symbolizes the 10 most exceptional disciples of the Tianwen sect, each a paragon of excellence. Even across the entirety of the northern region, the Tianwen ranking holds a formidable reputation, prompting numerous sects and factions to seek knowledge of the 10 prodigies listed therein. For these individuals may very well become the influential figures of the northern region in the future. Chapter 41. Yu Shou Hu Jia following De Li's departure. The ninth match commenced. Hu Jia of Tianwen Peak faced off against the 10th-ranked contender on the Tianwen list. For those outside Tianwen Peak, the name Hu Jia was rather unfamiliar. Many had no inkling of who he was, only recognizing Huang Tong, the 10th on the list. However, the elite disciples of Tianwen Peak were well aware that Hu Jia was a prodigious talent, possessing terrifying strength at the tender age of 17. In the arena, Huang Tong clasped his fists and smiled at Hu Jia, saying, "Junior brother Hu Jia, I kindly ask you to show mercy. Do not let me suffer an embarrassing defeat." He certainly did not wish to be humiliated like Xiao Zhan, who had been bested as if he were a mere child. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede outright. As the 10th on the Tianwen list, he held his pride dearly and could not shy away from a battle. The spectators, numbering in the tens of thousands, erupted in excitement upon hearing Huang Tong's words. Who was Huang Tong? He was the 10th on the Tianwen list, renowned for single-handedly vanquishing a band of ruthless cultivator bandits, earning fame throughout the vast northern domain. It was said that an ancient kingdom, with a lineage spanning over 10 millennia and a population exceeding 100 billion, once sought to betroth their princess to Huang Tong during his external training, but he declined, devoted as he was to his path. Curious, Dan turned to Lin Yansheng and asked, "Senior brother, who is this Hu Jia? I have never heard of him before. Yet he seems to instill such dread in Huang Tong." Having witnessed Lin Yansheng's prior conversation with Hu Jia, he assumed they were acquainted, hence his inquiry. Ning Wu Kei, Elder Mu, and disciples like Xiao Wenjie and Shikuei also cast inquisitive glances at Lin Yansheng, equally unfamiliar with Hu Jia. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yansheng replied, "Hu Jia is also a disciple of Tianwen Peak, possessing formidable strength, likely surpassing even Huang Tong." To be candid, he had only met Hu Jia a few days prior and did not know him well. 5 years ago, when Hu Jia had saved him, he had not even learned the young man's name. In the arena, Hu Jia's countenance, enviably beautiful enough to evoke jealousy even among women, radiated with youthful exuberance as he declared, "I will not hold back, though I shall not go too far." With that, he extended his fair, jade-like right hand. Beckoning to Huang Tong, Huang Tung's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he surged forth, unleashing a powerful punch toward Hu Jia. His cultivation was at the pinnacle of the Tongyu realm. However, unlike others of his stature, such as Xiao Zhan or Kai Kuan, he had attained this level long ago. He could have easily broken through to the Xiaoyao realm, yet he chose to remain at the pinnacle of Tongyu, solidifying his foundations and enriching his reserves for greater future endeavors. Though Hu Jia was considerably smaller in stature than Huang Tung, he wore a confident smile as he extended his hand, preparing to meet Huang Tung's punch. Boom! The massive fist collided with the pale palm, both combatants unleashing their spiritual energy in a fierce clash, creating a powerful shockwave. Suddenly, a triumphant smile appeared on Hu Jia's face as the spiritual energy emanating from his palms surged, repelling Huang Tung's fist and forcing him to stagger back several steps. He gazed at Huang Tung, who appeared as if preparing for a formidable battle, and with a spirited smile remarked, "You might as well take out your magical artifact. Otherwise, this would be rather dull." Upon hearing this, Huang Tung did not express anger. Instead, he promptly produced a small brown shield. He spoke in a deep voice. "This small shield of mine is a top-grade Earth-tier artifact, embodying both offense and defense. Do not underestimate me, brother Hu Jia." Despite being adversaries, he felt compelled to caution Hu Jia, as he had not observed him retrieving a magical artifact. "Bring it on," Hu Jia replied eagerly. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarated he felt. Otherwise, simply defeating weaker opponents lacked excitement. "Break you on," Huang Tung shouted, launching the brown shield. It emitted a radiant brown glow as it hurtled toward Hu Jia, exuding an overwhelming aura that even the spectators in the stands could distinctly perceive. Sensing the formidable power contained within the brown shield, Elder Mu remarked with admiration, "Truly, he is a formidable contender on the Tianwen ranking. His prowess is evidently superior to that of Xiao Zhan, a direct disciple of the Tianwen peak." Although he himself was an Earth-tier elder and had entered the realm of carefree transcendence for several decades, he believed that, given a decade, these prodigies on the Tianwen ranking would likely surpass him. There are no weaklings on the Tianwen ranking. Xiao Wenjia observed the two on the debate stage with longing and expressed his desire to engage in a full-force battle there, lamenting that he lacked the qualification. Being far from even the top 100, thus having no opportunity to confront the strong from the Tianwen ranking. As the brown shield hurtled towards him, Hu Jia neither flinched nor evaded. Instead, he reached out with his bare hand to grasp it. Has he lost his mind? Countless spectators questioned this, as Huang Tung had already proclaimed it to be an Earth-tier top-grade artifact, and yet he dared to confront it unarmed? An Earth-tier top-grade artifact possesses formidable power, and with Huang Tung's immense spiritual energy, a single strike could easily obliterate an ordinary practitioner at the peak of the concealed realm or a top-tier 5th-grade ferocious beast. Even Huang Tung himself was momentarily dumbfounded. He had already warned Hu Jia, yet the latter remained so careless? Amidst the spectators' incredulity, Hu Jia's hand made contact with the brown shield, directly seizing it. The shield unleashed an astonishing surge of spiritual energy, attempting to annihilate his hands and indeed his entire being. However, his hands transformed into a pale azure hue, as if encased in a thin layer of translucent jade, withstanding the force without sustaining even a scratch. How could this be? Huang Tung's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Hu Jia seize his artifact with bare hands. It is worth noting that during his external training, he had heavily wounded an early-stage practitioner of carefree transcendence with this very artifact. Although he did not possess the realm of carefree transcendence, he had already attained its strength. Coupled with this artifact, he could contend even against seasoned practitioners who had been in that realm for years. It seems I have won. Hu Jia chuckled, slapping the brown shield, sending it flying. He then propelled himself off the ground, soaring gracefully, and struck toward Huang Tung. Not daring to underestimate his opponent, Huang Tung unleashed his hands, releasing a torrent of robust spiritual energy. He has been immersed in the pinnacle of the ethereal realm for an extended period, his combat prowess steadily escalating, all in pursuit of that esteemed level known as the royal tier of power. Even though he remains quite distant from that echelon, he has undeniably transcended the ordinary peak of the ethereal realm, as if one foot has stepped into a new domain. Bang! Hu Jia and Huang Tung clashed head-on, their azure and brown energies colliding, unleashing a formidable shockwave that wreaked havoc upon the debating arena. Soon after, The azure energy surged, becoming even more potent and overwhelming, ultimately overpowering the brown energy, resulting in a figure being sent hurtling backward. It was Huang Tong. At this moment, his aura appeared somewhat feeble. Having poured all his strength into the confrontation with Hu Jia, he was still forcefully knocked away, sustaining significant injuries. In this battle, he had suffered defeat. Chapter 42. The 12 Strong, I Have Lost. As Huang Tong took a deep breath and uttered those 3 words, a profound silence enveloped the arena. Astonishingly, he had truly been defeated. One of the formidable contenders on the Tianwen ranking had succumbed to a newcomer. Many found it hard to believe, after 3 years. Those on the Tianwen ranking should have grown stronger, and it seemed improbable that they could be supplanted by later arrivals, unless, of course, the newcomers were exceptionally gifted. Evidently, Hu Jia was that prodigious talent, showcasing his prowess for the first time before the disciples of the Tianwen sect. This battle etched his name in the memories of all present, this petite figure with fair skin and striking beauty that even women envied. Hu Jia, the disciple from Tianwen Peak. It's all right to lose to me. There is no shame in that, Hu Jia declared with a cheerful smile. Confident, vivacious, and combative, that was his essence. Yet, in the eyes of some, he was merely a proud and handsome youth. Huang Ting managed to force a smile before departing, feeling somewhat disheartened. Even though he had anticipated the possibility of defeat upon recognizing his opponent as Hu Jia, the reality of the moment was still difficult to bear. No one wishes to experience the sensation of falling from great heights. The harsh truth was that, henceforth, no one would reminisce about Huang Tong's previous standing on the Tianwen ranking. All eyes would shift to the new rankings. With the earlier defeats of Su Chun, who fell to Yang Yitong, and Yi Hui, who was vanquished by Shangwan Shueiyue, 3 formidable contenders from the Tianwen ranking had already met their demise, thus becoming ineligible for the new list. The 10th battle commenced amidst the jubilant atmosphere celebrating Hu Jia's rise. It was a confrontation between the 4th ranked on the Tianwen ranking and a true disciple of Tianwen Peak. The true disciples were undeniably formidable, each at the pinnacle of the Tongyu realm, yet they posed little resistance against the 4th ranked Mu Chuan. In merely 3 exchanges, Mu Chuan triumphed over his opponent, a true disciple of Tianwen Peak. In the 11th battle, Yi Hui, ranked 8th on the Tianwen ranking, effortlessly bested his opponent, securing victory. The 12th battle was a contest among true disciples of Tianwen Peak, with Wang Zhu emerging as the victor. Through these 12 matches, 12 champions were determined. Alongside a 25th contender who had received a bye, he was required to challenge one of the 12 to replace them among the strong. Regrettably, his challenge against Wang Zhu ended in failure, rendering him ineligible for the top 12. Thus, the 3rd round of the Dao debate concluded, and the 12 strong emerged: Luo Fu, Shangwan Shueiyue, Yang Yitong, Hu Jia, Yi Hui, Yi Fifan, Lin Tianyu, Mu Chuan, Wang Zhu from Tianwen Peak, along with Lin Yansheng from Wuqing Peak, Yun Mingyao from Yunu Peak, and Xiang Dali from Juling Peak. This edition of the 7 Peaks competition witnessed 3 individuals from outside Tianwen Peak entering the top 12, a historic occurrence signifying that at least one would ascend the Tianwen ranking. The Dao debate reached its conclusion, and the 4th phase of the 7 Peaks competition, determining the Tianwen ranking, would take place on the Tianwen platform in 5 days. Upon Lin Yansheng's return to Wikifeng, a grand celebration was held to honor his achievement of becoming one of the top 12 in the 7 Peaks competition. The significance of this event for Wikifeng was indisputable, for in the past, the lack of formidable disciples had deterred others from joining. Now, with Lin Yansheng's ascent to the ranks of the elite, at least among the quasi-Tianwen list practitioners, there was a substantial chance he could enter the Tianwen list itself. This would undoubtedly draw the attention of the entire northern region towards Wikifeng, prompting others to consider joining. As the celebration commenced, an unexpected guest arrived: Fei Yuling, the leader of Yunu Peak, accompanied by Yun Mingyao. Observing the astonished expressions of the Wikifeng disciples, Fei Yuling smiled and remarked, "What? Are we not welcome?" Standing together, she and Yun Mingyao formed a breathtaking sight. Fei Yuling exuded allure, while Yun Mingyao radiated purity, both being unparalleled beauties in their own right, and captivating even more attention when together, akin to the 2 goddesses of the Tianwen sect. If Shangwan Shueiyue was the singular goddess of Tianwen Peak, then Yun Mingyao and Fei Yuling were the only other 2 deities of the Tianwen sect. each with distinct styles that heightened their allure when appearing side by side. How fortunate we are to have Peak Master Fei and Disciple Yun here. This is indeed a momentous occasion for Wikifeng, Ning Wuxia said with a smile, instructing that 2 seats be made available for Fei Yuling and Yun Mingyao. Although the reason for their visit was unclear, the adage of not striking a smiling face held true, and there were no deep-seated grievances between Wikifeng and Yun Peak. Hence they extended their courtesy. After Fei Yuling and Yun Mingyao took their seats, Hu Jia arrived and sat beside Lin Yanxing. Glancing at Hu Jia's haughty demeanor, Lin Yanxing chuckled, "Aren't you the one who prides yourself on your aloofness? I didn't even invite you, so what brings you here?" The celebration had been initiated by Ning Wuxia and others, and Lin Yanxing had not extended an invitation to Hu Jia. Hu Jia retorted stubbornly, "I'm not here for your celebration. I merely have business with you, and besides, what is so grand about being in the top 12? He had come upon hearing of the celebration for Lin Yanxing, but would never admit it. Lin Yanxing smiled, choosing not to expose Hu Jia's pretense. The celebration unfolded splendidly, though he remained puzzled about Fei Yuling and Yun Mingyao's motivations for attending. As the festivities concluded and night fell, Hu Jia poked Lin Yanxing with his finger, saying, "Where do you live? Take me to your residence. I don't wish to return to Tianwen Peak." Having spent 3 years at the Tianwen sect, he had scarcely ventured to other peaks, remaining at Tianwen Peak, and now that he was out, he was reluctant to return so soon. Lin Yanxing expressed surprise. "You're not going back to Tianwen Peak? You wish to stay overnight at Wikifeng?" With Fei Yuling and Yun Mingyao already departed, it was customary for the esteemed Tianwen Peak to impose stricter regulations, forbidding disciples from casually visiting other peaks, let alone staying overnight. "What's the matter?" "It's just for one night. I had a bit too much to drink at the celebration," Hu Jia replied. Hu Jia looked up at Lin Yanxing, gently patting his shoulder as he spoke. He was intoxicated, having indulged in the celebratory feast without anyone utilizing spiritual energy to mitigate the effects of alcohol. He drank as any ordinary person would, yet the wine was imbued with spiritual essence. Even though cultivators possess a physique far superior to that of common folk, they too succumbed to inebriation without the aid of spiritual power. It was evident that Hu Jia was quite drunk, and Lin Yanxing noticed this, saying, "Then follow me. Just don't mind the modest size of my place." Allowing Hu Jia to return to Tianwen Peak in his inebriated state seemed rather unwise. So he acquiesced to Hu Jia staying at Wuqing Peak. After all, given Hu Jia's remarkable talent, it was unlikely that such a trivial matter would incur any punishment from Tianwen Peak. Hu Jia waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "You are the senior brother of Wuqing Peak. While it may not compare to my residence at Tianwen Peak, it surely won't be lacking." His face was exquisitely handsome, and his smile was captivating. The rosy hue of inebriation only added to his charm. Even Lin Yanxing found himself momentarily entranced, though he quickly reminded himself that the individual before him was, like himself, male. Setting aside any unrealistic thoughts, he smiled and began to lead the way to his abode. Chapter 43. The contest of the heavenly inquiry rankings. As Hu Jia gazed at the modest wooden cabin before him, he found himself momentarily taken aback, asking in a daze, "Is this your residence?" In his eyes, Lin Yanxing was a formidable figure within Wuqiu Peak. Thus he presumed that Lin would occupy a prestigious position and reside in the finest quarters. However, the dilapidated cabin before him, which seemed inferior even to the abodes of the impoverished, left him perplexed. "Ah, don't be shy, come on in," Lin Yanxing replied with a cheerful smile, then pushed the door open, glancing back at Hu Jia from within the cabin. He was not particularly discerning about his living conditions, as long as it served its purpose. He considered it sufficient. In fact, a more extravagant setting might hinder his cultivation. After a brief hesitation, Hu Jia stepped into the cabin. The space measured approximately 5 meters in length and width, furnished with a wooden bed, a wooden table, 2 wooden chairs, and some rudimentary wooden furniture. Upon the table lay a collection of spiritual pills, beside which rested a vividly feathered chicken, alongside a creature reminiscent of a mythical dragon. In each corner of the cabin, luminous stones provided illumination, and beyond that, there was little of note. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yanxing summoned his spiritual energy to close the cabin door. Addressing the astonished Hu Jia, "Shall we sit for a while, or would you prefer to go straight to bed?" The bed, though modest, measured 2 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width, sufficient for 2 individuals, albeit snugly. Hu Jia pulled out a wooden chair to sit down and remarked, You only have one bed here. It's not ideal for sleeping. Many diligent cultivators seldom slept, dedicating themselves to their practice day and night, sometimes retreating for years or even decades. However, he was not one of those ascetic practitioners. He believed in balancing rest and nourishment with cultivation, for haste in such matters was ill-advised. Come on, we're both men. What is there to fear? Lin Yinxing said, sitting on the bed and playfully pulling Hu Jia onto it. He then reclined without a care, seemingly unperturbed by the bed's limited space. Sitting up, Hu Jia watched Lin Yinxing close his eyes and begin to rest. After some contemplation, he spoke up. Lin Yinxing, could you move over a bit? This bed is so small, what if I fall off? Having indulged in drink, he felt slightly dazed and was eager for rest, setting aside his concerns. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinxing sprang up, grasped Hu Jia's leg, and removed his shoes, declaring, "You sleep on the inside." He noted Hu Jia's hesitation, which starkly contrasted with the decisiveness he exhibited in the discussion hall. Hu Jia pouted but complied, crawling to the inner side and leaning against the wall. Observing this, Lin Yinxing laid down beside him, then waved his hand to gather the luminous stones into his Qinquan bag. The cabin was instantly enveloped in darkness, and a profound silence fell, enabling him to hear Hu Jia's steady breathing. Suddenly, Lin Yinxing recalled a rather cliché scenario and quipped, "Hey, you're not cross-dressing as a man, are you?" He then playfully nudged Hu Jia with his hand. Hu Jia responded with a hint of annoyance. "What kind of notion is that? If I were a woman, would I share a bed with you?" He conceded that he was indeed somewhat handsome, perhaps even exceptionally so, to the point of inciting jealousy among women. However, he firmly identified as a genuine man. In truth, the distinction between male and female was not so significant. Attractiveness sufficed. Lin Yinxing pondered for a moment before earnestly replying. The charming, somewhat conceited androgynous figure seemed to be quite popular, yet Hu Jia appeared disinterested in adopting such a guise. Otherwise, his allure in women's attire would undoubtedly rival that of Shangwan Shuiwa. Hu Jia pressed himself against the wall, questioning, "What do you mean by that?" "I am your savior. If you harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards me, you shall be struck down by divine retribution." He sensed that Lin Yinxing was a rather perilous individual, more so than Luo Fu, at least in terms of intellect. Lin Yinxing replied, "What are you thinking? Just sleep well. You've had too much to drink. And I have no interest in you." His sole focus was on diligently cultivating his strength, for only by becoming stronger could he attain freedom in this harsh world. To put it bluntly, without power, what credibility could one possess? 5 days later, the fourth segment of the Seven Peaks Grand Competition commenced. Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia arrived at the Tianwen platform, being the last to arrive while the others had already gathered. The Tianwen platform stood 10 meters high and spanned over 100 meters in length and width, with one side leaning against a stone wall. Against the wall, there were 10 stone seats. Any challenger who could defeat their opponent while seated would secure a place on the Tianwen rankings. These 10 seats determined the 10 spots on the Tianwen rankings. Outside the Tianwen platform, countless disciples gathered to watch, and elders from various peaks, along with peak masters, were present. The emergence of a new generation of Tianwen ranking champions was not only a significant event for the Tianwen sect, but would also have repercussions across the entire northern region. Many were keenly observing the Tianwen rankings. Whenever they were updated, the news would rapidly spread throughout the northern region, reflecting the influence of the most formidable talents from the region's premier sections. The punishment elder surveyed Lin Yinxing, Hu Jia, and the others below, stating, "The rules for the Tianwen rankings contest are quite straightforward, aiming to determine the candidates for the new Tianwen rankings. There are a total of 10 stone seats. Those who secure a seat will ascend to the rankings." Having conducted the Seven Peaks Grand Competition before, he refrained from excessive chatter, briefly outlining the rules before declaring the commencement. The atmosphere atop the Tianwen platform instantly became tense. There were 12 participants, yet only 10 seats, which meant 2 would inevitably be eliminated, destined to remain as mere embellishments. While quasi-Tianwen ranking champions held a respectable status within the Tianwen sect, once outside, they remained unknown, with others focusing solely on the Tianwen rankings. Thus, no one wished to settle for being a quasi-champion. Someone made a move, confidently approaching a stone seat and promptly taking a seat. No one intervened, for he was Luo Fu. Shortly thereafter, Shangwan Shuiwa also claimed a stone seat, followed by Yang Yi, Mu Chuan, Lin Tianyu, Yi Fifan, and Yi Hui, all of whom did the same. These 7 individuals were already formidable champions from the previous Tianwen rankings, with the least among them, Yi Hui, holding the 8th position. The remaining 5 individuals, Lin Yinsheng, Hu Jia, Yun Mingyao, Xiang Dali, and Wang Jia, are newcomers who have just entered the top 12 in this competition. Yun Mingyao approached and seated herself upon a stone pedestal, followed suit by Hu Jia. Observing this, Lin Yinsheng stepped towards one individual and stood directly before their stone seat. He gazed at the occupant and spoke. "I apologize, but I have taken a liking to this stone seat of yours. Might I trouble you to vacate it?" A profound silence enveloped the arena, only to be followed by a surge of excitement, as nearly everyone assumed Lin Yinsheng would occupy the now empty seat. Instead, he engaged in an act that left the audience utterly perplexed. Lin Yinsheng had deliberately provoked Yang Yitan, who was renowned as the formidable figure ranked 3rd on the Tianwen list. On the Tianwen platform, Wang Jia initially stared at Lin Yinsheng in astonishment, soon thereafter filled with delight as he seized the opportunity to sit upon the vacant stone seat. He had previously harbored concerns about not being Lin Yinsheng's match, but with Lin Yinsheng's own reckless behavior, he could now ascend directly to the Tianwen list. As for Xiang Dali of the Giant Spirit Peak, he was overlooked in the tumult. Chapter 44. 2 floating pagoda seals. Yang Yitong sat upon the stone seat, gazing at Lin Yinsheng, and remarked, "Are you seeking your own demise?" Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from within him, causing the expressions of those seated beside him, including Yi Fifan and Lin Tianyu, to shift markedly. This Yang Yitong was even more formidable than he had been 3 years prior. Lin Yinsheng retrieved a sword from his Chinquan bag, a low-grade earth-tier artifact he had seized from Lu Tian a few months earlier. Grasping the long sword, he lunged at Yang Yitong without uttering a word. Yang Yitong's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he unleashed a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy, countering Lin Yinsheng's blade. Subsequently, he struck out with a palm, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that shattered Lin Yinsheng's sword and sent him reeling back several dozen meters. Yang Yitong rose from his stone seat, his figure darting forth like a specter, appearing in the center of the Tianwen platform, and launched a punch at Lin Yinsheng. The air howled in lament beneath the force of that fist, and even Wang Jia, seated several meters away, felt an immense pressure. He was certain that had he been the target of that punch, he would undoubtedly be obliterated, with no other outcome conceivable. Lin Yinsheng's expression turned grave as he too sensed the oppressive force. His spiritual energy surged forth as he retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! The 2 fists, enveloped in spiritual energy, collided with raw brutality, unleashing a violent shockwave. Lin Yinsheng was sent flying back over 10 meters, managing to steady himself after several steps on the ground. The onlookers outside the Tianwen platform displayed expressions of astonishment. Many had anticipated Lin Yinsheng would be sent sprawling from the platform by that punch, yet he had managed to withstand it, albeit barely. "This fool truly does not understand the gravity of his situation, daring to challenge my disciple and courting his own demise," snorted Duan Dade from a nearby cliff. Beside him, several elders fawned over him, disparaging Lin Yinsheng and belittling him to extol Yang Yitong's might. From the direction of Wuqing Peak, Erden anxiously inquired, "Master, do you think senior brother is in danger?" The strength of Lin Yinsheng's opponent was overwhelming. Even he, who had great faith in Lin Yinsheng, felt that challenging Yang Yitong was exceedingly reckless. "Alas, all I can do is place my trust in Yinsheng," Ning Wuqing sighed. He was aware of some enmity between Lin Yinsheng and Yang Yitong, though not the specifics. Yet he had not anticipated Lin Yinsheng harbored such animosity toward Yang Yitong that he would challenge him in the contest for the Tianwen rankings. Should he lose, he would not only forfeit his chance at the rankings, but might also face peril to his life. Yang Yitong smiled mockingly, declaring, with such meager strength, "You truly disappoint me, Lin Yinsheng." Initially concerned about Lin Yinsheng's rise, he had hoped for a different outcome. But with Lin Yinsheng opting to challenge him instead of earnestly contending for a place in the Tianwen rankings, he resolved to eliminate Lin Yinsheng preemptively. Let it be said, even if Lin Yinsheng were at the pinnacle of the Tongyu realm, he would remain unfazed. "Fear not, you shall not be disappointed, surprises await," Lin Yinsheng proclaimed as he discarded the broken sword, now merely a hilt, and retrieved a wheel. This roulette is a mid-tier magical artifact of the earthly realm. In the last beast hunting conference, he secured first place, and the sect rewarded him with this artifact. Yang Yitan sighed, a deep murderous intent flickering in his eyes. With a single step, he lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, his right hand gathering a formidable amount of spiritual energy as he struck heavily towards Lin Yanqing's head. He wanted Lin Yanqing dead. Despite his outward disdain for Lin Yanqing, he was, in truth, quite wary of him, for Lin Yanqing was exceedingly young, at merely 17. He had already reached the late stage of the ethereal realm. Given time, he might surpass Yang Yitan. Therefore, he would not grant Lin Yanqing the opportunity to outstrip him. Lin Yanqing unleashed all his spiritual energy, raising the roulette to block. The moment his artifact was struck by the fist, an indescribable force reverberated, sending him flying several meters back, and the roulette was knocked away. Just as he regained his balance, Yang Yitan charged at him once more, arms extended, aiming to strike his head from both sides. Should he be hit, his head would likely be reduced to a mushy pulp. Lin Yanqing chose not to retreat. Instead, he crouched swiftly, evading Yang Yitan's palm strikes. Simultaneously, his right fist surged forward, striking Yang Yitan's abdomen with tremendous force, and two stupa imprints materialized, crashing into Yang Yitan's midsection. Indeed, two stupa imprints. In the 50 days leading up to the Seven Peaks competition, he had diligently practiced the stupa imprint, and after a month of arduous training, he had finally cultivated the second imprint. Even during his mid-stage of the ethereal realm, he had managed to slay a top-tier 5th-grade ferocious beast, the diamond python, with a single imprint. Now, at the late stage of the ethereal realm, unleashing two stupa imprints would undoubtedly amplify their power manifold. According to his estimation, at his current cultivation level, producing two stupa imprints would be sufficient to obliterate a practitioner of the leisure realm. Boom. The stupa imprints propelled Yang Yitan backward, sending him crashing into the stone wall adjacent to the Tianwen platform, creating a massive crater. Explosions erupted as the two stupa imprints, under Lin Yanqing's control, unleashed their full power, generating a devastating spiritual energy storm. Countless cracks appeared in the stone wall, and with a resounding crash, it collapsed, matching the height of the Tianwen platform, as the upper section had been obliterated by the force of the stupa imprints. On the Tianwen platform, Shangguan Shueiyue released her spiritual energy to shield against the falling debris. Otherwise, 10 thrones would have been buried. Once the rubble settled, she withdrew her energy, a hint of astonishment gracing her features. She had not anticipated that Yang Yitan would be so thoroughly bested by a youth who had only recently risen to prominence. Buried within the stone wall, Hu Jia wore a smile, relief washing over him. Lin Yanqing had provided him with a tremendous surprise. He grinned at Lin Yanqing, giving him a thumbs up, and remarked, "Well done." The technique Lin Yanqing just displayed is undoubtedly capable of annihilating a practitioner at the initial stage of the leisure realm. I imagine Yang Yitan felt the full brunt of that strike. Yi Fifan, Lin Tianyu, and others exhibited expressions of horror. Had they been struck by Lin Yanqing's attack, they would surely have met their demise. Lin Yanqing, this young man, truly surprised me beyond measure. Outside the Tianwen platform, in the direction of the disciples and elders of Wuqing Peak, Ning Wuqing laughed heartily. He had not anticipated that Lin Yanqing would be so formidable. What initially appeared as a disadvantage was, in fact, a ruse to lead Yang Yitan into underestimating him, thereby revealing his trump card. Clearly, Lin Yanqing's strategy was remarkably successful. Fei Yuling gazed at Lin Yanqing on the Tianwen platform, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. This young man exceeded her expectations and could indeed be a match for Meng Yao. However, she could not shake the thought that this lad had seen her in a vulnerable state. Countless disciples and elders watched the collapsed stone wall, beneath which Yang Yitan lay buried. They were eager to ascertain whether the third-rank powerhouse of the Tianwen list had truly been defeated in such a manner. Chapter 45, The Quasi-King Level Boom. Just as countless individuals were left wondering whether Yang Yitan had met his demise, a radiant orange light surged forth from the shattered stone wall, ascending to the heavens and landing upon the Tianwen platform. As the brilliance gradually dissipated, it revealed Yang Yitan within. At this moment, his upper garment lay in tatters, exposing his robust physique, while he grasped a long spear that shimmered with an orange glow. With a single step, he emerged, enveloped in the orange radiance, directly confronting Lin Yanqing, and brought his spear down with a swift strike. Sensing an imminent threat to his life, Lin Yanqing summoned the Tianji umbrella, shielding himself in desperation. The spear sliced through the umbrella, unleashing such tremendous force that it sent both him and the umbrella flying several dozen meters. Had it not been for the protective umbrella, that strike might well have claimed his life. Boom. Although Yang Yitan's spear did not slay Lin Yansheng, it cleaved the Tianwen platform in twain, splitting it down the middle. It is worth noting that the Tianwen platform was constructed from a special material, impervious even to the most vigorous attacks from an early-stage practitioner of the Xiaoyao realm. Yet, Yang Yitan's strike had shattered it, indicating that his power transcended that of an early Xiaoyao realm practitioner. Remarkably, Yang Yitan's cultivation level remained at the peak of the Tongyu realm, just as it had been 3 years prior. He had long been capable of breaking through. Yet he chose to restrain his own advancement, honing his strength within this realm. Clearly, his strategy had proven successful. He had surpassed the typical boundaries of the peak Tongyu realm practitioner and stepped into an entirely new domain, the Quasi-King realm. Yang Yitan had entered the Quasi-King domain of the Tongyu realm, becoming a formidable Quasi-King practitioner within this grand continuum. In this world, the disparities among practitioners are immense, even among those within the same realm. Some ascend to the next level after mastering a realm to its pinnacle, while others persistently refine themselves, reaching the limits of their current realm and even transcending those limits. In the realm of cultivation, top-tier geniuses can elevate an entire domain to extraordinary heights, akin to entering a fresh sphere of existence. Practitioners refer to these domains as the Quasi-King realm and the subsequent King realm. Those who step into the Quasi-King domain are termed Quasi-King level practitioners, while those who enter the King domain are known as King level practitioners. King level practitioners are exceedingly rare within the cultivation community, and those capable of elevating a grand realm to such echelons are destined to become formidable entities of unparalleled might. Conversely, Quasi-King level practitioners have not yet attained the King level, but have similarly surpassed the ordinary thresholds of cultivation. In the current landscape, reaching this stage is a rare feat, and those who do possess immense potential. An elder could not help but exclaim, "Heavens! A Quasi-King level practitioner." Yang Yitan's future achievements will undoubtedly rival those of the esteemed heavenly grade elders. As a earth grade elder himself, he once possessed the strength to battle across realms in his youth, yet he remained far from the Quasi-King level, existing in an entirely different echelon. On the stone pedestal, Mu Chuan fixed his gaze upon Yang Yitang, bitterness evident in his voice as he lamented the fact that Yang Yitang had ascended into the realm of Quasi-Kings. He had long suppressed his own ascension to this coveted level, but alas, he had failed to breach the threshold that many practitioners yearned for. With the conclusion of the Seven Peaks competition, he would finally break through to the carefree realm, relinquishing any constraints on his cultivation. For there was no longer any meaning in repression if he could not enter the Quasi-King domain. Wang Zhe trembled upon the stone platform, finally grasping the vast chasm that separated him from the formidable figures on the heavenly inquiry ranking. Before him stood a living Quasi-King practitioner. Yang Yitang turned his attention to Lin Yansheng, who wielded the celestial mechanism umbrella, and remarked, "Your artifact is quite impressive. It managed to withstand my strike." Initially, he had believed that by unleashing his full power, revealing his Quasi-King strength, he would be able to vanquish Lin Yansheng with a single blow. The failure to do so irked him deeply, as he had intended to reserve this revelation of strength as a final card, meant for either Luo Fu or Shangwan Shuiwei. But Lin Yansheng had forced his hand. Now, the only way to regain some semblance of balance was to eliminate Lin Yansheng. With a cold stare, Lin Yansheng declared, "Yang Yitang, today, I shall surely kill you." The individual he despised most in this world was Yang Yitang. Others like Li Xuanhuan evoked mere disdain, but did not rise to the level of hatred. 5 years ago, you stood impotent before all this, and today, 5 years later, you remain incapable of resistance. Lamenting your own weakness, Yang Yitang remarked as he approached Lin Yansheng, brandishing a spear, a high-quality earth-grade artifact. It required the strength of the carefree realm to fully harness its potential, a strength he possessed, and not merely at the novice level. "Let us see what transpires," Lin Yansheng replied coldly. Today, there could be only one survivor between him and Yang Yitang. The scene from 5 years prior would never be repeated. This enduring enmity, festering for 5 long years, must finally come to an end. With an icy demeanor, Yang Yitang propelled himself forward like a cannonball, swiftly closing the distance to Lin Yansheng. The spear in his hand glimmered with an orange radiance as he unleashed his full strength, aiming to strike Lin Yinxing down. Boom! The orange glow enveloped the spear, slicing through the air as it descended upon the celestial mechanism umbrella that Lin Yinxing had raised in defense. Screech! The spear grazed the opened umbrella, cleaving through the heavenly inquiry platform beneath, fracturing it in concentric circles from the tip of the spear. In an instant, the entire heavenly inquiry platform, towering 10 meters high and spanning 100 meters in length and width, collapsed utterly. Luo Fu and the others retreated to safety outside the crumbling platform, while Lin Yinxing and Yang Yitong found themselves on the ground. Engaging in battle upon the earth offered wider scope and a more earnest confrontation. Your umbrella is remarkable. Once you are dead, I shall cherish it well, Yang Yitong declared, no longer concealing his murderous intent. His words were not merely intended to provoke Lin Yinxing. Rather, he had genuinely discerned the remarkable sturdiness of Lin Yinxing's umbrella, which had remarkably withstood his 2 assaults. Conservatively speaking, it could be classified as a heavenly grade artifact, though he could not ascertain whether it was of inferior, middle, or superior quality. Your firearm is as worthless as you are. Thus, after I extinguish your life, I shall affix your gun to your pitiful corpse. Lin Yinxing and Yang Yitong stood in stark opposition, each unabashedly revealing their intent to kill. With a forceful stamp of his foot upon the ground, Lin Yinxing propelled himself forward, launching a proactive assault as he collapsed the Tianji umbrella and thrust it towards Yang Yitong. Yang Yitong's spear swept through the air, striking the Tianji umbrella and sending Lin Yinxing careening backwards for several meters. His strength surpassed that of Lin Yinxing, even though the Tianji umbrella could deflect his attacks. The disparity in their powers remained insurmountable. The Tianji umbrella was indeed a divine instrument, imbued with formidable power. Yet Lin Yinxing's current cultivation was too feeble to harness its full potential. Therefore, the prospect of Lin Yinxing vanquishing Yang Yitong, who had ascended to the threshold of the Quasi-King domain, was exceedingly slim. Chapter 46. The Demise of Yang Yitong Dai. Yang Yitong offered no chance for Lin Yinxing to resist. After sending him flying, he surged forward, his spear sweeping out once more. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he aimed to capitalize on his momentum, denying Lin Yinxing a moment to recover. Lin Yinxing wielded the celestial mechanism umbrella, clashing against the spear, which unleashed a terrifying surge of spiritual energy, yet he was once again hurled away. Yang Yitong continued his relentless pursuit. Lin Yinxing struggled to withstand the onslaught of the spear, but was repeatedly forced to retreat, being knocked back time and again. It was evident to any observer that Yang Yitong held an overwhelming advantage. Were it not for the peculiar umbrella possessed by Lin Yinxing, he would have been defeated long ago. However, even with the odd umbrella, defeat seemed merely a matter of time. Lin Yinxing, you must not fall to this scoundrel Yang Yitong. Hu Jia, standing by a stone seat in the distance, expressed his anxiety. Yang Yitong's strength surpassed his expectations. Having ascended to the Quasi-King realm as a practitioner, faced with a Quasi-King level opponent, he could fathom no means by which Lin Yinxing could turn the tide. This Yang Yitong, while lacking in character, undeniably possesses formidable strength, spoke Fei Yuling from the direction of Yunu Peak. She too was astonished that after 3 years, Yang Yitong had evolved into a Quasi-King level practitioner, presenting a significant threat. Lin Yinxing, meet your end. Yang Yitong swung his spear once more, sending Lin Yinxing hurtling over 100 meters, crashing into a mountainside. As Lin Yinxing fell from the wall, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and the celestial mechanism umbrella lay several meters away. Upon witnessing the approaching Yang Yitong, he suddenly broke into a perplexing smile. Just as Yang Yitong appeared before him, his spear lunging toward Lin Yinxing, he abruptly closed his eyes. True dragon transformation. At the moment the spear was mere inches from him, he opened his eyes, and with a speed almost imperceptible, his right hand shot out, grasping the spear. Golden dragon scales emerged along his right arm, enveloping even his palm, resembling a dragon's claw. Impossible. Yang Yitong, gripping the spear, exerted force to impale Lin Yinxing. Yet, to his astonishment, he found he could not move the spear an inch, for that claw-like hand held it firmly. Lin Yinxing rose, forcefully swinging Yang Yitong, along with his spear, several dozen meters away. Then he propelled himself forward. His speed exponentially increased. His claw-like right arm coiled into a fist, striking out. A punch erupted with boundless golden radiance, crashing into Yang Yitan. Moments later, as the golden light dissipated, Lin Yinxing maintained his stance, having delivered a powerful blow, standing 2 to 3 meters away from Yang Yitan. Yang Yitan's eyes widened in disbelief and despair, still clutching his spear. In the next instant, half of his body was obliterated, the remaining half collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Lin Yinxing exhaled in relief as the dragon scales on his right arm emitted a faint golden glow, swiftly fading away. He took a few steps forward, retrieved Yang Yitang's long spear, and inserted it into the remaining half of Yang Yitang's body. Subsequently, a look of relief graced his face as he swayed slightly before collapsing backward, succumbing to unconsciousness before hitting the ground. When Lin Yinxing awoke, he found himself lying on a small wooden bed in his humble cabin. Beside him sat 2 individuals, slumped over a wooden table in slumber, Hu Jia, his savior, and Dan, his dear friend. At that moment, Hu Jia seemed to sense something, slowly rising from the table, and upon noticing Lin Yinxing had awakened, hurriedly rushed to his side, exclaiming with delight, "Lin Yinxing, you have finally awakened." Lin Yinxing sat up from the bed, shaking his slightly sore right arm, and retorted, "What do you mean I've finally awakened? Have I been sleeping for an extended period?" To him, it felt as if he had merely taken a brief nap, akin to the night he had spent alongside Hu Jia. Hu Jia flashed a mischievous smile and replied, "Not too long. You have only been unconscious for 10 days. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yinxing's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "What did you say? I was unconscious for 10 days. Dan, startled awake by Lin Yinxing's outburst, exclaimed with excitement, "Master brother, you have finally awakened. This is wonderful. That day, I thought you had perished alongside Yang Yitang. Curse you. You were the one who perished alongside Yang Yitang," Lin Yinxing playfully reprimanded, his spirits elevated after vanquishing his nemesis, the pent-up resentment of 5 years dissipating entirely. "By the way, I must promptly inform the sect leader and the elders that Master Brother has awakened," Dan declared, dashing out of the cabin and heading downwards. Suddenly, Lin Yinxing recalled something and inquired, "Has the ranking battle of the Tianwen list concluded?" The 7 Peaks Grand Competition, along with the 2 subsequent segments of the Tianwen list, comprised 5 stages, with the 4th stage being the battle for the top 10 of the Tianwen list. The 5th stage was known as the Tianwen ranking battle, aimed at determining the final rankings. Upon hearing this, Hu Jia fell silent for a moment before responding. The Tianwen ranking battle took place 5 days ago, and the rankings have already been established. There were certain matters he hesitated to disclose, fearing they might dishearten Lin Yinxing. With a smile, Lin Yinxing asked, "Is that so? Then what rank did you achieve?" Hu Jia looked at him and replied, "I am 3rd. Luo Fu holds the 1st position, followed by Shangwan Shuiwei in 2nd, Xiang Dali in 4th, Mu Chuan in 5th, Lin Tianyu in 6th, Yi Fifan in 7th, Yin Mingyao in 8th, Yi Hui in 9th, and Wang Zhu in 10th. He recited the rankings of the Tianwen list in one breath, hoping to preempt Lin Yinxing from inquiring about his own rank. Lin Yinxing was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and remarked, "Xiang Dali is quite formidable. He actually surpassed seasoned experts like Yi Fifan and Lin Tianyu. I truly did not see that coming." Then he added, "Moreover, Yun Mingyao is also formidable. She has entered the Tianwen rankings. Now, the Tianwen peak no longer monopolizes the list, as our 6 peaks have 2 representatives on it." A subtle smile remained on his face, seemingly indifferent to his own absence from the rankings. Hu Jia gazed at Lin Yinxing, her heart aching, and said, "Stop pretending. If you wish to cry, do so. I will not mock you." Countless disciples of the Tianwen sect were preparing for the grand competition of the 7 peaks, the ultimate goal of which was the Tianwen rankings. The Tianwen rankings represented not only the honor of the Tianwen sect, but also a symbol of identity for the entire northern region, a prestigious accolade of immense significance. Almost every disciple of the Tianwen sect took pride in being listed among the rankings, and Lin Yinxing, having defeated Yang Yitan, the former 3rd-ranked and quasi-king level practitioner, should have undoubtedly earned a place in the rankings. However, Lin Yinxing's name was conspicuously absent from the list, and Hu Jia understood that this was a profound blow to him, akin to having one's years of enduring humiliation and striving rendered futile, particularly at the cusp of success. Chapter 47. The sole master of the Tianwen ranking. What are you saying? Am I pretending? And why on earth would I be crying? Lin Yinxing found himself in a state of bewilderment. Upon hearing Hu Jia's sorrowful tone, he momentarily questioned whether his cultivation had faltered. However, upon self-examination, he discovered that his abilities had actually improved. He then speculated whether there was an issue with his body, pondering if he might be paralyzed from the waist down or if his arms were incapacitated. A thorough check revealed no ailments, only a slight fatigue in his right arm. And that was all. Hu Jia sat on the bed, slightly leaning towards Lin Yinxing, her large eyes fixed upon his, filled with suspicion as she asked, "You clearly defeated the previous third on the Tianwen ranking and demonstrated the undeniable strength to enter it. Yet, you are not saddened or disheartened." She noticed that Lin Yinxing did not appear to be feigning indifference, causing her to question whether he genuinely felt no sorrow over his exclusion from the ranking. "Regarding that, I have not occupied the stone seat, so it is only natural that I cannot enter the Tianwen ranking. The rules are as such," Lin Yinxing replied, finally grasping the situation. He had not anticipated Hu Jia's capacity for conjecture. With a smile, he added, "All 10 of you have occupied the stone seats. If one of you were to be replaced by me, that would indeed violate the rules and be unfair to the one replaced." In truth, he too desired to enter the Tianwen ranking, as it symbolized both strength and status, essentially a badge of honor. Alas, he still lacked the requisite prowess. Having exhausted himself with his ultimate technique, the true dragon transformation, he had fainted without securing a stone seat, thus rendering himself unqualified for the ranking. Should he have made it onto the Tianwen ranking, he would undoubtedly have felt elated. However, his absence did not bring him despair. For a cultivator, strength is paramount. Status and reputation are secondary. He felt content knowing that his abilities were on par with most on the ranking. A sudden cough interrupted the moment, drawing Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia's attention towards the door, where Ning Wuqing had arrived, accompanied by Elder Mu and a throng of disciples. Yet, the peculiar glances and expressions on their faces raised questions. In an instant, Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia realized the source of the misunderstanding. They were seated too closely. Furthermore, Hu Jia was leaning toward Lin Yinxing as if to kiss him, while Lin Yinxing's smile indicated he was not averse to the proximity. This was indeed a colossal misinterpretation. Hu Jia immediately straightened her posture, deliberately shifting back a few inches to create distance between them. However, her flickering gaze betrayed her inner turmoil. Ning Wuqing entered the wooden cabin with a smile, followed by Elder Mu, Dan, Xiao Wenjie, and Shi Kuei, all of whom shared a close rapport with Lin Yinxing. While the other disciples remained outside, observing the scene, Ning Wuqie cast a glance at Hu Jia before earnestly addressing Lin Yinxing. "Well, Yinxing, I understand that you have grown up and are no longer a child, yet it is crucial to prioritize your cultivation. Do you comprehend?" The tone he adopted echoed that of traditional Chinese parents advising their children who have recently entered into romantic relationships to focus on their studies. Lin Yinxing felt a twinge of embarrassment, but it was swiftly cast aside as he chuckled. "What can I say? Little Hu Jia is simply too adorable. It's utterly irresistible." He was not the innocent type, but he relished the thrill of flirtation. Most importantly, he possessed a thick skin, as the saying goes. A tree without bark is doomed to die. A person without shame is invincible. He wholeheartedly believed that a man ought to be audacious in demeanor. "Lin Yinxing, what nonsense are you spouting?" Hu Jia retorted angrily, then swiftly exited the wooden cabin, leaving amid the peculiar gazes of the disciples of Wuxia Peak. "Did I say something wrong?" Ning Wuxia inquired, observing the smirking Lin Yinxing. Hu Jia was a prodigious talent of the Tianwen sect, ranked third on the Tianwen list. Had he driven him away, was it not a tad excessive? Although he merely offered Lin Yinxing some words of advice, it was Lin Yinxing who had inadvertently provoked Hu Jia's departure. "Not to worry, he is not that petty," Lin Yinxing reassured, unperturbed. Through his interactions with Hu Jia over the past days, he had discerned that Hu Jia was merely a proud child, not one to hold grudges over trivial matters. Ning Wuqia nodded slightly, then hesitated before speaking. "Well, Yinxing, do not take the Tianwen list too much to heart." He was concerned that Lin Yinxing might feel disheartened for not making it onto the list, yet his worries proved to be entirely unfounded. Lin Yinxing smiled. "I have no issues with the Tianwen list. I am now a quasi-Tianwen list powerhouse, even more imposing than the title of senior brother of Wuxia Peak." A quasi-Tianwen list powerhouse held significant influence within the Tianwen sect, nearly matching the prowess of those ranked lower on the list. This time, The quasi-Tianwen list powerhouses were somewhat exceptional. Not only was he not the only one, but their strength did not fall short of the experts on the Tianwen list. And many were even superior, at least on par with the third rank. Seeing that Lin Yanqing appeared untroubled, Ning Wuqie felt reassured and remarked, "It is good that you think this way. In a month, it will be time for the sect to recruit disciples. And you must find ways to attract more new disciples to our Wuqie Peak." The Tianwen sect recruited disciples annually, typically admitting around 5,000. However, last year, only 50 new disciples entered Wuqie Peak, and they were among the least gifted, their cultivation still lingering at the mysterious realm nearly a year later. Lin Yanqing nodded, "All right. But the competition this year is quite fierce. Not only Tianwen Peak, but also Juling Peak and Yunu Peak boast experts from the Tianwen list. It is likely that most new disciples will prioritize these three main peaks, with merely a month remaining until the recruitment of new disciples. This period is ample for the renowned Tianwen ranking of the Tianwen sect to echo throughout the entire northern region. In due course, those aspiring disciples will undoubtedly be drawn to join the Tianwen sect, particularly at the imposing Juling Peak and the ethereal Yunu Peak. Yunu Peak exclusively admits female disciples, and it is anticipated that the majority of female aspirants will gravitate towards it, leaving male disciples with no option but to seek other peaks. Thus, the principal competitors are primarily Juwang Peak and Juling Peak, Ning Wuqing deduced. Moreover, this year presents us with a distinct advantage compared to previous years. We boast the singular presence of a prospective Tianwen ranking expert, a distinction that other peaks such as Guiying Peak, Lingbao Peak, and Lingjin Peak lack. In the past few years of new disciple recruitment, Wuqing Peak was often relegated to the lowest priority, with few new disciples initially choosing it. Most were those that other peaks had rejected and, out of sheer necessity, turned to Wuqing Peak. However, this year, due to Lin Yan's status as a prospective Tianwen ranking powerhouse, the allure for new disciples now ranks in the middle tier, falling below Tianwen Peak, Juling Peak, and Yunu Peak, yet surpassing Guiying Peak, Lingjin Peak, and Lingbao Peak. Chapter 48. Recruiting new disciples. After offering some words of comfort, Ning Wuqie and the others departed, leaving Lin Yanqing to rest in solitude. Once they had left, Shao Qi and the little true dragon emerged from beneath the bed, leisurely leaping onto the table, resuming their languid existence as divine beasts. Lin Yanqing gazed at the little true dragon and said with a smile, "Thank you so much, little dragon. Without you, I might never have returned." Faced with the formidable Yang Yitong, a practitioner at the peak of the royal level, even wielding the heavenly mechanism umbrella would scarcely have altered the outcome. Thus, he resorted to his most potent trump card, the True Dragon Transformation. This ability, developed with the aid of the system during the first 20 days leading up to the Seven Peaks Grand Competition, allowed him to temporarily harness the power of the little true dragon's bloodline by establishing a connection through their shared lineage. This bond was forged from his daily offerings of blood to the little true dragon prior to its hatching. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the little dragon to bestow its bloodline strength upon him. Undoubtedly, the power of the true dragon is extraordinarily overwhelming. Even a mere trace of its bloodline augmented Lin Yanqing's strength immensely, enabling him to strike down Yang Yitong with a single blow. However, his current physique and cultivation were far too feeble to endure even a slight infusion of true dragon bloodline power. He could only manifest the transformation in one arm, and even then, it could only be sustained for a brief period. This exertion had already pushed his body beyond its limits, which was why he fell unconscious after defeating Yang Yitong. "Brother, I am delighted to assist you," a youthful voice echoed in Lin Yanqing's mind. It was the little true dragon conversing with him. Due to the innate connection within their bloodlines, the little true dragon felt an instinctive closeness to Lin Yanqing. Initially, it intended to call him father, but at Lin Yanqing's insistence, it changed to brother. "You truly are audacious, allowing a true dragon to address you as brother. Should the dragon clan ever learn of this, it might spell trouble for you, as they would never permit a true dragon to associate with a human," a cool, elegant voice interjected. It was Shao Qi speaking to Lin Yanqing. The dragon clan is the mightiest race in existence, comprising the sacred dragon and giant dragon clans among the sacred beast categories, while the celestial dragon and divine dragon clans belong to the divine beast lineage. The true dragon lineage reigns supreme above these four factions, representing a super divine beast race with a notably esteemed status within the dragon clan. Moreover, it is said that the true dragons have long since vanished. Should the dragon clan discover the existence of the little true dragon, the implications remain uncertain. Lin Yanqing chuckled. Let us not concern ourselves with the future. For now, I must focus on enhancing my strength. If the day comes when I must confront the dragon clan, perhaps by then I will possess the power to stand against them. His tone was calm, yet his words were astonishing. In the vast expanse of the celestial spirit realm, no one dared to claim the ability to oppose the dragon clan, even from any of its 4 major branches. Nonetheless, Lin Yanqing was not merely boasting. He had the system, divine artifacts, and, furthermore, Shao-Chi by his side. Shao-Chi is indeed a true phoenix, growing to a stature capable of contending with the heavenly dragon, the divine dragon, and even the true dragon. Moreover, the little true dragon itself is an entity not to be underestimated. As the little true dragon matures, it will become one of the most formidable beings across the myriad realms. At that juncture, whether it chooses to remain by Lin Yanqing's side or return to the dragon clan, none shall impede its decision. A month later, the esteemed sect of the Northern Domain, Tianwen sect, commenced its recruitment of disciples, a process that spanned 7 days. By the end of this period, over 10,000 disciples had been accepted, nearly double that of previous years, primarily due to the recent dissemination of the new Tianwen ranking within the Northern Domain. Many have become aware that among the disciples of Tianwen sect are practitioners at the quasi-king level, not to mention Yang Yitan, who has already been dethroned from the Tianwen ranking by Lin Yanqing. The current top 10 on the Tianwen ranking also includes quasi-king level practitioners. Shangwan Shuiwe, the second on the Tianwen ranking, is a quasi-king level practitioner of unparalleled strength, known for her aggressive combat style that favors initiating close-range attacks. Hu Jia, the third on the Tianwen ranking, is a 17-year-old prodigy with immense potential, poised to evolve into a true king-level practitioner. Furthermore, individuals such as Xiang Dali Mu Chuan and Lin Tianyu are also exceptionally powerful, nearing the quasi-king level, and will surpass ordinary practitioners upon entering the carefree realm. As for Luo Fu, the first on the Tianwen ranking, he has already attained the carefree realm, with rumors suggesting he reached the pinnacle during his time in the ethereal realm, stepping into the king-level domain, thus truly embodying a king-level practitioner. However, these are mere rumors, as Luo Fu is now a carefree realm practitioner, leaving his status unverified. Upon the conclusion of the recruitment, the initiation ceremony commenced, wherein all new disciples pledged their unwavering allegiance to the Tianwen sect before the Tianwen tablet. Subsequently, the new disciples selected their main peak, with representatives from the 7 peaks present at the initiation ceremony to promote and attract new members, while other disciples observed from the periphery. Before the Tianwen tablet stood 7 platforms, each manned by representatives from the 7 peaks to entice prospective disciples. On the Tianwen peak platform stood Mu Chuan, while Luo Fu and Shangwan Shuiwei abstained from promotional endeavors. As Hu Jia vanished from sight, the elders of the peak designated him to oversee the recruitment of new disciples. Standing upon the platform, he emanated an aura of the carefree realm, gazing at the throng of young disciples gathered below, and greeted them with a smile. Greetings, junior brothers and sisters. I am Mu Chuan, your senior brother and a true disciple of Tianwen Peak. Should you wish to cultivate at Tianwen Peak, you are welcome to register. We embrace every individual who harbors a passion for cultivation. He refrained from employing elaborate rhetoric for undue promotion, for it was unnecessary. Tianwen Peak is indisputably the foremost peak of Tianwen sect, serving as the greatest advertisement in itself. Its senior brother Mu Chuan, 5th on the Tianwen ranking. Wow, I can't believe I'm seeing someone from the Tianwen ranking. As the crowd recognized Mu Chuan's identity, excitement surged, filled with astonishment. Mu Chuan is widely renowned among the younger generation in the Northern Domain, having ranked prominently on the Tianwen ranking for 2 consecutive terms, his strength requiring no further elaboration. Naturally formidable. Senior brother Mu Chuan, why haven't we seen senior brother Luo Fu and senior sister Shangwan? Someone inquired. Mu Kai has already established himself as a formidable figure. However, when compared to Luo Fu and Shangwan Shuiwe, he still falls short in several respects. Shangwan Shuiwe, in particular, not only possesses remarkable strength, but also boasts extraordinary beauty. captivating the curiosity of many who wished to behold her true visage. Mukai courteously addressed the junior disciples, stating, "Brothers and sisters, senior brother Luo Fu and senior sister Shangwan are quite occupied and thus could not attend. Nevertheless, should you choose to join the Tianwen Peak, you will undoubtedly have the opportunity to meet them." Beside him, two disciples of Tianwen Peak were seated, each at a table, responsible for registering the information of new disciples wishing to join. They also served as auditors for the process, as Tianwen Peak does not accept just anyone. At the platform for recruiting disciples of Juling Peak, Xiang Dali was presiding, although his role was merely to serve as a model. The actual promotion was carried out by other disciples of Juling Peak. Due to Xiang Dali's presence, a considerable crowd had gathered around the Juling Peak platform, as many new disciples were intrigued by the fourth-ranked individual on the Tianwen list. Chapter 49. The Princess Su Shishir. The venue outside Yanu Peak is uniquely distinct, surrounded by numerous female disciples, as Yanu Peak exclusively accepts female students. The responsibility for recruiting disciples falls upon Yun Mingyao. However, she quietly sits there while Lu Hongyan and Li Yusin handle the promotion and registration of new disciples joining Yanu Peak. Outside Lingbao Peak's platform, there are very few people, only a few hundred, and these new disciples are mostly aware of their own limitations, possessing relatively weaker talents. Zhang Qifan stands upon the platform, glancing at the throngs of disciples surrounding the platforms of other peaks, numbering in the thousands, and then offers a smile to the new disciples below him, saying, "Greetings, brothers and sisters. I am Zhang Qifan, the eldest senior brother of Lingbao Peak, and I welcome you to join us." Beside him are Lu Tian and a disciple from the Great Sun Realm, tasked with registering information, yet very few choose to join Lingbao Peak, with many merely spectating. This is due to Lingbao Peak's poor performance in the recent Seven Peaks Grand Competition, showing no advantage compared to Lingjian Peak and Guiying Peak. Similarly, the platforms of Lingjian Peak and Guiying Peak attract only a few hundred spectators, many of whom are not inclined to join. They merely observe the spectacle. A male disciple, around 17 or 18 years old, gazes at Shui Yang on the platform and asks, "Senior brother Shui Yang, you claim to be the eldest brother of Lingjian Peak, yet you seem somewhat weak. Does that mean the disciples of Lingjian Peak are all lacking in strength?" His words are rather harsh, causing some prospective disciples who were initially inclined to join Lingjian Peak to hesitate before making a decision. Shui Yang looks at the questioning disciple, his tone unfriendly. "Junior brother, you appear to be lacking in courtesy. You claim we are weak. Are you stronger than us?" He suspects this individual is attempting to provoke a confrontation, potentially sent by another peak to disrupt Lingjian Peak's recruitment efforts. "I am merely a newcomer, having just begun my journey, so I cannot compare to senior brothers who have been here for a long time," the male disciple replies with a smile. "However, it seems there is a significant gap between you and the senior brothers of other peaks." Ignoring Shui Yang's increasingly frosty expression, he utters several more remarks that irritate Shui Yang before departing to the platform of another peak. At Wuqing Peak, Lin Yansheng presides over the recruitment of disciples, with Shi Kuei and Air Dan managing the registrations. The platform is surrounded by over 1,000 spectators, which, while not as many as Tianwen Peak or Juling Peak, is still significantly better than Lingjian Peak, Lingbao Peak, or Guiying Peak. This is largely due to Lin Yansheng being a quasi-Tianwen list master, occasionally mentioned when the Tianwen list is announced, making it known that he is the only quasi-Tianwen list master among this cohort. A new disciple, somewhat familiar with the Tianwen list, looks at Lin Yansheng on the platform and inquires, "Senior brother Lin, I have heard that you are the only quasi-Tianwen list master in this Seven Peaks Grand Competition. Why is it that you are the sole representative? Shouldn't there be two such masters?" Following the previous announcement of the Tianwen rankings, it had become a customary expectation among the people of the Northern Domain to anticipate the presence of two individuals on the list of prospective Tianwen masters. However, this time, only Lin Yansheng was recognized as such, leaving many curious about the reason behind this singularity. Observing the eager and inquisitive gazes of the new disciples below, Lin Yansheng smiled and explained, "It is because, during the Seven Peaks Grand Competition, I inadvertently caused the demise of my opponent, thus reducing the number of candidates. In the context of the Seven Peaks Grand Competition, fatalities are a rare occurrence, for it is merely an intrasect contest concerning the Tianwen rankings, devoid of the necessity for life and death struggles. The disciple who had posed the question nodded in understanding and further inquired, "Does this mean that Lin Shixiang's prowess surpasses that of the average Tianwen master?" She was a princess of a dynasty and found herself particularly intrigued upon hearing of the significant changes in the Tianwen rankings, especially in light of the absence of the former third-ranked individual and the presence of only one prospective master. Her instincts hinted that unusual events had transpired during the Seven Peaks competition, yet the Tianwen sect refrained from disclosing specifics, leaving her in speculation. Having successfully joined the Tianwen sect, she felt compelled to seek answers directly from Lin Yanxing. He replied with his characteristic warmth, "I suppose it is adequate, lacking in some aspects, yet surpassing in others." He refrained from mentioning that the individual he had slain was the former third-ranked master, as it seemed unnecessary to share such details, which would only provoke astonishment from the new disciples and lead to a barrage of inquiries regarding the truth and particulars of the incident. Princess Su Shishir of the Tianxin dynasty revealed a mischievous smile and declared, "Lin Shixiang, I wish to join the Wuqing Peak." She sensed an extraordinary aura about the master of Wuqing Peak, one that was far from ordinary. "Welcome. Please come forth to register," Lin Yanxing responded with a smile. The two disciples flanking him, Erden and Shi Kuei, exchanged astonished glances at Su Shishir. For she was merely 15 or 16 years old, yet already possessed the cultivation of the Great Sun Realm, a talent ample for admission to Tianwen Peak. Yet she chose to align herself with Wuqing Peak. Approaching Erden, she sweetly introduced herself, "Shixiang, I am Su Shishir, soon to be 16, and I am in the early stages of the Great Sun Realm." Initially, her intention had been to join Tianwen Peak, as her parents had hoped for such an outcome. Given that Tianwen Peak was undeniably the foremost peak of the sect, renowned for cultivating numerous formidable practitioners. In prior Tianwen rankings, all participants had hailed from Tianwen Peak, and this time, 8 individuals were also from that esteemed peak. However, upon encountering Lin Yanxing, she sensed an inexplicable yet compelling aura around him, prompting her decision to join Wuqing Peak instead. "Very well, I shall proceed to register your information," Erden said with a smile. Eager to welcome a person of such exceptional talent into Wuqing Peak, even though he knew that the arrival of gifted new disciples would diminish his own standing among them. There is no way around it. He has merely reached the pinnacle of the mysterious realm and may require another year or two to break through to the Great Sun Realm. Among the disciples of the Tianwen sect, his talent is hardly commendable. Just as Dan was about to register Su Shishir's information, a voice from the audience interrupted him. Upon looking up, Dan saw a rather handsome young man, whose imposing aura instilled a sense of pressure, likely indicating that he too possessed the cultivation of the Great Sun Realm. With a smile, he inquired, "My dear Junior, do you have any concerns?" "Humph." The young man scoffed. "The Wuqing Peak is unworthy of enrolling Princess Shishir. She is the pride of our Tianxin dynasty and ought to ascend to Tianwen Peak, rather than being associated with a peak that boasts little of merit." His voice was loud enough to draw the attention of all those nearby, many of whom gathered to witness the unfolding drama, eager to see how the disciples of Wuqing Peak would respond. The Tianxin dynasty holds significant renown in the northern domain, and this young man, known as Lu Jin, is the foremost genius of the prestigious Lu family within the dynasty. Chapter 50. The arrogant new disciple. A flicker of anger crossed Su Shishir's beautiful visage as she scolded, "Lu Jin, what nonsense are you spouting?" Her gaze then shifted anxiously to Lin Yanxing, uncertain of his reaction. Lu Jin, far from silencing himself, pressed on, "Princess Shishir, do not be deceived by them. The Wuqing Peak boasts only one formidable figure, the senior brother ranked on the preliminary Tianwen list, and even he is merely a prospective contender, not particularly impressive. It is at Tianwen Peak that we shall receive the finest training." Clearly, he sought to persuade Su Shishir to accompany him to Tianwen Peak for cultivation. The new disciples below regarded Lin Yanxing with pitying eyes. Following Lu Jin's outburst, it was likely that fewer would choose to join Wuqing Peak, particularly those endowed with exceptional talents who would surely shy away from a place lacking in formidable experts. Lin Yanxing turned his cold gaze upon Lu Jin, stating icily, "Junior brother, if you wish to pursue training at Tianwen Peak, I shall not hinder you. However, to belittle Wuqing Peak within our own grounds is to invite my displeasure. Were it not for the occasion of the new disciple recruitment ceremony, he would have already dealt a blow to this brash individual." Unfazed, Lu Jin retorted with a chilling demeanor, Do not assume that your recent ascendance to the ranks of the preliminary Tianwen list makes you remarkable. I am acquainted with an impressive disciple from Tianwen Peak. Should I summon him, you would think twice before being so arrogant. An ordinary new disciple would never dare to speak so boldly to a seasoned disciple, but the dynamics shifted if that new disciple had connections to a powerful senior. This was a clear case of leveraging one's influence. Intrigued, Lin Yinxing inquired, "Oh, which esteemed disciple from Tianwen Peak do you know?" There were many elders at Tianwen Peak, and consequently, numerous direct disciples, several of whom Lin had previously bested. Lu Jin, with a proud expression, declared, "My cousin is Kai Kuan, a direct disciple of one of Tianwen Peak's elders." The status of a direct disciple at Tianwen Peak carried significant weight, arguably surpassing that of a typical senior brother from the main peaks. Figures such as Shui Yong, Hong Lai, Zhang Qifan, and Gung Gui were all esteemed senior brothers and direct disciples of their respective peak leaders, yet their prowess paled in comparison to that of Tianwen Peak's direct disciples. Most of these distinguished individuals attained the pinnacle of the Tongyu realm, with some capable of entering the Tianwen list. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yinxing recalled a direct disciple with a center-parted hairstyle and smiled. "You refer to Kai Kuan, do you not? In fact, I am acquainted with him." Kai Kuan was indeed a commendable direct disciple at Tianwen Peak, having reached the pinnacle of the Tongyu realm, and was likely not far from the Xianyao realm. It was no wonder that Lu Jin was so arrogant. Yet, Lin felt a tinge of helplessness. After all, he was a contender on the preliminary Tianwen list. And was it truly the case that he was inferior to a direct disciple of Tianwen Peak? Upon encountering the new disciples nearby, Lu Jin could not conceal his smugness. Boasting, "Do not seek to curry favor with my cousin. I must inform you, he is acquainted with someone whose name might frighten you." He reveled in the envy and jealousy directed towards him, savoring the sensation of superiority it bestowed. Lin Yin was genuinely taken aback by Lu Jin's words. The audacity of his claims was astonishing. His curiosity piqued. He inquired, "Is the person your cousin Kai Kuan knows truly as formidable as you assert?" Lu Jin, with an air of arrogance, replied, "My cousin Kai Kuan is a friend of Wang Zhe, who will soon arrive to introduce me to senior brother Wang Zhe. I believe you all are familiar with him, a renowned figure on the Tianwen rankings. A being of unparalleled caliber far removed from the mediocrity of the disciples from Wuqing Peak. He is indeed the pride of heaven." His nose seemed to ascend high, drawing even more admiration from those around him. The prospect of a new disciple meeting a powerful figure from the Tianwen rankings, potentially even forming a friendship, was an extraordinary opportunity. Xu Shishir, unable to tolerate Lu Jin's arrogant demeanor, interjected, "Lu Jin, what is there to boast about? Wang Zhe is not your cousin, and Kai Kuan is not you. Your behavior towards senior brother Lin is quite disrespectful. You ought to apologize to Lin Yin." Alas, this was not the Tianxin dynasty, where her status as a princess could have quelled Lu Jin's arrogance. Here in the Tianwen sect, strength and connections reigned supreme. With no relatives or allies in the sect, she found herself at a disadvantage compared to Lu Jin, whose cousin was a direct disciple of Tianwen Peak, rendering him more influential than her princely status. Lu Jin dismissively responded, "Apologize? Never. Sure. Why don't you join me at Tianwen Peak? With my cousin's influence, he might even introduce you to senior brother Wang Zhe." He had long harbored feelings for Su Shishir, coveting her beauty. Previously restrained by her noble status in the Tianxin dynasty, he now saw an opportunity to pursue her in the Tianwen sect, where he held a position of authority. As for Su Shishir's family, he regarded them with disdain. A princely estate in the Tianxin dynasty was insignificant compared to a capable direct disciple in the Tianwen sect. Just then, a voice called out from afar, "Lu Jin, where are you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jin's face lit up with joy. "My cousin is here. Wait for me. I shall fetch him and see how you fare then." With that, he swiftly departed amidst the envious gazes of the new disciples. Su Shishir, her youthful beauty marred by a hint of concern, turned apologetically to Lin Yin and the others. "Senior brother Lin, I fear I have caused you trouble. Perhaps I should delay my joining of Wuqing Peak for a while." She was apprehensive that Lu Jin's invitation to Kai Kuan would place Lin Yin in an awkward position, and as the elder brother of Wuqing Peak, if he were put in a difficult situation, it might deter others from joining the peak. Lin Yinxing declined and cautioned, "No, you must join us at Wuqiu Peak now. That fellow Lu Jin is akin to a toad coveting a swan. You must remain vigilant of him." He noticed Lu Jin's gaze fixated on Su Shishir. which was not mere admiration, but rather a fervent possessiveness. Perhaps it was due to Su Shishir's youthful charm, which, despite her still being somewhat innocent, had blossomed into something quite enchanting, inciting Lu Jin, who fancied himself quite formidable due to his connections, to act rashly. Cousin, it is precisely this fellow who is utterly arrogant and wishes to deceive Princess Shishir into their peak, Lu Jin's voice echoed from a distance. Soon after, he approached the platform of Wuqiu Peak, accompanied by a young man. This young man was none other than Kai Kuan, Lu Jin's cousin, a true disciple of Tianwen Peak. Chapter 51. The most powerful master brother of the Tianwen sect, Lin Yinxing, gazed at Kai Kuan, whom Lu Jin had brought, and remarked with a smile, Kai Kuan, it seems your reputation precedes you. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the sight of this middle-parted fellow stirred a desire to strike him. Kai Kuan furrowed his brow slightly and retorted, Lin Yinxing, what do you mean by that? He wished to avoid any conflict with Lin Yinxing, for he knew he was no match for him. However, he also did not want to appear overly timid in front of the new disciples, lest he lose the ability to boast about being a direct disciple of Tianwen Peak in the future. Unaware of the brewing tension, Lu Jin, with a sense of pride, glanced at Lin Yinxing and addressed Kai Kuan, cousin, I would like to take Shishir to Tianwen Peak. Is that permissible? Kai Kuan turned to Su Shishir and replied, if Shishir, the county lord, wishes to go to Tianwen Peak, then of course it is no issue. Having also emerged from the Tianxin dynasty, he occasionally returned to visit and was well aware of Su Shishir's exceptional talents. Joining Tianwen Peak was solely based on talent, and with Su Shishir's abilities, there would be no obstacles. Lin Yinxing's gaze turned icy as he stated, Kai Kuan, are you attempting to poach her? This Kai Kuan, it seemed, had become quite arrogant after a mere 3 days of peace. What do you mean by poaching? The county lord can go wherever she pleases, Kai Kuan replied coolly. He spoke the truth. The Tianwen sect did not permit any peak to force new disciples to join a particular peak. It was entirely up to the new disciples, and the peaks could only agree or refuse. I wish to join Wuqiu Peak, Su Shishir declared. She understood that her statement would put Kai Kuan in a difficult position, yet she was even less inclined to be coerced into joining Tianwen Peak. Lu Jin protested, Shishir, what is so great about Wuqiu Peak? Tianwen Peak boasts numerous powerful elders and senior brothers and sisters, far surpassing what Wuqiu Peak can offer. He had harbored feelings for Su Shishir for quite some time, and if she were to join Wuqiu Peak while he remained at Tianwen Peak, his chances of winning her over would diminish significantly. Tianwen Peak is so wonderful. You can go there if you wish, but it has nothing to do with me. Su Shishir replied impatiently. Previously, in the Tianxin dynasty, she had not realized how insufferable Lu Jin could be. Upon entering the Tianwen sect, his true nature had been revealed, leaving her quite disgusted. Kai Kuan shot a glance at Lu Jin, discerning his ulterior motives, and said, Lu Jin, since Su Shishir does not wish to join our Tianwen Peak, let her be. After all, the loss is hers. If it had been Lingbao Peak or Lingjian Peak, he might have exerted pressure to prevent them from accepting Su Shishir as a disciple, but he dared not do so with Wuqiu Peak. After all, one must consider who the master brother of Wuqiu Peak was, Lin Yinxing, the ruthless individual who had slain Yang Yitan. Lu Jin gritted his teeth and said, cousin, why not put some pressure on Lin Yinxing to compel him to refuse Su Shishir? He was unwilling to let Su Shishir slip away so easily after finally arriving at the Tianwen sect. Nonsense. Am I the sort of person who disregards rules? I, Kai Kuan, am not that kind of individual, he replied coldly to Lu Jin before turning and departing. Lu Jin stared blankly at the retreating figure of Kai Kuan, his mind momentarily bewildered. When did his cousin become so imbued with a sense of justice? He recalled the days of the Tianxin dynasty, when Kai Kuan had caused distress to numerous young women, leading even him astray. However, he had no time to ponder this further and hurriedly followed after Kai Kuan. After all, Kai Kuan was his pillar of support within the Tianwen sect. Without this backing, how could he dare to be so audacious? Erdan glanced at Su Shishir and remarked, I shall continue to record the information. In truth, he was entirely unfazed, whether it was Kai Kuan or Wang Jia. They were insignificant compared to their illustrious senior brother from Wuqiu Peak. Very well, Su Shishir nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. When had Kai Kuan become so amiable, uttering a few commendable words? However, she soon turned her gaze towards Lin Yinxing, noticing a peculiar tension in Kai Kuan's demeanor towards him, as if he held a subtle apprehension. Yet, She did not dwell on this too much, for Lin Yinsheng was already a formidable contender on the Tianwen ranking, and it was only natural for him to surpass Kai Kun. The fact that Wang Zhe, a figure on the Tianwen ranking, was acquainted with Kai Kun meant that the dynamics could shift entirely if Wang Zhe were present. Subsequently, several disciples joined Wuqiu Peak, though not in overwhelming numbers. It was merely a modest increase compared to Lingjian Peak, Lingbao Peak, and Guiying Peak, and it paled in comparison to Tianwen Peak, Yinu Peak, and Zhuling Peak. At that moment, Hu Jia approached, striding directly onto the platform of Wuqiu Peak, inquiring of Lin Yinsheng, "How many disciples have you recruited?" Having just emerged from Tianwen Peak and upon learning of the location of Wuqiu Peak's platform, he had come immediately. He had not even glanced at the platform of Tianwen Peak. Lin Yinsheng replied, somewhat resigned, "Not many, certainly more than in previous years, but still far from your numbers at Tianwen Peak." He felt helpless. He was not particularly skilled in promotion, relying instead on new disciples to register themselves based on their own judgment. Hu Jia looked down upon him, saying, "That's rather disappointing. You are considered a prominent figure within the Tianwen sect, and yet you cannot even compete with the others?" He had heard that Luo Fu and Shengwan Shuiwei were absent, leaving him here, implying that the others responsible for recruiting new disciples were inferior to Lin Yinsheng. Lin Yinsheng waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There's nothing to be done. Tianwen Peak, Zhuling Peak, and Yinu Peak all boast experts on the Tianwen ranking, while our Wuqiu Peak simply cannot compete." Almost all newcomers were aware of the Tianwen ranking, yet not all knew that he was a contender on it, and even those who did were not particularly concerned. "You are truly foolish. Watch and learn from me." Hu Jia shot Lin Yinsheng a glare before stepping to the forefront of the platform, calling out to the new disciples wandering about, unsure of which main peak to choose. "Dear junior brothers and sisters, look this way. The mightiest senior brother of Tianwen sect is here. Come forth swiftly." Upon his exclamation, there was indeed a notable effect. Many newcomers, upon glimpsing a stunningly beautiful maiden atop the stage of Wuqing Peak proclaiming the might of the strongest senior brother of Tianwen sect, were intrigued and approached. A rather handsome youth, around 17 or 18 years of age, made his way forward and inquired, "Esteemed sister, where might I find the strongest senior brother of Tianwen sect?" He scrutinized the scene closely and realized that it was the disciples of Wuqing Peak recruiting newcomers, which instantly dampened his enthusiasm. Prior to arriving at Tianwen sect, he had inquired about the various peaks and had learned that Wuqing Peak was deemed the weakest, without contest. Among the entire Wuqing Peak, only one individual had attained the realm of Tongyu, that being the senior brother Lin Yinsheng. Aside from him, there was no one of note. "Address me as senior brother." Hu Jia initially corrected the youth's misnomer and continued, "The strongest senior brother of Tianwen sect stands before you. Wuqing Peak senior brother, Lin Yinsheng. Undoubtedly the foremost senior brother of Tianwen sect. In his own peak, Tianwen Peak, there was no such title as senior brother, while the strongest in other peaks were the senior sister Yunming Yao of Yinu Peak and the newly appointed senior brother Xiang Dali of Zhuling Peak. Yet, neither of these could rival Lin Yinsheng. Thus he did not speak amiss. Lin Yinsheng truly embodied the title of the strongest senior brother of Tianwen sect. Chapter 52. The promotional maneuver of Hu Jia the youth, Zheng Shaojia, around 17 or 18 years of age, turned his gaze toward Lin Yinsheng after hearing Hu Jia's words. After scrutinizing Lin Yinsheng for several moments, he said to Hu Jia, "As far as I am aware, the senior brother from Zhuling Peak, Xiang Dali, holds the 4th position on the Tianwen ranking, while the senior sister from Yinu Peak, Yunming Yao, ranks 8th. No matter how formidable senior brother Lin may be, can he truly surpass those two titans on the Tianwen ranking?" The onlookers, comprised of newcomers, exchanged mocking glances at Hu Jia and Lin Yinsheng. Exaggerated claims were commonplace, but this was an audacious boast that stretched credibility to its limits. Hu Jia, with an air of conviction, retorted, "What is so impressive about Xiang Dali and Yunming Yao? They certainly cannot rival Lin Yinsheng. Take Yang Yitan, for instance. Neither Xiang Dali nor Yunming Yao could ever defeat him, let alone slay him. It is worth noting that in his full strength, Yang Yitan is a veritable quasi-king level powerhouse, and even he cannot guarantee a victory over Yang Yitan. Haha. This is the first time I've encountered someone who boasts without any forethought. The bravado is nearly bursting at the seams." A newcomer could not help but interject, "Indeed, In all my years, I have never witnessed someone speak so grandly, particularly when they lack any substantial ability themselves. Another new disciple chimed in. Zheng Shao Jie shook his head slightly and remarked, Sister, no, I mean brother, have you not heard what everyone has said? Do you not find such statements utterly devoid of meaning? He looked down upon the individuals from Wu Kei Peak who resorted to such false advertising to recruit disciples. What if they misled the newcomers? Hu Jia's delicate face flushed crimson, and defiantly she responded, I am not boasting. If you do not believe me, summon Yunmeng Yao and Xiang Dali to see if they can best Lin Yansheng. She was vexed. She was merely speaking the truth. Yet these people refused to believe her and accused her of bragging. Enough of this nonsense. You are well aware that senior sister Yunmeng Yao and senior brother Xiang Dali would not deign to engage with you jesters. Why must you inflate your ego? Zheng Shao Jie shook his head. He found this brother before him to be somewhat exasperating. Even at this juncture, he continued to boast. Was this truly entertaining? If Yunmeng Yao and Xiang Dali were to arrive, they would likely be too intimidated to show themselves. Such a waste. Those from Wu Kei Peak only know how to boast. Let us depart. We shall go to Juling Peak and Yu Peak to share this farce. A joke about those who love to brag. The newcomers, chattering and laughing, soon vacated the area before Wu Kei Peak, leaving only a few individuals who had just arrived and were unaware of the situation. I apologize. I did not anticipate their disbelief in my words. Nor did I expect them to accuse me of boasting, Hu Jia said softly, casting a glance toward Lin Yansheng, her head slightly bowed. She felt a twinge of embarrassment in facing him, having previously asserted that he was lacking and confidently promoted him, only to inadvertently cause the original audience to disperse. Given the current circumstances, it appears that Wuqing Peak may struggle to attract many disciples, likely faring worse than Lingbao Peak and Lingjin Peak. All due to a well-meaning but counterproductive gesture. Nevertheless, one can only remark that they are blind to opportunity. Lin Yansheng approached, smiling as he tousled Hu Jia's hair, noting the remarkable softness of his locks. He continued, they have just squandered an opportunity to engage in conversation with the third ranked on the Tianwen list. This is their loss, not ours. He felt indifferent about recruiting disciples, as the quantity would matter little if their quality was lacking. Although there were many newcomers this time, few were impressive. Securing the outstanding Su Shishir made the endeavor worthwhile. Hu Jia remained indignant, expressing his frustration. These individuals are truly outrageous. It's better not to recruit them. A bunch who, unable themselves, presume others are equally incapable. What is so remarkable about Yunmeng Yao and Xiang Dali? I believe you could easily defeat them. This was the first time Hu Jia had faced such humiliation at Tianwen sect. Given his talent and strength, even the elders of Tianwen Peak held him in high regard, and the core disciples treated him with utmost respect, none daring to offend him. It is worth noting that he had set the record for the youngest to break into the Tongyu realm within Tianwen sect, achieving this at 15 and now at 17. He had already reached the threshold of a quasi-king level powerhouse. Even the esteemed elder remarked that he had the potential to become a true king-level practitioner, possessing boundless room for growth. Lin Yansheng, somewhat perplexed, replied, You shouldn't say that. I am not you, and I cannot easily defeat Yunmeng Yao and Xiang Dali. Their rankings, 8th and 4th on the Tianwen list, indicate their formidable prowess. Without employing the true dragon transformation, I might not prevail against either of them. However, he believed Hu Jia would fare well, although he had not witnessed Hu Jia's performance in the ranking battles. He had heard that Hu Jia had recently stepped into the quasi-king level. A quasi-king level practitioner should find it relatively effortless to contend with two opponents at the same level who are not quasi-kings. At that moment, Su Shishir approached, astonished to find the stage deserted after just leaving. Lin Shixiang, where has everyone gone? After registering her information at Erdan, she had visited Wuqing Peak to drop off her belongings at the accommodation arranged for her, only to find no one present in such a short span. What could have happened? Lin Yansheng pointed to Hu Jia with a smile, saying, You ought to ask this master here. He was quite impressed with Hu Jia's ability to disperse over 1,000 people, which was a skill in itself. Su Shishir turned to Hu Jia, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of intrigue as she remarked, This senior sister is truly beautiful, though she herself was exceptionally lovely, in comparison to the person before her. She felt a subtle sense of inadequacy. One might say that the individual before her is the most exquisite person she has ever encountered, possessing a flawless visage so perfect that it could incite envy in all women. Hu Jia's expression turned icy as he declared, "Call me senior brother." He felt an overwhelming urge to affix a note to his forehead bearing the words, "I am male." For it seemed there would always be those who mistook him for a woman. "Ah, senior brother?" Su Shishir exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Are you truly a boy?" Her astonishment was genuine. The person before her, so breathtakingly beautiful that even she felt a pang of envy, was indeed a boy. "Is that even a question?" Hu Jia replied nonchalantly. He had little patience for those whose perception was so lacking. It was baffling that individuals with functioning eyesight could misinterpret someone's gender. Su Shishir regarded Hu Jia with a skeptical gaze, eventually voicing her earlier inquiry. "Then, senior brother, why is there no one at our Wuching Peak venue?" Chapter 53. The Hu Jia Effect. Hu Jia smiled awkwardly and remarked, "Well, it is merely a case of their lack of discernment. It is best that such novices do not come here." He felt embarrassed to admit that, despite his enthusiastic promotion of Lin Yanxing, he had inadvertently scared off potential recruits, leaving him branded as boastful. "If they do not come to our Wikifeng, they are quite likely to head to your Tianwenfeng," Lin Yanxing interjected. Although those newcomers had mentioned visiting the venues of Zhulingfeng and Yunnu Peak before departing, it was far more probable that they would gravitate towards Tianwenfeng. Given that Yunnu Peak only accepted female disciples and Tianwenfeng, in comparison to Zhulingfeng, possessed a significantly stronger reputation. However, whether Tianwenfeng would accept these individuals remained contingent upon their innate talents. "Is this senior brother cultivating at Tianwenfeng?" Su Shishir inquired with surprise, taken aback by the prospect of a disciple from Tianwenfeng visiting the grounds of Wikifeng and seemingly having a good rapport with the senior brother there. "You must have heard of his name," Lin Yanxing replied mysteriously. He was confident that these newcomers were familiar with the Tianwen ranking, and Hu Jia, being third on that list and the youngest among them, was certainly known to them. "Really? What is this senior brother's name?" Su Shishir asked curiously. Her knowledge of Tianwen sect disciples was limited, primarily to those on the Tianwen ranking, along with a few others like Lin Yanxing. "Hu Jia," Lin Yanxing answered with a smile, observing Su Shishir's reaction. Su Shishir's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Hu Jia, exclaiming, "Hu Jia, the Hu Jia who ranks third on the Tianwen list?" She had never imagined that the boy she had mistakenly perceived as a girl was, in fact, the prodigious talent ranked third on the Tianwen list. Hu Jia's reputation in the outside world was not overshadowed by the likes of Shangwan Shueiyue or Luo Fu. Luo Fu held an unassailable position as the dominant force on the Tianwen list, while Shangwan Shueiyue was celebrated for her exquisite beauty and formidable strength, having secured second place on the list for 2 consecutive terms. Hu Jia, however, was renowned for his extraordinary talent. Indeed, talent. At merely 17 years of age, he had attained the preliminary king level in the Tongyu realm and claimed the third position on the Tianwen ranking. When this news spread throughout the northern region, countless practitioners were left astounded. A 17-year-old practitioner in the Tongyu realm was already considered a prodigy, and a preliminary king-level practitioner at that age was undoubtedly an exceptional genius, one of the finest. The presence of such a legendary figure before her, actively engaged in conversation, left Su Shishir in a state of awe. When had such gifted individuals become so accessible? "It seems your fame far surpasses mine," Lin Yanxing remarked with a smile upon witnessing Su Shishir's reaction, directing his words towards Hu Jia. Within the Tianwen sect, their renown was comparable, yet outside, it was an entirely different matter. Outsiders were only aware of the 17-year-old preliminary king-level practitioner, oblivious to the fact that there was also a 17-year-old who had already slain a preliminary king-level practitioner. Hu Jia replied with a sense of pride, "Indeed, my talents are not to be compared with those of mere mortals like you." Nonetheless, as much as he might assert otherwise, he understood that Lin Yanxing was not inferior to him. Although his cultivation was not as advanced, his battle achievements were far more formidable, having already slain quasi-king level practitioners. After her initial astonishment, Su Shishir contemplated leveraging Hu Jia to attract attention and exclaimed, "The third on the Tianwen ranking, Hu Jia, is here. Are the newly initiated disciples not eager to catch a glimpse of this prodigious figure?" Her voice, imbued with spiritual energy, carried far and wide, resonating clearly across the other main peaks. Upon hearing that Hu Jia, ranked third, had appeared, many newcomers surged forward, and within mere minutes, The arena at Wuching Peak was thronged with thousands, a number several times greater than before. "Where's Brother Hujia? I want to meet Brother Hujia. Brother Hujia, look at me." The fervent shouts of the newcomers caused Hujia to feel somewhat intimidated, prompting him to retreat slightly behind Lin Yanxing, muttering, "Why are these people so fervent?" He felt as though they might devour him, akin to wolves catching scent of fresh meat. Lin Yanxing drew Hujia before him and remarked, "Now you can truly appreciate your popularity." While he was indifferent to the number of new disciples being recruited, it seemed to matter greatly to that old Coot Ning Wuching and Elder Mo. He perceived this opportunity to gather numerous disciples as quite advantageous. Observing the crowd's growing excitement, Su Shishir gestured towards Hujia, declaring, "Everyone, behold, this is Brother Hujia, who, like Sister Shengwan Shuiwe, embodies both beauty and strength." No sooner had her words left her lips than the crowd turned their attention to Hujia, erupting into a cacophony of cheers. "Brother Hujia, I want to bear your children." One particularly striking scream, issued by a male disciple, captured everyone's attention. It was evident that Hujia was equally appealing to both genders, leaving no room for mercy. There was little to be done. A boy who surpassed the beauty of even the most exquisite girls was bound to be immensely popular. As the atmosphere reached its zenith, Su Shishir interjected, "Everyone, please quiet down. Our senior brother shares a close bond with Brother Hujia. If you wish to learn how to cultivate a good relationship with him, consider joining Wuching Peak." At this juncture, the likelihood of these individuals joining Wuching Peak due to Hujia's presence was at its peak, and indeed, her strategy succeeded brilliantly. A throng of newcomers rushed forward, eager to join Wuching Peak, though a number of more rational individuals discreetly withdrew. Ultimately, Hujia was not a disciple of Wuching Peak. He merely enjoyed a favorable rapport with Lin Yansheng of the same peak. Nevertheless, his involvement proved to be exceptionally beneficial. In the end, Wuching Peak successfully recruited over 2,300 disciples, setting a new historical record that even surpassed the current number of veteran disciples by several folds. Tianwen Peak continued to maintain its status as the peak with the highest recruitment, though this year, it did not create a significant gap with the second-ranking peak, enrolling over 3,800 disciples. The Jade Maiden Peak, renowned for exclusively admitting female disciples, has once again shattered records by enrolling a remarkable total of 1,200 apprentices. Meanwhile, the Giant Spirit Peak has welcomed 1,500 new disciples, which is commendable, reflecting a notable increase compared to previous years. In contrast, the Ghost Shadow Peak, Spirit Treasure Peak, and Spirit Sword Peak each only recruited a few hundred disciples. A situation influenced by the overwhelming influx of newcomers. As other peaks filled their quotas, their standards became more discerning, leading to the rejection of those with lesser talents. At the Wuching Peak, within the assembly hall, Ning Wuching exclaimed joyously, "Ha, Yin Sheng, you have indeed exceeded my expectations by enrolling over 2,300 disciples. At last, our Wuching Peak shall be vibrant and bustling." His elation was palpable, as previously, Wuching Peak had merely a few hundred disciples, and his tenure as peak master had not been particularly gratifying. Nonetheless, he had concealed this discomfort adeptly, ensuring that Lin Yanxing and the others remained oblivious. Now, however, he felt no need for subterfuge, for his spirit's soared, especially upon learning that the Spirit Sword Peak had only admitted a little over 300 disciples, further amplifying his delight. Chapter 54. Defeated by a man-humph. What is the use of taking in so many disciples if you don't teach them? Su Tao remarked sarcastically. He simply could not tolerate Ning Wuching's smug demeanor. The more pleased the latter appeared, the more discontent Su felt. Lin Yanxing retorted, "Su Tao, this is the meeting place of our Wuching Peak's leader, the elders, and I, the senior disciple. What business do you, an outsider, have here?" According to the wager made during the beast hunting conference, Su Tao was no longer an elder of Wuching Peak, and thus had no authority to meddle in their discussions. However, Su Tao, being utterly shameless, refused to acknowledge his diminished status, an epitome of someone who cannot accept defeat. With a darkened expression, Su Tao shot back, "Lin Yanxing, do not overstep your bounds. As long as I remain at Wuching Peak, I am still an elder." It was impossible for him to relinquish his position, and even if no one stood by him at Wuching Peak, he was determined to stay. What a stubborn leech he was, Lin Yanxing thought to himself. He longed to give Su Tao a good thrashing, but for now, he wasn't strong enough. He would have to wait until he reached the Xiaoyao realm before he could confidently take down this shameless old man. After the meeting concluded, Lin Yinxing made his way toward the mountain peak when a young girl emerged from the side, waving at him with a smile. "Senior Lin, are you heading to your residence?" she inquired. She had already learned from Dan that Lin Yinxing did not reside in the disciples' quarters, but rather lived alone at the mountain summit. Lin Yinxing deduced that Su Shishir had intentionally waited for him and asked, "Yes, do you need something from me?" He wasn't very familiar with Su Shishir, so it was unusual for her to seek him out privately on her very first day at Wuching Peak. Su Shishir beamed sweetly, her smile radiating warmth that could temporarily dispel anyone's worries. "I heard from Dan and Shirkoe about what happened with you at the Seven Peaks Grand Competition and wanted to know if it's true." Lin Yinxing inwardly cursed Dan and Shirkoe for sharing his affairs. Maintaining a calm facade, he asked, "What exactly did they say?" He was not keen on having his past discussed among newcomers. In short, he disliked being the subject of gossip. Su Shishir maintained her cheerful demeanor and replied, "They told me everything, including why you are the only one qualified as a Tianwen list expert." The audacity of a 16-year-old girl to approach a recently acquainted senior disciple was quite remarkable. Lin Yinxing stated, "So, what do you truly want from me? Please, speak plainly." He was eager to return to his cultivation, especially since he had yet to exhaust the 100,000 spirit stones he had acquired. Su Shishir circled Lin Yinxing playfully, then suddenly bounced in front of him, her sparkling eyes fixed on him as she asked, "Senior Lin, did you defeat or perhaps even kill Yang Yitong?" Lin Yinxing replied, "Did you not say that Dan and the others have already informed you? Yang Yitan was slain by my hand, and it was only after his demise that I succumbed to unconsciousness, thus failing to enter the Tianwen list and becoming the sole expert on the verge of it." He could not fathom the thoughts of the peculiar young lady before him. Could it be that she was enchanted by his striking appearance? Su Shishir, with a triumphant tone, remarked, "It seems my conjecture was correct. Senior brother Lin, you indeed killed Yang Yitan, which explains his absence from this year's Tianwen list, and the fact that there is only one expert on the brink of it." Lin Yinxing understood that Su Shishir was merely testing him, unaware of his actions during the Seven Peaks competition, and he replied helplessly, "Did Dan and the others not inform you? You were just trying to deceive me." It was unexpected that the esteemed senior brother was outwitted by a novice girl. Su Shishir playfully stuck out her pink tongue and said, "Do not take offense, senior brother. I merely sought to confirm my suspicions." Upon discovering the list for this year's Tianwen ranking, she was curious as to why the previous year's third place, Yang Yitan, was missing. She could not believe that someone who had ranked third in the last Tianwen list could have fallen so low within 3 years. However, she could not comprehend the reason behind it, especially since there was no news of Yang Yitan being expelled from the Tianwen sect, indicating he had not departed from it. Later, upon realizing there was only one expert on the brink of the Tianwen list this year, she became suspicious, as there had always been 2 in previous years, unless one had perished, suggesting that this year's list should have included an expert from either the brink or the main Tianwen list. When Lin Yinxing accepted disciples previously, she inquired why there was only him as the expert on the verge of the Tianwen list, to which he replied that he had slain his opponent, thus reducing the count. All these connections led to the inevitable conclusion: Lin Yinxing had indeed killed Yang Yitan, resulting in the absence of one expert and the presence of only one on the verge of the Tianwen list. Yet, Su Shishir harbored another question. How was Lin Yinxing able to kill Yang Yitan without entering the Tianwen list himself? To validate her supposition, she had attempted to deceive Lin Yinxing, ultimately receiving a satisfying answer. However, she could not help but feel a shiver at the thought that this young man had truly slain the formidable third-ranked individual from the Tianwen list. "You are still so young. Why ponder such weighty matters?" Lin Yinxing remarked irritably before resuming his ascent up the mountain. Su Shishir, observing his retreating figure, suddenly mustered the courage to call out, "Senior brother Lin, have you ever thought about finding a companion for cultivation?" Her meaning was clear. Although she substituted wife with companion, the essence remained similar. Lin Yinxing paused but did not turn around, responding, "Dual cultivation, is it? That sounds appealing, but you are not even as attractive as a boy. Perhaps it is best left alone." With that, he hastened away, leaving Su Shishir in a state of bewilderment amidst the wind. Su Shishir was momentarily taken aback. During her time in the Tianxin dynasty, she was undoubtedly the epitome of grace and beauty, with countless noblemen and princes vying for her hand, all of whom she turned down. It is said that over 100 million people admired her in the Tianqing dynasty, a testament to her unparalleled allure, which instilled in her a profound confidence. She was particularly assured of her looks, believing them to rival those of any woman. However, Su Shishir also recognized that her defeat was not to another woman, but to a man. The individual Lin Yanxing had just mentioned was undoubtedly Hu Jia. She felt a surge of indignation, wondering why a boy should possess such extraordinary charm. Was not sheer talent sufficient? Simultaneously, a thought crossed her mind. Based on Lin Yanxing's earlier words, could it be that he harbored feelings for Hu Jia? Chapter 55. Special mission. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Lin Yanxing's first order of business was to succumb to slumber, and he slept soundly until the following morning. Not long after he began his cultivation, Su Shishir arrived, gently knocking on the door. "Senior brother Lin, are you awake?" Lin Yanxing opened the door and stepped out, closing it behind him. His gaze fell upon Su Shishir, who was adorned in a delicate light green long dress. He couldn't help but be captivated, exclaiming, "Junior sister Su, have you come to see me so early for a specific reason?" It must be said that Su Shishir possessed the beauty of a rare gem, exhibiting the potential to be a breathtaking figure. Should she fully blossom, she would undoubtedly be a beauty capable of causing great turmoil. "Is it forbidden for me to visit my senior brother without a reason?" Su Shishir replied. "However, I do have a matter at hand. I just visited the mission hall and found a task that piqued my interest. I would like senior brother Lin to accompany me in completing it, if you have the time." As a novice disciple, it was imperative to fulfill missions for the sect, with a requirement to complete 10 tasks within a year. After that period, one would no longer be considered a novice, and there would be no stringent obligations to undertake missions. Nevertheless, most disciples, even after becoming senior members, continued to pursue tasks, as they could earn merit points, which could be exchanged in the merit hall for artifacts, techniques, spirit stones, and other valuable items. Lin Yanxing did not rush to accept or decline. Instead, he suggested, "New disciples are not mandated to undertake tasks of a specific level. You may simply opt for the easiest assignments, which should be quite manageable given your strength." He would not underestimate Su Shishir due to her youth. After all, most novice disciples only possess the mystical realm cultivation, while Su Shishir, with her great sun realm prowess, was undoubtedly among the elite of the newcomers. Su Shishir replied, "I have my sights set on a task of somewhat elevated difficulty. I may not be able to complete it on my own, which is why I am asking senior brother Lin to assist me. The simpler the task, the lower the reward. Conversely, the more challenging a task, the greater the reward. Therefore, those confident in their abilities often chose to tackle more difficult missions, embracing the philosophy of high risk for high reward." Reluctantly, Lin Yanxing inquired, "And what level of task have you chosen?" He was not fond of the notion of undertaking missions that surpassed one's capabilities. Yet he could surmise that Su Shishir had intentionally selected such a challenge to draw him into her endeavor. With a radiant smile, Su Shishir responded, "It is a special mission to the Tianqing dynasty, aimed at eradicating the Demon Palace. The tasks assigned by the Tianwen sect are categorized into 5 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, special, and ultimate, generally corresponding to the mystical realm, great sun realm, profound realm, free realm, and forest realm, respectively. Most missions in the mission hall are commissioned by various factions or individuals, with beginner and intermediate tasks being the most prevalent, while special missions are exceedingly rare, and ultimate missions have not been seen in many years." Upon hearing this, Lin Yanxing was taken aback and admonished, "You are merely at the Great Sun realm. Why would you take on a special mission? Are you out of your mind for merit points? Such tasks are typically undertaken by elders, and even they may encounter peril. In the Tianwen sect, extraordinary tasks signify exceptional peril, to the extent that even the elders deliberate meticulously before deciding on their feasibility. For disciples, advanced tasks already pose considerable danger, while few dare to undertake extraordinary tasks, except those who are either overly ambitious or possess an extraordinary confidence in their capabilities." Su Shishir lowered her gaze slightly and remarked, "I am the princess of the Tianqing dynasty, and my motivations for undertaking this task are somewhat self-serving. The Demon Palace is a malignant tumor in our dynasty, with its disciples committing heinous acts and poisoning the land. Yet, even the court struggles to confront the Demon Palace." Her voice was somewhat feeble, for she understood that pursuing a task that far exceeded her own capabilities for personal gain was profoundly imprudent, and Lin Yinsheng had no obligation to accompany her on such a venture. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yinsheng continued, "Thus, your court has commissioned the Tianwen sect and various esteemed factions to eradicate the Demon Palace, yet no one has taken up this task, compelling you to undertake it and seek my assistance in eliminating the Demon Palace for your dynasty, correct?" He could empathize with Su Shishir's fervent desire to rid the world of the Demon Palace's malevolence, yet one must also assess whether they possess the requisite strength. Since this mission to eradicate the Demon Palace was categorized as extraordinary, it indicated that the sect had deemed the palace to possess power at the level of the transcendental realm. For Su Shishir, who had just reached the Great Sun realm, to aspire to undertake such a task was indeed wildly ambitious, and it was unlikely that anyone would join her in such a high-risk endeavor. Su Shishir replied, "The Demon Palace has already set its sights on the court and is poised to act. I fear that if no one accepts this task, it will be too late." She recognized the absurdity of her predicament, having just joined Wuqing Peak and requesting the senior brother to accompany her on such a perilous task, motivated by her own selfish interests. However, she felt utterly trapped. While there were many elders in the Tianwen sect, none were familiar to her. And as a disciple of the Great Sun realm, she had no access to those of the Transcendental realm. Among those she knew and had some rapport with, Lin Yinsheng stood out for possessing transcendental-level strength. "You, as a newcomer, present a challenging dilemma on your very first day," Lin Yinsheng remarked helplessly. "Wait for me a moment. I shall seek out Hu Jia, and then we will accept this task together." After a brief moment of contemplation, he acquiesced. He had also intended to undertake a mission. As his spiritual stones and elixirs were depleted, he needed to earn merit to exchange at the merit hall. Since Su Shishir had come to him, he decided to oblige her, as it merely elevated a task he had originally planned to undertake to a higher level. Su Shishir, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with joy, her eyes glistening with emotion. She bowed deeply to Lin Yinsheng and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Senior Brother Lin." She had not anticipated his agreement to be so forthcoming, leaving her pleasantly surprised and touched. From that moment forth, she felt certain that her choice of Wuqing Peak was indeed the right one. Although Tianwen Peak boasted more formidable figures, it was uncertain if anyone would be willing to assist her. Lin Yinsheng shook his head and swiftly departed, returning half an hour later with Hu Jia in tow. Su Shishir was crouched on the grass in front of Lin Yinsheng's modest cabin, and upon seeing Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia approaching side by side, she rose with a spark of delight. The fact that Lin Yinsheng had indeed summoned Hu Jia instilled a renewed sense of confidence within her. With Hu Jia, currently ranked third on the Tianwen list, alongside Lin Yinsheng, who had vanquished the previous holder of the same rank, their formidable alliance promised to rival even the most seasoned elders. Lin Yinsheng halted a little over 10 meters away from Su Shishir, refraining from advancing further, and called out, "Let us go. Why are you just standing there? It's time for the task hall." Reflecting on it, he realized it had been several years since he last undertook a mission, and the blood within him surged with renewed vigor. Chapter 56, City of Heavenly Questions. In the task hall, Elder Zhuge felt a twinge of surprise upon seeing Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia arrive together. Disciples of such caliber, as those listed on the Heavenly Inquiry Board, typically ventured out to hone their skills, leaving the acceptance of tasks to a select few. Conversely, it was the disciples at the Great Sun and through the mysterious realms who frequently undertook missions, gathering merit points while refining their abilities, which consequently resulted in a scarcity of individuals willing to tackle special grade tasks, leaving them perpetually unclaimed. Su Shishir approached the counter and addressed Elder Zhuge. "Elder, I wish to accept a task." She had been there before, merely observing the assignments. And after confirming that the mission to exterminate the Demon Palace had yet to be claimed, she departed. Elder Zhuge smiled warmly. "My dear girl, what task do you wish to undertake?" He had a granddaughter approximately Su Shishir's age, which evoked a sense of familiarity and made him exceedingly amiable. Su Shishir replied earnestly, "I wish to accept the special grade task, exterminate the Demon Palace." As soon as she finished speaking, a multitude of eyes in the hall turned towards her in astonishment. Some even questioned their own hearing. Could it be that this young maiden intended to take on a special grade task? Most of the individuals present were newcomers and did not recognize Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia. Otherwise, Their astonishment would have been amplified by the presence of these two formidable figures accompanying the young girl. Elder Zhuge fixed Su Shishir with a serious gaze. Special grade tasks are typically undertaken by elders, as they carry a significantly high level of danger. You are merely at the initial stage of the Great Sun Realm. Are you certain you wish to accept this task? It had been over a year since anyone had attempted a special grade task, and the sight of a young girl stepping forward for such an endeavor left him pondering the recklessness of today's youth. Lin Yanqing regarded Elder Zhuge and inquired, Elder Zhuge, what is the specific difficulty level of this task? Special grade tasks correspond to the free and easy realm, yet they possess detailed hierarchies, akin to the various stages within the free and easy realm itself: initial, mid, late, and peak. Elder Zhuge retrieved a scroll and examined it intently for a moment before responding. The information recorded on the task scroll indicates a mission at the initial level of the free and easy realm. However, this task was commissioned by the Heavenly Heart Dynasty 2 years ago, and I am uncertain if the strength of the target has escalated since then. Tasks at the initial level of the free and easy realm are considered the simplest among special grade missions, yet 2 years have elapsed, and it remains a mystery whether the Demon Palace has grown stronger. Lin Yanqing asserted, let us proceed. 2 years is unlikely to have brought significant change for a practitioner of the free and easy realm. Generally, it takes practitioners years, if not decades, to break through a minor realm. Thus, 2 years would not typically yield substantial growth. However, there exists a minuscule probability that the initial stage practitioner from 2 years ago may have been on the verge of a breakthrough, in which case they would have undoubtedly succeeded in advancing to the mid-stage of the free and easy realm. Then do take care, Elder Zhuge cautioned as he handed the scroll to Su Shishir. With the prowess of Lin Yanqing and Hu Jia, accomplishing tasks at the preliminary level of the carefree realm should pose little challenge. However, the peril associated with this mission may exhibit slight fluctuations, which does incite a modicum of concern within him. Nevertheless, he refrains from dissuading Lin Yanqing and his companions from undertaking this endeavor. For prodigies must indeed be tempered through trials, especially those of extraordinary talent. Moreover, with 2 warriors at the threshold of the concealed realm, they should be capable of contending with practitioners at the mid-stage of the carefree realm, albeit with considerable difficulty and the possibility of casualties. Emerging from the mission hall, Lin Yanqing, Hu Jia, and Su Shishir confidently scrutinized the information documented on the task scroll. Task: Annihilation of the Demon Palace level. Special reward: 10 million merit points. Target information: the Demon Palace, a superpower of the Tianxin dynasty, harbors ambitious designs to annihilate the court of the Tianxin dynasty and has orchestrated numerous heinous slaughters. Completion time: unlimited. After perusing the scroll, Hu Jia inquired, given the substantial threat posed by the Demon Palace, why do the other factions of the Tianxin dynasty not unite to retaliate? With over 100 billion practitioners and countless factions within the Tianxin dynasty, he found it hard to believe that the entirety of the dynasty could not collectively confront a single Demon Palace. In essence, if the Demon Palace indeed possessed the capability to challenge the entire Tianxin dynasty, they would have already initiated their offensive, rather than remaining idle until now. Su Shishir elucidated. No one is eager to be the first to charge into death's embrace. While a coalition of the Tianxin dynasty's forces would naturally not fear the Demon Palace, the factions within the dynasty lack unity, each wary of being the first to perish should war erupt with the Demon Palace. Consequently, few factions are willing to lend their support for a joint expedition against the Demon Palace. Even within the court, some influential figures choose to abstain from resistance or even support the Demon Palace, while others conspire with it. However, should we directly obliterate the Demon Palace, these opportunists will be silenced. She had once contemplated rallying the entire Tianxin dynasty to combat the Demon Palace, only to later realize that the rise and expansion of the Demon Palace were tacitly endorsed by certain parties, with some factions having already aligned themselves with it, rendering any notion of a concerted attack against the Demon Palace utterly implausible. Let us commence our journey to Tianwen City by carriage. Reaching the Tianxin dynasty will take considerable time, Lin Yanqing declared. The trio promptly departed from Tianwen sect and arrived at the grand city of Tianwen City. Established by the Tianwen sect, the city is a commercial hub where many disciples and even elders engage in trade or hold various positions. Disciples who lack the strength to serve as elders within their sects often remain as attendants, dispatched to Tianwen City for duty. Furthermore, numerous family members of sect disciples and elders reside in Tianwen City, while others are drawn to its tranquility. Due to its proximity to the Tianwen sect, no thieves or malevolent forces dare to wreak havoc in Tianwen City, resulting in a burgeoning population and increasing prosperity. It has now evolved into a colossal metropolis boasting a population of several million. In terms of population, Tianwen City does not rank highly in the northern region. However, when considering its reputation, the overall strength of its cultivators, and the vibrancy of its atmosphere, Tianwen City is indeed among the foremost in the entire northern region. When Lin Yin and Hu Jia arrived in Tianwen City, they were both astonished by the myriad wonders it offered. Although they were disciples of the Tianwen sect, they typically remained within its confines, seldom venturing out, let alone visiting Tianwen City. Conversely, Hu Jia was not overly surprised, as she had previously visited this place before participating in the disciple assessments at the Tianwen sect. Hu Jia purchased a skewer of candied hawthorn berries, returning with an entire column adorned with numerous skewers of the sweet treat. As she savored the candied hawthorns, she proposed, "Shall we indulge in a few days of leisure in Tianwen City before we proceed to the Tianqing dynasty?" Despite being cultivators, it is evident that, as long as one is not an ascetic, a spirit of enjoyment remains, particularly in the case of younger prodigies like Hu Jia. Chapter 57. Troubled relations. Lin Yinxing cast a glance at Su Shishir before reproaching Hu Jia. "Is it not possible for you to postpone your frivolities until the task is complete? We are here to assist Su Shishir in her mission, which involves saving the dynasty she belongs to. Therefore, expediency is of the essence." He noticed that Hu Jia sometimes spoke without much forethought. Su Shishir, with a smile, interjected, "It is quite all right. Let us enjoy a few days in Tianwen City to adjust our state of mind. This will enhance our chances of success." She was not in a rush, having already waited so long. A few additional days mattered little. More importantly, she relied on Hu Jia and Lin Yinsheng to help vanquish the demon palace, so it was imperative to ensure Hu Jia was in good spirits, free of any petty grievances. Seeing Su Shishir's acquiescence, Hu Jia gleefully remarked to Lin Yinsheng, "Look how understanding our junior sister Shishir is, while you seem utterly devoid of reason." As he spoke, he pulled a stick of candied hawthorn from a nearby column and offered it to Su Shishir. Lin Yinsheng regarded the candied hawthorn stick with a perplexed expression, saying, "Did you not claim you were going to purchase a stick of candied hawthorn? Why have you brought back the entire column? It is quite dishonorable to bully others simply because of one's superior cultivation." Such brazen behavior was not uncommon. Yet most disciples of Tianwen sect would refrain from indulging in such debauchery. If Hu Jia, a prodigy of the sect, were to engage in such antics, it would indeed be amusing. "What are you thinking?" Hu Jia, noticing Lin Yinsheng's strange gaze, retorted with irritation, "I had no copper coins. So I offered a spirit stone to the vendor of the candied hawthorn, and in return, he gifted me this column laden with treats." Copper coins served as currency among ordinary folk, while spirit stones were both tools for cultivation and a more valuable medium of exchange among practitioners. In certain cities, there existed currency exchange establishments where spirit stones could be converted into copper coins at a rate of 1 spirit stone for 100,000 copper coins, whereas copper coins could not be exchanged for spirit stones. Thus, the vendor profited immensely. A single stick of candied hawthorn was priced at 5 copper coins, and with over 50 sticks on the column, its worth exceeded 200 copper coins, an astronomical sum compared to a single spirit stone. Lin Yinsheng found Hu Jia's use of a spirit stone to purchase candied hawthorn rather absurd. He glanced at the bustling street and suggested, "Let us first secure accommodations at an inn before indulging in any leisure activities. By checking in early, we can avoid the hassle of finding a room after a tiring day of exploration." Hu Jia pointed toward a grand inn 100 meters away, declaring, "Let us go to that inn. It appears quite splendid." He had little knowledge of the inns, choosing one solely based on its size and grandeur. Lin Yinsheng and Su Shishir had no objections regarding the choice of inn, and thus the trio made their way to the establishment known as Xinglo Inn. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered several guests exiting, each emanating a palpable aura of spiritual energy. Lin Yinsheng remarked, "The guests here are all practitioners of the Great Sun Realm. It seems this inn possesses extraordinary qualities." Subsequently, the three of them entered the inn and approached the counter. The innkeeper, a middle-aged man with a portly figure, greeted them with a smile. "Welcome, esteemed guests. The Xinglo Inn caters specifically to practitioners. May I inquire if any among you are cultivators?" His cultivation was relatively weak, merely at the mid-level of the Great Sun realm. Under Lin Yinxing's subtle obstruction, he was unable to discern whether any among the trio were cultivators, as they appeared to be ordinary individuals devoid of cultivation, yet their demeanor suggested otherwise, prompting his inquiry. Lin Yinxing responded nonchalantly, "We are all cultivators." He then cast a glance at the patrons dining on the first floor, over 20 individuals, all unmistakably cultivators. Indeed, this Xinglo Inn was genuinely dedicated to serving practitioners, which piqued his interest. The innkeeper did not doubt the veracity of Lin Yinxing's words, and, maintaining his smile, inquired, "Very well, esteemed cultivators, how many rooms would you require?" All the guest rooms here were uniform, referred to as upper rooms, conveying an air of elegance and sophistication. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yinxing replied, "Let us have 2 rooms for 3 days." He intended to remain in Tianwen City for 3 days to indulge Hu Jia's desire for leisure before setting off for the Tianqing dynasty. The cost for 2 upper rooms for 3 days amounts to 6,000 spirit stones, the innkeeper cheerfully stated, placing 2 wooden plaques engraved with room numbers on the counter. Each room cost 1,000 spirit stones per day, a rather steep price, making it unaffordable for many weaker practitioners. It was no surprise that the inn had few guests, but those present were predominantly formidable cultivators of the Great Sun realm or higher. Lin Yinxing paid the 6,000 spirit stones, handing 1 wooden plaque to Su Shishir while retaining another for himself, and then ascended the stairs. The plaques bore their respective room numbers. His was room 5 on the 3rd floor, while Su Shishir's was room 6. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Hu Jia suddenly sensed something amiss and exclaimed, "Why have only 2 rooms been booked? Where will I stay?" A few thousand spirit stones might not be significant to most practitioners, but for them, it was trivial. He found it implausible that Lin Yinxing would choose to economize by having 2 people share a room. He suspected ulterior motives on Lin Yinxing's part. Lin Yinxing shrugged and replied, "There is nothing I can do. I have exhausted my spirit stones. The little I possess now is from exchanging the damaged wheel artifact at the Merit Hall a few days ago." He spoke the truth. His previous spirit stones had been spent, and the only ones he currently had were from the exchange of the wheel artifact, which had been severely damaged during his battle with Yang Yitang. Hu Jia complained, "You should have said something sooner. I would have covered it." Unlike Lin Yinxing, he had ample spirit stones, having received 300,000 spirit stones and various artifacts and elixirs as rewards for placing 3rd in the 7 Peaks Grand Competition. As the situation unfolded, Lin Yinxing nonchalantly remarked, "Now that we are here, let us make do. After all, we have shared a bed before." He then opened the door and stepped inside. After a moment's hesitation, Hu Jia followed suit, closing the door behind him. He was reluctant to be seen resting with a man in the same room, fearing the whispers that might label him a deviant. Meanwhile, Su Shishir observed this scene, a peculiar sensation stirring within her before retreating to her own room. Within the confines of her space, she pondered deeply, increasingly convinced that there was something amiss between Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia. Resolute in her decision to intervene, she approached their door and knocked softly, saying, "Brother Hu Jia, did you not express a desire to explore Tianwen City? It is still early. Let us venture out for a while and return to rest once night falls." Determined to prevent Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia from straying further down a misguided path, she vowed that these 2 exceptional individuals must not be allowed to falter in such matters. Chapter 58. The Priceless Mirror. After a brief wait, Su Shishir watched as Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia emerged from the room. A subtle sense of relief washed over her upon noticing that both individuals appeared impeccably groomed, their attire as neat as before their entrance. With a smile, she remarked, "Esteemed brothers, Tianwen City is renowned across our northern domain. It would be a great pity not to indulge in its splendors while we are here." The wise often share similar insights, Hu Jia responded with a grin. He had been quite confined to Tianwen Peak before the 7 Peaks tournament, ostensibly to shield his prodigious talents from those with less honorable intentions. Now, as the tournament approached, and with his strength sufficiently formidable, he was permitted to venture forth, especially given the anticipation surrounding the Tianwen rankings. Lin Yinxing voiced no objections and accompanied Hu Jia. They spent the evening exploring Tianwen City before returning to the Star Tower Inn. To Su Shirshi's chagrin, he once again shared a room with Hu Jia, disregarding her suggestion to secure a separate accommodation, which left her seething silently. In room 5 on the 3rd floor of the Star Tower Inn, Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia lay side by side on a single bed, maintaining a distance of approximately 10 centimeters, a so-called safety distance, as Hu Jia had termed it. The room was enveloped in tranquility, allowing Lin Yinsheng to discern the rhythmic beating of Hu Jia's heart. Tentatively, his hand inched toward Hu Jia, and just as he was about to bridge the gap, he suddenly thrust his palm against Hu Jia's chest, feeling the surprising flatness beneath his touch. What? Is this lad truly not disguised as a girl? Lin Yinsheng. A furious voice erupted, followed by a fierce surge of spiritual energy. Another wave of energy soon followed, only subsiding after a quarter of an hour. Weakly, Lin Yinsheng protested. Was such an intense reaction truly necessary? You nearly dismantled me. He had merely sought to ascertain Hu Jia's true gender, only to be met with an irate beating and unceremoniously ejected from the bed. Hu Jia lay there, fuming. You perverted fiend. From now on, you shall sleep on the floor. He deemed Lin Yinsheng a hopelessly depraved individual for daring to make such an advance toward a male. Must you be so heartless? Lin Yinsheng chuckled, yet he made no move to rise, choosing instead to remain obediently on the floor. With his cultivation, he would not suffer from the chill of the ground. The following morning, Su Shirsha rapped on the door, calling out, Hu Shixiang, Lin Shixiang, may I come in? Come in. The door is unlocked, Lin Yinsheng replied. As Su Shirsha entered, she observed Hu Jia reclining on the bed while Lin Yinsheng lay on the floor. Surprised, she exclaimed, Lin Shixiang, why are you sleeping on the ground? However, witnessing this scene brought her an unexpected sense of comfort. It seemed that Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia were indeed getting along well, as they had not shared the same bed. With a teasing tone, Lin Yinsheng replied, I was simply too formidable last night. In his rage, he cast me off the bed, and thus I took to the floor. His words could easily be misinterpreted by anyone, especially by Su Shirsha, who already harbored doubts about him, and Hu Jia. Do not heed his nonsense. I only made him sleep on the floor because I sensed his dishonesty, Hu Jia exclaimed, casting a fierce glare at Lin Yinsheng as he attempted to clarify. Yet, he felt a twinge of guilt, as Lin Yinsheng had made an unexpected advance towards him the previous night, though it could arguably be considered a normal aspect of friendship. Senior brothers, I will wait for you outside for a moment. Then we can take a stroll in the city, Su Shirsha stated before stepping outside. Needing a moment to gather her thoughts, she found both Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia to be commendable individuals, possessing formidable skills and exceptional talents. Yet they lacked arrogance and were refreshingly easy to be around. However, the prospect of these two becoming romantically involved was somewhat daunting. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia emerged from the room, the latter maintaining a safe distance of 1 meter from Lin Yinsheng as he suggested. Let us proceed to the Shengquan Pavilion for breakfast. As a practitioner of his caliber, he could easily forego meals, but his fondness for food compelled him to dine out frequently. The Shengquan Pavilion was a renowned establishment in Tianwen City, offering not only exquisite wines but also spiritual teas, ethereal vegetables, and enchanted rice. After their meal, the trio continued to meander through Tianwen City, having explored less than 1/10 of the area the previous night. As they passed by a vendor's stall, the elderly proprietor called out, Young masters and young lady, would you care to examine some magical artifacts? The vendor appeared quite aged, his hair a cascade of white, and his face deeply etched with wrinkles. Before him lay an array of assorted trinkets, urinals, rice buckets, and teapots for everyday use, alongside jade pendants, bracelets, and pendants for adornment. Not to mention an assortment of weapons including knives, swords, staffs, spears, and sickles. Hu Jia halted, his gaze drawn to a palm-sized mirror positioned prominently at the center of the stall. He picked it up and inquired, This mirror is quite fine, old man. How much do you ask for it? Though not one to admire his reflection, he felt an undeniable allure towards this particular mirror and wished to acquire it. This young lady truly possesses a discerning eye, having immediately recognized one of the finest treasures in my humble collection, the old man replied with a professional smile. Lin Yinsheng, reminiscent of those unscrupulous street vendors from his past life, interjected bluntly, Spare us the theatrics and tell us the price outright. He was genuinely surprised to encounter such a deceitful vendor even in the realm of Tianling. The old man, still wearing a congenial smile, responded, The Xiantian mirror is an invaluable treasure. However, I feel a connection with you three and shall part with it for a mere 1,000,000 spirit stones." His expression radiated sincerity, as though he spoke the truth, yet Lin Yansheng was not deceived by his charade. Coldly, he retorted, "Old man, do you truly believe we are fools with deep pockets? This is mere trinketry. 100 copper coins could procure a multitude of such items. Your demand of 1,000,000 spirit stones is quite the outrageous extortion." Lin Yansheng had encountered unscrupulous merchants before, but this was the first time he had witnessed such blatant greed. The old man was offering a broken mirror for the exorbitant price of 1,000,000 spirit stones. If it were merely 1,000,000 copper coins, he might have dismissed it, as that would equate to just 10 spirit stones. However, 1,000,000 spirit stones represented a staggering sum, even for practitioners at the Tongyu realm, and he was unable to produce such a vast amount. Su Shishir also found the old man outrageously greedy but endeavored to maintain a calm tone as she proposed, "Esteemed elder, 1,000,000 spirit stones is indeed exorbitant. Would you consider selling your mirror for 100 spirit stones?" As a princess of the Tianxin dynasty, she was relatively affluent among cultivators. Yet she possessed only several 100,000 spirit stones, illustrating that 1,000,000 spirit stones was an unbearable price for most practitioners. The old man, still wearing a smile, replied with unhurried composure, "Do not perceive it as costly, my dear young ones. In truth, I am at a significant loss. This is the Xiantian mirror. Its worth cannot be quantified in mere spirit stones. Were it not for the fateful connection between us, I would not part with it." Chapter 59. The Xiantian mirror. As Lin Yansheng and Su Shishir were about to continue their rebuttal against the elderly man, Hu Jia suddenly interjected, "I believe this mirror may indeed be far from ordinary." A rare seriousness adorned his face, and his gaze held an unwavering conviction. Lin Yansheng cast a skeptical glance at the elder before quietly inquiring, "Hu Jia, are you certain this mirror is worth 1,000,000 spirit stones?" Though he could discern nothing remarkable about it, Hu Jia's assertion sparked a flicker of hope that perhaps the mirror possessed extraordinary qualities. Yet, even if it were exceptional, a price tag of 1,000,000 was substantial, unless the mirror was truly extraordinary, surpassing the prowess of typical magical artifacts. Uncertain but undeterred, Hu Jia smiled and placed a Qianquan bag upon the stall, addressing the elder, "Old sir, contained within is 1,000,000 spirit stones. I shall purchase this mirror." At present, he could not identify the mirror's unique attributes, but he felt an instinctive pull that it would serve him greatly in the future, prompting him to make the purchase. "You are indeed wealthy, spending 1,000,000 spirit stones so casually," Lin Yansheng remarked, overwhelmed by Hu Jia's extravagant display. However, recalling that this mission awarded 10,000,000 merit points, he felt considerably reassured, knowing that even when divided, it would yield a significant sum of spirit stones. Upon receiving the Qianquan bag, the elder cheerfully inquired, "Do you require anything else? I possess 3 of the finest treasures, and you have only taken 1. Lin Yansheng replied nonchalantly, "We wish to buy, but we lack spirit stones. Your prices are exorbitant." With that, the trio departed. After walking a mere 10 meters, Su Shishir suddenly remarked, "By the way, why has no one else approached that stall besides us? There are so many people on the street. It seems rather unusual." Her words prompted Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia to share a look of confusion. They turned around, only to be astonished to find that the stall and the elder had vanished. They searched the vicinity but found no trace of the elder, as if he and his stall had never existed. Lin Yansheng gazed at Hu Jia and said, "It appears we have encountered an extraordinary individual. It seems the mirror you purchased truly possesses remarkable qualities." He had not anticipated such fortuitous circumstances would present themselves in Tianwen City. Regrettably, he lacked spirit stones, missing the chance to acquire what might be divine or sacred artifacts. Meanwhile, Hu Jia had spent 1,000,000 on a mirror that could indeed be the Xiantian mirror, potentially endowed with formidable powers. Hu Jia retrieved the mirror from his spatial artifact, examining it closely before probing its depths with his consciousness, leaving behind a soul imprint. The mirror then conveyed a torrent of information, causing a joyful smile to illuminate his face. "What is it? Have you discerned the origin of the mirror?" Lin Yansheng inquired, noticing Hu Jia's sudden elation. He believed that this mirror might be akin to his heavenly mechanism umbrella and the pearl of the sea god, requiring a master to unleash its true power. Hu Jiayong, brimming with pride, declared, "This mirror, known as the Xiantian Mirror, is a peerless sacred artifact, crafted with utmost dedication by the Xiantian Saintess. It possesses the ability to pierce through illusions, invert the cosmos, and disrupt the balance of yin and yang. It was evident that he regarded Lin Yansheng as a true friend, for he divulged everything at Lin's inquiry, with Su Shishir also overhearing their conversation. Lin Yansheng gave Hu Jia a thumbs up and said, "You lad are quite fortunate. On this outing, you have acquired an extraordinary sacred artifact. Henceforth, this mission shall be entrusted to you, while I shall support you from the sidelines." He genuinely rejoiced for Hu Jia, for the value of such a sacred object was incalculable. Even the prestigious Tianwen sect lacked such artifacts, let alone peerless ones. Only with the assistance of the system was he able to acquire divine objects, which could barely rival the Xiantian Mirror. After all, the might of a peerless sacred object was merely on par with that of ordinary divine artifacts, significantly inferior to that of supreme divine objects. Hu Jia's smile slightly faded as he retorted, "That won't do. With my current cultivation, I cannot even exert 1% of the mirror's power. It is impossible to sweep across the world relying solely on a suddenly acquired peerless artifact. Wielding such a sacred object requires a practitioner of the long-lost longevity realm. I am still far too weak to fully harness the Xiantian Mirror's capabilities. Su Shishir, you should understand the implications of possessing a peerless sacred object. Therefore, should you dare to disclose Hu Jia's possession of such an artifact." Lin Yansheng suddenly turned to Su Shishir and, pausing momentarily, spoke with a hint of menace. "I will kill you." Hu Jia had carelessly revealed the matter of the peerless sacred artifact, leaving Lin to assume the role of the villain, erasing any potential troubles that might arise. After all, had he not inquired, Hu Jia would likely not have mentioned it voluntarily. Hu Jia trusted him, and he could not afford to let Hu Jia down. Su Shishir gazed at Lin Yansheng, feeling a chill run down her spine, and replied, "I swear I will not disclose brother Hu Jia's possession of the peerless sacred artifact. Otherwise, may heaven and earth punish me." As she finished speaking, she sensed the murderous aura emanating from Lin Yansheng dissipate, and she sighed in relief. Moments ago, she had truly felt the breath of death. Lin Yansheng could indeed have killed her. This seemingly affable senior brother from Wikifeng was undoubtedly not a merciful individual. "I believe you," Lin Yansheng said. The moment Hu Jia revealed the Xiantian Mirror to be a peerless sacred artifact, he contemplated whether to eliminate Su Shishir to prevent any potential leaks. However, after a moment's reflection, he deemed it wiser not to kill her, as the matter had been disclosed in her presence by Hu Jia himself. Executing Su Shishir would be unjust to her. Nevertheless, a suitable threat was still necessary. "All right, let us not be so serious. Let us enjoy ourselves for a couple of days before we set off for the Tianqing dynasty." With a smile, Hu Jia gently patted Lin Yansheng's shoulder, feeling a warm sense of camaraderie after witnessing Lin's recent threat towards Su Shishir. Despite Lin's eccentricities, he was, at heart, a decent individual, and Hu Jia felt justified in having saved this rogue. 2 days later, Lin Yansheng, Hu Jia, and Su Shishir arrived at the transportation office of Tianwen City, where they rented a carriage along with a team of escort personnel. The escort consisted of 10 members, led by a captain at the initial stage of the Tongyu realm, while the other team members were at the peak of the Dairy realm. This was the most formidable escort team in Tianwen City, requiring 500,000 spirit stones to escort Lin Yansheng and his companions to the Tianqing dynasty. The rented carriage was no ordinary vehicle. It was drawn by a tamed 4th-tier beast known as the Jiaying horse, which was incredibly swift, allowing them to reach the Tianqing dynasty in just 3 months. The coachman, also an initial stage practitioner of the Tongyu realm and the owner of the Jiaying horse, formed a formidable combination with the carriage and the escort team, costing 300,000 spirit stones for their journey. Altogether, the total expense amounted to 800,000 spirit stones, a considerable sum for such an elite escort and transport arrangement. After settling the payment, Lin Yansheng, Hu Jia, and Su Shishir took their seats in the spacious carriage, beginning their journey to the Tianqing dynasty. The carriage was ample enough to accommodate 6 individuals comfortably, allowing the 3 of them to relax. Hu Jia reclined with his head resting on Lin Yansheng's lap, embodying the carefree demeanor of a young scion. Su Shishir sat alone on the opposite side, observing the close interaction between Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, unable to suppress her concern. "Lin Shixiang, Hu Shixiang," she cautioned, "both of you are prodigious talents of Tianwen sect. destined to become influential figures. Do not be ensnared by fleeting pleasures. She wished to see these two exceptional individuals avoid the pitfalls of complacency, knowing that despite their youth, their potential for greatness was immense if they devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their cultivation. Chapter 60. The integrity of Ma San. Lin Yanxing inquired with a perplexed expression. What are you talking about? This young lady had a penchant for asking rather eccentric questions, perhaps influenced by her own peculiar fantasies. What I mean is, Su Shirshi's cheeks flushed as she hesitated, saying, Senior brothers, please take care of your health and avoid overexertion. Cultivating should remain your priority. Her insinuation was unmistakably clear. It was implausible that Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia could fail to comprehend it. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yanxing mischievously grinned and assured, Fear not, I am quite robust. No worries at all. As he spoke, he gently caressed Hu Jia's hair, enchanted by its exquisite texture. Hu Jia, however, remained silent, having drifted into slumber. Had he heard Su Shirshi's remarks, he would certainly not have continued resting his head upon Lin Yanxing's lap. After a fortnight of travel, the caravan arrived at a perilous terrain, flanked by towering mountains with a narrow path in between. The captain of the escort rode alongside the driver, stating, Xiao, please hasten your pace to navigate through this area. It is rumored that bandits lurk nearby. The steeds of the escort were formidable beasts, albeit of the third tier, inferior to the fourth-tier extreme shadow horses. Nevertheless, their speed was adequate, as they did not bear the burden of a cart. Xiao nodded, accelerating the horses. Yet just as they rounded the two peaks, a group of individuals obstructed their path. The bandits of the region, led by a shifty-eyed man, sneered at the opulent carriage and remarked, Ah, a caravan approaches. That carriage appears rather fine, suggesting it may hold valuable treasures. Rather than ambushing from the mountainsides, they chose to confront the caravan directly after the narrow passage, confident in their own strength and unconcerned about the possibility of retreat or defeat. The 10 members of the escort swiftly positioned themselves before the carriage, standing firm against the bandits. The captain clasped his fists and addressed them, Friends, I am Ma San from Tianwen City. I kindly request your leniency to allow my employer to pass. The escort had no desire to engage in combat unless absolutely necessary, as such an encounter would inevitably result in casualties. The shifty-eyed bandit waved his curved blade dismissively, sneering, Oh, do you think you are someone of great importance? Why should I accord you any respect? They were the most formidable bandits in the area, having brazenly robbed many, including individuals from various dynasties. In fact, there was an incident where a princess from a dynasty passed through, only to be robbed of both wealth and virtue. When the dynasty learned of this, they attempted to retaliate but were repelled. Despite their small number, this bandit group consisted entirely of practitioners at the Void Realm, marking them as a significant threat. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ma San's brow as he urged Xiao, you must escort the 3 employers to safety. We will hold off these bandits. The formidable spiritual energy erupted from his body, and his companions followed suit, collectively unleashing their own powers, clearly intending to engage in a fierce battle with the band of mountain thieves. Alas, such camaraderie is commendable, yet it is unfortunate that their employer cannot escape. The scruffy-eyed man sneered. With a wave of his right hand, a dozen of his comrades surged forward, some hurling golden chains, the other ends equipped with hooks that latched onto the carriage. Once ensnared by the 4 early-stage practitioners of the ethereal realm, the shadowed horse found itself unable to move, and with a forceful tug, both horse and carriage were overturned. Subsequently, the bandits charged forth, encircling the carriage and the 3 companions of Ma San. The coachman, Ma San, also summoned his spiritual power to pull the carriage aside, shouting towards Lin Yanxing and the others inside, Young master, young lady, there are bandits. We fear we cannot depart. Lin Yanxing and his companions emerged from the carriage, surveying the scene before them, their regard for Ma San and the others elevated. There were 15 bandits, all practitioners of the ethereal realm, while only Ma San among the escort team possessed early-stage cultivation. Yet, despite this, he did not abandon them to flee, demonstrating commendable integrity. Upon spotting Hu Jia and Su Shirshi, the scruffy-eyed man's eyes gleamed with desire, salivating as he remarked, These 2 young ladies are truly exquisite, a cut above the princess I toyed with last time. As for Lin Yanxing, despite his handsome appearance, he was disregarded as merely another male. Ma San, upon hearing the man's words, felt a chill wash over him and shouted, "Even bandits should adhere to some principles. One may rob for wealth, but not for lechery, lest you provoke a formidable figure who will annihilate you all one day." Having found Lin Yinsheng and his companions agreeable, as they had not haggled over the payment of spiritual stones, he held a favorable view of them and did not wish to see them tormented by this gang of thieves. The scruffy-eyed man turned to Ma San and said, "So, you are Ma San. I've heard of you, the strongest escort captain of Tianwen City, early-stage ethereal realm practitioner." Although they were quite distant from Tianwen City, he had indeed heard of Ma San, for practitioners of the ethereal realm were truly formidable, not mere nobodies in the northern domain. In empires where practitioners numbered in the billions, those of the ethereal realm were undoubtedly considered high-end combatants, while in lesser kingdoms, they were the mightiest, capable of ruling over hundreds of millions, even billions. A faint smile graced Ma San's face as he replied, "Since you are familiar with my name, might I request that you allow my employer to depart?" He refrained from suggesting his own exit, for having accepted Lin Yinsheng and his companion's payment, he was bound to ensure their safety. The scruffy-eyed man, upon hearing Ma San's words, erupted in curses. "Damn it! Even now you're thinking of protecting your employer? Have you looked in the mirror to see what you truly are? Do you know why I've heard of you? Because many say you are a fool, willing to sacrifice your life for your employer. Now that I see you in person, it seems the rumors hold true." His companions erupted in laughter, pointing and jeering at Ma San, intermittently hurling further insults. Lin Yinsheng cast a glance at the man with shifty eyes, his voice icy as he remarked, "I ask you, have you finished your laughter? A trustworthy captain of a guard team is not to be ridiculed by you rabble." He refrained from immediate action, wishing to assess Ma San's character, particularly since they had expended considerable spirit stones to hire him. Should he prove to be a coward, fleeing at the first sign of danger, Lin would not hesitate to eliminate him and his companions. However, Ma San's conduct was commendable. He was indeed a principled cultivator, albeit limited in strength, unable to protect his employer in dire circumstances. One of the bandits, furious, brandished his heavy blade and advanced towards Lin Yinsheng, shouting, "Do you wish to die? How dare you insult our leader? I'll take you down right now." "Hold on." The bandit was abruptly interrupted as he took a few steps forward. The man with the shifty eyes wore a sinister smile, locking gazes with Lin Yinsheng, and mockingly proclaimed, "My friend, I wonder if you will still exhibit such bravado after I entertain myself with your two companions right before your eyes." Chapter 61. The northern general, with a thunderous roar, dark spiritual energy, surged into the sky. As the voice of the beady-eyed man faded, Lin Yinsheng had already arrived at his side. With a single, devastating punch, he struck the man, obliterating him instantly. The murderous intent in Lin Yinsheng's eyes was terrifyingly fierce. He unleashed a palm strike, sending forth a torrent of black spiritual energy that violently crashed into a dozen bandits, reducing them to mere pulp. How audacious these brigands were to utter such deeply insulting words. They truly seemed to be weary of life. Before Qiao Mafu and Ma San could comprehend the situation, the beady-eyed man was boasting one moment, and the next, all the bandits lay dead, and in a most gruesome manner. Lin Yinsheng turned to Qiao Mafu and Ma San, calmly stating, "All right, let us continue our journey." The extermination of these bandits was but a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. 2 months later, Lin Yinsheng and his companions successfully arrived at the city of Saibei, located on the border of the Tianxin dynasty. As they walked through the bustling streets of Saibei, Su Shishir began to explain, "This city is known as Saibei, the foremost stronghold guarding the northern frontier of the dynasty. The city lord is the northern general, a practitioner at the pinnacle of the Tongyu realm. Within the Tianxin dynasty, apart from the capital, the 4 strongholds, located in the east, south, west, and north, are the most prosperous. The lords of these strongholds are the generals of the Tianxin dynasty, each at the pinnacle of the Tongyu realm, representing the elite powerhouses of the dynasty, commanders of immense influence." Hu Jia, upon hearing this, inquired, "Can a practitioner at the pinnacle of the Tongyu realm truly guard a territory? Are they not akin to quasi-royal practitioners?" During his time at Tianwen Peak, he had encountered numerous practitioners at the pinnacle of the Tongyu realm, as most of the true disciples were of this caliber. Thus, he believed that an ordinary practitioner at this level would be insufficient to defend a major dynasty's border. Su Shishir smiled wryly and replied, "Senior brother Hu Jia, Quasi-royal practitioners are genuine prodigies. How could our Tianqing dynasty possibly possess such individuals? If we had quasi-royal practitioners, we would not stand idly by while the demon palace perpetrated its horrific acts. Lin Yinxing observed Hu Jia and remarked, "You truly ought to venture out more often. You possess little understanding of the overall level of cultivation civilization in the northern region. In the north, there are countless practitioners. Yet 99% remain at the body refinement stage. These individuals are the most basic level of cultivators, only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Practitioners at the spirit establishment stage are considered impressive figures in smaller locales. In some lesser counties, the strongest might only reach this level. Practitioners at the profound mystery stage are regarded as the backbone in most areas, capable of dominating a region. Many city lords are of this caliber. Those at the Great Sun stage are already among the elite in the vast northern region. Numerous sect leaders and elders only possess this level of strength. It can be said that practitioners at the Great Sun stage have the capability to establish their own sects. Even the most powerful figures in some families with legacies spanning hundreds of years merely reach this level. As for the practitioners of the ethereal realm, they have already emerged as true powerhouses in the northern territories. In many dynasties, the mightiest individuals belong to this realm, capable of stirring great upheaval in the north. The audacious man with thieving eyes and furtive demeanor exhibits such arrogance that he dares to rob even the princesses of the dynasty. For he and his companions all possess the strength of the ethereal realm, sufficient to contend against certain dynasties. Hu Jia observed the bustling crowd in the city of Saibei and inquired, "Shall we head directly to the demon palace, or indulge in some leisure for a few days?" The atmosphere of Saibei, being a border city of the dynasty, is imbued with a sense of foreboding. You've been cooped up for 3 months and are now itching to explore, aren't you? Lin Yinxing discerned Hu Jia's thoughts immediately. Let us heed Su Shishir's guidance. We shall enjoy ourselves after we deal with the demon palace. Hu Jia was a decent person, clear about right and wrong, yet he struck one as an immature child, playful and lacking in caution. Compared to the younger Su Shishir, who had already developed her own thoughts and actions and could stand alone in places where practitioners were weaker, he seemed like an innocent child oblivious to the complexities of the world. Very well, I shall follow Su Shishir's lead, Hu Jia replied dejectedly. After 3 months of travel by carriage, he was utterly bored and longed to feast and revel for a few days. Su Shishir, already possessing her own plans, suggested, "Lin Shixiang, Hu Jia Shixiang, let me take you to meet the general of the north." Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia had no objections and followed her to the lord's manor in Saibei. 2 guards stationed at the entrance stepped forward, declaring in unison, "Halt. This is the lord's manor. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry." A palpable aura of military prowess emanated from them, alongside their released cultivation, intended to intimidate Lin Yinxing and his companions. "Impressive. They are at the initial stage of the Great Sun realm," Lin Yinxing remarked. These 2 were clearly trusted subordinates of the northern general, not mere foot soldiers. "Esteemed sirs, I have urgent business with the northern general," Su Shishir stated, producing a token. Upon seeing the token, the guards quickly bowed and said, "Please enter, princess." The token was that of a county princess, which rendered them unable to obstruct her, especially since such a young princess posed no real threat to the northern general. Once inside the manor, an elderly man approached with a friendly demeanor, asking, "Are you 3 here to see the general?" He was the steward of the lord's manor and had met numerous distinguished individuals alongside the northern general. He recognized that these 3 young people were not ordinary. Holding the token, Su Shishir replied, "I have important matters to discuss with the northern general." Upon seeing the princess's token, the steward escorted Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia to the reception hall and went to inform the northern general. After several minutes, a tall and formidable man clad in armor approached and said, "Ah, it is Princess Shishir. What brings you to seek this general?" The northern general had evidently encountered the young princess Su Shishir before. However, his tone was rather indifferent, revealing little regard for her status as a princess. As the northern general, he commanded the northern front of the Tianqing dynasty and was a peak powerhouse in the realm of Tongyu, placing him in a position of authority and stature far superior to that of a mere young princess. Su Shishir gazed intently at the northern general and solemnly stated, "General, I have come to discuss the matter of launching an assault against the demon palace." She wished to ascertain whether this general, who had guarded the north for many years, would agree to unite in the campaign against the Demon Palace. A flicker of surprise crossed the northern general's eyes, for he had not anticipated that Su Shirshir sought him out to deliberate on the offensive against the Demon Palace. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "Princess, the Demon Palace currently stands at the zenith of its power. Not long ago, they ruthlessly annihilated a prominent family that publicly challenged them. I fear that I alone would be unable to contend with the Demon Palace." He neither outright refused nor assented. Instead, he indicated that he was not a match for the Demon Palace by himself, keen to see how Su Shirshir would respond next. Chapter 62. Assault on the Demon Palace. Su Shirshir stated, "General of the North, you are undoubtedly aware that the Demon Palace has been wreaking havoc within our Heavenly Heart dynasty, committing every conceivable atrocity. We must unite various factions to eradicate the Demon Palace. It is imperative that we do not allow them to continue their reign of terror." She sought to gauge the sentiments of the high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Heart dynasty, hoping for at least a shared desire to annihilate the Demon Palace, if not active participation. The General of the North shook his head and replied, "My lady, you do not comprehend. The rapid ascent of the Demon Palace within a mere decade, reaching its current stature, has been facilitated by the tacit approval or direct involvement of certain individuals within our dynasty. A united front against the Demon Palace is implausible, even within the court. Such a consensus is unattainable." In his eyes, Su Shirshir was merely a child, naively believing that by enlisting him and summoning a few so-called prominent figures of the dynasty, they could confront the Demon Palace, a notion he deemed fanciful. "You are a person worthy of admiration, General of the North. I hope you continue to inspire respect," Su Shirshir remarked before rising to depart with Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia. The General of the North observed Su Shirshir leave, pondering the meaning behind her final words. Moreover, had she not gone to Tianwen sect for cultivation? How could she return so swiftly? Was it that she had not met their expectations? After exiting the city lord's manor, Hu Jia commented, "That General of the North has consistently spoken to you from a position of superiority. Even he noticed the condescension and indifference he displayed towards you." Su Shirshir responded calmly, "That is to be expected. The General of the North is a renowned power, having achieved prominence for decades, while I have merely entered the Great Sun realm. Thus we are indeed not on equal footing. In the Heavenly Heart dynasty, a practitioner at the pinnacle of the profound realm, such as the General of the North, is regarded as a top-tier powerhouse, with a high status that fosters an air of arrogance. Unbeknownst to him, he is but a frog in a well." Hu Jia inquired, "Where shall we go now?" He felt little concern for the matter at hand. Even the Demon Palace seemed inconsequential to him, given the early stage of his cultivation. He assumed the practitioners within the Demon Palace were of a similar level. A cold glint appeared in Su Shirshir's eyes as she declared, "We shall head to the Demon City and confront the Demon Palace directly. Their malevolent deeds have persisted for far too long. I harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Demon Palace, for they were responsible for the death of my mother, the esteemed Duchess. My father, as a prince, was unable to avenge her, and when he led a campaign against the Demon Palace, he was grievously injured. Were it not for the Demon Palace's consideration of his noble status, my father might have perished as well, while the court remained unwilling to dispatch troops against them. I had once thought the vendetta for my mother's death would remain unavenged until I entered the Tianwen sect, where I glimpsed a glimmer of hope. With my talent, it is likely that after a few years of cultivation, I may be accepted as a disciple by the elders. Once I become a true disciple, I could potentially persuade the elders to undertake this mission to annihilate the Demon Palace." However, upon learning of Lin Yanxing's exploits, she discerned an opportunity for swift vengeance, prompting her to take action. Whether she could exact her revenge would unfold in the coming days. Should she fail, her return to the Heavenly Inquiry sect would be unlikely, for the Demon Palace would not spare one who dared to challenge it, nor would she forgive the Demon Palace. 3 days later, at a distance of 1,000 meters from Demon City, Lin Yanxing, Hu Jia, and Su Shirshir disembarked from their carriage, gazing towards the ominous edifice of Demon City. As the headquarters of the Demon Palace, even the coachman dared not approach any closer, retreating hastily after dropping them off. This illustrates the dreadful reputation the Demon Palace held among the populace of the Heavenly Heart dynasty, instilling fear far greater than that of the most ferocious beasts. Hu Jia surveyed the city, comparable in size to North Fort City, and remarked, "This is Demon City." Even from a distance, one can sense an aura of malevolence. It appears the practitioners of the demon palace cultivate demonic or sinister arts. Indeed, let us proceed, Su Shishir declared resolutely, leading the way towards the city. Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia followed leisurely, feeling little sense of impending danger. After all, the demon palace could not be excessively formidable, or it would not hide within the confines of the Heavenly Heart dynasty. Upon entering Demon City, they encountered somewhat desolate streets, though it was not long before they were surrounded by a gathering of individuals from the demon palace. The leader among them fixed an icy gaze upon Lin Yansheng and his companions, coldly inquiring, "Who are you? Surely, you do not belong to our ranks in the demon palace?" Once, the demon palace had been a regular city, not known as Demon City, until it set its sights on this place, slaughtering its inhabitants and relocating its headquarters here, thus renaming the city. Today, the population of Demon City was sparse, primarily consisting of members of the demon palace and their relatives and followers. Su Shishir struck forth with a palm, declaring, "I have come to slay you." Though her cultivation was modest, it sufficed to deal with the current adversaries, and she swiftly dispatched several disciples of the demon palace. However, this act summoned more of their kin. A hall master of the demon palace, sensing the commotion, arrived with dozens of disciples. Upon witnessing the fallen bodies of his comrades, his expression darkened considerably. Warily, he scrutinized Lin Yansheng and his companions, demanding, "Who dares to wreak havoc in Demon City? Are you unaware this is the territory of the demon palace?" As he spoke, he crushed a jade talisman, covertly requesting reinforcements. Mindful of the uncertainty surrounding the trio's cultivation levels, Su Shishir locked her gaze onto the hall master, her voice laced with hatred as she proclaimed, "I slay the very people of the demon palace." In countless days and nights past, she had envisioned storming the demon palace as she did today, and now, that desire had finally been fulfilled. "Despair, for I have already summoned aid from the palace. Soon, an elder shall arrive, and your demise is inevitable," spoke the leader of the Earth Demon Palace, his tone laced with trepidation. By revealing his request for assistance, he aimed to intimidate Lin Yansheng and his companions, as he feared succumbing before the elder's arrival. "That would be preferable. It saves us the trouble of seeking you out," Lin Yansheng interjected, his voice steady. He conjured a surge of black spiritual energy, coalescing it in the air, and subsequently crushed the leader of the Earth Demon Palace along with his disciples, rendering them lifeless. Continuing their advance, the trio effortlessly demolished a building with a single punch, propelling themselves forward for several kilometers until they encountered a group of adversaries. One of the elders from the Earth Demon Palace recognized Su Shishir and, with malice in his voice, declared, "Su Shishir, you dare to bring your entourage to our Earth Demon City and unleash a massacre. Not even your father can save you now." He was the third elder of the Earth Demon Palace, a practitioner at the pinnacle of the communication of spirit realm. And it was he who had slain Su Shishir's mother, albeit under the directive of the higher echelons of the Earth Demon Palace. Chapter 63. The master of the Earth Demon Palace, Su Shishir, gazed at the third elder of the Earth Demon Palace, her anger and resentment surging forth with unparalleled intensity. "Today, I have come to annihilate your Earth Demon Palace." Years ago, she had witnessed the third elder slay her mother, an act instigated by a figure clad in a silver mask. Since this masked individual had yet to appear, she resolved to first eliminate the third elder as a tribute to her mother's spirit. "Su Shishir, do you truly believe you can defeat me with just yourself and these two companions?" The third elder scoffed. "I distinctly remember you weeping foolishly as I murdered your mother. Today, I shall make you watch as I dispatch these two fools you have brought along." With a wave of his hand, 13 elders from the Earth Demon Palace unleashed their spiritual power and charged towards Lin Yansheng and his companions. Among the 16 elders, only the first and second elders were absent. Enough of this incessant chatter. Lin Yansheng surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to one of the Earth Demon Palace elders. Boom. This 8th-ranked elder, at the pinnacle of the communication realm, was reduced to mere splinters by Lin Yansheng's blow. Meanwhile, Hu Jia took a step forward, unleashing a torrent of crystalline white spiritual energy that surged forth, crashing into the advancing elders. Instantly, those elders were obliterated, turning into nothing more than a mist of blood. With scarcely a moment to resist, the third elder was left dumbfounded. In mere seconds, all 13 of his fellow elders had been obliterated, their forms violently shattered into blood mist. Flee. The only thought racing through the third elder's mind was survival. He had no time to ponder how Su Shirshir's companions could possess such overwhelming strength. He turned to flee with every ounce of energy he could muster. Yet, in a moment of despair, he found himself face to face with a coldly handsome young man clad in black, whose abyssal gaze sent a chilling dread coursing through him. Lin Yanxing reached out, seizing the third elder by the throat, and with a surge of spiritual power, he rendered the elder's cultivation null and void. He then dragged the third elder to Su Shirshir's side and tossed him onto the ground. Now, you may take matters into your own hands. Since this was the monster responsible for her mother's death, it was only fitting that Su Shirshir enact her vengeance personally. Despite having lost his power, the third elder still clung to life. Please, do not kill me. If you do, the Earth Demon Palace will not spare you. Fear gripped him like never before. The two individuals Su Shirshir had brought forth were akin to demons risen from the depths of hell, powerful and merciless, slaughtering the elders of the Earth Demon Palace with a cruelty surpassing their own. We have come to eradicate the Earth Demon Palace. Do you truly believe we require your mercy? Su Shirshir retorted with scorn. The once formidable third elder of the Demon Palace, who had ruthlessly slain her mother, now trembled in fear, begging for mercy like a mere dog. Release the third, and we may grant you a more dignified demise. A voice, laced with suppressed fury, echoed through the air. Su Shirshir lifted her gaze to find an elderly man and woman, accompanied by hundreds of individuals from the Demon Palace, approaching. Upon seeing them, the third elder's heart soared with delight as he exclaimed, "Elder, second elder, save me." However, in the next instant, a tremendous surge of white spiritual energy erupted, obliterating all the hundreds gathered, including the old man and woman. The third elder turned slightly, his eyes falling upon the stunningly beautiful Hu Jia, a wave of despair washing over him. He could not comprehend how someone so young could wield such terrifying power. Yet, recollecting the Demon Palace's master reignited a flicker of hope within him. "What you are doing cannot extinguish the Demon Palace," he declared. "Our master is a practitioner of the carefree realm. Once he arrives, you shall all perish. Thus, it would be wise to release me and flee. I can concoct a tale to dissuade him from pursuing you." He could not bear the thought of dying, having painstakingly reached the pinnacle of the carefree realm without ever truly enjoying life. Yet, he forgot that the number of lives he had extinguished could form a small mountain. "Do you still wish to live? Have you forgotten how many desperate souls you have slain?" Su Shirshir coldly retorted, drawing her sword and severing the third elder's head in a single stroke. "Mother, your daughter has avenged you by killing this fiend. I will ensure the rest of the Demon Palace pays for their sins, bringing you complete retribution." Lin Yanxing unleashed a wave of spiritual energy, demolishing a building from 100 meters away, perplexed by the absence of the carefree realm practitioners from the Demon Palace despite the chaos. Logically, their spiritual senses should have detected the disturbance long ago. Could it be that the master of the Demon Palace is not within the city? Then let us raise this place to the ground and see if he emerges. Hu Jia continued to unleash her spiritual energy, destroying numerous structures and slaying a multitude of practitioners from the Demon Palace. She was not one to be trifled with. Against such nefarious foes, she favored a more violent approach. Sometimes, the most direct means of resolution was through force. "Have you had enough?" A voice called from the side, and Lin Yanxing and his companions turned to see a man walking upon the air. His ability to traverse the skies marked him as a practitioner of the carefree realm. Su Shirshir regarded the man with intent, inquiring, "Are you Jiang Yang?" She had heard whispers of the leader of the Demon Palace, a practitioner of the carefree realm known as Jiang Yang. The man halted merely a dozen meters away from Lin Yanxing and the others, responding, "Indeed, I am Jiang Yang, the master of the Earth Demon Palace." He appeared relatively youthful, merely a middle-aged man, yet possessed a certain handsomeness. Su Shirshir scrutinized this individual, who seemed entirely devoid of the traits of a nefarious villain, and inquired, "Why have you established the Earth Demon Palace and led its members to commit acts of lawlessness, causing harm to the innocent and those with no grievances against you?" She sought to comprehend why the Earth Demon Palace would target individuals who bore them no ill will, such as her mother. "You must be Su Shirshir," Jiang Yang remarked, recognizing her. "Sometimes, what you perceive may not be the truth. In realms of light, darkness invariably exists, for it is the presence of darkness that lends value to light." He refrained from directly answering Su Shishir, instead uttering cryptic phrases that left her bewildered. Lin Yanqing and Hu Jia stood resolutely in front of Su Shishir, both channeling their spiritual energy to prevent Jiang Yang from launching a sudden attack. Chapter 64. A single punch breaks through. Su Shishir coldly remarked, "Are you attempting to feign innocence? The sins you have committed can only be cleansed by your demise. No, even your death cannot absolve you." She understood that further inquiry would yield no fruitful revelations, for Jiang Yang, having committed such despicable acts, certainly had no need to justify himself to her. "I am not feigning innocence, nor do I need to. I am aware that many within the Heavenly Heart dynasty wish for my demise, yet unbeknownst to you, there are equally many who desire my survival." Jiang Yang's face contorted into a self-deprecating smile as he bellowed, "But no one knows, nor do they wish to know, whether I long to live or die." A tempestuous surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him as he plunged from the skies, resembling a luminous stream of energy, hurtling towards Su Shishir. Suddenly, an umbrella materialized before her. Lin Yanqing, wielding the heavenly mechanism umbrella, met Jiang Yang's charge head-on. Boom! Jiang Yang's formidable spiritual energy collided with Lin Yanqing's umbrella, which absorbed much of the impact, yet still sent Lin Yanqing staggering back several meters. At that moment, Hu Jia's figure shot forth, his hands transforming into a pale azure hue, resembling a pair of jade. Clenching his fists, encircled by white spiritual energy, he struck Jiang Yang with immense force. Bang! The clash of spiritual energies erupted with a tremendous impact, sending Jiang Yang soaring over 100 meters, crashing into the remnants of a shattered building. Hu Jia surveyed the debris and remarked, "What skill is there in a practitioner of the carefree realm bullying a mere girl? Come, let us spar." He relished indulgence, yet found even greater delight in combat and confrontation. Spiritual energy erupted from the ruins as Jiang Yang emerged, ascending into the air. His expression dark as he glared at Hu Jia. "Who are you?" he demanded. He could swear that the Heavenly Heart dynasty had no one like Hu Jia and could not fathom the existence of such a prodigious individual. Hu Jia, of course, did not respond to Jiang Yang's query, retorting, "What business is it of yours who I am? It is merely about." White spiritual energy enveloped him, emanating an astonishing aura that caused Lin Yanqing to glance askance. Jiang Yang retrieved a magical artifact, radiating an overwhelming aura of malice, clearly a weapon through which he had taken many lives. In the next instant, he shot forward with blinding speed, appearing at Hu Jia's side. His artifact swung with all his might. Unfazed, Hu Jia's hands transformed from jade to white jade, and with a single punch, he met the artifact head-on. The ferocious clash of spiritual forces raged, yet not a trace of damage marred his alabaster hands. Subsequently, he struck with his left fist, delivering a powerful blow to Jiang Yang's chest. Boom! A fissure stretching hundreds of meters marred the ground, with Jiang Yang now at the crack's terminus. The debris between them obliterated. Blood dripped from his lips, and his chest bore an indentation as if marked by a fist. He gazed at Hu Jia with a stormy expression, unable to comprehend how such a youthful adversary could possess such formidable strength, capable of withstanding his artifact with bare hands. To understand his magical artifact, it is a high-grade, earth-level instrument, possessing formidable power. A casual practitioner at the ethereal realm would surely perish or suffer grievously if struck by it. Su Shishir gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, "Brother Hu Jia is simply extraordinary. He dares to confront a magical artifact with his bare hands, and he has rendered Jiang Yang utterly defenseless." She was aware that Hu Jia's ascension to the third rank on the Tianwen list was a testament to his immense strength. However, at this moment, he transcended mere strength. He was a veritable monster. To overpower a practitioner of the free-spirited realm wielding an earth-level artifact with nothing but his bare hands, while Hu Jia himself was only at the pinnacle of the ethereal realm, was nothing short of astonishing. Jiang Yang rose, exuding a robust spiritual energy. He planted his foot on the ground and swiftly maneuvered through the fissures, brandishing the magical artifact aimed squarely at Hu Jia's face. He could hardly believe it. As a distinguished practitioner of the free-spirited realm, he was adamant that he would not be bested by a mere junior of the ethereal realm, unarmed. Hu Jia's white spiritual energy surged forth, expanding further, as he unleashed a punch towards the oncoming magical artifact. His fist, resembling white jade, collided with the artifact, causing a shockwave that fractured the ground beneath them. Jiang Yang was sent hurtling backward, rolling for several meters before coming to a halt. In a ghostly manner, Hu Jia appeared before the newly risen Jiang Yang, his twin fists clenched, and he unleashed a flurry of hundreds of punches upon him. Each strike emanated a force potent enough to annihilate a practitioner at the pinnacle of the ethereal realm, and Jiang Yang was left spitting blood under the relentless assault. Finally, he concentrated White's spiritual energy in his right hand, delivering a punch aimed at Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang sensed that this punch was even more terrifying than the previous hundreds. Despite the searing pain coursing through his body, he stubbornly raised the artifact to defend himself. Hu Jia's right fist crashed into the artifact, piercing through it before striking Jiang Yang directly. The holy killing fist. The white spiritual energy erupted from his fist, unreservedly smashing into Jiang Yang's form, creating a gaping wound in his body. One punch, and both the artifact and Jiang Yang were pierced through. Hu Jia retracted his right fist, which remained as pristine as white jade, radiating a soft, gentle glow, untouched by blood or blemish. He extended his left hand, carelessly discarding the pierced artifact aside, and turned to Su Shishir, calling, "Come here. You seem on the verge of death." At the moment he had pierced Jiang Yang's body, an inexplicable wave of profound sorrow washed over him, stealing his joy. This sentiment felt akin to having mistakenly harmed an innocent. Yet he had just vanquished the nefarious leader of the Demon Palace. Su Shishir and Lin Yanxing approached Jiang Yang, gazing at the immense wound in his body. Their emotions tangled. Regardless of whether as adversaries or allies, witnessing a formidable practitioner of the free-spirited realm reduced to such a state evoked undeniable feelings. In the northern region, the free-spirited realm represents the apex of strength, capable of assuming roles as patriarchs in major sects. Even within a top-tier sect like Tianwen, one could attain the status of elder. An elder of Tianwen, without a doubt, commands a position of great significance, rivaling even the emperors of various dynasties or the rulers of nations. Su Shishir gazed at Jiang Yang, her voice tinged with coldness. "Jiang Yang, your numerous misdeeds have ultimately led you to this fate. It can be regarded as karma. Have you ever contemplated the arrival of this day?" She felt a twinge of pity for a once mighty expert reduced to such a wretched state. Yet her disdain for Jiang Yang's countless heinous acts overshadowed any sympathy she harbored. Jiang Yang smiled, a sorrowful expression gracing his features, and replied, "I had long anticipated the arrival of this day. I merely did not expect it to come so soon. Nor did I foresee that my demise would be orchestrated by a mere child." From the moment he ascended to the position of the Lord of the Demon Palace, he understood that there would come a day when he would face death at the hands of another, although the swiftness of this day was rather startling. Yet, there was a certain solace in knowing that this aspect of his fate was not dictated by those nefarious individuals. His death was entirely beyond their expectations. Su Shishir fixed her gaze upon Jiang Yang, her eyes filled with profound hatred. "I ask you," she demanded, "why did you command the third elder of your demon palace to murder my mother? My mother has never wronged your demon palace." Though the one who had instructed the third elder to take her mother's life had worn a mask, obscuring their true identity, she felt certain that the individual capable of commanding such a figure must be none other than Jiang Yang, the lord of the Demon Palace, an expert of formidable prowess. Chapter 65. The Kingdom of Tianyang. Jiang Yang's voice was exceedingly weak as he uttered, "Whether you believe it or not, I did not command the third elder to kill your mother." He was on the brink of death, his body marred by a gaping hole the size of a basketball, which had penetrated through him. Even as a practitioner of the Xianyao realm, recovery was beyond his capabilities. Su Shishir's face reflected skepticism as she questioned, "Was it not you who wore the silver mask?" She found it hard to believe Jiang Yang's words, yet considering his imminent demise, there seemed little reason for him to deceive her. Moreover, his tone bore an air of sincerity. "I have never donned a mask, for I am but a faade for others," Jiang Yang cryptically remarked before succumbing to the void, collapsing heavily to the ground. The once feared master of the Earth Demon Palace, a formidable entity of the Xianyao realm, had fallen. Mission accomplished. Now the time for enjoyment has arrived. Hu Jia chuckled, his spiritual energy dissipating as his hands transformed from a lustrous white to a more ordinary fair hue, losing a touch of ferocity while gaining a semblance of gentleness. In the blink of an eye, He shifted from a ruthless killer who had slain Jiang Yang to a playful child. Lin Yinxing also retracted the heavenly mechanism umbrella into his being, casting a doubtful gaze upon Hu Jia. Hu Jia, I suspect you are not inferior to Shangwan Shuiwei. Are you? Judging by your recent display of power, you seem even stronger than Yang Yitan. Having effortlessly dispatched a practitioner of the Xianyao realm and penetrated a high-grade earth-tier artifact. Not to mention, your white spiritual energy and hands capable of shifting to hues of jade and white jade exude a palpable force that even I can sense. Hu Jia did not deny it, smiling as he replied, one must never reveal their true strength in the face of foes and opponents, unless one is assured of the ability to eliminate them. However, in the Seven Peaks competition, there is no need for lethal force. Though your situation with Yang Yitan is an exception, during the Seven Peaks competition, he had chosen to fight with his hands transformed into jade, refraining from accessing a higher tier of white jade. Otherwise, he would not have suffered a narrow defeat to Shangwan Shuiwei. Lin Yinxing retorted. Yet when I inquired if you could defeat Yang Yitan, you claimed there was no absolute confidence. Yet, with that recent punch, you could obliterate him. He realized that he truly did not comprehend Hu Jia. He had expended all his efforts to vanquish Yang Yitan, while Hu Jia could achieve it with ease. Hu Jia blinked innocently, stating, I also mentioned that in a life-or-death struggle, I could kill him. However, during the Seven Peaks competition, I would not unleash such a level of power, thus lacking the assurance to defeat him. In fact, when Lin Yinxing had been overwhelmed by Yang Yitan, he had felt the urge to intervene and kill Yang Yitan. Yet he had restrained himself. This was a matter of vengeance between Lin Yinxing and Yang Yitan, one that Lin Yinxing needed to resolve on his own. Should Lin Yinxing fall to Yang Yitan, Hu Jia vowed to avenge him in the subsequent Tian-1 ranking battle. Let us depart. Su Shishir pondered Jiang Yang's final words carefully, yet she could not discern any profound meaning, ultimately resigning herself to abandon the thought. In any case, the third elder of the Demon Palace has been slain by her, and the Demon Palace has been utterly destroyed. Even the Palace Master has been obliterated, thus fulfilling a long-held wish of hers. Lin Yinxing inquired, shall we return to your home? Su Shishir, being the princess of the Tianxin dynasty, naturally hailed from there. Now that they had returned to the Tianxin dynasty, it seemed reasonable for her to revisit her home. However, Su Shishir declined, saying, no, we have left the Tianxin dynasty. Instead, I shall take you to Tianyang Kingdom for some leisure, a far more suitable place for enjoyment. At that moment, she had no desire to return home or remain in the Tianxin dynasty. She simply wished to depart from this place. Half a month later, in Lu City of Tianyang Kingdom, Hu Jia held a skewer of candied hawthorns and remarked, the taste of these candied hawthorns here is quite similar to those in Tianwen City, yet they are considerably cheaper, only 3 copper coins for a skewer. Each time he visited a new city, he delighted in purchasing a skewer of candied hawthorns. To avoid a repeat of the previous incident in Tianwen City, he had exchanged 10 spirit stones for 100,000 copper coins at the currency exchange, ample enough to indulge in his treat. Su Shishir elucidated. Lu City is merely an ordinary border town within the Tianyang Kingdom and cannot be compared to the grandeur of a city like Tianwen. The Tianyang Kingdom is the strongest among the nearby states. It is the epicenter of this region and surpasses the Tianxin dynasty in both strength and stability. In the Tianyang Kingdom, strict laws are enforced. Commoners abide by laws suited to their station, while cultivators are governed by their own set of regulations. Notably, cultivators are prohibited from wantonly taking the lives of commoners. Even in life-and-death duels between cultivators, a death agreement must be signed in the presence of local authorities. Otherwise, they too face punishment from the court. As they wandered through Lu City, they encountered a beggar. Upon seeing Lin Yinxing and the others, the beggar immediately prostrated himself before them, lamenting, young master, young lady, please have mercy on me. I have not eaten for a week. Su Shishir looked down at the beggar and queried, you have hands and feet. Why do you not seek honest work? The beggar appeared to be in his 30s. A man of prime age. If he were willing to work, surely he would not have fallen to the streets in destitution. In the Tianyang Kingdom, begging is regarded with disdain, lacking any semblance of status. The beggar shook his head and explained, Miss, you do not understand. I was once the owner of a tavern in Lu City, and my business was thriving. My livelihood was secure. However, a month ago, the third young master of the Li family dined at my tavern, and, upon my mild reproach, He destroyed my establishment and abducted my sister, declaring that no one was to offer me work, condemning me to starve on the streets. He had contemplated fleeing Lu City, but the third young master of the Li family threatened to kill his sister if he did so. Thus, he found himself begging on the streets out of sheer desperation. Su Shishir, with righteous indignation, asserted, "This third young master of the Li family is utterly lawless. Do you not consider reporting him to the authorities? The Tianyang kingdom enforces strict laws, and if he dares to act in such a manner, he shall face retribution." Her fondness for the kingdom of Tianyang stemmed from its laws, which served to deter the majority and thereby reduce instances of injustice. Miss, that third young master of the Li family is the son of General Li Guang from the north. How can an ordinary commoner like myself dare to bring him to justice? Lamented the beggar, tears streaming down his face. I have attempted to petition the Lord of Lu City, yet I was met with violence and unceremoniously expelled without even laying eyes on him. As an ordinary individual, how could he possibly contend with the lofty third young master of the Li family? The law has never been a shield for the lower classes against the upper echelons. Rather, it is a shackle employed by the elite to mock the underprivileged. Injustice manifests everywhere, for the very fabric of the world is inherently unequal. Chapter 66. The third young master of the Li family, Su Shishir, coldly remarked, "Is it permissible for the third son of General Li Guang to act with such impunity? Truly, he disregards the law." She harbored a profound disdain for such debauched science, who flouted all moral principles. It was disheartening to realize that, even in the kingdom of Tianyang, renowned for its strict adherence to the law, such behavior remained unrestrained. Hu Jia placed 1,000 copper coins before the beggar, saying, "Take this and enjoy a good meal." He wished to offer more to the unfortunate soul, but understood the wisdom of discretion. Should the beggar's newfound wealth be revealed, his fate would undoubtedly worsen. A sum of 1,000 copper coins, neither excessive nor insufficient, would not provoke others to violate the law. Yet it could afford the beggar a few days of comfort. In Lu City, a modest meal cost merely 10 copper coins. Thus, 1,000 coins could sustain a person for a considerable time. The beggar bowed thrice in gratitude and hastily wrapped the coins in a cloth, exclaiming, "Thank you, kind lady. Your benevolence will surely be rewarded." With that, he swiftly departed, aware that others had noticed Hu Jia's generosity and eager to avoid becoming a target for robbery. This 1,000 copper coins represented his lifeline, a treasure not to be squandered. Lin Yansheng, accustomed to such spectacles, remarked, "There are pitiable souls everywhere. True justice under the law is a mere illusion. Those who breach the rules exist in every corner." It was evident that Su Shishir, despite her idealism, understood the world's darker, more sordid underbelly. "Let us find a place to dine," Hu Jia suggested, dismissing recent events from his mind. In the absence of any conflict, his primary interests lay in indulgence and merriment. Matters of cultivation could wait for a more opportune time. Neither Lin Yansheng nor Su Shishir objected. As they strolled along the street, they soon encountered an inn. However, upon reaching the entrance, they witnessed the very beggar they had just seen tumbling out onto the ground before them. Upon closer inspection, they recognized him as the same beggar. "You dare to enter an inn? Don't think that a bag of stolen coins grants you the right to dine here. Better return to your begging. Perhaps I'll take your sister to witness your disgrace." A loathsome voice echoed from within the inn. Moments later, a dandy, adorned in ostentatious attire, emerged and kicked the fallen beggar. Upon noticing Hu Jia and Su Shishir, the young man's demeanor shifted dramatically. He exclaimed with delight, "Ladies, I am the third young master of the Li family. You may call me third young master. May I inquire your esteemed names?" His gaze flitted between Hu Jia and Su Shishir, ultimately lingering on Hu Jia, his expression betraying an unmistakable desire. At this moment, the beggar realized that Lin Yansheng and his companions had arrived, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "Miss, you must leave quickly. This man is nothing but a despicable scoundrel who has harmed countless women." He did not wish to witness these three individuals fall prey to the notorious third young master of the Li family, especially the kind-hearted individual who had given him a copper coin, for her beauty was striking. If she were to be defiled by the third young master, it would indeed be a calamity. "Silence, or I shall end your life." The third young master of the Li family retorted coldly to the beggar, then turned his attention back to Hu Jia and Su Shishir, donning a grotesque smile. The patrons inside the inn and passers-by outside were both in awe of Hu Jia and Su Shishir's beauty, while simultaneously feeling a sense of pity for them. The third young master was notorious in Lu City as a lecher, having already brought ruin to over 100 women in less than 3 months since his arrival. Su Shishir gazed at the beastly third young master and coldly inquired, "Are you the third young master of the Li family, the son of General Li Guang?" General Li Guang was a renowned general in the northern region of Tianyang Kingdom, known for his formidable prowess and his historic victories over the enemy nation of Yuan. It was shocking to discover that his son was such a disgrace, using his father's name to bully and oppress others, completely disregarding the law. A smug look appeared in the third young master's eyes as he proudly declared, "Indeed, Li Guang is my father, Li Chun is my elder brother. Li Fei is my second brother, and I am called Li Sun." Not only was his father a general, but both of his brothers held military ranks as well. A family of 3 generals, wielding immense power, which emboldened him to act with such impunity. Naturally, he would not dare to act so brazenly in the capital, as it would bring trouble to his father and brothers. Thus, he chose to exert his influence in this remote town. Lu City, merely a city of several million, had a city lord of only moderate strength. How could he dare to offend the third young master of a military family? Do you not fear the law for your misdeeds in Lu City? Even if you escape the city lord's grasp, what if the governor of Mu province gets involved? Do you truly believe your family can shield you from justice? Su Shishir's eyes reflected disdain as she posed her 3 piercing questions. Onlookers and guests in the inn were astonished, unable to believe that such a young girl could speak with such authority. The third young master's expression gradually darkened, and he sneered, "My dear lady, you may have been misled by slanderous words against me, but fret not. I shall not hold it against you. Simply sharing a few drinks with me will allow us to put this matter to rest." He was undeterred by Su Shishir's boldness. His family had already made arrangements with the governor of Mu province. If someone were foolish enough to report him, they would soon find themselves at his mercy. Su Shishir fixed her gaze upon the third young master without a hint of fear, stating, "You destroyed his tavern and abducted his sister, reducing him to a beggar. These heinous acts are your doing, are they not?" Hu Jia and Lin Yanxing stood silently beside her, preferring not to engage in verbal conflict. Physical confrontation was more to their liking. As Lin Yanxing prepared to continue listening to Su Shishir's praise, the long-awaited voice of the system resonated unexpectedly. Having been silent for so long, he had nearly forgotten the existence of the system. However, the task presented by the system appeared rather promising. To discipline a spoiled scion and receive an elevation in cultivation as a reward was indeed a rare opportunity. Thus, he took a step forward, disregarding whatever Li Sun was about to utter, and abruptly seized Li Sun's face, flinging him onto the street. Lin Yanxing's sudden action startled the onlookers, including Su Shishir, who had not anticipated that he would take such decisive action. From Su Shishir's perspective, Lin Yanxing seemed not to be the type to meddle in others' affairs, and he would likely dismiss a mere young dandy with disdain. Chapter 67. The demise of Li Sun. Li Sun lay sprawled on the street, momentarily disoriented. After a brief pause, he erupted in a frenzy, bellowing at Lin Yanxing, "How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am?" The indignity of being thrown to the ground in front of a crowd was a devastating blow to his sense of authority. Anger surged within him, compelling him to make Lin Yanxing understand that his power was not to be trifled with. With a smile, Lin Yanxing replied, "Oh, I know. You are the son of Li Guang, and you have a brother named Li Fei, along with another brother. What was his name?" "Ah, yes, Li Sun." In Lin Yanxing's view, Li Sun was not merely a person, but rather a mere vessel of experience, a means to enhance one's cultivation. Li Sun rose to his feet, defiantly declaring, "If you know who I am, how can you still dare to strike me? My brother and father will ensure that you suffer a fate worse than death, unless you kneel before me now and beg for mercy, allowing those 2 girls by your side to serve me well." He was convinced that in a small place like Lu City, no one would dare defy his brother or father, 3 formidable generals of Tianyang Nation, wielders of substantial power. "You certainly talk too much," Lin Yanxing retorted, stepping forward to deliver a punch to Li Sun's face, sending him crashing to the ground. However, he did not hear the system notification indicating the completion of his task, prompting him to kick Li Sun, propelling him several meters away. Still, the absence of the system's completion alert compelled him to approach Li Sun once more and continue his assault. He was careful not to kill Li Sun. but he intended to inflict internal injuries, ensuring that his bones would certainly suffer significant damage. A beggar, witnessing Lin Yanqing's relentless beating of Li Sun, turned to Hu Jia and Su Shishir, bewildered. How can he dare to strike Li Sun? Is he not afraid of retaliation? In Lu City, and indeed throughout the entire Mu province, very few would dare to lay a hand on Li Sun. Not even the governor of Mu province could rival the 3 generals of the Li family, to say nothing of merely striking him. Killing Li Sun would be inconsequential, Hu Jia remarked nonchalantly. Thus, when encountering someone with a seemingly cold exterior, one must tread carefully, for they may harbor a dark and twisted soul within. In stark contrast to her petite and delicate demeanor, Lin Yanqing stood at an impressive height of 6 feet, clad in black attire, exuding an air of cool detachment and striking handsomeness. Su Shishir wholeheartedly agreed with Hu Jia's sentiments, recognizing the truth in both her statements. Lin Yanqing had already demonstrated his willingness to eliminate someone like Yang Yi. Naturally, he would not hesitate to dispose of a mere Li Sun. As for his character, it was evident from Lin Yanqing's consistent choice to share a room with Hu Jia during their stays at inns. Task completed. Cultivation enhanced. When the system's voice echoed in his mind, Lin Yanqing felt his spiritual energy surge significantly, satisfying his desire to withdraw his leg from further kicking Li Sun. Were it not for the task at hand, he would have had little interest in toying with a debauched scion like Li Sun, who was merely a practitioner at the late stage of the profound realm. If he were to exert himself, a mere finger could obliterate this fool. Yet, at this moment, Li Sun resembled a battered pig. Turning to Hu Jia and Su Shishir, Lin Yanqing smiled and said, "Let us go and dine." The 3 then entered the inn, proceeding to enjoy their meal as if the world around them had vanished. Outside, a throng had gathered, many admiring Lin Yanqing's audacity for not fleeing after striking Li Sun and daring to choose a nearby inn for a meal. One must acknowledge that great skill often accompanies great courage. Li Sun, having risen from the ground, cast a venomous glare at Lin Yanqing and his companions within the inn before limping away. He intended to return with others to capture Lin Yanqing, ensuring he paid a heavy price. "The food is passable, not particularly unpleasant," remarked Hu Jia after their meal. "Compared to the dishes prepared at the Spirit Material Institute in Tianwen City, it falls short, yet it is still tolerable." The innkeeper, observing the relaxed demeanor of Lin Yanqing and his companions outside, could not help but urge, "Gentlemen, you should depart swiftly. If you wait for Li Sun to return with his men, escaping will be impossible." He harbored disdain for Li Sun, a notorious villain. Yet he understood that few in Mu Prefecture possessed the capability to challenge him. With a smile, Lin Yanqing turned to the approaching throng and jested. "It seems they have indeed arrived." It was truly a case of one provoking many, a troublesome predicament. Perhaps I should simply eliminate them all? The crowd surrounded the inn, with Li Sun emerging alongside a middle-aged man. Upon spotting Lin Yanqing, Li Sun became exceedingly agitated, pointing at him and exclaiming to the middle-aged man, "It is he, City Lord. You must take my side." The middle-aged man, the City Lord of Lu City, a formidable figure with mid-level cultivation in the Great Sun Realm, regarded Lin Yanqing with a furrowed brow, surprised to find that the one who had injured Li Sun was so young. "Why did you brazenly assault young Master Li Sun?" "Today I felt particularly joyous and simply dispatched a scoundrel." "Is there anything wrong with that?" Lin Yanqing replied, maintaining an outward calm while contemplating whether to eradicate these individuals entirely. Should the City Lord discern his thoughts, he would surely be incensed. "You are utterly lawless. Today, I shall arrest you to serve as a warning to the entire city," declared the City Lord, gesturing for over a dozen adept practitioners wielding large blades to advance towards Lin Yanqing. "Begone, I have no desire to kill you, for you are far too weak." "It would be utterly unamusing," Lin Yanqing stated nonchalantly, exuding a formidable aura that rendered the approaching practitioners too intimidated to advance another step. The City Lord's complexion changed dramatically as he sensed an overwhelming presence that extinguished any thought of resistance, his face betraying a look of terror. He would never have imagined that such a young individual could emanate such formidable energy, which he secretly estimated to be at the level of the ethereal realm. Li Sun, nearly paralyzed by fear, quickly regained some courage as he recalled the 3 generals in his family, asserting, "Do not think your superior cultivation renders you invincible. My elder brothers and father will not spare you." His intent in making such threats was to instill a sense of caution in Lin Yanxing, hoping to deter him from employing lethal force. A mere beating might not incite his father and brothers to retaliate, but should he be killed, the entire Li family would erupt in fury. The Li family of the Gate is infuriated, and the entire Tianyang kingdom shall be thrown into turmoil. It is truly vexing. Lin Yan spoke coldly, raising his hand to point. A surge of spiritual energy shot forth towards Li Sun, piercing through his forehead amidst Li Sun's terrified gaze. Young Master Li Sun. The Lord of Lu City widened his eyes, gripping Li Sun's shoulders and shaking him, calling out in fear. Yet, Li Sun merely opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word, and slowly closed his eyes. He was but a practitioner of the mysterious realm. Once his head was penetrated, death would be instantaneous. Unable to endure even a moment longer, the Lord of Lu City turned to Lin Yan, his voice trembling as he said, "You have slain young Master Li Sun, and you have committed a grave offense. The entire Tianyang kingdom will be unsettled because of you." He could scarcely fathom the fury that would ensue once the Li family learned of Li Sun's demise, and he feared that he too would be swept into the ensuing chaos. Chapter 68. A Lesson for the Lord of Mu Province. Silence, or I shall end your life alongside the others, Lin Yanxing coldly declared, uninterested in the incessant prattle of the Lord of Lu City. He then strode out of Lu City with Hu Jia and Su Shishir, making their way to Mu Province City 3 days later. Upon entering Mu Province City, a contingent of soldiers approached and encircled the trio. The captain stepped forward, saying, "Gentlemen, please accompany us." Lin Yanxing inquired indifferently, "Where to?" "To the Lord's residence of Mu Province." Upon their arrival at the Lord's residence, they were taken aback to find the Lord of Mu Province awaiting them in the main hall, where he invited them to take their seats and presented an array of fruits and wine. Raising a cup, he drained it in one gulp and proclaimed, "Allow me to toast you, esteemed guests." Setting down his cup, he regarded Lin Yanxing and his companions with a smile, adding, "You have become notable figures in Mu Province, and soon, you will be renowned throughout the entire Tianyang kingdom." Lin Yanxing took a sip of the wine, untroubled by the prospect of poison, and remarked, "If one can achieve fame simply by eliminating a scoundrel, it merely attests to how effortlessly one can attain notoriety nowadays." He harbored a profound aversion to conversing with officials, whose conversations were rife with empty pleasantries, devoid of sincerity. "This fruit is quite delectable," Hu Jia remarked, unperturbed by their surroundings as he indulged in the offerings, providing critiques of the flavors. After all, with food at hand, he saw no reason to abstain, regardless of any impending conflict. The Lord of Mu Province shook his head, stating, regardless of whether Li Sun was a scoundrel, he belonged to the Li family. Any transgressions should be addressed by the court per the law. Your act of killing him privately warrants the forfeiture of your cultivation. However, the Li family will not permit such a trivial consequence. If it were an ordinary person who had been slain, I could suppress the matter, but Li Sun hailed from the influential Li family. This issue is beyond my jurisdiction. What I must do now is detain you three until the Li family arrives to deal with the situation." Lin Yanxing retorted. Li Sun committed countless heinous acts without facing any legal repercussions. Are you, the lord of this province, truly so oblivious to the events in Lu City? The law seems to apply solely to the powerless, while it is rendered impotent against someone of Li Sun's stature. Scoundrel! How dare you insult the Lord? Several centurions from the Mu Province army exclaimed in outrage upon hearing Lin Yanxing's words. One among them unsheathed his sword and advanced toward Lin Yanxing, evidently intent on delivering immediate punishment. "I am admonishing your lord. It is not for you to speak," Lin Yanxing asserted, slamming his palm onto the tea table. Instantly, the cups and fruits scattered, striking the centurions who had just spoken. A cry of agony pierced the air as the centurion, clutching his groin, trembled in pain. The flying cup had shattered his manhood, and even as a practitioner of the Great Sun realm, he found the torment excruciatingly unbearable. Not only is there physical suffering, but there is also profound emotional anguish. As for the other centurions, they were struck by fruit and forcefully expelled from the main hall, likely left incapacitated if not dead. "How dare you act so recklessly?" The Lord of Muzhou was enraged, unleashing a formidable aura characteristic of the mid-stage of the ethereal realm. Yet, in the next moment, he sensed an overwhelming presence that extinguished any thought of resistance within him. Lin Yanxing approached, enveloped in a swirling black spiritual force, declaring, "Do you believe I would dare to kill you and then slaughter the entirely family?" Having reached the pinnacle of the ethereal realm, his power had ascended to a new level. With the extraordinary might of his spiritual energy, he could contend with and even obliterate practitioners at the early stage of the free and easy realm. Of course, he was still incapable of shattering high-grade earthly artifacts with his bare hands, as Hu Jia could, for the resilience of such artifacts undoubtedly surpassed that of practitioners in the free and easy realm. Otherwise, if an artifact were weaker than a corporeal body, it would lose its very purpose of existence. Individuals like Hu Jia, who could demolish artifacts with mere physical prowess, were exceedingly rare. The majority of practitioners still required artifacts of equivalent rank to engage in combat. "I believe you," the Lord of Muzhou conceded, recognizing that Lin Yanxing possessed such formidable strength. The aura was overwhelming, and he had scarcely encountered a few stronger than this throughout the entire Tianyang kingdom. However, he quickly added, "But you cannot proceed in this manner. Should you do so, you will become an enemy of the entire Tianyang kingdom. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot withstand the might of the entire kingdom. The Tianyang kingdom is the mightiest realm in this region, boasting dozens of practitioners at the pinnacle of the ethereal realm, with even a few at the free and easy realm, a force that no mere youth could hope to challenge, despite his awareness of Lin Yanxing's strength. With a swift motion, Lin Yanxing struck the Lord of Muzhou down to the ground, stating, "I never intended to oppose the entire Tianyang kingdom, but should it come to that, so be it." Opposing the Tianyang kingdom sounds daunting, yet it is not as formidable as it appears. Only the practitioners of the free and easy realm pose any real threat to me. Hu Jia chuckled, saying, "You are not alone. I am here too. Fighting is my greatest delight." His smile seemed innocent. Yet those who knew him understood that he was most ruthless in battle, capable of annihilating opponents and their artifacts alike. The Lord of Muzhou lay on the ground, a few of his teeth knocked out, clutching his swollen face in fear as he gazed at Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia, exclaiming, "You are truly madmen. The Tianyang kingdom will undoubtedly capture you, and your faction will suffer the consequences." He felt compelled to report to the court, urging them to apprehend these three reckless lunatics. "Our faction," Lin Yanxing scoffed with a laugh. Their faction was the Tianwen sect, boasting over a dozen elders at the free and easy realm, and even a formidable superpower at the Sunluo realm, far surpassing what a mere Tianyang kingdom could contend with. Moreover, the Tianwen sect encourages its disciples to engage in mutual competition and rivalry internally, while externally, it permits them to wield lethal force, provided they refrain from indiscriminate slaughter and mass killings of innocent civilians. In essence, the disciples of the Tianwen sect are not to be trifled with by mere commoners. Consequently, the disciples of the Tianwen sect have carved out a formidable reputation in the outside world, as their actions are unencumbered by excessive caution. They readily intervene in matters of injustice, acting decisively without fear of repercussions from adversaries targeting their sect. Should anyone dare to capture a disciple of the Tianwen sect, it is likely that such an audacious individual would awaken from their dreams in sheer terror. The disciples of the premier sects in the northern territories possess such indomitable spirit. The governor of Muzhou, witnessing Lin Yanxing's utter fearlessness, remarked, "If you possess such courage, then await here while I report your wanton slaughter of court officials to the imperial court. Let us see if you will still act with such reckless abandon then." He sought to secure Lin Yanxing and his companions, biding time until reinforcements from the imperial court arrived, at which point he would have no further concerns. Chapter 69. The Ascension Tower. Are you insulting my intelligence? Lin Yanxing regarded the governor of Mu province with a gaze of incredulity. To hear such words from a provincial leader was indeed unexpected. After speaking, he departed the city lord's mansion alongside Hu Jia and Su Shishir, effortlessly sending any obstacles away with a mere wave of his hand. On the streets of Mu province, Su Shishir remarked, "Mu province city is one of the 13 cities of the Tianyang kingdom. If you wish to explore here, senior brother Hu Jia, I know a splendid place." The city boasted a vast population, exceeding that of Tianwen City, with over 100 million inhabitants, thus giving rise to a plethora of diverse wonders. Among these was the Ascension Tower situated in the Lotus Pool. The Ascension Tower was constructed by the Celestial Lady Pavilion. Those who could reach its summit would receive a woman from the pavilion free of charge. The Celestial Lady Pavilion, renowned as the foremost brothel in Mu Province City, was home to numerous talented and beautiful women, highly sought after by the men of Qingzhou City. However, the celestial beings of the pavilion were not for ordinary eyes. The entrance fee to their performances was exorbitant, and engaging a celestial for a delightful evening required a princely sum. To carry a celestial away from the pavilion demanded unparalleled strength, as a tale from 3 years prior recounted of a general who, having exhausted his fortune, succeeded in taking one away, a story widely shared among the populace. The exorbitant cost of directly acquiring a celestial underscored the significance of the Ascension Tower. Countless men yearned to ascend to its pinnacle, yet none had succeeded. Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, guided by Su Shishir, arrived at the Lotus Pool and beheld the 9-story structure of the Ascension Tower. Hu Jia expressed his bewilderment. Is it truly so difficult to reach the top of a mere building? He found Su Shishir's claims exaggerated, with over 1 billion cultivators in Mu Province. Could there truly be no one who had managed to reach the summit? Su Shishir explained, the Ascension Tower is quite extraordinary. It is not merely a matter of cultivation level. There have been formidable experts at the Enlightenment realm who attempted to conquer it, but they failed. It is rumored that individuals of varying cultivation face different challenges within. She herself had ventured into the tower, not for the celestial beings, but to uncover its mysteries. However, she had fallen on the 6th level and found herself unable to ascend further. She had once believed that reaching the 6th level was an insurmountable feat, until she encountered Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, prompting her to reconsider the possibility of conquering the tower. Hu Jia, intrigued, remarked, based on what you say, the Ascension Tower does seem rather fascinating. He then pondered whether the difficulty of the tower was related not to cultivation level, but to combat prowess. Lin Yansheng turned to Hu Jia. Are you inclined to give it a try? I believe your strength should suffice to reach the top, provided you refrain from demolishing the tower. Among his peers, Hu Jia could be considered the most formidable in terms of combat prowess. While Luo Fu might surpass Hu Jia, it remains uncertain who would prevail if both were to face each other at the same level of cultivation. Without hesitation, Hu Jia declined, stating, I have no interest in that. Reaching the pinnacle offers no real advantage, and I have no desire for the celestial maiden of the immortal tower. At that moment, he felt no inclination toward romantic entanglements. He preferred the thrill of battle instead. Su Shishir interjected, Senior brother Hu Jia, do you not relish combat? Ascending the immortal tower requires enduring a series of arduous battles to reach the summit. Yet, no one from Tianyang Nation has achieved this feat. I wonder if you, Senior brother Hu Jia, can defeat your opponents and triumphantly reach the top. Having previously challenged the immortal tower, she was well aware of its trial format, which essentially involved combat. The higher one ascended, the stronger the opponents became, culminating in formidable adversaries in the later stages. Well then, I shall give it a try, Hu Jia declared, and with that, he leapt forward, skimming across the surface of the Lotus Pond and entering the 1st level of the Immortal Tower. Someone has just entered the Immortal Tower. The tower would mark challengers, ensuring that one could only attempt it once. It seemed this individual was a newcomer to Muzhou City. How far do you think he can go? I wager he will be expelled by the 5th level at most. By the Lotus Pond, spectators took note of Hu Jia's entrance into the Immortal Tower, sparking a flurry of speculation. However, most believed he would not reach the 6th level, as none of them had succeeded in doing so. Upon entering the Immortal Tower, Hu Jia was immediately confronted by a formation from which an opponent materialized. Without uttering a word, the opponent unleashed their spiritual energy and charged at Hu Jia. In an effortless display, Hu Jia merely released a surge of energy, causing the assailant to disintegrate. He swiftly advanced to the 2nd level, where he encountered another challenger, whom he dispatched with a mere gesture. Upon reaching the 3rd level, his opponent was similarly weak, vanquished with a single strike. However, Hu Jia discerned that the strength of the opponents emerging from these formations was progressively increasing. The first adversary had exhibited the power of early-stage ethereal enlightenment, while the second was at the mid-stage, and the third at the late stage. With a hint of speculation, Hu Jia ascended to the 4th level, discovering that this time, the challenger possessed the pinnacle strength of ethereal enlightenment. Anticipation surged within him as he raised his hand to eliminate this opponent, advancing to the 5th level. The same formation materialized another adversary. Yet this individual was even stronger than the typical peak ethereal enlightenment fighters, qualifying as a true expert among equals. Nonetheless, before Hu Jia, this fifth-level opponent appeared feeble and was swiftly dispatched with a single blow. Thus, he stepped onto the sixth level. Meanwhile, the outside world buzzed with excitement, as many were astonished by Hu Jia's rapid progress through the tower. While the interior of the immortal tower remained concealed from view, the brilliance emanating from the formations, upon the defeat of each opponent, illuminated the surroundings in a dazzling display. As the onlookers surrounding the Lotus Pond beheld the astonishing ascent of the ascending immortal tower to its fifth level, a sense of disbelief enveloped them. They soon recognized that the individual daring to conquer the tower was no ordinary person. Curiosity ignited among the crowd as they speculated about how far Hu Jia might ascend, with some eager souls rushing to spread the word about the remarkable challenger. In no time, the area around the Lotus Pond, both within and beyond its borders, became densely populated with spectators. Even the fairy tower attracted visitors, though they discreetly concealed themselves aboard a small boat upon the pond. Upon reaching the sixth level of the ascending immortal tower, Hu Jia decisively vanquished an opponent possessing the prowess to be a true disciple of the Tianwen Peak, thereby advancing to the seventh level. A formation shimmered with brilliance, coalescing into the figure of a handsome man, strikingly lifelike, as if he were a living being of flesh and blood. He gazed at Hu Jia and spoke, "Challenger, your arrival here signifies that you are among the elite of your realm. Allow me to witness the full extent of your capabilities." Chapter 70. The Triumph of Ascendancy. Hu Jia expressed his astonishment. "Ah, you can still speak." The previous entities were mere phantoms conjured by the formation, incapable of speech and limited to combat. The handsome man responded, "I am an avatar left by my true self, endowed with the capacity for thought, hence I can articulate. However, I have lost contact with my true self. My presence here serves to test challengers." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, far surpassing that of the previous figures conjured by the formations, radiating an orange brilliance. A quasi-king level domain. A battle-hungry smile spread across Hu Jia's face as he remarked, "So, a quasi-king level practitioner has emerged. It seems I must take this seriously." White spiritual energy surged forth from his being, enveloping the handsome man, while he himself propelled forward. At the moment, the white energy was intercepted by the handsome man. Hu Jia unleashed a powerful punch that struck the handsome man with great force. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted, sending the handsome man hurtling backward into the wall. Yet, he emerged unscathed. With a swift counter, he unleashed a punch, the orange brilliance erupting from his fist, striking toward Hu Jia like the sun itself. Hu Jia became enveloped in a pale azure glow, resembling a vividly lifelike jade statue. Unlike in previous battles where only his hands transformed into jade hues, this time his entire form underwent such a metamorphosis, signifying his earnest regard for this handsome adversary. He enveloped his hands in white spiritual energy and clashed with the oncoming orange brilliance. The cataclysmic impact surged forth, yet the building remained intact, with no signs of damage. And the tumultuous sounds within did not escape to the outside world. As the azure and orange glows dissipated, Hu Jia and the handsome man charged at one another simultaneously, each delivering a punch. One fist, jade-like and enveloped in white energy, collided with the other, which was shrouded in orange light, resulting in an astonishing explosion of force. Had Kai Kun or Xiao Zhan been present, they might have been obliterated by the sheer might of this force. Hu Jia's pale azure locks danced lightly, and a glint of coldness appeared in his azure eyes. His right fist surged with renewed strength, penetrating through and shattering the handsome man's arm. Simultaneously, his left fist struck the handsome man's abdomen, unleashing a devastating shockwave. The handsome man was once again propelled backward, crashing violently into the wall, his body marred by countless fractures. He had been defeated, yet a smile graced his face as he said, "You are formidable. I truly wish we had been born in the same era to engage in a true battle." With that, he transformed into countless specks of orange light, rapidly dispersing. The pale azure glow surrounding Hu Jia faded, his hair and eyes returning to their normal black hue as he ascended to the 8th floor. The formation reactivated, and a formidable man clad in armor appeared, gazing at Hu Jia. "Challenger, congratulations on reaching this point. I am Tian Nu, your Terminator." With that proclamation, he stepped forward, unleashing an endless red brilliance, appearing before Hu Jia in an instant, and delivered a punch. Hu Jia's expression changed subtly as a faint azure glow enveloped him. With jade-like hands raised defensively, he absorbed the wrath of the heavens, retreating over 10 meters before colliding with the wall, shaking off the numbness in his hands. His eyes held no trace of fear, only a fervent battle spirit. In the next moment, the azure radiance transformed into a brilliant white, his long hair shifting to a silvery hue, and a hint of icy pride flickered in his silver eyes. He lifted his right hand, resembling white jade, and beckoned to Tian Nu. Anger flared in Tian Nu's eyes as he charged forward like a bolt of thunder, appearing directly before Hu Jia. His massive fist aimed at Hu Jia's face, devoid of any compassion. In his view, whether man or woman, old or young, all who entered this realm were challengers. To face a challenger was to unleash one's utmost strength to vanquish them. Hu Jia's silver gaze exuded an extreme chill as his right hand shot out, blocking Tian Nu's punch, while his left hand, as radiant as white jade, struck Tian Nu's chest, sending him flying. With a resounding thud, Tian Nu crashed against the opposite wall, a small fist imprint appearing on his chest armor, left by this remarkably youthful challenger. A subtle emotional shift crossed his face as he remarked, "Challenger, I am delighted to see a ruler-level practitioner like you in this era. It is a pity we were not born in the same time. Otherwise, I would have surely defeated you." In a flash of silver light, Hu Jia reappeared before Tian Nu, coldly asserting, "No, you will not have the opportunity to defeat me, regardless of the era." This was a sight Lin Yan had never witnessed, a display of exceptional pride, beauty, and strength. "Challenger, do not underestimate me," Tian Nu roared, launching a punch at Hu Jia. In his time, he had been an invincible ruler, revered wherever he went, never having been so belittled. "Compete with me in a fistfight?" Hu Jia's voice dripped with mockery as he unleashed a punch of his own. The two fists, of unequal size, collided, yet the smaller fist, bathed in silvery brilliance, struck with such force that it shattered the armored arm completely. "I have never known defeat," Hu Jia declared, following up with another punch that struck Tian Nu's chest, erupting in an astonishing burst of white jade light, causing Tian Nu's figure to disintegrate entirely. With a look of disdain, Hu Jia chose not to revert to his previous state, directly ascending to the 9th level of the ascending immortal tower, the pinnacle. My heavens, he actually reached the top. As the light of the 8th level illuminated the surroundings, countless onlookers gasped in disbelief, shouting in fervor. On a small boat in the lotus pool, two women wore expressions of incredulity, which swiftly transformed into ecstatic joy. Someone had indeed succeeded in reaching the summit. It is well known that the 9th level of the ascending immortal tower holds no challenges, yet it is said to conceal unknown treasures. Some claim it harbors the most potent artifacts. Others speak of elixirs of immortality, while many speculate that it may contain world-shattering secrets. Surprisingly, Hu Jia has truly reached the pinnacle. Su Shishir's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed. Although she believed that Hu Jia had the potential to ascend, she understood that it was merely a possibility. Over 1 billion cultivators had attempted to conquer the immortal Ascension Tower, yet even the 7th floor had proven insurmountable for most, let alone the summit. However, Hu Jia not only surpassed the 7th floor, but also boldly traversed the 8th, ultimately achieving the pinnacle. Lin Yansheng remarked with a smile. "It is only natural for Hu Jia to accomplish this. His strength may surpass our wildest imaginations." Initially, he had not perceived Hu Jia as particularly formidable, but as he grew closer to him, he increasingly sensed the depths of Hu Jia's power. According to his estimations, if Hu Jia were to unleash his full potential, he would undoubtedly be a formidable force, at least on par with a king-level warrior. Chapter 71. The Art of Time. Upon reaching the 9th level of the Ascension Tower, Hu Jia found no adversaries awaiting him, only a solitary stone pillar crowned with a crystal orb. He scrutinized his surroundings before extending his hand to grasp the orb. Instantly, it radiated a brilliant blue light, inundating his mind with a torrent of intricate information. Almost immediately, the orb became riddled with countless fissures before shattering into fragments. A look of delight graced Hu Jia's face as he discerned that the orb contained an extraordinarily potent technique known as the Art of Time. This remarkable skill, centered around the concept of time, had the potential to conjure various formidable techniques, thus rendering it an unparalleled mastery. Outside, Onlookers were astonished to witness the Ascension Tower gradually submerging, quickly sinking deep into the lotus pool. At that moment, Hu Jia emerged from the tower. Returning to Lin Yanxing and Su Shishir, who had regained their composure, he proudly proclaimed, "This Ascension Tower proved no challenge. I reached the pinnacle with ease. Now, let us depart, unless you wish to be the center of attention." Lin Yanxing, pleased for Hu Jia, cautioned him as a throng of spectators drew near. They hastily left the lotus pool, navigating through several alleys and streets until the crowd had significantly thinned. Just then, two strikingly beautiful women approached from ahead. One of them regarded Hu Jia and said, "Congratulations on conquering the Ascension Tower." Hu Jia, observing the women seemingly approaching him, inquired, "Who are you?" A sense of trepidation stirred within him, suspecting that they were after the art of time from the tower, and dark thoughts began to surface. The woman on the left offered a captivating smile and replied, "We are from the Fairy Tower. I am Yunzi, and this is Yunmei." Hu Jia inwardly confirmed their affiliation with the Fairy Tower and, feeling wary, responded, "What is it that you desire? I have no need for your assistance." Although he often acted without reservation, this did not imply a lack of intelligence. On the contrary, he was quite astute. Yunzi spoke candidly, "To be frank, the Ascension Tower is a magical artifact, not constructed by us at the Fairy Tower, but rather placed there by us to seek individuals capable of reaching the top." She maintained a gentle smile, easily conveying an impression of demure grace, which was indeed reflective of her true nature in most circumstances. "Since you have ascended the tower, you must accompany us to the Fairy Tower," interjected a more aloof voice. Yunmei, whose demeanor starkly contrasted with her sister's warmth. Despite their differences, both sisters were strikingly beautiful and bore a resemblance to one another. "I shall not go," Hu Jia firmly declined. He suspected the intentions of the Fairy Tower and, though unafraid, preferred to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Yunzi remarked, "There is no detriment in going for you. I am aware that you have slain Li Sun and caused quite a commotion at the governor's residence in Muzhou. The entire state is now sealed off, and soon the court will dispatch formidable individuals to apprehend you. However, our Fairy Tower can provide you protection." It was evident that they were resolutely determined to escort Hu Jia back to the Fairy Tower. "You needn't worry about our protection. We harbor no fear of the court." "And how can we discern your true intentions?" Lin Yanxing spoke, his words laced with skepticism towards the Fairy Tower. It was clear that this establishment harbored secrets far beyond that of an ordinary brothel. Otherwise, how could they claim they could shield them? Yunmei regarded Lin Yanxing with a similar gaze before turning her focus back to Hu Jia, insisting, "You must return with us to the Fairy Tower." Their mission was to retrieve the one destined for ascension, and having lingered here for so long, they were now determined not to let this opportunity slip away. A cold glimmer appeared in Lin Yanxing's eyes as he retorted, "And if I refuse to accompany you, do you intend to resort to abduction?" The urgency with which they sought to take Hu Jia, even after her refusal, indicated their intentions were not entirely benevolent. "We have no desire to forcibly take anyone to the Fairy Tower," Yunzi admitted, acknowledging the potential for coercion. "Let us see then," Lin Yanxing scoffed, unleashing a formidable aura as black spiritual energy erupted from his being, charging towards Yunzi and Yunmei. Both women, exuding their own spiritual power, swiftly retreated to evade the onslaught of Lin Yanxing's energy. Possessing peak cultivation in the ethereal void realm, they were undeniably powerful, likely surpassing some of the true disciples from Tianwen Peak. Su Shishir, sensing the immense presence of these two women, remarked, "You are not from the Tianyang Kingdom. Though it is stronger than the Tianxin dynasty, its supremacy is limited. There should be no one this young and powerful, otherwise they would already be renowned." Hu Jia also emanated the aura of a peak ethereal void cultivator and stated, "So, you are two of the top experts among those in the ethereal void realm. However, do you truly believe you can forcibly take me, underestimating the challenges posed by your own Fairy Tower?" Though this pair of sisters was formidable, within the confines of the Fairy Tower, they would likely only reach the 6th level, unable to triumph against the quasi-king level cultivators on the 7th. After all, he had defeated the king-level cultivator of the 8th level to successfully reach the summit. Upon sensing Hu Jia's peak ethereal void cultivation, Yunzi's beautiful visage displayed a trace of panic as she exclaimed, "This is not good. He is a king-level cultivator in the ethereal void realm. We are no match. Retreat." With that, She grasped Yunmei's hand and turned to flee. The fairy tower's challenges were well known to them, as only those of king-level cultivation could hope to ascend. However, upon witnessing the diminutive stature of Hu Jia, they presumed her to be merely a practitioner at the Great Sun realm. They felt assured in their ability to contend with a ruler-level practitioner of that realm. To their astonishment, they discovered that Hu Jia, despite her youth, had already attained the status of a ruler-level practitioner in the ethereal realm, leaving them with no choice but to retreat. The combat prowess of a ruler-level practitioner was well understood. Sheer numbers could not compensate for such disparity, especially considering that the opponent also had companions. Hu Jia chose not to pursue the two from the fairy pavilion, deeming it unnecessary. It sufficed to have driven them away. Subsequently, he noticed Lin Yansheng and Su Shishir gazing at him, their curiosity evident as they inquired, "Why do you look at me so? Have you been captivated by my charm?" Lin Yansheng speculated, "It stands to reason that one must possess a ruler-level domain to ascend the immortal ascension tower. They simply did not anticipate your attainment in the ethereal realm. Otherwise, they would never have dared to forcibly take you away." He had heard distinctly the reference to a ruler-level practitioner in the ethereal realm from Yunzi's earlier words. Hu Jia smiled and remarked, "You have deduced it correctly. You are quite astute, only a hair's breadth behind me." He did not deny it, nor was there any need to. He held a high degree of trust in Lin Yansheng. Chapter 72. Hu Jia's breakthrough. Lin Yansheng remarked, "I had long suspected that you might have entered the realm of the sovereign, and it appears my conjecture holds true." He felt a mix of surprise and inevitability upon discovering Hu Jia's status as a sovereign-level practitioner. Hu Jia replied, "I have lingered in the ethereal realm for over 2 years. If I had not ascended to the sovereign level by now, that would indeed reflect poorly on my capabilities." He had broken through to the ethereal realm at the age of 15 and attained its pinnacle by 16. His reluctance to advance further stemmed from his desire to continuously refine himself within this realm, striving to reach its utmost limits, or even to transcend them. This approach had been consistent throughout his journey through each major stage, for it was only through such perseverance that one could evolve into a true powerhouse. "You are likely the only sovereign-level practitioner in the entire Tianwen sect," Su Shishir exclaimed, her beautiful eyes fixed on Hu Jia in awe. To her, the quasi-sovereign practitioners were already extraordinarily formidable and rare. There were but a few of such caliber among the countless cultivators in the vast northern region. The notion of a sovereign-level practitioner had never crossed her mind, as it seemed a realm reserved for legends, with few in reality ever attaining it. Yet, Hu Jia stood before her as a living myth, a legendary practitioner who had entered the sovereign domain. Hu Jia pondered for a moment before saying, "That may not necessarily be the case. Luo Fu is rather peculiar. For 18 years, he remained stagnant in the body refinement realm, which one would typically consider a complete failure. Yet, after reaching 18, he began to rise with unstoppable momentum. It is difficult to ascertain whether he had already entered the sovereign-level domain during his time in the ethereal realm." He held a degree of admiration for Luo Fu, acknowledging that enduring years of stagnation in the body refinement realm was something he himself could scarcely endure. Lin Yansheng, half-jokingly, commented, "We will be tasked by the sect, and then we can exchange our merit points for cultivation resources to refine our skills." Having a sovereign-level practitioner nearby certainly adds to the pressure. His true concern lay with the little true dragon and Shao Qi on Wuqing Peak, two extraordinary divine beasts whose well-being he could not afford to jeopardize. Otherwise, he would deeply regret it. Both Hu Jia and Su Shishir concurred that returning to the sect was prudent, as they had been away for several months, and there might be significant developments awaiting them at Tianwen sect. Approximately 2.5 months later, Lin Yansheng, Hu Jia, and Su Shishir returned to Tianwen sect, having spent around half a year on this journey. By now, Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia were both 18 years old, while Su Shishir had just turned 16. She had not yet reached that age when she initially joined the sect, but it was only a short while away. Though she was nearly 2 years younger than Lin Yansheng, her cultivation level was considerably more advanced. Upon their return to the sect, she commenced rigorous training. At Wuqing Peak, in a small wooden cabin, Lin Yansheng utilized spirit stones for cultivation. After completing their tasks, they had accumulated a merit value of 10 million. Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia each received 4 million merit points, while Su Shishir received 2 million. This distribution scheme was proposed by Su Shishir, who initially did not wish to claim any merit points. However, After persuasion from Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, she conceded and accepted the 2 million merit points. In the Hall of Meritorious Deeds, a plethora of items can be exchanged for merit points, with the most commonplace being spirit stones, exchanged at a ratio of 1 merit point for 1 spirit stone. Lin Yansheng expended 1 million merit points to acquire 1 million spirit stones for cultivation, and subsequently traded another million merit points for 100 bloodline pills. These bloodline pills, intended for the little true dragon and Shao-Chi, are infused with pure spiritual energy and serve to stimulate and awaken the latent powers of their bloodlines. They are particularly beneficial for fierce beasts. Though their efficacy is somewhat diminished for divine beasts, nonetheless, they are superior to ordinary elixirs. Furthermore, the consumption of a single bloodline pill ensures that one will not experience hunger for 10 days to half a month, making them quite valuable, albeit the little true dragon and Shao-Chi consume them daily. After all, divine beasts cannot be measured by ordinary standards. A month later, Lin Yansheng had fully absorbed the 1 million spirit stones, and his internal spiritual energy had grown significantly more robust and abundant. He sensed that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the ethereal realm and was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, he was in no hurry to ascend, opting instead to attempt a foray into the king realm. As for the quasi-king realm, he had already crossed into it, meaning he could now contend with, and possibly defeat, Yang Yitan without relying on divine artifacts or transformation into a true dragon. His current strength placed him among the elite disciples of Tianwen's sect, capable of easily handling some of the weaker Xianpin elders. Yet, in comparison to that fellow Hu Jia, he was still vastly inferior. That individual was a monster who did not require artifacts, possessing terrifying combat prowess. Host, your aptitude is too poor to enter the king realm. The system's voice resounded mercilessly in his mind just as he pondered when he might enter the king realm. Lin Yansheng felt somewhat speechless. This wretched system certainly had a knack for dampening one's spirits. Nevertheless, he recognized the truth in its words. His innate talent was indeed lacking. Prior to encountering Shao-Chi and triggering the quest, he had been a rather inconspicuous figure in the Wuqiu Peak. Even after acquiring the system, he had only advanced in cultivation through its aid. Aside from breaking through with the Wanling fruit, he had not achieved any other breakthroughs on his own. His entry into the quasi-king realm was solely due to the formidable nature of the floating pagoda divine art, bearing no relation to his own aptitude. Glancing at the sleeping little true dragon and the meditating Shao-Chi, he smiled and said, "Fear not, I have the true dragon and the true phoenix, as well as divine artifacts. I shall not be inferior to others. Personal strength is paramount, yet having reliable external support is equally significant." Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yansheng, are you in there? The sound of knocking was followed by Hu Jia's voice from outside. It's unlocked. Come in, Lin Yansheng replied irritably. Just when he was feeling disheartened by the system's remarks, this monster appeared. Was it a deliberate attempt to vex him? Hu Jia pushed the door open, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Lin Yansheng, I have wonderful news for you. Observing Hu Jia's exuberant demeanor, Lin Yansheng inquired curiously, what good news could you possibly have? Have you undergone a transformation? However, he assumed Hu Jia had not changed, as he appeared no different from when he had returned from his travels a month prior. What nonsense are you spouting? Hu Jia's expression stiffened as he scolded. I have broken through to the Freedom Realm. It was indeed rare for him to express such joy. Achieving the Freedom Realm is a significant milestone for any practitioner in the northern region, and he had accomplished this at a mere 18 years of age. It was an astonishing feat. One must remember that Luo Fu, at the same age, was still in the body refinement realm. Their levels of cultivation were worlds apart. Upon hearing this, Lin Yansheng felt a sense of joy as well, yet he deliberately adopted a nonchalant tone, saying, what is there to be so happy about? Haven't you already been able to kill practitioners of the Freedom Realm? However, his statement held a grain of truth. For Hu Jia had indeed slain practitioners of the Freedom Realm before. Thus, one might expect that his breakthrough would not elicit such exuberance. Seated on a wooden chair, Hu Jia shot Lin Yansheng a glare and retorted, what do you know? Being able to kill those in the Freedom Realm and becoming one yourself are two entirely different concepts. Practitioners of the Freedom Realm can walk upon air and soar through the skies, something that those in the ethereal realm cannot achieve. He found Lin Yansheng utterly devoid of humor, considering him a dull and tiresome individual. Chapter 73. The discourse of two sects. Lin Yanxing gazed intently at Hu Jia. His curiosity piqued. I find it rather intriguing that you entered the realm of kings quite some time ago, yet have only just now chosen to break through. With your innate talent, it would be implausible to suggest that you are incapable of such a feat logically. Once one ascends to the realm of kings, the next level should be within reach. For this is indeed a limitative domain, and lingering in this state serves little purpose. Hu Jia met Lin Yanxing's gaze earnestly and replied, You do not comprehend yet, but in due time, you will. He harbored numerous secrets that he could not disclose to Lin Yanxing, not out of distrust, but rather because revealing them might invite calamity. Little shorty, still playing the mysterious card? Lin Yanxing refrained from pressing further. Everyone possesses their own secrets. Much like his own concealed identity as a reborn individual equipped with a system. It was not a matter of mistrust, but rather that divulging such matters could yield no benefits and might even lead to complications. Who are you calling a little shorty? Hu Jia's expression hardened as he stood up, brimming with indignation. However, given his diminutive stature and exquisite features, his words lacked any genuine intimidation, instead exuding a sense of playful charm. I'm referring to you, little shorty. Lin Yanxing rose from his bed, slightly towering over Hu Jia. Standing just over 1.8 meters, he may not have matched the towering giants of 2 meters, but his slender frame complemented his height well. In contrast, Hu Jia, at merely 1.6 meters, appeared quite petite, even when compared to female counterparts. Hu Jia looked up at Lin Yanxing, fuming for a moment before conceiving a retort that could outshine Lin Yanxing. What good is being tall if you cannot even defeat me? Having advanced to the realm of freedom, his strength had significantly escalated, allowing him to overpower Lin Yanxing. This was indeed his sole advantage in their rivalry. A smirk curled at the corners of Lin Yanxing's mouth as he chuckled. What use is it to defeat me? Are you capable of killing me? His words incited Hu Jia to grit his teeth in frustration, though Hu Jia certainly could not harm him over mere banter. Hu Jia mumbled, Regardless, I can now traverse the skies, while you cannot. Faced with Lin Yanxing's obstinacy, he found himself at a loss for words. Lin Yanxing chuckled lightly before steering the conversation back to serious matters. By the way, it seems the sect has requested a few individuals to visit the Water Moon sect for a discourse between the two sections. Do you have any thoughts on this? The designated leader for this expedition was Ning Wuk, the peak master of Wuxia Peak, although the disciples had yet to be assigned. Given that Ning Wuk would be leading, it was likely that Lin Yanxing would be included, prompting his inquiry into Hu Jia's interest. The discourse at Watermoon sect. I recall there being such an event. And if the leader is indeed Master Ning Wuk, it would be a matter of course for me to participate in this combative affair. Upon hearing this, Hu Jia took a moment to ponder before his excitement began to swell. Shui sect stands as one of the foremost sects in the northern domain, situated in close proximity to Tianwen sect. While the two sects present a facade of cordiality, a subtle rivalry has long existed between them. The upcoming discourse between the two sects, ostensibly aimed at fostering friendship, is in truth a platform to showcase their disciples and, simultaneously, to assert dominance over each other as practitioners. Observing Hu Jia's eager demeanor, Lin Yanxing cautioned, This is not an invitation to take a life, it is a debate. So exercise restraint. He genuinely feared that Hu Jia, caught up in the fervor, might inadvertently strike down a disciple of Shui sect, which could lead to dire consequences for them all. Generally, lesser powers refrain from antagonizing Tianwen sect. However, Shui sect, being of equal stature, would certainly seize the opportunity to retaliate should Tianwen sect commit any transgression. Rest assured, I am well versed in the rules of engagement, Hu Jia replied, appearing self-assured as he casually plucked a bloodline pill from beside the young true dragon, cleansing it with spiritual energy before biting down and swallowing it whole. Lin Yanxing, observing this, quipped, It seems your month-long stay at the sect has left you yearning for delectable treats, even indulging in bloodline pills as though they were mere snacks. Typically, human cultivators seldom consume bloodline fruits, as there is little opportunity for awakening bloodlines, save for those rare prodigies with extraordinary lineage. Senior Brother Lin, the Peak Master requests your presence at the council hall, called Su Shishir, who had approached the wooden cabin. Ordinarily, it would have been Air Dan's responsibility to relay such messages, but Su Shishir, finding herself with idle time, took it upon herself to perform this task. Stepping outside, Lin Yanqing and Hu Jia were greeted by a seemingly more radiant Su Shishir. "You've made a breakthrough," Lin Yanqing remarked, noting that she had advanced from the early stage of the Great Sun Realm to the mid-stage, a significant leap. Su Shishir beamed, replying, "With so many spirit stones at my disposal, it would be a disservice to the sect if I did not." Then, she sensed an even more profound aura emanating from Hu Jia, one that seemed elusive and ethereal. Tentatively, she inquired, "Senior brother Hu Jia, have you attained the realm of the carefree?" "Indeed," Hu Jia declared proudly, soaring into the air and circling above Wuqing Peak before returning. Witnessing the astonishment and admiration in Su Shishir's eyes, a swell of pride surged within him, dispelling any lingering embarrassment from his earlier encounters with Lin Yanqing. "Senior brother Hu Jia, you must only be 18, yet you have reached the carefree realm. Such an achievement is exceedingly rare in the entire northern domain," Su Shishir exclaimed. "The northern domain is vast, populated by countless cultivators, yet those who achieve the carefree realm at such a tender age are indeed few and far between. If one were to add the condition of stepping into the realm of kings within the Tongyu realm, it would undoubtedly render Hu Jia unique across the entire northern domain. I shall head to the council hall now. If my assumptions are correct, the discussion will revolve around our journey to Shui West sect for the discourse," Lin Yanqing stated before departing, secretly reveling in the thought that flying truly is a delightful experience, sparing one the need to walk. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lin Yanqing arrived at the assembly hall, where his gaze fell upon Ning Wuqie and Elder Mu, along with 5 other elders, including Su Tao. "Lin Yanqing, you reside alone at the peak of Wuqie Mountain, and each time a meeting is called, someone must specifically go to inform you. Making us wait for a junior like you," Su Tao remarked, his face etched with displeasure. "This is not a place for you to speak. Be silent," Lin Yanqing retorted, having long since severed any cordiality with Su Tao, showing him no respect whatsoever. Simultaneously, he pondered whether Su Tao was at the late stage or the pinnacle of the Xianyao realm. If the latter were true, it would require considerable time for him to eliminate Su Tao. Within the Tianwen sect, those in the early and mid stages of the Xianyao realm could only serve as Xianpin elders, their status inferior even to the most elite disciples, such as those listed on the Tianwen rankings. In contrast, the Dipei elders were predominantly at the late stage or pinnacle of the Xianyao realm, their identities and strengths far surpassing those of Xianpin elders. Many prodigies who ascended the Tianwen rankings eventually reached this level. As for the peak masters outside Tianwen Peak, one must possess at least the pinnacle of the Xianyao realm to hold such a position. Su Tao had always aspired to seize the position of Master of Wuxia, making it highly probable that he was indeed at the pinnacle of the Xianyao realm. Chapter 74. The candidate Su Tao could no longer endure Lin Yanqing's insults, and in a fit of rage, he retorted, "Lin Yanqing, do not presume that I lack the courage to teach you a lesson. Regardless of the circumstances, I am an elder of Wuqing Peak, while you are merely a disciple. Your actions are tantamount to insubordination, and I possess the authority to discipline you." A formidable aura emanated from him, astonishing Elder Mu and the other elders present. Indeed, Su Tao had reached the pinnacle of the Xiaoyao realm and appeared to possess strength that subtly surpassed that of Elder Mu. "Enough, Su Tao. We are gathered in the council hall to deliberate matters, not to punish the guilty," Ning Wuqing interjected at an opportune moment, halting the escalating argument between Lin Yanqing and Su Tao. However, it was apparent to discerning eyes that he was siding with Lin Yanqing. This alignment was not surprising, as he had always been at odds with Su Tao, while Lin Yanqing was akin to a son to him. Once the atmosphere settled, Ning Wuqing spoke. "The sect has assigned me to lead our delegation for the upcoming discourse between the 2 sections. I am required to bring 10 disciples along. Yanqing, would you accompany me?" Traditionally, a peak master or an elder of the highest rank would lead 10 disciples to Shui West sect for such discussions, or vice versa, with each sect taking turns. The last discourse had seen Shui West sect visiting Tianwen sect, thus it was now Tianwen sect's turn to journey to Shui West sect. "I have no objections, and I would also like to recommend someone," Lin Yanqing replied, naturally referring to Hu Jia. Given Hu Jia's prowess, he could likely contend with an entire sect of Shui Wei disciples, not to mention a considerable number of elders. A practitioner who breaks through from the Tongyu realm to the Xiaoyao realm exhibits a significant enhancement in combat capability, undoubtedly reaching such heights. Su Tao retorted coldly, "You may go, But do not presume to haphazardly recommend individuals simply because you are the senior brother of Wuching Peak. Should you embarrass us at Shueihua sect, it would not only tarnish Wuching Peak's reputation, but also that of the entire Tianwen sect. Whenever possible, he seized the opportunity to target Lin Yanxing. For their enmity had become apparent. He was well aware of Lin Yanxing's formidable strength, capable of defeating Yang Yitan, rendering a visit to Shueihua sect entirely feasible. Nevertheless, Su Tao knew that Lin Yanxing's circle of friends at Wuching Peak was limited, with the only one he maintained a decent relationship with being Erdan. However, Erdan had only recently broken through to the early stage of the Daylight Realm and was among the least accomplished at Wuching Peak, rendering him unqualified for the journey to Shueihua sect. Lin Yanxing gazed at Su Tao, a cold smile gracing his lips. Old thief, if you are so worthless, why do you assume that others are as well? Since the beast hunting conference, Su Tao had consistently opposed him, despite the fact that the outcome of the wager from the conference was due to Su Tao's inability to bear the loss. Su Tao seethed. Then who do you propose? He had always believed himself to possess a tranquil heart, capable of remaining unperturbed, yet interactions with Lin Yanxing often ignited his ire. Hu Jia? Lin Yanxing replied with a smile. Elder Mu expressed his astonishment. Are you referring to Hu Jia from Tianwen Peak? Lin Yanxing shares a close relationship with Hu Jia, yet their connection remains largely unknown to others. Their journeys to the Tianxin dynasty are infrequent, often taking up to 6 months, leaving little room for speculation about their companionship. Lin Yanxing reflected that Hu Jia is the sole disciple from the Tianwen sect bearing that name. He comprehended Elder Mu's delight, as it would reflect poorly on the leading peak master or elder if they were to be overwhelmed by the Shueihua sect, inevitably inviting some criticism from their own sect. Furthermore, commanding powerful disciples to engage with the Shueihua sect is not a feasible option, often resulting in peak masters or elders having to settle for less experienced disciples, leading to a rather disheartening outcome. However, with Hu Jia's involvement, the situation appeared considerably more secure. Ning Wuching also felt pleased and remarked, "Very well. I shall entrust the remaining 8 slots to you." Though he was the master of Wuching Peak, his familiarity with capable disciples was confined to his own sect. Thus he struggled to recruit formidable participants. Lin Yanxing agreed, recognizing that the strength of the disciples attending the discourse at Shueihua sect would be paramount, and he indeed had a few promising candidates in mind. The uncertainty lingered, however, regarding whether these individuals would be willing to honor his request. Upon returning, Lin Yanxing discovered Hu Jia and Su Shishir engaged in conversation on the grassy expanse before the wooden cabin. Approaching them with a smile, he inquired, "Shishir, would you be interested in attending the discourse at Shueihua sect?" Although Su Shishir possessed commendable talent, having reached the mid-stage of the Great Sun Realm at merely 16, she was still somewhat lacking in strength. Taken aback by Lin Yanxing's inquiry regarding such a significant event, she hesitantly responded, My abilities are rather insufficient. Would it be inappropriate for me to attend Shueihua sect?" She recognized that Shueihua sect was a prestigious establishment, and gaining experience there would be beneficial. Yet she feared being a burden due to her current capabilities. Lin Yanxing considered for a moment and replied, "With Hu Jia present, it should not pose a significant issue. Allow me to first recruit a few individuals, and we shall see if your presence is warranted." He had several exceptional candidates in mind, while Su Shishir was merely included due to their amicable relationship, hoping to broaden her horizons together. All right, Su Shishir acquiesced, harboring an inner desire to participate, albeit with reservations about her own strength. Hu Jia, reclining on the grass, casually inquired, "Whom do you plan to recruit?" Aside from those he was on good terms with, he was disinterested in other matters. However, recognizing that everyone would be teammates during this venture to Shueihua sect, he asked out of mild curiosity, though without much concern. Lin Yanxing responded, "Yun Mingyao from Yunu Peak, Xiang Dali from Juling Peak, Luo Fu, Shangwan Shueihua, Mu Chuan, Lin Tianyu, and Yi Fifan, all from Tianwen Peak. They are my top priority due to their superior strength, all ranked on the Tianwen list." Naturally, his intention was to recruit the most formidable candidates. Yet he was aware that some might decline the invitation to Shueihua sect. Hu Jia spoke softly. Neither Luo Fu nor Shangwan Shueihua is affiliated with the Tianwen sect, and the others may not be inclined to join either. Although these individuals are indeed masters on the Tianwen list, only Luo Fu piques my interest. The rest are rather insipid and lacking in vigor. Lin Yinxing acknowledged the truth in Hu Jia's words and contemplated alternative candidates, stating, thus, we have secondary options, Lu Hongyan from Yunnu Peak, Yi Hui, Wang Zhe, and Su Chun from Tianwen Peak, as well as Shi. Among them, Yi Hui and Wang Zhe are ranked 9th and 10th on the Tianwen list, while Su Chun, a participant from the previous Tianwen competition, possesses considerable strength. Formidable enough to be a rare adversary, aside from those ranked above him and himself. The inclusion of Su Shi and Lu Hongyan in the secondary selection is due to personal connections. I have only a few acquaintances at the Tianwen sect, and it is only natural to extend a helping hand when opportunities arise. Were it not for Dan's exceedingly weak abilities, I would have genuinely considered bringing him along to Shueiyue sect for the dialogue between the two sections. Chapter 75. Persuading Yun Mingyao at the foot of the Yunnu Peak. On this day, it was once again Li Yusin and Bai Jia's turn to guard the mountain. As they languished in boredom, they noticed a familiar young man approaching. Li Yusin rubbed her eyes, and, upon realizing the young man was drawing nearer, exclaimed in delight, "It really is Senior Brother Lin. Senior Brother Lin has arrived." Bai Jia, somewhat befuddled, asked, "Which Senior Brother Lin are you referring to?" Being a new disciple and having had little interaction with others since joining Yunnu Peak, she was largely unfamiliar with most of the senior disciples of the Tianwen sect. Li Yusin shot her a glance of disbelief and replied, "Are you foolish? Which other Senior Brother Lin could it be? It must be Lin Yinxing, the eldest senior brother of Wuqiu Peak." As they conversed, Lin Yinxing approached with a smile, saying, "Junior Sister Yusin, what a coincidence to see you guarding the mountain gate again." Every time he visited Yunnu Peak, it was Li Yusin who stood watch, leading him to wonder if she had somehow anticipated his arrival and was waiting for him. "Hey, is Senior Brother here to see the Senior Sister?" Li Yusin speculated, presuming Lin Yinxing's visit was related to the upcoming philosophical debate between the two sections. Such debates were significant events, closely followed by the disciples, as they reflected the honor of their respective sections. "Yes, and I would appreciate it if one of you could inform her," Lin Yinxing replied. It had been a year since his last visit to Yunnu Peak, during which his strength had significantly improved, yet he still adhered to the customary protocols. "Not a problem. I will notify the Senior Sister. Bai Jia, you stay here and keep watch," Li Yusin said with a cheerful demeanor before swiftly making her way up the mountain. Her warmth towards Lin Yinxing was evident, though the reasons behind it were known only to her. Nevertheless, she found solace in simply hearing about him, and it would be even more delightful if she could occasionally assist him in some manner. Bai Jia cautiously observed Lin Yinxing and remarked, "Senior Brother, Junior Sister Yusin often speaks highly of you." Having heard numerous tales about him from Li Yusin, she had developed a fair understanding of Lin Yinxing among the new disciples. Finding the wait rather tedious, Lin Yinxing engaged Bai Jia in conversation, inquiring, "Oh, really? What has she shared about me?" He was curious to know how a disciple of Yunnu Peak might discuss him, the elder brother of Wuqiu Peak. Bai Jia pondered for a moment before responding. "Junior Sister Yusin said that you are a genuinely good person, very powerful, yet humble and loyal." While Li Yusin had shared many stories about Lin Yinxing, they could be summarized in these few sentiments, as their interactions had been limited, and his reputation had only recently begun to blossom. "Haha, I am not nearly as remarkable as Yusin described. I am merely an ordinary disciple of the Tianwen sect," Lin Yinxing said with a laugh, displaying a rare humility in front of the junior sister of Yunnu Peak. Perhaps it was simply uninteresting to boast in the presence of these less experienced newcomers. Minutes later, Li Yusin returned and said, "Senior Brother Lin, the eldest sister is waiting for you in the guest hall." "Thank you," Lin Yinxing replied and swiftly ascended the mountain, unaware of the girl who had been fixated on his retreating figure. Observing Li Yusin's infatuation with Lin Yinxing's ascent, Bai Jia gently reminded her, "Sister Yusin, Senior Brother Lin has already gone far. His shadow is no longer visible." At that moment, Li Yusin turned her head, causing Bai Jia to gasp in astonishment. For two streams of tears were cascading down Li Yusin's cheeks. Lin Yinxing entered the guest hall directly, where he found Yun Mingyao seated gracefully across from him. He began, "Sister Yun, I wish to discuss a matter of importance." Yun Mingyao, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Yinxing, asked candidly, "Is it about the debate between the two sects?" Even Li Yusin could surmise Lin Yinxing's intentions. How could she not? Lin Yinxing smiled and remarked, as expected of Sister Yun, truly astute. Would such a perceptive individual be willing to attend the debate at the Shueiyue sect and bring glory to our sect? He had no desire to beat around the bush and stated his purpose directly. Yun Mingyao regarded Lin Yanxing thoughtfully, responding, "The disciples of the Shueiyue sect are formidable. In the previous debate, our Tianwen sect suffered a significant defeat due to the absence of Shangwan Shueiyue and Luo Fu. This time, their absence does not guarantee our success. It may merely lead to further humiliation." Although she had not participated in the last debate, she had observed it firsthand. The Tianwen sect had been thoroughly defeated, lacking their two strongest disciples, while Hu Jia was still relatively weak, confined to training on Tianwen Peak. Thus, the strongest among them was Yang Yitong, who had been utterly vanquished by the disciples of the Shueiyue sect, leaving the Tianwen sect in disgrace. Lin Yanxing shook his finger and declared, "Sister Yun, the circumstances have changed. What happened in the past is no longer relevant. Now, with Hu Jia and yourself alongside me, we shall easily teach those Shueiyue sect disciples a lesson." He was well aware of the previous debate's conditions, where the opposing team consisted of 10 disciples, each at the peak of the Tongyu realm, possessing formidable combat prowess. At that time, the Tianwen sect was indeed no match for them. However, the present is not the same as 2 years ago. With Hu Jia by his side, he felt confident that even if Hu Jia did not go all out, they could overwhelm the Shueiyue sect. Yun Mingyao met Lin Yanxing's gaze and suddenly broke into an enchanting smile, saying, "You are quite confident. The Shueiyue sect boasts disciples even stronger than Yang Yitong, and there is more than one." She recognized Lin Yanxing's strength, even recalling how he had slain Yang Yitong. But the latter had been utterly powerless against the strongest disciples of the Shueiyue sect. Without hesitation, Lin Yanxing replied, "If there are several, then we shall take them down." Even before the debate had commenced or the participants had been selected, he felt assured of victory. Yun Mingyao studied Lin Yanxing for a long moment before finally conceding. "Very well, I agree to attend the debate at the Shueiyue sect. As a prestigious sect on par with the Heavenly Inquiry sect, the Watermoon sect certainly piqued her curiosity, especially since the arrogant demeanor of its disciples 2 years prior had left her quite disdainful. Sister Yun, your reputation is illustrious," Lin Yanxing remarked with satisfaction before departing from the Jade Maiden Peak. His next destination was the Giant Spirit Peak. After awaiting the announcement, Lin Yanxing ascended to the Giant Spirit Peak for the first time, guided by a disciple of the sect to the reception hall. Upon encountering the tall Xiang Dali, he donned a commercial smile and inquired, "Xiang, my junior brother, might you be interested in visiting the Watermoon sect to teach those frogs at the bottom of the well a lesson? In the realm of cultivation, prowess takes precedence." Thus, it was only fitting that he addressed Xiang Dali as junior brother, given his superior strength and status as the master brother of a principal peak. Xiang Dali looked at Lin Yanxing, grinning widely, and exclaimed, "I've been waiting for you for quite some time. When we go to the Watermoon sect, you must bring me along. While I can't promise a lesson, I simply wish to engage in some sparring with them." He was eager to participate in the discourse between the two sects and had been anticipating Lin Yanxing's arrival, even considering seeking him out at the Wuqing Peak if his friend delayed further. Chapter 76. Mu Chuan and Wang Zhe. With a heart full of joy, Lin Yanxing descended from the towering Juling Peak and arrived at Tianwen Peak. As Luo Fu and Shangwan Shueiyue were absent, he sought out Mu Chuan directly. Mu Chuan possessed formidable strength, standing merely a step away from the realm of quasi-kings. Yet that step was fraught with despair for many. Lin Yanxing, eschewing pleasantries, spoke candidly, "Brother Mu Chuan, I trust you are aware of the purpose of my visit. Would you consider attending the discourse at Shueiyue sect?" His intention in approaching Mu Chuan was not born of expectation, but rather a desire to take a chance now that he had reached Tianwen Peak. 2 years prior, Mu Chuan had participated in the last discourse, suffering a devastating defeat and enduring significant humiliation at the hands of Shueiyue sect's disciples. Asking Mu Chuan to confront those who had once publicly shamed him was undoubtedly a formidable request. Mu Chuan regarded Lin Yanxing for a moment before responding, "Lin Yanxing, you must know that I was defeated and humiliated by Shueiyue sect 2 years ago, hence my reluctance to attend. I am acutely aware that I cannot best their strongest disciples." He paused, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes as he continued, "However, you are the one who vanquished Yang Yitong, and you did so with a late-stage cultivation in the Tongyu realm. Now that you have ascended to the pinnacle of the Tongyu realm, I am willing to place my bet on you. I agree to participate in the discourse." Mu Chuan's declaration profoundly stirred Lin Yanqing, who assured him, "Rest assured, brother Mu Chuan, I will not let you down." Subsequently, he departed from Mu Chuan's residence and visited the abodes of Yi Fifan and Lin Tianyu, both of whom had also participated in the previous discourse. They, however, declined his invitation. Lin Yanqing expressed his understanding and then sought out Su Chun and Yi Hui, only to receive further refusals. These individuals, having suffered grievous defeats in the last discourse, could not muster the courage to face those who had once humiliated them. In a state of resignation, Lin Yanqing turned to Wang Zhe, the last individual he intended to approach at Tianwen Peak. His reluctance stemmed from the fact that, among all the participants from both this and the previous Tianwen rankings, Wang Zhe was undoubtedly the weakest. This was primarily due to the fact that Wang Zhe had only secured his position in the Tianwen rankings after Lin Yansheng had incapacitated Yang Yitan. Upon arriving at Wang Zhe's cave, Lin Yanqing was surprised to find two familiar faces present, Kai Kuan and Lu Jin, who hailed from the Tianxin dynasty, much like Su Shishir. Lin Yanqing made himself comfortable in Wang Zhe's cave and remarked, "Wang Zhe, this gathering is quite lively." Given that Wang Zhe owed his position in the Tianwen rankings to Lin Yanqing, he felt no need for formality. Lu Jin, still harboring resentment over Su Shishir's training at Wuk Peak, shouted angrily, "What business do you, a senior disciple of Wuk Peak, have here at Tianwen Peak? How dare you intrude upon brother Wang Zhe's cave? Begone at once." He believed that under Wang Zhe's authority, Lin Yanqing would not dare to act against him. For Wang Zhe was indeed a formidable expert on the Tianwen rankings, far beyond the capabilities of Kai Kuan, and thus capable of keeping Lin Yanqing in check. However, upon the conclusion of his statement, Lin Yanqing beamed with a radiant smile, while Wang Zhe and Kai Kuan's expressions darkened. Wang Zhe, his face clouded with anger, bellowed at Kai Kuan, "Kai Kuan, what is wrong with your cousin? How dare he speak disrespectfully to senior brother Lin?" During the Seven Peaks competition, he had witnessed Lin Yanqing engage in combat with Yang Yitan from a close distance, ultimately seeing Lin Yanqing deliver a fatal blow to Yang Yitan. In his mind, Lin Yanqing was exceedingly dangerous, an individual one must never provoke. Yet this ignorant Lu Jin seemed intent on courting disaster. Kai Kuan was flustered, having not anticipated that Lu Jin would audaciously demand Lin Yanqing to leave. He quickly shouted at Lu Jin, "Lu Jin, apologize to senior brother Lin at once." If Lin Yansheng were to become enraged, not only you, but even Wang Zhe would be unable to withstand his wrath. Lu Jin, bewildered, responded, "Cousin, senior brother Wang, are you both mistaken? Why should I apologize to someone from Wuqing Peak?" He was confused, wondering why both his cousin and this senior brother Wang referred to Lin Yanqing as senior brother and insisted he apologize. After all, he was merely a master brother from Wuqing Peak. What was so formidable about that? Foolish child. With a thunderous shout, Kai Kuan delivered a resounding slap across Lu Jin's face, the force of which drew blood from the corner of Lu Jin's mouth. It was evident that he was genuinely frightened. He pondered whether it was too late to prevent his cousin from insulting someone capable of killing Yang Yitan, the third ranked on the Tianwen rankings. Lin Yanqing smiled with an enigmatic air, remarking, "Wang Zhe, your hospitality is commendable. You greet me with a command to leave." He exuded a palpable aura that sent shivers down the spines of both Wang Zhe and Kai Kuan. Kai Kuan hastily clasped his fists and bowed to Lin Yanqing, saying, "Senior brother Lin, my cousin is not in his right mind. I implore you not to hold it against him." He then forcibly made the dazed Lu Jin bow and apologized to Lin Yanqing. "Enough of this. I have serious matters to discuss with Wang Zhe. You may leave now," Lin Yanqing stated dismissively, as if he were the master of this abode. Wang Zhe expressed no objections, while Kai Kuan dutifully led Lu Jin away in haste. Wang Zhe smiled apologetically at Lin Yanqing, "Senior brother Lin, is there something you wish to discuss?" Had it not been for Lu Jin's recent offense, he would not have been so subservient. Although it was not he who spoke first, Lu Jin's audacity in his residence, demanding Lin Yanqing to leave, was nearly tantamount to a personal affront. Lin Yanqing replied nonchalantly, "It is nothing of great consequence. I intend to attend the discourse at Shui sect and wish to invite you along. What do you think?" Wang Zhe's expression instantly soured as he replied, "Senior brother Lin, my abilities are rather humble. It would likely be inappropriate for me to attend Shui sect. Should I bring shame upon our sect, it would reflect poorly on you as well." 2 years prior, He had also witnessed 2 debates and was acutely aware of the brutality and might of the Watermoon sect, which instilled in him a profound sense of trepidation. This time, he was to venture into the very heart of Watermoon's sect, a domain where he could be easily outmatched. Lin Yin scoffed, "Wang Zhe, you are no less than a formidable master on the Tianwen ranking. Compared to my mere status as an aspiring contender, your reputation far surpasses mine. If I am unafraid, why should you be?" It was not that he was insistent on coaxing Wang Zhe to join him, having faced refusals from several others. He felt compelled to secure at least one agreement to accompany him to the Watermoon sect, lest he return to Wuqing Peak empty-handed. Wang Zhe felt a surge of despair, silently lamenting the circumstances that had led to his position as the 10th on the Tianwen ranking. Did Lin Yin truly remain oblivious to the struggles he faced? Yet, he dared not voice such thoughts. Instead, he replied, "Senior brother Lin, I implore you to reconsider. With my current abilities, a visit to the Watermoon sect would only subject me to torment, as I am simply no match for their practitioners." Chapter 77. Shui sect. Lin Yinsheng gazed at Wang Zhe, a menacing smile gracing his lips as he said, "Wang Zhe, I have just been insulted by your people, and I have yet to settle the score with you. Why then, do you concern yourself with so much?" This was a blatant threat to Wang Zhe. Having allowed this fellow to claim a position on the Tianwen list, it was inconceivable that Wang Zhe would merely bask in the glory without facing some consequences. Wang Zhe understood that there was no escape for him. With a mournful expression, he replied, "Then, Senior Brother Lin, I kindly ask for your assistance once we arrive at Shui sect." He truly did not wish to go to Shui sect. Not only were the elite disciples formidable, but they also exhibited a ruthlessness that made his presence there feel like an invitation to be beaten. However, refusing Lin Yinsheng was not an option, as it could lead to immediate repercussions. Lin Yinsheng, feeling triumphant, departed from Tianwen Peak and made his way to Yunwu Peak, where he sought out Lu Hongyan. Upon explaining his intentions, Lu Hongyan expressed her surprise and readily agreed. Under the watchful gaze of Li Yusen, Lin Yinsheng swiftly made his exit. Back at Wuqing Peak, Lin Yinsheng stood before the wooden cottage, looking at Hu Jia and Su Shishir. "Have you both been here the entire time?" he inquired. He had visited Yunwu Peak, Zhuling Peak, and Tianwen Peak, taking approximately an hour in total. Hu Jia, reclining on the grassy expanse, asked, "So, how many people did you persuade to join you?" Lin Yinsheng settled beside Hu Jia and replied, "Yin Mingyao, Mu Chuan, Xiang Dali, Wang Zhe, and Lu Hongyan. My trip was not in vain." Luo Fu and Shengwan Shui were absent from the sect, and Yi Fifan and Lin Tianyu were unwilling to participate. It was commendable that he had managed to rally these individuals. Hu Jia counted the names and remarked, "Including you, me, and Shishir, that makes only 8 of us. We are still short by 2. If Yi Fifan and Lin Tianyu had agreed, the numbers would have sufficed. However, these 2, along with Su Chun, were too timid to venture to Shui sect, resulting in a lack of participants. Nevertheless, Lin Yinsheng had devised a plan. "Tomorrow, I shall hold a preliminary tournament for the 2 sects within the sect, offering 2 spots to select from those eager to join Shui sect." This was a makeshift solution, as he could not possibly approach each individual one by one. At the break of dawn the following day, with the assistance of Su Shishir and Hu Jia, Lin Yinsheng organized the preliminary tournament for the 2 sections. Thanks to Hu Jia's presence, a considerable number of participants gathered, half of whom were new disciples. Through a series of selections, 2 individuals emerged victorious. One was Yin Yong, a true disciple from Tianwen Peak, and the other was Su Ke, a newcomer from Ghost Shadow Peak who had joined the sect less than a year prior. Yin Yong was at the pinnacle of the Tongyu realm, his strength commendable, surpassing both Kai Kuan and Xiao Zhan. Su Ke, being a new disciple, had not yet attained great strength, but his cultivation in the late stages of the Sunlight realm was still respectable, exceeding Su Shishir by a small margin, albeit he was a couple of years her senior. A week later, under the leadership of Ning Wuqing, Lin Yinsheng, Hu Jia, Yun Mingyao, Xiang Dali, Mu Chuan, Wang Zhe, Lu Hongyan, Su Shishir, Su Ke, and Yin Yong set forth for Shui sect. By the time they arrived at Shui sect, another week had elapsed. "Master Ning, I did not expect it would be you leading the team this time. I truly appreciate your efforts." Elder Shui, the 3rd elder of the Shui sect, smiled as he ushered Ning Wuqiu and his companions into the grand hall. "Elder, it is good to see you well," Ning Wuqiu replied with a smile. taking a sip of the spiritual tea. Elder Shui Xuanzai glanced at Lin Yansheng and the others, a flicker of joy appearing in his eyes, and said, Master Ning, why not let the disciples amuse themselves? He made this suggestion deliberately, feeling quite confident since Luo Fu and Shengwan Shuiwei were absent. You may go and enjoy yourselves, but do be cautious not to overindulge, Ning Wuqiu advised Lin Yansheng and the others. They nodded and left the hall, just as a group of young men approached them. One disciple from the Shuiwei sect provocatively remarked, Oh, are these not the people from the Tianwen sect? Back to our Shuiwei sect to be tormented again, are we? Beside him, other disciples from the Shuiwei sect sneered, completely dismissing Lin Yansheng and his companions. Where did this trash come from? Get lost. Wang Zhe, a person who valued his pride, was infuriated by the public humiliation and immediately erupted in anger, cursing. He unleashed his spiritual power, lunging at the disciple who had mocked them. They had come to the Shuiwei sect ostensibly for discourse, but it was clear that their true intent was to engage in combat, testing whose strength was superior. Overestimating oneself, the Shuiwei disciple was no pushover either. He released his own spiritual power and retaliated with a punch, clashing directly with Wang Zhe. As their fists collided, spiritual energy surged violently, and both sides were forced to step back. Wang Zhe's expression darkened. Encountering an opponent of comparable strength on his first move at the Shuiwei sect did not bode well. The Shuiwei disciples, witnessing their comrade being pushed back, exclaimed in surprise, Tianzhong, are you all right? Tianzhong was quite renowned among the Shuiwei disciples, being a seed-level disciple of the sect, ranked among the gold tier. The ranking of disciples in the Shuiwei sect differs from that of ordinary sects. They classify their members into copper, silver, gold, and star tiers. Star-tier disciples are exceedingly rare, representing the most powerful and exceptional among the sect, with only a handful present. Gold-tier disciples hold a significant status, often being the direct disciples of elders, possessing remarkable talents. I am fine. This person possesses some skill. He must be listed on the Tianwen rankings. Tianzhong responded to the Shuiwei disciples before turning to Wang Zhe and inquiring, I am Tianzhong, a gold-tier disciple of the Shuiwei sect. Who might you be on the Tianwen rankings? He believed that aside from those on the Tianwen rankings, no peer could rival him. Tianwen sect, Wang Zhe replied coolly, revealing his name. Tianzhong's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Lin Yansheng and the others, stating, You are merely ranked 10th. It seems there is some level of skill among those on the Tianwen rankings. He had initially assumed that Wang Zhe was among the top 5 figures on the Tianwen ranking, only to discover he was merely 10th. Which led him to realize that perhaps they had underestimated the disciples of the Tianwen sect. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned. Even if their elite disciples were not formidable enough to dominate those from the Tianwen sect, they still possessed stellar disciples. He had faith that the stellar disciples of the Shuiwei sect surpassed those ranked on the Tianwen ranking. Lin Yansheng smiled and inquired, Does your Shuiwei sect have a debate arena or a similar venue? It was evident that the disciples of Shuiwei sect regarded them with disdain, and he had no qualms about teaching them a lesson collectively. Tianzhong furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback that a member of the Tianwen sect would pose such a foolish question, and coldly replied, Of course we do. What do you intend to do? Lin Yansheng's smile grew even more amiable as he responded, I have no particular intentions. I simply wish for you to summon your most formidable disciple from the Shuiwei sect to join me in the debate arena, so I can deal with all of you at once, rather than wasting time with individual confrontations. Chapter 78. One person sweeps all. Tanaka exclaimed furiously, arrogant. I, Tanaka, have trained for so long and have never encountered someone so presumptuous. There were only 10 individuals present, yet Lin Yansheng audaciously demanded that he summon the formidable ones, suggesting they all join in a collective challenge. It was utterly infuriating. Lin Yansheng responded, Well, today you have met such a person. We are here to engage in battle. Being a bit boastful is of no consequence. The sooner we subdue the disciples of the Shuiwei sect, the sooner we can return to our own sect. Tanaka instructed several disciples of the Shuiwei sect, then swiftly departed. His strength was barely sufficient to contend with Wang Zhe, and he required stronger allies for assured success. Upon arriving at the Shuiwei sect's debate arena, Lin Yansheng and his companions found that a considerable number of people were already present. Their arrival instantly drew the attention of the entire assembly. A tall and imposing man wielding a colossal axe approached, inquiring in a low voice, Are you disciples of the Tianwen sect? Here for a debate between the two sects? A formidable aura emanated from him, indicating his considerable strength. Brother Aoax, please entertain them well with your axe. But do be cautious not to cleave them in two. They appear somewhat fragile, called the disciples of the Shuiwa sect. Expressing their confidence in this imposing figure, known as Aoax, a distinguished disciple of their sect, Lin Yinxing regarded the towering Aoax and replied calmly, "We are disciples of the Tianwen sect." This giant exuded a stronger presence than Tanaka, suggesting that even Wang Zhe, ranked 10th on the Tianwen list, might not be his match. "Someone come and play with me," Aoax declared, stepping into the center of the debate arena and swinging his massive axe, unleashing a tempestuous surge of spiritual power. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Tongyu realm, and he was on the verge of breaking into the Xiaoyao realm. The other disciples of the Shuiwa sect retreated to the periphery of the arena, beginning to cheer for Aoax. "I will play with him," Xiang Dali said to Lin Yinxing and the others, retrieving a massive wolf-tooth club as he entered the debate arena. His overwhelming spiritual power matched that of Aoax, both being at the peak of the Tongyu realm, tantalizingly close to the Xiaoyao realm. Is it wise to let Xiang Dali, ranked 4th on the Tianwen list, take the stage so soon? Suke voiced his concern. He worried that Xiang Dali might expose his strength prematurely, making him a target. If Xiang Dali were to be defeated, they would be left with few capable fighters. "Fear not, the axe wielder is no match for Xiang Dali," Lin Yinxing replied nonchalantly. Xiang Dali's strength was formidable, nearing the threshold of the Quasi-King realm. Unless the Shuiwa sect dispatched a practitioner of the Quasi-King realm, they would struggle against him. Unless they relied on sheer realm superiority. As the battle commenced in the debate arena, both combatants engaged in a direct confrontation, the wolf-tooth club clashing violently with the axe, providing a spectacle of raw power. Soon, Aoax found himself at a disadvantage, ultimately being struck by Xiang Dali's club and sent flying, spitting blood in the process. In the Watermoon sect, the esteemed disciple, Ao Fu, faced defeat. Outside the debating arena, the disciples who had been cheering were rendered silent, astonished by Ao Fu's unexpected loss. "Look, here come Brother Tianzhong and his companions." Upon their arrival, Tianzhong, accompanied by a dozen individuals, observed Ao Fu, who had just risen from the ground, his energy visibly diminished. Their expressions subtly shifted as they realized the gravity of the situation. With such a small contingent, they would surely falter once the confrontation truly began. Lin Yinxing, watching Tianzhong and his entourage, could not resist taunting them further. The strength of those accompanying Tianzhong was likely on par with his own, indicating they were also esteemed disciples. In response to the provocation, Tianzhong retorted, "Enough of your bravado. Why not take us all on by yourself?" Aware that the participants from the Tianwen sect were not to be underestimated, he hoped to lure the opponents into a trap, allowing them to overwhelm and defeat one before the real battle commenced. "Very well, let us engage together," Lin Yinxing replied, feigning reluctance as he confidently approached the arena, leaving Xiang Dali to descend while he stood alone atop the platform. "Foolishness, let us charge together," Tianzhong sneered, leading his group onto the stage. While a coordinated assault was not typically honorable, it was permissible if initiated by the opponent. Much like the inevitability of a reckless individual's demise, one could not prevent their folly. Standing upon the debating arena, Tianzhong smugly declared, "If you kneel and admit your mistakes now, I shall allow them to withdraw and face you alone. Spare me the nonsense. Simply prepare to be struck." Lin Yinxing replied coolly, launching himself forward and delivering a powerful punch to an unsuspecting Tianzhong. With a resounding crash, spiritual energy erupted, sending Tianzhong hurtling over 100 meters, landing awkwardly on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, ears, and nose. "Altogether, bring him down." The other disciples of the Watermoon sect were momentarily stunned, before one shouted, unleashing a formidable wave of spiritual energy, prompting the others to follow suit. The sight of a dozen peak practitioners unleashing their power was indeed formidable, as multiple auras converged upon Lin Yinxing. Yet, with a single step, he vanished before one disciple, delivering a crushing blow that felled him. As the others hurled their artifacts at him, Lin Yinxing enveloped himself in a protective shroud of spiritual energy, effortlessly deflecting the incoming projectiles. With a swift motion, he countered, a surge of black spiritual energy erupting, sending several Water Moon sect disciples flying. Finally, he unleashed a dual-colored concentrated force, overwhelming all remaining disciples from the Water Moon sect, casting them from the arena. In mere minutes, the dozen esteemed disciples were unable to withstand his might and fell before him. Outside the arena, the disciples of the Water Moon sect were left speechless, utterly astonished that a single individual from the Tianwen sect could so effortlessly vanquish their formidable disciples. Su Ke exclaimed in disbelief, "Brother Lin is truly remarkable, having single-handedly defeated over a dozen masters from the Water Moon sect with such apparent ease." Among the individuals who arrived from the Tianwen sect, only he and Su Shishir were new disciples. Su Shishir, having developed a good rapport with Lin Yanxing and having witnessed his prowess firsthand, was well aware of his capabilities. Thus, it was only he who remained oblivious to the strength of Lin Yanxing, a formidable contender on the Tianwen ranking. Muchuan observed Lin Yanxing, who stood unrivaled in the Dao discussion arena, and remarked, "Lin Yanxing has already reached the threshold of the King realm, exhibiting greater strength than during the Seven Peaks Grand Competition." During the previous competition, Lin Yanxing had indeed been formidable, yet he relied on hidden cards back then. Now, he merely employed his standard attack methods. Tianzhong, rising from the ground, shouted to the disciples of the Shui sect, "Quickly summon Senior Brother Xingpin." After uttering these words, he collapsed once more onto the ground. In an instant, numerous disciples from the Shui sect departed, eager to seek out their strongest disciple, the esteemed Xingpin. Chapter 79. The defensive capabilities of the heavenly mechanism Umbrella Lin Yanxing. When those disciples from the Water Moon sect arrive, allow me to confront them. Hu Jia exclaimed, filled with elation upon noticing the Water Moon sect's reinforcements. He had been concerned about the Water Moon sect's lack of formidable fighters, but it seemed his worries were unfounded. Mu Chuan, exhibiting the utmost composure, cautioned, "Do not underestimate them. The star-tier disciples of the Water Moon sect are formidable." During the last debate between the two sects, their 3-star-tier disciples decisively defeated our Tianwen sect, and even Yang Yi fell before their might. The memories of that event from 2 years ago remained vividly etched in his mind, as he too had faced humiliation at the hands of a star-tier disciple. Yun Mingyao's cold, indifferent gaze betrayed no emotion as she remarked, "It appears that the Water Moon sect now boasts 5 star-tier disciples." Although she had not participated in the previous debate, she was well acquainted with its details. When the star-tier disciples of the Water Moon sect arrived, it was likely that only Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia among their 10 could stand a chance against them. The sole requirement for becoming a star-tier disciple of the Water Moon sect was to step into the realm of quasi-kings, which meant that all their star-tier disciples were, without exception, quasi-king level cultivators. A quarter of an hour later, 5 young men and women clad in celestial robes appeared, 3 males and 2 females, each exuding an exceptional aura, accompanied by numerous disciples from the Water Moon sect. Upon their arrival, they immediately spotted Lin Yanxing on the debating stage. One of the young men, regarding Lin Yanxing with disdain, coldly remarked, "Is it true that the disciples of Tianwen sect have grown so arrogant? It seems they have forgotten the lessons of 2 years ago." With that, he leaped onto the debating stage, locking eyes with Lin Yanxing. "Go for it, Xinhua." A female disciple from the Water Moon sect shouted, evidently infatuated with the star-tier disciple in the arena. Lin Yanxing glanced at the jubilant disciples of the Water Moon sect outside the debating stage and addressed Xinhua. "One must not dwell on past glories. Such fixation can lead to a fall." From the moment he entered the Water Moon sect, he sensed their condescension, which is a grave misstep for any sect. Arrogance can lead to the downfall of oneself and one's sect, even for the most esteemed. "Indeed, we shall continue our illustrious legacy," Xinhua responded, then inquired, "What is your name?" "I refuse to engage with nameless individuals." As a star-tier disciple and a quasi-king level cultivator, he possessed the pride and the grounds to be proud. He would not deign to acknowledge ordinary folk, had it not been for the claims of the Water Moon sect's disciples about the formidable and conceited Tianwen disciples, who single-handedly subdued a group of golden-tier disciples. He would not have even bothered to show up. Lin Yanxing allowed a faint smirk to escape, stating, "I am Lin Yanxing, the senior disciple of the Wuqing Peak of Tianwen sect." He was aware that uttering the title of Wuqing Peak's senior disciple would invite ridicule and disdain. As anticipated, Xinhua's brow furrowed slightly as he retorted, "The least esteemed Wuqing Peak?" Since when did those from Wuching Peak dare to participate in the debates between the two sects? It is not that he looks down upon Wuching Peak, but rather that for the past decade, Wuching Peak has been feeble and pitiful, leaving an indelible impression in people's minds. There has never been a stipulation prohibiting practitioners from Wuching Peak from participating in the discussions between sects, Lin Yinxing replied nonchalantly. Once again underestimated, yet he remained unfazed, for he understood that those who dwell on the past are destined to be blind to the future. Xinhua shook his head slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. Then let me witness your strength, master brother of Wuching Peak, Lin Yinxing. He had not anticipated that his opponent would be a practitioner from Wuching Peak, one who had not even made it onto the Tianwen ranking. Had he known, he would not have been the first to step forward. 2 years prior, it was he who had left Yi Fifan and Lin Tianyu in despair. And now he had only grown stronger. Boom. Both Lin Yinxing and Xinhua unleashed their spiritual power simultaneously, emanating a pressure formidable enough to overwhelm ordinary practitioners of the Tongyu realm, and then they both lunged forward. As they neared each other, they each threw a punch. Their fists collided directly, and the clash of their spiritual energies erupted, causing the expressions of Muxuan and the others outside the discussion arena to shift dramatically. This was the prowess of practitioners in the Quasi-King realm. Were they in their place, they would have been knocked down by that first blow. Once the force of their punches dissipated, both Xinhua and Lin Yinxing stepped back a few paces, the gravity of their gazes upon each other intensifying. Xinhua drew forth his weapon, a high-grade Earth-tier artifact, the Stellar Battle Blade, and fixed his gaze upon Lin Yinxing, stating, in the Quasi-King realm, I did not expect a practitioner from Wuching Peak to enter this domain, yet you remain absent from the Tianwen ranking. Wuching Peak has concealed itself quite deeply. I am not disappointed. To him, Lin Yinxing seemed to be a Quasi-King level practitioner deliberately hidden by Wuching Peak or the Tianwen sect, for otherwise he would not have remained unlisted on the ranking. Lin Yinxing's consciousness stirred, and the heavenly mechanism umbrella appeared in his grasp, facing a Quasi-King level practitioner. He too had to be earnest. This opponent was no lesser than Yang Yitan. Xinhua raised his stellar battle blade, charging forth with a swift slash aimed at Lin Yinxing. A tremendous force of spiritual energy coalesced upon the blade, accompanied by an endless intent to kill. He was a formidable swordsman, and this strike was sufficient to slay nearly all practitioners beneath the Quasi-King realm, with even Quasi-King practitioners potentially unable to withstand it. Lin Yinxing swung the heavenly mechanism umbrella to meet the stellar battle blade, feeling the sharp intent of the blade. He opened the umbrella, instantly repelling all the intent and spiritual energy outside. His heavenly mechanism umbrella was indeed a divine artifact, incomparable to an Earth-tier high-grade artifact, even if he was unable to fully harness its divine power. Xinhua retreated a few steps, eyeing the umbrella with suspicion. This umbrella is peculiar. He had encountered various artifacts, yet this was the first time he had seen a practitioner wielding an umbrella as a weapon. You cannot defeat me. It would be wise to concede, Lin Yinxing declared, summoning the heavenly mechanism umbrella to float before him, radiating divine light. With the umbrella by his side, he believed Xinhua would struggle to harm him, confident in the defensive capabilities of the heavenly mechanism umbrella. In the early stages of his cultivation, he had managed to withstand numerous ferocious assaults from the Quasi-King level practitioner Yang Yitan, using merely the heavenly mechanism umbrella. Now, his prowess had significantly surpassed that period. However, one might argue that it was merely a battered umbrella. Zino spoke, gripping the starry blade tightly, and unleashed a powerful slash towards Lin Yinxing. A colossal blue blade of light erupted, instantaneously slicing towards Lin Yinxing, rendering the heavenly mechanism umbrella seemingly insignificant beneath its might. Yet, as the blade of light struck the divine radiance emitted by the umbrella, it disintegrated without making even the slightest dent in the umbrella's defense. Witnessing his concentrated attack effortlessly thwarted, Zino exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? What caliber of artifact is this umbrella?" His strike had been infused with all his spiritual energy and intent, intended to overwhelm Lin Yinxing in a single blow, but it was unexpectedly dismissed with such ease, leaving him in a state of incredulity. Chapter 80. Are you not seeking death? I suggest you concede, Lin Yinxing declared, gripping the heavenly mechanism umbrella. In the face of an opponent of equal caliber, armed with a divine artifact, he was nearly invincible. Impossible, Zino retorted defiantly. charging forth with a blade aimed at Lin Yinxing's head. Had he succeeded in landing a blow, it could have been fatal. However, Lin Yinxing deflected the strike with the umbrella, significantly diminishing the force of Zino's attack. Seizing the moment, he retaliated by directing the umbrella towards Zino. Although Zino managed to parry the blow, it was sufficient distraction. As the umbrella was deflected, Lin Yinxing surged forward, seizing the umbrella with his left hand while delivering a powerful punch with his right. Zino, having just exerted his strength, was compelled to raise his hand in defense and met Lin Yinxing's punch head-on. A pair of floating stupa seals manifested within Lin Yinxing's fist, colliding against Zino's palm. Boom! A terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted, striking Zino directly. Despite his immediate effort to channel all his power in defense, he was violently thrown back, blood spewing from his mouth. His outstretched arm was left grievously wounded, bone and flesh laid bare. In contrast, Lin Yinxing, having unleashed the stupa seals, swiftly retreated, shielding himself with the umbrella against the ensuing shockwave. Lin Yinxing, how dare you resort to such treachery during the discussions of the two sects? You must be punished. A furious voice rang out. One of the 5-star tier disciples ascended into the air, launching an attack against Lin Yinxing with a palm strike. A formidable reserve of spiritual energy coalesced in the air, transforming into a colossal hand that descended upon Lin Yinxing. He raised the heavenly mechanism umbrella, invoking its divine light for protection just as the massive palm struck down upon it. Boom! The resulting shockwave was so powerful that many disciples from the Water Moon sect were sent flying, illustrating the magnitude of the attack. Lin Yinxing, still grasping the umbrella, was propelled back several meters, his gaze piercing as he focused on the assailant who had approached him. This individual had already attained the realm of Carefree and appeared to have recently broken through into the Quasi-King domain, showcasing a strength far superior to that of his peers, including Jiang Yang. A few disciples then arrived to carry Zino away. Given his injuries, he would require months to recuperate. The Carefree Realm star-tier disciple fixed his cold gaze on Lin Yinxing, remarking, "Lin Yinxing, your umbrella boasts impressive defensive capabilities. Let us see if it can withstand my assault." He was the second strongest among the 5-star tier disciples and one of the 2 who had achieved breakthrough into the Carefree Realm. Unable to contain himself, Hu Jia soared to Lin Yinxing's side and addressed the Carefree Realm disciple. "How shameless of you to challenge a Convergence Realm practitioner. I too am in the Carefree Realm. Let us compare strengths and see if you can withstand my blows." Turning to Lin Yinxing, he inquired, "Are you unscathed?" The previous strike was formidable, reaching the mid-stage of the Carefree Realm, capable of annihilating even a practitioner at the initial stage of the same realm. "Fortunately, I had my Tianshu umbrella, otherwise I might have sustained injuries," Lin Yinxing remarked, lifting the umbrella in his hand with a smile. Just moments ago, a disciple from the Water Moon sect, at the Carefree Realm, had suddenly attacked him. Had it not been for the Tianshu umbrella, he would have likely been injured. Hu Jia interjected, "You should take a moment to rest. It's my turn to fight now." He had been waiting for his opportunity, but previously, only disciples of the ethereal realm had engaged, making it inappropriate for a practitioner of the Carefree Realm to bully the weak. It was only now that a practitioner from the Water Moon sect at the Carefree Realm had taken action, granting him his chance. Very well. Lin Yinxing did not decline and promptly exited the contest arena. "Who are you and what is your name?" The Carefree Realm star disciple inquired of Hu Jia after Lin Yinxing left the stage. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Hu Jia, who, despite his youth, had already attained the Carefree Realm. In contrast, he himself had only reached that stage at the age of 28, making his accomplishments seem rather unimpressive. Hu Jia replied nonchalantly, "Did your mother not teach you to introduce yourself before asking for someone else's name?" He had little interest in names. He preferred to engage in combat regardless of his opponent's identity. After all, no matter the name, they were no match for him. Taking a deep breath, the disciple introduced himself, "I am Guchang. What is your name?" Approaching 30 years of age, he felt a significant age disparity, as Hu Jia was merely 18, making him feel as though he was not sparring with a peer, but rather bullying a child. "Guchang, soon, you will realize just how weak you truly are." Hu Jia mused, adding, "As for me, I am Hu Jia, unparalleled in the world." With that, he eagerly launched himself forward, delivering a punch aimed directly at Guchang's face. Guchang crossed his arms defensively, only to be met with an indescribable force that struck his arms, followed by an impact that sent him crashing backward. He flew several dozen meters through the air before finally coming to a halt. His face reddened, not from embarrassment, but from the sheer force of the blow. Observing Guchong, who had been sent flying, Hu Jia commented, "Not bad. You can serve as a makeshift training dummy." Had Guchong been an ordinary practitioner at the initial stage of the carefree realm, he would have perished from that single strike. "Do not let your pride blind you," Guchong exclaimed as he extended his arm, summoning a battle flag. With a swift motion, he unleashed a terrifying storm of spiritual power, hurtling toward Hu Jia at great speed. Hu Jia, witnessing the approaching tempest, retaliated with a punch that unleashed a devastating surge of spiritual energy, colliding with the storm and tearing through it, continuing its trajectory toward Guchong. Guchong's expression shifted dramatically as he unleashed his own spiritual energy, swinging the battle flag to intercept the incoming force. Boom! The clash of their energies erupted in a fearsome explosion, sending Guchong flying once again for several meters. In the realm outside the arena, a group of disciples from the Shui sect displayed expressions of disbelief. Their senior brother, Guchong, was utterly incapable of matching the seemingly innocent boy who resembled a young girl. It is worth noting that Guchong had triumphed over the prodigy Yang Yitan 2 years prior, having broken through to the realm of Xiaoyao within the Quasi-King domain. Upon entering the Xiaoyao realm, he possessed strength surpassing that of an average mid-stage practitioner. Yet, he found himself outmatched by this individual from the Tianwen sect. "Now, it is evident who holds the upper hand," Hu Jia declared with pride, his form once again soaring forth with astonishing speed, appearing before Guchong in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful punch. Guchong's expression turned unusually grave as he brandished his battle flag towards Hu Jia, while a flicker of delight surged within him. His battle flag was a remarkable artifact of superior grade, endowed with formidable lethality. And the fact that Hu Jia chose to engage him in close combat without utilizing any artifacts seemed akin to courting death. Chapter 81. Stealing the body grass under the watchful gaze of countless disciples from the Shui sect, Hu Jia transformed into a fist of jade green, colliding with the battle flag, unleashing an unparalleled force of impact. The terrifying power reverberated, causing Guchong's arms to go numb as he was hurled backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood and crashing outside the debate arena. A green-clad woman, one of the 5-star disciples of Shui sect, approached Guchong and inquired, "Are you all right, Guchong?" She was the foremost practitioner among the disciples of Shui sect, equally a cultivator of the free and easy realm, harboring aspirations to rival Shangguan Shui of the Tianwen sect, showing little interest in others. Struggling to rise from the ground, Guchong looked at the green-clad woman and remarked, "That fellow is peculiar, able to confront magical artifacts with bare hands. My internal organs have been severely shaken. I require a period of recuperation. Are you not going to intervene?" He believed that the only one capable of contending with Hu Jia from Shui sect was this very woman before him. "I have no desire to engage with him," the green-clad woman replied, casting a glance at Hu Jia hovering above the debate arena. Having said that, she turned to leave, for her purpose in coming here was solely for Shangguan Shui. With Shangguan Shui's absence, her desire to take action dissipated. The disciples of Shui sect dispersed, feeling embarrassed to linger any longer. Even their star disciples had fallen before the Tianwen sect, leaving them with little to say. Of course, 3 of the 5-star disciples had yet to make a move, but with the green-clad woman refraining from intervening, the efforts of the other 2 cultivators of the ethereal realm would not alter the outcome. In the ethereal realm, the Tianwen sect had Lin Yansheng, who stood invincible with his umbrella. Meanwhile, in the free and easy realm, the Tianwen sect boasted Hu Jia, who could confront magical artifacts with bare hands, possessing terrifying strength. With just these 2 individuals, the disciples of Shui sect found themselves utterly subdued. The Shui sect had prepared a courtyard for the Tianwen sect members, and after departing from the debate arena, Lin Yansheng and his companions arrived at this courtyard. Ning Wuqia was already present within. Upon seeing Lin Yansheng and the others return, he smiled and remarked, "Well done. You've certainly quelled the spirit of the Shui sect disciples." Hu Jia interjected, "I haven't had my fill of fighting yet. I only managed 1 match, and the Shui sect folks have already withdrawn. How boring." He had anticipated an evenly matched battle, only to find that the Shui sect disciples were utterly unprepared and quite cowardly. Ning Wuqia chuckled and said, "I have heard about you confronting a high-grade Earth-level magical artifact with your bare hands. Even I was taken aback, let alone those disciples from Shui sect." He did not know Hu Jia very well, only that he had achieved a high rank in the Seven Peaks competition and seemed to be quite close to his disciple. Beyond that, he was not well informed. Today, he came to realize that he and many within the Tianwen sect had perhaps underestimated Hu Jia's prowess. An 18-year-old cultivator of the free and easy realm, effortlessly defeating peers wielding high-grade, Earth-level magical artifacts. Especially those who had just broken through from the Quasi-King realm to the free and easy realm. It dawned on him that Hu Jia might not simply be a Quasi-King level cultivator. After a brief pause, Ning Wuqie remarked, "The two sects will engage in discourse for at least 3 days. We shall return to the Tianwen sect after 3 days. During this time, you must refrain from venturing into the forbidden areas of the Shui sect to avoid giving them any pretext to target you." On the second day at the Shui sect, Lin Yansheng, Hu Jia, and Su Shishir wandered through the sect, exploring every accessible area. Despite the palpable hostility from the Shui disciples, none dared to confront them, allowing the trio to roam undisturbed. Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in Lin Yansheng's mind. "Host, it has been detected that the Shui sect cultivates body-strengthening grass. Please proceed to collect it. Upon completion of this task, assistance will be provided to enhance the host's constitution." Lin Yansheng halted, a look of surprise crossing his features. While the body-strengthening grass is not particularly precious, its rarity lies in its ability to augment the physical strength of practitioners in the body refinement realm, rendering it of modest value. The Tianwen sect does not possess any body-strengthening grass, as there are no practitioners of that realm within its ranks. Noticing Lin Yansheng's unusual expression, Su Shishir inquired, "Brother Lin, what is the matter? I have a sudden matter to attend to. You too may return to the courtyard." Lin Yansheng replied hurriedly before departing. The act of harvesting the sect's spiritual herbs was not one of honor, and should he be caught, it could lead to complications. Thus, he chose not to involve Hu Jia and Su Shishir. After a thorough exploration, Lin Yansheng stealthily entered the Shui sect's spiritual herb garden, discovering a disciple stationed at a pavilion guarding the herbs. Seizing the moment, he took out the Dinghai Shenju and unleashed a binding light, immobilizing the Shui disciple. He then leapt over the pavilion and into the heart of the spiritual herb garden. After a brief search, he found 3 specimens of body-strengthening grass and collected them without hesitation. Task completed. The plan to cultivate the host's reincarnated battle body will now commence, the system announced. Subsequently, Lin Yansheng utilized the Dinghai Shenju to teleport outside the spiritual herb garden before confidently returning to the courtyard. A day later, it became known throughout the Shui sect that a skilled thief had infiltrated the spiritual herb garden and stolen the body-strengthening grass. Elder Wu, the 5th elder of the Shui sect, arrived at the courtyard, demanding to inspect Lin Yansheng and his companions for any signs of the theft. Lin Yansheng had long since transferred the body-strengthening grass to the system, so he felt no trepidation regarding the search. However, to his surprise, Hu Jia refused Elder Wu's request for a search. All eyes turned to Hu Jia, and a disciple accompanying Elder Wu accused him. "You must be the one who stole the body-strengthening grass." "I did not," Hu Jia retorted coldly. He had indeed not stolen the grass, nor did he see the need to. Such a humble herb was beneath his notice. "Then why do you refuse the search?" Elder Wu pressed, his tone growing more severe. He too suspected Hu Jia of the theft, questioning why the others from the Tianwen sect did not object to the search, while only Hu Jia declined. "I have not taken anything from your esteemed Watermoon sect. So on what grounds do you search me?" Hu Jia retorted. He was a person of secrets, and it was unthinkable for him to allow the members of the Watermoon sect to conduct a search. Moreover, even in the absence of secrets, a cultivator naturally resents intrusions into their privacy. The 5th elder of the Watermoon sect sneered, "If we do not search, how can we ascertain that you have not taken anything from our sect?" The more vehemently Hu Jia opposed, the more it suggested his guilt, thus intensifying the elder's determination to search him. Observing that the 5th elder of the Watermoon sect had no intention of letting Hu Jia off the hook, Lin Yansheng interjected, "The body-constructing grass was picked by me. It has nothing to do with Hu Jia. Furthermore, I have already consumed the grass, so do tell. How do you wish to punish me?" It was indeed Lin Yansheng who had taken the body-constructing grass, and he would not allow Hu Jia to take the blame for him. If it were an enemy, it might be different, but Hu Jia was his friend, and a good one at that. Chapter 82. The trouble arising from the body-refining herb. Elder Wu of Shui West sect cast a cold gaze upon Lin Yansheng and remarked icily, "Did you pilfer my body-refining herb?" This herb was personally cultivated by him, intended for his grandson's benefit. Since it had been stolen by Lin Yansheng, he thought to forego the herb altogether, seizing the opportunity to obtain something far superior. Of course, this was contingent upon the truth of Lin Yansheng's theft, rather than it being the doing of Hu Jia. "It was I," Lin Yansheng admitted. He had no desire to clandestinely harvest the body-refining herb, and upon procuring it, it had been claimed by the system. Nevertheless, it was a task assigned by the system, and thus, he felt compelled to comply. Elder Wu of Shui West sect chuckled coldly to himself, masking his true feelings with a facade of generosity. "How about this? I am not an unreasonable man. You shall compensate me with that umbrella you employ in battle." He had heard from the disciples of Shui West sect that Lin Yansheng of Tianwen sect possessed an umbrella, the rank of which was indiscernible, yet it had the capacity to withstand the full force of Zhino's strike, indicating it was no ordinary item. Lin Yansheng resolutely rejected the proposition, stating, "Absolutely not. That umbrella is my life weapon. I cannot part with it." The audacity of Elder Wu to covet his treasured Tianji umbrella for merely a few stalks of body-refining herb was nothing short of absurd. Shui Miao turned to Ning Wuqiu and remarked, "Leader Ning, this Lin Yansheng is your disciple, is he not? Is this how you instruct your students? To steal and evade responsibility." Losing 3 stalks of body-refining herb might not seem significant, yet it provided him the perfect pretext to chastise Lin Yansheng for his foolishness in daring to steal spiritual materials from Shui West sect. Ning Wuqiu interjected, "Elder Wu, allow me to propose this. I will compensate you with a high-grade earthly artifact. How does that sound?" High-grade earthly artifacts are esteemed by practitioners of the Xiaoyao realm, and exchanging them for 3 stalks of body-refining herb would indeed be a considerable loss. However, if it meant assuaging Shui Miao's grievances, it was a sacrifice he was willing to make, as the peak master of Wuqiu Peak could readily procure such an item. Shui Miao remained unmoved, declaring, "No, that will not suffice. Unless you offer me a heavenly artifact, your disciple must surrender that umbrella to me." He was not in need of high-grade earthly artifacts. Rather, it was heavenly artifacts that he coveted. Should Ning Wuqiu provide one, he would willingly relinquish his claim to Lin Yansheng's umbrella. Lin Yansheng scoffed, "You truly have the audacity to make such outrageous demands. Merely 3 stalks of body-refining herb, and you dare to ask for a heavenly artifact? Have you no shame?" Heavenly artifacts were treasures of immense rarity. How could they be offered as compensation to Shui Miao? Unperturbed, Shui Miao retorted with a cold smile, "Then simply hand over your umbrella to me, and all shall be resolved." After all, this was Shui West sect, and the terms of compensation were ultimately at his discretion. Lin Yansheng replied, "I will not part with a heavenly artifact, nor will I relinquish my umbrella. If needed, I shall procure 3 stalks of body-refining herb to return to you." Each stalk of body-refining herb was worth merely 10,000 spirit stones. Thus, 3 stalks amounted to 30,000 spirit stones. He could easily spend 300,000 spirit stones to obtain 30 stalks of the herb, providing tenfold compensation to Shui Miao. The old man now seeks not the body-establishing grass, but rather demands compensation for his umbrella. Shui Miao shook her head, resorting to stubbornness. Within the Watermoon sect, decisions cannot be made by those of the Tianwen sect. Ning Wuqiu spoke in a deep tone, "Elder Shui Miao, do you not feel a sense of shame in tormenting a junior?" He had not anticipated that Lin Yansheng would venture to gather spiritual materials from the Watermoon sect, nor did he expect such a dignified elder to behave so shamelessly. Sect leader Ning, speaking in vain is futile. You should properly persuade your precious disciple to return my umbrella. Otherwise, your plans to return to the Tianwen sect tomorrow shall be dashed, Shui Miao declared as she departed, leaving some disciples of the Watermoon sect to guard the courtyard. This courtyard lay within the Watermoon sect. Should Ning Wuqiu attempt to force his way out, it would inevitably alert the elders of the Watermoon sect, making escape impossible. "Old man, and esteemed others, I have caused you trouble," Lin Yansheng expressed with guilt towards Ning Wuqiu and the others. He had not expected such pettiness from an elder of the Watermoon sect, nor that she would fixate on his celestial umbrella. He feared he was in deep trouble, as Shui Miao was determined to possess his umbrella and would not allow him to leave the Water Moon sect easily. Ning Wuxia patted Lin Yinsheng's shoulder and reassured him. Yinsheng, I recognize you are not one to covet such trifles. There must be a reason for your actions. However, it is troubling that Elder Shui Miao, despite her status, possesses such a small-minded temperament. We are likely to face considerable difficulties. In the Water Moon sect, they found themselves isolated and at a disadvantage, which was quite unfavorable for them. Su Ke then inquired, Senior Brother Lin Yinsheng, what do you intend to do with the 3 body-establishing grasses? He bore grievances towards Lin Yinsheng, as they had been poised to depart the Water Moon sect and return to the Tianwen sect the following day. Now, thanks to Lin Yinsheng's actions, that plan was in jeopardy. Lin Yinsheng opened his mouth, at a loss for words. He could not reveal that it was the system that compelled him to act thus, and Su Ke was not genuinely curious about his intentions with the body-establishing grasses. It was merely a venting of his dissatisfaction. Enough, you all should rest well. I will find a way, Ning Wuxia stated. However, he too felt somewhat powerless. For the strength of the Water Moon sect was on par with that of the Tianwen sect, and he clearly lacked the capability to confront the entire Tianwen sect. Su Ke, Wang Zhe, and the other disciples returned to their respective rooms, leaving only Ning Wuxia and Lin Yinsheng in the courtyard. Old man, I have caused you trouble, Lin Yinsheng murmured softly. Ning Wuxia had initially led the team to the Water Moon sect for a discourse between the two sects, which had been progressing well. As the disciples of the Water Moon sect were no match for those of the Tianwen sect, they were supposed to set out for their sect the next day, possibly earning rewards from their sect, but now everything was in jeopardy. Ning Wuxia smiled gently. Why speak such words to me? It is merely that the younger ones have also been affected and surely harbor grievances. Just moments ago, Su Ke had been the most vocal in his complaints, and Wang Zhe and the others would naturally share their discontent. After much hesitation, Lin Yinsheng finally spoke. I can lead people out of the Water Moon sect. He possesses the Sea Calming Pearl, an artifact capable of facilitating spatial traversal and transfer. However, the Sea Calming Pearl is the most precious possession he owns, a divine object of utmost significance. Should certain individuals become aware of its formidable capabilities, it could lead to countless troubles for him. Thus, he has consistently endeavored to refrain from utilizing the Sea Calming Pearl. Yet, in the present moment, it appears that resorting to its power is imperative, otherwise, breaking free from the Water Moon sect would be impossible. Ning Wuxia furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, Are you able to escort others away from the Water Moon sect? How do we escape? The Water Moon sect is home to numerous practitioners in the Carefree realm, and even those in the Sun Luo realm, along with celestial-grade artifacts. Moreover, disciples of the Water Moon sect are stationed outside. Escaping from the Water Moon sect is exceedingly challenging. Given the current circumstances, even if we all could fly, we would still be unable to leave the Water Moon sect. Chapter 83. The Death of Xian Liuli. Lin Yinsheng proclaimed, I possess a treasure capable of spatial transfer, enabling us to depart from Shuiyue sect without difficulty. However, this artifact must remain a secret from too many. He refrained from declaring it a supreme divine object. Yet even so, a treasure with spatial capabilities is exceedingly rare. Should others learn of his possession of such a spatial artifact, conflict would inevitably ensue. Even his affiliation with Tianwen sect would offer no protection, for even those within Tianwen would covet a treasure of this nature. After a moment of astonishment, Ning Wuxia suggested, Here is the plan. I will summon them out, then incapacitate them all in an instant, and you can lead everyone away. We can fabricate any excuse later. He understood the significance of the spatial treasure. Thus it was imperative to render the others unconscious to safeguard Lin Yinsheng's secret. Lin Yinsheng concurred, and as the night deepened, he called the others forth. At the moment they stepped outside, Ning Wuxia unleashed a mental attack, stunning them all. Observing the unconscious figures of Hu Jia and the others, Lin Yinsheng produced the Dinghai Shinju. With a flash of blue light, they all vanished. Outside, several disciples of Shuiyue sect, stationed in the courtyard, sensed the disturbance. One among them declared as he forcefully opened the courtyard door. They proceeded to search all the rooms within the courtyard, but found no one. Panic ensued, and they hurried out to inform the elders. In a mountain over 100 miles from Shuiyue sect, a blue light suddenly manifested, revealing Lin Yinsheng, Ning Wuxia, Hu Jia, and the others. As they beheld the forest surrounding them, Ning Wuxia marveled. Truly, the power at play is unfathomable. He began to comprehend why spatial treasures are so highly coveted, as their emergence incites fierce competition among countless cultivators. The ability to allow a practitioner of the Tongyu realm to traverse thousands of miles is indeed a formidable gift. Little did he know, ordinary spatial treasures lack such immense power. Only divine artifacts possess this capability. Lin Yansheng smiled faintly, then seated himself to cultivate and restore his energy. Given his current cultivation level, using the Dinghai Shinju to transport others over such a distance was immensely taxing, nearly depleting his entire spiritual energy and placing a heavy burden upon his soul. He felt exceedingly weak, unable to muster the strength to raise his hand. Even a practitioner of the body refinement realm could pose a threat to him. A ferocious roar echoed, followed by the approach of a colossal bear towering 10 feet tall. The crashing mountain demon bear, a 6th-tier ferocious beast, boasted a remarkably powerful physique and berserk strength, capable of absorbing great force to temporarily enhance its own power. Lin Yansheng opened his eyes to behold the advancing bear, yearning to use the Dinghai Shinju to relocate everyone once more, yet he found himself utterly incapable. As his eyelids slowly descended, his body succumbed, the overload rendering him unconscious. Ningwuk cast a glance at the 10 unconscious disciples of the Tianwen sect and summoned a small sword, charging towards the crumbling mountain demon bear. The bear's destructive power was immense, and he needed to divert its attention. Otherwise, a battle here could endanger Lin Yansheng and the others. After launching several attacks with the small sword, Ningwuk successfully lured the bear away. The beast possessed minimal intelligence, making it relatively easy to mislead, although its formidable physique promised a fierce battle ahead. Once Ningwuk and the crumbling mountain demon bear had departed, Hu Jia rose from the ground, her exquisite face remarkably calm. She had never truly lost consciousness. It was all an act, undetected by Ningwuk and Lin Yansheng. Suddenly, a shadow shot towards her from a distance, coalescing into a delicate man just meters away. The effeminate figure gazed at Hu Jia and remarked with a smile, "You are indeed easy to find." As he spoke, an infinite surge of black spiritual energy erupted from within him, hurtling towards Lin Yansheng. "You seek death." Hu Jia's gaze turned icy as she instantly positioned herself in front of Lin Yansheng, raising her hand to disperse the dark energy with a single palm strike. A radiant light, reminiscent of white jade, enveloped her, transforming her into a being seemingly carved from the purest material. Her silver hair floated gently, and her silver eyes glinted with lethal intent. The effeminate man cast a fleeting glance at Lin Yansheng on the ground, then turned to Hu Jia with a mocking smile, saying, "Xian Liuli, you seem to care quite a bit for this man." A pair of black wings unfurled from his back, and endless black spiritual energy swirled around him, rendering him akin to a dark angel of the night. "Dark angel, do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you?" Hu Jia replied coolly, her voice melodious yet chilling, sending shivers through those who heard it. A crystalline white energy manifested in her right hand, exuding a sacred aura. The being dubbed the Dark Angel spoke. "You, who have forsaken your celestial soul, can still kill me?" His eyes, shrouded in profound darkness, inspired dread. "You may certainly attempt it, and see if I can tear you apart." Hu Jia's voice was frigid as she locked her gaze on the Dark Angel. This individual hailed from the same origin as her, and was among the last people she wished to encounter, yet here he was, standing before her. Should this individual dare to disrupt her current existence, she would have no choice but to eliminate him, even at a cost. The Dark Angel and Hu Jia exchanged glances, their auras growing increasingly formidable. Suddenly, the former smiled and turned to Lin Yansheng, saying, "As expected of Xian Liuli, your words remain so cold-hearted. Yet, why do you care for such a pitiful individual?" In his realm, there were no quasi-king level practitioners, as even the least gifted could attain the king domain. He had transcended that realm, and Hu Jia was even more powerful, one of the most formidable beings from that place, originally named Xian Liuli. Hu Jia responded with indifference. "I am not Xian Liuli, and everything from that place has no bearing on me. Now leave. Whether strong or weak, what does it matter?" The Night Angel remarked with a smile. "It seems that the once glorious Xian Liuli cannot be returned to. I may now return to report, stating that Xian Liuli is deceased. What then? In that realm, he had once been a follower of Xian Liuli, and he was not alone. Countless beings in that place were also devotees of Xian Liuli. Alas, Xian Lioli forsook the celestial soul, withdrew from the contest of the mightiest, abandoned his very essence, and departed from that realm. As you wish, Hu Jia replied coldly. At your command, my lord Xian Lioli. The night angel gazed intently at Hu Jia for a long while before speaking. Then, with a sweep of his wings, the space behind him shattered, and he vanished into the fractured void, which subsequently restored itself. The spiritual energy in Hu Jia's hands dissipated, and his body returned to a normal state. He looked down at Lin Yanxing, his expression complex. He cherished the moments spent with Lin Yanxing. Yet he could not overlook the fact that Lin Yanxing was rather feeble and needed to grow stronger swiftly. Otherwise, when true calamity struck, there would be no avenue for retreat. Chapter 84. Divergence. With a sigh, Hu Jia crouched beside Lin Yanxing, gently touching the latter's forehead. A stream of white spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips, surging into Lin Yanxing's body. He was bestowing spiritual power upon him. After a few minutes, Lin Yanxing's pallid complexion gradually regained its color, and he slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Lin Yanxing awaken, Hu Jia withdrew his hand, standing to the side and advising, do not exert yourself so recklessly in the future. At the very least, do not find yourself in a state of utter defenselessness in a place that is not absolutely secure. Lin Yanxing smiled softly, sitting up and gazing at Hu Jia. Isn't it fortunate to have you around? Not surprised by Hu Jia's awakening, he understood that it was impossible for him to be truly unconscious. He had faith that Hu Jia would not succumb so easily. Hu Jia expressed his astonishment. You knew I was not unconscious? Given his abilities, one would assume that few could discern if he were feigning unconsciousness. Lin Yanxing replied, I surmised it. Someone of your caliber in the sovereign realm could hardly be so easily incapacitated. Ning Wuk was unaware that Hu Jia was a practitioner of the sovereign level and believed that such an assault could render Hu Jia unconscious, but Lin Yanxing, being aware of Hu Jia's prowess, certainly did not entertain that notion. The sovereign realm. Hu Jia murmured thoughtfully for a moment before stating, let us awaken them all. It is perilous to be unconscious in the forest. Ning Wuk had yet to return, and if other ferocious beasts were to arrive while he, too, was ensnared in unconsciousness like Su Shishir and the others, it would spell disaster. Lin Yanxing nodded and proceeded to awaken Su Shishir, Lu Hongyan, and the others one by one. Observing the bewildered expressions of the 8 individuals, he spoke. We have departed from Shui's sect. Mu Chuan inquired, what transpired? How did we leave Shui's sect? Was it Master Ning who attacked us, rendering us unconscious? The other 7 shared similar queries. Yes, to facilitate our escape from Shui's sect, it was necessary for everyone to be rendered unconscious, Lin Yanxing openly acknowledged. There was no point in denying it. Under those circumstances, it was evident that Ning Wuk had unleashed a mental shockwave to incapacitate them. Yun Mingyao glanced around the unfamiliar surroundings and asked, where has Master Ning gone? The place appeared to be an ancient forest, often fraught with danger. Lin Yanxing responded, I too lost consciousness earlier. Before I fell, I encountered a mountain-crushing demon bear, and upon regaining consciousness, both the bear and my master were nowhere to be found. One could easily deduce that Ning Wuk had diverted the mountain-crushing demon bear for their safety. However, it remained uncertain whether he could triumph over such a formidable 6th-level beast, known for its ability to absorb the Earth's power. Yun Mingyao asserted, Master Ning must have drawn the mountain-crushing demon bear away to protect us. We should wait here for his return. Wandering about may lead us into further peril. The mountain-crushing demon bear was indeed powerful, but Ning Wuk, being the master of Wuqing Peak, was certainly no weakling. At the very least, he possessed peak cultivation at the Xianyao realm. And even if he could not defeat the bear, escaping would not pose a problem. Very well. Lin Yanxing nodded, and then resumed his cultivation to restore his spiritual energy. At this point, he could only hope that Ning Wuk would return safely. Given his current state, he could offer little assistance. Host, a mysterious small beast has been discovered 10,000 meters away. Please proceed to sign in. Successful sign-in will reward you with the Rebirth Battle Body. Since this is part of the Rebirth Battle Body training program, subsequent rewards from sign-in tasks will also pertain to the Rebirth Battle Body. The system's sign-in task reappearing after such a long hiatus surprised Lin Yanxing. Moreover, the reward this time was the Rebirth Battle Body, which would transform his ordinary physique into a special one. Indeed, a commendable reward. His current physical constitution was one of his weaknesses, despite possessing formidable spiritual energy. His lack of a strong physique made direct confrontations in battle challenging, necessitating the use of the heavenly mechanism umbrella for defense. Lin Yanxing rose and addressed Wang Zhe and the others, saying, "I have matters to attend to and will be back shortly. Please remain here and do not wander." He was determined to complete this sign-in task, even though the system had not indicated any penalties for failure. The mere thought of missing out on the reward was disheartening. Completing this task would significantly enhance both his spiritual energy and physique, elevating his combat prowess to new heights, potentially even allowing him to enter the realm of kings. "I will accompany you," Hu Jia remarked, looking at Lin Yanxing. The forest was fraught with dangers, and Lin Yanxing had yet to fully recover. Even an encounter with an ordinary 6th-tier fierce beast could pose a threat. All right, Lin Yanxing did not refuse and left with Hu Jia, heading towards the location indicated by the system. He was also curious about the mysterious small beast mentioned by the system. Was it so enigmatic that even the system could not identify it? Once Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia departed, Su Ke suddenly remarked, "Their departure. Could it be that they intend to abandon us and flee?" Among the 10 of them, Hu Jia and Lin Yanxing were the strongest, now that the two most powerful individuals had left. Their remaining companions would find it difficult to withstand any threats that might arise. Su Shishir glared at Su Ke, retorting angrily, "Impossible. Senior brother Lin and senior brother Hu are not the sort of people you suggest." She refused to believe Su Ke's words. Having spent over 6 months with Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia, and felt she knew them well enough to dismiss such notions. Lu Hongyan chimed in, "Indeed. Senior brother Lin and senior brother Hu would never act in such a manner. Besides, once Master Ning is free, he will return to us. Fleeing now would only put them in greater peril." Like Su Shishir, she believed Lin Yanxing to be of good character, and though she did not know Hu Jia well, she figured that as Lin Yanxing's friend, he too must be trustworthy. Yin Yong, holding a differing opinion, speculated, "Perhaps Master Ning has already conspired with them to abandon us. Do not forget that Master Ning has no sons, only Lin Yanxing as his sole disciple. He would never carry us along as a liability. He is a seasoned disciple. Yet he is not well acquainted with Lin Yanxing or Hu Jia, only aware that Lin Yanxing is a true disciple of Ning Wuke, who has no offspring." Upon hearing Yin Yong's words, Wang Zhe frowned slightly and remarked, "Given this perspective, it is indeed plausible. In a forest, the greater the number of individuals, the more likely it is to attract peril, and our strength is undeniably inferior to theirs." He harbored no animosity towards Lin Yanxing, yet after Yin Yong's statement, he began to entertain the possibility. After all, when they were awakened, Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia were already alert, and Ning Wuke was absent. The notion of diverting the mountain-crushing demon bear was merely Lin Yanxing's assertion, not to be taken entirely at face value. Mu Chuan turned to Wang Zhe, Su Ke, and Yin Yong, inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" He was uncertain whether Lin Yanxing, Hu Jia, and Ning Wuke would abandon them, but if that were the case, they certainly needed to devise a plan. They could not remain stationary, as that would amount to a passive acceptance of their fate. Chapter 85. The white beast Su Ke gazed at Mu Chuan and stated, "Remaining here equates to awaiting our demise. Thus, we must depart." His resolve was unwavering, being the first to suspect that Lin Yanxing, Hu Jia, and Ning Wuxia might have forsaken them. Xiang Dali interjected, "We are unaware of our location. How shall we leave? Shall we merely proceed in a single direction?" Clearly, upon witnessing Su Ke, Yin Yong, Wang Zhe, and Mu Chuan contemplating escape, he too yearned to flee. Su Ke replied, "It is our only option. It is far better than stagnating in anticipation of death. If we wait for Master Ning to return and instead encounter formidable beasts, we shall find ourselves trapped." Though his cultivation was meager, merely at the late stage of the Great Sun realm, his thoughts were profound and meticulously considered, subtly positioning him as the leader among the few prepared to flee. Suddenly, Yun Mingyao, who had remained silent, spoke, "If Master Ning and Lin Yanxing, along with Hu Jia, have not abandoned us, then your departure would be quite foolish. In other words, it would be a case of judging a gentleman's heart with the narrow mind of a petty person." Her perspective diverged from the others. If Lin Yanxing and his companions truly intended to abandon them, they would not have roused them from slumber. Su Ke's expression shifted slightly before he chuckled, "Sister Yin, if you choose to remain, then we shall proceed without you. Yun Mingyao was a rare beauty, both in countenance and demeanor, the finest among the women he had encountered. However, if she chose to linger here to await death, he could only inwardly lament the loss. Mu Chuan turned to Lu Hongyan and Su Shishir, inquiring, "Are you coming with us?" He believed that if they were to leave, it would be best for everyone to depart together. As they were all disciples of Tianwen's sect and had journeyed to Shuiwei sect as companions for the two sects' discourse. "I shall not leave," Su Shishir replied resolutely, her refusal unwavering. She believed firmly that Lin Yinsheng and the others would return. Waiting here was sufficient. "I shall not leave either," Lu Hongyan echoed. Among the 8 individuals, 3 young women chose to remain, while 5 young men opted to depart. "Then we shall leave." Su Ke scoffed before striding purposefully in a chosen direction. Uncertain of their surroundings, they could only proceed onward, hoping to escape the forest. Wang Zhe, Yin Yong, Mu Chuan, and Xiang Dali quickly followed Su Ke, and soon the 5 of them vanished from sight. Watching them depart, Su Shishir remarked, "They will surely regret their decision." Having parted ways with Ning Wuqia, they were merely a group of undeveloped disciples, and navigating out of this seemingly ancient forest would prove challenging. After all, as Lin Yinsheng had mentioned, the area had previously been plagued by the mountain-crushing demon bear, indicating that formidable beasts resided within, and they were indeed powerful. Yun Mingyao's beautiful eyes turned towards Su Shishir. Her curiosity piqued. "Why do you hold such unwavering faith in Lin Yinsheng and the others?" She recognized Su Shishir as one of the most outstanding newcomers to the sect within the past year. A newcomer, having known Lin Yinsheng and his companions for merely a few months, found herself intrigued by the profound trust Su Shishir held for them in such a short span of time. Su Shishir, gazing at Yun Mingyao, who possessed both beauty and grace surpassing her own, exhibited no traces of insecurity. Instead, she confidently proclaimed, "I have undertaken missions alongside brother Lin Yinsheng and brother Hu Jia for 6 months. During this time, I have been in their company, and I know they are not the type to abandon their comrades." Her faith in Lin Yinsheng and his companions was unwavering, as she believed that a confident girl is the most beautiful of all. Yun Mingyao withdrew her gaze and leaped onto a nearby tree, settling onto a branch. "It seems you share a good rapport with them. Let us wait here. I hope you have not misjudged them." While she did not possess a deep understanding or trust of Lin Yinsheng and the others, she felt that remaining here might be wiser than departing alone. Su Shishir and Lu Hongyan also ascended the tree, taking their seats on the branches, making it less likely for fearsome beasts to spot them and thereby avoiding potential dangers. They trusted Lin Yinsheng, believing that as long as they waited here, Ning Wuqiao, Lin Yinsheng, and Hu Jia would return, and together they could leave this place. Meanwhile, Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia arrived at a cave, where, at its deepest recess, they discovered a fluffy white creature the size of a cat. The little white beast lay nestled in a patch of grass, accompanied by a few fragments of eggshell, suggesting that this adorable creature had recently emerged from its egg. Upon seeing the white beast, Hu Jia exclaimed, "What a delightful little creature." Even Lin Yinsheng had to concede that it was one of the most charming beings he had ever encountered. The white beast, seemingly disturbed by the commotion, opened its large, purple gem-like eyes, fixating on Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia while emitting soft, adorable sounds. As Lin Yinsheng crouched down, approximately 3 meters from the little creature, he gently said, "Don't worry, little one, we mean you no harm." He was uncertain whether the creature could comprehend his words. If it were an ordinary beast, it likely would not. But a divine beast might possess such understanding. Divine beings inherently possess the ability to connect and communicate, making it feasible for them to understand human language and even converse with other creatures. Upon hearing Lin Yinsheng's words, the white beast ceased its soft sounds, its gem-like eyes studying him with a hint of skepticism. Believing that the little creature could understand him, Lin Yinsheng continued, "Where are your parents?" He hoped that during his stay, the creature's parents would not return and inadvertently harm him. The white beast responded with a different series of sounds and gestured with its tiny forelimbs, seemingly indicating its uncertainty. After contemplating, Lin Yinsheng suggested, "Would you like to accompany me? I will protect you, and if your parents come looking for you, you can return to them, all right?" The small white creature appeared to be freshly born, and in this perilous forest inhabited by ferocious beasts, danger loomed large. These beasts, possessing low intelligence, exhibited a propensity for self-destruction, often perceiving weaker creatures as mere fodder. The white creature gazed intently at Lin Yansheng for several moments, then shifted its gaze to Hu Jia before returning to Lin Yansheng, nodding slightly. In an instant, it extended its delicate white paw, grasping several fragments of colorful eggshell nearby, and proceeded to consume them, crunching them into oblivion. For many beings, the eggshells at the moment of birth constitute the sole source of nourishment, replenishing vital nutrients and satiating hunger. Some powerful entities even find their eggshells imbued with formidable energy, allowing for accelerated growth upon consumption. After devouring the shells, the white creature hesitated for a brief moment, then cautiously approached Lin Yansheng, its violet eyes brimming with anxiety. Confronted by the unfamiliar Lin Yansheng, it felt trepidation. However, it sensed a benevolent aura emanating from him. Thus, it resolved to follow Lin Yansheng, fully aware that remaining in its current surroundings could lead to its demise from starvation. Chapter 86. The Legend of the Beast God. Lin Yansheng gently extended his hands, cradling the white creature tenderly, his voice soothing as he spoke. Rest assured, I shall not harm you. I will only protect you. As his hands made contact with the delicate white beast, he could distinctly feel its tremors. Yet, upon uttering these words, the creature gradually ceased its shivering. With a soft chirp, the white beast reached out with its tiny paw, gently brushing against Lin Yansheng's cheek, seemingly expressing its goodwill. Moved by the kindness Lin Yansheng displayed, it reciprocated by revealing its own benevolence. At that moment, a voice from the system resonated. Sign-in successful. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward of the Rebirth Battle Body. We hope the host will perform admirably and fulfill the cultivation plan for the Rebirth Battle Body. This announcement caused Lin Yansheng's smile to deepen, as he felt fortunate to have obtained the white beast and successfully completed his mission, thus acquiring a unique constitution. He thought to himself that his luck had indeed reached extraordinary heights during this outing. Hu Jia observed the white creature nestled comfortably in Lin Yansheng's embrace and chuckled. Lin Yansheng, I didn't realize you had such a knack for dealing with a creature so newly born. He noted that Lin Yansheng harbored many secrets, including the ability to perceive white beasts from over 10,000 meters away. Even during his wait for Ning Wuqiu, he had been unaware of the creature's presence here. Lin Yansheng turned to Hu Jia with a smile, saying, This is what we call true goodness and beauty, concepts that someone like you could hardly comprehend. He had brought Hu Jia along, fully aware of his desire to protect him, and he placed complete trust in him. However, this did not imply that he would refrain from teasing Hu Jia. On the contrary, they often engaged in playful banter. Upon hearing Lin Yansheng's words, Hu Jia's expression soured, and he retorted, Clarify yourself. What's wrong with someone like me? I possess remarkable talent and intelligence, far surpassing you. He realized that Lin Yansheng could be quite insufferable at times. Indeed, a person who stoops low becomes invincible, leaving him speechless. Lin Yansheng chose not to continue the argument, and said, I acknowledge your prowess. Let us return swiftly, lest Su Shishir and the others grow weary from waiting. With that, he and Hu Jia set off toward the cave entrance. In Lin Yansheng's arms, the white creature gazed curiously at Hu Jia, pondering, If I were to refer to the person holding me as father, should I then call this individual mother? Meanwhile, Su Shishir, perched atop a tree in a state of frustration, glanced up and was delighted to spot Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia approaching. She joyfully exclaimed, Look, it's senior brother Lin Yansheng and senior brother Hu Jia. The return of Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia confirmed her instincts, proving that she had not erred in her observation. While Su Ke and the others had indeed made a mistake, as Yun Mengyao had aptly pointed out, judging noble intentions through the lens of petty minds. Yun Mengyao and Lu Hongyan turned to look, and indeed, they saw Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia returning. Lin Yansheng's expression was aloof, while Hu Jia's was filled with delight. Regardless of the situation, they felt assured that their decision had been correct. They had not awaited the wrong individuals. As he watched the ethereal clouds drifting down from the trees, Lin Yansheng inquired of Mu Chuan, Su Shishir, and Lu Hongyan, Where are Xiang Dali and the others? Why are only the three of you here? Before departing, he had instructed them to wait, and he wondered if they too had been compelled to leave. Su Shishir promptly recounted the circumstances surrounding Su Ke's departure, expressing her unwavering faith that Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia would never abandon their companions. Lin Yansheng sighed in resignation. It is astonishing that those five left on their own. Given their capabilities, escaping this forest will prove arduous. I encountered a 6th-tier ferocious beast shortly after Hu Jia and I departed. In a locale inhabited by such beasts, recklessness is ill-advised, as one could easily become prey. While journeying towards the cave of the white little beast, they had indeed encountered a 6th-tier beast, but it was merely an ordinary one, swiftly dispatched by their combined efforts. Nonetheless, this encounter delayed their progress, preventing an earlier arrival at the cave and a swifter return. Hu Jia expressed her profound dissatisfaction with Su Ke and the others, declaring, "They truly lack discernment. Do I appear to be the sort who would abandon others?" Lin Yinxing jestingly remarked, "Come now. Do not dwell on them as if you were a forsaken and unattractive bride." Their departure signified a lack of faith in their group. Thus, should any misfortune befall them, it would bear little consequence. Moments later, Ning Wuk returned, and upon learning of Mu Chuan and the others' unapproved departure, he let out a soft sigh. He had brought 10 disciples with him, yet now only 5 remained. If any misadventure befell the others, it would be difficult to explain upon his return to the sect. Figures such as Mu Chuan, Wang Zhe, and Xiang Dali were esteemed disciples on the Tianwen list, held in high regard by the sect. And if their demise were to result from his oversight, their masters would undoubtedly seek him out for an explanation. Ultimately, Ningwuk spoke, "Let us proceed." They advanced onward, exiting the forest and arriving at a quaint town. After inquiring with the locals, they discovered they were in the renowned Hengduan forest of the northern region, a habitat for many formidable ferocious beasts. The townsfolk spoke of a slumbering deity of ferocious beasts within the forest, whose awakening could herald a reign over the celestial realm alongside the beasts. This town, resting at the foot of the Hengduan forest, was aptly named Hengduan Town, with many residents relying on hunting in the forest's periphery for their livelihood. In a modest inn within Hengduan Town, as Hu Jia enjoyed her meal, she asked Lin Yinxing, "Do you believe there truly exists a deity of ferocious beasts?" The term deity of ferocious beasts suggests a god of beasts, a beast god. And if such an entity were to exist, commanding the beasts to conquer the celestial realm would not be beyond the realm of possibility. The notion of a beast god, you genuinely entertain such ideas? Even if such a being exists, it bears no relevance to us, Lin Yinxing replied dismissively. Perhaps there truly exists a deity of ferocious beasts. However, since it has been in slumber for so long, it shall likely continue to do so. Who can fathom the era that will greet its awakening? It is entirely possible that by then, the ferocious beasts may have become extinct. Hu Jia consumed a small steamed bun and remarked, "If there really is a deity of ferocious beasts, it significantly concerns us. Our Tianwen sect is a premier sect in the northern region. We would undoubtedly be the first to suffer the consequences. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Should the deity awaken and seek to lead the ferocious beasts in dominating the celestial realm, the human forces would undoubtedly be targeted, with the Tianwen sect bearing the brunt of the assault." Lin Yinxing fed a small bun to the white beast while admonishing, "Why are you rambling on about such far-fetched notions? Focus on your meal." He realized that Hu Jia had a penchant for fanciful thoughts, taking Mirtown legends to heart and pondering them extensively. Chapter 87. Return to the Heavenly Inquiry Sect, Hu Jia murmured. "I am merely considering the future of the entire celestial spirit realm. Throughout history, gods have been regarded as the ultimate legends. Some believe in the existence of deities who oversee the ages, while others assert that there are no gods, only individuals who arrogantly claim divinity." At that moment, several men entered the inn and immediately spotted Lin Yinxing's table. Their gazes settled on Hu Jia's face, and they swiftly approached. Among them, a bald man spoke. "What is your name, young lady?" This group consisted of 5 individuals, appearing rather like thugs. Many patrons in the inn hastily settled their bills and left, fearing trouble. A few onlookers gathered at the entrance, eager to witness how Lin Yinxing and his companions would confront these ruffians. "Are you referring to me?" Hu Jia replied, his voice melodious, and coupled with his striking features, even in masculine attire, he could easily be mistaken for a girl disguised as a boy. However, he rarely corrected others when they misaddressed him. It was common for people to mistake his identity upon their first encounter. The bald man chuckled, "Indeed, I am Zhao Wu, and I would like to make your acquaintance." Behind him, 4 men clad in black bore expressions of mild disdain. "I'm sorry, but he has no desire to know you," Lin Yinxing remarked, directing his attention towards Zhao Wu. Accompanying Hu Jia, He had come to experience the troublesome allure of beauty, invariably attracting the attention of the short-sighted. Zhao Wu frowned slightly, fixing a menacing gaze on Lin Yanxing. Who do you think you are? He was incredulous that anyone had yet to hear of his reputation. Lin Yanxing replied coolly, I am not an onion. I am a person, someone you cannot afford to provoke. The 5 men before him were all at the spirit-building realm, with Zhao Wu being the strongest at its peak, while the other 4 were merely at the later stages. In this small town, practitioners at the spirit-building realm were considered formidable, which explained the fear exhibited by others towards these 5 ruffians. One of the men behind Zhao Wu could not contain himself and cursed, Damn it. Does Brother Wu care whether you are a person or an onion? Scram if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, if you anger Brother Wu, you'll be in for a world of trouble. In Hengduan town, few dared to stand against them, and he suspected they were about to make an example of someone again. Lin Yanxing glanced at the man behind Zhao Wu, then turned back to Zhao Wu and asked, May I inquire where exactly this place is? They had previously learned from the townsfolk that this was Hengduan town, but he sought to uncover more specific information regarding the region. Zhao Wu suddenly laughed, genuinely amused. Are you mocking me, boy? He then unleashed a surge of spiritual energy from within, striking out towards Lin Yanxing with a punch, intending to demonstrate his might. It seemed that some individuals required a good beating before they would provide proper answers. Lin Yanxing spoke as he extended his right hand, seizing the bald man's fist with great force, then flinging him upwards before slamming him down onto the ground. The inn's floor, constructed from stone, now bore numerous cracks, a testament to the immense strength with which he had struck the bald man. Wu go. Damn it, brothers, let us all go at this kid and kill him. Zhao Wu's 4 subordinates unleashed their spiritual energy and charged towards Lin Yanxing. With a single palm strike, Lin Yanxing unleashed a surge of black spiritual energy that sent all 4 of them crashing to the ground. Those witnessing the scene outside the inn were left in a state of shock. Zhao Wu's gang had been effortlessly defeated. Who on earth were these individuals? Lin Yanxing looked down at Zhao Wu, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, Now, can you tell me where this place is? Which region, which country, or which dynasty? The northern region was vast and divided into numerous areas, each typically named after the dominant force or geographical features within it. For instance, the area surrounding the Tianwen sect was referred to as the Tianwen sect region, while the vicinity of the Shuiwe sect was known as the Shuiwe sect region. Trembling at Lin Yanxing's smile, Zhao Wu stammered, I don't know which region this is, but I do know that this is the Fallen Leaf Kingdom. In the Tianhua Prefecture, the nearest city to our Hengduan town is the prefectural city. He divulged all the information he possessed. As a practitioner of the spirit-building realm, knowing the boundaries of the kingdom was already quite substantial for him. Ning Wuqing, understanding the implications of the Fallen Leaf Kingdom, remarked, The Fallen Leaf Kingdom is a common realm within the Shuiwe sect region, quite close to the Shuiwe sect. This region encompasses numerous forces, including many kingdoms and dynasties. However, despite their vast numbers, often reaching into the tens of billions or even hundreds of billions, they remain weak and must pay tribute to the dominant forces of this region. In the Shuiwe sect region, kingdoms like the Fallen Leaf Kingdom are required to offer tribute to the Shuiwe sect, which consists of only a few thousand members. Continuing his deductions, Ning Wuqing stated, We must be in the prefecture of the Fallen Leaf Kingdom, heading towards the Shuiwe sect. However, it is unlikely that the Shuiwe sect will pursue us in the short term. Perhaps they won't pursue us at all, considering they have only lost 3 bodybuilding herbs. After leaving some copper coins as compensation, the group exited the inn, departing amidst the curious gazes of those outside. As they were about to leave Hengduan town, Yin Mingyao suddenly inquired, Are we heading directly back to the sect now? Ning Wuqing replied, That is my intention. Do you have any other thoughts, junior sister Yin? Although the Tianwen sect was not very far, without the 5th-tier flying beasts they had used to reach the Shuiwe sect, they would have to rely on horse-drawn carriages, significantly slowing their pace. Flying beasts are often tamed by powerful forces as transportation tools, offering far greater speed than carriages. Nothing. Let us depart, Yin Mingyao responded. After departing from Hengduan town, a group of individuals journeyed to the nearest county town, where they procured a horse-drawn carriage and commenced their travels. More than 2 months later, Lin Yanxing and his companions returned to the Tianwen sect, only to be met with the wrath of the sect. It was revealed that shortly after their departure from the Shuiwe sect, The fifth elder of Shueiyue had come to Tianwen's sect, accusing Lin Yinsheng of theft and claiming that he had fled in fear of retribution. Though initially a minor issue, the confrontation brought shame upon them, and for a prestigious sect like Tianwen, reputation was of utmost importance. Consequently, upon Lin Yinsheng's return to Wuqing Peak, the enforcement team was dispatched. The members of the enforcement team approached the modest wooden cabin of Lin Yinsheng and declared, "Lin Yinsheng, we request that you accompany us. We are the enforcement team." Chapter 88. Confrontation with Mo Yonghui. Lin Yinsheng emerged from the wooden cabin, his gaze falling upon 5 youths clad in the distinctive attire of the law enforcement team. "What is the matter?" he inquired, a vague foreboding stirring within him. Perhaps the shameless elder Lin from the Shueiyue sect had lodged a complaint against him with the Tianwen sect. The members of the law enforcement team spoke with an air of indifference. "You will understand the matter once you accompany us to the law enforcement hall." They were merely executing their orders and would divulge no further information. "Very well," Lin Yinsheng acquiesced, knowing that defying the law enforcement team within the Tianwen sect constituted a grave offense. He followed them to the law enforcement hall, observing the hall's master with a slight furrow of his brow. If memory served him correctly, the master had some connection to that Su Tao fellow. The master of the law enforcement hall regarded Lin Yinsheng coldly and inquired, "Lin Yinsheng, is it true that you stole something from the Shueiyue sect?" He was well aware of Lin Yinsheng, having heard Su Tao speak innumerable times of Lin's insubordination and disdain for authority. Yet, with Ning Wuqing present on Wuqing Peak, Su Tao had been powerless against Lin Yinsheng. However, now that Lin was before him in the law enforcement hall, Ning Wuqing's influence was rendered moot. "I merely collected 3 body-strengthening herbs," Lin Yinsheng replied. While 3 herbs might seem trivial, in the hands of those with ulterior motives, they could become a weapon against him. The master of the law enforcement hall, seated in the main chair, looked down at Lin Yinsheng with a scornful smile. "Regardless of whether you took body-strengthening herbs or something else entirely, they belong to the Shueiyue sect. Your actions constitute theft, tarnishing the reputation of our Tianwen sect. Are you aware of your transgression?" He aimed to establish Lin Yinsheng's guilt before proceeding with punishment. Lin Yinsheng fixed his gaze upon the master of the law enforcement hall, the chill in his eyes intensifying. After a moment, he conceded, "I acknowledge my guilt." No matter how he framed it, he had indeed taken the Shueiyue sect's body-strengthening herbs. Thus, in that respect, he was indeed culpable. The master of the law enforcement hall chuckled coldly. "Since you have admitted to your crime, the matter becomes simpler. I am a reasonable person and shall not make things difficult for you. If your cultivation is rendered void, this incident will be satisfactorily resolved." As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 members of the law enforcement team, positioned to either side of the hall, grasped their instruments of authority, surrounding Lin Yinsheng. A surge of fury rose within Lin Yinsheng as he exclaimed, "You old fool! I attended the discourse at the Shueiyue sect and defeated their disciples, bringing glory to our sect. Is it not evident that Shueiyue sect seeks to exploit this opportunity to harm me? Are you truly so blind as to not see? And you, as the master of our Tianwen Peak, would allow the words of the Shueiyue sect to strip the cultivation of a disciple of the Tianwen sect? You have truly lost all sense of propriety." The master of the law enforcement hall, clearly abusing his power, aimed to do him harm. Slamming his hand upon the table before him, he bellowed, "Presumptuous Lin Yinsheng, you dare defy authority and insult this hall's master. Your crimes are compounded. Execute him on the spot." The 10 members of the law enforcement team hardened their gazes, unleashing their spiritual power as they brandished their weapons towards Lin Yinsheng. They required no justification regarding his fate. They were merely to carry out their orders. Lin Yinsheng naturally would not sit idly by. He unleashed a formidable surge of spiritual energy, sending all the enforcement team members, who had reached the pinnacle of the communicative realm, flying with a single strike. He then dashed out of the enforcement hall, knowing that remaining there would spell his doom. Outside the hall stood a man, seemingly awaiting Lin Yinsheng's emergence. Upon seeing him, the man charged forward, unleashing a ferocious wave of spiritual power, and hurled a punch at Lin Yinsheng. Lin Yinsheng raised his arm in defense, but the force of the punch collided with his arm, resulting in a terrifying shockwave of spiritual energy that propelled him back several meters. He gazed gravely at the man before him, deducing his identity. The captain of the enforcement team, Mo Yonghui, who had ranked 3rd on the Tianwen list a decade ago, was no longer a disciple but had ascended to the role of steward. In the Tianwen sect, All disciples, upon reaching a certain age, cease to be students and become stewards, tasked with managing various affairs of the sect and assuming diverse positions. Within the Tianwen sect, the title of steward is not tied to a specific role but serves as a unified designation akin to that of a disciple. Yonghui. Lin Yansheng defies the edicts of the enforcement hall. You may execute him on the spot, echoed the voice of the hall master from within, who remained unseen, evidently placing immense trust in Mo Yonghui's capabilities. After all, 10 years prior, when Mo Yonghui was still a disciple, he had already claimed the third position on the Tianwen list. A decade later, it was inevitable that he had grown even stronger, perhaps surpassing many elders. Although he was no longer an elder, the position of enforcement team captain wielded significant power, often exceeding that of numerous elders. Mo Yonghui grasped a spear, the Liuhe, a superior-grade spiritual weapon. With the spear in hand, he proclaimed, "I am Mo Yonghui, captain of the enforcement team," faithfully adhering to the hall master's command. As the last syllable left his lips, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from within him, accompanied by a piercing intent that emanated from the spear. Lin Yansheng dared not underestimate him. He summoned the heavenly mechanism umbrella, knowing that against a seasoned powerhouse like Mo Yonghui, his chances of victory were slim. The opponent's cultivation and combat experience far surpassed his own, not to mention their age difference. Mo Yonghui was already in his 30s, having entered the sect alongside the peak master of the Yunnu Peak, Fei Yuling, 15 years prior. 6 Harmony's spear technique. Mo Yonghui shouted, launching himself forward as the long spear thrust out, transforming into countless spear shadows directed at Lin Yansheng. Each spear shadow appeared ethereal, merely an illusion, yet simultaneously exuded a terrifying spear intent. Lin Yansheng unfurled the heavenly mechanism umbrella, releasing the divine light of the umbrella to shield himself. Faced with such an onslaught, even with his reincarnated battle physique, he was reluctant to confront it barehanded. Boom, 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 boom. Countless spear shadows struck against the heavenly mechanism umbrella, unleashing a dreadful impact. However, most of the force was dissipated by the umbrella, while the residual energy was absorbed by the divine light, never reaching Lin Yansheng. With the enhancement of his physique, Lin Yansheng's control over the heavenly mechanism umbrella had strengthened, allowing him to unleash a greater power than before. Otherwise, he might not have been able to withstand this assault. Mo Yonghui's prowess far surpasses that of Gu Chang from the Shui sect, existing on an entirely different echelon. Your strength is commendable, and your artifact is indeed remarkable. Should you meet your demise, I shall wield your umbrella to continue enforcing the law. Mo Yonghui fixed his gaze upon Lin Yansheng and the Tianji umbrella, a flicker of astonishment gracing his features as he spoke. He was acutely aware that Lin Yansheng had merely attained the pinnacle of the Tongyu realm, while he himself was at the mid-stage of the Xiaoyao realm, on the cusp of a breakthrough into the later stages. In his previous endeavors as a law enforcer, he had vanquished practitioners at the later stage of the Xiaoyao realm, showcasing his formidable combat prowess, which undoubtedly rivaled that of many elder disciples of the Tianwen sect and surpassed that of the Xianshi elders. Take, for instance, Yang Yi's revered master, Duan Dade, whose cultivation level matched his own, yet whose strength paled in comparison. Lin Yansheng grasped the Tianji umbrella and declared, "I regret to inform you that I shall not perish. Thus it would be prudent for you to abandon such notions forthwith." With an unreserved release of Black's spiritual energy, he recognized the necessity of departing from the law enforcement hall. Only by involving other elders within the sect could he ensure that the hall's master would not wield unchecked authority. Chapter 89. Whom do you wish to kill? Mo Yonghui's eyes glinted with disdain as he swept his spear, striking the heavenly machine umbrella with the force of a thunderclap. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy ravaged the air. With renewed vigor, he thrust his right hand, channeling all his spiritual power into the spear, which radiated a cataclysmic brilliance. Accompanied by an unmatched intent of the spear, he sent the heavenly machine umbrella flying. Lin Yansheng, gripping the umbrella, retreated several paces, hastening to the side. At this moment, he was no match for Mo Yonghui. Had he possessed the early stage of the carefree realm, he might have stood a chance, but he did not. Thinking he could flee was but a dream. Mo Yonghui leaped into the air, hurtling towards Lin Yansheng, his spear aimed directly at him. Lin Yanxing brought the heavenly machine umbrella down upon the Six Harmonies spear, the tremendous recoil propelling him backward, leaving his arms numb. The mid-stage of the carefree realm was not merely two minor realms above the peak of the profound realm. It represented a significant leap in cultivation, making cross-realm combat an endeavor only attainable by true geniuses. Possessing the heavenly machine umbrella and having cultivated the floating pagoda divine art, along with his reincarnated battle physique, Lin Yanxing could be deemed a prodigy among prodigies, enabling him to challenge practitioners of the early and even mid-stage of the carefree realm. However, Mo Yonghui was also a genius capable of crossing realms, rendering it nearly impossible for Lin Yanxing to confront him across such a vast chasm of power, unless he could unleash the full potential of the divine artifact or the power of his reincarnated battle physique. Yet his current cultivation level hindered him from fully harnessing these advantages. Thus, he was left with two choices to evade Mo Yonghui. One was to employ the true dragon transformation to defeat him, but this would leave Lin Yanxing drained of any fighting strength, making him susceptible to being easily dispatched by a mere enforcer. The alternative was to utilize the sea-stabilizing pearl for spatial traversal. However, this would expose him to Mo Yonghui, revealing his possession of a spatial treasure and subjecting him to an endless pursuit. As Lin Yanxing rapidly deliberated, Mo Yonghui unleashed another ferocious assault, the Six Harmonies spear thrusting, sweeping and cleaving with astonishing power. Even though Lin Yanxing managed to withstand most of the force, he was still jolted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Seizing the moment, Mo Yonghui unleashed a full-powered thrust, an endless spear intent erupting in a dazzling radiance that struck the heavenly machine umbrella with devastating force. Six Harmonies unite. Boom. An overwhelming explosion of spiritual energy erupted, creating cataclysmic waves that tore apart the ground, obliterating nearby structures. At the epicenter of the explosion, Lin Yanxing bore the brunt of the impact. Despite the heavenly machine umbrella absorbing much of the spiritual force, he was still sent flying, blood spilling from his lips. Yet, his grip on the heavenly machine umbrella remained steadfast. Losing it would afford him no time to contemplate his next move. Mo Yonghui gazed at Lin Yanxing who, though injured and bleeding, had neither fallen nor been incapacitated beneath his single shot, and marveled, "Your umbrella is truly remarkable, a magnificent artifact indeed. It is a pity that it is squandered in your hands." He understood that Lin Yanxing's ability to endure under the relentless assaults of his Liuha spear was solely due to that umbrella-like instrument. He surmised that it must be a heavenly-grade artifact. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for Lin Yanxing to withstand so many of his attacks unscathed. Damn it! Why has no one come for me? Am I so inconsequential that even being taken by the law enforcement team goes unnoticed? Lin Yanxing muttered as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The law enforcement team had brazenly taken him from Wuqing Peak, and logically, Ning Wuqing and the others should have already been aware of it. Are you curious why Ning Wuqing hasn't come to your aid? It's because he is preoccupied with his own survival, Mo Yonghui replied, descending from the air and looking down upon the disheveled Lin Yanxing. Having discerned his thoughts, a sense of foreboding welled up in Lin Yanxing's heart. What do you mean? What has happened to him? Given Ning Wuqing's protective nature, he could not fathom why Ning Wuqing would not come if he knew Lin had been captured by the law enforcement team. After all, Ning Wuqing was also aware of the connection between Su Tao and the head of the law enforcement hall, and if he were taken by the law enforcement team, he would likely face persecution from its leader. Mo Yonghui spoke coolly. It matters not if I tell you. Ning Wuqing has led a team to Shuiwei sect for a debate between the two sects, and not only did he attract trouble, but it also resulted in the downfall of Mu Chuan, Wang Zhe, and Yin Yong. Their master has convened an elder council to denounce Ning Wuqing. It is likely that his position as peak master is in jeopardy, and he may face punishment. Mu Chuan, Wang Zhe, and Yin Yong were all true disciples of Tianwen Peak, each backed by elders, particularly Mu Chuan, who, as the fifth on the Tianwen list, had a promising future. His master was a heavenly grade elder and would undoubtedly seek retribution. Lin Yanxing felt a heavy despair settle in his heart. The old man was now being denounced by the elders in the council, while he himself was ensnared by the law enforcement hall's dark machinations. Was Wuqing Peak destined to fall? One could only imagine the catastrophic decline in status that would ensue without its peak master, Ning Wuqing, and its senior brother, Lin Yanxing, potentially losing its position among the main peaks. Very well, you may now resign yourself to death, Mo Yonghui declared, his Liuha spear radiating a brilliant light as it swung down with ferocious intent. His previous words were not merely for conversation. They had also served to condense his spear intent, and now he had harnessed it entirely for release. The power of this strike was not inferior to his prior one. In fact, it was even more formidable. Once again, Lin Yanxing raised the Tianji umbrella to defend himself. As the Liuha spear struck the umbrella, he felt an overwhelming force surge through him, accompanied by an endless spear intent that sent him hurtling dozens of meters away, shattering buildings in his wake. He burst forth from the debris, yet Mo Yonghui was already hovering in the air, spear in hand, unleashing an infinite wave of spear intent. As Mo Yonghui gazed upon the weakening Lin Yanxing, he recognized that the latter could not endure much longer. He spoke, "To withstand my 6 harmony spear with your ethereal realm cultivation for this long, you are indeed the first. You should have no regrets in death." Truth be told, he had initially regarded Lin Yanxing with disdain, believing he could easily eliminate him with a single strike. Despite Lin Yanxing having slain Yang Yitong, to Mo Yonghui, it was of little significance, for he could effortlessly dispatch Yang Yitong with a single blow. His innate talent was hardly inferior to that of Yang Yitong, and coupled with his immense cultivation advantage, killing Yang Yitong was a mere trifle. "Whom do you wish to eliminate?" A cold, aloof voice resonated from behind. Mo Yonghui turned, perplexed, and beheld Hu Jia approaching gracefully from the air. A look of surprise flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated that such a young individual had already attained the realm of carefree cultivation. Nevertheless, as he was nearing the late stage of ethereal realm himself, he remained unfazed and stated, "I am Mo Yonghui, captain of the law enforcement team, tasked with executing the criminal Lin Yanxing. Please do not interfere, or you shall face the same punishment." Chapter 90. The genius beauty peak master Hu Jia's gaze flickered momentarily toward Lin Yanxing, whose lips bore traces of blood, and his expression grew even colder. "All will be punished. Let us see how this unfolds." He felt a twinge of relief. Had he not felt a sense of ennui upon returning to Tianwen Peak and sought out Lin Yanxing at Wuqiu Peak? He might have discovered too late that Lin Yanxing was apprehended by the enforcement team, potentially placing him in grave danger. "We shall first subdue you, then execute Lin Yanxing," Mo Yonghui stated, gripping the Liuha gun tightly. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he had already surged forward, gun raised, aiming a shot at Hu Jia. Hu Jia transformed, his form shifting from a dual-colored hue to jade green, then to pure white, as he unleashed a powerful punch. The fair, jade-like fist collided with the gun, resulting in an explosive clash of spiritual force, followed by an overwhelming surge of power that reverberated through the air. Mo Yonghui staggered back several paces, each step seemingly burdening the very fabric of space. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Hu Jia. To think a mere punch could send him reeling despite wielding a high-grade earthly artifact. Hu Jia regarded Mo Yonghui with a mocking smile. "Mo Yonghui, I know you well. You entered Tianwen sect 15 years ago alongside Fei Yuling, whom you once pursued, only to be rejected. Fei Yuling ascended to the top of the Tianwen list, defeating you with a single strike each time during the 7 Peaks competition. 5 years ago, she reached the pinnacle of the carefree realm, becoming the master of Yunu Peak. While you remain here, a mere captain of the enforcement team, aiding in tyranny. A waste like you has indeed remained a waste. No wonder Fei Yuling spurned you." Lin Yanxing stood atop the shattered edifice, astonished by Hu Jia's sharp tongue, realizing he had been oblivious to this side of him before. When they were together, Hu Jia had never displayed such incisiveness, often bested by Lin Yanxing's retorts. "You seek death." Mo Yonghui, enraged by the reopening of old wounds, charged forth, the Liuha gun brimming with intent as it swept toward Hu Jia. He had long been capable of departing Tianwen sect to establish his own sect, yet he chose to remain because of Fei Yuling, whom he had loved unwaveringly. However, as she grew increasingly radiant, he had refrained from expressing his feelings. Now, with Hu Jia's taunts laid bare before him, he had lost all semblance of reason, consumed by fury. Hu Jia's gaze turned frigid, with a swift motion. He seized the gun's tip with his right hand and, with a decisive strike of his left, cleaved the Liuha gun at its shaft, discarding the gun's head casually. He continued to mock, "A waste like you might as well end your own life. What purpose do you serve remaining in Tianwen sect? I will kill you." Mo Yonghui, blinded by rage upon hearing Hu Jia's words, swung the remaining gun barrel toward him. For years, he had believed he had moved on, but it was only today, when Hu Jia openly ridiculed him, that he recognized he had never truly let go. Hu Jia enveloped his hands with white spiritual energy and unleashed a powerful punch, causing the white energy to explode and send Mo Yonghui, along with his rifle, flying. He then hovered in the air and struck again, the white energy resembling a beam of annihilation as it hurtled towards Mo Yonghui. In response, Mo Yonghui summoned all of his spiritual power, gripping his rifle defensively before him as he braced for the impending impact. With a thunderous crash, his spiritual defenses were shattered in an instant, followed by the breaking of his rifle. The white energy collided with him, resulting in a spurt of fresh blood as his body was propelled several meters through the air before crashing to the ground. After struggling to glance at Hu Jia, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Hu Jia descended beside Lin Yansheng and inquired, "Are you all right?" The white energy dissipated from his form, his hands returning to their ordinary hue. Although still pale and delicate, the luminous sheen had faded, giving him a softer appearance. At that moment, he emitted no trace of spiritual energy, as if he were not the one who had just incapacitated Mo Yonghui with a flurry of strikes. Lin Yansheng smiled, "I'm fine. But had you arrived just a few seconds later, I might have been in grave danger." Once again, he had been saved by Hu Jia. While the situation was not yet fatal, it was certainly preferable to avoid revealing the divine sea pearl. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the main hall of the law enforcement hall and addressed Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia. "You seem to rejoice prematurely. Defying the law enforcement hall and injuring our officers grants me, as the hall master, the authority to execute you on the spot." The hall master, Su Yu, was a top-tier expert at the pinnacle of the free realm. Hu Jia showed no fear as he confronted Su Yu, stating, "Su Yu, your attempt to wield absolute power and harm the prodigies of our sect constitutes a grave offense." In the Tianwen sect, who was unaware that Lin Yansheng had slain Yang Yitan. At that time, Lin Yansheng was merely at the late stage of the ethereal realm, indicating his potential far surpassed that of Yang Yitan, with limitless future prospects. "Have I committed a grave offense, you say? Huh, who decides that? Just because you are a disciple, your words carry no weight." Su Yu laughed maniacally. Within the law enforcement hall, he was the ultimate authority, regardless of their talents. Both Hu Jia and Lin Yansheng would face punishment here. "Su Yu, your selfish ambitions to harm the sect's talented disciples have stripped you of your qualifications as hall master." A chilling voice rang out, followed by the arrival of Fei Yuling, who gracefully soared through the air, halting a dozen meters away from Su Yu. As Su Yu beheld the suddenly appearing Fei Yuling, a flicker of desire ignited in his eyes. Fei Yuling, with her extraordinary physique and beauty, was renowned as one of the most stunning women in the northern region. However, due to her prodigious talents, most knew her primarily by her genius reputation. As the peak master of talents and beauty, her renown in the northern region far eclipsed that of luminaries such as Luo Fu, Hu Jia, and Lin Yansheng. 15 years prior, Fei Yuling had joined the Tianwen sect as a mere girl, effortlessly surpassing her peers to become the undisputed top newcomer. At that time, she was merely 16 years old, and 2 years later, at 18, she ascended the Tianwen list. A decade ago, when she was 21, marked her final reign as the foremost on the Tianwen list, for thereafter she ceased to participate in the Seven Peaks Grand Tournament, while at that juncture, Mo Yonghui held the third position on the list. 5 years passed. At the age of 26, Fei Yuling achieved a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the carefree realm. In the same year, the then lord of the Yunnu Peak abdicated to become an elder and commenced seclusion for cultivation. Thus, after 5 years of dormancy, she began to reveal her resplendent prowess, entering the competition for the position of Yunnu Peak Lord as a disciple. Over a dozen elders vied for the role, yet all were vanquished by her, and she triumphantly transitioned from disciple to Peak Lord, an unprecedented feat in the annals of the Tianwen sect. Upon the dissemination of this news, it sent ripples of astonishment throughout the northern region. All were aware that the once genius girl Fei Yuling had returned, her figure vividly resurfacing in the minds of many. Su Yu gazed at Fei Yuling for an extended moment, remarking, "Peak Lord Fei, this is the law enforcement hall, not your Yunnu Peak. Your oversight seems rather excessive, does it not?" In his eyes, Fei Yuling was merely a junior. He had already been the head of the law enforcement hall when she first joined the Tianwen sect. Moreover, For cultivators of the carefree realm, individuals over 30 were considered part of the younger generation, akin to children. Chapter 91. The death of Su Yu. Fei Yuling spoke coldly. I do not wish to meddle in your affairs. I simply find you intolerable. Su Yu, the head of the law enforcement hall, had occupied this position for decades, committing countless injustices. 10 years prior, a friend of hers entered the law enforcement hall and never emerged again. With a smug expression, Su Yu retorted, If you find me intolerable, so be it. Just do not impede my enforcement of the law. Otherwise, even if you are the peak master, I possess the authority to punish you. Practitioners of the free and easy realm enjoy an extensive lifespan, often reaching a millennium. A practitioner in their 30s is merely a youth, not regarded as an equal by someone like Su Yu, who had lived for centuries. After a moment of silence, Fei Yuling suddenly asked, Do you remember Teresa Tung? Teresa Tung was her friend, who, a decade ago, had killed a disciple who attempted to assault her. In the Tianwen sect, murdering a fellow disciple is a grave offense, and thus, Teresa was captured by the law enforcement team and brought into the hall. Fei Yuling had initially believed that Teresa had acted in self-defense and should be exonerated or lightly punished. However, she never saw Teresa again. Later, she inadvertently learned the truth. The disciple Teresa had killed was, in fact, Su Yu's illegitimate son. Hence, Su Yu sought vengeance, humiliating and murdering Teresa, publicly declaring that she had defied the law enforcement hall's directives, thus deserving her fate. Su Yu furrowed his brow, struggling to recall the individual, and said, Teresa Tung? I have not heard of her. Was she a disciple of your Unipeak? His confusion was evident. With so many disciples in the Tianwen sect, it was impossible for him to remember them all. Fei Yuling advanced step by step towards Su Yu, her voice icy. Teresa Tung was the girl you humiliated and killed 10 years ago. She accidentally killed a male disciple who had ill intentions towards her in self-defense. And that male disciple was your illegitimate son. She loathed Su Yu deeply. 10 years ago, as the top of the Tianwen rankings, she had suddenly withdrawn from the world, even abstaining from the Seven Peaks competition, as if she had vanished. She resurfaced only when contending for the position of Peak Master, dedicating herself to becoming stronger in order to avenge Teresa. What nonsense are you spouting, defaming this hall master? I possess the right to detain you. Su Yu's gaze turned menacing as he coldly fixed his eyes on Fei Yuling, his voice low and threatening. Upon hearing Fei Yuling's words, he recalled who Teresa Tung was, a cheerful young disciple of considerable beauty. Regrettably, she had killed his son, leading to her execution, which he had savored beforehand. To him, it was merely a trivial matter, the death of an illegitimate son and a female disciple. 10 years ago, I could not avenge Teresa. Now, I shall exact her vengeance. Fei Yuling declared coldly, raising her hand to strike. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, colliding violently with Su Yu's fist. Su Yu stepped back a few paces in the air, his countenance darkening as he drew forth a sword, exclaiming, How dare you assault the hall master? Even if I were to slay you on the spot, none would dare to protest. He had not originally intended to kill Fei Yuling, for she was a rare and extraordinary beauty, a talent not to be easily discarded. However, given that Fei Yuling not only possessed knowledge of his secrets, but also sought his demise, he could no longer afford to be tender-hearted. This sword, known as the Outyin Sword, was a low-tier celestial artifact bestowed upon him by his father. It was precisely due to this sword that he felt emboldened and unrestrained. In battles among practitioners of the same realm, the strength of the artifact often dictated the odds of victory. Thus, the power of a celestial artifact far surpassed that of an earthly top-tier artifact. Therefore, wielding the Outyin Sword, he regarded the other peak practitioners of the Tianwen sect with utter disdain. Lin Yanxing observed the increasingly formidable aura emanating from Fei Yuling and whispered to his companion Hu Jia, Have you noticed that the peak master seems to have regained much of her youth? She appears nearly the same age as her disciple, Yin Mingyao. When he had previously visited the Yunwu Peak, Fei Yuling had also seemed youthful, yet now she appeared even more so, resembling a girl in her 20s. Hu Jia pondered for a moment before replying, I haven't seen much of Fei Yuling before, so I cannot say for certain. However, she indeed looks quite similar to Yun Mingyao now, one exuding cold pride, the other enchanting charm. They embody entirely different styles, yet both are exceptionally beautiful. Are you perhaps harboring feelings for them? Lin Yanxing refrained from responding. As a man, he he certainly entertained such thoughts, though he recognized the challenges involved in pursuing either Fei Yuling or Yun Mingyao. After all, if they were easily won over, their many admirers would have claimed them long ago. Within the Tianwen sect, the most striking women were undoubtedly Yun Mingyao and Fei Yuling, while others like Lu Hongyan, Shangwan Shuiyue, and Su Shishir fell slightly short in terms of beauty. This duo of master and disciple could be considered an unparalleled combination of beauties in the northern domain. To win the affections of such a pair would indeed be a matter of envy for many. With the Outyin sword in hand, Su Yu brimmed with confidence, gazing at Fei Yuling with increasing desire, proclaiming, "I now grant you an opportunity. Join me tonight for a candlelit conversation, and I shall overlook your slander against me." Faced with the beauty of Fei Yuling's caliber, he was certain no man could remain unmoved, and he merely entertained the thoughts that any man in the world would. "You despicable wretch, today I shall avenge Li Jun by ending your life." Fei Yuling's voice was as frigid as ice. Her form surged forth, unleashing a torrent of immense spiritual power, hurling hundreds, if not thousands, of spiritual energy blasts towards Su Yu. For 10 years, she had yearned to kill Su Yu. Yet at that time, she lacked the strength to do so. 5 years prior, she had again contemplated his demise, but her awareness of his father, an elder in seclusion, deterred her. She could not withstand the repercussions of such a powerful elder. However, today, she felt no such hesitation, for she had achieved a breakthrough. Boom! The resplendent surge of spiritual energy struck, causing Su Yu's expression to harden as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The sword of pride, held in his hand, slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. He lowered his head slightly, gazing at the gaping wound in his chest, the result of a powerful surge of spiritual energy. In disbelief, he murmured, "I have been slain by a young woman." Having uttered these words, he plummeted from the air to the earth, his life force fading with each passing moment. In the air, Fei Yuling clutched a slender longsword, the murderous intent in her eyes gradually dissipating. She had avenged her dear friend, Deng Lijun, by eliminating Su Yu, albeit rather belatedly. She pondered whether Deng Lijun would harbor any resentment toward her for the timing of this retribution. Observing Su Yu's demise at the hands of Fei Yuling, Lin Yanxing remarked, "That old dog Su Yu deserved his fate, conspiring with that old wretch Su Tao. He should have met his end long ago." Su Yu had been Su Tao's protector, and Lin Yanxing knew that if he were to confront Su Tao, he would inevitably have to deal with Su Yu. Now that Su Yu was slain by Fei Yuling, it was unlikely that Su Tao would dare to act brazenly atop Witching Peak. The position of Peak Master would be a formidable challenge for Su Tao to seize, provided that Ning Wuqing could survive this crisis. Fei Yuling turned to Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia, her expression icy. "Why are you still here? Haven't you noticed those enforcers from the law enforcement hall heading to report to the sect?" She felt an inexplicable connection to Lin Yanxing. A year ago, when he had spied on her while she bathed, she had genuinely contemplated ending his life. Yet, after failing to do so, she found herself wishing for his survival. At the very least, not wanting him to perish at the hands of another. Chapter 92. The Dark Inquiry of the Tianwen Sect. As the words of Fei Yuling lingered in the air, a multitude of robust presences surged from the distance, rapidly converging in the sky nearby. These individuals, numbering in the dozens, were all elders of the Tianwen Sect, among whom 6 held positions within the law enforcement hall. They had gathered to deliberate on how to address the matter concerning Ning Wuqia, hence their absence from the law enforcement hall. Lin Yanxing revealed a wry smile and remarked, "It seems that departing now would be too late. Should we attempt to flee at this juncture, the elders would perceive it as a sign of guilt and cowardice, exacerbating the charges against us." One elder, whose aura was unfathomably deep, fixated his gaze upon the striking Fei Yuling and inquired in a grave tone, "What transpires here?" This elder was one of the most powerful figures within the Tianwen sect, serving as the judicator among the Tianpin elders. Fei Yuling met the judicator's gaze unwaveringly and declared, "Judicator, Su Yu has committed numerous atrocities. A decade prior, he insulted and murdered my friend, Deng Lijun. And now he seeks to take the lives of Hu Jia and Lin Yanxing. Hence, I have slain Su Yu." She had long harbored intentions to end Su Yu's life, for he had harmed countless disciples. The elders within the sect could not possibly be oblivious to his misdeeds. They merely chose to turn a blind eye, feigning ignorance while fully aware of the truth. A white-haired elder retorted coldly, "Fei Yuling, Do you understand that the private assassination of our sect's law enforcement chief constitutes a grave crime, a treachery against the sect? He was an old friend of Su Yu's father and also a Tianpin elder, known as the Comfort Elder. Although not as formidable as the Judicator or the Punishment Elder, he was nonetheless a significant figure within the Tianwen sect. At this moment, Fei Yuling bore no resemblance to the previously aloof and independent beauty. Instead, she radiated the sharpness and brilliance characteristic of a true prodigy. She confronted the Comfort Elder, questioning, "Why do you not mention that Su Yu, as the chief of the law enforcement hall, has led in committing sordid acts? In the entirety of the Tianwen sect, none have transgressed the sect's doctrines more than he. Why is he not held accountable? As the foremost sect in the northern region, the Tianwen sect should not allow even the chief of the law enforcement hall to persecute disciples without repercussions. If this continues, the sect will only regress further." Su Tao, among the daring elders present, interjected, "Bold Fei Yuling, how dare you speak to the Comfort Elder in such a manner? This is sheer disrespect. I propose we apprehend Fei Yuling immediately. His past ally had been Su Yu. Now that Su Yu is dead, he must seek a more powerful patron." Elder Yuan from Lingbao Peak chimed in. "Indeed, Fei Yuling has brazenly assassinated the chief of the law enforcement hall, Su Yu. If left unchecked, she may dare to kill other chiefs and elders in the future. Thus, we must detain Fei Yuling today, leaving the council to determine her punishment." Once harboring ambitions towards Fei Yuling, he now recognized that she was a woman beyond his reach, prompting him to seek her destruction. If he could not possess her, then neither should anyone else. Among the assembled elders, many began to express their agreement, advocating for the capture of Fei Yuling. In truth, this is merely a matter of choosing sides. Previously, Fei Yuling was but a disciple, having ascended to the position of the Peak Master of Yanu Peak only 5 years ago, and she shared little camaraderie with the other elders. In stark contrast, Su Yu has served as the head of the law enforcement hall for decades and has maintained close ties with many elders. Thus they conspire together, seeking to exact vengeance for Su Yu by targeting Fei Yuling. However, the motivations of many elders stem primarily from the influence of Su Yu's father. Su Yu's father, Su Zetian, is one of the 3 esteemed elders of the Tianwen sect, a formidable figure of the Sinluo realm. Numerous elder statesmen, being old friends of Su Zetian, naturally desire to punish Fei Yuling in retaliation for their friend's son. Some elders are merely eager to curry favor with Su Zetian, a powerful practitioner whose words can dictate the fates of countless cultivators across the northern domain. Fei Yuling cast a cold gaze upon those elders who denounced her and spoke with steely resolve. "You individuals, colluding with one another, twisting the truth and failing to discern right from wrong, will one day bring ruin upon the Tianwen sect." She remained as strikingly beautiful as ever, but unlike before, she was no longer detached from worldly matters. Instead, her brilliance was unrestrained. A decade ago, she was never one to revel in turmoil. Her strength was merely a reflection of her unparalleled genius. The reason for her subdued presence over the past 10 years was simply her insufficient power to combat the darkness. Sighing deeply, the Punishment Elder remarked, "Enough of this clamor. Silence yourselves. After decades, even centuries of cultivation, how can you behave like children who have just embarked on their journey? Where is the dignity befitting your station as elders?" This situation weighed heavily on him. For Fei Yuling represented the extraordinary talent of the Tianwen sect, while Su Zetian was a superlative powerhouse. Managing the conflict between the current top figure of the sect and a future luminary posed a considerable challenge. Any discord would spell disaster for the Tianwen sect. The Compassion Elder interjected, "Punishment Elder, how do you intend to deal with Fei Yuling?" He was a prominent representative among the elders aligned with Su Yu and Su Zetian, wielding significant influence. The Punishment Elder responded, "We shall await the return of Elder Su Zetian to ascertain his wishes regarding this matter. Master Fei is an unparalleled talent within our sect. His desire was to see the Tianwen sect flourish, not to witness internal strife. For the downfall of either faction would be a grave loss. Have you finished speaking? If so, it is my turn." Fei Yuling's gaze swept across the assembly of elders, her voice icy and resolute. Her disillusionment with the sect had deepened since 10 years ago. Then, she perceived only the darkness of Su Yu. But now she recognized the pervasive shadow that enveloped the entire Tianwen sect. The Judgment Elder replied, "Speak." He was curious to hear what Fei Yuling would express in this dire situation. as even he felt the burden of uncertainty in how to proceed. Given Su Zetian's formidable presence as one of the three esteemed elders, suddenly, Fei Yuling smiled, a smile of exquisite beauty, and declared, "I, Fei Yuling, hereby resign from my position as the Peak Master of Yunhu Peak and withdraw from the Tianwen sect." Indeed, she resolved to depart from the obscured Tianwen sect, having finally dispelled a decade of darkness, only to be met with an even greater gloom. How absurd! You have slain the esteemed Master Su, yet you believe you can absolve yourself of all responsibilities by merely withdrawing from the sect? The punishment elder scoffed, asserting that even if you wish to leave, you must first endure the consequences of your actions. As for the position of the Jade Maiden Peak Master, it is not one that a person who has harmed their fellow disciples should hold. He would never let Fei Yuling escape unscathed. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to Su Zetian upon his return. The punishment elder interjected, "Mistress Fei, the matter of your departure from the sect requires careful consideration. One must not act rashly." He did not wish to lose such an extraordinary talent as Fei Yuling, who had reached the pinnacle of the carefree realm at merely 26 years of age, a prodigy rarely found throughout the entire northern region. Fei Yuling gazed at the punishment elder and shook her head, saying, "Elder, I once held you in high regard, believing you to be one of the few just elders remaining in the Tianwen sect, as you do not conspire with the other elders. However, I have come to realize that you are neutral rather than just. By choosing neutrality in the face of darkness, evil, and the light of justice, you are, in fact, enabling the very darkness and wickedness you claim to oppose. Should the Tianwen sect ever fall to this group, you would be complicit." She had seen through the punishment elder, recognizing his reluctance to lose a talented disciple, yet unwilling to confront the corrupt elders of the sect, instead opting to remain neutral while darkness festered. Chapter 93. Breaking out of the Heavenly Inquiry sect, the punishment elder found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, as Fei Yuling had stated, he had consistently turned a blind eye to the collusion among the elders of the sect, believing that allowing matters to develop naturally would suffice. He thought that by refraining from intervening, the Heavenly Inquiry sect could continue to thrive. However, upon hearing Fei Yuling's words today, his conviction began to waver. The compassion elder's eyes glimmered with coldness as he exclaimed, "Fei Yuling, how dare you show disrespect to the punishment elder? Fellow elders, let us act together and subdue Fei Yuling." Under the command of this esteemed elder, the lower-tier elders unleashed their spiritual power, advancing cautiously towards Fei Yuling. Yet, they were all somewhat hesitant, fearing that she might seize the opportunity to strike back with lethal force. 10 years ago, when Fei Yuling was still a disciple, they had already held their positions as elders, acutely aware of her formidable and fearsome prowess, often capable of vanquishing her opponents in a single strike. Moreover, now that Fei Yuling could slay Su Yu, who had reached the pinnacle of the Transcendence realm, it was only logical that she could eliminate other elders at the same advanced level or those in the later stages of the Transcendence realm. Gripping her slender longsword, Fei Yuling declared, "Do not impede my departure from the Heavenly Inquiry sect, or you shall live to regret it." This sword, named Zihan, was no less impressive than Su Yu's Outyin sword, being a low-tier celestial artifact crafted by a renowned master blacksmith from the northern region, a culmination of her wealth and treasures amassed over the past decade. Such arrogance! You, a mere junior, dare to boast before those who could be considered your elders? The compassion elder retorted haughtily, brandishing his own artifact, a short spear. This spear was a quasi-celestial artifact, a mere hair's breadth away from being a true celestial weapon. With both hands, he gestured, channeling an overwhelming surge of spiritual power through the spear, launching it towards Fei Yuling. Among the elders present, he stood as one of the most powerful, being at the quasi-samsara realm, alongside the judgment elder and the punishment elder, all sharing the same level of cultivation. In the Heavenly Inquiry sect, only those who had attained the quasi-samsara realm could serve as celestial elders, which explained the scarcity of such beings within the sect. Most practitioners at the quasi-samsara realm opted for seclusion to hone their skills, leaving them little time to manage sect affairs, thus earning them the title of elder statesmen. Elder statesmen were not required to oversee sect matters, yet their cultivation often surpassed that of the elders. As Fei Yuling observed the short spear, imbued with formidable spiritual power, hurtling towards her, she wielded her Zihan sword and executed a decisive strike. An astonishing sword intent erupted, coalescing into a brilliant purple beam that deflected the spear and continued its trajectory towards the Compassion Elder. Even as he unleashed all his spiritual energy to defend himself, he was still sent flying, a ghastly wound appearing on his body, deep enough to reveal his innards. The Judgment Elder, Zhu Kuan, fixed his gaze upon Fei Yuling, his expression a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. Samsara Realm, you have entered the Samsara Realm. Though he was the strongest among the several elders present, being merely at the quasi-Samsara Realm, the aura and fluctuations of spiritual power emanating from Fei Yuling clearly surpassed his own, indicating that she had ascended to a higher echelon. Fei Yuling coldly remarked, "Otherwise, how could I dare to slay Su Yu?" Fully aware that a multitude of elders in collusion with him would come to his aid. Not to mention, he has a father in the realm of Sun Luo. After enduring for a decade, she finally took action to eliminate Su Yu, naturally because she has now acquired sufficient strength. Even if Su Zetian were to conclude his seclusion, she would have no fear. The Punishment Elder exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness! A 31-year-old practitioner of Sun Luo, unheard of." He had lingered at the threshold of the Sun Luo realm for centuries, yet could not break through, while Fei Yuling, so young, had already fully entered the Sun Luo realm. Compared to her, he felt utterly inadequate. A practitioner of Sun Luo stands at the pinnacle of the northern region. Even among the most formidable factions, such practitioners are exceedingly rare, predominantly elderly, and often in seclusion. Should news of a young practitioner of Sun Luo spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the entire northern region's countless cultivators. Her breakthrough at such a tender age signifies that Fei Yuling could aspire to even loftier realms. With a lifespan of 2,000 years, a talent as exceptional as hers would surely allow her to pursue higher realms. Su Tao was left dumbfounded, muttering in disbelief. How could this be? He could hardly fathom that Fei Yuling was indeed a genuine practitioner of Sun Luo, stronger than the Judgment Elder Zhu Kuan, and comparable to those venerable elders in seclusion. Lin Yanxing, sensing Fei Yuling's overwhelmingly powerful aura, suddenly understood. I was wondering why Fei Yuling appeared so much younger. It turns out she has achieved a breakthrough in her cultivation. Now she can exact revenge on Su Yu, finally able to settle the long-buried grievances, which naturally renders her even more youthful. The current Fei Yuling is likely the true embodiment of herself. The previous version had been enduring and quietly cultivating. Her demeanor starkly different from now. As the elders began to feel trepidation, the Compassionate Elder rose from the ground and declared, "Fear not, everyone. Quickly summon Elder Su Zetian from seclusion. Fei Yuling has only recently broken through to Sun Luo and surely cannot match him." Whoosh! No sooner had the Compassionate Elder spoken than several elders soared into the air, hastening to summon Su Zetian. With a calm gaze, Fei Yuling brandished her purple cold sword, which swiftly shot out thousands of meters, piercing through the bodies of the elders who had rushed to report, killing them all. The purple cold sword circled the remaining elders before returning to her hand. She addressed Su Tao and the other elders, saying, "Though I do not fear Su Zetian, I wish to avoid unnecessary trouble. Remember, from this day forth, the Tianwen sect and I have no further ties. Should you seek to trouble me, I shall show no mercy." With that, she transformed into a streak of purple light, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. The Punishment Elder lamented, "Our Tianwen sect has lost an unparalleled genius. This is the greatest loss since our establishment." He had always hoped to witness the Tianwen sect flourish, never anticipating such a scene. Su Tao had long been aware of Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, and now that Fei Yuling had departed, he turned his ire towards Lin Yansheng, questioning, "Lin Yansheng, what are you doing here?" He was aware that the law enforcement team had brought Lin Yansheng to the Hall of Justice. However, with the Hallmaster now deceased, the matter of dealing with Lin Yansheng could no longer be entrusted to the Hall of Justice. The elders, including Elder Fu Xiao, cast a glance at Lin Yansheng before picking up Su Yu's Outyin sword and departing, showing little interest in a mere Lin Yansheng. Furthermore, with Su Yu's death and the perpetrator having fled, they needed to inform Su Zetian and brace themselves for the wrath that would inevitably follow. Lin Yansheng regarded Su Tao, pondering the relentless persistence of this old dog, yet wore a radiant smile as he retorted, "Do you believe me if I say I merely passed through this place?" He desired to charge out boldly like Fei Yuling, but regrettably, his cultivation was too feeble. Had he been able to elevate himself by a significant realm, perhaps he could have achieved that. "You clever little rascal, you stole from the Shueihua sect, provoking them to come here and insult our sect. I will initiate proceedings against you at the Elder Council," Su Tao sneered before taking his leave. Currently, Ning Wuk had been punished with a month of confinement in the Tranquility Pavilion, and during this time, he was determined to find an opportunity to eliminate Lin Yanxing. After a brief moment, the Judgment Elder and the Punishment Elder also departed, as the foremost figures among the top-tier elders. The recent events within the sect weighed heavily on their hearts. Chapter 94. The System Exchange Shop. Once all the elders had departed, Hu Jia turned to Lin Yanxing and earnestly said, "Lin Yanxing, would you consider leaving the Tianwen sect? If you choose to depart, I will accompany you." With Ning Wuk now facing punishment, Su Tao would undoubtedly feel emboldened to target Lin Yanxing, which boded ill for him. Lin Yanxing shook his head and replied, "My master is still in the Tianwen sect. He raised me and nurtured my growth. As long as he remains here, how could I possibly leave? Su Tao is but a fleeting concern. He cannot openly harm me. Given my own capabilities, bolstered by the system, I have little to fear." Upon returning to Wuqing Peak, Lin Yanxing was besieged by inquiries from Su Shishir, Air Dan, and others regarding his situation with Ning Wuk, to which he could only offer vague reassurances. Later, he retreated to his wooden cabin, observing the white little beast sleeping on the bed, alongside Shao Qi and the little true dragon on the table. Feeling a sense of helplessness, should these three mature, what would he have left to worry about? Setting aside the enigmatic origins of the white little beast, Shao Qi and the little true dragon were true dragons and phoenixes. Once they reached their full potential, mere practitioners of the Sanluo realm would pose no threat. Yet, the little true dragon and Shao Qi were progressing too slowly, unable to engage formidable opponents directly, relying instead on the transmission of bloodlines to enhance their combat prowess. 3 days later, the elders convened to determine Lin Yanxing's punishment: 3 months of wall-facing at the Thinking Cliff. This consequence was not particularly severe, especially in light of the absence of a prodigious talent like Fei Yuling. The sect was keen to avoid losing any more exceptional individuals, where they might have otherwise entertained Su Tao's more malicious punitive suggestions. Upon learning of his sentence, Lin Yanxing was rather surprised. He had not anticipated such leniency. He surmised that with Su Tao's loss of support from Su Yu, maneuvering within the Elders' Council had become increasingly difficult for him. First, Lin Yanxing visited the Merit Hall, exchanging the remaining 2 million merit points for 1 million spirit stones and a variety of medicinal pills, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Subsequently, accompanied by Shao Qi, the little true dragon, and the white little beast, he made his way to the Thinking Cliff, escorted by Hu Jia, Su Shishir, Air Dan, Lu Hongyan, and Li Yusin. The Thinking Cliff was not a place where other disciples were permitted to linger, so once they delivered Lin Yanxing, Hu Jia and the others departed. The cliff was situated in a remote area, one side dropping into an unfathomable abyss, while the other was a sheer rock face, accessible only by a narrow path. Lin Yanxing set down the little true dragon, Shao Qi, and the white little beast, standing at the edge of the precipice to gaze downward. The abyss appeared bottomless, and he was uncertain of what lay beneath. Legends spoke of fortuitous opportunities accompanying the depths of the Thinking Cliff, with many who had been deemed failures plunging down only to rise as unparalleled powerhouses. However, Lin Yanxing did not leap. He had yet to attain the realm of carefree existence. What if he were to fall to his demise? Even if he were miraculously to survive, there was no assurance that fortune awaited him below. It could just as easily harbor grave dangers. The area was devoid of spiritual energy, rendering it a poor locale for cultivation. "This place is scarcely conducive to our practice," Shao Qi remarked. It sensed the spiritual energy in this place, only to find it exceedingly thin, far slower than cultivation with spirit stones. Lin Yanxing sat at the edge of the cliff and remarked, "This is a place for reflection and penance, not for cultivation, hence the sparse spiritual energy." With his current strength, he was already formidable among practitioners of the ethereal realm. Mastering the Tower of Floating Spirits technique coupled with the rebirth battle body, rendering even the common quasi-king realm practitioners no match for him. Yet he remained one step away from the king realm, a persistent source of frustration. "Host, your comprehension and talent are lacking. Even with the Tower of Floating Spirits and the rebirth battle body, you cannot grasp anything useful, and you cannot ascend to the king realm." The system's timely words of discouragement made Lin Yanxing wish to summon it forth and give it a good beating. He was acutely aware of his own limitations in talent and comprehension, and previously, even his physique was subpar. However, this was an unavoidable circumstance. His current body was merely that of a child from an ordinary family, and in his past life, he had been an ordinary person, certainly not comparable to those who were reborn as celestial kings or great emperors. What puzzled him further was that aside from the considerable benefits he had gained through the system, he had little personal fortune, a stark contrast to what one would expect from a reincarnator. Lin Yansheng gazed at the little true dragon flitting about the cliffside and called out, "Little dragon, you must grow quickly, otherwise your brother will always be bullied." He truly wished to cease his efforts and simply rely on others for support. "Brother, don't worry. Little dragon will definitely grow quickly and protect you," came the tender voice of the little true dragon, warming Lin Yansheng's heart. If he could endure a little longer until the true dragon matured, he would surely soar to greatness. With a true dragon by his side, who could dare to defy him? Host, why not inquire if this system possesses items that can accelerate the growth of divine beasts? Just as Lin Yansheng was lost in dreams of soaring through myriad realms alongside his grown true dragon, the system's voice echoed once more. He was taken aback and asked, "Do you have anything that can hasten the growth of divine beasts?" Although the system had been of great assistance, he had never developed the habit of seeking help from it for troublesome matters. In that instant, he felt as though his previous hardships had been in vain. Of course, this system is the universal sign-in system, hence it possesses items from all realms. Upon hearing this, Lin Yansheng exclaimed with excitement, "Then quickly provide me with something that can accelerate the growth of the divine beast. Once the true dragon matures, I can enjoy a life of luxury." He envisioned the dawn of a new era where he could revel in the invincible lifestyle of having a true dragon brother. Not possible. This system does not operate on a gratuitous basis. The host must complete tasks to earn sign-in points, which can then be exchanged for items in the system store. Lin Yansheng, bewildered, inquired, "Sign-in points? System store? What are these? Why haven't you informed me?" He felt that this system was particularly deceitful, having withheld so many of its capabilities from him. The host can earn check-in points by signing in and completing tasks assigned by this system, and the system store serves as the exchange system where check-in points can be redeemed for items. The host can also exchange items that accelerate the growth of divine beasts. The system elucidated. Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Yansheng immediately comprehended the significance and retorted, "Why didn't you inform me of such an important matter?" He felt a twinge of irritation. Had he known earlier that the system possessed a redemption function, he could have exchanged for valuable items to enhance his strength or expedite the growth of the little true dragon. This system had already conveyed all its functionalities at the moment of binding with the host. As for the omission of mentioning the check-in points earned upon task completion, it is simply because the host never indicated a desire to redeem items in the exchange store, hence it was omitted, the system clarified. The host acknowledged that it was Lin Yansheng's own oversight and could not blame the system for not mentioning it. Lin Yansheng retorted, somewhat exasperated, "Come on. When you bound me, I was merely an infant and had fainted. I was completely unaware of the binding process, let alone these details." He realized that he was dealing with an eccentric system, feeling as though he had been deceived for 18 years. This is the host's responsibility, not the system's. The system replied, completely unrepentant, with an air of refreshing nonchalance. Chapter 95, Task Difficulty and Check-in Points. Lin Yansheng was greatly frustrated by the system. After a moment, he took a deep breath to regain his composure and inquired, "What is my current number of check-in points?" He was eager to learn how many points he had accumulated after completing numerous tasks. The host currently possesses 56,800 check-in points. Upon hearing this, Lin Yansheng felt somewhat satisfied and asked, "Can I exchange these points for items that accelerate the growth of divine beasts?" If such an exchange were possible, he could expedite the growth of the little true dragon, ensuring his own safety in the process. "Host, there are many items that can accelerate the growth of divine beasts, but currently, only 3 are effective for the true dragon: True Dragon Transformation Pill, Myriad Spirits Growth Flower, and True Spirit Evolution Fruit." The system elaborated on the various items capable of hastening the true dragon's growth. Lin Yansheng noted that these items sounded quite prestigious and asked, "Which one can I exchange for at this moment?" A foreboding feeling washed over him, suggesting that he would be unable to exchange for any of them. As anticipated, the system's response left him deeply disappointed. The True Dragon Transformation Pill requires 500,000 check-in points. The Myriad Spirits Growth Flower requires 800,000 check-in points. The True Spirit Evolution Fruit requires 1,000,000 check-in points. Lin Yinxing's mood fluctuated like a roller coaster. Among the three items, even the least expensive, the True Dragon Transformation Pill demanded a staggering 500,000 points, while he only had 56,800 points, a significant deficit. Sighing internally, he asked, "System, do you have any other items in your exchange store? All things under heaven are available. The host may examine it for yourself." As soon as the system's voice faded, a myriad of images flooded Lin Yinxing's mind, showcasing a vast array of items. These not only displayed their exchange prices, but also described their uses and methods of application. Additionally, the items could be categorized and searched, encompassing divine artifacts, elixirs, and human-related items, among other classifications. They could also be sorted by price, either ascending or descending, for convenience. It took Lin Yinxing an entire week to peruse the exchange store, and he discovered that it truly contained an abundance of items. From an ordinary bed to powerful divine artifacts, everything was available for exchange. Without hesitation, Lin Yinxing spent 10 check-in points to acquire a spirit-nurturing bed, which provided exquisite comfort and could nourish the body. He promptly retrieved it from the system's space and placed it on the cliff of reflection for the white little beast, the True Dragon, and Shao Qi to rest upon. Next, he set his sights on the Book of Comprehension and the Book of Aptitude. The former enhances a person's understanding, while the latter improves one's innate talent. Both items were limited in purchase, and with each exchange, the price would escalate, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Fortunately, the initial exchange prices were quite low. The first exchange for the Book of Comprehension required 10,000 check-in points, and the same for the Book of Aptitude. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yinxing exchanged for both books. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable transformation within his soul. The surroundings appeared identical to before, yet his comprehension of them had shifted. His perception and aptitude had notably improved from ordinary to commendable, though still lacking when compared to true geniuses. Thus, he contemplated further exchanges, only to discover that the tomes of aptitude and comprehension now required 20,000 sign-in points each for redemption, leading him to abandon the idea. Lin Yinxing then noticed something that piqued his interest, a mystical art known as the secret technique of strength, which could temporarily amplify one's power tenfold. This technique was categorized into 3 tiers: primary, intermediate, and advanced. The primary tier was effective only for practitioners within the realm of profound mysteries. The intermediate tier applied to those within the realm of freedom, and the advanced tier was beneficial for practitioners within the realm of Hunyuan. The primary edition of the secret technique of strength required merely 10,000 sign-in points. The intermediate edition demanded 100,000. And the advanced edition necessitated a staggering 1,000,000 points. There were numerous other enticing items, yet Lin Yinxing's current sign-in points were insufficient for consideration. For instance, the Destruction Talisman could unleash an attack potent enough to obliterate practitioners within the realm of longevity, but it required 3,000,000 sign-in points for redemption, far beyond his current capabilities. Reluctantly suppressing his eagerness, he inquired, "System, how can I swiftly acquire sign-in points?" He was in urgent need of points, as the remaining 36,790 points were hardly adequate. Completing tasks will expedite the acquisition of sign-in points. The greater the difficulty of the task, the more points one can earn. Lin Yinxing's interest was piqued, and he asked, "Are there any tasks available now, particularly those of high difficulty?" Should he succeed in a challenging task, he could amass a substantial number of sign-in points for valuable exchanges. Indeed, there are several, such as slaying the Burial Heaven Demon Lord, rewarding 5,000,000 sign-in points; rescuing the Great Virtue and Great Might Dragon Baby, rewarding 3,000,000 sign-in points; obliterating the Road to Hell, rewarding 10,000,000 sign-in points. The system enumerated numerous tasks, causing Lin Yinxing to feel overwhelmed. Names like the Burial Heaven Demon Lord and the Great Virtue and Great Might Dragon Baby suggested challenges far beyond his current capacity. Suddenly, an idea struck him regarding the task hall of the Tianwen sect, and he asked, "By the way, does your system offer a task hall where I can independently accept missions?" Within the Tianwen sect, one could conveniently choose the type of tasks to undertake. There is a task center where tasks are available for self-selection. However, please be advised, should the host voluntarily accept a task and subsequently fail, there will be consequences. The system's tone grew serious, indicating that voluntarily accepting tasks was not a trivial matter, and any penalties incurred from failure could not be averted even by the system itself. For the system was not omnipotent, otherwise. It could merely grant Lin Yinxing 100 million sign-in points to spend. Very well, I shall act within my limits. Thank you. Lin Yinxing was momentarily taken aback and expressed his gratitude. In his recollection, this was the first time the system had genuinely shown concern for him, stirring a warm current within him. Subsequently, he entered the task center and discovered that the missions were categorized into 8 levels: Abyss, Hell, Nightmare, Dangerous, Difficult, Ordinary, Simple, and Beginner, showcasing a plethora of classifications. Upon reviewing the descriptions of the various levels, he realized that the difficulty of the tasks was indeed correlated with the number of sign-in points awarded. From the simplest beginner tasks to the most challenging Abyss tasks, the corresponding rewards of sign-in points ranged from single digits, double digits, triple digits, quadruple digits, to 5 digits. Upon seeing this information, Lin Yinxing immediately understood that the Path of the Destruction Hell was the highest level Abyss task, as it offered a staggering reward of 10 million sign-in points, an 8-digit figure. He felt a sense of relief that he had refrained from undertaking such tasks. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would have swiftly turned into mere dust. Chapter 96. The Dragon God Tribe. Suddenly, Lin Yinxing recalled a matter of great urgency and hastily inquired of the system. Is there not a novice gift package or something similar that was bestowed upon me upon binding? Under normal circumstances, one would expect the system to provide a novice gift package, so he harbored serious doubts about whether the system had withheld it from him. Indeed, there exists a novice gift package, which is the system's exclusive forbidden technique, the Entangling Divine Spell. Upon its invocation, one may acquire godlike powers, though at the cost of depleting one's life force. The system's words caused Lin Yinxing to furrow his brow slightly. The notion of a forbidden technique sounded formidable, and the potential to gain divine strength only reinforced its potency. However, the reliance on life force to sustain the Entangling Divine Spell presented a significant drawback. Should he engage in combat while invoking it, he might exhaust his life force before the battle concluded. Nonetheless, it could prove invaluable in life and death situations, albeit impractical for everyday use. With this in mind, he urged, "System, please grant me the novice gift package at once. If you delay any longer, I shall soon outgrow my novice phase." No sooner had Lin Yinxing uttered these words than a stream of information flooded his mind, detailing the cultivation method for the Entangling Divine Spell. Without hesitation, he commenced his training, and it took him a full month to master this forbidden technique. From a certain perspective, it was even more potent than the floating pagoda divine art. Even a mere mortal could wield the Entangling Divine Spell to attain godlike strength, albeit only for a fleeting moment before succumbing to life force depletion. A month had elapsed. Surely, the old man must be free of trouble by now, Lin Yinxing mused as he withdrew from his meditative state. To his astonishment, he found the little white beast diligently clawing at the mountain wall beside the bed, having already excavated several inches deep. Curiously, he inquired, "Little White, what are you doing?" The little creature pointed with its paw at the small pit it had dug, emitting a series of chirps. Upon hearing these sounds, Lin Yinxing asked with a hint of skepticism, "Are you suggesting that you sense something within?" It was not that he understood the meaning of the chirps, but rather that the little beast conveyed its thoughts to him through mental communication, allowing him to comprehend its intent. This remarkable ability indicated that the little white beast was no ordinary creature. It was likely a sacred beast or a divine entity. With an enthusiastic nod, the little white beast chirped happily and resumed its digging. Soon, the mountain wall revealed a small hollow, suggesting the presence of an interior space, rather than being a solid rock face. Both the little true dragon and Xiao Qi displayed expressions of surprise. The latter approached and pecked vigorously at the wall, causing the earthen surface to crumble away, unveiling a passage. Indeed, within this mountain wall lay an extraordinary secret. Intrigued, Lin Yinxing approached the newly exposed passage and peered inside, only to find it unfathomably deep, concealing its destination. An urge to venture inside and uncover its mysteries surged within him. Without hesitation, He retracted the bed into the spatial artifact, accompanied by Xiao Qi, Xiao Jinlong, and Xiao Bai, and leaped into the spatial passage. He then sealed the entrance. Should anyone come here without meticulous observation, they would not discern that the ground had been disturbed. The spatial passage was profound. Lin Yansheng had traversed it for nearly 30 days without emerging, leading him to ponder whether it might lead to another realm. At that moment, the path ahead abruptly transitioned to a vertical drop, and he, along with Xiao Jinlong, Xiao Qi, and Xiao Bai, plummeted downwards. A radiant light appeared below, filling him with elation as he landed upon solid ground. The instant he touched down, Lin Yansheng was struck by a pungent scent of blood. Raising his gaze, he beheld a throng of savage beasts before him, with numerous corpses strewn across the ground. He glanced back and noticed a colossal statue. It appeared he had fallen from one of its nostrils. Flanking the statue were many wild-looking individuals, each brandishing weapons, with bloodstains adorning their bodies. Lin Yansheng began to grasp the dire situation, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? Have I descended into a primitive tribe under siege by ferocious beasts?" Xiao Qi perched atop his head, Xiao Jinlong coiled around his neck, and he cradled Xiao Bai in his arms, forming a rather peculiar sight. In the throng near the statue, an elderly man leaning on a cane stared at Lin Yansheng, his voice trembling with excitement. "A divine being has descended from the heavens. Surely, our ancestors have sent you to rescue us." He then knelt before Lin Yansheng, beseeching, "Please, great deity, save us, the Dragon God tribe." Witnessing this, the others also knelt, crying out in unison, "Great deity, please save our Dragon God tribe." Lin Yansheng felt bewildered by the commotion, muttering inwardly about the absurdity of being hailed as a celestial savior. He had merely sought to explore the hidden passage of the Repentance Cliff out of boredom. Observing the primitively attired individuals kneeling before him, he spoke, "I am not a deity. I am just an ordinary person." He yearned to be a divine figure. Yet the reality was far from it. How could a true god be punished to face the wall at the Repentance Cliff? Mission triggered. Save the Dragon God tribe. Reward: 5,000 sign-in points and a life extension pill. The system's voice resonated, prompting Lin Yansheng to reflect on how even the heavens seemed to favor this primitive tribe. He realized that only missions issued by the system offered rewards beyond mere sign-in points, whereas tasks he accepted from the mission center did not. Hence, he was quite eager to complete any task presented by the system. Seeing Lin Yansheng remain unperturbed, the elder, the tribe's chief, grew anxious and implored, "Great deity, your mere presence has already instilled fear in these ferocious beasts, preventing them from acting recklessly. You cannot be an ordinary person. Please, I beseech you to rescue our Dragon God tribe. We shall reward you with our ancestral treasures." Even the primitive tribesfolk understood that no one would offer assistance without compensation, and thus the chief proposed a gift of ancestral relics in return for aid. He believed that their tribe possessed only ancestral treasures of value to the deity, and although this artifact had been passed down through generations, it had not demonstrated any formidable power. It would be more prudent to exchange it for the deity's intervention to save the tribe. Lin Yansheng revealed a faint smile and said, "In that case, I shall assist you in driving away these ferocious beasts." Originally, due to a task issued by the system, he had already intended to intervene and rescue this tribe, and he was pleasantly surprised at the prospect of an additional reward. He then turned to face the group of beasts that stood frozen in place, hesitating to advance, and calmly instructed, "Little dragon, go and chase them away. This will serve as your training." His audacity to disregard the presence of over 100 ferocious beasts, even daring to converse with both the beasts and the tribe, stemmed not from an overwhelming strength that allowed him to look down upon all, but rather from the divine beast that accompanied him, a super-divine beast. It was not he who subdued these ferocious creatures, but rather the little true dragon and Xiao Qi. Perhaps even Xiao Bai could be included in this regard. Chapter 97. Two methods. The young dragon departed from Lin Yansheng's neck, soaring towards the ferocious beasts. As it approached within mere meters of the creatures, it unleashed, without reservation, the supreme and noble aura inherent in its bloodline. With a resounding roar, albeit in a tender tone, it echoed like thunder among the beasts. Though the young dragon had only recently hatched, the pressure emanating from it was formidable, instilling a sense of dread in the ferocious beasts, compelling them to flee in terror. Mission accomplished. the life-prolonging elixir and 5,000 sign-in points have been credited. Faced with the majestic dragon, the ordinary beasts could not muster the courage to fight, succumbing to the perfect suppression derived from the bloodline. The lowly intellect of the ferocious beasts relies on the strength bestowed by their lineage. As they mature, they possess robust physiques. Yet they struggle to transcend the confines of their bloodline to become stronger. For instance, the sixth-tier ferocious beast, the burrowing spider, although powerful, can only reach the sixth tier itself, akin to the realm of tranquility, and its chances of becoming more formidable are nearly impossible unless it undergoes mutation. In contrast, the demon race enjoys greater possibilities, as they are not bound by such rigid bloodline limitations. Through talent and wisdom, they can rapidly grow in strength and rise to prominence. While the physical prowess of the demon race may be inferior to that of ferocious beasts, they possess a remarkable comprehension of the principles of the universe, mastering various techniques and exhibiting formidable combat capabilities. Humanity, lacking the formidable physiques of ferocious beasts and the profound understanding of the principles possessed by demons, relies instead on their boundless potential for growth. The potential of humans is vast, characterized by an adaptable nature, free from the stringent constraints faced by demons and ferocious beasts. However, the majority of humanity remains weak, both in physicality and technique. Yet, among humans, there exist prodigies endowed with exceptional talent for cultivation, harboring terrifying potential that may one day lead them to become unparalleled powerhouses. Nevertheless, in comparison to divine beasts, whether human, demon, or ferocious beast, they are leagues apart. Divine beasts are endowed with innate comprehension, surpassing even that of demons, with many capable of effortlessly harnessing the powers of heaven and earth. Their physiques can easily overpower those of ferocious beasts, transcending countless levels of strength. Regarding potential, divine beasts, inherently attuned to the principles of the universe, possess a far superior aptitude for cultivation than humans. Even without rigorous training, they can grow incredibly strong, and with dedicated effort, they become overwhelmingly powerful. Even the offspring born from the union of divine beasts and other beings remain formidable. Despite their bloodline being less than perfect, these unique races are only slightly weaker than divine beasts, yet still stronger than other creatures. Such beings are referred to as sacred beasts. For instance, the sacred dragon clan within the dragon race is a sacred beast, regarded as exalted by ordinary beings. After spiraling joyfully in the air for a few moments, the young dragon returned to Lin Yinxing's side, elated. It had effortlessly accomplished the first task entrusted by its brother, feeling a sense of pride. The great deity is indeed impressive, able to repel these brutal, ferocious beasts without needing to take action, leaving us in awe, remarked the chieftain of the dragon god tribe. When Lin Yinxing agreed to confront the ferocious beasts, he and his kin rose from their kneeling position, as remaining in such a posture was quite uncomfortable. Lin Yinxing smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate, and inquired, "Elder, are you from this place?" He sensed that the elderly man commanded considerable respect among the crowd, surmising he held a position akin to that of a village chief. The chieftain replied with reverence, "I am Gu Chenghai, the chieftain of the dragon god tribe." It was evident that his respect for Lin Yinxing was genuine, not feigned. Lin Yinxing surveyed the injured members of the tribe and asked, "What transpired within your tribe? Why were you beset by these beasts?" It seemed illogical for a tribe to endure such a large-scale attack by ferocious creatures. Otherwise, they would have long since been obliterated. "Atai, please assist with the removal of the bodies. Akuan, take some individuals to retrieve those who sought refuge." Gu Qinghai instructed the two young men before turning back to Lin Yinxing. "Our dragon god tribe lies just 10 miles from the wilderness forest, a realm teeming with countless ferocious beasts. However, these creatures typically do not stray far from their domain. For reasons unknown, they have recently erupted from the wilderness forest, wreaking havoc upon various tribes." Lin Yinxing found the situation peculiar and gleaned further details regarding the dragon god tribe from Gu Qinghai. Originally, the tribe comprised over 3,000 members, but after several waves of beastly assaults, only about 2,000 remained. Excluding the elderly, women, and children who had fled for safety, the remaining warriors of the dragon god tribe counted less than 1,000. Once the area was cleared, Gu Qinghai escorted Lin Yinxing to his home, as it was customary for a chief to receive guests in his abode out of respect. After they settled, Gu Qinghai called out to a girl of 16 or 17. Xiao Xian, please serve tea to the esteemed one. The girl, his granddaughter named Gu Xiaoxian, had lost her parents to the beasts and now relied solely on him. Aware of Lin Yinxing's heroic act of driving away the ferocious creatures, she recognized him as a remarkable deity who had saved the entire dragon god tribe. With great care, she placed a cup of tea before Lin Yinxing and, trembling slightly, said, "Esteemed one, please enjoy this tea." It was her first encounter with a man as handsome as Lin Yinxing, and she couldn't help but steal glances at him before stepping aside. Marveling at how young he appeared, Lin Yinxing noticed the beautiful girl sneaking glances at him, but chose to disregard it. He turned to Gu Qinghai and asked, "Chieftain, have you considered leading your tribe to migrate? After all, no one can predict whether the ferocious beasts will strike again." He understood he could not remain there indefinitely. Soon, he would need to return to the Tianwen sect. If he lingered beyond his allotted time, the elders of the sect would surely grow suspicious of his prolonged absence from Wuqing Peak. Upon hearing Lin Yinxing's words, Gu Qinghai sensed that Lin Yinxing would not linger for long. His expression darkened slightly as he sighed. "Oh, esteemed deity, you are unaware of our plight. Our dragon god tribe is situated in the vicinity of the wild forest out of sheer necessity. The regions farther from the wild forest are already occupied by larger tribes, leaving no room for our humble dragon god tribe. How he wishes to relocate to a safer area. Yet, the farther one ventures from the wild forest, the more prosperous and formidable the tribes become, leaving no sanctuary for a mere small tribe like ours." Lin Yinxing, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words. The tribe bore the grand name of Dragon God, yet its strength was woefully inadequate, a stark contrast to such a formidable title. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, "There are currently two approaches to mitigate the dangers posed by the ferocious beasts. One is to seek refuge in a safe zone, and the other is to venture into the wild forest to address the underlying causes of the recent disturbances caused by the beasts." Chapter 98. Two tasks. These two methods are beyond the capabilities of our dragon god tribe, Gu Qinghai lamented. Lin Yinxing was well aware of this. Whether it was securing a foothold in the outer safe zones or addressing the source of the beastly turmoil in the wilderness forest, it was not a challenge their tribe could tackle. Triggering a series of tasks for the dragon god tribe. Resolve the troubles caused by the beasts invading the dragon god tribe. Reward, 10,000 sign-in points and a healing elixir. The system's voice echoed in Lin Yinxing's mind, and he was pleasantly surprised by the substantial reward of 10,000 sign-in points. The healing elixir was also a remarkable item. He already possessed one, and acquiring another would certainly be beneficial. The healing elixir boasted extraordinary healing capabilities, while the lifespan elixir could extend one's life by a century, both being exceptional treasures. However, Lin Yinxing favored the healing elixir more, as practitioners of advanced cultivation generally did not lack for an additional 100 years of life. That said, the lifespan elixir was also an extremely precious divine medicine, belonging to the same echelon as the healing elixir. A smile graced Lin Yinxing's face as he addressed Gu Qinghai. "Chief, I can assist your dragon god tribe in confronting the troubles posed by the beasts. You may choose one of the two methods I just mentioned." He felt that the dragon god tribe was indeed a fortuitous place for him, having triggered a series of tasks upon his arrival. And now he was already on the second task. Excitement flickered across Gu Qinghai's wrinkled face as he sought confirmation of Lin Yinxing's words, asking, "Great one, is what you say truly the case?" He had presumed that after Lin Yinxing had helped them fend off the beasts, he would no longer concern himself with their plight, especially since Lin Yinxing's attire suggested he was not from this region and would eventually depart. "Indeed, it is true," Lin Yinxing replied. "We must address the source of the beastly unrest, ensuring they no longer invade the tribe or relocate to a safer area. Chief, please consider this carefully. The members of the Dragon God tribe generally possessed cultivation levels of the spirit-building realm, with only a few reaching the profound realm. The strongest among them being Gu Qinghai, who was in the late stage of the profound realm. Such strength was trivial in Lin Yinxing's presence. Analyzing the Dragon God tribe allowed him to deduce that the other tribes in this area likely did not possess significant strength, with only a few possibly being a level or two stronger than the Dragon God tribe. As for dealing with the beasts, it was unnecessary to elaborate. Not only did the previous beasts that attacked the Dragon God tribe lack high ranks, but even those of higher ranks posed no threat to him. for he had the little true dragon and Shao Qi, who exerted absolute dominance over the beasts. After pondering for a moment, Gu Qinghai remarked, "No tribe wishes to remain in this remote area bordering the wilderness. However, with the strength of our dragon god tribe, even if you were to secure us a territory in the outside world, we would be unable to defend it." He certainly desired for the dragon god tribe to thrive in grander locales, but their current strength was insufficient to survive in central regions, where larger tribes boasted formidable beings of the great sun or even the ethereal realm. Lin Yinxing contemplated for a moment before asking, "Surely there are other tribes near the wilderness forest besides the dragon god tribe?" It is evident that Gu Qinghai intends for the dragon god tribe to relocate to a more accessible area, for no tribe wishes to remain in such a remote location. Even in the absence of ferocious beast disturbances, Gu Qinghai did not comprehend why Lin Yinxing posed such a question, yet he responded candidly, "Indeed, there are 13 tribes in the vicinity, and our dragon god tribe ranks 9th. Even in this remote region, the dragon god tribe remains at a significant disadvantage, which is a source of his frustration. Although the dragon god tribe, with Lin Yinxing's assistance, has migrated to the central area, it is inevitable that once Lin Yinxing departs, the tribe will be overwhelmed by the other tribes in the central region." Lin Yinxing proposed, "Chieftain, have you considered unifying the tribes outside the wild forest and then accumulating strength to challenge the larger tribes beyond? While the dragon god tribe currently lacks the capability to establish a foothold in the central region, unifying the tribes in this remote area may someday grant them the qualifications to enter the central expanse." Gu Qinghai replied, "This is a notion that all 13 tribes in the remote area contemplate, yet achieving it is exceedingly difficult. Even the mightiest Yasha tribe cannot accomplish such unity. To unify the wild region, it is not merely sufficient to be the strongest among the 13 tribes. One must possess overwhelming strength to subjugate the others. When a tribe demonstrates formidable power, the other tribes will inevitably seek to ally, and at the crucial moment, they risk being absorbed. Triggering the Dragon God Tribe series of tasks. Assist the Dragon God Tribe in unifying the wild region. Reward: 5,000 sign-in points and a purification pill." As Lin Yinxing pondered whether to assist the Dragon God Tribe in unifying the wild region, the system's voice solidified his resolve. The purification pill is a valuable item. He had seen it in the system's exchange shop. Upon consumption, it grants immunity to all toxins and shields one from the effects of illusions, making it exceedingly precious. To obtain it through sign-in points would require a staggering 150,000 points, far more valuable than the 100,000 points needed for the Holy Healing Pill or the Lifespan Pill. Such a rare treasure can only be obtained through system-issued tasks. Aside from exchange with sign-in points, Lin Yinxing smiled and said, "I can assist the Dragon God Tribe in unifying the wild region and also eliminate the source of the beast attacks, thereby allowing the Dragon God Tribe to develop peacefully here and launch an assault on the central region once they possess sufficient strength." He increasingly felt that aiding the Dragon God Tribe was an astute strategy, as tasks were arriving with unprecedented frequency. "Great deity, will you help us unify the wild region? When shall this occur?" Gu Qinghai exclaimed with great excitement. He understood that Lin Yinxing possessed the power to accomplish this, and with a divine being's intervention, the unification of the wild region would undoubtedly be achievable. Thus, even if they did not venture into the central region, it would not be of great concern. Lin Yinxing contemplated for a moment and stated, "I shall first investigate the cause of the beast disturbances in the wild forest. Once this issue is resolved, I will begin the process of absorbing the other tribes." Initially, he had intended to conquer the other tribes in the wild region, as that approach seemed more feasible. However, he was apprehensive that while leading the Dragon God Tribe in their assaults on other clans, ferocious beasts might once again attack the Dragon God Tribe, resulting in the slaughter of the elderly, weak, and young among them. Gu Qinghai took a deep breath, then approached Lin Yinxing, kneeling before him and saying, "Gu Qinghai expresses gratitude on behalf of all the members of the Dragon God Tribe." His granddaughter, Gu Shaoxian, witnessing this, wished to follow suit and prostrate herself on the ground, but was halted by Lin Yinxing. "Quickly rise. There is no need for such gestures," he said, gently raising his hand. A surge of power lifted Gu Qinghai from the ground. He had not anticipated that Gu Qinghai would kneel before him. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have intervened beforehand. It seemed rather inappropriate for an 18-year-old youth to have an elder bow down before him in such a manner. Chapter 99. the first talent of the wilderness region after rising. Gu Chenghai looked at Lin Yinsheng with palpable excitement and said, "Great One, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." He felt both astonished and anxious regarding Lin Yinsheng's assistance, as the Dragon God tribe possessed little to offer in return. The only potential recompense might be their ancestral treasures. Thus, he was resolutely determined to present these heirlooms to Lin Yinsheng. "It is nothing, merely a trifling effort. No need to take it to heart." Lin Yinsheng waved his hand dismissively. He was certainly not a benevolent figure. Rather, it was the allure of the system's rewards that captivated him. Gu Shaoxian observed Lin Yinsheng from the side, surprised that someone so young claimed he could help the Dragon God tribe unify the wilderness region. This notion seemed somewhat absurd. Yet her grandfather, as the chieftain, placed significant trust in Lin Yinsheng's words. Thus, she pondered if this so-called Great One might indeed possess remarkable abilities. After spending a brief moment at Gu Chenghai's home, Lin Yinsheng could hardly contain his eagerness to complete his task and obtain the sign-in points and elixirs. He inquired, "I shall venture into the wilderness forest now. Who will guide me?" Being a newcomer, he was entirely unfamiliar with the wilderness forest and naturally required a guide, albeit just for navigation. He then added, "Familiarity with the wilderness forest is all that matters. Strength is of no consequence." Gu Chenghai's eyes twinkled with a scheme, and he said, "Logically, I should personally escort the Great One, but the tribe has recently faced a beast attack, and there are many matters for the chieftain to address. Thus, I can only entrust Shaoxian to accompany the Great One to the wilderness forest." His intentions were not malicious. Rather, he pondered whether his granddaughter might forge a connection with Lin Yinsheng. While he could not boast of much, he was confident in his granddaughter's beauty. In the wilderness region, Gu Shaoxian was undoubtedly the foremost beauty, with countless suitors expected in the coming year. He believed that even Lin Yinsheng, hailing from a more prominent place, might be swayed by her charm. If he could retain Lin Yinsheng this way, unifying not just the wilderness but even the central region might become a possibility. Lin Yinsheng regarded Gu Shaoxian with a hint of skepticism. She was tall and graceful, adorned with no extravagant embellishments, yet exuded an innate, unpretentious beauty. Her appearance was certainly on par with Su Shishir, a striking beauty in her own right. Feeling Lin Yinsheng's gaze upon her, Gu Shaoxian grew somewhat anxious, fearing he might deem her too young and unreliable. She quickly asserted, "Great One, though my strength is modest, I have often accompanied my grandfather and parents to hunt in the wilderness forest, so I am quite familiar with it." In truth, her cultivation within the Dragon God tribe was not lacking. She was indeed a skilled practitioner, having reached the pinnacle of the spirit-building realm. Not far from the mysterious realm, Lin Yinsheng scrutinized Gu Shaoxian for a moment, nodded, and remarked, "Your talent is commendable. Had you been in one of those grand sects or esteemed families, your current cultivation would undoubtedly be even greater." A girl of 16 or 17 years, possessing the pinnacle of spiritual cultivation, is indeed remarkable, even in realms beyond these primitive tribes. The absence of supportive cultivation resources in such tribes, combined with the scarcity of spiritual energy, serves to illuminate an individual's innate talent. Xiaoshuan's abilities are commendable in the wilderness, yet when juxtaposed with those of the divine realm, they pale in comparison. Gu Chenghai humbly acknowledged this, though pride radiated from his countenance. His granddaughter, Gu Shaoxian, is renowned in the wild for her exceptional talent and beauty, remaining outstanding even in the central regions. Lin Yinsheng pondered for a moment before stating, "In my sect, there are numerous practitioners in the mysterious realm and even the Great Sun realm at the age of 16 or 17, with some having reached the connecting spirit realm." While his own talent may not have been extraordinary within the Tianwen sect, he had achieved the mysterious realm by 17, and many of the sect's prodigies had already attained the Great Sun realm at the same age. Indeed, prodigies like Hu Jia could even step into the connecting spirit realm by that age. Gu Chenghai's face was a canvas of astonishment as he exclaimed, "What? Practitioners of the mysterious realm, Great Sun realm, and even connecting spirit realm at the age of 16 or 17. Is this truly the world beyond? In the wilderness, those of the mysterious realm are regarded as the pinnacle of existence, while in the central regions, individuals of the Great Sun realm are exceedingly rare, belonging to the echelon of the powerful. As for those of the connecting spirit realm, they represent the apex of the various tribes in the central region. The notion that individuals of Xiaoshuan's age could attain such heights left him questioning his own existence. Yet, he quickly reconciled this, understanding that in the realm of the divine, the extraordinary is to be expected. Lin Yinxing chuckled, remarking, "This disparity is primarily due to environmental factors. Had Xiaoxian grown up in my sect, her cultivation might well have reached the mysterious realm or even the great sun realm." He refrained from mentioning the connecting spirit realm, as those who achieve such a level before 18 are considered super prodigies. Xiaoshuan's talent is commendable, yet she still falls short of such extraordinary beings. Upon hearing Lin Yinxing's words, Gu Xiaoshuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she timidly inquired, "Really, is that true?" The thought of being as formidable as the individual spoken of by the divine seemed almost unfathomable to her. "Indeed, it is true. Come, let us venture into the wilderness forest and discern the reasons behind the beast's unrest," Lin Yinxing replied with a smile. Typically, fierce beasts do not leave their habitats to attack humans without cause, and a large-scale upheaval must surely have its reasons. All right. Upon receiving Lin Yinxing's affirmative response, Gu Xiaoshuan's face blossomed with joy as she cheerfully agreed. As they traversed the Dragon God tribe, many curious eyes scrutinized Lin Yinxing. The inhabitants of the Dragon God tribe were already aware of the divine figure who had come to their aid, referring to him as the great deity. Lin Yinxing disregarded their inquisitive gazes and turned to Gu Xiaoxian, asking, "Do you often visit the wilderness forest? The habitat of the ferocious beasts is exceedingly perilous. One would expect that the practitioners of the human race would refrain from entering such a treacherous place. Even the disciples of the Tianwen sect seldom venture into the nearby forest of ferocious beasts." Gu Xiaoxian replied, "Indeed. The tribes in our wild region primarily rely on hunting in the wilderness for sustenance. In my childhood, I often accompanied my parents into the wilderness, witnessing them hunt and bring back both wild animals and some weaker ferocious beasts to our tribe. The remote areas lack the vibrancy of the central regions, naturally depending on hunting for survival. Most of what we catch is for our own consumption, though occasionally we can exchange some goods in the central areas." Lin Yin nodded in understanding, acknowledging that many who reside near the forest choose hunting as their means of livelihood. He then recalled that he had not seen Gu Xiaoshuan's parents at her home and inquired, "Where are your parents?" Chapter 100. The Master of Beasts Gu Xiaoxian paused momentarily before continuing her forward journey, her voice soft and gentle. "My parents were killed by a fourth-tier beast during a hunting expedition." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, clearly recalling a sorrowful memory. "I'm sorry," Lin Yinxing replied quietly. In his eyes, the seemingly feeble fourth-tier beast had indeed taken the lives of Gu Xiaoshuan's parents. Such was the cruelty of this world, where power reigns supreme. "It's all right," Gu Xiaoxian said with a faint smile. Her parents had passed away several years ago, and she had come to accept this reality. Under Gu Xiaoshuan's guidance, Lin Yinxing entered the wilderness forest. As soon as they stepped inside, they were met with an onslaught of ferocious beasts. The rampage of the beasts had begun anew. "Oh my!" Gu Xiaoxian exclaimed, retreating slightly behind Lin Yinxing. The sight was far more terrifying than anything encountered in the Dragon God tribe, for the beasts emerging from the wilderness forest would scatter, making it impossible for them to focus solely on one tribe. Observing these creatures, Lin Yinxing felt a surge of exhilaration and promptly accepted a task from the system's mission center. Accept mission, hunt beasts. This task was an ungraded recurring mission, with the points awarded based on the tier of the hunted beasts. Slaying a first-tier beast would yield 1 point, a second-tier beast 2 points, a third-tier beast 5 points. A fourth-tier beast 20 points, a fifth-tier beast 100 points, a sixth-tier beast 500 points, a seventh-tier beast 2,000 points, an eighth-tier beast 10,000 points, and a ninth-tier beast 100,000 points. The majority of the beasts before him were second to third tier, yielding modest points for individual hunts. Yet their sheer numbers compensated for this. Lin Yinxing left Xiao Qi, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Zhenlong by Gu Xiaoshuan's side and surged towards the incoming swarm of beasts. In an instant, he appeared before a third-tier beast and unleashed a powerful punch. Black spiritual energy erupted from his fist, obliterating a multitude of beasts in its wake, while those on either side were shattered under the force of the punch. In one blow, 1/3 of the beasts were vanquished. The remaining beasts regained their senses, fearfully gazing at Lin Yinxing before turning to flee. Even with their limited intelligence, they recognized that this human was not one they could contend with. However, Their escape was futile. Lin Yinsheng propelled himself forward, delivering a crushing blow to one beast after another. In less than a minute, all the beasts lay defeated. Each one felled by a single strike. Whoosh! Lin Yinsheng returned to Gu Xiaoshuan's side, startling her into a gasp before she realized it was him. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiaoxian gazed at Lin Yinsheng with awe and said, "Master, you are truly remarkable." She recognized that Lin Yinsheng could be referred to as a deity, undoubtedly possessing immense strength. However, his swift annihilation of all the rampaging beasts within mere minutes left her feeling rather surreal. A thought involuntarily arose in her mind. Is it truly possible for one individual to be so formidable? They are merely a group of low-tier beasts, Lin Yinsheng remarked with a smile. His spirits were high, having slain over 2,000 beasts and accrued 7,500 points. Subsequently, they pressed onward, and after half an hour of deeper exploration, they stumbled upon a small hillside. Atop the hill stood a thatched cottage, emitting peculiar flute melodies. Outside the cottage, 4 towering beasts, each a 5th-tier creature, stood sentinel, their gazes hostile upon seeing Lin Yinsheng and Gu Xiaoxian. Lin Yinsheng scrutinized the 4 5th-tier beasts for several seconds before speaking. These beasts seemed to be under the influence of the flute's melody. This suggests that the earlier rampage of the lower-tier beasts was also related to this music. He was taken aback to discover that there were individuals capable of controlling beasts in this wild forest. Such abilities were rare, even in the outside world. Gu Xiaoxian expressed her astonishment. Controlling beasts? Is there truly someone in this world who can do that? In her understanding, beasts were inherently savage and could not be subdued. Lin Yinsheng elucidated. There are indeed techniques for controlling beasts and even humans, though practitioners of such arts are few. Let us venture inside to see who is playing the flute. With that, he stepped towards the hillside, while the little dragon soared through the air, and Xiao Qi perched atop it, seemingly treating the little dragon as a subordinate. As for Xiao Bai, nestled in Gu Xiaoshuan's embrace, she delighted in this soft, adorable creature, which had grown more comfortable and was eager to be held. Suddenly, the flute's melody shifted, infused with a murderous aura. Simultaneously, the eyes of the 4 5th-tier beasts turned crimson as they charged towards Lin Yinsheng and Gu Xiaoxian. 400 points, not bad. Lin Yinsheng chuckled as he unleashed a powerful punch. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted, tearing through the ground ahead before striking the 4 beasts. Even the 4 5th-tier creatures were sent flying several meters before collapsing on the hillside, devoid of life. Approaching the thatched cottage, Lin Yinsheng called out, "Might I inquire which friend resides within? Would you be so kind as to step outside?" No sooner had he spoken than a formidable wave of spiritual energy blasted open the cottage. A figure darted out at high speed, striking towards Lin Yinsheng with a palm. Unfazed, Lin Yinsheng reciprocated with his own palm strike, eager to ascertain the strength of this individual who could command beasts with melody. A hand enveloped in black spiritual energy collided with one shrouded in azure energy. Boom! The hillside erupted under the tremendous force, both combatants being propelled several meters apart to avoid being buried beneath the debris. Lin Yinsheng retreated to the side of the ancient Xiaoxian on the hillside, his gaze piercing through the dust towards the figure on the opposite slope. As the dust settled, he discerned the appearance of his counterpart, a young man clad in a robe of white and azure, exuding an air of elegance and strikingly handsome features. Holding a cerulean bamboo flute, the young man, grasping the flute, fixed a cold stare upon Lin Yinsheng and inquired, "Why do you disturb my practice of the arcane arts?" He had been honing his skills in controlling ferocious beasts, making significant strides in recent days. Yet, Lin Yinsheng's arrival not only resulted in the demise of those beasts he had ensnared with his flute, but also led him to this place, igniting a murderous intent within him. Lin Yinsheng, standing nearly 100 meters away, let out a disdainful chuckle. "Your practice of the arcane arts may go unchecked, but your transgression lies in unleashing ferocious beasts from the wilderness forest to assault the tribes." The individual before him exuded a formidable aura, his cultivation at the pinnacle of the mysterious realm, yet his presence was far more inscrutable than that of an ordinary practitioner at the same level. Lin Yinsheng surmised that this individual was likely approaching the realm of a quasi-king level practitioner. Chapter 101. The treasures of the dragon god tribe. The young man scoffed. "I control those ferocious beasts that leave the wild forest. They are merely low-tier creatures. for a barbarian who cannot even deal with such lowly beasts. Death is a fitting end. He held the inhabitants of the barbarian tribes in contempt, as he hailed from the opposite side of the wild forest, distinct from these uncivilized tribespeople. Upon hearing his words, Gu Shaoxian realized that this young man was the very source of the beast uprising that had attacked her tribe. Anguished and furious at the thought of the elders who had sacrificed themselves to fend off the beasts, she glared at him and exclaimed, "It is you who caused my uncles to perish in the jaws of those monsters." Her heart burned with hatred. This man's practice of his so-called magical arts had led to the demise of so many in her tribe. The young man regarded Gu Shaoxian with a hint of surprise, remarking, "You possess decent looks, but as a native of a primitive tribe, your status is rather lowly. You could scarcely be considered for a position beyond that of a servant." Even in his own circle, few could match Gu Shaoxian's beauty, and had she not belonged to a primitive tribe, he might have entertained thoughts of taking her as a concubine. Shameless rogue. Gu Shaoxian's face flushed crimson, unaccustomed to cursing. She could only utter her discontent. In her tribe, all the men treated her with respect, none as brazenly rude as this young man. Lin Yinxing watched the young man with a glint of murderous intent and declared, "Enough of this. I shall rid the world of you swiftly and then return to unify the wild regions." As his words fell, he surged forward, covering 100 meters in just a few strides, and struck the young man with a powerful punch. The young man's expression shifted to one of alarm as he raised his hand in defense, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. Lin Yinxing's fist collided with the young man's arm, causing a shockwave that ravaged the ground beneath them. A smile crept across Lin Yinxing's face as the power within his punch intensified, erupting into a terrifying surge of black spiritual energy that crashed against the young man's arm. With a resounding crack, the young man's arm shattered, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing through a dozen trees. As he struggled to rise, terror gripped him upon realizing that Lin Yinxing stood before him. Recalling the overwhelming force of Lin Yinxing's earlier strike, he understood that he was no match for him and hastily pleaded, "Friend, I am Jian Yuming of the Qingtian Empire. It was all a misunderstanding. I implore you to spare my life." He had succumbed to fear. Lin Yinxing's black spiritual energy was far too domineering, and his physical strength was overwhelming. Even though he was on the verge of reaching the Quasi-King realm, he was still no match for Lin Yinxing. He estimated that Lin Yinxing had fully entered the Quasi-King realm, a level of cultivation beyond his current capabilities. However, he believed that given time, he too could ascend to the Quasi-King level, at which point he would no longer fear Lin Yinxing, a practitioner of that caliber. Lin Yinxing recalled the Qingtian Empire from Jian Yuming's words and inquired, "The Qingtian Empire, is it not the empire of the Wuzhong Mountain region?" The northern region is divided into 9 major areas, one of which is the Wuzhong Mountain region, vast in expanse compared to the Tianwen sect area. Indeed, upon hearing this, Jian Yuming's face brightened with joy. He had been concerned that Lin Yinxing might not be familiar with the Qingyan Empire and their Jian family, rendering his explanations futile. However, to his surprise, the individual before him was well informed, indicating that he likely hailed from somewhere beyond the primitive tribes outside the wild forest. Lin Yinxing inquired, "Did you traverse nearly the entirety of the wild forest from the Qingyan Empire solely to practice your techniques for controlling ferocious beasts?" He found it implausible that Jian Yuming would neglect the ferocious beasts closer to the Qingyan Empire and come all the way here to hone his skills, especially considering the arduous journey across the wild forest. Jian Yuming struggled to articulate a response. If he admitted to this, Lin Yinxing would undoubtedly disbelieve him, perhaps resorting to violence. In truth, he had come here on a family mission to locate a treasure in a barbaric tribe known as the Dragon God tribe. Lin Yinxing's gaze turned cold as he seized Jian Yuming by the throat, chillingly stating, "Not willing to speak? Then prepare to die." Dark spiritual energy coalesced in his palm, the pressure intensifying. With but a thought, he could easily crush Jian Yuming's neck. "Wait, I'll tell you," Jian Yuming exclaimed in genuine panic, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Lin Yinxing. Realizing that this young man was no ordinary foe, Lin Yinxing released his grip, retracting his hand and commanding, "Then speak quickly, and do not attempt to deceive me, or I shall strike you down with a single blow." Meanwhile, he pondered why the system had yet to indicate task completion. Did he need to extract more information from Jian Yuming? Feeling a chill in his heart, Jian Yuming muttered, "I was ordered by my family to find a treasure here." He was reluctant to divulge the specifics of his family's task, fearing repercussions if the mission were to fail. The elders had emphasized the importance of this undertaking. Lin Yanqing's curiosity piqued as he pressed further. What kind of treasure? He too was intrigued by what treasure could exist within the Wild Region's tribes, significant enough to attract the Qingyan Empire from across the wild forest. Surely, it must be no ordinary artifact. After a moment of hesitation, Jian Yuming replied, I do not know what the treasure is, only that it is located within the Dragon God tribe. As for the whereabouts of the Dragon God tribe, I am still unaware. I intended to first master the technique of controlling ferocious beasts before seeking the treasure. Had he known that Lin Yansheng had just come from the Dragon God tribe, and that Gu Shaoxian was the chieftain's granddaughter, he would have been even more reticent. A hint of surprise crossed Lin Yansheng's face. He had not anticipated that the treasure sought by the Jian family was actually within the Dragon God tribe. He speculated, could it be the ancestral treasure spoken of by Gu Qinghai? Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful punch, catching Jian Yuming off guard and striking him on the head. Bang! In an instant, Jian Yuming's head shattered like a watermelon, scattering debris all around. Standing in place, Gu Shaoxian witnessed Lin Yansheng deliver a devastating blow that shattered Jian Yuming's skull. Terrified, she covered her mouth, her gaze fixated on Lin Yansheng in fear. She had not anticipated that the seemingly calm and carefree deity would resort to such brutality, killing the young man with a single strike. Shaoqi, perched upon the back of the little dragon, also observed the gruesome scene. However, it deemed this to be a routine occurrence. In its past, it had taken more lives than Gu Shaoxian had ever encountered. After slaying Jian Yuming, Lin Yansheng swiftly returned to Gu Xiaoshuan's side. Noticing the expression of fear and anxiety etched on her face, he paused momentarily before realizing that she was startled by the violent act he had just committed. After a brief moment of contemplation, he explained, this individual was a villain, intent on seizing the treasures of your Dragon God tribe. To prevent him from summoning more people, I had no choice but to eliminate him. Chapter 102. Unification of the Wilderness region. Upon hearing Lin Yansheng's words, Gu Shaoxian felt an increase in her anxiety and replied softly, yes? In her heart, she pondered whether the revelation of the tribe's treasures would bring peril to their clan. Lin Yansheng suggested, let us return and confer with your grandfather on how to annex the other tribes. He was in good spirits, for upon vanquishing Jian Yuming, the system had already notified him that he had completed the task of resolving the beast attacks within the Dragon God tribe series of quests. The 5,000 sign-in points and the life-prolonging elixir had already been credited to him, although the elixirs and the Book of Luo were securely stored within the system space. At the Dragon God tribe, Lin Yansheng spoke to Chief Gu Qinghai. Chief, you are well acquainted with the circumstances of the 13 tribes in the wilderness region, I presume? Though he regarded these tribes with disdain, it was prudent to pay them some heed and devise a proper strategy. Great One, our strongest tribe in the wilderness region is the Yasha tribe, followed by the Tianya tribe. The weakest being the Shishing tribe, Gu Qinghai elaborated, ranking the tribe strengths for Lin Yansheng. He himself harbored a plan to begin by annexing the Shishing tribe. Once the Shishing tribe was absorbed, the strength of the Dragon God tribe would increase, enabling a gradual conquest of the 12th-ranked tribe and continuing this way until the first-ranked Yasha tribe was subdued. This, he believed, was the most prudent approach. Lin Yansheng, without much contemplation, declared, let us commence with the Yasha tribe. This will also serve to intimidate the other tribes, deterring them from launching an attack on the Dragon God tribe. Should we start by annexing the Yasha tribe, even if the other tribes were to ally, they may hesitate to retaliate. He felt no apprehension. To him, no tribe was of any consequence. In truth, he was not overly concerned about the possibility of other tribes attacking the Dragon God tribe while he absorbed the Yasha or Tianya tribes. He intended to keep the Little True Dragon, Little Seven, and Little White stationed at the Dragon God tribe. Gu Qinghai, upon hearing this, dared not oppose and replied, then we shall proceed as the Great One suggests. He had his own ideas but refrained from voicing them, knowing that it was Lin Yansheng's responsibility to unify the wilderness region, not his. Lin Yansheng instructed, please arrange for someone to guide me to the Yasha tribe. At the Yasha tribe, Lin Yansheng and Gu Shaoxian approached openly, immediately capturing the attention of a throng of onlookers. A young man, looking frail and sickly, approached them, his gaze fixed aggressively on Gu Shaoxian. With a lewd grin, he remarked, oh, Is this not Gu Shaoxian, the granddaughter of the chief of the Dragon God tribe? What brings you here? Have you come to see me? He was the grandson of the chief of the Yasha tribe, having long coveted Gu Shaoxian's beauty. However, she had predominantly stayed within the Dragon God tribe, making it difficult for him to act. Now that Gu Shaoxian had presented herself to him, he felt it would be remiss not to accept her advances. Lin Yanxing cast a fleeting glance at those assembled before him and proclaimed, "I am here to subjugate the Yasha tribe. Henceforth, the Yasha tribe shall serve as a subordinate to the Dragon God tribe." The individuals present were all at the spirit-building realm, lacking even a single practitioner of the profound realm among them, indicating that they were not the upper echelons of the Yasha tribe. It appeared that a commotion was necessary to draw the higher-ups of the Yasha tribe to his location. Lin Yanxing mused. Who is this madman? Restrain him. The frail youth directed at those beside him, casting a wary glance at Lin Yanxing. Without hesitation, the others unleashed their feeble spiritual energy towards Lin Yanxing. A torrent of black spiritual power surged forth, akin to a malevolent dragon sweeping through, instantly obliterating all who dared approach. The sickly youth stood frozen in shock. He had never witnessed such a spectacle and momentarily forgot to flee. However, it was not long before a dozen individuals with more substantial auras arrived, all at the profound realm, with the strongest among them being the chief of the Yasha tribe, who was also the grandfather of the frail youth. Lin Yanxing regarded these newcomers with indifference, dismissing any need for idle conversation, and pressed his palm downward. An invisible force descended, pinning the group of profound realm practitioners of the Yasha tribe to the ground. Looking down at them, Lin Yanxing stated, "From this moment forth, the Yasha tribe shall submit to the Dragon God tribe and become its vassal. Do you have any objections? Were it not for the mission at hand, he would prefer to avoid interaction with these profound realm practitioners, as a single misstep could lead to their demise. We have no objections. Please spare our lives." The higher-ups of the Yasha tribe pleaded, not daring to utter a word of defiance. Yet, within their hearts, they secretly concluded that this formidable youth was certainly not a member of the Dragon God tribe, implying that he would eventually depart. Once he left, they could easily trample the Dragon God tribe. Lin Yanxing's eyes glimmered with disdain as he produced a handful of talismans, infusing them with the essence of Gu Shaoxian, compelling the higher-ups of the Yasha tribe to consume them. Subsequently, Gu Shaoxian sensed the presence of these individuals, as if their very lives were at her whim, ready to be extinguished with but a thought. Lin Yanxing announced, "I have administered the life-thought talismans to you. As long as Gu Shaoxian desires it, with a mere thought, you shall perish. Therefore, I advise against any trickery." His words were directed not only at the higher-ups of the Yasha tribe, but also at Gu Shaoxian, as he had not previously mentioned this matter to her. In truth, this notion had come to him on a whim. He had exchanged his sign-in points in the system store, acquiring 100 life-thought talismans at the cost of 10 sign-in points each, causing him a momentary pang of regret. Nevertheless, for the sake of completing the mission with certainty, expending 1,000 sign-in points was deemed worthwhile. The efficacy of the life-thought talismans extends to practitioners up to the Great Sun realm, ensuring that even if the chief of the Yasha tribe ascended to that level, he would pose no threat to the Dragon God tribe with Gu Shaoxian present. Subsequently, Lin Yanxing employed the same method to subjugate the remaining 12 tribes in swift succession. In a single day, the Dragon God tribe successfully unified the wilderness region, incorporating 12 tribes, including the Yasha tribe and the Tianya tribe, as subordinate factions that must heed the Dragon God tribe's commands. Although the process was rather tedious, a sense of fulfillment washed over him upon receiving the system notification of task completion. Within the Dragon God tribe, all members gathered outside, facing Lin Yanxing. Gu Qinghai intended to kneel before Lin Yanxing, but was gently lifted by his spiritual energy. Reluctantly, he refrained and spoke, "Great God, we are grateful for your role in unifying the wilderness region for the Dragon God tribe and for alleviating the calamity of beast attacks." Behind him, all members of the Dragon God tribe echoed their gratitude in unison. Lin Yanxing smiled and replied, "Dear friends, it was merely a trifling effort on my part. There is no need for excessive gratitude." He wished to temper their appreciation, for his actions were not driven by a desire to assist the Dragon God tribe. Rather, they were solely aimed at fulfilling the tasks set forth by the system. Chapter 103. The Scales of the Ancestor Dragon. Gu Qinghai commanded someone to bring forth a parcel, which he presented to Lin Yansheng, saying, "Great deity, this is a treasured heirloom of our dragon god tribe, the only gift we can offer to express our gratitude. Such ancestral treasures ought to be exceedingly precious." However, the dragon god tribe had yet to uncover the true significance of this heirloom. It would indeed be more advantageous to bestow it upon Lin Yansheng, thereby deepening their bond of friendship. Lin Yansheng's gaze flickered as he accepted the parcel, replying, "I am grateful to the chief and all the members of the tribe. I shall accept this gift." Subsequently, he hurriedly departed from the dragon god tribe, accompanied by the little true dragon, Shaoqi, and Xiaobai, to the wild forest. He was eager to ascertain the nature of the ancestral treasure and whether it was indeed the artifact that Jian Yuming had been commanded by his family to seek. Observing the parcel in Lin Yansheng's possession, the little true dragon spoke, "Brother, I sense a familiar yet formidable aura emanating from it." Lin Yansheng, seated upon a slab of blue stone, felt his curiosity intensify upon hearing the little true dragon's words and swiftly unwrapped the parcel. To his astonishment, the ancestral treasure of the dragon god tribe turned out to be an ancient scale of a dark golden hue, measuring approximately a foot in length, 10 inches in width, and an inch in thickness, weighing considerably. He marveled at how Gu Qinghai had managed to lift it, as it radiated an aura of ancient supremacy. "Little dragon, you mentioned feeling a familiar yet formidable presence from this scale?" Lin Yansheng inquired, glancing at the little true dragon who was fixated on the scale. In truth, he had begun to form some conjectures and was equally astonished that the dragon god tribe possessed such an artifact. Evidently, the name dragon god was not chosen lightly. The little true dragon replied earnestly, "Indeed, the sensation is even more pronounced now, as if this scale shares a common origin with me, though it also exudes a subtle pressure." Shaoqi too sensed the faint yet concealed pressure within the scale, affirming that this was no ordinary scale, but rather a dragon scale. Lin Yansheng naturally deduced that this was indeed a dragon scale, and with a hint of disappointment remarked, "To think that the ancestral treasure is merely a dragon scale. Though it is an extraordinary item in its own right, I doubt it holds much utility." Initially, he had anticipated that the ancestral treasure of the dragon god tribe would be a powerful artifact or even a divine relic, only to find it was merely a scale. While dragon scales are rare and precious, the fact that this one had long since fallen off diminished his interest, especially considering he had a living true dragon by his side. "Host, do not underestimate this dragon scale." The system rarely interjected with such a warning, marking a first. Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Yansheng scrutinized the dragon scale once more, even tapping it with his hand. Other than its remarkable hardness, he discovered no extraordinary qualities. With no further insights, he turned to the system and asked, "System, does this dragon scale possess any special attributes? After all, I have a living true dragon right beside me. A mere dragon scale does not seem particularly remarkable." This is no ordinary dragon scale. It is the scale of the primordial dragon, a singular entity in the heavens and the earth, possessing unimaginable power. Even after countless ages, this fragment of the ancestral dragon scale rivals that of a divine artifact. Upon hearing the system's revelation, Lin Yansheng gazed in astonishment at the scale, never anticipating its remarkable origin. Initially, he doubted the authenticity of the scale, considering that true dragons are mythical beings, unlikely to be found in the possession of a mere primitive tribe. Yet, the system informed him that this was indeed an ancestral dragon scale, equivalent to a divine object, which left him utterly astounded. Shaoqi, noticing the change in Lin Yansheng's expression, inquired, "Lin Yansheng, from which dragon does this scale originate?" Unable to discern the scale's exact lineage, it could only ascertain that it belonged to a dragon, rather than a serpent or a lesser creature. Lin Yansheng turned to Shaoqi and asked, "Have you heard of the ancestral dragon?" "This scale is from the ancestral dragon." He was unfamiliar with the ancestral dragon, having no knowledge of it, and even within the vast compendium of the Tianwen sect, there were no records of such a being, only tales of true dragons, divine dragons, and heavenly dragons. According to the system, the ancestral dragon seemed to possess extraordinary significance. A single scale, having shed through the passage of time, equated to a divine artifact. To possess a scale of the ancestral dragon, your fortune is truly remarkable, exclaimed Shaoqi, her voice tinged with awe. She realized that Lin Yansheng had a peculiar affinity for encountering entities linked to divine beasts. not to mention the little true dragon and the extraordinary white creature, which exuded an air of the extraordinary, far from being an ordinary beast. Today, Lin Yansheng had obtained a scale from the ancestral dragon, an entity that, according to the historical accounts of the Phoenix clan, was not merely a typical being or even a common divine beast race. The ancestral dragon transcended the myriad pathways of the heavens, unbound by the very laws that govern existence. Within the powerful clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins, the ancestral dragon is revered as a being of the highest order, known as a sequential entity. Moreover, the ancestral dragon holds the title of the most formidable existence among these sequential beings, the sovereign of all. However, Shaoqi refrained from delving into the intricate legends of the ancestral dragon, merely stating that it is an ethereal and supreme entity, the reality of which remains uncertain. The emergence of the ancestral dragon scale, however, serves as evidence of its true existence. Lin Yansheng discovered that he was unable to imprint his soul upon the ancestral dragon scale and queried the system. What must I do to gain control over this scale? Typically, divine artifacts acknowledge their master upon receiving a soul imprint, enabling the owner to wield complete control over them. In contrast, ordinary magical tools often require no such imprint. They can be directly manipulated, provided one's cultivation is sufficient to unleash their full potential. Only those possessing the bloodline of dragons can wield the scales of the ancestral dragon, and it is only when one manifests the true dragon transformation that such power can be harnessed. This true dragon transformation is a formidable technique developed collaboratively by the system and Lin Yansheng, utilizing the potent bloodline of the little true dragon. However, it places immense demands on the physical body. A moment's lapse in control could result in catastrophic failure, leading to one's demise from the overwhelming might of the true dragon's essence. Lin Yansheng nodded, attempting to return the ancestral dragon scale to his spatial artifact, only to discover that it was beyond his grasp. He then sought to absorb the scale into his body, akin to a divine object. But due to the lack of a master acknowledgement, he found this impossible as well. In resignation, he was compelled to place the ancestral dragon scale within the system's space for safekeeping. Up to this point, he had already stored 2 holy healing pills, a life extension pill, a page of the Book of Luo, and a piece of the ancestral dragon scale within the system's confines. Each of these items, if left in the outside world, would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among countless practitioners, while the latter 2 could potentially instigate chaos across the myriad realms. Chapter 104. The slaughter of the Jian family. After securing the dragon scale into the system's space, Lin Yansheng rose from the blue stone, not intending to return to the dragon god tribe, but rather to remain in the wilderness forest for hunting. He aimed to continue hunting ferocious beasts. Having accepted a cyclical task centered on their hunting, these beasts served as his checkpoints. Currently surrounded by numerous ferocious creatures in the wilderness forest, he would not let this opportune moment to acquire checkpoints slip away. 7 days later, Lin Yansheng delivered a powerful blow that felled a 3rd-tier ferocious beast, his face betraying a hint of helplessness. Despite the abundance of beasts in the wilderness forest, they were not congregated together, necessitating a search for them. After several days of hunting, the beasts in the vicinity had become aware of the presence of such a slayer, prompting them to hide and making his hunting efforts increasingly inefficient. In the span of 7 days, he managed to slay over 1,000 ferocious beasts, earning 3,000 checkpoints. Prior to his arrival at the Dragon God tribe, he possessed 36,790 checkpoints. Completing 3 tasks had netted him an additional 20,000 checkpoints, and the hunt alongside Gu Shaoxian to eliminate Jian Yuming had granted him 7,900. Furthermore, aiding the Dragon God tribe in unification required 1,000 checkpoints for a soul incantation charm. Thus, with the 3,000 checkpoints amassed over these 7 days, he now held a total of 63,690 checkpoints. His gains in merely a week since arriving at the Dragon God tribe were indeed significant. However, it was time to return to Tianwen Peak. Suddenly, 7 figures shot forth from the depths of the wilderness forest, halting just 10 meters from Lin Yansheng. All 7 were men, exuding a formidable aura, each at the pinnacle of the void enlightenment realm, a force to be reckoned with in any region of the northern domain. The man standing at the center regarded Lin Yansheng with a cold gaze, speaking with an air of arrogance. "Do you know where the Dragon God tribe is?" Lin Yansheng scrutinized the 7 men in turn, responding with a smile. Indeed, I am aware. It was likely these individuals were from the Jian family, possibly dispatched due to Jian Yuming's silence. It was also conceivable that the Jian family intended to send two groups, with the foremost Jian Yuming merely gathering intelligence on the situation here. The leader among the seven, without a hint of doubt, declared, "Good. Then lead us to the Dragon God tribe." His name was Jian Ao, a man of significant standing within the Jian family, being the direct son of the family head. While his son Jian Qingzhu was renowned as the greatest talent of the Jian family, one of the four prodigies of the Qingyan Empire, Lin Yanqing shook his head, smiling as he declined, "I must refuse. It would be quite undignified for me to guide individuals of unknown origin." Recognizing that these individuals sought treasures from the Dragon God tribe, most likely his coveted dragon scale, he resolved not to allow them to succeed in reaching the Dragon God tribe. The man on the far left of the Jian group retorted coldly, "Kid, we are members of the Jian family. If you were wise, you would lead us to the Dragon God tribe. Otherwise, it won't merely be a matter of losing face. It could cost you your life." In his perspective, the inhabitants of the primitive tribe were nothing more than uncultivated barbarians, and he had already deemed Lin Yanqing to be one of them. However, he did not associate Lin Yanqing with the Dragon God tribe, believing it improbable that they could be so fortunate as to encounter someone from the Dragon God tribe before even exiting the wild forest. Lin Yanqing leisurely remarked, "You might lose your life. I am quite frightened and curious about how you intend to take it from me." The five individuals were all at the pinnacle of the ethereal realm, yet their individual prowess was inferior even to the deceased Jian Yuming, and thus they were hardly a cause for concern. Having already slain one member of the Jian family, taking down a few more would hold no significant consequence. Seeking death, it appears that without a little suffering, you will not obediently lead the way. One man to the far left could no longer contain himself and spoke with a grim expression. He directed his gaze towards Jian Ao in the center, and upon receiving a subtle nod from Jian Ao, indicating permission to proceed, he wasted no time. With a powerful leap, he surged forward, aiming a fist at Lin Yanqing. This punch was imbued with tremendous force, carrying a torrent of spiritual energy. His intent was to kill Lin Yanqing without any intention of toying with him. With their imminent exit from the wild forest, they were indifferent to having a guide to the Dragon God tribe. Lacking one would merely delay their arrival by a short while. "Truly impressive. I'm quite terrified," Lin Yanqing retorted with sarcasm, throwing a punch of his own. His fist collided with that of the Jian family member, causing the space around them to tremble. Subsequently, as the spiritual energy erupted, the Jian family member's fist and entire arm disintegrated. The Jian family member let out a harrowing wail of agony. In the next instant, Lin Yanqing's fist struck his chest, caving it in and sending him flying several meters. Landing on the ground, his breath reduced to a mere exhalation. "Old Jiao." The other Jian family men, witnessing this swift and brutal turn of events, shouted in a frenzy, their eyes wide with rage. Among their generation, the man just slain ranked ninth, and he shared a close bond with the others. Regardless of who you are, you shall find yourself ensnared in the Jian family's relentless pursuit until your demise. Jian Ao spat a venomous threat at Lin Yanqing before addressing the remaining five. "Let us depart." His strength was akin to that of Jian Old Jiao, and given how effortlessly Lin Yanqing had dispatched Jian Old Jiao, he felt a surge of fear and resolved to summon stronger allies from the Jian family. "Having come this far, why leave?" "Stay," Lin Yanqing coldly interjected, surging forth and instantly appearing before the Jian family member. With a single, decisive punch, he pierced through one of them, delivering a fatal blow. The remaining five were overwhelmed by a mix of fear and fury, unleashing their spiritual energy towards Lin Yanqing. He erupted with black spiritual energy, deflecting their attacks, and then retaliated with several punches, annihilating all five. After vanquishing them, he swaggered out of the wild forest, unconcerned about the corpses, which would be cleaned up by ferocious beasts. Upon his return to the Dragon God tribe, those who witnessed Lin Yanqing's arrival were filled with immense delight. Among these individuals was Gu Shaoxian, who, upon seeing Lin Yanqing approach, softly inquired, "Master, where have you been these days?" Initially, she had believed Lin Yanqing had departed, leaving her in a melancholic state. However, she was pleasantly surprised to see him return so soon. "I ventured into the wilderness forest to cultivate," Lin Yanqing casually explained. His gaze swept across the Dragon God tribe, Noting the construction of numerous new edifices, it appeared that after unifying the wild territories, they had gained considerable confidence. Upon hearing this, Gu Shaoxian did not press further and suggested, "Master, why not come to my home and rest?" She yearned to spend time with Lin Yansheng, ideally in solitude, away from the presence of others. Although she found his demeanor somewhat violent and bloody, she regarded him as exceptionally dependable, and his displayed prowess in both the wilderness forest and other tribes filled her with admiration. Chapter 105. The new peak master Liang Yuqi Lin Yansheng gazed upon the delicate and exquisite visage of Gu Shaoxian, nodding slightly as he spoke. "That is acceptable. However, please refrain from calling me great deity. Just address me as Lin Yansheng, as that is my name." This marked the first occasion during his 7-day sojourn in the Dragon God tribe that he had uttered his name. The reason for this revelation was that he intended to depart shortly, and thus wished to leave his name behind. Lin Yansheng. What a melodious name for a deity. Yet, how could I dare to address you so directly? Gu Shaoxian pondered for a moment before inquiring, "May I call you Yansheng deity instead?" In the tribe, everyone referred to Lin Yansheng as the great deity. If she were to omit the title, it would feel incongruous. Furthermore, directly calling him by his name seemed inappropriate, leading her to devise a unique appellation that maintained the honorific while fostering a sense of intimacy. "Suit yourself," Lin Yansheng replied nonchalantly. He then accompanied Gu Shaoxian back to her residence, which also happened to be the home of Chief Gu Qinghai. Coincidentally, Gu Qinghai was not present at that moment. Gu Shaoxian offered Lin Yansheng a cup of tea, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, as she softly said, "Yansheng deity, please enjoy this tea." In truth, she was not typically so bashful in front of others, yet she could not fathom why she felt such shyness in Lin Yansheng's presence. Lin Yansheng took a sip of tea and fixed his gaze intently upon Gu Shaoxian, causing her cheeks to flush even more before he finally spoke. "Shaoxian, do you desire to explore other realms? I do not mean other tribes, but the broader world beyond." He believed that Gu Shaoxian possessed great potential. It would be a pity for her to remain in the Dragon God tribe, where the cultivation methods were woefully antiquated, with scarcely a complete technique to be found. Given her innate talent, if she ventured to the external sects, it would not be long before she transcended to the profound realm, and even the Great Sun realm would merely be a matter of time. Surprise, astonishment, joy, and sorrow flickered across Gu Shaoxuan's face as she comprehended that Lin Yansheng was preparing to depart. His words implied an invitation for her to accompany him, a notion that filled her with delight. She too yearned to leave and discover the vast world outside. However, being the granddaughter of the chief of the Dragon God tribe, she felt a profound obligation. The tribe's people had resided in this region for generations, and she could not leave so recklessly. Moreover, she was pivotal in keeping the Yasha tribe and others at bay. If she were to abandon her post now, the burden would inevitably fall upon her grandfather. Noticing Gu Shaoxuan's prolonged silence, Lin Yansheng chuckled, "If you do not wish to leave, feel free to say so. I merely suggested it. The decision ultimately rests in your hands." He understood that Gu Shaoxian was not averse to leaving, but was instead reluctant to part from the Dragon God tribe and her grandfather, Gu Qinghai. With a determined bite of her lip, Gu Shaoxian replied, "I apologize, Yansheng deity, but the tribe is in urgent need of manpower, and I cannot depart just yet. I must protect my grandfather. Should she leave, the weight of responsibility would only intensify for Gu Qinghai, and he would face greater solitude. Had her parents still been alive, they would have accompanied Gu Qinghai. However, with their absence, it fell upon her to be his sole companion. Very well, I must take my leave now. Let us keep this matter discreet," Lin Yansheng remarked with a smile, before departing alongside Xiao Qi, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Zhenlong. Upon arriving beneath the colossal statue of the Dragon God, he leapt gracefully into the nostril of the statue and began his journey back to Tianwen sect. Meanwhile, Gu Shaoxian lingered beside the statue for a considerable time, tears welling in her eyes. She wiped away her tears before turning to leave. After 20 days had passed, Lin Yansheng returned to the Cliff of Reflection and sealed the cave. It remained unchanged from 2 months prior, as few ventured to this secluded spot. However, the 3-month period of punishment had elapsed, and it was expected that members of the sect would come to summon him. Indeed, half an hour later, 2 members of the enforcement team arrived. One of them called out to Lin Yansheng, "Lin Yansheng, your punishment period has concluded. Let us depart from the Cliff of Reflection." Lin Yansheng smiled and replied, "Very well." He was eager to return to Wuqing Peak and confront the ever-unsettled elder Ning Wuqing. Upon his return to Wuqing Peak, many disciples gathered to greet him, their faces radiant with joy. Ning Wuqing was present as well. Though it seemed he had acquired a few strands of white hair, one could easily surmise that his recent days had not been particularly easy. "Elder, what has happened to your hair? Have you truly aged?" Lin Yanqing inquired, noticing the conspicuous white strands. Although he often referred to Ning Wuqing as elder, the latter appeared to be in the prime of middle age, and given his peak cultivation at the celestial realm, he was not likely to show signs of aging. Ning Wuqing chuckled softly. "Oh, it is nothing. Perhaps I have been preoccupied with various matters concerning the sect lately." Lin Yanqing's return was a joyous occasion, and he did not wish to mar this celebratory atmosphere. However, his desire to maintain the joyful ambience did not deter others. "Lin Yanqing, you have returned," came the irksome voice of Su Tao. Upon turning to the sound, Lin Yanqing noticed that Su Tao was not alone. He was accompanied by another man, who walked slightly ahead, indicating a superior status. Given that Su Tao was an elder of Wuqing Peak, it seemed that the only position higher than his was that of the Peak's master. A cold smile crept across Su Tao's face as the man approached Lin Yanqing, stopping within a few meters. "Greetings, senior brother of Wuqing Peak. I am Liang Yuqi, the newly appointed master of Wuqing Peak. Since you were at the Cliff of Reflection during my succession, this marks our first meeting. I made it a point to come and congratulate you as soon as you returned." His demeanor was warm and inviting, exuding genuine care for the disciples, devoid of any arrogance. After all, the position of the Peak Master of Wuqiu Peak is significantly superior to that of the senior brother of Wuqiu Peak. Thus he need not be overly amiable. Lin Yanqing gazed at Liang Yuqi for several moments before smiling and saying, "Ah, so you are the new Peak Master. Please do not hold it against me for my absence from the succession ceremony." His smile bore a hint of coldness. He had never anticipated that during his punishment of contemplation at the cliff, Ning Wuqiu would no longer be the master of Wuqiu Peak. This matter undoubtedly involved the machinations of the upper echelons of the Tianwen sect. Otherwise, how could Ning Wuqiu, the esteemed Peak Master, be so easily replaced without having committed any grievous act of betrayal? It is worth noting that during the last beast hunting conference, Lin Yanqing had secured first place, and at that time, the master was indeed Ning Wuqiu. Regardless of the circumstances, the disciples of Wuqiu Peak, under Ning Wuqiu's leadership, had performed admirably over the past year. Without external manipulation, such a sudden change in the position of Peak Master would be inconceivable. Chapter 106. The ambitions of Su Zetian. Liang Yuqi cast a discreet glance at the cold-faced Ning Wuqiu and smiled at Lin Yanqing, saying, "Since we have exchanged pleasantries, we shall take our leave." Without awaiting Lin Yanqing's response, he departed with Su Tao. Lin Yanqing and Ning Wuqiu exchanged a glance before following suit, arriving at a modest pavilion. This pavilion was not only Ning Wuqiu's residence, but also Lin Yanqing's childhood home. Seated across from each other, Lin Yanqing addressed Ning Wuqiu. "Old man, what is going on? You are the founder of Wuqiu Peak, yet now your position as the Peak Master has been usurped." Indeed, Ning Wuqiu was the founder of Wuqiu Peak, which bore his name for this very reason. Over 11 years ago, he had rendered significant contributions to the sect, earning the authority from the sect leader to establish a new main peak, thus giving birth to Wuqiu Peak. Now, it is rather ironic that the founder has been ousted from his position as Peak Master. Ning Wuqiu spoke in a low voice. The Grand Elder Su Zetian has emerged from seclusion. That Liang Yuqi is his disciple, and he has placed Liang Yuqi in the position of Peak Master of Wuqiu Peak, while another disciple, Xiao Huiping, has been appointed as the Peak Master of Yunu Peak. Presently, the only visible practitioner at the Sunluo realm in Tianwen sect is Su Zetian, while the other elders of the same realm remain in closed-door training. The sect leader, elusive as a dragon, has not returned to Tianwen sect since departing a decade ago, likely still wandering the world. Thus, the most influential figure in the sect now is Su Zetian. His ambitions are considerable upon his emergence. He has positioned his two disciples as Peak Masters of Wuqiu and Yunu Peaks respectively. Furthermore, the new head of the Law Enforcement Hall, like Su Yu, is also his son, named Su Cheng. Su Cheng, being Su Yu's brother, has not only inherited Su Yu's position as the head of the Law Enforcement Hall, but also the sword artifact, Outyin Sword, which Su Zetian bequeathed to Su Yu. Su Zetian's maneuvers have significantly augmented his power and influence, while other elders, though discontent, dare not openly oppose him due to his formidable strength. It can be said that the current Tianwen sect is entirely centered around Su Zetian's lineage, leaving the other elders and peak masters without any say. Lin Yanqing remained silent for 2 minutes before remarking, "This Su Zetian is audacious, and his ambitions likely extend beyond merely the position of peak master. Logically, as the Grand Elder of Tianwen sect, he holds a high status and should not need to support his disciples to become peak masters or hall masters, unless he feels his current power is insufficient and seeks to further consolidate his influence for some ulterior motive." Ning Wuqia's eyes sparkled with insight as he inquired, "Are you suggesting that Su Zetian aspires to become the sect leader of Tianwen sect?" The prolonged absence of the sect leader has left the sect without a central authority for much of the time, making it natural for someone to covet the position of sect leader. Nevertheless, most individuals merely ponder their thoughts without daring to take action. After all, the sect leader has yet to relay any news of unforeseen incidents. To aspire to become the sect leader now would be tantamount to usurpation, a grave transgression. However, for Su Zetian, there exists little trepidation. Even the head of the law enforcement hall is his own son, leaving few within the Tianwen sect who could challenge him. Lin Yanqing sneered, remarking, "Otherwise, how could he be so preoccupied with establishing his own faction within the sect, neglecting any thoughts of avenging Su? The position of Grand Elder is indeed prestigious, yet devoid of true authority, thus making it quite plausible for Su Zetian to seek the title of leader of the Tianwen sect. Yet, Su Zetian's audacity is not to be underestimated. Should he successfully usurp power, the return of the sect leader would undoubtedly result in his demise, unless he possesses confidence that rivals that enigmatic leader." After conversing with Ning Wuqia for half an hour, Lin Yanqing returned to his modest wooden abode. Regardless of Su Zetian's ambitions, neither he nor Ning Wuqia could thwart them at present. After all, Ning Wuqia is no longer the master of a peak, but merely an elder of the Wuqia peak, holding the rank of a low-tier elder. "Lin Yanqing, you have indeed returned," exclaimed Hu Jia shortly after Lin Yanqing entered his wooden dwelling. Observing Hu Jia's ever-spirited demeanor, Lin Yanqing remarked, "You still appear so spirited. Do you not care about the upheaval among the sect's higher-ups? The Tianwen peak is the most significant of the Tianwen sect's main peaks. Logically, Su Zetian has replaced some of the elders there with his own followers. Thus, the turmoil at Tianwen Peak should be only slightly less than that of Wuqia Peak and Yunnu Peak, which have seen a change of leadership." Hu Jia produced several fruits from a spatial artifact, offering one to the eagerly awaiting little Bai as he munched on another. "What is there to be concerned about? We are merely disciples now, unable to influence matters. Even if we wished to intervene, we would need sufficient strength," he replied nonchalantly. He was certainly aware of the changes within the Tianwen sect, but at this moment, he found it wholly inconsequential. Lin Yanqing accepted a pristine fruit from Hu Jia, suddenly realizing that Hu Jia's aura seemed somewhat altered from before. After a moment of careful contemplation, he exclaimed, "Have you advanced to the mid-stage of the Xiaoyao realm?" When he had reached the pinnacle of the Tongyu realm, Hu Jia was likewise at that peak. Yet subsequently, Hu Jia progressed to the early stage of the Xiaoyao realm, while Lin remained at the pinnacle of the Tongyu realm. Now, with Hu Jia attaining the mid-stage of the Xiaoyao realm, Lin was still at the Tongyu pinnacle. It was not that Lin's cultivation progress was particularly sluggish, but rather that Hu Jia's advancement was extraordinarily rapid, leaving him far behind. Upon hearing Lin Yanqing's astonished voice, Hu Jia, filled with pride, declared, "Of course. One must consider who I am. Advancing to the mid-stage of the Xiaoyao realm is quite a normal occurrence." He relished in the opportunity to flaunt his achievements before Lin Yanqing, relishing the chance to undermine him. Lin Yanqing smiled and praised, "Indeed. Now my enforcer has grown even stronger. Henceforth, there shall be fewer who can inflict harm upon me." Regardless of Hu Jia's breakthroughs, Lin remained unflustered, confident in his ability to verbally spar with Hu Jia relentlessly. Hu Jia was infuriated by Lin Yan. In a matter of moments, he devoured the fruit and said, "Do not get too complacent. I will not concern myself with your fate in the future." However, he understood that his words were merely bluster. Should Lin Yan truly find himself in peril, just as during the incident at the enforcement hall, he would undoubtedly spring into action without hesitation. Lin Yan refrained from further provoking Hu Jia, and instead scrutinized him intently, stating earnestly, "I believe your current strength should be sufficient to claim the top position on the Tianwen ranking." With Hu Jia's prowess, he was now capable of contending against the pinnacle practitioners of the carefree realm. He surmised that Luo Fu was likely of a similar caliber. Although he had not witnessed Luo Fu's performance during the Seven Peaks competition, it was evident from Shangwan Shuyue's consistent regard of Luo Fu as a rival that Luo Fu's abilities could not surpass hers by a significant margin. Chapter 107. The True Power of the Battle Body. Hu Jia shook his head and said, "Not necessarily." During the Seven Peaks competition, when Luo Fu faced Shangwan Shuyue, he likely did not even exhibit the strength of the second tier. The true extent of his power remains unknown. The difference in strength between a practitioner demonstrating the second tier and the third tier is exponential. For instance, when a cultivator showcases their second tier strength, the combat power displayed is not merely double that of the first tier, but several times greater, perhaps even tenfold. Similarly, the strength of the 10th tier is not just double that of the 5th tier, but can be 10 times or more. Each elevation in tier results in a doubling of combat prowess. Lin Yinxing inquired, "Luo Fu, has he not returned to the sect? I recall he is the sole disciple of the sect master." Luo Fu was raised by the sect master, and their bond resembled that of Lin Yinxing and Ning Wuqia. Therefore, if Luo Fu were to return, a confrontation with Su Zetian would be inevitable. Hu Jia replied, "Neither Luo Fu nor Shangwan Shuyue has returned. They are likely still honing their skills. However, they may return soon, as news of Su Zetian's emergence has spread throughout the northern region. Given Luo Fu's strength, his return could indeed pose some trouble for Su Zetian, which is an outcome both he and Lin Yinxing would be pleased to witness. Regardless of Luo Fu, your situation is not particularly favorable either. The peak master of Wuqing Peak has been replaced by Liang Yuqi, and Su Tao is likely conspiring with him." Hu Jia was aware of the poor relationship between Su Tao and Lin Yinxing, and he harbored concerns that Liang Yuqi and Su Tao might join forces against Lin Yinxing. With one peak master and one elder, they could strategically target Lin Yinxing, the esteemed senior brother of Wuqing Peak, even finding a pretext to usurp his position. Lin Yinxing recalled the earlier incident where Su Tao and Liang Yuqi had appeared together and remarked, "They must have already colluded. I just do not know how they intend to deal with me. Nevertheless, whatever schemes they have, I shall confront them head-on." He was now on the brink of the King realm, and once he successfully entered that domain, he could prepare to break through to the idyllic realm. After achieving the idyllic realm, Su Tao and Liang Yuqi would find it far from easy to contend with him. Hu Jia fixed his gaze on Lin Yinxing and said calmly, "Just be cautious. I must say, your physical form seems considerably stronger than before." Since Lin Yinxing acquired the 9-turn battle body at Shuiwei sect, Hu Jia had sensed changes in his physique. Although he had not examined Lin Yinxing closely enough to discern the precise reason for this enhancement, Lin Yinxing looked at Hu Jia's flawless and exquisite face and smiled. "To be candid, I possess the rebirth battle body. A unique constitution, it is almost a hallmark of genius. Possessing such a rare physical trait places one ahead of ordinary cultivators. However, geniuses with special constitutions are few and far between. Currently, there are no reports of anyone in the Tianwen sect possessing such a trait, underscoring its rarity." Surprise flickered across Hu Jia's face as she responded, "The rebirth battle body? I possess only a limited understanding of this particular physique, yet its name suggests a formidable combat ability. One would assume that such a body must be exceptionally strong. Presently, your physical form surpasses that of an ordinary peak practitioner in the ethereal realm, yet it still falls short of the standards expected of a battle physique. It truly astonishes me that Lin Yinxing possesses a special physique, as it is entirely imperceptible. Typically, practitioners with unique physiques exhibit remarkable physical strength, particularly those centered around combat, such as the reincarnated battle physique. Clearly, the reincarnated battle physique should entail considerable physical prowess, yet Lin Yinxing's body does not seem particularly formidable." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Yinxing remarked, "Perhaps I awakened late." He, too, sensed that his physique was not particularly strong, which seemed entirely incompatible with the impressive title of reincarnated battle physique. However, this physique was acquired postnatally through the system rather than being an innate gift, leaving him puzzled regarding the circumstances. Hu Jia regarded Lin Yinxing and stated, "You have yet to unleash the full potential of your physique. The power of a battle physique is immensely formidable, And the cultivation method you practice must also be potent, as evidenced by your dark spiritual energy. Once you awaken the true power of the reincarnated battle physique, entering the realm of kings will be effortless. From the moment he witnessed Lin Yanxing channeling spiritual energy, he sensed profound and powerful energy, indicating the strength of Lin Yanxing's cultivation method. Lin Yanxing's inability to enter the realm of kings is not due to the cultivation method, but rather the weakness of his physique, which cannot bear the full might of the spiritual energy cultivated. Nevertheless, with his special physique, Lin Yanxing can fully manifest the power of spiritual energy, making entry into the realm of kings entirely feasible. Coupled with the inherent strength of a special physique, he could even attain a top-tier status within the realm of kings. Lin Yanxing felt perplexed about how to awaken the true power of the reincarnated battle physique and inquired, "What must I do to unleash the true strength of my physique?" He yearned to enter the realm of kings swiftly and grow stronger. Otherwise, his and Ning Wuqing's positions within the Tianwen sect would become increasingly perilous, particularly with Su Tao gaining power, who would undoubtedly seek revenge against them. A dangerous smile graced Hu Jia's face as he cryptically replied, "It's quite simple. Since it is a battle physique, it must be awakened through combat. You need to engage in battle, preferably a life-or-death struggle." He recalled Lin Yanxing's earlier remarks about killing him, and he felt that he could now reluctantly accommodate Lin Yanxing's peculiar request. Lin Yanxing immediately discerned Hu Jia's intentions and responded with a smile. The idea of unleashing the full power of the battle physique during combat does sound appealing. Therefore, I intend to train in the beast forest. Hu Jia had been rebuffed by him countless times and was surely eager to find an opportunity to retaliate. There was no way he would allow Hu Jia to succeed. This was not solely for that reason. More importantly, in Lin Yanxing's eyes, the ferocious beasts represented a chance for him to gain experience. Engaging in combat with powerful beasts in the beast forest would not only awaken the strength of the reincarnated battle physique, but also provide valuable experience points, making it a win-win situation worth pursuing. Upon hearing Lin Yanxing express his intention to venture into the beastly forest for training, Hu Jia was instantly alarmed and exclaimed, "That forest is, after all, the habitat of ferocious beasts. What if you were to be besieged and perished at the hands of too many of them? Moreover, the beasts are either excessively powerful or too feeble. It is unlikely you will find one that perfectly meets your requirements. Therefore, I can reluctantly serve as your sparring partner." Having finally found a legitimate reason to confront Lin Yanxing, he could not easily relinquish the opportunity. Furthermore, he spoke the truth. With such a multitude of beasts in the forest, locating one of comparable strength to Lin Yanxing, capable of providing a challenging yet survivable encounter, would indeed be a formidable task. Chapter 108. The proud Su Tao Lin Yanxing smiled and gently declined, saying, "It's perfectly fine. Battling ferocious beasts of varying strengths sharpens my ability to navigate different situations." He continued, "However, it would be even better if you accompanied me for my protection. This way, I can challenge beasts stronger than myself, and if I find myself in peril, you can whisk me away." Hu Jia rose to his feet, awaiting Lin Yanxing. His teeth clenched as he exclaimed, "Lin Yanxing, what do you take me for?" He genuinely wished to deliver a good thrashing to Lin Yanxing, who was utterly insufferable. "I regard you as a dear friend, an exceptionally good friend. Would I entrust my life as safety to you otherwise?" Lin Yanxing replied earnestly. Yet, in the next moment, he could not help but burst into laughter. Indeed, he considered Hu Jia a very close friend, as they were bound by life-and-death experiences. Last time at the law enforcement hall, Hu Jia had recklessly confronted the captain of the enforcement team on his behalf. Upon hearing this, Hu Jia's expression softened somewhat as he proudly inquired, "When shall we go?" Clearly, he was satisfied with Lin Yanxing's response. "Tomorrow. Let me rest for a day on Wuk Peak. I haven't been back in 3 months, Lin Yanxing stated. With that, he lay down on the bed, waved his hand, and the door of the wooden cabin closed. Hu Jia's expression turned slightly serious as he asked, "What are you doing?" He felt that Lin Yanxing must have ulterior motives. Lin Yanxing replied nonchalantly, "Oh, nothing much, just going to sleep. You might as well stay. We'll head to the beast forest together tomorrow." He enjoyed teasing Hu Jia, his lifesaver. After all, it was hard to resist, given that Hu Jia was more beautiful than a stunning beauty. While nothing truly romantic could transpire, creating a flirtatious atmosphere was still within reach, and he had the audacity for it. Hu Jia remarked. Don't you think you ought to make another bed? You only have one bed. And you expect me to stay? He had never encountered someone like Lin Yansheng, who would invite others to stay without preparing adequate accommodations. It was something he hadn't even heard of before. Only Lin Yansheng was peculiar enough to do so. It doesn't matter, we've shared a bed before. Sleeping together again is nothing, Lin Yansheng said nonchalantly, a playful smile on his face. While Hu Jia's strength surpassed his by a considerable margin, when it came to banter, he still held the upper hand. Ultimately, Hu Jia chose to remain, especially since they were to venture to the beast forest together the following day. Returning to Tianwen Peak now would mean an early morning trek back, an unnecessary endeavor, particularly since he felt no attachment to Tianwen Peak at present. The following morning, Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia stepped out of the small wooden cabin and began their descent down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they encountered Su Tao, who approached them. Su Tao first glanced at Hu Jia, then forced a smile as he addressed Lin Yansheng. Lin Yansheng, where are you headed? A hint of coldness and surprise flickered in his eyes. Seeing Hu Jia and Lin Yansheng descend together suggested a close relationship, which made him uneasy. After all, Hu Jia's talent is truly extraordinary. The tale of him, with the initial cultivation of the Wandering Realm, defeating Mo Yongwei, the mid-stage captain of the enforcement team, has spread throughout the entire sect. Mo Yongwei, once a prodigy of the Tianwen sect, now in his 30s and possessing mid-stage Wandering Realm cultivation, has surpassed the majority of practitioners. Yet, at merely 18 years of age, Hu Jia has triumphed over Mo Yongwei, leaving everyone in the Tianwen sect astonished by his innate skill and combat prowess. Mind your own business. Why should you care where I go? Lin Yansheng retorted coldly, showing no regard for his face. Were it not for his current lack of strength, he would have delighted in eliminating Su Tao, that old dog. Lin Yansheng, the esteemed senior brother of Wuqing Peak, seems rather pleased with himself. It remains to be seen how long you can maintain your position. Su Tao sneered as he brushed past Lin Yansheng and ascended Wuqing Peak. Once Su Tao departed, Hu Jia muttered, "This Su Tao speaks in such a sarcastic manner. It's truly detestable." Though he had little interaction with Su Tao, each encounter revealed a verbal clash with Lin Yansheng, further diminishing his opinion of Su Tao. Let us go. We need not concern ourselves with him. Lin Yansheng contemplated Su Tao's words before speaking again. He suspected Su Tao and Liang Yuqi were plotting to undermine his senior brother's position. However, he held no particular interest in the role of senior brother. Thus it did not greatly concern him. 3 days later, Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia arrived at the beastly forest. This marked Lin Yansheng's third visit, while it was Hu Jia's first, as he had not participated in the beast hunting conference. Hovering above, Hu Jia gazed at the seemingly infinite expanse of the beastly forest and remarked, "So this is the beastly forest. It is indeed vast." He had previously heard that the Tianwen sect held the beast hunting conference here and had imagined the forest to be a small area under the sect's control, but now, it was clear that his assumptions were misguided. Indeed, it is vast. Deep within the beastly forest reside formidable beasts, making it exceedingly perilous. Lin Yansheng stated as he ventured into the woods. Hu Jia, soaring above, quickly descended to follow Lin Yansheng. Roar. After traversing about 100 meters into the forest, a beastly roar echoed from a distance, followed by the rapid approach of a fierce tiger beast. A third-tier beast, the striped tiger. Boom. Lin Yansheng unleashed a powerful punch, obliterating the trees in his path with the force of his strike, and the striped tiger was killed before it could even draw near. There are certainly no formidable beasts at the periphery. Let us proceed deeper, Hu Jia remarked, observing the shattered remains of the striped tiger. Though the outskirts of the beastly forest are fraught with danger, teeming with third-tier and even fourth-tier beasts capable of posing threats to practitioners of the Great Sun Realm, they pose no significant danger to Hu Jia and Lin Yansheng. No, I intend to push straight into the depths of the beastly forest and slay every beast we encounter, Lin Yansheng declared. The beasts represent vital points for him, and he would not forsake any along the way simply for the sake of expediency. Suit yourself. Hu Jia did not oppose the notion. Since the purpose was to hone Lin Yansheng, it was only natural that Lin Yansheng should be the focal point. His presence here was precisely as Lin Yansheng had articulated, dedicated to safeguarding him. Furthermore, he harbored a desire to engage in combat with fierce beasts, albeit only those of the 6th tier at their pinnacle, for such adversaries ignited his interest in battle. After 7 days, Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia ventured deep into the forest of beasts, having already encountered 6th-tier beasts along the way. However, they were merely ordinary 6th-tier creatures, lacking in prowess, and Lin Yanxing dispatched them with overwhelming ease, rendering them utterly ineffective. Hu Jia, in a tone of boredom, remarked, "Have you not been here before? Are you truly unaware of where suitable beasts for you might reside?" During their week-long expedition in the forest of beasts, Lin Yanxing had vanquished foes for 7 consecutive days. Yet he had not yet laid eyes on a single beast that piqued his interest. Chapter 109. Stepping into the realm of kings, Lin Yanxing fixed his gaze ahead. Speaking earnestly, "Here lies a formidable beast that is a perfect match for me." He had ventured deep into the heart of the beast forest, reaching its perilous central region. Although he stood at the periphery of this core area, it was still fraught with danger. Among the beasts that inhabited this place, the weakest were of the 6th tier, while the mightiest had transcended this level. As anticipated, within moments, a colossal serpent appeared, the 6th-tier beast known as the celestial flame python. Its scales shimmered in a striking crimson hue, exuding a searing aura, as it coldly fixed its gaze upon Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia. With a swift motion, the celestial flame python locked onto its target and launched an attack. Despite its massive size, it moved with remarkable speed, crossing several dozen meters in the blink of an eye to strike at Hu Jia. Lin Yanxing's expression hardened. Like a coiled spring, he propelled himself forward, enveloping his right hand with dark spiritual energy before delivering a powerful punch. This blow landed squarely on the python's head, sending it flying several meters away. "Indeed, it possesses a tough hide and resilient flesh," Lin Yanxing remarked, shaking his hand slightly. He had held nothing back in that strike, unleashing his full strength, augmented by spiritual power, rendering it extraordinarily potent. However, the celestial flame python quickly regained its composure, its gaze icy as it locked onto Lin Yanxing once more. It swept its massive, crimson tail in an attempt to knock Lin Yanxing aside and devour the seemingly weaker Hu Jia, before engaging fully with Lin Yanxing. As the tail approached, Lin Yanxing's eyes sparked with battle intent. His right arm tensed, and he unleashed a punch that released 2 dark energy seals, the Stupa imprint. The 2 energy seals collided with the python's tail, generating a shockwave that shattered the surrounding vegetation within a radius of several dozen meters. As the brilliance of spiritual power faded, it revealed the now severed tail of the celestial flame python, alongside Lin Yanxing, who remained unscathed. Hissing, the python flicked its tongue, its massive form lunging towards Lin Yanxing in a furious charge. This human had severed its tail. It yearned to swallow him whole. "You're angry, but fortuitously. I am also ready to end this little game," Lin Yanxing declared. He leaped forward, positioning himself before the celestial flame python, and delivered a punishing blow to its head, driving it forcefully into the ground. Following this, he executed a powerful kick against the creature's body, the dark spiritual energy detonating its scales, and the tremendous force sent the python hurtling through the air. Lin Yanxing pursued, landing yet another heavy punch on the python's head, creating a deep dent from which blood began to flow. Thud, thud, thud. With relentless vigor, he unleashed a series of strikes upon the same spot on the python's head, ultimately crushing it open. The celestial flame python thrashed wildly for a moment before its massive body gradually succumbed to the absence of life. Lin Yanxing surveyed his bloodied fists, reflecting that his physical prowess had significantly improved since acquiring the rebirth battle body. Otherwise, such a relentless flurry of attacks might have rendered his hands incapacitated. The essence of force is inherently reciprocal. Even if the impact is significantly mitigated by spiritual energy, it still exerts tremendous pressure upon the fist. Hu Jia remarked, "It's quite commendable, yet this level remains insufficient. Only the elite among the 6th-tier ferocious beasts can truly hone your reincarnated battle body." From the moment the heavenly flame python launched its attack until it was obliterated by Lin Yanxing, he had not moved an inch. The heavenly flame python is merely of ordinary caliber among 6th-tier beasts, slightly more formidable than the master of the Earth Demon Palace. Thus it offered little challenge to Lin Yanxing at present. Just as Hu Jia's words fell, a colossal spider swiftly approached from ahead, a 6th-tier ferocious beast, the burrowing spider, which is a significantly more formidable entity than the heavenly flame python. Its cold, calculating gaze fixated on Lin Yanxing, as it advanced with legs sharper than blades, intent on striking him. Hu Jia smiled faintly, soaring to a nearby ancient tree several meters above, observing the fierce clash between Lin Yinsheng and the burrowing spider. 20 days later, Lin Yinsheng unleashed a mighty punch, releasing an overwhelming surge of black spiritual energy that obliterated all life forms within a vast expanse of several dozen meters in width and hundreds of meters in length, including a sixth-tier ferocious beast. Witnessing the emergence of a massive chasm stretching over 100 meters in length, a satisfied smile graced Lin Yinsheng's face. Merely 10 days prior, he had faced a fierce battle against a top-tier sixth-tier ferocious beast and had nearly met his demise, only to be rescued by Hu Jia. Subsequently, he engaged in daily combat with that beast, and just yesterday he had fully tapped into the potential of his physical form, unleashing the full power of his reincarnated battle body and allowing the might of the Buddha's power to erupt in its entirety. Now, he had flawlessly integrated the Buddha's divine art with the formidable strength of his reincarnated battle body, successfully stepping into the realm of kings. In terms of both physical prowess and spiritual energy, he stood at the pinnacle among practitioners of the same realm. Hu Jia, perched atop a tree, observed Lin Yinsheng as he created a vast pit with his punch and said, "That should suffice. Let us return to the Tianwen sect." At this moment, Lin Yinsheng possessed an exceptionally robust foundation of spiritual energy, surging within him to the point of near overflow. With diligent cultivation, a breakthrough would come effortlessly. I wish to directly advance to the free and unfettered realm here, and then engage in battle with that bear, he declared, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor, rebuffing Hu Jia's suggestion. The bear he referred to was the formidable tyrant bear he had encountered 10 days prior, an incredibly powerful opponent. Throughout the 10 days of combat, he had been relentlessly battered by the tyrant bear, teetering on the brink of death, only to be rescued by Hu Jia, who provided healing elixirs to restore his injuries. Before challenging the bear anew each day, since Lin Yinsheng had successfully unleashed the true power of his reincarnated battle body yesterday, achieving his goal, the necessity for life and death battles had diminished. Thus, he had taken a day to recuperate, fully releasing the power of the Buddha's force, and with his current physique, his meridians could adequately withstand the might of the Buddha's divine art. Shortly thereafter, he sought to test his newfound strength against a sixth-tier ferocious beast, leading to the scene that had just unfolded. With a single, decisive blow, he obliterated an ordinary sixth-tier ferocious beast, creating a gaping chasm several dozen meters wide and hundreds of meters long. Hu Jia gazed at the battle-hungry Lin Yin, stating, "Even if you were to transcend into the realm of carefree immortality, you would still be no match for the tyrant bear. Its strength surpasses that of an average sixth-tier apex beast, equating to the power of a quasi-Senro realm cultivator. You have already achieved your goals. Why seek further hardship?" The tyrant bear possesses an immensely robust physique, exhibiting not only formidable defensive capabilities, but also tremendous strength, sufficient to rend apart peak cultivators of the carefree realm and withstand assaults from quasi-Senro realm practitioners. Even in the heart of the beast forest, the tyrant bear stands as a paragon of might, with few ferocious beasts daring to provoke it. Chapter 110, Breakthrough. The realm of freedom. Lin Yinsheng spoke. "It matters not, for with you by my side, even in defeat, I can retreat unscathed. I merely wish to test the strength I possess after breaking through to the realm of freedom." He then sought a secluded spot and commenced his cultivation. An hour later, the spiritual energy of this realm surged violently into Lin Yinsheng's body, and a formidable aura emanated from within him. He slowly opened his eyes, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted, shattering all vegetation within 100 meters. This was merely the power of his gaze. Hu Jiafei approached Lin Yinsheng, circling him as he remarked, "Your aura is utterly transformed. It radiates brilliance and strength, truly befitting a prodigy." The Lin Yinsheng of yore appeared affable and unremarkable. But now, a single glance revealed his sharpness and might. Clad in black, Lin Yinsheng exuded an air of coldness, leading the unacquainted to perceive him as a haughty powerhouse. Yet to Hu Jia, he seemed rather peculiar. Lin Yinsheng's deep black eyes regarded Hu Jia, his dark hair entwined with strands of black spiritual energy. After a brief pause, he articulated, "I now sense the vast spiritual power and explosive force within my body. This sensation compels me to believe that I could easily vanquish my former self at the pinnacle of the communication realm. He fell silent for a moment before concluding. In essence, it is simply powerful. This unprecedented feeling left him somewhat disoriented, yet he relished the current state he found himself in. Hu Jia explained. This is a normal occurrence. The transition from the communication realm to the realm of freedom marks a significant divide. The two realms represent entirely different domains. Typically, practitioners experience substantial enhancement when breaking through to the realm of freedom, while those in the King's domain witness an even more pronounced surge in strength, revealing a practitioner's true potential and innate talent. When he himself transitioned from the communication realm to the realm of freedom, the feeling of empowerment was even more intense than Lin Yansheng's experience. Lin Yansheng nodded in understanding, stating, "No wonder I could contend against, even slay, practitioners at the peak of the communication realm during its early and mid stages. Yet, as I approached the late stages, I found it exceedingly challenging to confront those in the realm of freedom. Even at the peak of the communication realm, battling an early-stage practitioner of the realm of freedom was no easy feat, though my combat capabilities were formidable then. They relied heavily on divine artifacts and my transformation into a true dragon. My intrinsic strength was still severely lacking. Now, however, he relied solely on his innate power, possessing an unimaginable force." Hu Jia, with a smile, inquired, "Will you seek out the tyrant bear or return to the sect?" He understood Lin Yansheng's eagerness to gauge his newfound strength, but the tyrant bear was not an adversary to be trifled with. Lin Yansheng had initially intended to confront the tyrant bear to continue their unfinished battle, but suddenly recalled Ning Wu Kei on Wuqing Peak, as well as his entrusted companions, Xiao Qi, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Zhenlong. For reasons unknown, he sensed an ominous presence and wished to return to the sect to check on Ning Wuqiu. "Forget it. We have been out for a month. It is time to return," he remarked. Following his entry into the realm of carefree existence, Lin Yansheng found that he could now soar through the skies, and his speed had significantly increased, allowing him to traverse the distance from the beastly forest to Tianwen Sect in merely 3 days. At Tianwen Sect, on Wuqiu Peak, Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia arrived at the peak directly upon their return. The disciples they passed cast curious and pitying glances in their direction, leaving them somewhat bewildered. Upon reaching Ning Wuqiu's residence, they were taken aback to find it empty. Hu Jia glanced around the vacant dwelling and asked Lin Yansheng, "Where does your master usually go?" He too sensed something amiss, but tried to think positively, speculating whether Ning Wuqiu had taken Xiao Qi and the others to one of his favored haunts. Lin Yansheng furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "The old man typically cultivates here or comes to chat with me. Otherwise, he is occupied with the affairs of Wuqiu Peak." He felt certain that Ning Wuqiu had not gone off to indulge in leisure. With a sense of unease, Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia departed from Ning Wuqiu's residence and ascended towards the mountain's summit. Soon, they arrived at the wooden cabin, opened the door, and were surprised to find someone inside. It was Su Shishir. Su Shishir, upon seeing Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia at the door, exclaimed with delight, "Lin Shixiao, Hu Shixiao. It's you. How wonderful." Within the cabin, she was alone. Even Xiao Qi, Xiao Zhenlong, and Xiao Bai were absent. Lin Yansheng fixed his gaze intently upon Su Shishir and inquired, "Shishir, do you know where my master and Xiao Qi have gone?" He hoped for an answer indicating that Ning Wuqiu had taken them somewhere to cultivate or play. However, Su Shishir's response was far from reassuring. A flicker of anger crossed Su Shishir's delicate features as she stated, "3 days ago, Liang Yuqi and Su Tao announced the revocation of your senior brother position. When Elder Ning Wuqiu confronted them, they set their sights on Xiao Qi and the others." Noticing the darkening expression on Lin Yansheng's face, she continued, "Liang Yuqi and Su Tao believe that Xiao Qi, Xiao Long, and Xiao Bai are not ordinary beasts and wish to capture them for research." Elder Ning intervened and engaged them in a fierce battle. Ultimately, as a formidable semi-samsara realm expert, Elder Ning severely injured Liang Yuqi and Su Tao. But the sect's higher-ups were enraged and ordered the law enforcement hall to apprehend Elder Ning, while Xiao Qi, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Long fell into Liang Yuqi's hands. She was aware that Lin Yansheng would be furious upon learning this, but feared he might recklessly seek vengeance, especially given that Liang Yuqi's master was Su Zetian. Lin Yansheng's gaze turned icy, imbued with a chilling menace as he demanded, Where is that scoundrel Liang Yuqi now? His singular focus was to eliminate Liang Yuqi and then rescue Ning Wuqiu from the law enforcement hall. Su Shishir did not wish for Lin Yansheng to seek out Liang Yuqi at this moment. She urged, Liang Yuqi is currently at the Peak Master's Pavilion, and Su Tao should be with him. Brother Lin, do not act impulsively. Although their injuries are likely not fully healed, they are still formidable Peak Masters of the Carefree Realm. However, before she could finish her words, Lin Yansheng had already turned and soared into the sky, with Hu Jia following closely behind. Upon witnessing Lin Yansheng's ability to fly, she was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly realize that he, like Hu Jia, had also broken through to the Carefree Realm. Without hesitation, she dashed out of the wooden cabin and hastened towards the Peak Master's Pavilion at full speed. As the disciples of Wuqiu Peak observed Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia flying towards the pavilion, they understood that the repercussions of the incident that had transpired 3 days prior were about to unfold. One by one, they set aside their tasks and rushed towards the Peak Master's Pavilion. Chapter 111. Defeating Liang Yuqi with a resounding crash, Lin Yansheng unleashed a formidable punch, releasing a torrent of black spiritual power that shattered the Peak Master Pavilion before soaring directly inside alongside Hu Jia. Liang Yuqi, gazing at Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia as they descended from the skies, wore a grim expression. Lin Yansheng, you have audacity indeed to assault the Peak Master Pavilion. Do you not recognize me as your Peak Master? Behind him stood an iron cage, within which were confined the little true dragon, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qi. This cage, a superior-grade Earth-tier magical artifact, rendered them incapable of escaping. However, upon seeing Lin Yansheng's arrival, their faces lit up with joy and excitement. Lin Yansheng, noticing that Xiao Qi, Xiao Bai, and the little true dragon bore no injuries, let out a faint sigh of relief. Then, with a surge of killing intent, addressed Liang Yuqi. Is it the conduct of a Peak Master to imprison my companions? This new Peak Master resorts to such actions upon assuming office, evidently emboldened by some backing. Liang Yuqi sneered. This Peak Master observed some peculiarities in these 3 fierce beasts, thus capturing them for study. What is wrong with that? It is all in the interest of safeguarding the disciples of the Tianwen sect. He remained unconcerned about the potential repercussions from Lin Yansheng, despite being astonished to witness the latter's ability to soar through the air. Lin Yansheng appeared remarkably youthful, having broken through to the free and easy realm before even reaching 20, a prodigious talent indeed. Yet, Liang Yuqi had cultivated for over a century and was a Peak Master in the free and easy realm, a status far beyond that of a mere fledgling. With the facade of a righteous elder, today I shall end your life. Lin Yansheng roared, propelling himself forward with explosive force as he aimed a punch at Liang Yuqi. Liang Yuqi, his face betraying disdain, summoned his spiritual power, raising his arm in an attempt to deflect the blow. When Lin Yansheng's fist collided with Liang Yuqi's arm, the resulting shockwave was tremendous, sending Liang Yuqi careening backward and crashing through the walls of the room. With a thunderous boom, an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy erupted from the spot where Liang Yuqi landed, collapsing the entire Peak Master Pavilion. Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, shielded by their spiritual barriers, remained unscathed by the debris, their gazes icy as they regarded the figure emanating the aura of a Peak Master in the free and easy realm. Lin Yansheng, you have successfully enraged me. I shall kill you, and then have my master order the execution of Ning Wuqiu. Ha! Liang Yuqi bellowed, bursting forth from the rubble, his body enveloped in a dense layer of spiritual power. In an instant, he appeared before Lin Yansheng, launching a straightforward punch. He aimed to crush Lin Yansheng's head, intending to impart the lesson that a Peak Master in the free and easy realm is not to be trifled with. Lin Yansheng raised a hand to meet Liang Yuqi's fist, while his other hand swiftly struck Liang Yuqi's body. A tremendous impact erupted, sending both Lin Yansheng and Liang Yuqi hurtling backward, further devastating the already crumbling Peak Master Pavilion. Meanwhile, Hu Jia swiftly darted out, grasping the iron cage and flying several meters away. Subsequently, his 2 hands, as pale as jade, radiated a luminous glow. With a forceful tear, he rent the iron cage asunder, liberating Xiao Qi, Xiao Zhenlong, and Xiao Bai from within. Bang! Lin Yansheng and Liang Yuqi collided with a punch, both being sent flying backward, their gazes locked in a fierce contest. My goodness, that appears to be senior brother Lin Yansheng. He has evidently ascended to the realm of carefree, and now he is engaged in combat with peak master Liang Yuqi. This was an outcome that could have been anticipated. Upon assuming his position, peak master Liang had already targeted senior brother Lin and elder Ning Wuqing. Now that senior brother Lin has returned, a counterattack was inevitable. It is astonishing that he has achieved the carefree realm at such a young age. However, peak master Liang is a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of the carefree realm, and Lin Yinxing may indeed find himself in peril. The disciples of Wuqing Peak, upon witnessing the clash between Lin Yinxing and Liang Yuqi, erupted into fervent discussions. After exchanging another blow with Lin Yinxing, Liang Yuqi felt a faint ache in his fist and furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Lin Yinxing, how can your physical strength and spiritual power be so formidable?" He was filled with disbelief. A newly ascended junior in the carefree realm could actually engage him in close combat, and the exchange was evenly matched. This was difficult for him to accept, especially with so many disciples of Wuqing Peak present, making it a matter of pride. Bathed in dark spiritual energy, Lin Yinxing resembled a shadowy god of death as he retorted, "It is your physical strength and spiritual power that are inadequate. You possess cultivation without true prowess. It appears your advancement has not been earned through steadfast effort." Following their brief confrontation, he gained a clearer understanding of Liang Yuqi's strength, which was weaker than he had anticipated. Logically, as a peak practitioner of the carefree realm, Liang Yuqi should possess overwhelming power, yet he appeared surprisingly feeble. "Do not become complacent. Now I shall reveal my full strength," Liang Yuqi coldly declared, as spiritual light flickered before him, manifesting a sword. The superior grade Earth-tier artifact, the Lingbo sword. This weapon was bestowed upon Liang Yuqi by Su Zetian. Though not as exceptional as the Outyin sword, it was still a commendable blade, capable of compensating for his shaky foundation. Lin Yinxing grasped the Tianshu umbrella, a smile gracing his lips. "This sword is indeed commendable, but if this is the source of your confidence, it is rather laughable." At the moment he held the Tianshu umbrella, divine light emanated from it, sacred and extraordinary. Upon entering the carefree realm and fully activating both his physical and spiritual energies, he could now wield the Tianshu umbrella with even greater potency. Lingbo's sword technique. Liang Yuqi shouted, wielding the Lingbo sword to thrust forward, his figure instantly appearing before Lin Yinxing, unleashing a terrifying sword aura. Lin Yinxing's mind stirred, and the Tianshu umbrella flew forth, shielding him. Bang! The sword aura emitted from the Lingbo sword was entirely thwarted by the divine light of the Tianshu, and the sword itself could not pierce the umbrella. Lin Yinxing formed hand seals, and the Tianshu umbrella began to spin rapidly, neutralizing Liang Yuqi's full strength before erupting in a cataclysmic radiance. Tianshu divine annihilation. Liang Yuqi was utterly astonished, swiftly wielding the Lingbo sword, which transformed before him into an impenetrable curtain of blades. The divine light of heavenly secrets struck the sword curtain, resulting in a violent explosion that sent the Lingbo sword flying, ultimately crashing down upon Liang Yuqi himself. With a muffled gasp, he expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, his form hurtling backward and crashing to the ground, his vitality rapidly diminishing. His eyes were filled with terror and despair. He had been defeated. The illustrious pinnacle cultivator of the carefree realm, a true disciple of the esteemed elder Su Zetian, had inexplicably succumbed to a junior who had merely just entered the carefree realm. Lin Yinxing traversed the air, gazing down from his elevated position upon the fallen Liang Yuqi amidst the ruins. With a simple gesture, the heavenly secret umbrella flew back into his grasp, and simultaneously, the Lingbo sword was also drawn into his spatial artifact. He was enveloped in a dark spiritual energy that harmonized splendidly with the radiance emitted by the heavenly secret umbrella, resembling a deity manifesting in the mortal realm. Chapter 112. Breaching the law enforcement hall outside the Shattered Peak Master's Pavilion, the disciples of Wuqing Peak, gathered in astonishment, gazed at the imposing figure of Lin Yinxing soaring through the air. They could hardly believe it. He had truly defeated Liang Yuqi, the master of Wuqing Peak. Among the crowd, Su Shishir watched Liang Yuqi, who lay amidst the ruins of the pavilion, and Lin Yinxing, who stood proudly in the sky. She murmured, "Brother Lin, you have become so powerful." She understood that transcending from the Tongyu realm to the Xiaoyao realm represented a monumental leap, ensuring a significant enhancement in strength for any practitioner. Yet, Lin Yinxing's prowess astonished her. The fallen opponent was not an ordinary foe, but the current master of Wuqing Peak, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Xiaoyao realm. Liang Yuqi, did you ever expect to be defeated by my hand? Lin Yinxing mocked, as he propelled himself forward, planting his foot squarely on Liang Yuqi's chest. The ground sank further, leaving an imprint where his foot rested. Blood oozed from Liang Yuqi's mouth as he glared coldly at Lin Yinxing, declaring, Lin Yinxing, how dare you treat me thus? This is a crime of betraying your master and extinguishing your ancestors. Both you and your master Ning Wuqing shall perish. He had indeed not anticipated his defeat at Lin Yinxing's hands, but within the Tianwen sect, even if Lin Yinxing could best him, it would bear no consequence. As long as his master, Su Zetian, remained, Lin Yinxing and Ning Wuqing would not stir the waters. Rest assured, whether we survive remains uncertain, yet your demise is assured. Lin Yinxing lifted his foot and brought it crashing down onto Liang Yuqi's head. The force, enveloped in black spiritual energy, was tremendous, driving Liang Yuqi's skull into the ground with a lethal impact. With a flicker of thought, Lin Yinxing summoned the heavenly mechanism umbrella back into his being and leaped gracefully to land before Hu Jia. He cast a concerned glance at Xiao Bai, Xiao Qi, and the little true dragon, asking, Are you all unharmed? We are fine, but your master may not be, Xiao Qi replied coldly. It had witnessed Ning Wuqing's abduction firsthand and knew it lacked the strength to intervene. To the law enforcement hall, Lin Yinxing's voice brimmed with intent to kill. The so-called law enforcement hall served not as an institution for justice, but had devolved into a weapon wielded by certain individuals within the sect. I shall accompany you to the law enforcement hall to rescue your master, Hu Jia offered. The hall was protected by several elders, and its head was Su Zetian's son, wielding the formidable Outyin sword granted by Su Zetian himself, a force not to be underestimated. Even if Lin Yinxing could vanquish Liang Yuqi, the odds of single-handedly rescuing Ning Wuqing were slim. As Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia soared towards the law enforcement hall, Xiao Qi, the little true dragon, and Xiao Bai remained at Wuqing Peak under Su Shishir's watchful care. Just before reaching the hall, a sudden surge of spiritual energy emanated from a nearby location. Hu Jia turned to observe the direction of Tianwen Peak and remarked, A battle is underway. Tianwen Peak is home to numerous elders, being the most formidable peak of the Tianwen sect. The identity of those engaged in the fierce battle atop the peak remains obscure, though there are surmises that it may be related to Su Zetian. Lin Yinxing merely cast a fleeting glance before continuing his ascent towards the law enforcement hall, for he had no time to dwell on other matters. Rescuing Ning Wuqiu was of utmost urgency. Outside the law enforcement hall, Mo Yonghui observed the swift approach of Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia, his countenance shifting slightly, before he coldly inquired, Lin Yinxing, Hu Jia, what brings you to the law enforcement hall? He was aware that Ning Wuqiu was currently imprisoned in the dungeons of the hall, leading him to suspect that Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia intended to rescue him. As Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia landed before the hall, the latter regarded Mo Yonghui with a frosty demeanor, stating, Mo Yonghui, you've escaped death once. Consider yourself fortunate. Should you dare to obstruct me again, I shall show no mercy. Mo Yonghui's expression darkened at this threat. He could hardly believe he was being intimidated. A long spear materialized in his grasp, emanating a potent aura of weaponry, accompanied by a formidable surge of spiritual energy erupting from his being. His cultivation had ascended beyond the mid-stage of the carefree realm. A month prior, he had broken through to the late stage, thus significantly enhancing his strength. Hu Jia's gaze turned icy as he appeared before Mo Yonghui with uncanny swiftness, his palm radiating a luminous white jade light, striking Mo Yonghui squarely in the chest. Before Mo Yonghui could react, he was sent tumbling backward into the law enforcement hall. Without pause, Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia rushed inside, entering the main hall where they immediately spotted Su Cheng seated at the head, along with Su Tao beside him. Su Tao's initial surprise upon seeing Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia quickly morphed into a cold smirk as he queried, Lin Yinxing, have you come to the law enforcement hall with Hu Jia to betray the sect? He comprehended that Su Cheng might take action today, and Lin Yinxing's intrusion was a matter that would bring disgrace to the law enforcement hall. Lin Yinxing fixed his gaze on Su Tao, retorting with derision, Su Tao, you truly are nothing more than a sycophantic dog. Having previously fawned over Su Yu and now seeking to curry favor with Su Cheng, he epitomized a typical lackey. You, Su Tao seethed with rage, preparing to hurl insults at Lin Yinsheng, only to be halted by a gesture from Su Cheng. Su Cheng regarded Lin Yinsheng with a cryptic smile, inquiring, "Have you come in search of Ning Wuqiu?" He had already learned from Su Tao that Lin Yinsheng was the sole disciple of Ning Wuqiu, akin to a father-son bond. Lin Yinsheng turned his attention to Su Cheng, his brow furrowing slightly as he implored, "Su Cheng, release my master." He sensed the formidable aura emanating from Su Cheng, which surpassed even that of Su Yu, rendering Liang Yuqing's capabilities negligible in comparison. Should conflict arise, it would require all of his hidden strengths to contend with Su Cheng, who was a prodigy in his own right. Su Cheng spoke with a measured tone. "Your master has maliciously harmed his fellow disciples, injuring both the peak master of Liang Yuqing and elder Su Tao. I have merely adhered to the regulations by confining Ning Wuqiu in the dungeon. You should consider yourself fortunate." He wielded the sword of supreme pride, entirely unperturbed by Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia, even contemplating how to administer punishment to them once they were captured. The law enforcement hall, indeed, had become a place devoid of justice, long since a mere facade. Lin Yinsheng remarked with scorn. The former law enforcement hall genuinely upheld the rules of the sect, but now it merely served the whims of Su Zetian. Humph. Su Cheng snorted coldly, amplifying his voice with spiritual energy. "I call upon the esteemed elders of the law enforcement hall to apprehend the intruder Lin Yinsheng and his accomplices." No sooner had he spoken than 4 elders soared through the air, their forms flickering like phantoms as they entered the law enforcement hall. This was the current leadership of the law enforcement hall, 4 elders along with the hall master, all loyal to Su Zetian. Among them, Su Cheng, the hall master, was Su Zetian's son, while the other 4 elders were his disciples. All 5 possessed peak cultivation in the transcendental realm. Chapter 113. Total annihilation with the addition of Su Tao. The law enforcement hall now boasts 6 peak practitioners of the transcendent realm, an undeniably formidable force capable of sweeping through numerous empires and sects in the outside world. Particularly, with Su Cheng wielding the low-grade heavenly tier artifact, the Outyin sword, his combat prowess is bound to reach new heights. "Lin Yinsheng, you have trespassed into the law enforcement hall. This is a grave offense." A cold voice emerged from an elder of the hall, who raised his hand and unleashed a surge of spiritual power directed at Lin Yinsheng. He regarded Lin Yinsheng with disdain, considering him merely a nascent practitioner of the transcendent realm, utterly lacking in capabilities. Lin Yinsheng summoned the heavenly mechanism umbrella, releasing the divine light of the heavenly mechanism to block the elder's spiritual assault. However, his expression darkened. The law enforcement hall now possessed 6 peak practitioners, while he had only himself and Hu Jia to rely on, one a nascent practitioner and the other at mid-stage. It was evident they could not contend with the 6 formidable opponents before them. Upon seeing his attack thwarted, the elder's surprise was palpable. "You possess some skill. It seems achieving the transcendent realm at such a young age is indeed remarkable." Though he had merely executed a casual strike, as a peak practitioner of the ethereal realm, his blow should have easily overwhelmed a mid-stage practitioner. Yet, he had not anticipated it being effortlessly blocked by Lin Yinsheng. Seated at the head, Su Cheng declared coldly, "All of you, strike together. Do not allow this disrespectful individual to continue his antics." The 5 peak practitioners, including Su Tao, exchanged glances before simultaneously unleashing their full spiritual power. A tremendous oppressive force enveloped the law enforcement hall, rendering any average nascent or mid-stage practitioner nearly incapable of standing under such terrifying pressure. Hu Jia observed Su Tao and the other 5 elders, speaking calmly. "In this situation, relying solely on you will not suffice to rescue your master." Given Lin Yinsheng's early-stage cultivation, defeating a poorly grounded Liang Yuqi was already commendable. The prospect of overcoming the peak practitioners before him seemed exceedingly unlikely. As he spoke, Su Tao and his companions charged forward, heading straight for him and Lin Yinsheng. Hu Jia's gaze turned icy as he radiated a resplendent white jade light, bathing him in a divine glow. Celestial spirit incantation, white jade. His voice rang out with clarity, and in an instant, he surged forward, delivering a powerful strike to one of the law enforcement hall elders. Boom! The elder, caught off guard by Hu Jia's swiftness, was thrown back, crashing into the wall of the main hall and collapsing against it, his breath shallow and weak. Lin Yinsheng did not remain idle. He deployed the heavenly mechanism umbrella to deflect Su Tao's attack, casting a glance at Hu Jia with a hint of astonishment. Hu Jia's strength exceeded his expectations. Perhaps there was still a chance to rescue Ning Wuqing today. The remaining 3 elders of the law enforcement hall drew forth their artifacts, turning their lethal intent towards Hu Jia. From the display of strength, it was evident that Hu Jia surpassed Lin Yansheng significantly. Therefore, their focus should be on Hu Jia, while Lin Yansheng could be left to Su Tao alone. A glimmer of coldness crossed Hu Jia's face as his figure transformed into a streak of white light, instantaneously vanishing from the sight of the 3 approaching enforcement elders and reappearing behind them. He then struck one enforcement elder on the back, shattering the elder's spine, causing him to spew blood and collapse to the ground. What? The remaining 2 enforcement elders swiftly turned around, their astonishment evident, yet they reacted quickly, hurling their magical artifacts towards Hu Jia. Hu Jia extended his hands, grasping one artifact while simultaneously seizing the other 2, neutralizing the formidable energy emitted from their magical items with the luminous white jade aura enveloping him. How could this be possible? Su Cheng, seated at the high platform, gasped in disbelief upon witnessing Hu Jia's bare-handed capture of the artifacts wielded by the 2 enforcement elders. Until today, he had never seen a practitioner at the free and unfettered realm capable of catching the magical weapons of peak free and unfettered realm experts with mere hands. It was utterly surreal. How could one's physical form be so formidable? As Su Cheng grappled with his shock, Hu Jia unleashed powerful kicks, sending both enforcement elders flying. He then pursued, delivering a punch to the head of the enforcement elder who had just regained his footing. Bang! The elder trembled, his head obliterated, slowly collapsing to the ground. Hu Jia's gaze locked onto the last enforcement elder, and with a flicker, he appeared behind him, gripping the elder's neck and squeezing with force. The sound of bones snapping echoed as the elder's cervical vertebrae and throat were crushed, leading to his immediate demise. Damn Hu Jia! How dare you slay an elder of the enforcement hall? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Su Cheng reacted to provide support, all 4 enforcement elders had perished. He roared in fury, brandishing the Outyin sword, thrusting it forward. A distance of several meters was but a mere heartbeat for a peak practitioner of the free and unfettered realm. And the Outyin sword lunged towards Hu Jia in an instant. Hu Jia swiftly extended his hands, seizing the Outyin sword. The sword's energy raged against his palms, but was thwarted by the protective white jade light, failing to inflict any harm. He then delivered a side kick to Su Cheng's waist, the sound of air bursting resonating as Su Cheng was propelled several meters away, crashing into another wall of the main hall. Cough. Su Cheng coughed violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, only to realize that the Outyin sword had slipped from his grip. Attempting to summon it back, he found Hu Jia had already surged forward, grasping the sword and wielding it with force. Thud! A searing pain erupted as Su Cheng looked down to see the Outyin sword piercing through his heart, his eyes reflecting a mix of unwillingness and terror. He could not comprehend how a mere youth, not yet 20, at the mid-stage of the free and unfettered realm could possess such strength, able to bare-handedly contend with Earth-tier and even Heaven-tier artifacts. Su Cheng collapsed onto the ground, his eyes still fixed on the direction of Hu Jia, refusing to close in death. Master Su Cheng. Su Tao cried out in terror upon witnessing Su Cheng's fall, and then he decisively dashed out of the enforcement hall, swiftly taking flight. He was genuinely frightened. The fact that Su Cheng and the 4 esteemed elders of the enforcement hall had been slain by Hu Jia was unfathomable. This was news he had to relay to Su Zetian, for only Su Zetian could effectively deal with Hu Jia. Hu Jia ascended the high platform and kicked aside the main seat, revealing a passageway. He shouted to Lin Yansheng, "Hurry and rescue your master, otherwise, once Su Tao calls for reinforcements, it will be difficult to escape." Given his current strength, overcoming a practitioner of the Sun Luo realm would prove exceedingly challenging. Lin Yansheng nodded, soared up to the high platform, and swiftly entered the passageway, with Hu Jia closely following behind. Chapter 114. Re-entering the Tianyang Kingdom, Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia swiftly traversed the passage into the dungeon, effortlessly dispatching several enforcers of the law enforcement hall with a single strike. Their gaze fell upon the series of cells, 36 in total, where they discerned that only half were occupied, some of which contained lifeless bodies. "Yansheng, The voice of Ning Wuqing echoed, prompting Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia to follow the sound to a cell where Ning Wuqing was bound by chains. In stark contrast to his usual demeanor as a peak master, he appeared disheveled, his attire tattered and stained with blood and bruises. Old man. Lin Yansheng wielded the heavenly mechanism umbrella, unleashing its divine light to shatter the cell door, and subsequently severed the chains binding Ning Wuqing. Observing the elder's labored breathing, his eyes welled with emotion as he exclaimed, "Old man, I have come to rescue you. Let us depart." "Young brother, please save us," cried out the other prisoners. "If you release me, I vow to repay you." The remaining captives, witnessing Ning Wuqing's liberation, erupted with fervent pleas, having been confined in the dungeon for an indeterminate period. They were eager to seize this opportunity for escape. Lin Yansheng unleashed several beams of divine light from the heavenly mechanism umbrella, breaking open the cells of a dozen inmates, then swiftly severed their chains. These chains, imbued with the ability to seal spiritual energy, shattered with a resounding force, unleashing a wave of spiritual power among the convicts. Their faces alight with exhilaration, some even moved to tears. "Thank you, young brother. Once I escape the Tianwen sect, I shall repay you," declared a burly man, gazing appreciatively at Lin Yansheng. The other prisoners echoed sentiments of gratitude, contingent on their ability to flee the Tianwen sect. "Friends, let us first break free from the Tianwen sect and avoid recapture," Lin Yansheng urged, casting a glance at the convicts. He and Hu Jia, with Ning Wuqing in tow, charged towards the exit, returning to the main hall of the law enforcement hall. Sensing that Su Zetian and the others had yet to arrive, they breathed a sigh of relief. Hu Jia extended his hand, drawing back the outyin sword embedded in Su Chong, before taking to the skies. The convicts followed closely, their eyes fixed on the trio of Lin Yansheng, who soared into the distance. All were practitioners of the carefree realm, capable of flight, and thus did not lose ground to Lin Yansheng and his companions. "I have already ensured that Shao Qi and the others have departed from the Tianwen sect. We too shall leave," Lin Yansheng announced, accelerating alongside Hu Jia towards the outskirts of the sect. Ning Wuqing, being escorted by the two, was astonished to learn that Lin Yansheng had evidently attained the carefree realm, while Hu Jia had reached the mid-stage of the same realm. Their rapid progression in cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. 10 minutes later, Lin Yansheng, Hu Jia, and Ning Wuqing burst forth from the Tianwen sect, to their surprise, unpursued by any adversaries. However, they were content to proceed, soaring towards their destination, arriving at Tianwen City as dusk descended. They decided to spend the night at an inn, tending to the old man's injuries. Lin Yansheng gazed at the unconscious Ning Wuqia and spoke solemnly. Hu Jia offered no objections, and they once again took refuge in the Xinglo Inn. After placing several healing pills into Ning Wuqia's mouth, Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia began to channel their spiritual energy to mend his wounds. The following day, when Ning Wuqia opened his eyes, he discovered that his injuries had nearly healed. He then noticed that both Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia appeared somewhat fatigued, leading him to surmise that the two had likely stayed up all night tending to him. "Yansheng and Hu Jia, I truly owe you my gratitude for coming to the aid of this old man," he remarked. Lin Yansheng smiled and replied, "What are you saying? You're hardly old. In the presence of those ancient beings who have cultivated for centuries, you are not much different from us." Seeing that Ning Wuqia's condition had improved significantly, his spirits lifted. Hu Jia then spoke. "Uncle Ning, now that your injuries have healed considerably, should we depart from Tianwen City and venture to a place far removed from the Tianwen sect? Tianwen City could be regarded as the oversight city of the Tianwen sect, and as they had yet to truly leave the sect's territory, if the Tianwen sect pursued them to the city, they would be easily discovered." Upon hearing this, Ning Wuqia inquired, "Did you kill Su Cheng?" He had seen Su Cheng and the corpses of 4 elders from the law enforcement hall upon his escape from the dungeon. "It was I who killed him," Hu Jia affirmed, "and those 4 elders of the law enforcement hall, I dispatched them as well." Lin Yansheng, with a smile, added, "I merely took care of that old dog Liang Yuqi at Wuqia Peak." Together, Hu Jia and Lin Yansheng had slain Su Zetian's son and disciple, creating a greater uproar than the previous incident when Fei Yuling had killed Su Yu. Ning Wuqia looked at Lin Yansheng with astonishment, not expecting that Liang Yuqi had fallen to him. He then spoke with gravity. "You have killed Su Zetian's disciples and son, and he is not one to let matters rest easily. We must distance ourselves from the Tianwen sect. Yesterday, He must have been preoccupied with something, which is why we still have time. Having previously clashed with Su Zetian, who had injured him and subsequently imprisoned him in the law enforcement hall, he was acutely aware of Su Zetian's formidable strength, which far exceeded what they could currently contend with. Thus, Lin Yansheng, Hu Jia, and Ning Wuqia stealthily departed Tianwen City, swiftly flying in a determined direction. As for Shao Qi and the others, Lin Yansheng had already communicated with them through spiritual resonance during his time at the law enforcement hall, allowing them to escape the Tianwen sect. Now was not the time for reunification. They would have to devise a plan to regroup once they had settled. Half a month later, Lin Yansheng, Hu Jia, and Ning Wuqia arrived at a small border town in a kingdom. Tianyang Kingdom, Qingzhou, Mutian City. This was a city with a population of several million. Considered small within the Tianyang Kingdom, incomparable to the state cities with populations reaching tens of millions or even over 100 million. As they wandered down the street, Hu Jia held a candied hawthorn in one hand and a bun in the other, munching thoughtfully as he mused. Tianyang Kingdom. I seem to recall that we have visited this realm before, haven't we? He had a vague memory of Tianyang Kingdom, which appeared to be a place they had traversed during a prior mission. Lin Yansheng replied, indeed. You once ventured into the ascending immortal pavilion in Muzhou City of Tianyang Kingdom. He recalled that upon their arrival in Tianyang Kingdom, he had been compelled by a system task to take a life, and that individual seemed to possess a notable background. Of course, he also remembered the beggar whose sister had been taken by a debauched scion. Yet he was not a paragon of virtue and chose not to assist the beggar in rescuing her. He remained uncertain whether the beggar had succeeded in reclaiming his sister. Ning Wuq remarked, the strength of Tianyang Kingdom is considerable. Let us linger here for a time and observe what news emerges from the Tianwen sect. Given the magnitude of the incident involving the Tianwen sect, it is certain that information will surface, allowing us to glean some insights into their current circumstances. Chapter 115. The news spreads at this moment. Lin Yansheng noticed that passers-by seemed to be secretly observing and discussing them, their eyes reflecting emotions of surprise and fear. He remarked with some confusion, those individuals appear to be looking at us oddly. Hu Jiao pondered for a moment and replied, it is likely due to your prior act of slaying a general's son, which has led to our being wanted. The fact that it still has repercussions after such a long time indicates that the general's family possesses considerable influence in Tianyang Kingdom. The three prominent families of Tianyang Kingdom, notably the Jiangmenli family, can be regarded as among the most powerful clans in the realm. Lin Yansheng scoffed, should that Jiangmen continue to provoke me, I would not mind facilitating a family reunion for them. His current disposition was far from pleasant. Should anyone inadvertently cross his path, they would meet a dire fate. The trio continued their stroll along the street for a while longer when a group of officials and soldiers surged forward, encircling them. The leader among them, upon seeing Lin Yansheng and his companions attempt to proceed, instantly grew stern, brandishing his blade and commanding, halt. Among these three were two wanted criminals across the entire Tianyang Kingdom, with a bounty of 500,000 spirit stones on their heads. Unable to contain his excitement upon hearing the report from his subordinates, he rushed over with his men. 500,000 spirit stones constituted an astonishing fortune, one that could allow him to indulge in reckless cultivation and extravagance. Turning to face the approaching leader, Lin Yansheng inquired, a Daylight Realm expert? And who might you be? It was audacious for a Daylight Realm individual, accompanied by over 20 mystical realm subordinates, to attempt capturing him and Hu Jia. Had news of their exploits in the Mu prefecture not reached these parts? The leader, with an air of arrogance, declared, I am Feng Yuanhang, captain of the Mu Tian City Guard. Gai Hongjun is my cousin. In Mu Tian City, his position as captain of the guard was quite respectable, and with his cousin Gai Hongjun being the city lord, few dared to challenge him. Lin Yansheng raised an eyebrow and replied, Feng Yuanhang? Gai Hongjun, I have not heard of you. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, I suggest you and your men vacate the area. My mood is rather foul. Forced to flee from his childhood home, it was only natural that anyone would be in a dark mood. He was currently harboring a tempest of frustration, eager for an outlet. Upon hearing Lin Yansheng's words, Feng Yuanhang was incensed, bellowing, How dare you? Who do you think you are? Attack! Seize all three of them. It had been many years since he encountered someone bold enough to provoke him in such a manner. He felt compelled to make an example of this offender in front of onlookers, lest more people in Mu Tian City begin to defy him. Boom! Dark spiritual energy surged forth, and the 20 or so soldiers who charged in were quickly felled to the ground. Lin Yinxing materialized before Feng Yuanhang, delivering a powerful punch. Cold sweat dripped down Feng Yuanhang's face as he unleashed his spiritual energy, forming a thin barrier in front of himself. However, Lin Yinxing's fist shattered the barrier with ease. Landing a solid blow on Feng Yuanhang's head, the overwhelming force obliterating both his head and body in a violent explosion. After vanquishing the self-destructive Feng Yuanhang with a single blow, Lin Yinxing felt his spirits lift slightly. His gaze, cold and indifferent, swept over the passers-by before he turned to his companions and said, "Let us depart and seek a tavern for rest." Hu Jia and Ning Wuk nodded in agreement, and the trio continued their journey forward. Several days later, precisely 1 month after Lin Yinxing and his companions had departed from the Tianwen sect, news of the events surrounding the sect spread across the northern regions. The esteemed elder Su Zetian emerged from his seclusion, showcasing the formidable prowess of a Sinluo realm cultivator. However, the first on the Tianwen rankings, Luo Fu, returned to the sect to confront him, ultimately departing with an air of nonchalance. On the same day, Lin Yinxing from Wuqing Peak of the Tianwen sect, alongside Hu Jia, who ranked third on the Tianwen list, executed a daring rescue of Ning Wuk, the peak master of Wuqing, from the law enforcement hall. In the process, they eliminated the then peak master Liang Yuqing, the hall master Su Cheng, and the 4 esteemed elders of the law enforcement hall. Notably, Su Cheng was the son of Su Zetian, and Liang Yuqing was his disciple. As these events unfolded, they ignited a fervor of discussion. Luo Fu, Hu Jia, and Lin Yinxing emerged as the venerated figures of the younger generation in the Northern Territories, with countless individuals speculating on their prowess and exploits. In the city of Mutian, at the Mid-Autumn Tea House, Lin Yinxing, Hu Jia, and Ning Wuk sat around a table, savoring tea and delicacies. Listening to the conversations of other patrons, Ning Wuk chuckled and remarked, "Yinxing and Hu Jia, you have both become the illustrious figures of the Northern Domain. Given the stature of the Tianwen sect as a premier force in the region, the ensuing commotion was entirely anticipated." A man clad in a coarse robe addressed his companions seated at the same table, saying, "Do you think Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia possess an extraordinary talent? It is rumored that they are yet to reach the age of 20. Yet they have already attained the realm of Xiao and can even contend with peak Xiao cultivators." In his understanding, Xiao realm practitioners were typically individuals who had cultivated for decades or even centuries. He had never heard of anyone under 20 achieving such a status. The notion of a practitioner in the early or mid-Xiao realm defeating a peak Xiao cultivator was utterly astonishing to him. One of the companions of the robed man replied, "Luo Fu is equally remarkable. At just over 20, he can engage in battle with the esteemed elder Su Zetian of the Tianwen sect. If given a few more years, imagine what he could achieve. He is already in his 30s, still lingering in the mysterious realm, while the Xiao realm remains a mere legend to him, and the Sinluo realm is utterly unattainable." The robed man shook his head slightly and remarked, "Indeed, the Tianwen sect has produced prodigies like Luo Fu, Hu Jia, and Lin Yinxing, multiple talents in a single era. This is what distinguishes the top forces of the Northern Domain, far beyond what our Tianyang kingdom can compare." Although the Tianyang kingdom was a relatively powerful nation, it paled in comparison to the Tianwen sect, which could obliterate the kingdom with just a single elder or prodigious disciple. Within the tea house, a man of striking demeanor overheard the remarks of the man in the coarse attire and his companions, and he derisively interjected, "The Heavenly Inquiry sect has fallen into disarray, plagued by internal corruption. How else could such misfortunes transpire? First, they lost the prodigious talent Fei Yuling, and now they have driven away Lin Yinxing, Luo Fu, and Hu Jia, true marvels in their own right. This is, indeed, a clear testament to their decline." Seated across from him was a woman of exceptional beauty, both of them exuding an extraordinary aura that marked them as individuals of notable distinction. The man in the coarse attire's expression shifted slightly as he regarded the proud gentleman, clasping his hands in salute. "I am Huang Jin. May I inquire your esteemed name?" He discerned that these two individuals were not of ordinary pedigree, likely renowned figures in their own realms. The man, brimming with self-importance, replied, "I am Shen Tianzong, and this is my junior sister, Zhang Xiaowei." Zhang Xiaowei, seated opposite, offered a slight nod to the man in coarse attire and his companions as a gesture of greeting. Chapter 116. Lawless, the man in the tattered robe, widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "You are Shun Tianzong and Zheng Xiaowei from the Juming sect." The Juming sect stands as the preeminent force in Tianyang Kingdom, headquartered in Qingzhou, where it is unequivocally recognized as the strongest faction. Even the governor's mansion of Qingzhou must concede to its authority. Shun Tianzong and Zheng Xiaowei are celebrated as the most outstanding talents of their generation within the sect, renowned throughout the entire Tianyang Kingdom as paragons of excellence. A triumphant smile graced Shun Tianzong's face as he disregarded the man in the tattered robe and engaged in a hushed conversation with Zheng Xiaowei. Lin Yinxing expressed his surprise, stating, "I did not expect that the absence of pursuers from Tianwen Peak was due to Luo Fu battling Su Zetian." Upon learning of the conflict between Luo Fu and Su Zetian, he pieced together the events. He had sensed a disturbance at Tianwen Peak while en route to the law enforcement hall with Hu Jia, yet he had not anticipated it to be Luo Fu. Hu Jia mumbled, "That Luo Fu fellow is capable of fighting Su Zetian, which is rather impressive." However, he was not particularly astonished. Luo Fu had already reached the pinnacle of the carefree realm, making him a formidable adversary against Su Zetian of the Sanluo realm, a fact that was hardly shocking. At that moment, Ning Wuqing observed a group of individuals storming into the tea house with great intensity, remarking, "It seems someone has arrived, and they appear to be coming for us." The leader of this group was a middle-aged man who, upon entering the tea house, quickly fixed his gaze upon Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia, declaring, "You two wanted criminals have the audacity to kill Feng Yuanhang. You clearly have no regard for the laws of Tianyang Kingdom." He was Gai Hongjun, the lord of Mutian City and the son of the Gai family head in Qingzhou, wielding greater power than the average city lord and renowned throughout Qingzhou. Lin Yinxing smiled and replied, "You are absolutely correct. We truly do not hold the laws of Tianyang Kingdom in high esteem." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed. A surge of black spiritual power erupted from his fingertip, piercing through several individuals beside Gai Hongjun. "You are utterly lawless," Gai Hongjun exclaimed, unleashing a mid-stage spiritual force of the Great Sun Realm, brandishing a large blade as he stepped forward to strike at Lin Yinxing. He intended to eliminate this law-defying individual while avenging Feng Yuanhang. Why bother with anger? Aren't the laws of Tianyang Kingdom merely instruments for trampling? Lin Yinxing retorted mockingly, extending his right hand to grasp the descending blade. Black spiritual energy surged from his palm, and with a resounding crack, the blade shattered. A look of horror washed over Gai Hongjun's face. His blade was a low-grade earth-tier artifact, renowned for its immense power and indestructibility. Yet now, this treasured weapon had been effortlessly crushed by the individual before him, utterly shattering his worldview. "I often see you shatter artifacts with your bare hands. I decided to give it a try and found it quite exhilarating." Lin Yinxing chuckled at Hu Jia. He then delivered a kick to Gai Hongjun. Boom! Gai Hongjun was sent flying, colliding with the group from the governor's mansion, causing chaos and devastation in the tea house. Many individuals fled in panic, while others remained, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Lin Yinxing gazed at the rising Gai Hongjun and remarked, "Depart now. Your presence cannot harm us. Do not seek your own demise. I harbor little interest in your demise." His mood had settled, and he was unwilling to extinguish lives over trifles. However, should they persist in their reckless behavior, he would have no choice. "I shall remember you." Gai Hongjun spat a venomous retort before hastily retreating with his subordinates, not daring to linger for a moment longer. All eyes in the room turned towards Lin Yinxing, Hu Jia, and Ning Wuqia, each gaze imbued with curiosity. Suddenly, Shun Tianzong rose and clasped his fists towards the trio, stating, "I am Shun Tianzong of the Absolute Death Sect. Esteemed friends, may I inquire about the origins of your power?" From Lin Yinxing's earlier display, he discerned that Lin Yinxing's prowess surpassed his own, and given Lin's youth, he was intrigued by the identity of these formidable individuals, pondering why he had not encountered them before. "From which power do we hail?" Lin Yinxing replied with a hint of amusement. "To be precise, we currently belong to no faction." He contemplated how these individuals would react if they were to learn that the three of them were the subjects of recent widespread discussions. Shun Tianzong's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he inquired, "Might I ask your esteemed names?" He harbored suspicions that these three were not of Tianyang Nation. "It is best left unspoken," Lin Yinxing replied nonchalantly, before rising with Hu Jia and Ning Wuqia to depart the tea house. He wished to limit his dealings with those present, to avoid unnecessary complications, despite their apparent indifference to trouble. Zheng Xiaowei observed the trio's departure and coldly remarked, "Senior brother, they are exceedingly arrogant." In her view, since her senior brother Shen Tianzong had introduced himself, these three should likewise disclose their affiliations and names. Shen Tianzong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let them be. I had hoped to forge a connection, but it seems some possess inflated pride and arrogance. It is perhaps best not to pursue any acquaintance with such individuals." As they left the tea house, Hu Jia suddenly recalled Shao Qi, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Zhenlong, asking, "Lin Yansheng, where are your spirit pets?" He remembered that when he and Lin Yansheng departed from Wuxia Peak, they had left Shao Qi, Xiao Zhenlong, and Xiao Bai behind. They are currently deep within the beastly wilderness. The Tianwen sect would not risk venturing into the heart of the wilderness for their sake, Lin Yansheng explained. He shared a symbiotic bond with Shao Qi, allowing him to communicate with her across vast distances. Ning Wuxia, upon hearing Lin Yansheng's words, expressed concern. The depths of the beastly wilderness? There are 6th and even 7th-tier ferocious beasts there. Will your spirit pets not be in danger? The central region of the beastly wilderness is indeed perilous, while the Tianwen sect would not enter for the sake of 3 spirit pets. Lin Yansheng's creatures would still face formidable beasts. Rest assured, even 8th or 9th-tier beasts would struggle to contend with Shao Qi and the others. One might say the beastly wilderness is their safest sanctuary. Lin Yansheng spoke with unwavering confidence. Setting aside the inconspicuous little Bai, both Shao Qi and Xiao Long were extraordinary divine beasts, a true dragon and a true phoenix. In the lair of ferocious creatures, they would undoubtedly encounter no peril. Suddenly, a vibrant green beam of light erupted from the distance, soaring into the sky, visible to all of Qingzhou's inhabitants. Naturally, Lin Yansheng, Hu Jia, and Ning Wuqian and Mutian City also beheld this remarkable green beam, their faces reflecting astonishment. It appeared that an extraordinary treasure was emerging. One could not help but acknowledge that their fortune was indeed quite fortuitous. Chapter 117. The One Beneath the Rift. Behold, the emergence of a treasure. It may well be an inheritance from ancient ruins. In any case, it is certainly something of great value. Forward, for such treasures are unclaimed. Whoever lays claim to them shall rightfully possess them. The inhabitants of Mutian City were aflame with excitement, their fervor escalating into a frenzy as countless individuals surged towards the location of the vibrant green beam of light. Hu Jia, eager and enthusiastic, inquired, "What do you say? A treasure has manifested. Shall we go take a look?" Though he held little interest in the treasure or the inheritance itself, he was intrigued by the prospect of seizing treasures and contending for relics. With nothing pressing to occupy their time, Lin Yansheng agreed, "Let us indeed see what awaits." The three of them released their spiritual energy, soaring skyward as 3 torrents of spiritual force, propelling themselves towards the green beam of light. This luminous shaft emerged from a mountain, piercing the heavens with an awe-inspiring spectacle. The mountain, known as Qianchong Mountain, stood in a desolate expanse of Qingzhou, seldom visited by travelers. Yet today, it attracted throngs due to the mesmerizing green beam. Whoosh! The 3 torrents of spiritual energy surged from afar, halting midair outside Qianchong Mountain, revealing the silhouettes of Lin Yansheng, Hu Jia, and Ning Wuxia. Hu Jia scanned the surroundings and, not spotting anyone else, remarked, "It appears we are the swiftest." Their speed was commendable even among the realms of carefree transcendence, far exceeding that of practitioners in the realms of ethereal communication, great sun, or profound mystery. Thus, it was entirely natural that others had yet to arrive. Ning Wuxia focused intently on the green beam emanating from Qianchong Mountain, stating, "Aside from the palpable, formidable energy radiating from the beam, I sense no trace of any treasure. Typically, when a treasure manifests, it exudes a powerful aura. Let us investigate the source of the beam," Lin Yansheng proposed. Ning Wuxia and Hu Jia had no objections, and so the trio ventured towards the green beam, quickly alighting upon the summit of Qianchong Mountain, where the beam surged skyward before them. Hu Jia carefully attuned himself to the ambient energies, yet found nothing of note. Expressing disappointment, "This place hardly resembles a treasure trove. It is merely this beam that holds any semblance of significance. To think we would contend for treasures, only to find none here. It seems our journey may have been in vain." As Lin Yansheng reached out to touch the green beam, His palm slipped effortlessly into its depths. He could sense that the energy within the beam was not merely light, but rather an extraordinarily dense essence. However, this energy was not spiritual force and could not be absorbed directly, prompting him to withdraw his hand. Undeterred, he stepped into the beam. Seeing this, Ning Wuxia and Hu Jia followed suit, entering the beam as well. After traversing approximately 10 meters within the beam, they discovered a cavern ahead, seemingly leading to the depths of the mountain, and the source of the beam appeared to originate from this very chasm. Approaching the vast opening, they peered downward, only to find a deep fissure below, where a solitary figure sat at the bottom. However, due to the influence of the green beam of light, they could not discern the specifics of the figure within. Hu Jia fixed his gaze upon the silhouette and inquired, "Shall we descend to investigate?" He was eager to ascertain who had arrived here before them, seated amidst the radiant fissure. Ning Wuxia did not respond to Hu Jia's question. Instead, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Have you noticed that the energy of this beam is diminishing?" Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, upon hearing this, attentively sensed the changes in the green beam and were astonished to find it shrinking, with its energy waning at an alarming rate. It was as if someone were absorbing this energy at an extraordinary pace. When the energy was completely consumed, it was likely that the beam would vanish as well. Hu Jia glanced at the figure within the fissure and conjectured, could it be that the individual below is absorbing the energy of the green beam? Aside from the three of them, there was only one person present, the figure within the crack. Ning Wuxia nodded and said, "That seems to be the case. It is unclear who this person is, yet they are capable of absorbing this energy at such a rapid rate. They are certainly not an ordinary individual. This energy was not spiritual power. Theoretically, practitioners who cultivated with spiritual energy could not absorb it. Forcing such absorption could lead to chaotic energy within their bodies, potentially resulting in madness." Hu Jia gazed down at the figure in the fissure, his eyes gleaming with combativeness. "Now I am even more inclined to confront this individual. I hadn't anticipated that Tianyang Nation could harbor such a character." Previously, he had not regarded Tianyang Nation highly. But if the person within the fissure were indeed a practitioner from there, then it could not be underestimated. Lin Yansheng spoke calmly. "Let us wait until their cultivation is complete. Descending now may interrupt their practice." Disrupting a practitioner's cultivation was a grave offense. An external interruption during focused training could easily lead to madness or even death. Thus, practitioners typically sought secluded locations for closed-door cultivation, and during external training, they would often have protectors. Very well. Given the manner in which he absorbs energy, it won't be long before he completely consumes this beam, which is thicker than a house. Hu Jia settled down beside him, patiently waiting. Lin Yansheng and Ning Wuxia once again scanned their surroundings, finding nothing particularly noteworthy, before also sitting down to cultivate. Half an hour later, the beam had diminished significantly, now only as thick as a person emanating from the fissure. Meanwhile, Lin Yansheng, Ning Wuxia, and Hu Jia sat beside the fissure, appearing to act as guardians for the individual within. At that moment, others had arrived at the mountain summit and immediately spotted the trio. Their expressions shifted slightly as they inquired, "Who are you? Have you taken the treasure?" Lin Yansheng and the others looked up to see that these three were clad in matching attire, reminiscent of Shun Tianzong and Zheng Xiaowei, whom they had encountered earlier in the tea house of Mutian City, indicating that they hailed from the same sect. As Lin Yansheng and his companions remained silent, the expressions of the group shifted subtly. One of the men, with a frigid demeanor, remarked, "Why do you not respond when questioned? Are you all mute?" The Jiming sect, renowned as the foremost sect in Qingzhou, commanded fear and respect from all practitioners they encountered while donned in their sect attire. This instance was unprecedented for them. Lin Yansheng, with his indifferent black eyes, gazed coldly at the 5 members of the Jiming sect and replied with a hint of disdain, "We have seen no treasures, and our identities are of no concern to you." They too sought the treasures, but alas, aside from a mere crevice, there was nothing to be found. And beneath the fissure lay another presence. The man from the Jiming sect's gaze darkened ominously as he coldly declared, such arrogant tone, "I suspect the treasures must indeed be in your possession." Chapter 118. The ordinary Feng hung as soon as the words of the man in the life and death situation fell. The elder beside him scolded, "Xing Shun, you must not be disrespectful." However, the elder's tone lacked genuine reprimand, clearly an act of pretense. The man named Xing Shun immediately bowed his head and replied, "Yes, master." His face was adorned with utmost reverence. This elder was the grand elder of the Juming sect, and he was the true disciple of the elder. The other three were also elders of the Juming sect, yet their status paled in comparison to that of the grand elder. The grand elder turned his gaze towards Lin Yansheng and the other three, smiling as he inquired, "My dear friends, what lies within the cave behind you?" He had noticed a pit behind Lin Yansheng and the others, and aside from that pit, there was nothing else on the mountaintop that could draw attention. Moreover, a slender beam of light was emanating from that very cave. He found it hard to believe that the cave was devoid of anything. Hu Jia curled his lips and replied, "It is a fissure, and there is someone cultivating within." "A fissure? There is someone cultivating inside." The grand elder of the Juming sect displayed a look of surprise as he asked, "Is that person with you?" Hu Jia responded, "No. He was already inside the fissure when we arrived." Since he had nothing better to do, he was quite pleased to entertain the grand elder's inquiry. At least someone was present, alleviating the tedium of waiting for the person inside the fissure to emerge. "Grand Elder Su Tian, it has been a while since we last met, and you still appear so spirited." At that moment, another group arrived, led by an elder clad in red, who greeted the grand elder of the Juming sect with a smile. He was the head of the Gai family, and Gai Hongjun was his son, who had become the lord of Mutian City under his influence. "Head of the Gai family, I trust you have been well." Su Tian's demeanor turned slightly frosty. The relationship between the Juming sect and the Gai family was far from amicable. One was the strongest sect in Qingzhou, while the other was the most formidable family, having previously clashed and remained rivals ever since. The head of the Gai family smiled faintly and asked, "Grand Elder Su Tian, have you discovered any treasures?" While he was speaking to the Grand Elder Su Tian, his gaze was fixed on Lin Yansheng and the other three, pondering their identities. "We have just arrived. These three friends were here first," Su Tian said, shifting the topic towards Lin Yansheng and the others. He believed that anyone who could reach this place faster than him was not to be taken lightly, and it would be prudent for the Gai family to investigate further. The head of the Gai family squinted his eyes as he scrutinized Lin Yansheng and the others, asking, "Have you three made any discoveries?" Observing their attire, he somewhat concurred with Su Tian's assertion that these individuals were likely not part of the Juming sect. Lin Yansheng replied nonchalantly, "We have made no discoveries. We have merely been seated here since our arrival. As for the fissure behind us, there is indeed someone inside." His gaze was keenly fixed upon the group from the Gai family, intrigued by the words of the captain of the Mutian City Guard, who stated that the lord of Mutian City was indeed a member of the Gai family. Thus, he had already had an encounter with them. Although he had not slain the Gai family's lord, it was likely that the Gai family would harbor no fondness for him upon discovering this. The head of the Gai family, upon hearing this, inquired, "Might you step aside and allow us to observe the situation beneath the fissure?" At that moment, the green beam had vanished, which puzzled him, as it had been so prominent before. "Very well," Lin Yansheng replied, rising alongside Hu Jia and Ning Wuqia. Retreating a few meters, they had noticed the disappearance of the green beam, indicating that the individual within the fissure had absorbed all the energy, and it was only reasonable that he would emerge shortly. The head of the Gai family cast a glance at the trio before leading his people toward the fissure. However, before they could reach the fissure, a figure burst forth from it, landing atop the mountain. This was a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, with an ordinary countenance and unremarkable attire, exuding an air of mediocrity. The youth emerging from the fissure was strikingly unremarkable. Even his cultivation level was that of a mere body refinement realm, which could be deemed exceedingly mundane. Hu Jia observed this seemingly average individual, feeling a twinge of confusion. Muttering to himself, "This person, there was something odd about him, despite his apparent ordinariness." The fact that he had arrived here so swiftly and had practiced within the fissure, absorbing the energy of the beam, rendered him anything but ordinary. The head of the Gai family fixed his gaze upon the figure that had emerged, demanding in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The man's unremarkable nature was unsettling, for he could have potentially claimed treasures that belonged here, and the mere thought of it made the head of the family uneasy. "I am Feng Heng," the man responded, casting a glance at those atop the mountain, smiling. He radiated an aura of insignificance. Had he been in the streets of a city, it was likely that no one would have spared him a second glance. The head of the Gai family pondered for a moment, confirming that he had never heard of the name Feng Heng, which put his mind at ease. He then coldly inquired, "Did you take any treasures?" Since he had not recognized the name, and there was no prominent family by the surname Fong in Tianyang country, he felt no trepidation. If the treasures had indeed been taken by this man, he would have no choice but to resort to violence to reclaim them. Fong Hung replied, "There are no treasures here. At least, I did not see any." His tone was remarkably calm, devoid of deceit. However, the head of the Guy family was unconvinced, questioning, "We all witnessed you emerge from the fissure, and the beam that heralded the appearance of treasures has vanished. How can you assert that you did not claim them?" At this moment, he was already contemplating how to seize the treasure. He regarded Fong Hung with indifference. However, he remained wary of the formidable elder from the deadly sect. As many individuals were hastening towards the mountaintop, Fong Hung, feeling helpless, declared, "I have stated that I did not take the treasure. If you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do." He stood there, quietly observing the members of the Guy family, seemingly unconcerned about any potential aggression from them. The patriarch of the Guy family's expression turned icy as he gestured dismissively to those behind him. A practitioner from the late stage of the mysterious realm surged forward, channeling their spiritual power, and struck towards Fong Hung with a powerful punch. Bang! The sound reverberated, causing both the Guy family and the deadly sect members to widen their eyes in shock. The assailant's body had exploded, yet no one had witnessed any action taken against him. Nevertheless, their gazes remained fixed upon the seemingly unremarkable Fong Hung. For the Guy family's practitioner had suddenly detonated into a mist of blood as he approached Fong Hung. Chapter 119, The Body Refinement Realm. Exceeding 100,000 layers, Ning Wu's gaze fixed intently upon Fong Hung, declaring, "This individual is in stark contrast to his outwardly mundane appearance. He is surely no ordinary person." Even now, as Fong Hung had released his aura of cultivation, it still emanated from the body refinement realm, presenting him as merely an unremarkable practitioner of that level. The head of the Guy family furrowed his brow. He too had failed to discern how Fong Hung had made his move, and a flicker of unease stirred within him. He then turned to the 5 members of the Juming sect, exclaiming, "Esteemed friends of the Juming sect, this individual monopolizes treasures and exhibits ruthlessness. Let us join forces to subdue him." The Grand Elder of the Juming sect shook his head, replying, "Guy family head, whether treasures are present here remains uncertain, and treasures, by their very nature, are unclaimed. Whoever lays claim to them is rightful owner. There is no necessity for theft." His words were undoubtedly a facade lacking credibility. However, he harbored no desire to engage, as he found himself unable to fathom Fong Hung, sensing an overwhelming aura of danger. This seemingly ordinary cultivator of the body refinement realm was far from simple. He could very well be a formidable harbinger of death. "Humph." The Guy family head snorted derisively, retorting, "Then, Grand Elder, should our Guy family acquire the treasure, I trust you will not attempt to seize it." With a wave of his hand, he signaled for all members of the Guy family, himself included, to charge forth, unleashing their substantial spiritual energies, brandishing their artifacts toward Fong Hung. The Guy family, a prestigious lineage of Qingzhou, would never tolerate the slaying of their kin. Boom! In an instant, Fong Hung's form vanished, and a crimson flash darted across the mountaintop, weaving seamlessly among the Guy family members at a speed that defied comprehension. Soon, the crimson light halted, revealing Fong Hung's silhouette, while those of the Guy family shattered into blood mist. In mere moments, all those from the Guy family had met a tragic end, including their patriarch, who stood at the pinnacle of the Tongyu realm. "I harbor no desire to kill, yet there are always those who come forth to meet their doom. It is indeed perplexing," Fong Hung remarked with an air of resignation. He then turned his gaze toward the Juming sect members, a cold smile gracing his lips. A red radiance enveloped him, even his eyes transforming into a shade of crimson. Yet, in the next moment, he reverted to his former self. His pupils returning to their ordinary black, the red glow dissipating. The members of the Juming sect swallowed hard, and the Grand Elder, filled with reverence, clasped his fists, stating, "Master Fong, we bear no intention of offense and shall take our leave." In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, and the unfathomable power of Fong Hung had thoroughly subdued them. Fong Hung offered no response, prompting the Juming sect members to hastily depart. On the mountaintop, only Fong Hung remained, accompanied by Lin Yansheng, Hu Jia, and Ning Wu. Fong Hung turned to the trio, smiling as he expressed, I am grateful to you three for refraining from obstructing my cultivation earlier. As Lin Yansheng and the others stepped into the verdant beam of light, he sensed an unexpected turn of events. Initially, he anticipated a fierce confrontation, yet Lin Yansheng and his companions merely lingered beside the rift, which took him by surprise. Hu Jia fixed his gaze intently on Fang Heng, inquiring, "Is it true that your cultivation level is merely at the body refinement stage?" Throughout their interaction, Fang Heng had consistently exuded an aura solely characteristic of the body refinement stage. However, how could a practitioner of this level possibly vanquish a peak practitioner of the ethereal stage in an instant? Such a feat seemed as implausible as an ordinary infant overwhelming an adult. Fang Heng affirmed, "Indeed, I am at the body refinement stage, and you should be able to sense it as well." He had indeed reached this stage after years of cultivation, yet remained unable to transcend into the spirit establishment stage, feeling as if that realm was still beyond his grasp. "Dear friend Fang Heng, may I inquire as to which level of the body refinement stage you have attained?" Ning Wuqiu observed thoughtfully. Generally, reaching the 9th level of the body refinement stage would lead to a breakthrough into the spirit establishment stage. Historically, 9 has been regarded as the ultimate threshold, except for those who remain stuck at the 9th level without any hope of advancement. All others capable of breaking through have done so. Fang Heng responded, "Currently, I am at the 136,788th level of the body refinement stage." His tone was calm, devoid of deceit, yet he understood that his revelation was so astonishing that it would hardly be believed. Ning Wuqiu frowned. "Over 100,000 levels. How is that possible? The body refinement stage can only reach a maximum of the 9th level. This has been the case throughout history, with no exceptions." He found it hard to accept Fang Heng's claim, for it was common knowledge in the realm of Tianling that the body refinement stage could not exceed 9 levels. Many individuals without significant cultivation talent would remain trapped at the 9th level, unable to ascend to the spirit establishment stage, while anything beyond was unheard of. Fang Heng shook his head. "I anticipated such a reaction. Thus, I questioned the purpose of inquiring about one's realm." He was reluctant to elaborate. Firstly, because he saw no need to explain himself to those he barely knew, and secondly, because he understood the reasons behind his unusual progress and longevity. Lin Yansheng regarded Fang Heng, asking, "Surely, you cannot be from the Tianyang kingdom?" A person of Fang Heng's caliber, setting aside the veracity of his claim to be at the 136,788th level, would not be an unknown entity, given his recent display of strength in swiftly defeating a member of the Gai family. "My sect has long since perished, so I am merely a wandering cultivator, traversing the world in pursuit of a breakthrough into the spirit establishment stage," Fang Heng replied. Upon finishing his words, he ascended into the sky with unparalleled speed, vanishing in an instant. The young man named Fang Heng was utterly inscrutable. No matter how one looked at him, he appeared to be at the body refinement stage. Yet it was inconceivable that he could truly be so. Ning Wuqiu pondered in confusion. Subsequently, Lin Yansheng and his companions departed, and before leaving, they peered into the rift, confirming the absence of treasures or legacies, before taking flight into the distance. In the capital of the Tianyang Kingdom, Tianyang City, the foremost city of the realm, thrives as a beacon of cultivation civilization, teeming with hidden talents and profound mysteries. Among the countless cultivators dwelling in Tianyang City, mere mortals are a rarity. Each individual is a practitioner of the mystical arts. Furthermore, within the city, cultivators of the Great Sun and profound tranquility realms are no longer scarce. It is entirely possible to encounter a prominent figure of Tianyang City on the bustling streets. In essence, the depths of Tianyang City are unfathomable. Within Tianyang City, Hu Jia popped a cherry into his mouth and remarked to Lin Yansheng beside him, "The Tianyang Kingdom is to host the grand competition. Should we not also partake? After all, there are no stipulations restricting participation to only the cultivators of Tianyang." They had departed from the Qianshong Mountains a month prior, and after half a month of travel, they arrived at Tianyang City, where they have since remained. Chapter 120. The Emergence of the Evil Spirits. Ning Wuqian remarked, "The Tianyang Grand Tournament is a martial arts competition held by the Tianyang Kingdom for its younger generation. All the prodigies from across the kingdom will participate. Should you wish to join, there is no objection, although it is likely that few from the younger generation of Tianyang can truly challenge you." The news of the tournament had stirred excitement among the cultivators residing in Tianyang City during their half-month stay, causing those from other cities within the kingdom to flock towards Tianyang City. Lin Yinsheng pondered for a moment and said, "The sovereign of Tianyang Kingdom, Tianyang Zhenren, is said to be at the pinnacle of the Xianyao realm, is he not?" He was no stranger to the name Tianyang Zhenren, for he was a renowned powerhouse in the northern region and the ruler of the Tianyang Kingdom, wielding both power and strength at the highest echelons. Indeed, Hu Jia interjected. "What? Do you wish to engage in combat with Tianyang Zhenren?" The younger generation of Tianyang Kingdom predominantly comprised cultivators of the mysterious realm, with those at the Sun realm considered experts, while only a few reached the level of the Tongyu realm. For Lin Yinsheng and Ning Wuqian, they posed no real challenge. Lin Yinsheng cast a sidelong glance at Hu Jia and retorted, "Why would I seek to spar with the kingdom's sovereign out of mere boredom?" He continued, "Let us simply observe the Tianyang Grand Tournament. If a worthy opponent piques your interest, you may challenge them." 2 days later, the Tianyang Grand Tournament commenced. Lin Yinsheng, Hu Jia, and Ning Wuqian took their seats in the stands, watching the younger generation of Tianyang Kingdom vie for supremacy. Beside them, a young man observed the formidable performance of Xing Shan and exclaimed excitedly, "By heavens, this Xing Shan from the Zhu Ming sect of Qingzhou is astonishingly strong. He is destined to become a cultivator of the Tongyu realm. Truly, the first prodigy of Qingzhou, his reputation is well-deserved." Though the young man was of similar age to Xing Shan, he only possessed initial stage mysterious realm cultivation, while Xing Shan had already reached the early stages of the Tongyu realm, a significant disparity in realms. Hu Jia, watching the man who had effortlessly sent his opponent flying, remarked with disinterest, "That Xing Shan looks to be nearly 30, yet is merely at the early stages of the Tongyu realm. How utterly unremarkable." He, along with Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia, had encountered members of the Zhu Ming sect on Qianchou Mountain, where Xing Shan had spoken disrespectfully to them. Given his current early-stage Tongyu realm cultivation, he was simply too weak to warrant any respect. The young man beside them, incensed by Hu Jia's words, retorted indignantly, "What are you saying? Xing Shan is the foremost prodigy of Qingzhou and a strong contender for the top 10 in this Tianyang Grand Tournament. You cannot simply dismiss his prowess." Turning to Hu Jia, he was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that such audacious words would come from someone so exquisitely beautiful, perhaps the most stunning individual he had ever encountered. Hu Jia glanced at the young man beside him, curling his lip in disdain. Such a level of skill can secure a spot in the top 10? The credibility of this Tianyang Grand Tournament is sorely lacking. It is nothing but a farce. Given the level of Xing Shan, he would be considered at the bottom tier in the Seven Peaks competition of the Tianwen sect. The individual beside him claimed that Xing Shan was a formidable contender for the top 10 in the Tianyang competition, which only underscores the lack of true prodigies in that event. The man next to Hu Jia, upon hearing her words, inquired with curiosity, "My lady, where do you hail from? Your assertions lack any basis. Do you not believe that practitioners at the Tongyu realm are formidable?" This individual, undoubtedly the most beautiful person he had ever encountered, was also the most unreserved in speech. One could only wonder what chaos might ensue if members of the Zhu Ming sect overheard her. Hu Jia praised the man before replying, "My origins are not for disclosure. Even if I were to tell you, it would bear no significance. Do you wish to conduct a nocturnal raid?" Having discerned that this man was merely at the initial stage of the Xuanmiao realm, she chose not to engage further, even refraining from correcting his gender. The man's eyes gleamed with fervor as he introduced himself, "My lady, I am Li Wan. It would be a shame not to become acquainted with someone of such exquisite beauty seated beside me." Hu Jia turned her gaze back to the competition, saying, "Why should I bother to know you? You, an early practitioner of the Xuanmiao realm, should focus on the Tianyang competition. Should I encounter a young individual of outstanding prowess, I might be inclined to forge a connection, perhaps even spar with them. However, there is no need to associate with someone of your level. It would be an act of bullying." The Tianyang competition persisted for 3 days, yet Lin Yinsheng, Hu Jia, and Ning Wuqian only attended the first day. The events were largely dominated by practitioners at the Dei realm, with only a smattering from the Tongyu realm, rendering it rather uninspiring. Suddenly, a chilling cry for help echoed through the streets, amplified by spiritual energy, ensuring that all within several kilometers could hear it. "That's a distressing call. We must investigate," Hu Jia declared. She then, along with Lin Yansheng and Ning Wuqiu, soared towards the source of the cry, landing shortly in a narrow alley. There, they discovered a man lying in a pool of blood, a sight both shocking and gruesome. Those who had just arrived were visibly shaken by the scene. While conflicts and even murders among practitioners were not uncommon, such an act occurring in public was rare, especially in the capital of Tianyang Kingdom, Tianyang City, as it not only defied the laws of the kingdom but also challenged the authority of the royal family. Hu Jia gazed at the lifeless body, coldly remarking, "This individual met a gruesome fate. What vendetta could lead to such an act in broad daylight?" Ning Wuqiu sighed softly, saying, "Let us depart." In the realm of cultivation, countless lives were extinguished daily. Witnessing a corpse had little impact on their resolve. "Wait a moment. This man has come back to life," Lin Yansheng exclaimed just as Ning Wuqiu was about to leave. In the narrow alley, the lifeless corpse unexpectedly rose from the ground, enveloped in a sinister black mist, exuding an aura of malevolence and eeriness. Ning Wuqiu's gaze abruptly turned icy, and he spoke in a low voice. "This malevolent energy. This individual has been corrupted by dark forces, transformed into a fiend, no longer retaining any semblance of humanity. I have encountered such dark sorcery before. It seems that the one who ended this person's life was indeed a fiend, not a mere human. For only a fiend possesses the ability to corrupt another into their own kind." With a guttural, inhuman roar, the creature, shrouded in black mist, lunged forward, its hand plunging into the chest of the nearest individual. Grasping the heart, it crushed it with ferocity. With a swift motion, Ning Wuqiu pointed, and in an instant, the figure engulfed in darkness exploded into a shower of crimson mist. His gaze remained piercingly cold as he remarked, "These individuals, having succumbed to fiendish corruption, belong to the lowest echelon of dark entities, their power slightly augmented from their former selves." Chapter 121. The evil commander. Upon hearing Ning Wuqiu's words, Lin Yansheng remarked, "With so many people in Tianwen City, should an evil entity emerge, it would pose a significant dilemma. Many individuals could be assimilated into lesser demons." While he himself was not particularly afraid of these malevolent beings, the general populace held a deep-seated fear, and even the recently transformed lesser demons could threaten numerous lives. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air, causing all present to pale slightly. Soon after, a chorus of anguished cries erupted from various directions, clearly indicating that the evil entities moved with alarming swiftness, or perhaps there was more than one. "Let us ascend and survey from above," Ning Wuqiu suggested to Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, before taking flight to observe the unfolding chaos on the streets below. In a short while, he spotted several individuals who had just been assimilated by the demons and promptly descended to eliminate these beings, no longer worthy of being called human. Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia followed suit, dispatching several lesser demons. After their swift actions, no further lesser demons were visible, nor did any more cries of distress sound out. It was clear that their rapid extermination had instilled a sense of danger in the lurking evil entities, causing them to retreat momentarily. Ning Wuqiu scanned the area below and remarked, "The evil entity remains hidden. Unless we capture and eliminate it, more individuals will inevitably fall victim to its assimilation into lesser demons. As long as that demon remains alive, slaying numerous assimilated lesser demons will yield no benefit. An evil commander has been detected. Please eliminate it to receive a reward of 10,000 sign-in points and a transformation elixir." The system's voice echoed, catching Lin Yansheng by surprise. He inquired, "System, with so many people in Tianwen City, how am I to locate this evil commander you speak of? Finding one among billions is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The evil entity harbors malevolent energy. The system now bestows upon the host the eye of insight, allowing the host to perceive the black malevolent energy within the evil commander." Less than half a minute after the system's announcement, Lin Yansheng discerned an unremarkable-looking man, his body suffused with an overwhelming black malevolent energy. "I have found the demon. Follow me," he called out, diving down to confront the man brimming with dark energy. Hu Jia and Ning Wuqiu descended alongside him, positioning themselves beside Lin Yansheng. He exchanged a knowing glance with them before stepping closer to the man pulsating with malevolent energy, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Oh, an evil commander who can masquerade as a human. Quite the array of tactics you possess." As he spoke, he unleashed a torrent of formidable black spiritual energy. which bore down heavily upon the evil commander. Hu Jia and Ning Wuxia flanked the commander on either side, similarly releasing their own spiritual power, their gazes firmly fixed on the malevolent being. The trio formed a triangular formation, leaving no avenue of escape for the evil commander. The demon general revealed a perplexed expression and inquired, "What are you saying? I cannot comprehend." Within him, the malevolent energy surged with increasing velocity, preparing him to unleash his fury at the slightest provocation. The onlookers had retreated several dozen meters, casting uncertain glances at Lin Yansheng and his companions, who surrounded an apparently unremarkable man. "Cease your pretense, demon general," Lin Yansheng declared, channeling his spiritual power towards the demon general. The demon general's expression shifted dramatically as he unleashed his sinister energy to counter the spiritual assault. Coldly, he remarked, "How did you three recognize me? I am Yin Feng, a general under Lord Tian Sha, and I believe my disguise to be flawless. You have merely claimed it to be flawless, so what remains to be questioned?" Lin Yansheng retorted coolly, stepping forward as his spiritual power surged forth, striking at Yin Feng. Yin Feng countered with a palm strike, the malevolent energy colliding with the spiritual force, neutralizing both. Yet, a sword suddenly pierced through from another direction, propelled by overwhelming spiritual power, swiftly penetrating Yin Feng from behind. It was Ning Wuxia who had struck. He formed a seal with his hand, and the sword within Yin Feng erupted with boundless sword energy, leaving him grievously wounded. Yin Feng's face contorted in agony, yet he did not perish. Instead, he forcefully struck the tip of the sword, sending it flying. Then, he unleashed an immense wave of malevolent energy that surged outward, propelling himself upward in a desperate bid to escape. However, Hu Jia was swifter than Yin Feng, already positioned above him, ready to descend with a single footfall. Boom! The formidable spiritual force and the momentum of the Tao crashed upon Yin Feng, sending him hurtling back to the ground. Awaiting him were countless streams of entwined sword light and energy. Bang! Under the combined onslaught of Lin Yansheng, Hu Jia, and Ning Wuxia, Yin Feng was utterly defenseless. Ultimately, he was vanquished by the luminous sword strikes. Ning Wuxia gazed at the remnants of tattered clothing on the ground and remarked, "This demon general Yin Feng likely possesses strength equivalent to that of a transcendent realm practitioner, with a vitality surpassing that of human practitioners in the same realm. If I had faced him alone, he might well have escaped today." Previously, his sword had pierced Yin Feng, unleashing the contained sword energy and spiritual power within him, yet it had not resulted in Yin Feng's demise. A peak human practitioner in the transcendent realm would have surely perished under such circumstances. This clearly illustrates that the vitality of demons far exceeds that of humans and must not be underestimated. Hu Jia turned to Ning Wuxia and asked, "Uncle Ning, do you know the hierarchy of demons?" He was curious about the overall strength of demons. Since Yin Feng was a demon general, it indicated he was neither the strongest nor the weakest. However, the precise tiers within the demon ranks remained unclear to him. Ning Wuxia's expression grew solemn as he replied, "With the exception of those lowly demons who were originally humans and subsequently assimilated by the demons, true demons are categorized into 5 levels: ordinary, elite, general, half-master, and true master. Naturally, there may exist even stronger demons beyond the true master level, but my knowledge extends only to these 5 classifications." He had long ago encountered the malevolent demons and had slain numerous ones, thus possessing a deeper understanding of them than the average person. Hu Jia nodded and remarked, "I see. Then the so-called demon general is not particularly formidable, ranking merely in the middle among the 5 levels." Ning Wuxing continued, "These 5 levels of demons correspond to the 5 realms of practitioners: the Great Sun Realm, the Void Realm, the Carefree Realm, the Sun Luo Realm, and the Shackled Realm." A heavy weight settled upon his heart, for with the resurgence of demons, especially a demon general appearing in the realm of Tianyang, he pondered the chaos that would ensue in the capital if he, Lin Yansheng, and Hu Jia were absent today. Moreover, it is possible that demons have already manifested elsewhere. However, he found some solace in the knowledge that those capable of assimilating other beings into lower-grade demons are exceedingly rare. Chapter 122. The rampant evil spirits. Lin Yansheng furrowed his brows slightly and inquired, "The Locking Realm. Are there any practitioners of this realm in the northern domain?" With the emergence of malevolent spirits, The appearance of even half-lords or true lord-level fiends would spell a catastrophic disaster for the entire Northern Domain. The elite powers of the Northern Domain, such as the Tianwen sect and the Shui West sect, possess only a handful of practitioners at the Sinluo realm, most of whom are currently in seclusion. The strongest visible forces are merely at the quasi-Sinluo realm. Yet, the true lord-level fiends have transcended the Sinluo realm, reaching the locking realm, which even the top powers would struggle to withstand. Ning Wuqian spoke up. Currently, there are no practitioners of the locking realm in the Northern Domain that we are aware of. Perhaps there exist concealed masters of unparalleled skill within this realm, but such individuals are undoubtedly exceedingly rare. He then added, however, there is no need for excessive concern. Among the fiends, half-lords and true lords are quite uncommon, with the general commanders already classified as high-end combatants. Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia nodded in agreement, remaining silent, for neither was particularly anxious. The former, equipped with a system, felt no fear, while the latter, due to personal reasons, was even more audacious. Days later, the news of the malevolent spirit's appearance spread throughout Tianyang City, igniting widespread anxiety among its inhabitants. The royal family found themselves at a loss, as they too were unaware of the true nature of these fiends, resorting only to bolstering the city's defensive forces. Hu Jia leaned upon the table, gazing at Lin Yansheng, who was absorbing spiritual stones for cultivation, and remarked, "This is so dull. Shall we find another place to amuse ourselves?" Since Lin Yansheng was merely absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation and not engaged in any substantial breakthroughs, he could converse without disrupting his practice. While cultivating, Lin Yansheng replied, "Do not think solely of amusement every day. My master is entirely preoccupied with vanquishing the fiends, upholding righteousness, and saving the populace." Moments later, he withdrew from his spiritual energy training and began practicing a technique of movement. This technique, known as the Celestial Shadow Technique, was acquired by Lin Yansheng from the system's exchange shop at the cost of 50,000 sign-in points. The technique was elusive and swift. If mastered, practitioners of the same realm would be unable to even touch its shadow. A month and a half later, amidst the mountains outside Tianyang City, Lin Yansheng was engaged in combat with a ferocious beast, which, while not particularly powerful, was a fifth-tier creature. However, he utilized the beast merely as a means to hone his movement technique. With a single step, he left behind a shadow while his true form appeared atop a tree behind the beast. Roar! The beast let out a furious roar, turning to glare at Lin Yansheng, who stood upon the branch, and unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy. This human had been toying with it, inciting its wrath to the point it yearned to crush him into a pulp. A smile graced Lin Yansheng's face as his figure rapidly became ethereal, leaving behind a shadow on the branch. The torrent of spiritual energy crashed into the shadow, resulting in a violent explosion that obliterated both the shadow and the tree. However, Lin Yansheng had already settled upon a stone a few meters away from the beast, watching with derision as it raged at the tree and the remnants of his shadow. At that moment, a figure soared from the distance, landing gracefully in the air. Gazing at Lin Yansheng, who was perched upon a stone, he called out, "Lin Yansheng, cease your games with the ferocious beasts. 8 generals of evil have emerged in Tianyang City, and they possess the ability to assimilate humans into lowly demons, albeit with less efficiency than the last sinister wind." His exclamation captured the attention of the ferocious beasts, revealing Lin Yansheng's presence beside the stone. The beast, filled with excitement, pounded its chest and leapt forward, its massive form descending upon Lin Yansheng like a mountain. Boom! A surge of black spiritual energy erupted, enveloping the beast, which was instantly obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Let us proceed to investigate those evil generals. Tianyang City was in utter chaos, with the 8 evil generals and their minions rampaging and slaughtering indiscriminately. The generals specifically targeted the powerful, assimilating them into demons. Once transformed, these human demons gained enhanced strength, thus rendering the royal army's efforts to suppress the evil largely ineffective. Hovering above the tumultuous city, Hu Jia observed the disorder below and remarked, "This city, home to millions, is being thrown into disarray by merely 8 evil generals and their hundreds of minions. Tianyang City surely lacks resilience. Had it been Tianwen City, such a trivial number of demons would have been eradicated in an instant, causing no widespread panic." Lin Yansheng, unable to spot Ning Wuqing, voiced his concern. Please search for the old man. It is perilous to confront 8 demons of the profound realm alone. Subsequently, he and Hu Jia parted ways, soaring in different directions to locate Ning Wuqing, ready to confront any particularly arrogant demons they might encounter along the way. A flamboyantly dressed woman, witnessing the collapse of those around her, was paralyzed by fear, instinctively crying out, "Help! Help!" Before her stood a grotesque black humanoid creature, strikingly monstrous despite its human form. This was an elite demon, brandishing a curved blade, which it swung down towards the woman. Blood splattered, and her cries abruptly ceased. The elite demon licked the blood from its blade, revealing a sinister grin before turning its gaze to others and charging forth. Boom! A blast of black spiritual energy descended from the sky, reducing the elite demon to mere fragments, extinguishing its life force in an instant. Lin Yinxing glanced at the remains of the demon he had annihilated, his expression icy. He had initially intended to remain uninvolved, but the grotesqueness of that elite demon compelled him to act. Damn it, old man, where have you gone? Do not tell me you are foolishly confronting 8 evil generals alone, Lin Yinxing thought, his heart heavy with concern. The prolonged absence of Ning Wuqia instilled a sense of unease within him. Although Ning Wuqia had ascended to the status of a quasi-Senro realm cultivator, ostensibly surpassing the strength of the demonic general, the nature of demons remains unfathomable, their unpredictable methods posing a lurking threat. In such precarious circumstances, even a quasi-Senro cultivator might find themselves in peril when outnumbered. As Lin Yinxing soared at a low altitude, he beheld a scene that tugged at his heartstrings. A towering demon wielded its weapon, ruthlessly slaughtering several humans, and then mercilessly reduced one individual to a gruesome pulp. Subsequently, the demon fixed its gaze upon a woman and advanced toward her. The woman, strikingly beautiful, had lost her once frigid demeanor, her face now etched with terror. Blood stained her legs, a clear indication of her injuries. In her moment of despair, she glanced upward and caught sight of Lin Yinxing in the sky, her face radiating an intense will to survive. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she cried out, "Save me." Chapter 123, The Semi-Master Level Evil Spirit Without Hesitation. Lin Yinxing appeared before the woman, delivering a powerful punch towards the oncoming evil spirit. Boom! The dark spiritual energy surged, reducing the approaching malevolence to mere fragments, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Since he had awakened the power of his reincarnated battle body, the might of the stupa had fully manifested, exhibiting a dominance far beyond his previous capabilities. "Thank you." The woman, her cold visage softening with gratitude, spoke. Lin Yinxing turned to regard the enchanting figure clad in blue, now lying on the ground. With a smile, he remarked, "What a coincidence, we meet again." He recalled this woman was from the Immortal Tower. A year prior, Hu Jia had successfully ascended the tower in Muzhou City, after which this woman and her companions had attempted to confront them, seeking to forcibly take Hu Jia, only to be repelled by Hu Jia's unleashed spiritual power. Yuan Mei's azure eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, widened in surprise as she recognized him, recalling that he was associated with the one who had ascended the Immortal Tower. Struggling to her feet, she asked with a hint of excitement, "Where is your companion who conquered the Immortal Tower?" Lin Yinxing replied nonchalantly, "He has gone to seek someone, and I am also searching for someone. However, I intervened just now because it appeared you were in peril." With that, he vanished, resuming his quest for Ning Wuqiu. Yuan Mei watched as Lin Yinxing's lingering shadow gradually faded, her delicate teeth biting her crimson lip as she began to evade the area. Her strength was formidable. At the peak of the communicating spirit realm, sufficient to contend with elite evil spirits. Yet, due to her prior injuries, her combat prowess had significantly diminished, limiting her ability to face only ordinary malevolences. Suspended in midair, Lin Yinxing suddenly halted, gazing toward the direction of the Tianyang Palace, where waves of spiritual energy reverberated, creating quite a commotion. Could it be the royal family of Tianyang? After a brief contemplation, he soared towards the palace, soon arriving above it to witness a gruesome scene. Corpses scattered throughout the palace, with scarcely a living soul in sight. The source of the spiritual fluctuations emanated from within the innermost sanctum of the palace, a forbidden zone for those outside the royal lineage. Yet, Lin Yinxing had little regard for such constraints in that moment, hastening towards the source. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as a terrifying black energy surged from the depths of the palace, engulfing and obliterating the entire structure. Within mere seconds, it was reduced to ruins. Crash! Several figures ascended from the debris, engaging in fierce combat in the air. One figure, shrouded in black malevolence, wielded an aura of corruption that cleaved through the air, unmistakably an evil spirit. Opposing this dark entity were a man clad in a dragon robe wielding a magical artifact and another man brandishing a sword. That old man. Lin Yinxing murmured to himself, recognizing that the sword-wielding warrior was likely the monarch of Tianyang, the revered Tianyang Jinren. The malevolent figure, enveloped in dark energy, was extraordinarily powerful, dominating the encounter even in a 2-on-1 confrontation against Ning Wuqiu and Tianyang Jinren. Lin Yinxing flew to 100 meters away from the center of battle, shouting towards Ning Wuqiu, "Old man, what is the origin of this malevolent creature?" Bang! The fiend struck Ning Wuqiu, sending both him and his sword flying several dozen meters. With a sinister gaze directed at Lin Yinxing, he arrogantly proclaimed, "I am Qi Su, a semi-lord warrior under the command of Lord Tian Sha. Today, I shall slaughter all of you insignificant humans." As he spoke, Jinren Tianyang summoned a magical artifact, unleashing a formidable surge of spiritual energy. Yet, with a swift gesture, the malevolent aura before him coalesced into a whirlpool, consuming the spiritual shockwave. Then, with a flick of his hand, both the whirlpool and the spiritual force vanished without a trace. This semi-lord fiend is to be dealt with by me and Jinren Tianyang. You and Hu Jia must eliminate his 8 general-level fiends, or Tianyang City will face utter annihilation, Ning Wuqiu commanded, his sword's aura intensifying as he addressed Lin Yinxing. Subsequently, he surged forward, charging at Qi Su. When the fiends first descended, the 8 general-level fiends wreaked havoc in Tianyang City, while Qi Su launched an assault on the royal palace alone. The royal family's numerous powerful warriors met a tragic fate, and even the legendary Jinren Tianyang was no match for Qi Su. Realizing the dire situation within the palace, Ning Wuqiu allied with Jinren Tianyang, and the 2 practitioners of Near Samsara realm battled the semi-lord fiend Qi Su. Though they were still at a disadvantage, they managed to hold him off, preventing him from targeting others. Hearing this, Lin Yinxing turned his gaze to a fiend general emanating an aura of carefree realm from a distance of 10,000 meters, and propelled himself forward. This fiend general wielded a long blade, its surface shrouded in malevolent energy. With a single stroke, he slaughtered dozens of people and obliterated several meters of structure, leaving behind a colossal gash. Observing the lifeless bodies of the fallen humans beneath him, he scoffed with disdain. "Pathetic humans are truly no match for me, huh?" With a leap, he soared hundreds of meters, landing before a prince of Tianyang who had just slain several elite fiends, safeguarding over 100 individuals. The hundreds of onlookers sheltered behind a tall building gasped as the fiend general descended, urgently warning the prince, "Prince Shang, be cautious." Prince Shang was not of royal blood, but rather a king from a different lineage. He was immensely powerful and had contributed significantly to the state of Tianyang, earning him great merit. Due to his humble origins and rise to power through his own efforts, he treated the common folk with kindness, often aiding the weak and impoverished, thus earning their trust and affection. The fiend general glared at Prince Shang, coldly bellowing, "Prince Shang? You, a mere insignificant insect, dare to claim royalty?" With an eruption of malevolent energy, he shattered Prince Shang's spiritual barrier, sending him crashing to the ground. Then, he lunged forward, crushing the prince's arm, which held his weapon, into the earth, obliterating it. The sovereign let out a piercing scream, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. However, he quickly regained his composure and, casting a glance at the towering demon general, declared, "Such a malevolent fiend as yourself will undoubtedly be eradicated by our human race. You, lurking in the shadows, dare to emerge? You shall meet a fate far more dreadful than mine." He was unafraid of death, having cultivated himself to the initial stage of the transcendent realm. And having faced countless battles, he had long anticipated that one day he might perish at the hands of an adversary. Yet, he had not foreseen that this adversary would be a demon. Nevertheless, he held steadfast in his belief that humanity would prevail. It was the demons who would face defeat. The demon general roared in fury, "You, feeble humans, dare to speak so brazenly. Once the blood of millions is offered in sacrifice, awakening our slumbering king, Your entire race shall perish. With a powerful lift of his foot, he brought it crashing down once more, this time shattering the sovereign's skull. Chapter 124. The werewolf. The onlookers, unable to contain their anguish, erupted into piercing cries, with some women covering their faces, unwilling to witness the horrific and bloody scene. Oh, how delightful it is to crush a human skull beneath one's foot. The malevolent general cast a triumphant glance at the hundreds trembling in the shadows. He was convinced that the fall of Tianyang City was imminent. These individuals would either meet their end or be assimilated into lowly fiends. No other fate was conceivable. After all, their semi-lord level powerhouse, Chi Su, had arrived, and no one in Tianyang City or even the entire Tianyang Kingdom could rival him. The semi-lord level corresponded to the realm of Sanluo among human practitioners, which was exceedingly rare in the northern domain. Only the most elite forces possessed individuals of such caliber. Hey, can you cease that laughter? Your mirth is unbearable. A cold voice resonated from behind the malevolent general, abruptly silencing the chaos. Which fool dares to challenge me? I shall, the general bellowed, turning around, only to be met by a fist enveloped in dark spiritual energy. Bang! Lin Yanxing's punch struck the malevolent general, sending him soaring several dozen meters, crashing into a nearby building. Hurry, get to a safer place, he shouted at the stunned onlookers before his gaze shifted back to the structure housing the general. Boom! The building was instantly engulfed by malevolent energy, radiating an overwhelming aura. Moments later, the malevolent general burst forth, brandishing a blade aimed at Lin Yanxing. Thud! A fissure, over 10 meters long and several meters deep, appeared in the ground. Yet the strike failed to connect. The general had merely sliced through an afterimage. Floating pagoda seal. An indescribable force struck the malevolent general's back, unleashing an earth-shattering impact. As the black spiritual light consumed everything within a 100-meter radius, Lin Yanxing stood atop a building 100 meters away, his gaze fixed upon the brilliance of the dark energy's explosion. He did not believe this strike could slay a malevolent general, for their vitality far surpassed that of human practitioners. Had it been a mid to late-stage practitioner of the carefree realm, they would have perished upon being struck from behind by the floating pagoda seal. However, with the target being a malevolent general, he remained uncertain. The black spiritual light persisted for half a minute before dissipating, revealing a colossal pit, 100 meters in diameter and several dozen meters deep. This demonstrated the power of 3 floating pagoda seals. Indeed, after breaking through to the carefree realm, Lin Yanxing had mastered his 3rd floating pagoda seal. The simultaneous release of 3 such seals was cataclysmic for practitioners of the same realm. Even peak carefree realm practitioners dared not confront it with their physical forms. At the center of the enormous pit lay a towering figure, drenched in black blood, his body ravaged as though it had been pierced through, allowing one to gaze from above down to the bottom of the pit. The towering figure was undoubtedly the demon general. With a slight movement of his limbs, a swirling malevolence enveloped his body as he rose slowly, cursing, "Damn it, I nearly met my end at the hands of this insignificant insect." His sinister eyes fixated on Lin Yanxing, 100 meters away, radiating anger, murderous intent, and a hint of fear. The vitality of demons is notoriously resilient, and the demon general, in particular, is difficult to vanquish. Yet, he had just sensed the breath of death and nearly succumbed to it. Indeed, he was not dead yet. Lin Yanxing spoke coldly, leaving behind a mere afterimage as his true form materialized before the demon general. The long sword, ensnared with spiritual energy, was thrust forth at an astonishing speed. In an instant, it pierced the heart of the demon general, the upper half of the blade protruding from his back, dark blood streaming down the sword. An endless surge of sword energy, infused with spiritual power, erupted within the demon general's body, shattering everything, including his very essence. This sword was no ordinary blade. It was the Lingbo sword, a top-tier Earth-grade artifact seized from Liang Yuqi, imbued with formidable sword energy. The demon general's weapon, now reduced to a mere fragment, clattered to the ground as black blood pooled in the gaping pit. His gaze was vacant as he lamented, "I cannot believe I was slain by a mere human, insignificant as an insect. This is truly unbearable." Yet, no amount of reluctance would change his fate. His life force rapidly waned, and in his final moment of consciousness, he felt himself collapsing to the ground. Lin Yinxing focused his energy, cleansing the Lingbo sword of its stains, casting a glance at the battered demon general lying in the pit before taking to the skies. This demon general was weaker than he had anticipated, possessing only the strength of a mid-stage celestial realm practitioner, albeit with a vitality surpassing that of human counterparts at the same level. Yet even this could only delay his demise by a mere 2 seconds. Lin Yinxing descended from the heavens, crushing the skull of a demon poised to attack beneath his foot. As he prepared to soar into the air in search of more demons, he noticed a robust figure emerging from the collapsed pavilion ahead. It was a bipedal creature, covered in long black fur, with a wolf-like head. This was a werewolf from the Beastman tribe, endowed with the strength and agility of a wolf, yet also possessing a savage, bloodthirsty nature. The werewolf standing within the Beastman tribe was lowly, and the beastmen themselves were often overlooked in the Tianling realm, regarded with disdain and contempt. Intriguingly, beastmen can assume the guise of ordinary humans, allowing some to blend into human cities, and this werewolf had evidently done just that. Lin Yinxing stepped forward, his presence ghostly as he appeared before the werewolf, asking, "What is your name, werewolf?" It was his first encounter with a beastman, particularly the werewolf, which was widely recognized among mortals, piquing his interest. Startled by Lin Yinxing's sudden appearance, the werewolf leapt backward, landing 10 meters away, its beastly eyes warily fixed upon Lin Yinxing. In the city of humans, should an orc reveal its identity, typically 3 outcomes may ensue. The most dire consequence is immediate execution. A slightly better fate would involve being captured and enslaved, while the most fortunate scenario sees the orc being kept as a pet by the scions of powerful factions. Lin Yinxing donned a smile as amicable as possible, stating, "Fear not, for my curiosity is merely piqued. I mean you no harm, provided you harbor no intentions of harming me." At that very moment, a malevolent creature burst forth from the nearby edifice, leaping toward him with ferocity. Without even casting a glance at the fiend, Lin Yinxing unleashed a punch. Dark spiritual energy erupted forth, crashing into the creature and reducing it to mere fragments. The werewolf, witnessing this spectacle, widened its beastly eyes, filled with astonishment. In an instant, the gaze directed at Lin Yinxing shifted to one of trepidation. Chapter 125. Recruiting Lin Yinxing. The werewolf fixed his gaze upon Lin Yinxing, summoning his courage to declare, "Do not approach me. I am called Haya." Within the werewolf clan, he was regarded as a prodigy, having attained the realm of Tongyu. Yet he still felt trepidation when his identity was exposed in the human city. This fear was exacerbated by the recent memory of Lin Yinxing delivering a devastating blow that felled a demon formidable enough to rival him. Lin Yinxing nodded, curiosity piqued as he inquired, "Haya, how did you come to Tianyang City? Is there a haven for werewolves in the northern domain?" He had yet to hear of any beastmen residing in the north. In the spirit world, the 3 most populous and powerful races were humans, demons, and ferocious beasts, while the beastmen were merely a minor race, often unknown to many. Haya hesitated to respond, yet the formidable might of Lin Yinxing compelled him to answer, "I hail from beyond the northern domain." Internally, he silently prayed for the human to depart swiftly, wishing to evade any further pressure. Perhaps the werewolf's prayers were answered, for a powerful demon materialized in the sky 1,000 meters away, likely another demon general. Lin Yinxing had intended to question the werewolf further, but upon seeing the demon general's arrival, he soared towards it, momentarily setting aside any thoughts of the werewolf. His primary objective now was to eradicate the demons, particularly those of general rank. As Lin Yinxing departed, Haya exhaled in relief, quickly transforming into his human form before vanishing from sight. In the air, Lin Yinxing, wielding the Lingbo sword, clashed with the demon general who brandished a long fork. The collision of dark spiritual energy and malevolent aura erupted violently, sending both combatants tumbling back several meters. The demon general swung his long fork, taunting, "Human brat, what is your name?" I find myself somewhat intrigued. The humans he had encountered before, even those of royal blood or generals from noble clans, had proven feeble and easily dispatched. Yet here stood a young human who could withstand his strike without injury, igniting the flames of his battle spirit. "I am the one who will slay you, Lin Yinxing." Lin Yinxing replied coldly, launching himself forward and leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. With a swift movement, he appeared behind the demon general and thrust the Lingbo sword. The demon general reacted with remarkable speed, pivoting and slamming his long fork against the Lingbo sword, forcing Lin Yanxing to retreat, weapon and all. He scoffed, "I am Fuchak. Do you, a mere human boy, dare to think you can kill me? Such folly." Lin Yanxing allowed the spiritual energy within the Lingbo sword to flow, the sword's intent intensifying. "I recently vanquished a demon general. Surely, you are of the same caliber. If I could defeat him, then dispatching you should pose no significant challenge." This demon general, known as Fuchak, was evidently stronger than the previous one he had slain. However, in terms of speed, both Fuchak and the earlier demon general paled in comparison to Lin Yanxing, which was the source of his confidence. How could one dare to equate me, the illustrious Fu Cha, with other generals? Those worthless beings are not even worthy to carry my shoes. Fu Cha spoke disdainfully. Among the 8 formidable demonic generals who accompanied Qi Su to this place, he was the mightiest, surpassing the combined strength of the other 7, which is why he regarded them with utter contempt. Lin Yansheng remained silent, his Lingbo sword already suffused with a formidable intent as he struck towards Fu Cha. A surge of black sword light erupted from the Lingbo sword, radiating an overwhelming sword aura and agile sword energy, hurtling swiftly towards Fu Cha. Fu Cha, gripping his fork with his right hand, remained motionless until the sword light approached, at which point he swung his fork. Bang! The fork collided with the sword light, unleashing a terrifying shockwave, and in an instant, the sword light shattered and dissipated. With a single thrust, he had obliterated the sword light. Fu Cha mocked, "Human brat, you are no match for me. Begone. I do not wish to slay a mere child who has yet to mature. Come back when you've grown up." He truly did not desire to kill Lin Yansheng, for he recognized the young man's potential and was reluctant to waste such talent. At his age, being able to exchange blows with Fu Cha was a testament to his extraordinary gifts. Among the younger generation of the demonic race he had encountered, none exhibited such brilliance. Lin Yansheng sensed Fu Cha's lack of genuine murderous intent, yet he did not withdraw, for if he did, millions of lives would be at stake. With this thought, he tightened his grip on the Lingbo sword and declared, "If I do not stop you, you intend to slaughter everyone in Tianyang City, do you not?" Fu Cha responded nonchalantly, "Of course. This is the will of Lord Qi Su, no, of Lord Tiansha. As a courageous warrior of the demonic race, I must obey the orders of the higher-ranking warriors, and I believe there is nothing wrong with this decree." Hearing this, Lin Yansheng inquired, "Who is Qi Su? And who is Tiansha?" He seized the opportunity to extract any information he could. Lord Qi Su is the semi-master level warrior who led us here, while Lord Tiansha is the apex powerhouse of our clan, a true master-level warrior. Fu Cha's face was suffused with respect as he spoke of the latter. Warriors of the demonic race hold great reverence for the strong. Strength is always the ultimate authority. A true master-level demon. Lin Yansheng's expression grew grave. Such beings were equivalent to those at the Shackled Realm, and their presence in the northern region would undoubtedly spell disaster. Even top-tier factions like Tianwen Sect and Shueihua Sect would struggle to withstand a true master-level demon. After all, beings of such caliber possess the power to effortlessly annihilate nations and dynasties. No amount of lesser practitioners could compensate for their might. And given the scarcity of practitioners in the northern region, the few that existed already belonged to the ranks of the powerful. Fu Cha extended an invitation. "You may choose to join our demonic race and become a courageous warrior." He held Lin Yansheng in high regard, recognizing that with his semi-master level strength at such a young age, it was not unfathomable for him to ascend to true master level in due time. "Forgive me, but I must decline your kind offer." Lin Yanqing and Fu Cha locked eyes for an extended moment before the latter spoke. He never anticipated that this malevolent general would attempt to recruit him, marking him as one of the most extraordinary beings among the demons he had encountered. Unfortunately, the demon's ambition to annihilate humanity destined him and this general to be adversaries. Thus, I must extinguish this prodigy, for I had already extended you the chance to flee. A torrent of dark energy emanated from Fu Cha as he declared in a deep voice. Subsequently, he surged forward, instantly appearing before Lin Yanqing, thrusting his long spear with deadly precision. The air shattered upon impact, and even the fabric of space seemed to warp slightly, attesting to the immense power he wielded, imbued with overwhelming destructive potential. Chapter 126. The demise of Bai Meisheng. With a deft motion, Lin Yanqing wielded his Lingbo sword, clashing against the long fork of Fucha, the force from the impact propelling him several meters back. Fortunately, he managed to withstand the blow. Aside from a slight numbness in his arm and a tumultuous surge of vitality, he emerged relatively unscathed. This encounter showcased the formidable might of the fork, which had traversed an impressive distance to strike him, placing him at a distinct disadvantage. I truly admire your prowess. Regrettably, your refusal to join our demonic clan leaves me no choice but to eliminate you, Fucha declared, his fork enveloped in an overwhelming aura of malevolence as he launched a vicious strike at Lin Yanxing. The dark energy coalesced into a colossal shockwave, striking Lin Yanxing with blinding speed, tearing him to shreds. Yet, Fucha's expression remained eerily calm as he swiftly pivoted and thrust backward. A resounding clang of metal echoed, accompanied by a surge of energy that sent Lin Yanxing reeling. His countenance was grave, for the fragment that had been obliterated was merely an illusion. His true form had executed the heavenly shadow technique, positioning him behind Fucha, intending to deliver a devastating blow akin to what he had achieved against the previous demonic general. However, to his astonishment, Fucha's reflexes were astoundingly swift, allowing him to block the attack and counter with a retaliatory strike. One could not underestimate Fucha's combat instincts. Although he lacked Lin Yanxing's speed, he maintained a relentless pressure that kept Lin Yanxing firmly on the defensive. Youngster, step aside. Allow this old man to handle this demon. A venerable voice resounded, as a white-haired elder clad in white garments soared from afar, brandishing a severed head. Fucha's gaze narrowed upon the elder, and his pupils constricted in fury. You old fool, you have slain Xiao. I shall avenge the brave demonic warrior Xiao today. The head held aloft belonged to his dear friend, the only demonic warrior among the 8 who had shared a bond with him. Though Xiao was not the mightiest, he was valiant and often fought alongside Fucha. Now Xiao was dead. The elder, unperturbed by Fucha's wrath, laughed heartily. This demonic general was your friend? Huh. He was far too weak, easily dispatched by my hand, and I severed his head to intimidate the others. He was Bai Meisheng, the venerable ancestor of the Bai family, the foremost clan in Tianyang City, possessing an unparalleled mastery cultivated over 8 centuries. In the entirety of Tianyang City and even the Tianyang Kingdom, he stood among the pinnacle of power, a force to be reckoned with, even capable of contending with the likes of Tianyang Jinren before his ascension to the Quasi-Senro realm. His renown and strength were formidable, establishing the Bai family's enduring legacy. Lin Yanxing observed the ever-condensing dark energy surrounding Fucha, sensing an overwhelming aura of danger. He turned to Bai Meisheng, saying, Senior, this demonic general's strength is formidable. We should join forces. He harbored a disquieting feeling that this white-haired elder might not be Fucha's equal. No need for that. You should retreat to a safe distance, Bai Meisheng replied coolly, exuding confidence. You have successfully incited my wrath. As Fucha's cold voice echoed, his figure vanished from the spot. Bai Meisheng sensed a looming danger and, drawing upon his battle experience, decisively executed a teleportation technique, retreating several dozen meters away. Almost simultaneously, Fucha reappeared above his original position, thrusting his long fork downward, causing the air to explode. It could be said that had Bai Meisheng reacted even half a second slower, it would not have been the air that burst, but rather his own head. Impressive reflexes, truly a seasoned veteran, Fucha remarked coldly, observing Bai Meisheng, who had retreated to a distance. He then unleashed a flurry of enormous sinister energy slashes, aimed directly at Bai Meisheng, simultaneously sealing off all avenues of escape, leaving him with little room to maneuver. Resolutely, Bai Meisheng hurled the head of the demon general towards the sinister energy slashes, then summoned all his spiritual power and retrieved a defensive artifact. A multitude of spiritual barriers emerged, shielding him from every direction, leaving no blind spots, a testament to the artifact's formidable prowess. It was this very defensive artifact of superior Earth-grade quality that had allowed him to survive countless battles over the past 8 centuries. Without it, he would have perished innumerable times. Boom. The sinister energy slashes collided with the robust spiritual barriers, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that even caused the surrounding space to tremble. A clear indication of the immense energy generated by the clash. Bai Meisheng coughed up blood and swiftly retreated to a distance of 100 meters. The spiritual barriers conjured by the artifact had been completely shattered, and a remnant of the energy from the sinister slashes struck him. The fact that such a trace of residual energy could injure him underscored the extraordinary might of the sinister energy slashes. Even a superior Earth-grade artifact struggled to withstand them. Fu Cha locked onto by Meishing and shot forth like a bolt of lightning, closing the distance in an instant, thrusting his long fork towards Bai Meishing. He held nothing back, unleashing his full power, far surpassing the level he had displayed when battling Lin Yanxing. Bai Meishing positioned the defensive artifact before him in a desperate attempt to block the impending strike, as there was no time left to escape. Bang! The long fork, enveloped in swirling sinister energy, struck the artifact, which radiated with spiritual brilliance, causing the space itself to shudder before erupting into a potential energy storm. Fu Cha remained unyielding amidst the tempest of energy, his body shrouded in dense, sinister energy, akin to the strongest armor. In that moment of impact, Bai Meishing felt an overwhelming force surging towards him, only to be violently thrown back by the ensuing energy storm. Yet, even as he was hurled away, he clung fiercely to the defensive artifact, refusing to relinquish his grip. He realized that Fu Cha's strength vastly eclipsed his own, operating on an entirely different level. Without this superior Earth-grade defensive artifact, he would have already met his demise. Once he steadied himself, he wasted no time turning to flee, caring little for anything else. Initially, he believed his strength was formidable enough to contend with the malevolent general, thus presenting himself with the demeanor of a reclusive sage while embarking on his hunt for evil. However, at this moment, his sole concern was to escape. Notions of dignity and reputation had become utterly inconsequential. The paramount goal was survival. Flee. You cannot evade. Just as Bai Meishing had traversed several thousand meters, convinced he had outmaneuvered the harbinger of doom, a chilling voice pierced the air beside him. Turning his head, he beheld a long fork descending upon him. Subsequently, a headless corpse plummeted from the sky. The harbinger of doom grasped Bai Meishing's severed head, one hand wielding the fork and the other holding the head aloft, softly uttering, "Brave demon warrior Jiao, I, the demon warrior Fu Cha, have avenged you." With that proclamation, the hand that clutched the head erupted with a terrifying malevolence, obliterating Bai Meishing's head into nothingness. Chapter 127. A scene of despair. After Lin Yanxing was rebuffed by Bai Meishing, he departed, realizing that if Bai Meishing did not require his assistance, he could not merely stand by idly. He needed to eradicate other malevolent entities. Following the swift execution of an elite demon with his sword, Hu Jia descended from the heavens, triumphantly proclaiming, "I single-handedly vanquished 5 demon generals. Impressive, isn't it?" Lin Yanxing replied, "Indeed impressive, though I have only slain 1 demon general. There remains another engaged in combat with an elder, who seems to have also dispatched a demon general." The demon generals were formidable beings, equivalent to those at the Transcendence realm, and as he was merely at the initial stage of that realm, he found the encounter somewhat taxing. However, Hu Jia, being capable of effortlessly dealing with those at the pinnacle of the Transcendence realm, naturally found the slaying of 5 demon generals to be a mere trifle. Thus he was not taken aback by Hu Jia's accomplishments. What now troubled him was the half-lord class demon, Qi Su. Although Ning Wuqiu and Zhen Tianyang were both practitioners at the quasi-samsara realm, they still faced significant challenges against Qi Su. As for those practitioners who had yet to reach the quasi-samsara realm, no matter how many they were, they would still fall short against Qi Su. Hu Jia remarked, "So, if that elder you mentioned can eliminate the final demon general, then all 8 demon generals invading Tianyang City will have been dealt with." This incursion involved hundreds of demons. Yet the true threats remained the 8 demon generals and the half-lord demon. Ordinary and elite demons could easily be handled by practitioners of the Transcendence realm. As the capital of the Tianyang Kingdom, it was a place where hidden talents resided, and there were indeed some practitioners at the Transcendence realm. Suddenly, Lin Yanxing recalled the werewolf known as He Ye and inquired, "By the way, I previously encountered a werewolf. Do you know where the werewolf clan resides?" Hu Jia explained, "The werewolf clan. They exist in the southern domain. The beastman clans in the Tianling realm are sparse and primarily concentrated in the southern domain, where they face dire hardships due to the prevalence of ferocious beasts, which frequently hunt them for sustenance. The Tianling realm is divided into 5 major domains: the eastern and northern domains, predominantly inhabited by humans; the western domain, ruled by demons; the southern domain, dominated by ferocious beasts, and the central domain, the most expansive, teeming with various clans. As a minor race in the Tianling realm, the beastmen survive in the crevices of the ferocious beast's habitat in the southern domain. Lin Yinxing pondered for a moment and remarked, "The southern domain. Could it be that the werewolf fled from there? But from where did these demons originate?" These demons had previously not appeared in the Tianyang kingdom, seeming to materialize out of thin air, catching everyone off guard. Hu Jia, possessing greater knowledge than Lin Yinxing, stated, "The demons are likely not native to the Tianling realm, but rather hailing from other worlds. Breaking through the dimensional barriers to arrive is no simple feat. Thus, the demon realm must have reached its limit in sending these numerous demons at once, and it would be difficult to continue their arrival in the near future." As he spoke, he gestured toward a certain direction, and an elite demon poised to kill from 1,000 meters away suddenly exploded, leaving no trace of life. "Indeed, recent events have been quite tumultuous," Lin Yinxing remarked. With a grunt, he exclaimed, "Let us go and assess the old man's condition. That semi-dominant evil spirit is not to be trifled with." If both Ning Wuqing and the true man of Tianyang, two formidable quasi-Senlo realm experts, were to succumb to Qixu, then Tianyang City and indeed the entire Tianyang kingdom would face annihilation. Qixu unleashed a devastating punch, sending the true man of Tianyang, who wielded a high-grade Earth-tier artifact, flying. He then charged forward, seizing the true man's right arm and pulling with great force. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as the true man's arm was brutally severed, propelling him backward for 100 meters, his complexion paling in despair. The imperial jade seal remained attached to the severed limb, leaving him little hope of reclaiming it. Qixu placed his foot upon the mangled arm, reducing it to mere fragments, and reached down to retrieve the jade seal. After a slight exertion, he found it unyielding to his grip and remarked, "Your strength is rather lacking. Though your weapon is commendable, I shall take it without hesitation." Suddenly, a figure erupted from beneath Qixu's feet, the sword in hand radiating a formidable sword aura aimed at him. Qixu flickered, reappearing 100 meters away, his gaze icy as he regarded Ning Wuqing. He had not anticipated that this human cultivator was still alive, especially after having received his focused attention earlier. Ning Wuqing, drenched in blood and exuding a feeble aura, had sustained significant injuries. Facing a true Senluo realm entity with two quasi-Senluo realm cultivators was an arduous challenge. As his strength surpassed that of the true man of Tianyang, Qixu had relentlessly targeted him, resulting in several direct hits. "My friend, we may be facing our demise here." The true man of Tianyang flew to Ning Wuqing's side, offering a bitter smile. As the ruler of the Tianyang kingdom, he wielded immense power. Yet the overwhelming strength of their adversary left him devoid of any hope for victory. "What? Have you chosen to surrender?" Qixu stowed the jade seal within his spatial artifact, brandishing his weapon with derision. "You should have given up long ago. In my presence, you stand no chance of triumph." A torrent of sinister energy erupted from his being, surging into the heavens and shrouding Tianyang City in darkness, casting a pall over the land. The inhabitants of Tianyang City gazed up at the darkened sky, their eyes filled with despair. The oppressive aura emanating from the ominous energy extinguished any desire to resist. Heikong observed the black malevolence above, a heavy gloom settling over his heart. A prodigy among his werewolf kin, he had ascended to the Tongyu realm at a young age, with aspirations of becoming a Xiaoyao or even a Senluo realm cultivator in the future. Yet now, he sensed an unimaginable power that extinguished any spark of rebellion within him. Among his clan, only the chieftain had reached the Senluo realm, serving as the last bastion of hope. Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia descended from the skies, landing beside Ning Wuqing and the true man of Tianyang, their expressions grave as they beheld Qixu, who was continuously emanating waves of malevolent energy. This semi-dominant evil spirit could very well surpass the elder Su Zetian of the Tianwen sect in strength. Qixu gazed at Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia, his eyes filled with disdain as he remarked, "Another pair of insignificant mortals from the human race. Do they wish to perish together?" He sensed that Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia were considerably weaker than Ning Wuqing and the Celestial Yang, lacking even the qualifications to engage him in battle. Ning Wuqing's sword erupted with a soaring sword intent as he urged, "Yinsheng, Hu Jia, you must flee. I shall hold off this malevolent being." Both he and the Celestial Yang were already wounded, and it was unrealistic to expect them to vanquish Qi Su. Their only option was to delay him, allowing Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia to escape. Given Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia's extraordinary talents, they were destined to become formidable beings in the future and should not meet their untimely demise here. Chapter 128. Self-detonation. Lin Yanxing resolutely declined. Old man, what are you saying? How could I possibly abandon you? In this life, Ning Wuxia had nurtured him, guiding him on the path of cultivation. He was not merely his master, but akin to a father. It could be said that Ning Wuxia embodied the amalgamation of father and mentor. Being the closest person to him, Ning Wuxia chuckled, "You rascal, this is no trivial matter. The adversary is a semi-lord level evil spirit, one you cannot contend with. Once you grow stronger, you may seek vengeance for me." The most correct decision he made in his life was rescuing Lin Yanxing and raising him. With a disciple as exceptional as a son, he desired nothing more. "Have you finished your whispered conversation?" Qi Shu soared into the sky, enveloped in an endless malevolence. Descending upon Lin Yanxing, Hu Jia, Ning Wuxia, and Master Tianyang like a meteor. "Quick dodge!" Lin Yanxing shouted, grasping Ning Wuxia and employing the shadow step technique, instantly appearing 100 meters away. Meanwhile, Hu Jia seized Master Tianyang and flew several dozen meters away. Boom! The malevolent Qi Shu crashed to the ground, unleashing an astonishing shockwave of dark energy that ravaged the surroundings. Moments later, as the dark energy dissipated, a massive pit, several dozen meters wide and 100 meters deep, was revealed. Qi Shu emerged from above the pit, surging forth like a torrent of malevolence, suddenly appearing before Hu Jia and Master Tianyang, striking down with a palm. Hu Jia retaliated with a palm strike of his own. The collision of white spiritual energy and black malevolence was starkly defined. However, the white energy was swiftly engulfed by the black aura, sending Hu Jia hurtling backward for over 100 meters before coming to a halt. Qi Shu towered over Master Tianyang, gazing down upon him. "You are the ruler of this realm, are you not?" His hand stretched out, grasping Master Tianyang, surrounded by swirling malevolence. "Evil spirit, how dare you? A being not of my realm, covet an incursion into my world. Truly, you are unaware of your impending doom." Master Tianyang laughed, proclaiming loudly, "Foolish creature. You cannot fathom the might of the celestial spirit realm. No matter how many of your kin come, they will be exterminated." His laughter was frenzied, his aura intensifying at an alarming rate. Infuriated by Master Tianyang's words, Qi Shu roared, "You dare to underestimate my kind." Yet, before he could finish, Master Tianyang suddenly exploded, releasing a cataclysmic surge of spiritual energy. The earth fractured violently, radiating outward at an incredible speed. The very fabric of space unraveled, the entire realm trembling violently. Hu Jia and Lin Yanxing swiftly carried Ning Wuxia to a safe distance of 1,000 meters. Turning to witness the destructive brilliance of the spiritual energy, their hearts heavy with responsibility. Master Tianyang had reversed his spiritual energy and self-detonated. The explosion of a being at the semi-creation level was terrifying, capable of posing a lethal threat to even those at the creation level. It was unimaginable that a ruler who had achieved the semi-creation realm would ultimately meet such a self-destructive fate. Ning Wuxing felt a tinge of sorrow. Tianyang Zhenren was a practitioner of the same realm as him, and they had just fought side by side. The malevolent aura in the sky gradually dissipated, and light once again illuminated the earth, rekindling hope among the people of Tianyang City, dispelling their despair. Hu Jia remarked, "He sacrificed his life to create hope for his people." Lin Yanxing remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the vanishing spiritual brilliance. After a moment, his eyes widened in shock. The towering fiend had not perished. It was shrouded in a dense cloak of malevolence that shielded it from Tianyang Zhenren's self-detonation. As the dark energy slowly receded, Qi Su, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, cast a cold, sinister look at Ning Wuxing, Lin Yanxing, and Hu Jia. With a swift step, he lunged forward, covering a distance of 1,000 meters to appear before the trio, unleashing a powerful punch. Simultaneously, Lin Yanxing, Hu Jia, and Ning Wuxing erupted with their spiritual energy in a desperate defense, yet they were unable to withstand the onslaught. They were sent flying several dozen meters, crashing to the ground. Qi Su was extraordinarily formidable, even stronger than Su Zetian. "Did you truly believe that the self-detonation of that fool could extinguish my life?" Qi Su hovered in midair, disdainfully declaring, "I am a semi-dominant warrior of the demon clan. How could I be vanquished by you insignificant ants?" The concentrated malevolence erupted from within him, hurtling toward Lin Yanxing and his companions. Lin Yanxing summoned the celestial mechanism umbrella, releasing the divine light of the celestial mechanism to shield the three of them. With a thunderous crash, the dark energy struck the divine light, momentarily pausing before shattering it, sending Lin Yanxing, Hu Jia, and the umbrella flying. Qi Su looked at the disheveled Lin Yanxing, Hu Jia, and Ning Wuqing, mocking them. "You are so weak that you fail to inspire any desire to fight. This is the pitiful state of your human race." The self-detonation of Tianyang Jinren had not only failed to kill him, but had instead bolstered his arrogance, completely disregarding Lin Yanxing and his companions, embodying true hubris. "Brat, take Hu Jia and flee." Ning Wuqing, gripping his sword, stepped forward toward Qi Su, calling out to Lin Yanxing. This was a hopeless battle. Even the self-detonation of Tianyang Jinren had not been sufficient to slay Qi Su, and the three of them stood no chance against him. Qi Su's strength had transcended the early stage of the Sinluo realm, reaching the mid-stage, making it exceedingly difficult even for the top factions of the northern domain to contend with him. Yet, he was merely a former peak master of the Tianwen sect, while Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia were just disciples of the same sect. Celestial Spirit Spell, White Jade. Hu Jia's cold voice resonated. Her form enveloped in radiant white jade light, her hair transformed into silver, and her eyes gleamed with an icy hue. This was... Ning Wuqing marveled at Hu Jia's transformation, astonished by her appearance. He could sense the immense power emanating from the white jade light surrounding her, a wave of energy that sent shivers of danger through him. Despite being a quasi-Sinluo realm practitioner, Hu Jia was merely at the mid-stage of the carefree realm, a full 3 realms beneath him. Yet he remained unconvinced that Hu Jia could contend against Qi Su, for the disparity in their cultivation was insurmountably vast, surpassing an entire realm. Lin Yanxing gazed at Hu Jia in his current state and said, "Hu Jia, we must flee." He felt uneasy about letting Hu Jia confront a half-lord level demon. Regardless of Hu Jia's extraordinary talents, he was still merely a young practitioner, slightly younger than himself. The thought of escape seemed futile. A frigid voice resonated from behind, prompting Lin Yanxing and his companions to swiftly turn around, only to behold a towering figure wielding a long trident. It was the demon general, Fu Cha. A weight settled in Lin Yanxing's heart as he uttered, "You are not dead." The white-browed figure had made a grand entrance, brandishing the severed head of a demon general, exuding confidence and refusing assistance. Yet, Fu Cha had not perished and had come here. Chapter 129. The battle in the realm of evil spirits, with his robust right hand gripping the long fork. Fu Cha's gaze fell upon Lin Yanxing as he declared, "That old man was slain by me, a tribute to the valiant evil warrior Jiao." As he spoke, a tangible aura of malevolence swirled around his fork, emanating a formidable sense of oppression. Ning Wuqia felt a pang of despair. This wielder of the long fork was evidently powerful, and coupled with the semi-dominant evil spirit Qi, fleeing seemed nearly impossible. Even if he resorted to self-detonation to afford Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia an opportunity to escape, it would be futile, as self-detonation was an area attack, indiscriminate in its destruction. Upon hearing Fu Cha's words, Qi Shu's expression darkened as he inquired, "Fu Cha, are you suggesting that Jiao was slain by a feeble human?" Among the 8 evil generals he commanded, Jiao ranked highly in strength and should not have been easily vanquished, especially with the 2 strongest humans engaged in combat against him. Fu Cha nodded slightly, responding, "Indeed, Jiao was killed by an old human, but I have avenged him by eliminating that human." He felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, Jiao was a courageous warrior who often fought alongside him, a true comrade. To lose him in their first foray into this realm was disheartening. Qi Shu erupted in a scathing rebuke. "What a disgrace. To think I brought him along, only for him to be killed by a mere human. This is a blemish upon the evil spirit race." He had come with a mission, the first step being the conquest of this land. Jiao's demise would undoubtedly hinder his efficiency, a fact he found intolerable. Fu Cha tightened his grip on the long fork, coldly asserting, "Lord Qi Shu, Jiao was a valiant evil warrior, not a disgrace, and he did not tarnish the honor of our kind." His displeasure was evident. Jiao had fought to the death for their race and deserved no derision. Qishu's gaze was stern as he fixed his eyes on Fucha, exclaiming, Jiao was nothing but a complete waste. I should never have brought him along. He has sullied my reputation. Malevolent energy erupted from within him, creating an immense pressure that fractured the ground beneath. Ning Wuqie, Hu Jia, and Lin Yanxing found themselves caught between Fucha and Qishu, sensing an ominous premonition as they overheard the escalating exchange. It was as if Fucha might soon engage Qishu in combat. Boom! The tangible malevolence erupted from Fucha. Undeterred as he locked eyes with Qishu, stating resolutely, Lord Qishu, I will not permit you to insult Jiao. I demand an apology. His expression was grave. The long fork in his hand entwined with solidified malevolence, his aura remarkably imposing. Qishu, wielding his indomitable weapon, the immortal fiery hook, spoke with lethal intent. Are you addressing me? Fucha, who grants you the audacity to defy a semi-dominant warrior? The hierarchy within the evil spirit race was rigid. Lower-tier warriors were forbidden from opposing their superiors, and Fucha's defiance had incited Qishu's wrath. Fucha met Qishu's fierce glare with unwavering resolve, declaring, I merely wish for you to apologize to Jiao, Lord Qishu. You should not belittle a warrior who fought until his last breath for our race. This was his first instance of challenging a superior warrior, for he could not endure the thought of the demonic forces fighting to the death only to be subjected to further humiliation. Qishu sneered, proclaiming, In our demonic clan, strength speaks volumes. I shall never apologize to the weak. The mere fact that you dare to converse with me in such a manner signifies that you are already a dead man. A surge of dark malevolence erupted forth, crashing against the ground and rending it asunder. Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia, seizing the moment, discreetly retreated 1,000 meters away, drawing the attention of both Qishu and Fucha, yet they chose to disregard them. Ning Wuqie urged, We must depart swiftly. They are embroiled in internal conflict, presenting us with a tremendous opportunity. He had nearly succumbed to despair, only to witness the ensuing clash between the demons, which seemed poised to erupt into battle. Hu Jia and Lin Yanxing nodded in agreement, and together with Ning Wuqie, they stealthily continued their escape, soon ascending to 10,000 meters away. Just then, a thunderous collision resounded from behind, accompanied by cataclysmic ripples. Fucha and Qishu had collided, igniting an instant of fierce combat. Lin Yanxing, Hu Jia, and Ning Wuqie glanced back at the boundless dark energy before resolutely taking flight. It was only upon leaving Tianyang City and arriving in the capital of Yenzhou that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yenzhou City remained a bastion of tranquility. Its inhabitants were blissfully unaware of the turmoil that had transpired in Tianyang City, oblivious to the demonic invasion. Within a secluded VIP room of a tea house, Ning Wuqie consumed a healing elixir, chuckling, I truly possess an extraordinary fate. I thought my demise was certain, yet the demons turned upon each other, allowing us to escape with our lives. Haha. His spirits soared, the transition from overwhelming despair to a sense of lightness momentarily banishing all worries. Hu Jia, now returned to a state of normalcy, remarked, The demon named Fucha seems merely to be of the general rank. How audacious of him to confront a half-lord level demon. Does he not fear death? It struck him as absurd that a later arriving general-level demon would engage in battle with a half-lord level demon over a fallen comrade. Ning Wuqie responded gravely, Demons, too, possess emotions. That general named Fu Cha evidently values loyalty, yet he is likely to meet his end at the hands of Qishu, whose power is formidable, undoubtedly reaching the mid-stage of the Sun Luo realm. Wherever he goes, he will bring about catastrophic calamities. The mention of Qishu cast a pall over his mood. The sheer strength of Qishu posed a considerable challenge even to a solitary top-tier force. Unless the major powers united, the northern domain would descend into chaos. Moreover, Qishu's intent was to slay countless human beings for a blood sacrifice to awaken the Demon King. Although the realm of the Demon King remained unknown, it was surely immensely powerful. Should he succeed in awakening, it would spell disaster for the entirety of the northern domain, and even the celestial spirit realm. After a moment of silence, Lin Yanxing mused, I believe. Fu Cha may not necessarily perish. His strength is considerable, and his dark energy has already materialized, far surpassing that of ordinary malevolence. Previously, when he battled against Fu Cha, the latter did not unleash his full power. Otherwise, he would have stood no chance. Ning Wuqie remarked, The malevolence emanating from Fu Cha is indeed extraordinary. Even the malevolence of Chi Su is merely in a concentrated state and has not yet materialized. Regardless of who perishes between the two, it would be a tremendous boon. Otherwise, these two fiends would wreak havoc across the northern domain. And one cannot fathom how many lives would be lost. Just in Tianyang City alone, there are hundreds of millions of souls. And the entire Tianyang kingdom boasts over 100 billion inhabitants. Should such a multitude fall victim to the hands of these malevolent beings, it would be a profound tragedy for the entire human race. Hu Jia turned to Ning Wuxia and inquired, "Uncle Ning, what shall we do next?" They had originally escaped from Tianwen's sect, and now, having fled from Tianyang City, their future seemed shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 130. Persuading the Azure Dragon Hall. Ning Wuxing declared, "We must go to the Azure Dragon Hall and request their assistance in eradicating the malevolent forces threatening Tianyang Kingdom. Otherwise, our nation faces annihilation." The Azure Dragon Hall stands as the nearest formidable power to Tianyang Kingdom, its strength rivaling that of the Tianwen sect. The current master of the Azure Dragon Hall is a formidable figure in the realm of Sunluo, capable of confronting the evils at hand. Lin Yinsheng replied, "Will the Azure Dragon Hall truly come to vanquish the malevolent beings? Even they would find it no easy task to eliminate a semi-dominant evil entity, necessitating the deployment of numerous top-tier warriors. Each of these elite factions is deeply invested in the world. Should Tianyang Kingdom indeed fall, their intervention is not guaranteed." Ning Wuxing resolutely asserted, "They cannot remain passive. The malevolence poses a threat to all of humanity. They must act." 3 days later, Lin Yinsheng, Hu Jia, and Ning Wuxing entered the territory of the Azure Dragon Hall. With their current speed, they could cover significant distance in a mere 3 days. Just minutes after their arrival, a group of individuals approached, sternly questioning, "Who dares to trespass in the realm of the Azure Dragon Hall?" Having nearly recovered from his injuries, Ning Wuxing smiled and introduced himself. "I am Ning Wuxing, here to discuss urgent matters with the esteemed members of the Azure Dragon Hall. Might you escort us to meet your master or an elder?" The group consisted of disciples at the Tongyu realm. Yet they were not the figures with whom he sought to confer. He needed to speak with an elder at the very least. "Why, you are Ning Wuxing, the one who escaped from the Tianwen sect." The disciples displayed expressions of astonishment, and one of them remarked, "I shall inform the Grand Elder. Please wait a moment." Ning Wuxing had gained notoriety in the northern region, having ascended to the Quasi-Sinluo realm, then imprisoned in the Tianwen sect's law enforcement hall, until he was ultimately rescued by Hu Jia and Lin Yinsheng. Approximately 15 minutes later, the disciple returned, accompanied by an elderly man who flew in gracefully. The elder landed about 10 meters away from Ning Wuxing and clasped his fists, greeting him. "Ah, Brother Ning, it brings me joy to see you well." He was Gu Yi, the Grand Elder of the Azure Dragon Hall, a powerful figure in the Quasi-Sinluo realm, renowned throughout the northern region. Ning Wuxing spoke earnestly. "Grand Elder Go, I must discuss a matter of utmost urgency with the Azure Dragon Hall. I implore you to take me to meet Master Chu." Understanding the gravity of Ning Wuxing's demeanor, Gu Ye's expression shifted slightly. He recognized that Ning Wuxing was not one to seek trouble unnecessarily. "The master has just concluded a period of seclusion. I shall lead you to him." In the Grand Hall of the Azure Dragon Hall, after hearing Ning Wuxing's account regarding the situation in Tianyang City, the master of the Azure Dragon Hall pondered for a moment before responding, "Friend Ning, if this semi-dominant evil is indeed as formidable as you describe, reaching mid-Sinluo realm strength, then even we at the Azure Dragon Hall may find ourselves at an impasse. His cultivation stands as the foremost within the Tsanglong Hall, yet he remains merely at the initial stage of the Sunluo realm. After spending several centuries in this state, he has yet to advance to the mid-stage of Sunluo, which underscores the significant disparity between the initial and mid-stages of this realm." Ning Wuxing remarked, "Master Chu, the foundation of the Tsanglong Hall must be formidable. I believe it is capable of dealing with a half-master level evil entity. While this may be somewhat unjust to the Tsanglong Hall, the matter at hand concerns the survival of countless lives among our people. I implore you to lead the strong from Tsanglong Hall in eradicating the evil. A top-tier force, having inherited its legacy for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, possesses an immense depth. Its strength far surpasses what is outwardly exhibited. Thus, confronting a practitioner at the mid-stage of the Sunluo realm should be within their capabilities." The Tsanglong Hall master shook his head and replied, "Friend Ning, You place me in a difficult position. Though I am the leader of Tsanglong Hall, I cannot compel the hall to expend all its efforts against the evil. Even if I were to agree, it would be futile, for I alone cannot defeat the evil, and the esteemed elders would never consent to this endeavor. He was acutely aware that persuading the venerable elders, who had cultivated for millennia, to emerge from their seclusion and risk their lives in the Tianyang kingdom against the evil was utterly impossible. These venerable elders cherished their lives dearly, spending most of their time in seclusion, striving to break through to the next realm to extend their lifespans. Engaging in such a thankless task was beyond their inclination. Ning Wuqing urged once more, Master Chu, if you refuse to lead the charge against the evil, the Tianyang kingdom and the countless people of other nations will face annihilation at the hands of the evil. Moreover, should Qishu succeed in awakening the evil king, all factions in the northern region will be plunged into despair, and even the Tsanglong Hall will not be spared from calamity. He had learned from Qishu that the latter acted upon the commands of the Tian Sha, who was most likely a true master-level evil entity. Thus, the being referred to as the evil king must have transcended even that level, a force that the northern region could not withstand. The Tsanglong Hall master remained silent, as did the elders seated in rows beside him. They comprehended the truth in Lin Yan's words, yet, as stated, the eradication of the evil was a collective concern for the entire northern region. Merely assigning this task to the Tsanglong Hall was met with resistance, not only from the venerable elders, but even among themselves. Father, spoke a young man standing beside the Tsanglong Hall master. He was Chu Chang'e, the master's son, who, in his 20s, had already attained the realm of Xiaoyao and was hailed as the Tsanglong Hall's greatest talent, having waited for centuries to have a son. Upon hearing Chu Chang'e's words, Chu Feng finally spoke, Friend Ning, I can agree to lead the charge against the evil in the Tianyang kingdom, but I cannot summon the sequestered venerable elders to do the same. Thus, we require additional strength. As the leader of the Tsanglong Hall, he would not compel any member of the hall to risk their lives for what was purportedly a cause for the greater good. Ning Wuk furrowed his brow slightly and said, Master Chu, are you suggesting we rally forces from other factions to join us in the crusade against the malevolent demons? This was not his original intention, for such a course of action would undoubtedly delay the campaign against the demons, resulting in further casualties for the Tianyang kingdom. Chu Feng nodded and replied, Indeed, our own strength is insufficient to confront the demons. If we can enlist the help of the Fian Sword sect, the Qingxiao tribe, and the Bixiao manor to jointly combat the evil, we should be able to successfully eradicate them. The Fian Sword sect, the Qingxiao tribe, and the Bixiao manor are all top-tier forces located in close proximity to the Tsanglong Palace and would serve as our most formidable allies. Chapter 131. The diplomat in the reception hall of the Fian Sword sect. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Lin Yansheng, Hu Jia, Ning Wuqiu, and the master of the Tsanglong Hall, Chu Feng, along with the first, second, and third elders, were all present, seated on the right side of the grand hall. On the left side sat the 5 elders of the Fian Sword sect, while at the forefront, in the main seat, was a robust man exuding a formidable aura, the leader of the Fian Sword sect, the Feijian Taoist, who, like Chu Feng, was an early practitioner of the Sanluo realm. Chu Feng spoke in a measured tone. Feijian Taoist, the matter concerning the evil spirits pertains to the safety of countless beings in the entire northern region. Your Fian Sword sect cannot simply reap the benefits without contributing. Having decided to take action and bringing along the 3 elders of the Tsanglong Hall, he was undoubtedly intent on rallying the Fian Sword sect. Otherwise, if the Tsanglong Hall suffered losses in the battle against the evil spirits, it would unjustly benefit the top-tier forces of the Fian Sword sect. Master Chu, given that the evil spirits possess the strength of the Mid-Senluo realm, we, the Fian Sword sect, are unable to contend with them, Feijian Taoist replied, reluctant to engage in the extermination of the evil spirits. Practitioners of the Sanluo realm wield immense power. Even their quasi-Sanluo realm elders could fall, and the loss of such elders would be a tremendous blow to the entire sect. In the current northern region, practitioners of the Sanluo realm could essentially become the leaders of the major top-tier forces, while quasi-Sanluo realm elders represented the strongest combat power aside from the sect leaders, being scarce and exceedingly precious. It is precisely because the evil spirits are formidable that we must unite. Otherwise, any individual force will find it exceedingly difficult to resist them. ultimately allowing the evil spirits to devour the entire northern region. Chu Feng stated resolutely. He was determined to involve the Fian Sword sect, the Qingxia clan, and the Bisham manor, ensuring that the Canglong Hall did not face the evil spirits alone. Ning Wuqiu, unable to remain silent, interjected, Feijin Daoist. As a senior figure in the northern region's cultivation community, I implore you, for the safety of all humanity in the northern region, to join forces and eradicate the evil spirits. Prolonging the situation would only exacerbate the severity of the threat. Although he was uncertain about the outcome of the confrontation between Fu Cha and Qi Su, he understood that whoever emerged victorious would subsequently begin a massacre in the Sun City and throughout the entire Tianyang kingdom. The elder of the Fian Sword sect cast a cold glance at Ning Wuqiu, his tone unfriendly. Ning, are you the only peak master from the Tianwen sect here to eliminate the evil spirits? From the earlier conversation, they had already discerned that it was Ning Wuqiu who had called upon the Canglong Hall to exterminate the evil spirits, which in turn prompted the Canglong Hall to seek the assistance of the Fian Sword sect. Therefore, he harbored no goodwill towards Ning Wuqiu and deliberately sought to put him in an awkward position. Ning Wuqiu's expression darkened as he replied, Friend, I am no longer a member of the Tianwen sect. I simply happened to encounter the descent of the evil spirits upon the Tianyang kingdom, and thus took the initiative to call upon all fellow practitioners to join in the extermination of the evil spirits. He did not expect that an elder of the Fian Sword sect would resort to malicious attacks, which, for a quasi-similar realm powerhouse, was rather unbecoming. Chu Feng, glancing at Feijin Daoist, spoke impatiently. Esteemed members of the Fian Sword sect, cease your evasion. Though the evil spirits are powerful, as long as we unite our efforts and call upon the Qingxia clan and the Bisham manor, eliminating the evil spirits will be no insurmountable challenge. In the city of Tianyang, it has been half a month since Lin Yansheng, Hu Jia, and Ning Wuqiu departed. A towering figure strides alone through the streets, wielding a formidable spear, leaving devastation in his wake. Beneath the rubble of a crumbled building lies a young girl of the human race, while a robust werewolf struggles to shift the debris in a desperate attempt to save her. The girl's upper body has emerged from the wreckage, and as she gazes at the werewolf, Hey ya, with innocent joy, she exclaims in a tender voice, Big brother werewolf, you don't need to worry about me anymore. Just run away. At merely 7 years old, she should be embarking on her journey of cultivation. However, the emergence of malevolent forces has obliterated everything she once knew, including her family. Heya bears numerous wounds, some so deep that bone is visible, with blood flowing incessantly. Yet, he pays no heed to his own injuries and reassures the girl with a smile. Little sister, I will rescue you, so do not worry. Once, he had a sister of similar age to this girl, but one fateful day, beasts attacked their home, devouring countless kin, and he witnessed his sister being consumed alive before his very eyes. The memory of her gaze, filled with hopeless despair as she was devoured, haunts him eternally. Soon, Heya has cleared the rubble encasing the girl and declares with a smile, See, it's all right now. The girl beams back at him, but in the next moment, her smile freezes. For behind Heya looms a fearsome figure exceeding 2 meters in height, gripping a spear stained with fresh blood. A werewolf. The cold voice of the figure, Fu Cha, resonates, his spear entwined with substantial black malevolence, emanating an overwhelming aura of oppression. He has grown considerably stronger in the past half-month. After 9 days and nights of fierce battle with Qi Su, he pierced the latter's head with his spear, absorbing Qi Su's power and successfully attaining the status of a semi-master level demon. With this newfound strength, he surpasses even the most seasoned semi-master level demons. Among the demon race, Fu Cha was born for combat, evolving through each battle from a mere ordinary demon into an invincible warrior. Heya turns, positioning himself protectively in front of the girl. Confronting Fu Cha's formidable presence, his own spirit energy surging violently. He is an indomitable werewolf, forever refusing to yield to powerful foes. With a fierce howl, he lunges at Fu Cha with clawed hands, but Fu Cha merely extends his left hand, effortlessly knocking Heya to the ground. He then strides forward, stepping onto Heya, leaving a deep impression in the earth and creating countless fissures. Blood spills from Heya's mouth as he grasps at Fu Cha's foot with his claws, striving to tear it apart, but is thwarted by the malevolent energy. He turns his head to the side, looking at the petrified girl, and urges, run away. The little girl's tear-filled, glistening eyes reflected her fear as her small frame trembled slightly, yet she did not flee. Instead, she gazed defiantly at the menacing figure and exclaimed, "You wicked villain! Do not bully my brother, the werewolf." This was not her first encounter with the werewolf. On a prior occasion, when danger threatened her, it was the werewolf who had chased the menacing foe away. Thus, in her eyes, the werewolf, Haya, was a wonderful older brother. Looking down at the girl, the figure known as Fucha spoke calmly. "What is your name, little one?" His eyes were imbued with an air of indifference. Combat was his passion, and killing was his duty. In truth, he had no desire to harm such a tender-hearted child. Chapter 132. Under siege, the little girl trembled in fear as she spoke. My name is Xing Longling. The past half-month in Tianyang City felt like a descent into hell, where blood and death played the only melody. And the towering figure before her was the architect of this nightmare. "Longling is a lovely name," murmured Fu Cha softly, the intensity of his presence beginning to wane. Yet, with a swift motion of his right hand gripping the long fork, he severed the neck of the werewolf, Heya, sending it rolling several meters across the ground, blood gushing forth. Xing Longling sank to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, her large eyes filled with terror. To her, the werewolf Heya was a formidable entity, one that had previously banished evildoers. However, now, this once mighty being lay before her, head lopped off. "Demonic fiend, cease your malice and surrender at once." At that moment, a deafening roar echoed through the air, and 20 figures descended from the skies, encircling Fu Cha. Among them were Lin Yansheng, Hu Jia, and Ning Wuxia, alongside representatives from the 4 principal powers. These included the Lord of Canglong Hall, the early-stage Sunluo realm Master Chu Feng, and the esteemed elders of the Sunluo realm. From Fian Sword Sect, the Sword Master Feijin Daoren, and his esteemed elders from the same realm joined the ranks. The Qingxia clan was represented by its early-stage patriarch and the esteemed elder as well. Lastly, the Bixiao mansion sent its lord and vice-lord, along with revered elders of the Sunluo realm. In total, there were 5 formidable beings at the early stages of the Sunluo realm, 13 at the quasi-Sunluo realm, while Hu Jia and Lin Yanxing, at the mid and early stages of the Xiaoyao realm respectively, were not considered combatants. Lin Yanxing executed the Heavenly Shadow technique, swiftly carrying the young girl Xing Longling to safety 1,000 meters away, administering healing pills before turning his gaze towards the 18 formidable beings encircling Fu Cha. Hu Jia stood atop an undamaged high-rise, observing Fu Cha, whose aura was steadily intensifying. "It appears that Fu Cha has slain Chi Su," he remarked. Beside him stood Lin Yanxing and Xing Longling. The 5th elder of Fian Sword Sect glared at Fu Cha, coldly declaring, "You mere demon dare to act with such impunity in our northern domain. Today, we shall send you to your demise." With a wave of his hands, he summoned 18 flying swords, imbued with fierce spiritual energy, hurtling towards Fu Cha. The others refrained from immediate action, allowing the 5th elder of Fian Sword Sect to gauge the demon's strength first. Fu Cha's gaze met the 5th elder's, and with a sweep of his Tianmao fork, he shattered all 18 flying swords. In that instant, he lunged forward, appearing before the 5th elder, his fork slashing diagonally. Before the 5th elder could react, his body was cleaved in 2, collapsing to the ground, his eyes fixed on Fu Cha until his final breath. Old 5. The elders of the Fian Sword Sect shouted in unison, swiftly unleashing their flying swords, dozens of them carrying immense spiritual power, piercing towards the figure of the fork. Simultaneously, the others ceased to remain passive spectators, summoning their magical artifacts to unleash a surge of spiritual energy that surged towards the fork. The fork's gaze sharpened. An overwhelming aura of malevolence erupted from his being, clashing against the incoming spiritual force. He then leapt into the air, descending with a fierce thrust. The tangible malevolence erupted from the heavenly demon fork, transforming into a colossal arc of dark energy that swept through, slaughtering the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th elders of the Fian Sword Sect. 2nd, 3rd, 4th. The master of the Fian Sword Sect, the Sword Taoist, bellowed, his turbulent spiritual power surging forth, summoning 81 flying swords in an instant, forming a formation that encircled the fork, incessantly darting and striking at him. The pain and hatred within him were nearly enough to scorch the heavens. The second, third, fourth, and fifth elders he had brought along had all perished before they could even begin to fight. Even if he ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the fork, he would have no face to return to the Fiend Sword sect, not to mention the current situation where it was uncertain whether they could even kill the fork. Ning Wuqing, Chu Feng, and the others felt a weight in their hearts. The fork's strength exceeded their expectations. The tangible malevolence was clearly beyond the spiritual energy they cultivated. An entirely different echelon of power. The Grand Elder of the Zonglong Hall was sent flying over 100 meters by a single punch from the fork, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. As he shouted at Ning Wuqing, did you not say that the strength of the demons was merely at the mid-level of the Sunluo realm? This demon's power is evidently far beyond such simplicity. He felt a sense of despair. Despite their numbers, none could breach the fork's tangible malevolence, let alone kill him. In contrast, the fork could injure with a casual punch, and a mere thrust could easily claim a life. Ning Wuqing remained silent, gripping his sword and charging forward, as the battlefield grew increasingly intense and chaotic. Lin Yanxing observed the struggle between the fork and Ning Wuqing's group, declaring, "The situation is dire. The coalition of the four great powers cannot withstand the fork's assault. At this rate, we shall be defeated." He longed to assist, yet he had not even reached the threshold of the Sunluo realm and would only hinder their efforts. Such is the lament of the weak, who lack the qualification to offer aid. Hu Jia gazed at the fork, who had just pierced a quasi-Sunluo realm expert, remarking, "This fork. His weapon is as peculiar as he is. We may very well have to flee again." The last time they encountered the fork, both he and his weapon had not been as formidable as now. Yet, in the span of half a month, both had experienced exponential growth, leaving one astounded. At that moment, Xing Linglong's injuries had healed, though she still felt somewhat weak. Rising, she bowed to Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia, her youthful voice expressing gratitude. "Thank you, dear brothers." She understood well that had it not been for their intervention, she would have already met her demise. Lin Yanxing turned to look at Xing Linglong, managing to muster a faint smile as he spoke. "No need for thanks, for we are powerless to vanquish that evil being, unable to avenge the countless fallen souls of Tianyang City." Even he, upon witnessing Fu Cha single-handedly overpower the 18 formidable warriors from the 5 leading factions, felt a chill in his heart. This Fu Cha was on an entirely different echelon compared to other evil generals, even those of semi-lord caliber. In the current northern region, individuals capable of subduing Fu Cha are exceedingly rare. Even the foremost factions find it exceedingly challenging to eliminate him. Moreover, Fu Cha grows stronger with each battle. Both he and his weapon seem to absorb the strength of others. At this rate, Fu Cha will only become more formidable. Chapter 133. A desperate escape. Fu Cha was enveloped by a tangible malevolence, akin to an impenetrable armor, rendering Ning Wuq and his companions' attacks utterly futile. With a swift burst of movement, he targeted a single individual, bringing down the heavenly demon fork with a ferocious strike, instantly slaying his victim. Blood erupted, splattering across the ground and staining his form. The Grand Elder of the Qingxia clan, drenched in blood, trembled in terror and exclaimed, I can no longer fight. This demon is simply insurmountable." He then turned to flee, disregarding everything else. Fu Cha hurled the heavenly demon fork, which pierced through the Grand Elder, and with a flick of his wrist, summoned it back, the malevolence swirling violently, tearing the Grand Elder to shreds. The dark energy coiled around him, rendering him a seemingly invincible fiend. Ning Wuq's expression darkened as he addressed the others. "I must apologize to you all. This demon's strength has surged far beyond what I anticipated over the past fortnight. I never foresaw such a dramatic increase in power." The catastrophic demise of the 4 great factions was inexorably tied to him, as it was he who had initially summoned the Zonglong Hall to eradicate the demon, prompting the other 3 top powers to join. However, despair now loomed over the formidable warriors of these 4 factions. Fu Cha's gaze swept over Ning Wuq and Chu Feng, declaring, "Brave warriors do not cower from battle. I hope you will stand with me until the end." With his words resonating in the air, he surged forward, bringing the heavenly demon fork crashing down. The leader of the Qingxia clan summoned his artifact in a futile attempt to defend, but the force was overwhelming, sending him crashing to the ground with a shattered right arm, a gruesome sight. As Fu Cha prepared to pursue the leader, Chu Feng and the elder of the Qingxia clan launched their assault, unleashing waves of spiritual energy upon him, forcing him back several meters. Yet, the dark energy enveloping Fu Cha negated their attacks, leaving him unscathed. Having advanced from a general rank to a semi-lord level, his power had escalated to a terrifying degree. Should he engage in battle with Qi Su once more, he could defeat him in mere moments. Chu Feng spoke fervently. This cursed demon must not prevail. We shall retreat and rally the forces of the entire northern region to eliminate this menace. With that, he and the remaining elders of the Zonglong Hall turned to flee, covering thousands of meters in an instant. However, a figure shrouded in malevolence pursued them relentlessly, closing the distance rapidly. Why must it chase us specifically? Roared the elder of the Zonglong Hall, launching his artifact at Fu Cha. Their speed paled in comparison to Fu Cha's, who disregarded others, fixated solely on them. They had no choice but to confront him. With a resounding crash, Fu Cha deflected the elder's artifact. The dark energy enveloping his left arm transformed into a colossal hand that seized the elder, crushing him with brutal force. Chu Feng, filled with fury and despair, ceased his flight and charged at Fu Cha. Ning Wuqia flew to Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia, exclaiming, "Hurry, the fiendish fork is too powerful. We are no match for him, and our only option is to flee." Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia were not devoid of reason. They readily agreed and took the young girl, Xing Linglong, soaring into the distance. Meanwhile, others scattered in various directions. While the fiendish fork continued to engage in combat with the people of the Zonglong Hall, momentarily oblivious to their escape. Half a month later, Lin Yanxing, Hu Jia, Ning Wuqia, and Xing Linglong arrived at Tianwen City. The city remained vibrant and bustling, and news of the Tianyang kingdom had already reached them. Yet it had not stirred much commotion. The only tidings that had arrived were of the 8 malevolent generals dispatched by Qishu to descend upon Tianyang City. The news of the retreat of the 4 supreme powers from half a month prior had yet to circulate. This was Xing Linglong's first visit to Tianwen City, and she marveled at everything around her, remarking, "So this is the famed Tianwen City. Truly splendid." Although Tianyang City had a larger population, it was far inferior in grandeur to such a premier metropolis as Tianwen City. Upon hearing her words, Ning Wuqia responded, "Even now, Tianwen City cannot withstand the onslaught of the fiendish fork. Undoubtedly, there are many formidable warriors here, including practitioners of the Sunluo realm. Yet the current fiendish fork is beyond the reach of any ordinary Sunluo practitioner. Should he arrive here, this renowned top-tier city in the northern region could easily be reduced to ruins, unless the Tianwen sect is willing to expend all its efforts to eradicate the fiends." As the oldest and most esteemed power in the northern region, the Tianwen sect possessed unfathomable depth, undoubtedly surpassing other elite factions, having endured for over 10 millennia, which attests to its formidable prowess. If the Tianwen sect were to shed its cloak of secrecy and commit wholeheartedly to vanquishing the fiends, there would still be hope for their eradication. However, if the Tianwen sect remains apathetic, it is only a matter of time before the fiends grow powerful enough to challenge even them. Lin Yanxing chose to refrain from elaborating on the matter of the fiends, stating, "You all stay in Tianwen City. I will venture into the beastly wilderness to find Xiao Qi and the others." He sought to locate Xiao Qi, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Zhenlong, beings far from ordinary. They must not be discovered by the fiends, for if they were recognized, it would spell disaster. Hu Jia insisted, "I shall accompany you," providing some measure of protection. Lin Yanxing nodded in agreement, and together they departed, while Ning Wuqia took Xing Linglong to reside temporarily at an inn in Tianwen City, in the heart of the beastly wilderness. As Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia approached a small lake, they found themselves under the watchful gaze of the ferocious beasts surrounding it, emanating a formidable aura. Among them, no fewer than 10 exuded the presence of 7th-tier ferocious beasts, and one particularly elusive aura, imbued with an overwhelming sense of danger, likely surpassed even the 7th tier. Reaching the 8th tier, Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia were both taken aback, astonished to discover that the heart of the beast forest was home to such a multitude of formidable beasts. It is noteworthy that a 7th-tier beast is equivalent to a practitioner at the Sun Luo realm, while the concealed 8th-tier beast could rival those at the Shackled realm. Just as they sensed impending danger, a dragon's roar resounded, and soon after, the little true dragon, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Qi soared up from beneath the lake. swiftly darting to Lin Yinsheng's side. At this moment, the little true dragon had grown to over a meter in length, its draconic aura becoming exceedingly potent, though it quickly reined it in. Perched upon its back was the adorably soft, white creature, Xiaobai. Beside the little true dragon was a bird with wings spanning over a meter, its crimson feathers ablaze with an intensely fearsome aura. Lin Yinsheng gazed at this extraordinary bird and cautiously inquired, "Are you Xiaoqi?" The avian before him bore no resemblance to Xiaoqi as he had known it. Yet the only possibility of its presence alongside the little true dragon and Xiaobai could only be Xiaoqi. Chapter 134. A hasty year, of course, it is I. A voice, both cold and haughty, resonated, leading Lin Yinsheng to believe that the bird ablaze with crimson flames was indeed Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi had always been enigmatic. Despite being a true phoenix, she manifested in the guise of a mere chicken, a mystery Lin Yinsheng could never comprehend, especially since Xiaoqi seldom conversed with him. With a smile, Lin Yinsheng, having cradled the little white dragon from the true dragon, proclaimed, "I have come to lead you away." In the city of Tianwan, Lin Yinsheng, Hu Jia, Ning Wuqia, and Xing Linglong, alongside Xiaoqi, the little white dragon, and the small true dragon, had quietly dedicated a month to their cultivation. Yet, a month later, the tales of the evil spirits spread throughout the northern domain, leaving everyone in shock. The foremost powers of the four great forces united to eradicate the malevolent entities, only to suffer a devastating defeat, with the Canglong Hall witnessing no survivors. Even its master, Chu Feng, ultimately perished at the hands of these dark forces. Additionally, the Fian Sword sect suffered grievously, with four esteemed elders of the Quasi-Senro realm falling, leaving only the sect leader to return, wounded, to the Fian Sword sect. In the wake of the ensuing panic throughout the northern domain, the leading factions announced the formation of the demon-slaying alliance, pledging to eliminate the evil spirits. This unprecedented coalition, uniting all top powers of the northern domain, instilled a measure of tranquility among its countless inhabitants. It had been millennia since all premier forces had joined forces, and with the collaboration of 13 exceptional factions, there was widespread belief that the evil spirits could be vanquished. The 13 leading powers included Tianwen Sect, Shueihua Sect, Golden Divine Kingdom, Qingxia Tribe, Bixia Manor, Fian Sword Sect, Songlong Hall, Xinguang Peak, Zhu Di Sect, Benlei Temple, Xianyang Sect, Ghost City, and Xingyue Workshop. Although the Fian Sword Sect and Songlong Hall had suffered significant losses, they remained formidable forces due to their deep-rooted heritage. Once the demon-slaying alliance was established, they commenced their search for the malevolent spirits. However, these dark entities seemed to have vanished without a trace. 2 months later, as the tempest surrounding the evil spirits began to wane, a fiendish cauldron appeared atop a mountain in a certain dynasty, establishing an altar and swiftly slaughtering 100 million souls to activate it. A shattered rift emerged in the sky, through which countless evil spirits descended upon the northern domain of the celestial realm. With the resurgence of the evil spirits, the war between the demon-slaying alliance and the malevolent clan erupted in full force, igniting the flames of battle. Within the ranks of the demon-slaying alliance, rules were instituted. Slaying a common evil spirit would yield 1 point of demon-slaying value. An elite evil spirit would grant 10 points. A general evil spirit would bestow 100 points, and a semi-lord level evil spirit would earn 1,000 points. The demon-slaying value could be exchanged at the Alliance's headquarters in the Demon-Slaying Hall for items collected by the 13 leading powers. And any practitioner in the Northern Domain could join the Alliance to avail themselves of the benefits of exchanging demon-slaying value for goods. The eminent master blacksmith of the Northern Domain, the Elder of Heavenly Forging, also joined the Demon-Slaying Alliance, serving as a patron and crafting the Demon-Slaying Order. The cultivators, wielding the Demon-Slaying Order, vanquished the malevolent entities, allowing the order to autonomously absorb the essence of the vanquished evil, transforming it into corresponding levels of demon-slaying value. Moreover, the demon-slaying orders resonate with one another, facilitating mutual support among the members of the Demon-Slaying Alliance, proving to be exceedingly practical. Amidst the relentless battles between the Demon-Slaying Alliance and the malevolent races, Lin Yinsheng, along with Hu Jia and the trio of Xiaoqi, Xiaobai, and Xiao Zhenlong, diligently cultivates in the heart of the beastly forest. Meanwhile, Ning Wuk practices with Xing Linglong in Tianwen City, simultaneously acquiring real-time intelligence regarding the northern domain. Xing Linglong, having lost all her kin in Tianyang City, chooses to apprentice under Ning Wuk, wholeheartedly following him in both cultivation and life. Ning Wuk thus gains a second disciple, Xing Linglong, whose remarkable talents in cultivation leave him elated, prompting him to devote himself entirely to her training. Following the outbreak of war between the demon-slaying alliance and the malevolent races, a transient stalemate ensues in the 9th month of the alliance's establishment. The malevolent races, utilizing Tianyang Nation as their stronghold, conquered dozens of surrounding dynasties and nations, claiming them as their territory. This dominion, now known as the Demon Zone, reflects their reign. The northern domain is subsequently redefined into 7 regions: Tianwen District, Shueihua District, Sangxia District, Leiyang District, Yue District, Xingjue District, and the Demon Zone. Except for the Demon Zone, ruled by the malevolent races, Tianwen District is led by the Tianwen Sect, Shueihua District by the Shueihua Sect, Sangxia District by the 4 pinnacle forces of Tsanglong Palace, Fian Sword Sect, Qingxia Clan, and Bixia Manor. Leiyang District by the 2 eminent forces of Benlei Temple and Xianyang Sect, Yue District by the 2 top factions of Ghost City and Xingyue Workshop, and Xingjue District by the 3 leading powers of Holy Light Peak, Golden Divine Kingdom, and the Abyssal Sect. The headquarters of the Demon-Slaying Alliance is established in Yue District, with the leader of the alliance being the head of Xingyue Workshop, while leaders of other prominent forces serve as vice leaders. The Council of Elders comprises senior figures from the 13 foremost powers, with the number of elders exceeding 100. Presently, the Demon-Slaying Alliance boasts a multitude of members and an abundance of formidable individuals. However, the Demon Zone, rife with malevolent energy and devoid of spiritual essence, significantly diminishes the strength of the Alliance's members upon their entry, rendering them unable to sustain prolonged combat, which prevents their complete eradication of the malevolent races. In the heart of the beastly forest lies a sanctuary, untouched by the conflicts between humans and demons, where neither party encroaches. Within the entire northern domain, only Lin Yanxing and his companions traverse this sacred ground unimpeded, owing to the presence of Xiao Zhenlong, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Qi. Indeed, an 8th-tier beast resides in the beastly forest, imparting knowledge to Xiao Bai, Xiao Zhenlong, and Xiao Qi. Although Xiao Qi exhibits some disdain, he understands his current circumstances and diligently engages in cultivation, unknowingly dedicating a year to this endeavor. Emerging from the lake, Lin Yanxing stands upon its surface, enveloped in swirling black spiritual energy, exuding an aura that is both mysterious and formidable. His cultivation has reached the late stage of the carefree realm, and now, at the age of 20, he is acutely aware of the tranquility amidst the chaos of the outside world. However, he has chosen not to venture out, instead engaging in intense training alongside Hu Jia, honing their skills against ferocious beasts with remarkable success. Achieving such mastery at the tender age of 20, he stands as a practitioner of the late stage of the carefree realm, possessing combat prowess that rivals the foremost experts of the Quasi-Sin Luo realm. In the current tumultuous and chaotic northern region, he has secured a formidable means of self-defense. Lin Yanxing soared above the lake, perching upon a stone by its edge, where he beheld an enchanting figure emerging from the water. This individual was none other than Hu Jia, who, at 20 years old, had blossomed into a vision of breathtaking beauty that left even Lin Yanxing in a state of awe. Furthermore, her cultivation had ascended 2 realms. Now reaching the pinnacle of the carefree realm, her combat strength immensely formidable, capable of matching some 7th-tier ferocious beasts. Chapter 135. Emerging from the mountain, Hu Jia approached Lin Yanxing and inquired, "Lin Yanxing, we have both transcended 2 realms. When shall we venture out?" The prolonged period of rigorous training had been an immense ordeal for him. However, Lin Yanxing remained steadfast in this specialized training, preventing him from departing alone. Lin Yanxing gazed at Hu Jia's breathtaking visage and replied, "We may depart now." After a year of isolation from the outside world, the northern region is no longer as it once was. I hope it proves to be more engaging than before. Having recently achieved the late stage of the wandering realm, his mastery was now firmly established, and it was indeed time to leave. Upon hearing this, Hu Jia's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Wonderful! Let us hasten." He had anticipated this day for 6 months, eagerly dreaming of indulging in feasts and seeking battles. After nearly a year of constant skirmishes with ferocious beasts in the Beast Forest, he had grown weary of the relentless conflict. Lin Yanxing turned to the still engaged Xiao Qi, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Zhenlong, calling out, Xiao Qi, Xiao Long, Xiao Bai, continue your training here. Hu Jia and I shall exit the mountain first. With that, he soared into the sky alongside Hu Jia, heading towards the forest's edge. Tianwen City remained as vibrant as ever, even more so than before. Following the division of the northern region into 7 districts, Tianwen City had emerged as the most prosperous and thriving city within the Tianwen district, becoming the coveted center for millions of cultivators. Now, Tianwen City was home to over 100 million inhabitants, gathering powerful figures from across the district. As Hu Jia strolled through the streets, she spotted a vendor selling candied hawthorns and gasped, "Wow, look at those rainbow candied hawthorns." The so-called rainbow candied hawthorns consisted of a skewer with 7 pieces, each coated in a different colored syrup, 7 hues in total, though their taste was akin to ordinary candied hawthorns. Designed to capture the attention of children. Noticing Hu Jia's lavish attire, the vendor, recognizing a potential fortune, smiled obsequiously, "Esteemed lady, I have only 1 skewer of rainbow candied hawthorns left. If you desire it, I can offer it to you at a discounted price of just 10,000 copper coins. What do you say?" In truth, a skewer of these candied hawthorns typically sold for merely 10 copper coins. However, based on Hu Jia's astonished reaction, he deduced that she likely seldom ventured outside and perhaps had never encountered rainbow candied hawthorns before. This insight led him to believe he might profit handsomely. Lin Yanxing stepped forward, scrutinizing the last skewer of rainbow candied hawthorns for a moment before sneering. "Isn't this merely an ordinary candied hawthorn, coated in various colored syrups? Selling it for 10,000 copper coins. You truly have a talent for business." He certainly did not lack 10,000 copper coins, as a single spirit stone could be exchanged for 100,000 copper coins. However, he had no intention of being taken advantage of. Poor fool. If you can't afford it, just step aside. At that moment, a golden-haired youth approached, addressing Lin Yanxing with an air of arrogance. Then he directly took out a piece of spirit stone and handed it to the vendor selling candied hawthorns. With a confident smile, he reached for the last string of colorful candied hawthorns and presented it before Hu Jia, saying, "Beautiful lady, this string of colorful candied hawthorns is a gift for you." Hu Jia glanced at Lin Yanxing and then accepted the colorful treat, biting into one with a look of satisfaction. She then turned to the golden-haired youth and said, "Thank you." Regardless of the motives behind his gesture, she would relish the delicacy. After all, one should never refuse a delightful offering. Seeing Hu Jia accept his candied hawthorns, Jin Yang felt a surge of pride and provocatively cast a glance at Lin Yanxing. He then donned a warm smile and addressed Hu Jia, "Miss, would you do me the honor of joining me for some tea?" This was the first time he had encountered such exquisite beauty, and he was determined to win her over. As for Lin Yanxing, he regarded him with disdain, thinking, how could this fellow even compare to him? Jin Yang was the grandson of Elder Jin from the Demon-Slaying Alliance's Tianwen City branch, and the Jin family was an undeniably powerful clan in Tianwen City, commanding respect and fear. Hu Jia sensed some of Jin Yang's intentions and responded, "It matters not, but you must ask him. I will heed his decision." With that, she subtly stepped back, positioning herself half a step behind Lin Yanxing. Jin Yang's smile faltered slightly as he turned his gaze towards Lin Yanxing, saying, "Brother, may I take the lady beside you for tea? By the way, my name is Jin Yang, and Elder Jin is my grandfather." The last part was clearly a veiled threat to Lin Yanxing, a tactic he had employed numerous times with great success. Even in the presence of another man, should he assert his lineage, few would dare to object, resigning their women to him. In the North Domain of today, power and influence had become paramount. The elders of the Demon-Slaying Alliance held significant status, as they were the main force resisting the demonic tribes. Without the alliance, the North Domain would have long been obliterated, which had fostered an air of arrogance among its members. Initially, the alliance welcomed cultivators of all levels, but over time, it began to recruit only those of exceptional talent and strength, leaving the majority of practitioners outside its ranks. Thus, the practitioners in the North Domain could be broadly divided into 2 categories, those within the alliance and those without, with the former holding superior status and power. After 6 months of this development, the members of the Demon-Slaying Alliance had developed an air of superiority, looking down upon others. Observing Jin Yang's spoiled demeanor, Lin Yinsheng coldly replied, "Get lost. To be frank, she is not someone you can lay claim to." He had heard of Elder Jin from the Tianwen City branch of the Alliance. Ning Wuk would often enter the Beast Forest and discuss the state of the North Domain with him and Lin Yinsheng. Once, Ning Wuxia spoke of Elder Jin from the demon-slaying Alliance branch in Tianwen City. This Elder Jin, lacking in respect due to his age, frequently exploited his position under the pretense of guiding cultivation to deceive the beautiful young women of Tianwen City, ultimately leading them to his bed, while neglecting any genuine instruction in their cultivation, focusing instead on physical development and various postures. Jin Yang's countenance darkened completely, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he fixed his eyes on Lin Yinsheng, coldly stating, "You, boy, from which faction do you hail to dare speak to me in such a manner?" Since his grandfather had ascended to the esteemed position of elder in the demon-slaying alliance, none had ever dared to address him so. He swore he would ensure the demise of this impudent youth. In response, Lin Yinsheng scoffed, "I belong to no sect, nor am I a scion of any great family. If you seek to exact vengeance, you may attempt it now." Chapter 136. A kick to Jin Yang. Upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle, the vendor of candied hawthorn hastily fled, having merely intended to earn a few ill-gotten coins, not wishing to be embroiled in the tumult of a debauched youth. Meanwhile, a gathering of onlookers observed with keen interest, for the name Jin Yang was well known to them. Being a notorious scion of privilege, the visage of Hu Jia was also a rare beauty that captivated their attention, compelling them to revel in the drama. Some harbored envy towards Jin Yang for his ability to toy with numerous women, while others, friends and relatives of his victims, bore him a grudge. Yet, regardless of jealousy or resentment, none dared to confront him openly. Jin Yang exuded a potent aura of mid-stage brilliance, a testament to his exceptional talent among the younger generation, which served as one of the pillars of his arrogance. With a sardonic smile gracing his features, he refrained from retaliating at Lin Yinsheng's words, instead leaning in and inquiring, "Do you comprehend the consequences of offending me, Jin Yang, in Tianwen City?" "I truly do not," Lin Yinsheng replied nonchalantly. Such debauched youths were numerous in the northern region. It was merely that he had not encountered them before within the hallowed halls of the Tianwen sect, a premier force impervious to threats from so-called prominent families. Jin Yang approached Lin Yinsheng, sneering, "The mildest of fates entails the ruin of your family. The severest, a life worse than death, enduring every conceivable humiliation." He had encountered his fair share of obstinate foes. Yet, once their powers were stripped away, they lay before him like dead dogs. Their defiance dissipated as they watched him toy with their wives and daughters. He was confident that Lin Yinsheng would succumb similarly. "How tiresome," Lin Yinsheng declared, uninterested in further banter with Jin Yang. He delivered a swift kick, unadorned by any spiritual energy, yet the sheer force of his physicality was beyond Jin Yang's capacity to withstand. Jin Yang was sent hurtling several meters, bones snapping under the impact as he landed awkwardly on the ground. In times past, he would have dealt with such an imbecile without a second thought, but his recent confinement within the Beast Forest had led him to indulge in this encounter. However, Jin Yang's escalating bravado had sapped his patience. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, pitying Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia. Countless individuals in Tianwen City had longed for an opportunity to strike Jin Yang. Though many possessed the strength to do so, fear held them back. For Jin Yang's grandfather was an elder of the demon-slaying alliance, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Xiaoyao realm. Likewise, his father was a mid-stage powerhouse, commanding a demon-slaying squad within the alliance. To strike Jin Yang would surely invoke the wrath of both his father and grandfather. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Jin Yang rose, clutching his abdomen, and venomously shouted at Lin Yinsheng, "You dare strike me? Have the courage to reveal your name." Since his earliest recollections, no one had ever dared to strike him. He was the sole heir of his family, and even his father would never lay a hand on him. Lin Yinsheng smiled, replying, "I am Lin Yinsheng. If you possess any courage, summon your grandfather to confront me." Had it been 10 months prior, had he not undergone rigorous training in the beastly forest and encountered a practitioner at the pinnacle of the tranquil realm, a fierce battle would have ensued. However now, the practitioner before him can be vanquished in an instant. Of course, this excludes individuals like Hu Jia. "Lin Yinsheng, I will remember you. Just wait and see." After leaving behind a harsh remark, Jin Yang clutched his abdomen and departed. The onlookers in the street, upon hearing Lin Yanxing's words, displayed expressions of contemplation. They found the name Lin Yanxing somewhat familiar, yet could not immediately recall its significance. The events of the past year had been tumultuous, especially following the arrival of the demonic clan, which had fundamentally altered the dynamics of the northern region. Hu Jia smiled and remarked, "You certainly know how to draw attention. Do you seek to make your name known upon your return?" Neither he nor Lin Yanxing regarded Jin Yang with any seriousness. Even if Elder Jin of the Demon Extermination Alliance were to appear, what could it matter? At worst, one could simply swat him away. Lin Yanxing observed Hu Jia savoring the last candied hawthorn and retorted, "You dare to speak? If it weren't for your acceptance of Jin Yang's candied hawthorn, none of this would have transpired." With Hu Jia by his side, he could acutely sense the allure of a femme fatale. Ignoring Lin Yanxing's comment, Hu Jia exclaimed, "Let us go and explore the marketplace." The marketplace in Tianwen City was vast and bustling, filled with people from various corners of the northern region engaging in trade. As he gazed at the myriad of dazzling items, Hu Jia appeared quite intrigued and pointed to a large mirror within a shop, saying, "That mirror looks rather splendid." The mirror, standing at a person's height, was a round one, prominently displayed at the front of the shop, visible from the street. It was evident that this mirror was the shop's signature item. The shopkeeper, having overheard Hu Jia's remark, approached the entrance with a smile, stating, "Miss, you have an excellent eye. This mirror, known as the Rui Mirror, is a mid-grade Earth-tier magical artifact capable of absorbing and reflecting attacks from practitioners at the ethereal realm. It is the treasure of our establishment." This mirror had been on display for some time, attracting many prospective buyers, yet few could afford it. Noting the distinguished aura of Hu Jia and Lin Yanxing, the shopkeeper harbored a glimmer of hope. Hu Jia inquired, "How much is this mirror?" Its capabilities were impressive. Albeit its tier was relatively low, nonetheless, it would serve as excellent protection for those of lesser strength. The shopkeeper, feeling somewhat anxious, replied, 50 demon extermination points. His son had also joined the Demon Extermination Alliance and had sustained grievous injuries during a battle against the demonic forces, requiring medicinal pills from the Alliance's apothecary for healing. However, the apothecary only accepted demon extermination points in exchange, leaving him no choice but to sell some of the shop's more valuable items for points. "We do not possess demon extermination points," Hu Jia said, somewhat taken aback, speaking candidly. He had not anticipated that the purchase of demon hunter points would be a requirement here. It is worth noting that these points can only be acquired by those possessing a demon hunter token, earned through the vanquishing of evil entities, making it a form of internal currency within the Demon Hunter Alliance. Well, a look of disappointment crossed the shopkeeper's face as he retreated back into the store. Hu Jia and Lin Yan exchanged glances, preparing to continue their exploration when several individuals clad in the attire of the Demon Hunter Alliance entered the shop. One of them boisterously proclaimed, "Old Wang, that mirror of fortune hasn't been sold yet. Why not sell it to me for 500,000 spirit stones?" Upon seeing the 5 members of the alliance, the shopkeeper's expression soured, and he forced a smile towards the young man who had just expressed his intent to purchase the mirror, saying, "Little brother Lin Shi, you know I am only trying to save my son. Please do not make this any more difficult for me." Chapter 137. The unyielding junior sister Lin Shi sneered. "Old Wang, my calling you uncle is already out of respect for Wang Xiaoluo. Don't overstep your bounds." He and the shopkeeper's son were both members of the same demon hunting team, yet their relationship had always been strained. Now, with the coveted Rui mirror at stake, he had no intention of considering the shopkeeper's son. The shopkeeper pleaded, "Young brother Lin Shi, I implore you. This mirror is a treasured heirloom of the Wang family. We would never sell it unless it was to save Xiao Li's life." As a practitioner of the mysterious realm, he was utterly helpless against the demon hunting alliance members and could only lower himself to beg. Lin Shi shoved old Wang to the ground, his impatience evident. "Stop with the nonsense. My previous leniency was due to my camaraderie with Wang Xiaoluo. But now it is not for myself that I seek the Rui mirror. Our captain, Jin Yao, requires it. Do you understand?" He felt a twinge of irritation. He had originally desired the mirror for himself, but now that Jin Yao had learned of it, he intended to gift it to his son, Jin Yang, effectively snatching it away from Lin Shi. On the ground, old Wang, filled with resentment, retorted, "Why would Captain Jin Yao need the Rui mirror? His strength is unparalleled." Jin Yao was not to be compared with the likes of them. The demon hunting team was a formidable force against malevolent entities, consisting of numerous members divided into many groups. Wang Xiaolu and Lin Shi were merely ordinary members, far beneath the captain's status. Lin Shi coldly commanded, "You two, take the Rui mirror and disregard this old fool." Two members of the demon hunting team stepped forward, seized the mirror, inspected it carefully, and stored it in their spatial artifact. Subsequently, the five of them exited the shop without a glance at the pleading old Wang. Hu Jia observed Lin Shi and his companions depart, remarking, "These individuals are utterly arrogant. The demon hunting team is meant to eradicate evil, not to bully the human race." Jin Yao and Lin Shi have lost sight of their purpose. Lin Yansheng looked at Hu Jia and chuckled, "I thought you might confront those members of the demon hunting alliance." In the past, Hu Jia had occasionally stood up for others, while he preferred to remain uninvolved, acting on his own whims. After a moment of silence, Hu Jia replied, "Since they haven't troubled us, it wouldn't be wise for us to intervene. Perhaps I am not a good person, while I feel indignation at such events. I lack the impulse to draw my sword in their defense." He acted on impulse, choosing to ignore matters that did not concern him, unless they were particularly intolerable. Lin Yansheng agreed, "Indeed, everyone has their own life. Interfering in matters that do not concern us may not be meaningful at all." He was well aware that he had never been the type to selflessly help others or aspire to be a great benefactor, nor had he ever desired such a role. After Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia took a stroll through the market, they proceeded to a courtyard belonging to the Tianwen sect, where Ning Wuk and Xing Linglong resided. Finding it inconvenient to cultivate in an inn, Ning Wuk had chosen to purchase a courtyard for a more focused living, allowing him to remain largely detached from the outside world, save for occasional inquiries about the latest happenings in the northern region. Upon entering the courtyard, Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia were greeted by the sight of Xing Linglong practicing in the garden, with Ning Wuk offering guidance beside her. As a practitioner on the verge of the Sinluo realm, Ning Wuk was more than capable of instructing the newly initiated Xing Linglong. Seeing Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia enter, Xing Linglong paused her training and joyfully exclaimed, "Senior brother, Brother Hu Jia?" Since leaving the outskirts of Tianyang City, her utmost trust had been placed in Ning Wuk. Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, with a particular admiration for Lin Yansheng, who had rescued her from peril in Tianyang City. Lin Yansheng approached and affectionately ruffled Xing Linglong's hair, inquiring, "What realm have you reached now?" He had heard from Ning Wuk about her remarkable talent for cultivation, yet he was curious about her true capabilities. Xing Linglong brimmed with confidence at the mention of cultivation, proudly announcing, "Senior brother, I have already broken through to the mysterious realm." In just 10 months, she had ascended from an ordinary person to the mysterious realm, a feat indeed worthy of pride. Both Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia were taken aback by her words, swiftly using their spiritual awareness to scan her, confirming that she indeed possessed early-stage mysterious realm cultivation. Ning Wuk's spirits were high as he smiled and remarked, "Linglong's talent is no less impressive than yours." Rarely did he exhibit such joy, but the gathering of his two exceptional disciples brought him great happiness, as it was enviable to have even one such prodigy, let alone two. Lin Yansheng jested, "An 8-year-old mysterious realm practitioner certainly outshines me. Your luck is remarkable. While I remain mediocre, my disciples are nothing short of extraordinary." His heartfelt delight for Xing Linglong was clear, as he genuinely recognized her potential. Hu Jia added, "You reached late-stage Xiaoyao realm at 20, while little Linglong is merely 8. In 12 years, she will undoubtedly surpass you by leaps and bounds." Regardless of the context, achieving the third major realm, the mysterious realm, within 10 months is a testament to unparalleled genius, especially considering Linglong's tender age. Her potential is beyond imagination. Feeling her cheeks flush from the praises of Ning Wuk, Lin Yansheng, and Hu Jia, Xing Linglong replied, "Whether it be my master, senior brother, or brother Hu Jia, you are all exceptional individuals, and I aspire to learn from you. Once I grow stronger, I shall protect you." Ning Wuk was momentarily taken aback before enthusiastically responding, "That sounds wonderful. What more could a master desire than such a disciple?" After a spell of laughter and merriment, Lin Yansheng turned serious and inquired, "Master, what formidable figures have emerged from the demonic clan?" During a previous stroll through the city with Hu Jia, discussions arose concerning the malevolent demon clan. It is said that this clan boasts formidable figures who have inflicted considerable losses upon the Demon Extermination Alliance. Upon mentioning the Demon Clan, Ning Wuxi's expression grew grave as he stated, according to the information released by the Demon Extermination Alliance, the Demon Clan currently possesses 13 semi-lord level demons and over 100 general level demons in the northern region. Furthermore, the number of elite and ordinary demons is even greater, while the countless low-level demons that have been assimilated by the malevolent forces are beyond reckoning. It can be asserted that this marks the first instance in the northern region where an entire alliance is rendered incapable of vanquishing the enemy. Chapter 138. The task of slaying the demonic beasts. Upon hearing Ning Wuqiao's words, Lin Yinxing furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, 13 half-master level demonic beasts? That hardly seems excessive. The demon-slaying alliance is composed of 13 elite factions, and many formidable rogue cultivators have also joined their ranks. There are at least 20 or 30 practitioners of the Sinluo realm, if not more. Can it truly be that they cannot contend with even 13 half-master level demonic beasts? Half-master level demonic beasts correspond to the practitioners of the Sinluo realm among the human race. While the number of these practitioners is not vast, there are still dozens scattered throughout the northern domain. Thus, it was quite surprising for him that they could not manage to deal with even a mere 13 half-master level beasts of the demonic clan. Having resided in Tianwen City, Ning Wuqiao was well informed about the situation disclosed by the demon-slaying alliance. He elaborated, the alliance has a total of 57 practitioners of the Sinluo realm, of whom 19 have perished, leaving 38 remaining. As for the demonic clan that has descended upon the northern domain, including the initial Qi Su and the self-broken Fu Cha, there are 21 half-master level demonic beasts, 8 of which have been slain, leaving 13 still in existence, primarily located within the demonic zone. The half-master level demonic beasts that have arrived in the northern domain possess formidable strength. In one-on-one combat, they are not a match for the practitioners of the demon-slaying alliance. Thus, despite the protracted battle, the losses incurred by the alliance have been significantly greater. It is only due to their numerical advantage that they have managed to confine the territories controlled by the demonic clan to the demonic zone. Not only are the demonic beings savage, but their combat prowess is also exceedingly strong. Practitioners of the same level from the human race are often overwhelmed by the demonic clan. Therefore, despite the larger number of human cultivators, it is exceedingly challenging to eradicate the demonic clan. Task triggered. Eliminate demonic beasts. Earn 10 sign-in points for each ordinary demonic beast slain, 100 points for each elite demonic beast, 1,000 points for each general-level demonic beast, and 10,000 points for each half-master level demonic beast. After a span of over a year, the system's voice unexpectedly emerged, catching Lin Yinxing off guard. A year prior, when the demonic beasts first appeared, there had only been a task to slay demonic generals. There had been no repetitive tasks for exterminating the demonic beasts. He had assumed such tasks would not materialize. Yet here they were now. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous, for his emergence from seclusion necessitated the elimination of the demonic beasts. His sign-in points had stagnated at 30,000 for a year, and it was high time for an increase. Notice, achieving your first kill of a half-master level demonic beast will elevate your realm by 1 level. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yinxing beamed and said, Hu Jia, let us venture forth to hunt the demonic beasts. He was eager to grow stronger swiftly, especially given the current turmoil in the northern domain. Possessing sufficient strength was essential to safeguard both himself and those around him. The series of tasks issued by the system represented an opportunity, and the prospect of advancing a realm with the first kill of a half-master level demonic beast was particularly enticing. Currently, his cultivation level was merely 1 tier below Hu Jia's. Should he succeed in slaying a half-master level demonic beast, he could easily catch up to her. Observing Lin Yinxing's sudden surge of enthusiasm, Hu Jia found it peculiar and inquired, hunting demonic beasts? Are we heading to the demonic zone? Presently, most of the demonic beasts in the northern domain resided in the demonic zone, which is why the demon-slaying alliance found itself in a stalemate. Entering the demonic zone for a decisive battle against the beasts was simply not feasible. In the realm of the malevolent, spiritual energy has been entirely eradicated, having been assimilated into sinister forces. Should you venture into this treacherous domain, exercise utmost caution. Ning Wuqing remarked, if you intend to hunt down these fiends, I suggest you first visit the Demon-Slaying Alliance in Tianwen City to apply for a demon-slaying order. This order serves to record your demon-slaying accomplishments, which can subsequently be exchanged for rewards at the Demon-Slaying Hall. As such, practitioners typically secure their orders prior to embarking on their hunts. Lin Yansheng was reluctant to join the Demon-Slaying Alliance. Must one join the alliance to obtain a demon-slaying order? He inquired. Aligning with an organization would impose certain constraints, and the diverse array of individuals within could lead to inadvertent offenses, which he found quite distasteful. Understanding Lin Yansheng's disposition, Ning Wuqing chuckled. To encourage more individuals to voluntarily eradicate the malevolent, the alliance has established that practitioners at the Tongyu realm and above need not join. They simply need to register their personal information to receive a demon-slaying order. He had also obtained a demon-slaying order, but had not yet engaged in any hunts, leaving his accomplishments at a mere 0. That sounds quite agreeable, Lin Yansheng replied with satisfaction. Let us proceed to register our information and acquire the demon-slaying order. The alliance's policy was indeed wise, as it would motivate more independent practitioners to slay demons in pursuit of their accomplishments. Xing Linglong gazed at Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, declaring, Senior brother, Brother Hu Jia, when I break through to the Tongyu realm, I too shall acquire a demon-slaying order and join you in vanquishing the malevolent. Her animosity towards these fiends was no less than anyone else's. Witnessing her family slain before her eyes by these creatures had left her remarkably resilient, especially considering that she had been merely a 7-year-old girl without any training at the time. Very well, keep striving. We shall await your success, Lin Yansheng replied gently, before departing with Hu Jia. Upon entering the Demon-Slaying Alliance in Tianwen City, Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia approached a staff member who appeared to be on duty. Excuse me, where might we apply for the demon-slaying order? They inquired. The individual they addressed was an attendant who, being well informed, responded, Follow me. At this hour, there are few applicants for the order. Do you intend to join the Demon-Slaying Alliance? Lin Yansheng replied. No, we merely seek to register our identities and obtain the order. Joining the alliance is not a consideration for me at this time. The attendant expressed mild surprise, but promptly escorted Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia to a door, knocking respectfully before announcing, Elder Fu, there are individuals here to apply for a demon-slaying order. Come in, a voice, tinged with age, beckoned from within. After a brief moment, the attendant opened the door, allowing Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia to enter before closing it behind them. The room was spacious, yet occupied by only a single individual seated at a desk. This person, advanced in years, exuded an aura of frailty, suggesting that he was nearing the end of his days. Elder Fu's weathered eyes fixed upon Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, inquiring, Do you intend to join the Demon Slayer Alliance, or merely register your identities? The two appeared quite youthful, their cultivation aura subdued to the point where even he could not discern their realms, which left him somewhat astonished, though he did not dwell on it further. Lin Yansheng replied candidly, We are here to register our identities and subsequently obtain the Demon Slayer order. Elder Fu nodded and said, Release your cultivation aura. Merely registering one's identity to acquire the Demon Slayer order would necessitate a cultivation level of at least the ethereal realm. Thus such actions were typically undertaken by older, wandering cultivators. It was quite rare for someone as young as Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia to not choose to join the Demon Slayer Alliance. Chapter 139. The Kingdom of Moonlight. Hu Jia and Lin Yansheng exchanged a glance, simultaneously unleashing their formidable auras, which instantly enveloped the entire room in an overwhelming pressure. The steward found himself immobilized, his cultivation at the Great Sun realm rendering him utterly insignificant under such immense force. Elder Fu rose to his feet, emanating the aura of a peak practitioner at the unfettered realm, just barely managing to withstand the oppressive energy. With a look of astonishment, he remarked, This level of pressure has reached the pinnacle of the unfettered realm, perhaps even surpassing it. Initially, he had merely intended for the two young men to demonstrate their cultivation to ascertain if they had attained the ethereal realm. But what he received was a most delightful surprise. Lin Yansheng, with a hint of a smile, inquired, Is that sufficient? The elder before them, like Hu Jia, was a peak practitioner of the unfettered realm, yet in terms of strength, he was vastly inferior. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Elder Fu quickly responded, Yes, yes. Please retract your auras. Otherwise, our steward from the Demon Slaying Alliance will not endure much longer. While he could withstand the pressure due to his peak status, the steward, being merely at the Great Sun realm, could not hold out for long under such oppressive energy. As Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia retracted their auras, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated instantaneously, allowing the steward to breathe a sigh of relief, having just experienced the sensation of suffocation. Elder Fu smiled and said, "Gentlemen, you may now proceed to register your identities. Once completed, you will receive the demon-slaying order." A quarter of an hour later, Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia had successfully registered their identities, which would be recorded within the Demon-Slaying Alliance and the Demon-Slaying Order, serving as their identification tokens. Their identity information was nearly identical. Lin Yansheng age, 20 cultivation, late stage of the Unfettered Realm identity, freelance practitioner registration date, 15. 820 years of the Celestial Spirit Calendar demon-slaying value, 0. Hu Jia age, 20 cultivation, peak of the Unfettered Realm identity, freelance practitioner registration date, 15. 820 years of the Celestial Spirit Calendar demon-slaying value, 0. As the Demon-Slaying Alliance could monitor the fluctuations in demon-slaying values associated with the orders. This value would be updated in real time. After receiving their demon-slaying orders, Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia did not linger and departed from the alliance directly. Elder Fu returned to his desk, turning to gaze outside, lost in contemplation. While registering Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia's identities, he had learned of their backgrounds, recognizing them as the two disciples from the Heavenly Inquiry sect who had caused quite the uproar a year prior. What surprised him further was their astonishing talent. At merely 20 years of age, they had already reached the late stage and even the peak of the Unfettered Realm, their combat prowess likely far exceeding that of ordinary peak practitioners. This presented a significant irony for the Heavenly Inquiry sect, as the four most gifted individuals had departed, possibly even turning against the sect. In the heart of Tianwen City, Hu Jia turned to Lin Yansheng and asked, "Shall we head directly to the demonic zone to hunt the evil spirits?" He sought to hunt demons not for the sake of vanquishing evil, nor to protect the world, but purely for the thrill of the hunt. Compared to the act of slaying humans, hunting demons seemed far more noble. Lin Yansheng shook his head and spoke softly. Demons exist beyond the demon zone. In fact, even the Tianwen district harbors them. I recall the old man mentioning that there are demons roaming in the Moonlight Kingdom, correct? Recklessly venturing into the demon zone may not be prudent. Moreover, if demons are indeed present in the Tianwen district, it would be wise to eliminate them nearby first. Hu Jia interjected, "The Moonlight Kingdom? Didn't Uncle Ning say that a demon-slaying team went there and found nothing before leaving?" The Moonlight Kingdom, situated on the border of the Tianwen district, is considered a nation of moderate strength, with its ruler, the Monarch of Moonlight, being the kingdom's strongest, possessing the cultivation level of quasi-samsara. Logically, as long as no half-lord level demons invade the Moonlight Kingdom, it should remain relatively calm. A quasi-samsara cultivator could easily deal with ordinary general-level demons. Lin Yansheng turned his gaze to Hu Jia and remarked, "You mentioned that the demon-slaying team found nothing, which suggests that demons might still be lurking in the Moonlight Kingdom, unvanquished. Given the proximity of the Moonlight Kingdom to the demon zone, the presence of demons there is not surprising. A visit to investigate would not be a waste of time. If there are no demons, we can proceed directly into the demon zone from there." According to the Demon-Slaying Alliance, the demon race has been relatively quiet over the past month, refraining from instigating large-scale wars. Yet, can we truly expect the demon race to remain docile? Clearly not. Otherwise, they would not have invaded the northern domain. This implies that the demon race might be scheming in secrecy. Hu Jia offered no further objections as he and Lin Yansheng flew towards the Moonlight Kingdom. A week later, in Ganlu County of the Moonlight Kingdom, Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia descended upon a desolate expanse, where several corpses lay strewn about, their expressions frozen in envy, fear, and despair. The faint warmth emanating from the bodies indicated that they had not been dead long. However, for practitioners, it only takes a moment to travel considerable distances. If the murderer fled immediately after committing the act, pursuit would prove exceedingly difficult, as one could not predict the direction of their escape. Watching Lin Yansheng meticulously examine the corpses, Hu Jia quipped, "You scrutinized the bodies so carefully. Have you discovered anything?" He had never been one to pay much attention to corpses, let alone observe the living with such detail. Lin Yansheng rose and looked at Hu Jia. a mysterious aura of runes shimmering in his eyes. Yet, just as swiftly, the runes dissipated, returning his gaze to normal. These corpses bear traces of a faint energy attack, residual energy lingering within. This energy is not spiritual power, it is demonic aura. Ordinary practitioners, even those of higher cultivation than his own, might not discern these subtleties, for the murderer had been exceedingly cautious, leaving no obvious traces or clues. However, endowed with the insightful eye granted by the system, he perceived the minutiae, able to pierce through illusions and gaze directly at the essence. The expression on Hu Jia's face turned serious as he remarked, "So, it seems, the Moonlight Kingdom truly harbors malevolent entities. Those demon-hunting teams that ventured here are utterly inept, failing to detect the presence of such evils. At the juncture between the Tianwen district and the Demon Zone, there are indeed members of the Demon Hunting Alliance stationed, tasked with preventing any malevolent beings from stealthily infiltrating the Tianwen district. Yet, the Moonlight Kingdom still finds itself plagued by these dark forces, indicating that there must be an issue with the guardians of the border from the Demon Hunting Alliance." Lin Yinsheng also pondered the potential inadequacies of those stationed at the border. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he sensed several powerful presences rapidly approaching, exclaiming, "Someone is coming." No sooner had he spoken than a group of 7 individuals emerged within his line of sight, at the center of which stood a young woman clad in a delicate blue gown, her skin as smooth as jade. Chapter 140. Mo Yihan. Upon the arrival of the 7 individuals, the sight of Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia beside the corpse elicited a subtle shift in their demeanor. Approaching closer, a woman among them introduced herself. "I am Mo Yihan. May I inquire the names of the 2 esteemed gentlemen?" Her voice was melodious, yet carried an icy undertone, akin to a lotus blooming atop a glacial summit. Lin Yinsheng replied, "I am Lin Yinsheng, and this fellow beside me is Hu Jia." The 7 individuals possessed formidable prowess. Mo Yihan herself was at the mid-stage of the ethereal realm, while the other 6, being slightly older and more seasoned, had reached the late stage of the ethereal realm, marking them as exceptional practitioners. In the northern region, practitioners at the ethereal realm were a rarity, and the fact that Mo Yihan could command 6 late-stage practitioners indicated her noble lineage, likely that of a prominent family from the Moonlight Kingdom. Casting a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, Mo Yihan's eyes glimmered with a deeper chill as she inquired, "Are you 2 in any way related to the deaths of these individuals?" The fallen were all her subordinates, and with over a dozen of them meeting such a tragic end, her fury was palpable. Lin Yinsheng stated, "When we arrived, it was already in this state." He had no intention of bearing the blame for such a significant calamity, yet he recognized that he and Hu Jia were indeed under suspicion, and mere words would not suffice to convince others of their innocence. A man to Mo Yihan's left stepped forward, emanating the aura of a late-stage ethereal realm practitioner, and coldly proclaimed, "Humph. Do not attempt to feign innocence. It is undoubtedly you who have slain them. If you can explain your motives and reveal who incited you, perhaps you might be spared from death." He found it hard to believe that Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia had merely stumbled upon the scene of the murders. Mo Yihan slightly tilted her head towards the speaker, reprimanding, "Asan, refrain from being rude. To speak without evidence is to slander." The 6 individuals were her most trusted subordinates, fiercely loyal to her, having discarded their original names in favor of titles such as a Air, a San, a Si, a Wu, and a Lu. Their powers were closely matched, and she invariably brought them along as her entourage. "Yes, miss." Asan retreated a step, obediently heeding Mo Yihan's words. She then turned her attention back to Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia, apologetically remarking, "I apologize. Asan can be rather impetuous." Though she harbored doubts about Lin Yinsheng's assertions, she lacked the means to definitively prove that he and Hu Jia were responsible for the deaths of her subordinates. "That's quite all right. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave," Lin Yinsheng remarked nonchalantly. He had no desire to engage with these scions of noble families. His sole purpose for being here was to vanquish the malevolent forces. Mo Yihan responded, "You are welcome to depart." She wished to detain Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia, yet found herself lacking a suitable rationale, fearing it might appear as though she were arbitrarily apprehending individuals without evidence. With a faint smile, Lin Yinsheng, alongside Hu Jia, strolled forward, entirely unconcerned with the thoughts of Mo Yihan and her companions. As Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jiyuan departed, Asan could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Miss, we cannot simply allow them to escape." He understood that Mo Ihan was a person of reason, yet this was a ruthless realm of cultivation, where sometimes reason held little value. Mo Ihan cast a glance at Asan and replied coolly, "If we were to forcibly detain them, how would we differ from those debauched science?" She then approached the lifeless bodies, scrutinizing them intently, regrettably finding nothing of significance, as she possessed no formidable ocular techniques. Air interjected, "Miss, should we take these bodies back or incinerate them?" In his view, there was little need to retrieve the corpses, and he merely mentioned it, knowing they would likely be burned. "Indeed," Mo Ihan responded, "gather these bodies together and burn them, regardless of whether they might emit a foul odor or not. It is unseemly to bring them back to the manor, especially with more than a dozen corpses." "Understood," Air affirmed, and with a sudden conjuration of flames, he incinerated the bodies completely. His fire was not akin to the mundane flames of common households. It was the result of his cultivated techniques, manifesting as spiritual fire that significantly augmented his combat prowess. This was why he ranked second among Mo Ihan's 6 most trusted subordinates, for his mastery of spiritual fire could vanquish most practitioners of the same realm. Once the bodies were reduced to ashes, Mo Ihan and her companions departed for the county city of Ganlu, though they were not natives of Ganlu. Shortly after entering the city, Asan spotted Hu Jia and Lin Yanxing in the distance, the former purchasing candied hawthorns. "Miss, it is those two," he declared, harboring animosity towards Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia, as he believed they were responsible for slaying Mo Ihan's subordinates. To slay her subordinates was tantamount to opposing her, and those who opposed her were his adversaries. "Pay them no mind," Mo Ihan stated, casting a dispassionate glance at Hu Jia and Lin Yanxing. Hu Jia, having procured 2 skewers of candied hawthorns, turned to Lin Yanxing and asked, "Lin Yanxing, do you care for candied hawthorns?" He had never witnessed Lin Yanxing indulge in them, yet it felt remiss to enjoy them alone. Thus he purchased an extra skewer to offer. "I do not wish to partake. You may enjoy them yourself," Lin Yanxing replied, glancing at the candied hawthorns in Hu Jia's hand with a hint of disinterest. Then, he turned his gaze towards Mo Ihan and her group, who were heading in another direction, noting, "It is them. How fortuitous." He and Hu Jia had come to the city, aware that it served as the nexus of information for the county. Hu Jia disregarded Lin Yanxing's latter remark and replied, "If you do not wish to eat, so be it." Candied hawthorns were a rather commonplace delicacy, yet he relished them endlessly. In Lin Yanxing's view, Mo Ihan and her companions gradually receded from sight until they vanished entirely. He withdrew his gaze and remarked, "Finding the malevolent spirits is no simple task. With the vast expanse of Moonlight Kingdom, scouring every inch of land is rather impractical. Moreover, as newcomers, our unfamiliarity with this place renders the search for these hidden malevolent entities a formidable challenge. While vanquishing the spirits may prove to be a straightforward endeavor, locating them poses a significant complication for both him and Hu Jia. Even with his keen insight capable of detecting these malevolent beings, he must first ascertain their whereabouts." As he savored the candied hawthorn, Hu Jia interjected, "Therefore, it might be more prudent to directly venture into the malevolent zone and engage in a fierce onslaught. Searching for these spirits is not my forte. I would rather confront individuals instead, gazing into the vast sea of people." Lin Yanxing also felt a sense of fatigue wash over him. He said, "If we were to enter the malevolent zone, those spirits lurking in the Moonlight District would undoubtedly become more cautious, lying in wait until the day they could unleash their power to alter the course of fate." Chapter 141. The Qianji Pavilion. Hu Jia took a bold bite of a candied hawthorn, exclaiming, "Is it truly as mysterious as you say? If these lurking evil spirits dare to show themselves, a single stomp would suffice." This sentiment genuinely reflected his thoughts. From the very beginning, he had never regarded the evil beings with any seriousness. Lin Yanxing seized the last candied hawthorn from Hu Jia's hand and devoured it in one bite, stating, "All right, let us inquire if there is a place here that specializes in gathering and selling information." The Qianji Pavilion is a well-connected organization, renowned for its extensive collection of intelligence, including obscure rumors seldom heard elsewhere. This information is traded within the bustling city of Ganlu County. Upon arriving at the Qianji Pavilion, Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia approached a window, addressing the elderly man inside. I wish to know about the evil spirits of the Yuehua kingdom. Do you have any information on that? He preferred to be direct, for there was no need for circumlocution. The old man smiled, revealing a few remaining teeth, and replied, "The Qinji Pavilion has all sorts of information, provided you can offer a corresponding token of exchange." The first floor of the Qinji Pavilion boasted 36 windows, each manned by an individual, with varying numbers of people gathered outside each. Lin Yinxing inquired, "Then tell me, what token is required to obtain knowledge about the evil spirits in the Yuehua kingdom?" Though he possessed few spirit stones and limited coins, he still owned a number of magical artifacts. After all, over the past 3 years, he had vanquished many foes and preserved the artifacts that had not been destroyed. For instance, the Lingbo sword was a trophy from defeating Liang Yuqi. The old man continued to smile, revealing a few more teeth. "I do not have information of that caliber. You will need to go to the second floor, where those in charge possess more significant intelligence. However, to access such information, one must pay a considerably higher price." The Qinji Pavilion maintained high standards for its members. Those of insufficient rank managed only mundane information. "Why didn't you mention that sooner?" Lin Yinxing remarked. Then he and Hu Jia departed from the window and headed towards the staircase. The staircase was located at the far rear of the first floor, flanked by guards who had already barred several individuals from ascending to the second floor. Clearly, the Qinji Pavilion imposed restrictions on its patrons. Those of lower status were not permitted to advance. As they approached the staircase, Lin Yinxing addressed the 2 men in black guarding the entrance. "Could you inform us how one might gain access to the second floor?" He believed that the Qinji Pavilion would not prohibit everyone from ascending. Rather, certain conditions must be met. Yet, these conditions seemed rather unusual, for otherwise, so many would not have been turned away. One of the guards at the staircase spoke. "To ascend, one must either attain the realm of Xiaoyao, be a direct descendant or core member of a top-tier force, or provide a valuable treasure. Meeting any one of these 3 conditions will suffice." They adhered strictly to their rules. Those who did not meet the criteria were unequivocally denied access to the upper floors. As for whether or not to offend others, it is not their concern, but rather that of the Qinji Pavilion, which has never feared to offend anyone. The Qinji Pavilion is shrouded in mystery, with branches in major and premier cities across the northern region. In the capital city of Ganlu County, there is also a branch of the Qinji Pavilion, yet no one dares to cause trouble there. In the northern region, the Qinji Pavilion is synonymous with enigma. Even though the Qinji Pavilion has never engaged in conflict with other major powers, all who possess even a modicum of knowledge about it understand that it is a formidable entity that even the most elite forces would hesitate to provoke. As Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia prepared to unleash their aura, a few individuals approached from behind, prompting the 2 black-clad figures to step aside. These individuals ascended the staircase directly. Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia recognized them as Mo Han and her 6 attendants. After Mo Han and her entourage made their way upstairs, the 2 black-clad guards once again blocked the stairway. As the sentinels of this establishment, they were well acquainted with those authorized to ascend. Thus, they would not obstruct them upon their return. Observing Mo Han and her companions ascend with ease, Hu Jia voiced his discontent, exclaiming, "How is it that they are allowed to go up without any hindrance? Their cultivation is merely at the ethereal realm." Though not a person who typically quibbles over trifles, he was unyielding towards outsiders and possessed a formidable presence. The black-clad guard responded matter-of-factly, "They are from the Mo family of the capital city of Yuehua, and Miss Mo is a direct descendant of the family. Thus, she is certainly qualified to ascend." Given that the Qinji Pavilion's branch in the county rarely sees visitors from the capital, they remembered prominent figures from the capital vividly. A dangerous smile graced Hu Jia's exquisite visage as he inquired, "Then tell me, do we possess the qualification to ascend?" A wave of oppressive aura emanated from him, enveloping the 2 black-clad guards, who suddenly felt as if they were plummeting into an abyss. However, Hu Jia soon retracted this pressure. It was merely a minor lesson for the guards, not a threat to their lives. The 2 guards, drenched in cold sweat, exchanged glances and quickly stepped aside, respectfully declaring, "My lords, please proceed upstairs." The recent display of pressure made it clear to them that these 2 individuals were no ordinary characters, perhaps even more formidable than the head of their branch. Upon hearing this, Hu Jia strode up the staircase with pride, while Lin Yinxing shook his head slightly and followed suit. The second floor of the Qinji Pavilion was notably quieter, adorned with 9 windows, each accompanied by a door. For discussions of significant matters, the pavilion staff would usher guests into the rooms behind the windows. Hu Jia surveyed the second floor and noted the absence of Mo Han and her party, conjecturing, they must have vanished, likely entering one of the rooms behind a window. Let us seek a window to inquire. Lin Yinxing spoke and then approached a window that had not been inquired about by anyone. He gazed at the middle-aged man inside and inquired, I wish to learn about the dark forces of the Moonlight Kingdom. What must I offer in exchange? He did not mention a specific amount of spirit stones or copper coins, for such significant information could not be traded with mere ordinary currency. The middle-aged man regarded Lin Yinxing for a few moments before opening the door and inviting, come in and speak. Discussions of vital matters, after all, could not be conducted too casually. Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia entered the room behind the window, ensuring the door was closed behind them. The room was neither too spacious nor too cramped, measuring around 5 meters in length and width, furnished with a table, several stools, and a few rudimentary items. Chapter 142. The Li family colluding with demons. Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia took their seats without needing any prompting. Lin Yinxing spoke first. Let's get to the point. How do we proceed with the transaction? He was not one to beat around the bush. His manner was straightforward and uncomplicated. The middle-aged man seated opposite Lin Yinxing regarded him and replied, this piece of information is indeed significant, classified as rare at level 2. To acquire it, one must offer a superior magical artifact or an item of equivalent worth. At Qinji Pavilion, they categorized the rarity of information into levels ranging from unclassified, level 3, level 2, level 1, to special grade. However, within the realm of Yuehua, only the main pavilion located in the capital held level 1 information. As for special grade information, it could only be found in top-tier cities like Tianwen City. Casually, Lin Yinxing retrieved a superior magical artifact from his spatial device and placed it on the table, stating, here, take this artifact. It belongs to your Qinji Pavilion now. This artifact was a superior grade knife of the Earth tier, a trophy from his previous conquests. Yet, he had accumulated so many spoils that he could hardly recall the original owner of the blade. The middle-aged man picked up the knife, infused it with spiritual energy, and upon sensing the formidable essence emanating from it, stored it in his own spatial device, exclaiming, how generous. He had encountered many clients of notable standing in Yuehua, but none had ever so readily offered an Earth-tier superior artifact as Lin Yinxing had. In truth, Lin Yinxing was not indifferent to the value of the Earth-tier superior artifact. It was simply that these items were spoils of battle, acquired with little effort. Given their limited utility to him, he readily exchanged them for something more valuable. To him, trading useless items for useful information constituted their sole worth. Enough with the pleasantries, Lin Yinxing urged. You have the artifact now, let us not dawdle. Speak. An Earth-tier superior artifact was hardly a matter of great significance. One could easily obtain it by defeating a practitioner of the Carefree Realm. In the northern region, practitioners of the Carefree Realm were indeed formidable, yet in his eyes, they were merely individuals who yielded valuable spoils. The middle-aged man smiled. Indeed, there are demons within Yuehua, specifically in Ganlu County, hidden within the Li family in the county seat. He or Qinji Pavilion were unconcerned with the presence of demons in Yuehua or even in the northern region. Their sole focus was the collection and sale of information. Lin Yinxing's gaze sharpened suddenly as he pressed further. What is their number, and what is their strength? He was uncertain of the Li family's capabilities in the county seat, but presumed they could not be overly powerful. His primary concern was the strength of the demons. Among the demons that had descended upon the northern region, some were indeed formidable, such as the dreaded Fuchai, who had caused significant losses to the 4 major factions a year prior and was still thriving. Even now, he held little confidence in defeating Fuchai. He would need to elevate his cultivation to the peak of the Carefree Realm, akin to Hu Jia, to stand a chance. All this information pertaining to the demons of Yuehua is offered to you free of charge. The middle-aged man smiled and remarked that there were 10 malevolent beings concealed within the Li family, 9 of which were elite demons, while 1 was a demon general. The elite demons corresponded to practitioners of the ethereal realm, while the demon general matched those of the Carefree Realm. With 9 elite demons and 1 demon general, their power in Ganlu County was formidable, explaining why few were aware of them. Those who knew were likely silenced. Thank you, Lin Yinxing expressed, rising alongside Hu Jia. preparing to depart. Just then, the middle-aged man unexpectedly spoke. "Are you Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia?" Boom. Both Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia fixed their piercing gazes upon the middle-aged man, the oppressive aura within the room reaching a terrifying intensity. Chairs and tables were shattered, and even the walls, crafted from special materials, seemed to develop fine cracks. The middle-aged man released his own aura in defense, but still felt the immense pressure. Gritting his teeth as he implored, "Please retract your aura, I mean no harm." As his words fell, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia retracted their energy. The middle-aged man's gaze towards them shifted, tinged with a hint of reverence. At this moment, he finally comprehended that a true powerhouse could, with but a wisp of their presence, overwhelm thousands. The source of his belief lay with these two remarkably youthful practitioners, a notion that few would accept, yet it was indeed the truth. Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia said nothing further, turning to leave the Thousand Machines Pavilion. Their next destination was the Li family, who audaciously harbored demons, inciting both surprise and ire within them. At a time when the demon race threatened to slaughter countless human lives in the northern domain, one should not only seek to combat these fiends, but refrain from colluding with them. The actions of the Li family amounted to treachery against their own kind. After casually inquiring, they soon learned the location of the Li family residence, and with a murderous intent, Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia swiftly arrived at the Li estate. The Li residence was grand and imposing, a hallmark of the premier family in Ganlu County, which had once incited envy among many. Observing the impressive estate, Hu Jia nodded, saying, "Such a magnificent place, it will be quite satisfying to demolish it." The Li family has contributed somewhat to this. Even families stronger than the Li rarely constructed such ostentatious mansions. One could not deny the Li family's arrogance. Lin Yinxing remained silent, stepping before the estate's entrance, and with a single palm strike, obliterated the gate along with the guard. Hu Jia, not to be outdone, took a step forward and unleashed his spiritual power, shattering the walls flanking the estate's entrance. The passers-by on the street were taken aback by this sudden spectacle, staring in disbelief at Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia, momentarily at a loss regarding their actions. This is the residence of the Li family, the foremost clan in Ganlu County. Even the county prince must show some deference to the Li family, which underscores their formidable power. Hu Jia surveyed the mansion and called out, "Is anyone from the Li family present? If so, come forth and face your punishment." He infused his voice with spiritual energy, ensuring it reverberated far and wide, clear enough for anyone within several kilometers to hear. Bystanders were astonished at Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia's audacity, questioning their sanity for provoking the Li family. Was this not a death wish? Which audacious rogue dares to act so brazenly in the Li household? A furious voice erupted from within the estate, followed by a surge of over 100 Li family members pouring through the shattered gates, their gazes fixed upon Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia. Leading the charge was a formidable man, broad-shouldered and fierce, who approached Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia with a chilling grin, declaring, "So it is you who have come to seek your demise at the Li family's doorstep?" Chapter 143. The Destruction of the Li Family. The Li family, having conspired with the demonic clan, deserves annihilation. Lin Yinxing spoke softly, unleashing a powerful punch. Dark spiritual energy erupted like a shockwave, obliterating all members of the Li family who dared to emerge. Following this, he soared into the sky alongside Hu Jia, both directing their palms downward toward the Li estate. Two colossal imprints of spiritual energy descended from above. One, a shadowy hand crafted from black energy, reminiscent of a claw from the depths of the underworld. The other, a radiant hand formed from pure white energy, akin to the divine grasp of the highest celestial being. Boom. The two hands enveloped the entire Li estate, the brilliance of the black and white energies intertwining. When the light faded, the once magnificent Li estate lay in ruins. Eliminated 9 elite demons, earning 900 sign-in points. The system's voice made it abundantly clear to Lin Yinxing that among the 10 demons, one remained alive, the strongest general-level demon. A being corresponding to a practitioner of the transcendental realm, certainly not easily vanquished. However, he did not dwell on this, retrieving the demon subjugation order. A quick scan of his consciousness revealed that his demon subjugation points had risen from 0 to 45. If all went as expected, Hu Jia would also acquire 45 points, for their combined attacks had simultaneously obliterated these demons, thus warranting a shared reward. As for the sign-in points, Lin Yinsheng received them all, as Hu Jia lacked a system and would not partake in his gains. Who are you? Amidst the dazed gazes of countless onlookers in the city, an elder emerged from the ruins, ascending into the air, exuding an eerie black aura and overwhelming spiritual power. From the intensity of his presence, it was evident that this individual had transcended the mid-tier of the transcendental realm, achieving late-stage mastery. This man was the head of the Li family, previously rumored to possess mid-tier skills in the transcendental realm. Lin Yinsheng did not respond to the head of the Li family, but rather looked down upon him with an air of superiority, inquiring, "Are you the head of the Li family?" The head of the Li family was stronger than he had anticipated. It was quite rare for a patriarch of a regional family to reach late-stage mastery in the transcendental realm. Initially, he had believed that only the general-level demon within the Li estate would survive, but now he realized there were others still breathing. The head of the Li family recognized that the two before him were beyond his capabilities to confront. After a moment of contemplation, he declared with a stern voice, "I am the head of the Li family. Regardless of who you are, I will not let this matter rest. You have indiscriminately destroyed my family, and I shall report this to the county lord. If that proves ineffective, I will escalate the matter to the imperial court. In any case, you heartless fiends shall not meet a good end." As the head of the Li family, it would be remiss not to express some semblance of defiance in the face of annihilation. Yet, he was acutely aware that his threats of reporting to the county lord or even the imperial court were mere farce. Even the royal family would not risk offending two formidable practitioners over a family on the brink of total destruction. Nevertheless, this display was necessary for his own image, to ensure that others did not perceive him as unhinged. Lin Yinsheng wore a disdainful smile on his face and provocatively exclaimed, "If you have the courage, go ahead and report us." The Li family, in collusion with sinister forces, would only face the wrath of the royal family of Yuehua Kingdom if their actions were discovered. The head of the Li family, visibly enraged, bellowed, "Do you think I fear you? You are devoid of humanity. The Li family has no enmity with you. Yet you suddenly strike at us, nearly annihilating our clan. I trust that the Duke and the royal officials will not allow your nefarious deeds to persist." The streets nearby were crowded with tens of thousands of onlookers, their expressions a tapestry of emotions as they beheld the ruins of the Li residence and the three figures in the sky. Many felt a sense of vindication. The Li family had long been tyrannical in the county, their oppression of the weak a well-known grievance. Countless individuals harbored resentment towards the Li family, but had been too powerless to voice their discontent openly. Witnessing the downfall of the Li residence brought them immense satisfaction, as if a long-held grudge had finally been avenged. Others felt a mix of joy and concern. Among them were influential figures from Ganlu County who, although pleased to see the strongest family in the region, the Li family, nearly extinguished, were simultaneously apprehensive about Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia. If these two could decisively eradicate the Li family today, who could say they wouldn't target their own factions in the future? This thought filled them with unease. A larger number simply reveled in the misfortune of others, a trait intrinsic to humanity. Observing the downfall of those they deemed superior brought them a perverse sense of enjoyment, a warped pleasure in the suffering of others. On the streets of Ganlu County, Mo Yihan and her companions were drawn to the commotion surrounding the Li family. Upon recognizing that the two figures in the air were Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia, astonishment washed over them. Asan swallowed hard and stammered, "Miss, it's them." He had never anticipated that the two he suspected of slaying Mo Yihan's subordinates possessed such formidable strength. Their ability to traverse the skies indicated at least a level of mastery in the carefree realm, and the fact that they could each unleash a palm strike capable of obliterating the entire Li residence, leaving only the head of the Li family alive, suggested they were no ordinary practitioners, but rather formidable forces among their peers. Mo Yihan turned to Asan, her tone icy as she asked, "Do you still believe they killed my subordinates?" She felt a sense of relief for having restrained Asan earlier, preventing him from provoking those two further. Otherwise, it could have led to an unwarranted catastrophe. Asan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and murmured, with such strength, "If they truly intended harm towards you or the Mo family, they would have acted against us upon encountering us. Thus, they cannot be the culprits." He realized he had nearly put Mo Yihan and the others in peril. Yet, he could hardly fathom how two such young individuals could possess such astonishing prowess. After listening to the incessant drivel of the Li family's patriarch, Lin Yin coldly inquired, "Have you finished? If so, I must attend to more pressing matters." While the patriarch rambled on, he was, in fact, using his spiritual awareness to probe the ruins, searching for the malevolent general. Just moments ago, he detected the presence of this sinister figure, concealed several meters underground, likely hiding within a secret chamber beneath the Li residence. This revelation indicates a clear collusion between the Li family and the malevolent forces. Otherwise, how could the fiend possibly sequester itself in such a clandestine location? The Li family must be eradicated. Chapter 144. The feeble evil general, the head of the Li family, took a step back, fear evident in his voice as he queried, "What do you mean? Do you intend to continue your rampage? Countless eyes are upon us. Should you lay a hand on me, the consequences would be irreversible." His verbose utterance aimed to divert the attention of Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia, in hopes of concealing the lurking evil general beneath. Ideally, if he could intimidate these two, it would be a fortuitous outcome. Yet, in light of the present circumstances, his attempts at intimidation fell flat, and he began to retreat in trepidation. "Rest assured, upon your demise, many shall rejoice," Lin Yanxing replied with indifference, his right hand extending as spiritual energy coalesced into a massive arm that seized the Li family patriarch. The esteemed head of the Li clan, a practitioner at the late stage of the tranquil realm, was rendered as defenseless as an infant in his grasp. With a resounding thud, the patriarch unleashed a torrent of frenzied spiritual energy, attempting to break free from the grip of the spiritual hand. However, in the next moment, the hand tightened, transforming him into a mere mush. The spiritual arm dissipated, and a mass of flesh plummeted from the air, landing upon the ruins of the Li estate, instilling a profound chill in the hearts of many onlookers. Everyone comprehended the grim reality. The foremost clan of Ganlu County, the Li family, had been utterly annihilated. And the architects of this devastation were merely two youthful figures, seemingly no more than 20 years old. Curiosity surged among the crowd regarding the identities of these two individuals. When did the Moonlight Kingdom produce such formidable young talents? Or perhaps, they were not of the Moonlight Kingdom at all, but rather prodigies hailing from the Demon-Slaying Alliance? The Demon-Slaying Alliance was undoubtedly the most powerful force in the Northern Domain, established upon the foundation of 13 elite factions, rallying the strengths of the region. Hence, the strongest prodigies predominantly emerged from this alliance. Lin Yanxing surveyed the ruins below, unleashing a highly concentrated surge of spiritual energy that blasted a large hole, revealing a towering evil general, adorned with spikes and an armor-like carapace. "Evil general, do not disappoint me," he proclaimed. He recalled vividly that during the clash between Fu Cha and the half-lord level evil entity, Chi Su, the latter was merely a general. Ultimately, Chi Su vanished without a trace, while Fu Cha ascended to become a new half-lord level evil being. The evil general beneath the surface gazed upwards at Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia through the opening, a fierce murderous intent flickering in his eyes. It was these two humans who had thwarted his plans, vanquished his subordinates, and left him with no avenue of escape. Now, the only option was to eliminate these two and then retreat to the evil domain or infiltrate other regions. With a thunderous roar, a surge of malevolent energy erupted from the opening, enveloping the evil general in a tempest of dark power. His massive wings unfurled, propelling him forward with unprecedented speed. And he appeared before Lin Yanxing in an instant, his enormous fist, shrouded in evil energy, aimed for a full-force strike. However, the colossal fist of the evil general did not connect with Lin Yanxing, for he was quicker to respond, delivering a swift kick that struck the evil general with precision. The sinister general felt as though he had been struck by a celestial meteorite. His internal organs began to shatter, and his towering figure was hurled backwards, crashing into the ruins with a velocity surpassing that of his ascent. A massive pit, several dozen meters wide, appeared amidst the debris, with the malevolent general lying within it. Attempting to rise, yet finding himself utterly incapacitated, unable to even twitch. His entire skeletal structure and viscera had been pulverized. And were it not for the formidable constitution of the demon race and the malevolent energy sustaining his life, he would have succumbed to death. How feeble this is. It pales in comparison to the prowess he exhibited a year ago. Lin Yanxing felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. This demon general appeared formidable, embodying the visage of a dark deity, yet in combat, he was rather frail. The explosive force of his previous kick was enough to obliterate mountains, showing no mercy, as he was wary of underestimating the demon general's strength. Amidst the chaos of the crowd, Mo Ihan and his companions stood as a beacon of clarity. Ada, with a grave expression, remarked, "That fellow who soared into the sky only to be struck back to the ground seems to be a demon." The Moonlight Kingdom harbors demons, which is far from good news, as evidenced by the terror etched on the faces of those who witnessed this scene. The people of the Moonlight Kingdom harbored a profound fear of demons, a sentiment born from the countless atrocities committed by them over the past year. Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia stood at the edge of the pit, their gazes impassive as they regarded the demon general within. Lin Yansheng spoke. "How many of your kind have infiltrated the Moonlight Kingdom and the Tianwen district?" While he could afford to disregard matters in other regions, the affairs in the Tianwen district were of paramount importance. The infiltration of demons into the Tianwen district would inevitably lead to an assault on Tianwen City, the foremost city of the district. Moreover, Ning Wuqia and Xing Linglong resided in Tianwen City. Both were individuals of great significance to him. One, a mentor akin to a father, and the other, a junior sister akin to a sibling. Neither could afford to be harmed. "Do you wish to know?" The demon general moved his lips, blood spilling forth. Yet he bore the pain and retorted, "Alas, I shall not divulge, for I am a valiant demon warrior, unafraid of death." The demon district and the Tianwen district shared a border, and it was not merely he and his subordinates who had infiltrated. The demon race was clandestinely orchestrating a grand scheme. Once this plan was realized, the demons would swiftly engulf the northern domain, performing a blood sacrifice of countless human lives to activate the ancient altar array and summon the slumbering demon king. Rest assured, whether you speak or remain silent, it leads to a dead end, Lin Yansheng declared, his form appearing spectrally beside the demon general. He lifted his right foot, preparing to crush the demon general's skull. The demon general's eyes widened, a flicker of fear toward death igniting within them, yet a smile lingered on his face, a brave warrior's countenance in the face of demise. Thud! Lin Yansheng glanced at his right foot enveloped in spiritual energy, ensuring it was free of any unsightly filth before turning and stepping forth, materializing beside Hu Jia outside the vast pit. With that decisive step, he garnered 100 points of demon-slaying value and 1,000 sign-in points. Since he was the sole individual to deliver the final blow to the demon general, the demon-slaying value was thus beyond Hu Jia's reach. Hu Jia muttered, "TCH, stealing kills. If I had intervened, we could have dispatched him more swiftly." A demon general yields 100 points of demon-slaying value, whereas the combined total of 9 elite demons only amounts to 90 points. Lin Yansheng single-handedly vanquished the demon general, resulting in him retaining merely the previous 45 points of demon-slaying value. With a beaming smile, Lin Yansheng remarked, "He initiated the attack on me. I certainly can't allow myself to be struck without retaliation." Aware that Hu Jia was not one to be overly concerned with demon-slaying value, he felt no need to be courteous in their demon-slaying endeavors. After all, while Hu Jia could only accrue demon value, he had the added advantage of earning sign-in points. Chapter 145. The Thoughts of Mo Ihan. Then Lin Yansheng ascended into the air, gazing down upon the throng of people. With a surge of spiritual power, he proclaimed, "The Li family has conspired with the demonic clan and has been annihilated. I hope you learn from this and refrain from betraying the human race." With that, he and Hu Jia soared into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. Mo Ihan observed the ruins of the Li residence and murmured to herself, "The Li family actually colluded with the demonic clan. Their destruction is well-deserved. However, these two should not be from the Moonlight Kingdom. Could they be dispatched by the Demon Extermination Alliance to investigate these matters?" As a direct descendant of the Li family, she was indeed a remarkable talent. Yet her realm was merely at the ethereal stage, leaving her significantly outmatched by Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia. Thus, she surmised that Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia must be the most exceptional figures within the Demon Extermination Alliance. For how else could they possess such formidable strength at such a young age? Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia did not fly too far. After departing from the ruins of the Li residence, they made a brief visit to the Tianji Pavilion. This time, they sought information regarding the demonic entities, expanding their inquiry from the Moonlight Kingdom to the entire Tianwen district. Unfortunately, the branch of Tianji Pavilion in Ganlu County was unaware of news of this caliber. Information regarding the whereabouts of demons on such a grand scale was classified as rare, and only the main branch in the capital of the Moonlight Kingdom could provide such vital intelligence. Upon leaving Tianji Pavilion, Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia prepared to head towards the capital of the Moonlight Kingdom. The demonic entities infiltrating the Tianwen district must be eradicated, otherwise, they could not rest easy venturing into the demonic realm. For instance, if they were to wreak havoc in the demonic realm, only to later receive news that Tianwen City had been overrun by demons, leaving no survivors, they would be utterly furious. However, before they could depart, 7 individuals approached them. Among them was a woman with a smile, who addressed them, "Esteemed gentlemen, I apologize for any previous offenses. I hope you will not hold it against me." The woman was none other than Mo Han, accompanied by her 6 loyal subordinates. Mo Han had not anticipated encountering Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia upon her arrival. Witnessing their prowess altered her perception of them entirely. Previously, she had merely sought to avoid wrongfully accusing anyone, which was why she had intervened with San. Now, however, she approached them with a desire for camaraderie, thus lowering her demeanor. Lin Yansheng remained silent, casting a composed smile towards San, who, upon meeting Lin Yansheng's gaze, immediately bowed and said, "My apologies, esteemed sir. I was blind to your greatness. If you harbor any resentment, please direct it towards me and spare my lady from your wrath. I shall accept any punishment." He understood well that such exceptionally gifted individuals, possessing overwhelming strength at a tender age, were often proud and haughty. Their earlier restraint might have been due to their urgency in addressing the Li family matter. Now that the affair was concluded, he feared they might seek retribution. Yet, he was willing to face the consequences, having offended such powerful practitioners. It was entirely reasonable for him to meet a grim fate. In the realm of cultivation, strength was paramount, and he had willingly provoked those who were far superior, making his potential demise a mere inevitability. A air, a si, a wu, and a lu all wore expressions of concern. Having trained, lived, and protected Mo Han together with San, they had become inseparable brothers, sharing everything without reservation. The thought of San facing peril filled them with anguish. Yet they felt utterly powerless, too afraid even to plead on his behalf. They feared that any such plea could further provoke Hu Jia and Lin Yansheng, thus endangering Mo Han. Observing Lin Yansheng's silent contemplation of San, Mo Han noticed a hint of compassion flickering across his beautiful, cold visage. She parted her lips, intending to speak up for San, but ultimately silenced herself. If she were to advocate for him, the outcome might be counterproductive, leading to trouble not only for herself, but also for the Mo family. Lin Yansheng offered a faint smile and remarked, "You are a loyal subordinate. If only you could extend such loyalty to the human race, it would be even better. The Li family of Ganlu County serves as a cautionary tale. Do not emulate them, or I shall not hesitate to eliminate you." He seemed unfazed by the earlier events near the corpses, recognizing that Mo Han's subordinate had not acted overly recklessly. Otherwise, he would have intervened sooner rather than waiting to settle scores later. Mo Han felt a wave of relief wash over her, and her smile brightened as she affirmed, "Indeed, we harbor no rebellious thoughts against the human race." It appeared that Lin Yansheng had chosen not to hold a San situation against them, which was encouraging news and a promising sign, indicating that she still had a chance to forge a connection with these 2 extraordinary talents. Lin Yansheng continued, "Then there is no cause for concern. You need not appear so tense and anxious. We are not fiends. We will not slaughter the innocent without reason." He had observed their previous demeanor, noting their palpable anxiety, especially San, who likely felt a chill of fear. Mo Han's aquamarine eyes sparkled as she inquired, "Gentlemen, where are you headed next?" This question served a dual purpose: to cultivate a friendship with Hu Jia and Lin Yansheng by engaging them in conversation, and out of genuine curiosity regarding their forthcoming journey. Lin Yansheng met her gaze and replied, "We are bound for the Tianji Pavilion in the capital of Yuehua Kingdom. We need to ascertain whether any malevolent entities remain concealed in the Tianwen district. If you possess any information, feel free to share." This matter was hardly confidential. In light of the Li family's incident, many would surely feel apprehensive and eager to uncover whether any dark forces lingered in the Tianwen district. Yet, those willing to investigate would be few, as most cultivators lacked the courage to confront the malevolent races directly. Those brave enough had either joined the Demon Slayer Alliance to hunt the fiends or had ventured far from home to pursue their own quests against evil. Meeting Lin Yanxing's gaze with unwavering resolve, Mo Yihan stated, "I cannot confirm whether any malevolent beings remain hidden in the Tianwen district. But if you are heading to the capital, we would be honored to accompany you." She was a confident individual. Despite not matching Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia in strength or even beauty, she remained undaunted. When she harbors thoughts, she acts upon them. Otherwise, she would not have traversed such a distance from the capital to arrive at Ganlu County. Lin Yanxing raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you from the capital of Yuehua Kingdom?" The capital of Yuehua Kingdom, known as Yuehua City, is a bustling and renowned metropolis, ranking among the top 10 in the entire Tianwen region. Established over a millennium ago, many families in Yuehua City have lineage that spans thousands of years, their heritage rivaling even that of the royal family. This indicates that Yuehua City is an ancient metropolis, teeming with a diverse array of formidable individuals. Mo Yihan nodded and replied with a smile, "I hail from the Mo family in the capital. My father is the current head of the Mo family." She favored smiling at others, as it exuded confidence and made her more likable. Chapter 146. Treasures of the Sinluo Realm. Lin Yanxing was not particularly surprised by Mo Yihan's identity. The fact that the guards of the Qianji Pavilion did not obstruct her group from ascending the stairs indicated that her status in the Moonlight Kingdom was undoubtedly remarkable. With a smile gracing his lips, he inquired, "Oh, it appears you are indeed a lady of high standing. What is your father's cultivation level?" From Mo Yihan's father's prowess, one could surmise the general strength of Moonlight City. Uncertain of Lin Yanxing's motives for the question, Mo Yihan nonetheless replied candidly, "My father has attained the pinnacle of the Tongyu realm." Regarding her father's cultivation, it was no secret in Moonlight City. The levels of various influential leaders were well known throughout the realm. Lin Yanxing regarded Mo Yihan thoughtfully and remarked, "It seems the cultivation standards of Moonlight City are quite commendable. Your father must not be the foremost powerhouse of your family." He believed that in such an ancient city with prestigious families, a visible family head might be among the strongest, but certainly not the strongest overall. Otherwise, a family's true strength would not remain a closely guarded secret, and such legacies could not endure for long. Mo Yihan fell silent. This matter pertained to her family's secrets and was not something to be casually divulged to outsiders. Nevertheless, Lin Yanxing was correct. Her father's strength was indeed not the highest in their lineage, ranking only third. Above him were the reclusive Elder Master who was in seclusion and the inconspicuous Grand Elder whose cultivation had reached the Quasi-Sinluo realm, rivaling that of the Moonlight Kingdom's ruler. However, these were hidden forces. Publicly, her father was recognized as the family's strongest member. This was a common practice among ancient families that had endured for millennia. Otherwise, the ruler of the Moonlight Kingdom could not be claimed as the strongest. Beside them, Hu Jia, unable to tolerate Lin Yanxing's idle chat with Mo Yihan, urged, "Enough of this. Are we not going to Moonlight City? What's so entertaining about conversing with a young girl? The thrill lies in hunting demons." This was his perspective. Mo Yihan offered an apologetic smile to Hu Jia, but remained silent. She had already extended an invitation to travel together, and whether Lin Yanxing would accept was beyond her control. If they could journey together, it would be splendid. If not, it mattered little. She merely felt that Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia were extraordinary talents worth befriending. Yet, if such camaraderie was unattainable, it was of no consequence. She stood to lose nothing. Lin Yanxing then said, "Let us proceed. Miss Mo, I would appreciate your guidance." He resolved to accompany Mo Yihan and her companions to the capital, as he intended to prepare for the cultivation of the 5th layer of the pagoda seal, practicing while en route. If he and Hu Jia traveled alone, they would have to fly at full speed to Moonlight City, leaving no time for cultivation. Having broken through to the Xiaoyao realm, Lin Yanxing had already cultivated the 3rd layer of the pagoda seal. Subsequently, he developed the 4th layer within the beast forest, and several months had passed since then. He felt confident in attempting to cultivate the 5th layer, believing he had a considerable chance of success. Upon arriving at Moonlight City, a week had already elapsed. This journey was made more bearable by the relatively comfortable carriage. Otherwise, the duration would have been considerably longer. Moonlight Kingdom is vast, and Ganlu County is situated far from the capital, Moonlight City. Only someone like Mo Yihan would venture such distances for certain aspirations. especially to a place with a cultivation level far beneath that of Moonlight City. Stepping out of the carriage, Hu Jia gazed upon the ancient streets and the time-worn architecture, exclaiming, "Moonlight City indeed has an air of antiquity." Shortly thereafter, he spotted a vendor selling candied hawthorn and, without hesitation, purchased 2 skewers, both for himself, as his previous gesture of buying one for Lin Yansheng had gone unappreciated. Mo Yihan and A.E., along with the others, were taken aback by Hu Jia's actions. They had previously assumed Hu Jia to be a proud prodigy, aloof and disdainful of the people of Moonlight Kingdom. Yet here was this remarkable talent, behaving like an ordinary child, his eyes gleaming with delight as he hurried to buy the candied hawthorn and began to eat it. What an unexpected turn of events. Lin Yansheng cast a glance at Hu Jia before withdrawing his gaze, having grown accustomed to such peculiarities. He turned to Mo Yihan and inquired, "Where is the Qianji Pavilion in Moonlight City?" The Qianji Pavilion houses a wealth of information, particularly regarding the traces of evil entities in the Tianwen district, which was precisely why he had come to Moonlight City. Mo Yihan paused momentarily, then broke into his signature smile. "I shall take you there." In Moonlight City, the Qianji Pavilion, being the main pavilion of the kingdom, was far more grandiose than the one in Ganlu County. Mo Yihan led Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia directly to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor contained only 3 rooms. They casually chose one, and Lin Yansheng along with Hu Jia entered. Mo Yihan and the others remained outside, awaiting their return. The matter of the evil entities in the Tianwen district was not trivial. Knowledge of such information could prove perilous, even for the Mo family. Should the evil entities discover that the Mo family was aware of their machinations in the Tianwen district, it could spell doom for them. Inside the room, Lin Yansheng regarded a benevolent-looking, plump elder and asked, "I seek detailed information regarding the evil entities within the Tianwen district, preferably concerning their numbers and whereabouts. If they could ascertain the precise locations and strengths, much like the evil entities concealed within the Li family, he and Hu Jia could swiftly embark on their mission to eliminate them, ensuring high efficiency." The elder smiled warmly and replied, "This is classified as a rare piece of information and requires a precious item in exchange, such as a treasure of the Sinluo realm. The Qianji Pavilion has its regulations. Different pieces of information command different prices, and whether the information benefits humanity is beyond their concern." Treasures of the Sinluo realm. Lin Yansheng furrowed his brow. He possessed numerous treasures of higher realms, yet none from the Sinluo realm, not even the Lingbo sword, which was merely a superior-grade earthly artifact, corresponding to the Xiaoyao realm level. In the northern domain, practitioners of the forest realm are exceedingly rare, and treasures of such caliber are correspondingly scarce. It is inconceivable for ordinary cultivators to possess them. Even the foremost factions would feel a pang of regret in parting with such items. Just as Lin Yan found himself in a quandary, Hu Jia retrieved a sword from her spatial artifact and placed it upon the table, stating, "This sword is a low-grade celestial artifact. It should be considered a treasure of the forest realm, wouldn't you agree?" Upon its emergence, the sword emanated a sharp sword intent and a faint aura of power, revealing itself to be the proud sky sword. Originally, this sword was a gift from Su Zetian to Su Yu, but after Su Yu's demise at the hands of Fei Yuling, it fell into Su Cheng's possession. Following Hu Jia's slaying of Su Cheng, she decided to keep the sword, as such a high-level artifact could not possibly be entrusted to Su Zetian, given that they had already become mortal enemies by eliminating Su Cheng. Chapter 147. 5 Locations of Evil Spirits upon catching sight of the Outyin sword. The plump elder's eyes widened with astonishment. He grasped the sword, examining it closely, and his smile grew ever more radiant. A low-grade heavenly artifact. Indeed a treasure of the realm of Sinluo. Are you certain you wish to exchange this sword for information regarding the locations of the evil spirits within the Tianwen district? A low-grade heavenly artifact. Even a formidable being of the Sinluo realm would covet it. Its worth cannot be measured merely in spirit stones, and most would not part with such a treasure for a single piece of information. Without hesitation, Hu Jia declared, "I am willing to exchange it. Speak quickly, for time is of the essence." For ordinary cultivators, a low-grade heavenly artifact would be a remarkable treasure, yet in his hands, it held no utility. His hands and body had transcended the use of artifacts, rendering them a hindrance rather than a help. The plump elder stowed the Outyin sword into a spatial artifact, then cheerfully remarked, Within the Tianwen district, there are 6 locations harboring evil spirits. The evil spirits of Yuehua Kingdom have already been vanquished by 2 young friends, leaving 5 remaining: Jiuyan Sect, Wanjian Mountain Villa, Daxa Gate, the royal city of the Tianling dynasty, and Tianwen City. As the last few words fell from the elder's lips, Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia's expressions subtly shifted. Tianwen City is the foremost city in the Tianwen district and lies within the jurisdiction of the formidable Tianwen sect. Moreover, the demon-slaying alliance has established a branch within Tianwen City. Theoretically, Tianwen City should be the safest place. It was unexpected to discover that even this bastion of safety harbors evil spirits. Lin Yansheng could not restrain himself from inquiring, what is the precise number and strength of these evil spirits? The presence of evil spirits in both the Tianwen district and Tianwen City was no trivial matter. The demon clan's ambitions must be considerable. He felt compelled to thwart the demon clan's schemes within the Tianwen district. Otherwise, both Ning Wuk and Xing Linglong could be in peril. The plump elder responded, Jiuyan Sect is a first-rate power within the Tianwen district. According to our intelligence at the Tianji Pavilion, Jiuyan Sect has fully colluded with the evil spirits, and there are 3 concealed within, all of whom are demon generals. Wanjian Mountain Villa is a sacred place for sword cultivators, boasting formidable strength. Currently, it is under the control of 5 demon generals and 1 semi-master level demon. Though this remains unknown to the outside world, Daxu Gate is merely a second-rate power that has formed a certain cooperation with the evil spirits, leading to a remarkable surge in strength. It will not be long before it ascends to a first-rate power. And the demon involved in this cooperation is a demon general accompanied by 20 elite demons. The Tianling dynasty is an ambitious realm, with its royal city rife with familial rivalries. Among them is the Nangong family, a clan that has chosen to sever ties with the outside world and has become intertwined with the evil spirits. Within the Nangong family, there exists a singular demon, a demon general known as Fangya, who is the offspring of the semi-master level demon Lumi. The news from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion is astonishingly astute. They are privy to even the most clandestine of information. However, the Demon Extermination Alliance once extended an invitation to the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion to join their ranks, which was met with rejection, leading to a mutual enmity and a near-total cessation of communication. Upon hearing the words of the portly elder, Lin Yansheng felt a weight upon his heart. The demon clan must be enacting some scheme, and it appeared to be progressing rather well, even enlisting the cooperation of first-rate powers. Furthermore, a semi-lord level demon has infiltrated the Tianwen district, and the Demon Extermination Alliance remains oblivious. It is crucial to note that there are only 13 semi-lord level demons in the northern domain. With a slight sigh, Lin Yansheng's gaze sharpened as he inquired, what is the situation regarding the demons in Tianwen City? Regardless of the circumstances, Tianwen City is the most significant city within the Tianwen district, and both personally and professionally. He yearned to ascertain the state of the demons there. The smile faded from the elder's face, replaced by a solemn expression as he replied. The exact number of demons in Tianwen City remains unclear, but it is estimated to have exceeded 100, with a leader known as Guisha, a general-level demon. This Guisha is quite young, comparable to our younger generation among the human race, yet possesses formidable strength, having reached the pinnacle of general-level cultivation. Logically, he should be on the verge of breaking through to the semi-lord level. For reasons unknown, he has opted not to advance, but instead to infiltrate Tianwen City. Clearly, the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion possesses extensive knowledge, indicating that Guisha is not an ordinary demon. Observing the elder's grave demeanor, Lin Yansheng understood that Guisha should be akin to, or even stronger than Fu Cha, a demon of considerable prowess, likely remaining just shy of the semi-lord level, yet formidable nonetheless. After some contemplation, he remarked, if Guisha is indeed so powerful, the Demon Extermination Alliance should be aware of his existence and would naturally take a keen interest in him. Such extraordinary demons are akin to superlative prodigies among our race, warranting special attention. The Demon Extermination Alliance should be vigilant towards any genius demons capable of breaking through to the semi-lord level. Otherwise, they would be caught unawares by a sudden formidable foe, leading to catastrophic losses in the event of conflict. The elder scoffed. Guisha has only been in the northern domain of the celestial realm for a month and has not engaged in battle with anyone from the Demon Extermination Alliance. Thus, they are merely aware of his existence, but know nothing of his appearance or whereabouts. He displayed disdain for the Demon Extermination Alliance, particularly in light of their failed invitation to the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion and the subsequent conflicts that arose, which was hardly befitting of a premier alliance. Lin Yansheng furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "Is it truly the case that the Demon Extermination Alliance remains uninformed about the situation in Tianwen City? If only 1 or 2 demons had infiltrated, it might be excusable for them to be unaware. However, with over 100 demons having entered Tianwen City, it would be rather inept for the Alliance to remain completely in the dark. Who can say about the affairs of the Demon Extermination Alliance?" The elder wore a peculiar smile and remarked, "Perhaps the Demon Extermination Alliance itself harbors issues." His words sent a chill down the spine. The Demon Extermination Alliance is the foremost coalition in the northern region, dedicated to combating the malevolent demon clan. If even the Alliance encounters difficulties, it would spell the utter demise of the northern region. Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia emerged from the room of the plump elder, their expressions considerably more relaxed. This visit had not been in vain. They had gleaned a rough understanding of the demon clan's layout in the Tianwen district, and the next step was to commence their eradication. Although the situation in Tianwen City remained somewhat ambiguous, its formidable strength, bolstered by the presence of the Demon Extermination Alliance's branch and the Tianwen sect, suggested that the malevolent demons would likely struggle to create significant turmoil in the near term. Mo Yihan had been waiting outside, and upon seeing Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia emerge, a smile instantly graced her cool countenance. She stepped forward and inquired gently, "Esteemed gentlemen, have you obtained information that meets your satisfaction?" Chapter 148. The resoluteness of Mo Yihan. Lin Yansheng gazed at Mo Yihan and remarked, "It's not too bad." It was not in vain. He obtained substantial information about the malevolent clan infiltrating the Tianwen district, which was, in fact, quite a boon, considering that he and Hu Jia were not particularly in need of the Outyin sword. Hu Jia's need arose from the nature of his cultivation techniques. While Lin already possessed the Tianji umbrella, the Dinghai pearl, and regarded the heavenly grade artifacts as somewhat superfluous, the mere thought of the Tianji umbrella led him to ponder whether there was a connection between the Tianji pavilion and the umbrella itself. Regardless of any potential link, the Tianji umbrella was not something to be relinquished to the Tianji pavilion. "Congratulations," Mo Yihan said, then added, "Gentlemen, if you are willing, you may visit the Mo residence, where you shall be treated as esteemed guests." She was not idly waiting for nothing. She had awaited this moment to invite Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia to her home. Should they accept, it would signify a deepening of their relationship, allowing her to count them as friends, thus achieving her goal of befriending both Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia. Cultivating alliances with geniuses and formidable individuals is a duty of a direct descendant of a prominent family, with the exception of those arrogant scions who abuse their privilege. Hu Jia regarded Mo Yihan and inquired, "Is there food available?" The malevolent beings were in no hurry to kill. After all, the delay would not be significant, and their plans could not be executed hastily. Mo Yihan recalled the scene of Hu Jia purchasing candied hawthorn and smiled. "Of course, if the 2 gentlemen choose to come, we will serve the finest delicacies and can even arrange for candied hawthorn to be brought." It was unexpected that a peerless prodigy like Hu Jia would share a fondness for simple pleasures such as food, yet it presented an excellent opportunity for connection. Hu Jia felt a surge of delight, but maintained an indifferent facade as he replied, "Then let us go, though we shan't stay long. There are other matters to attend to." Lin Yansheng shook his head with a gentle smile, not declining the invitation. A moment of relaxation before confronting the malevolent forces was indeed acceptable. However, the ensuing conflict would not merely involve exterminating the malevolent beings, but rather engaging with the factions harboring them. The Mo residence was expansive, and Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia followed Mo Yihan, arriving at the Mo home. Numerous members of the Mo family cast curious glances at Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, yet none spoke, as they were guests brought by Mo Yihan. Eventually, upon reaching the main hall of the Mo residence and having the finest delicacies presented, a few young individuals entered. The newcomers were direct descendants of the Mo family, and the foremost youth, holding a folding fan, sneered, "Mo Yihan, it is permissible for you to bring these 2 to the Mo residence, but to bring them into the main hall and have the finest dishes served is somewhat against decorum. He is Mo Yihan's cousin, named Mo Feiwen." Initially, He maintained a decent relationship with Mo Ihan. However, after their grandfather, the head of the Mo family, passed the position of family leader to Mo Ihan's father, the relationship between Mo Ihan's father and Mo Feiwen's father deteriorated significantly. Their rapport has since soured, becoming increasingly adversarial. Both Mo Feiwen and his father firmly believe that the position of family leader should be inherited by the eldest son, rather than the younger son, Mo Ihan's father. A faint glimmer of murderous intent surfaced in Mo Ihan's azure eyes as she coldly addressed Mo Feiwen. How is this not in accordance with the rules? When esteemed guests arrive, should they not be received in the main hall? Shouldn't exquisite delicacies be offered? Although Mo Feiwen had been subtly opposing her, she had refrained from confronting him out of respect for their familial ties. However, this time, her resolve had hardened. She had witnessed the formidable strength of Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, who could effortlessly annihilate the Li family of Ganlu County, and their youth suggested they might become powerful figures in the future. She was currently deepening her relationship with Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, and Mo Feiwen's interference could potentially upset them and disrupt her networking plans. Mo Feiwen retorted with derision. What you say hinges upon a premise. Those two do not appear to be esteemed guests. They could very well just be the pretty boys you found outside. It would be a courtesy to host them in the annex. The Mo family's reception hall is divided into the main hall and the annex. Most visitors are received in the annex, while only esteemed guests are welcomed in the main hall. If the daughter of the family leader were to entertain two pretty boys in the main hall, it would surely tarnish the Mo family's reputation. Do not speak so. After all, she is the daughter of the family leader, and those pretty boys are indeed esteemed guests. Chimed in two young members of the Mo family behind Mo Feiwen, their tone laced with sarcasm, which was uncomfortable to hear. Given their standing, they should not dare to speak to Mo Ihan in such a manner, yet emboldened by their allegiance to Mo Feiwen, they acted with impunity. After all, the family leader had no sons, only a daughter, and the position of family leader is traditionally passed down to males. Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia paused their meal, their gazes fixed on Mo Ihan, eager to see how she would respond. Historically, it is unheard of for guests to be insulted upon their arrival. Should Mo Ihan fail to address this matter appropriately today, they would not hesitate to take matters into their own hands, especially since there were far more human adversaries to eliminate when dealing with the demons. Feeling the intensity of Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia's gazes, Mo Ihan's heart tightened. Her glare at Mo Feiwen grew colder as she silently mused. Mo Feiwen, you have brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me for disregarding our blood ties. In the next moment, she coldly commanded, i.e., air, Asen, eliminate them. She understood the dire consequences of insulting a powerful young individual. Only death could atone for such an affront. Yes, air, and Asan harbored no doubts regarding Mo Ihan's command. They promptly approached Mo Feiwen and his companions, simultaneously exuding the formidable aura of late-stage Tongyu realm cultivation. It was inconceivable for them to refuse any order from Mo Ihan, whether it entailed eliminating Mo Feiwen and his companions or even targeting Mo Feiwen's father, despite their evident inadequacy in facing such opponents. Upon sensing that Mo Ihan was not jesting, Mo Feiwen's expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed, Mo Ihan, have you lost your mind? You would resort to murder over two outsiders? We are family, and I am your cousin. The audacity of Mo Ihan's actions took Mo Feiwen by surprise. The mere suggestion of their demise over a few words was unfathomable to him. It was well known that fratricide among clan members was a grave violation of family rules, and he could not fathom how Mo Ihan dared to command his subordinates to take such drastic measures against him. Mo Feiwen's two companions were utterly stunned. Their cultivations were merely at the Great Sun realm, and even Mo Feiwen himself was only at the initial stage of the Tongyu realm. Faced with three fully unleashed late-stage Tongyu realm practitioners, the prospect of escape was nearly impossible. Chapter 149. Killing two birds with one stone. Mo Ihan did not respond to Mo Feiwen, as air, and Asan had already taken action, swiftly bringing down Mo Feiwen and his companions. Boom, boom. The resounding sounds echoed as two of Mo Feiwen's lackeys were crushed beneath a single foot, their eyes wide open in disbelief before the end. A shiver ran through his heart as he pleaded, Mo Ihan, spare me. I shall never dare oppose you again. Upon hearing Mo Feiwen's words, Ae seized his throat with one hand while the other clenched a fist, enveloped in layers of spiritual energy. Should he strike, Mo Feiwen would either be dead or severely injured. A mere practitioner at the initial stage of the Tongyu realm stood no chance against one at the peak. Enough. Lin Yinxing's voice rang out just as Yi's fist hovered perilously close to Mo Feiwen's skull. If you truly kill him, it would not bode well for you. After all, he is your cousin. As Yi paused, Mo Yihan cast a glance at Lin Yinxing, their gazes locking. Indeed, he is my cousin. But he is courting death by offending the two young masters. If you, esteemed lords, choose to spare him, it would be a stroke of good fortune for him. The desire to avoid Mo Feiwen's death stemmed not from familial loyalty, but from the understanding that this was the Mo family. To openly slay Mo Feiwen here, even with her father as the head of the family, would lead to complications. Her uncle, also a son of her grandfather, had considerable influence within the Mo family and was no ordinary figure. Terrified, Mo Feiwen fell to his knees before Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia, bowing his head in supplication. Esteemed lords, I was blind to my own insignificance. Please forgive me. In the face of death, he chose to relinquish his dignity. All that mattered was survival, and he was willing to bow and plead for his life. Lin Yinxing regarded Mo Feiwen with disdain. Get lost. I do not wish to see your face, for it brings me great annoyance. Such cowardice, relying on his father's slight prowess to flaunt his authority, foretold a future of mediocrity. Upon hearing Lin Yinxing's words, Mo Feiwen scrambled to his feet and fled, a look of resentment flickering in his eyes. Mo Yihan had conspired with outsiders to slay a kinsman and humiliate him. He would not rest until he reported this to the higher echelons of the family. Without needing instruction from Mo Yihan, Air, and Asan began to clear the bodies, restoring the hall to its former cleanliness with remarkable speed. However, Lin Yinxing had lost his appetite. He was never one to indulge in gluttony, and with the chaos surrounding Mo Feiwen and the loss of 2 lives, it was remarkable that he could even think of eating. Of course, Hu Jia, seated nearby, had resumed his meal. Yet he was an exception and should not be judged by ordinary standards. Mo Yihan observed Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia, an apologetic expression crossing her face. Young Master Lin. Young Master Hu, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. However, upon noticing Hu Jia's nonchalance as he continued to eat, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in her eyes. Initially, she had assumed Hu Jia was a woman, and upon discovering he was, in fact, a man, she was greatly astonished. After observing Hu Jia's remarkable performance, she was taken aback, pondering privately whether all extraordinary talents are indeed unconventional. Could it be that this seemingly ordinary Lin Yinxing also harbors undisclosed peculiarities, perhaps in his affections? Lin Yinxing, indifferent to the conjecture, remarked, It's nothing. However, I believe your cousin will not relent easily. He is likely to summon others to create trouble. While he did not mind dealing with a few adversaries at the Mo residence, he pondered whether it would be inappropriate to engage in such actions under the hospitality extended by Mo Yihan. Mo Yihan interjected, Mo Feiwen is a quintessential scion of privilege, often misusing his status as the only son of my uncle to act recklessly. Nevertheless, young Master Lin, rest assured, I will handle the situation. In truth, she had her own thoughts brewing. Despite her father ascending to the role of head of the Mo family, there remained dissenters who often schemed in the shadows. Lin Yinxing regarded Mo Yihan with a bemused smile and said, If you find yourself unable to manage the situation and your family members bring calamity upon us, it would be permissible for us to take action, wouldn't it? He could surmise some of Mo Yihan's thoughts, yet he remained unconcerned. If trouble came knocking, he would simply eliminate it. A glimmer of joy appeared in Mo Yihan's eyes as she responded, Should anyone from the Mo family offend the 2 gentlemen, you may act without hesitation, regardless of my presence. This was precisely her ulterior motive. If Mo Feiwen were to foolishly summon their uncle and others, it would align perfectly with her intentions. Within the Mo family, there existed a faction that consistently opposed her father's leadership, spearheaded by her uncle. Despite their familial ties, her father could not resort to killing his brother, especially with her grandfather still alive. Should Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia be provoked into eliminating her uncle, there would be few left to oppose her father's authority. Moreover, she had already established a rapport with Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia, achieving a dual benefit. Just as Hu Jia finished savoring her desired delicacies, a group of over 10 individuals approached menacingly, Among them was the previously retreating Mo Feiwen, a middle-aged man. Strikingly similar to Mo Feiwen, cast an imposing glance at Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia before turning to Mo Yihan, his voice heavy with reproach. Mo Yihan, since your father became the head of the family, has he only taught you to betray your kin and conspire with outsiders against your own? This man was none other than Mo Yihan's uncle, Mo Qinxiu, whose strength ranked among the top 5 within the Mo family. Mo Yihan's countenance shifted slightly as she replied, "Uncle, it was Mo Feiwen who first spoke disrespectfully and showed disdain towards these two gentlemen." She was taken aback by Mo Qinxiu's harsh words, clearly insinuating her father's inadequacy. "Humph," Mo Qinxiu scoffed, "that does not justify the actions of your subordinates against our kin. You ought to know the consequences of harming your own family. Moreover, the two individuals you have brought cannot leave the Mo residence. They may very well be agents from another clan." He unjustly placed an unfounded accusation upon Mo Yihan, seeking to penalize not only her, but also Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia. Upon hearing this, Mo Yihan replied, "Uncle, while you may impose punishment upon me, you cannot lay a hand on these two gentlemen who have done nothing wrong." Internally, she scoffed, as Mo Qinxiu had entangled himself with Lin Yinsheng. Indeed, Hu Jia interjected, stating, "That simply cannot be, for we have pressing matters to attend to and cannot remain at the Mo residence for long. Even if we are continually offered food, it would be of no consequence." Presently, the eradication of the malevolent beings within the Tianwen district took precedence. As far as he was concerned, a hearty meal had sufficed, for he did not consider himself a glutton, or at least, that was his belief. Chapter 150. A Wonderful Fate. Mo Qinxiu cast a cold gaze at Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia, remarking, "You truly are fearless in your ignorance. Having entered my Mo family, do you think you can simply leave it? Well?" With a flick of his wrist, he summoned 2 early-stage practitioners of the free and easy realm, who strode toward Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia. In his eyes, dispatching 2 early-stage practitioners to deal with these mere children was already a considerable show of respect. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the 2 early-stage practitioners were sent flying, collapsing like lifeless dogs at the feet of the Mo family members. Witnessing this scene, Mo Feiwen felt an inexplicable surge of fear, yet a glance at Mo Qinxiu dispelled all apprehension. His father ranked among the top 5 in the Mo family strength, having reached the pinnacle of the free and easy realm, and could undoubtedly handle these two. Mo Qinxiu's pupils narrowed as he sneered, "Such audacity! I misjudged you. Have them all seize them. I wish to inquire about who they are and whence they hail." The strength of Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia had surpassed his expectations, but the outcome would remain unchanged. This was the Mo family, not a couple of naive youths who could shake its foundations. Lin Yinsheng remained seated, leisurely declaring, "I leave it to you." Since Hu Jia relished combat, these individuals, who neither bore a sign-in point nor possessed any demon-slaying merit, would be dealt with by him. Hu Jia offered no response, his figure erupting forward, transforming into a streak of azure, enveloped in a brilliant jade light, delivering a powerful punch. The surge of spiritual energy erupted, sweeping forth in a tide of azure brilliance, indiscriminately engulfing Mo Feiwen, Mo Qinxiu, and the others. Boom! The entire hall vanished beneath the azure radiance, and when the brilliance faded, the shattered ground bore the bodies of numerous individuals, with Mo Feiwen among them. Only Mo Qinxiu remained standing, his spiritual energy swirling, breath weak, clothing torn asunder, bloodied and battered. The astonishment in his eyes was unmistakable as he stammered, "Who on earth are you?" The young man before him, appearing to be scarcely 20, had unleashed an unparalleled force with a single punch. Had he not summoned a magical artifact for defense, he too would have fallen. Even with the artifact, he had sustained severe injuries, and it lay in ruins. Bathed in resplendent jade light, Hu Jia resembled an untouchable beauty, coldly stating, "Since you have not been felled by a single blow, allow me to introduce myself. I am Hu Jia, and that fellow there is Lin Yinsheng. What possessed you to provoke us?" At that moment, he exuded an extraordinary aura, standing aloof and exalted. Upon hearing these names, Mo Qinxiu pondered for a moment before a realization struck him regarding last year's sensational events. His voice trembled with astonishment. "You are Hu Jia and Lin Yinsheng of the Heavenly Inquiry sect." A year prior, a significant incident had transpired within the Heavenly Inquiry sect. The 2 sons of the formidable Su Zetian and 1 disciple had been slain. One son was killed by Fei Yuling, the other by Hu Jia, while the disciple met his end at the hands of Lin Yansheng. At that time, these events stirred the entire northern region. The reason was simple. Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia were remarkably young, yet possessed the strength to vanquish peak practitioners of the Transcendence realm. Given time, their power was unimaginable. Upon learning that it was Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, Imo Qianxiu felt a sense of relief. It was rumored that a year prior, Hu Jia was merely at the mid-stage of the Transcendence realm, while Lin Yansheng was at its initial stage. Now, Hu Jia had displayed cultivation that had reached the pinnacle of the Transcendence realm, and it was likely that Lin Yansheng had ascended to the late stage of the same realm. If these two had been capable of slaying peak practitioners of the Transcendence realm a year ago, their current advancements would render such feats as simple as slicing vegetables. It was estimated that even the two formidable quasi-samsara realm experts from the Mo family would struggle to prevail against them. Imo Qianxiu took a deep breath, turned to face Mo Yihan, and suddenly burst into a maniacal laugh, exclaiming, "Mo Yihan, you truly are impressive. To utilize such extraordinary talents against me." Mo Baixing indeed raised a remarkable daughter. At this juncture, he comprehended that his foolish son had undoubtedly been manipulated by Mo Yihan, using Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia to eliminate their faction, as they were rivals to Mo Baixing, Mo Yihan's father. Mo Yihan's complexion slightly paled as she immediately addressed Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia. "Young Master Lin, young Master Hu, I assure you that I never intended to exploit you." A flicker of anxiety crossed her features. No one relishes being used, especially by individuals of such exceptional caliber. Had Mo Qianxiu refrained from uttering those two words, matters might have remained concealed, but now the situation was laid bare, escalating its severity. Clearly, Mo Qianxiu had done so intentionally, seeking to draw the ire of Hu Jia and Lin Yansheng toward her. Hu Jia, unfazed, replied, "It's no trouble. You treated us to a meal, so it is only natural to assist you in removing a few individuals." With that, the jade-like glow surrounding him dissipated, returning to normal, as he had no intention of taking Mo Qianxiu's life. Lin Yansheng rose, a cold smile gracing his lips, and declared, "Let us depart. The hunt for the wicked begins." With that, he and Hu Jia soared into the sky, swiftly disappearing from sight. Watching Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia leave, Mo Yihan felt a tinge of regret that Mo Qianxiu still lived. However, with most of Mo Qianxiu's followers decimated, she would be left to fend for herself, a solitary figure in a crumbling faction. Mo Qianxiu's power was waning, and the Mo family would no longer be a house of divided voices. Gazing at Mo Yihan with envy, Mo Qianxiu remarked, "Mo Yihan, you are indeed fortunate. A trip to Ganlu County has led you to meet Hu Jia and Lin Yansheng. Just yesterday, news had spread to Yuehua City about Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia annihilating the Lin family, the foremost clan in Ganlu County. Today, Mo Yihan had brought them to the Mo family, and her foolish son had provoked them, resulting in the current predicament. One could only say that fate is a curious phenomenon." Mo Yihan smiled and turned to leave the shattered hall. In the Tianling dynasty, the populace was fiercely spirited, and the people revered combat, often resorting to brawls at the slightest disagreement. The royal family seemingly endorses such practices, and over time, the Wolf dynasty has nearly transformed into a formidable martial dynasty, with its overall combat prowess surpassing that of the past. Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia descended from the heavens, landing in a city that soon garnered the attention of numerous onlookers. However, they quickly returned to their own affairs. This is the capital of the Wolf dynasty. Although practitioners of the carefree realm are not exceedingly common, they are by no means rare, and it is not unusual to encounter a few ostentatious practitioners parading through the streets. Lin Yansheng observed the bustling thoroughfare and glanced at Hu Jia, who was scanning her surroundings with curiosity, and with a smile, he remarked, "The Wolf dynasty is said to be a martial dynasty, which bears some resemblance to you, as both seem to have a penchant for combat." Chapter 151. The most beautiful in the world, Hu Jia murmured in rebuttal, "I don't only enjoy fighting, you know? It is through battle that one becomes stronger. Combat is the most effective means of enhancing one's abilities." However, in the Tianling dynasty, the only formidable figure is the Southern Palace family in the royal city, possessing a wicked general named Fang Ye. I fear that might not suffice for him, despite this Fang Ye being the offspring of a semi-main level demon. A smile spread across Lin Yansheng's face as he retorted, "Indeed. You not only relish combat, but also have a fondness for food. Generally speaking, practitioners at the mysterious realm require little sustenance, while those at the carefree realm can almost entirely forego food, relying instead on the spiritual energy within to sustain their bodily functions. Do you believe I could defeat you? Even now, you remain no match for me. Hu Jia glared at Lin Yanxing defiantly, threatening him. Over these 3 years, Lin Yanxing had made significant progress, and Hu Jia was well aware of this, having accompanied Lin Yanxing through his journey. Yet, from the beginning, Hu Jia's cultivation and strength had always surpassed Lin Yanxing's. Even with Lin Yanxing's rapid advancements over 3 years, he still stood no chance. Lin Yanxing raised his hands in surrender, saying, as a woman, being excessively violent is not advisable. However, the moment the words left his lips, he regretted them. A fierce surge of spiritual energy erupted from Hu Jia, striking him with a force capable of shattering everything. He felt as though he had been hit by an inexorable power, hurtling backward over 100 meters, crashing into a room of a brothel. Inside the room, a stunningly beautiful woman was bathing in a tub, her enchanting eyes glimmering slightly. The soft glow of her presence was captivating. Goodness, if I hadn't released my spiritual energy in time to defend myself, I would have been gravely injured, Lin Yanxing grumbled as he rose, shaking off the dust with a flicker of his spiritual force. The force unleashed by Hu Jia had reached the pinnacle of the carefree realm, if not stronger. Even he felt sore from the unexpected impact. This was, after all, due to his reincarnated battle body. An ordinary practitioner would likely be left either dead or severely injured. Who are you? Echoed a voice like the melodious sound of flowing water, resonating deeply within his heart. Realizing he was in an adorably styled room, Lin Yanxing noticed the magnificent woman in the tub just a few meters away, her skin as fair as jade, while the rest of her figure remained submerged in water. Undoubtedly as exquisite as her face. Scratching his head awkwardly, Lin Yanxing stammered, I apologize, I did not intend to spy on your bath. Turning hastily, he discovered a massive hole in the wall. It was evident that this breach was the result of his own collision. Who dares to intrude upon Qimiao Tower and harm Lady Lianyao? Soon, a throng of individuals rushed forward, forming rows around the shattered wall. Their furious gazes fixated on Lin Yanxing. Lin Yanxing cast a glance at the individuals before him, and an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped the space, emanating a formidable pressure that rendered those who had just arrived immobile, silencing them with trepidation. At that moment, the intensity of his aura had subtly transcended the realm of carefree existence, instilling a sense of helplessness in the practitioners of the ethereal realm, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. With an icy demeanor, he declared, I shall not harm this young lady. I implore you all to depart. As soon as his words fell, those outside the walls fled in haste, not daring to linger. In the face of absolute power, they had no opportunity to negotiate. Once they had vacated the premises, Lin Yanxing raised his hand, channeling his spiritual energy to amalgamate the scattered fragments on the ground, mending the shattered wall. Having completed this task, he then spoke. You may don your attire now. I have inquiries to make of you shortly. Very well. A voice, enchanting and beguiling, stirred the very essence of the soul. For an ordinary man, merely hearing that single word would ensnare him, drawing him into a vortex of irresistible allure. Approximately 3 minutes later, the woman adorned herself in a flowing purple gown, a garment that exuded an air of mystery and nobility, captivating yet graceful. Her lips parted slightly as she announced, I am ready. Lin Yanxing turned to face her, their gazes intertwining as he invoked the eye of insight. The woman possessed a pair of alluring eyes, capable of ensnaring even the most seasoned practitioners of carefree existence. Yet, under the scrutiny of his gaze, her charm was rendered ineffective. Undoubtedly, she was a paragon of beauty, her innate allure surpassing that of most enchanting women in the world. Her visage was naturally captivating, breathtakingly exquisite to a degree that transcended any woman Lin Yanxing had ever encountered, defying description. Merely making eye contact with her could render an ordinary person breathless. Though her figure was concealed beneath the elegant gown, it was apparent that she was remarkably graceful. Her silken hair cascaded down her back, reaching her waist. One could assert that this woman before him bore no flaws, epitomizing the pinnacle of human artistry. Lin Yanxing's eyes shimmered with runes, capable of piercing through all facades to reveal the essence beneath. Even the laws of the universe lay bare before him. After several minutes of silent exchange, his gaze returned to its usual depth, dark as an abyss, and he spoke softly. A woman such as yourself ought not to linger in such establishments. In the realm of cultivation, beauty holds little weight. Strength reigns supreme. However, when one's beauty reaches its zenith, it can wield an unimaginable influence, even over those of the Senro realm, who, despite their power, remain human and susceptible to desire when faced with such a woman. The lady responded with a captivating smile. Here, I engage with patrons veiled. Regardless of the price offered, they may only converse with me from behind a curtain. Her smile was enchanting enough to beguile the world. Yet, aside from Lin Yansheng, none could witness it. In an instant, a purple aura ascended, manifesting as a veil that concealed her mesmerizing visage. I hope your intentions do not mirror those of the demonic clan. Lin Yansheng continued to scrutinize her with unwavering focus. A look of astonishment flickered across the woman's eyes, swiftly followed by a surge of murderous intent within her heart, though she ultimately managed to suppress it. Appearing faintly oblivious, she replied, "Young master, I do not comprehend what you are saying." Lin Yansheng refrained from elaborating, instead inquiring, "What is your name?" Before his discerning gaze, the woman's attempts at concealment were futile. He had already discerned her true identity. With a gentle voice, she responded, "My surname is Bai, and my given name is Lian Yao." While her speech was merely ordinary, it exuded an undeniable allure, so much so that had another man been present, he might have found it difficult to restrain himself. However, Lin Yansheng remained unfazed, for he had spent considerable time in the company of individuals of such exceptional beauty, even sharing a bed with one. Yet, that individual was male, rendering him indifferent to the so-called enchanting beauties that surrounded him. Chapter 152. Bringing the Grim Reaper home. Outside the brothel, a crowd had gathered, curious about the incident in which Lin Yansheng had flown in from 100 meters away and crashed into the establishment. Many had witnessed the unfolding drama and were eager to know who that individual was and his current state. Hu Jia also stood outside the brothel, his gaze calm as he awaited Lin Yansheng's emergence. Despite the formidable surge of spiritual power that had erupted moments ago, capable of severely injuring even the most adept practitioners at the pinnacle of the unfettered realm, Hu Jia believed that Lin Yansheng was resilient enough not to be harmed. Indeed, after a brief wait, Lin Yansheng appeared from the brothel, unscathed. Hu Jia regarded him with a hint of annoyance, remarking, "Have you been lingering in there because you've taken a fancy to one of the women?" He found it hard to believe that someone of Lin Yansheng's caliber could be ensnared within such an establishment. It seemed more plausible that Lin Yansheng had simply chosen to dawdle. With a smile, Lin Yansheng replied, "You might not believe it, but there is a woman inside whose beauty surpasses anything I have ever encountered, truly a paragon of loveliness. Were it any other man, he would surely be captivated to the point of losing his soul." The individual before him, though equally stunning, chose to forego embellishment and don male attire, which diminished his allure. Nonetheless, Lin Yansheng mused that, should Hu Jia adopt a more feminine guise, he would undoubtedly rival that beauty. Skeptical, Hu Jia retorted, "Then why hasn't your soul been ensnared?" It was absurd to think that within a mere brothel of the Celestial Wolf dynasty, there existed a woman worthy of such a title. If that were the case, her fame would have spread far and wide, and she would not still be tethered to the establishment. Lin Yansheng approached Hu Jia, looking down at him as he said, "But you are here, are you not? Rest assured, if you were to don women's clothing and adorn yourself, you would not pale in comparison." This was a sincere thought. He had never seen Hu Jia in women's attire and was genuinely curious about how he would appear, likely breathtaking to behold. Perverse fiend, why don't you wear women's clothing yourself? Hu Jia's previously quelled anger flared anew, and he exclaimed, "If you continue with your nonsense, I shall truly teach you a lesson. So you understand that I am not to be trifled with." Not long after he had spoken, a young man of decent appearance approached swiftly, saying, "My friend, may I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance with Nan Gongzheng?" Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia exchanged glances, their expressions turning peculiar. Could this man be from the Nangong family, the very people they sought? If so, it would save them the trouble of inquiring further. To clarify, Hu Jia asked, "Are you from the Nangong family of the royal city?" In a city with a population exceeding 100 million, sharing a surname was not definitive, as many bore the same name. However, there was only one family in the royal city, known as the Nangong family. This semi-hidden clan, though low profile, was one that other families dared not underestimate, given its profound heritage. Upon hearing Hu Jia's words, Nangong Zheng felt an immense sense of pride as he declared, "Indeed, I am a member of the Nangong family, and the current head of the family is my grandfather." He understood that this young girl, disguised as a boy, was undoubtedly attracted by the illustrious reputation of the Nangong family. It was no surprise. In the Tianling dynasty, the Nangong family ranked among the top 5 powers, and gaining entry into the family signified a meteoric rise to prominence. Hu Jia exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yansheng, both wearing smiles. Before he continued to address Nangong Zheng, "I see. Would you be so kind as to escort us to the Nangong family? Having someone from the Nangong family lead the way would be most advantageous, as it would eliminate the need for inquiries and avoid arousing suspicion." With only one malevolent entity within the Nangong family, there existed a risk of it slipping away amidst chaos. Should they employ tactics similar to those used against the Li family in the Ganyu County of Yuehua Kingdom? Nangong Zheng glanced at Lin Yansheng, feeling somewhat troubled as he asked, "Does he have to come along?" He merely wished to take Hu Jia to the Nangong family, and Lin Yansheng, being a man, should keep his distance and not hinder his endeavors. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts directly, as it might upset the beautiful girl before him, who may have a close relationship with the young man. Hu Jia, well aware of Nangong Zheng's sentiments, feigned indifference, stating, "If you are unwilling, then it is of no consequence." The fact that Nangong Zheng regarded him as a girl inadvertently facilitated their plans. It must be acknowledged that possessing striking looks often opens many doors. "And no, I am more than willing to guide you both," Nangong Zheng replied, his expression shifting slightly as he quickly donned a smile. Having courted countless women, he had never encountered anyone quite like this one. And if she were to don feminine attire, how enchanting she would appear. Thus, he was determined to win her over, regarding the presence of a light bulb as inconsequential. Once at the Nangong family, it would ultimately be his authority that prevailed. Hu Jia stifled a laugh and politely replied, "I appreciate it." Internally, he found it uproariously amusing that this seemingly dapper Nangong Zheng had no inkling of the predicament he was inviting upon himself. This was not merely leading a wolf into the fold. It could be likened to bringing death itself home. Nangong Zheng waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence as he declared, "Not at all a bother. As practitioners, we do not concern ourselves with such trifles. Follow me." Today he was in high spirits. Having originally intended to visit a brothel to spend heavenly coins conversing with the legendary Lian Yao girl from behind a curtain, he had indulged in such escapades numerous times, merely enchanted by the sound of her voice. Yet, a visit to the brothel, while enjoyable, could not compare to the exquisite pleasure of bringing an alluring woman home without any expenditure. In the small western forest of the royal city, the only power that reigned supreme was, in fact, the Nangong family. As they meandered along, engaging in idle chatter, it took them a full half-hour before Nangong Zheng finally escorted Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia into the Nangong family estate. Given that it was Nangong Zheng who had brought them, no one dared to impede or cast doubt upon Lin Yansheng, nor question Hu Jia's intentions in entering the Nangong family. Nangong Zheng was known for frequently bringing individuals to the estate, whether they were strikingly beautiful women or mere acquaintances. Once inside the Nangong family, Lin Yansheng felt liberated from any reservations and casually inquired, "The cultivation techniques practiced by your esteemed family must be formidable, correct?" Nangong Zheng cast a glance at Lin Yansheng, responding with pride, "Indeed, we practice superior techniques in our family, and the spiritual power we cultivate is far more potent than the ordinary." One of his greatest pleasures was to flaunt his uniqueness before the fairer sex. Chapter 153. A step too late. Lin Yansheng, maintaining a composed demeanor, inquired, "May I have a glimpse of your spiritual power? I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to ascertain how the spiritual energy cultivated by the direct descendants of the Nangong family compares to that of an individual like myself." At this juncture, he sought to determine whether all members of the Nangong family were entwined with the dark forces, or if only a select few had formed a sinister alliance with the malevolent general. This revelation would ultimately influence his decision regarding the annihilation of the Nangong clan. "Since you wish to observe, allow me to demonstrate," Nangong Zheng replied, mistakenly believing Lin Yansheng doubted his words. With a flick of his wrist, a sphere of spiritual energy materialized, emanating formidable waves of power. As Lin Yansheng scrutinized this manifestation, He discerned that this spiritual energy indeed surpassed the ordinary, infused with the subtle essence of a dark energy, likely a manifestation of malevolence. It appeared evident that the entire direct lineage of the Nangong family was inextricably linked to the nefarious general. At that moment, Hu Jia's countenance broke into a smile as he proclaimed, "My consciousness has enveloped the entirety of the Nangong family. Now, even if that brute attempts to flee, I shall detect him. It is time to strike." He was eager to engage in battle, setting his sights on the entire Nangong clan as his target. A sardonic smile graced Lin Yinxing's lips as he remarked, "What a combative spirit you possess. Very well, let us proceed." The dark spiritual energy erupted from within him, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura, instantly collapsing the ground beneath them. Along with the earth, Nangong Zheng, a genius of the initial stage of the Tongyu realm at the age of 27, was crushed to oblivion. As the group returned to the Nangong family, they were met with the sight of Nangong Zheng reduced to mere fragments. One among them bellowed, "Damn you! How dare you slay Zheng? I shall rend your bodies asunder." He surged forth, unleashing mid-stage spiritual energy of the Xiaoyao realm, and struck a fierce blow towards Hu Jia. Hu Jia's exquisite visage adopted a cold expression as he raised his fist and retaliated. With a resounding impact, the middle-aged man's arm disintegrated into a mist of blood, his entire torso erupting in a violent explosion. He had no chance to utter a cry before meeting his demise. The entire family went on high alert, recognizing the invasion of a formidable adversary. Those who had returned with Nangong Zheng's father were stunned by the unfolding chaos, but soon, one among them reacted swiftly, soaring into the skies, calling out with spiritual energy, "Why shout so loudly? Do you wish for your end to come swifter?" Hu Jia's voice echoed behind the man, who, in terror, turned to see a fist hurtling towards him with alarming speed. With a thunderous crash, the man was obliterated, suffering a fate far worse than that of Nangong Zheng's father. Meanwhile, Lin Yinxing remained undeterred. With dark spiritual energy coiling around his right foot, he forcefully stomped the ground. The black energy surged outward from his foot, engulfing the entire Nangong family in a wave of destruction. Only a handful of figures, sensing the imminent peril, soared into the air, narrowly evading annihilation. All practitioners below the realm of freedom from the Nangong family perished beneath this single footfall. Those who betray humanity deserve the annihilation of their entire lineage. In the air, a practitioner of the Nangong family, filled with righteous indignation, roared, "Abominable creatures! Your actions are intolerable, and the Demon Extermination Alliance will not spare you fiends." His descendants had just fallen to Lin Yinxing's strike, leaving him no time to save even one. Had he been a mere half-second slower in his ascent, he too would have met his demise. Thus, he could only escape into the skies without hesitation. The patriarch of the Nangong family, an elder with a chilling gaze, spoke. "Who are you? What grievance do we hold against you? You spare neither children nor women." His fury was palpable. The Nangong family, with a legacy spanning over a millennium, was reduced to ashes under his watch. Nearly all practitioners below the realm of freedom had perished, leaving merely 20 or so with higher cultivation levels, rendering the Nangong family nearly extinct. Lin Yinxing fixed his gaze upon the Nangong family's leader, Nangong Kun, and inquired, "Where is the demon general, Fangya?" He and Hu Jia had come here primarily to eradicate the demons, with the destruction of the Nangong family as a secondary objective. Yet, he saw no demons in the air, only members of the Nangong clan. Upon hearing Lin Yinxing's words, Nangong Kun's expression shifted to one of realization, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips. "So it is. You seek Lord Fangya. Alas, he has departed to his father, the half-master of ruin. You have arrived too late." He was acutely aware that the Demon Extermination Alliance would eventually uncover the Nangong family's collusion with the demonic race, and thus he had planned to bide his time, waiting for his family's overall strength to ascend before fleeing the Tianling dynasty and hiding away. However, he had not anticipated such swift retribution, arriving to find his clan subjected to a massacre clearly targeted for utter annihilation. Lin Yinxing's expression grew frigid. He had arrived a moment too late. Yet he remained undeterred, continuing to inquire, "Where's Ruin?" Given that the intelligence from the Tianji pavilion had not been updated, it suggested that Fangya had not been gone from the Nangong family for long. Otherwise, the pavilion would not still be reporting that Fangya was present. Nangong Kun, in a fit of desperation, retorted, "Do you wish to know? I can tell you that the half-master of Ruin is also in the Tianwen district, but you would surely not know his whereabouts, and you are no match for him." With the annihilation of his family already realized, he felt he had little left to fear. Lin Yinxing pondered briefly, then smiled as a thought crossed his mind. That may not be the case. Regardless, you shall not see it. With that, he launched himself from the ground in a burst of speed, appearing before Nangong Kun in an instant, his hand descending with force. Nangong Kun's countenance changed in astonishment. He had not anticipated Lin Yinxing's swiftness. Even though he realized escape was nearly impossible, he was still taken aback, quickly unleashing his darkened spiritual energy to form layers of protective barriers. Bang! The ethereal barrier, exceeding 10 layers, was as insubstantial as parchment, instantly shattered by Lin Yan's palm. Without a moment's pause, this hand descended upon Nangong Kun's chest, unleashing an ancient and domineering black spiritual force that obliterated him in an instant. This strike was delivered without mercy, annihilating the pinnacle practitioner of the free and unfettered realm, Nangong Kun, leaving the other members of the Nangong clan, also practitioners of the free and unfettered realm, paralyzed with fear as they hastily fled in all directions. However, a colossal hand of spiritual energy, enveloped in a verdant luminescence, descended from above with unparalleled swiftness, engulfing the entire Nangong clan. Boom! Countless onlookers in the royal city were left in utter astonishment as they witnessed the verdant glowing hand of spiritual force descending from the heavens, suppressing the entire Nangong family in a single strike. Chapter 154. Ascending the Great Su Gate on this day. Countless souls in the royal city of the Celestial Wolf dynasty found themselves restless, for a hand, akin to that of a divine being, descended from the heavens, obliterating the entire Nangong family, as if delivering celestial retribution. 1,000 meters away, Lin Yinxing observed the entire Nangong clan evaporate beneath that singular strike, exclaiming in disbelief, "What the hell? Hu Jia is undoubtedly settling personal scores." The force of Hu Jia's strike came with astonishing swiftness and an immense radius. Had it not been for his deployment of the celestial shadow technique, he would likely have been suppressed beneath that overwhelming palm as well. One could easily surmise that Hu Jia intended to intimidate him due to Lin Yinxing's previous remarks that Hu Jia was too violent for a woman. Soon, that hand, reminiscent of a deity, vanished, and Hu Jia descended gracefully from the heights, landing beside Lin Yinxing with a triumphant smirk. "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it?" Among those from the Nangong family, there was even an individual with a quasi-Senro realm cultivation, yet I still dispatched him with a single strike. His intent was deliberate, killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, hoping to quell Lin Yinxing's audacity to speak recklessly in his presence henceforth. "Impressive indeed," Lin Yinxing replied sincerely. The power exhibited by Hu Jia in that moment undoubtedly surpassed the boundaries of the carefree realm, reaching the Senro realm. Even a practitioner at the initial stage of the Senro realm would likely have been subdued. In his current state, facing Hu Jia's might head-on would be exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, unless he were to advance further and attain the pinnacle of the carefree realm like Hu Jia. With this thought in mind, Lin Yinxing turned to Hu Jia and inquired, "Do you have any idea where the Fangtooth is?" He already harbored a significant suspicion regarding Fangtooth's whereabouts. Piecing together the words of Nangong Kun with the intel acquired from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, without a moment's hesitation, Hu Jia replied, "Did that old man from the Nangong family not mention it? Fangtooth went to find his father, Lumia." These words were unmistakably clear, and there was no reason for Nangong Kun to fabricate such a story to deceive them at that juncture. Lin Yinxing smiled and asked, "Then do you know where Lumia is?" "Where?" Hu Jia blinked her large eyes and blurted out. Lin Yinxing's expression turned grave as he stated, "You ought to think more and eat less. Nangong Kun mentioned that Lumia is in the Tianwen district, and according to the information we obtained from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, among the 5 enemy locations, there is only one that harbors a semi-master level evil spirit, and that is the sacred land of the Sword Dao, Wanjian Villa. Wanjian Villa holds a position of unparalleled prestige within the Tianwen district, serving as a sanctuary for countless sword cultivators. It operates independently, not only practicing sword cultivation techniques, but also mastering the art of sword forging. However, Wanjian Villa refrains from meddling in external affairs and does not contest with other factions, maintaining its exalted status as a sacred ground of swordsmanship. Were Wanjian Villa to engage with other forces, it might very well rank among the top powers, showcasing the formidable strength it possesses, far surpassing that of ordinary first-rate factions. Upon hearing this, Hu Jia's face flushed slightly, and with a stubborn tone, she declared, "I could have deduced that myself without your prompting. I merely chose to remain silent to provide you with an opportunity to shine." In truth, he could indeed contemplate these matters. Yet he did not bother to do so at all. After all, with Lin Yinxing pondering over them, his sole responsibility was to engage in battle. His yearning for combat was growing stronger, as his magical arts were on the brink of ascending to the next level. Soon, within the entire northern region, there would be few worthy of his regard. Lin Yinxing refrained from clashing with Hu Jia, stating, "Among the 5 locations harboring malevolent entities that were disclosed to us by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the Wanjian Mountain Manor is not the closest. We shall adhere to our original plan, systematically eradicating the evil from the nearest to the farthest." The news of the annihilation of the Nangong clan would soon spread to other areas, yet those malevolent beings were unlikely to flee. After all, having maintained their original stronghold for so long, they would not abandon it lightly, and they were unaware that Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia had already discerned their hiding places. The Daxu Gate, being the nearest hideout of the malevolent entities to the Tianlang dynasty, was their first destination, where they spent several days. At the mountain gate of Daxu, 2 disciples at the early stage of the Great Sun realm cast unfriendly glances at Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia. One of them inquired, "Who are you?" The disciples of Daxu wore distinctive attire, which made it apparent that Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia were not affiliated with the sect. Furthermore, the elders and higher-ups of Daxu had instructed vigilance towards unfamiliar individuals approaching the sect. Lin Yinxing replied with a faint smile, "We are from the nearby region and have urgent matters to discuss with the esteemed figures of Daxu." Before resorting to violence, it was essential to gather some basic information through dialogue. After all, misunderstandings could lead to the wrongful slaying of innocents. The disciples of Daxu displayed expressions of skepticism, responding, "What urgent matters? Please enlighten us." They did not believe Lin Yinxing's claim of significant issues, as perspectives varied among individuals. For instance, a cultivator at the spirit-building realm might consider a top-tier mystical artifact to be a remarkable treasure, while to a practitioner of the Great Sun realm, it was mere refuse. Lin Yinxing fixed his gaze intently on the 2 disciples of Daxu, deliberately adopting an air of mystery as he said, "It concerns the malevolent entities." As soon as his words left his lips, the expressions of the 2 Daxu disciples shifted, exchanging glances before returning to normalcy. One of them smiled and said, "Since it pertains to the malevolent entities, it is indeed a significant matter. I shall report this to the elders of the sect. Please wait here for a moment." With that, he turned to leave, his steps somewhat disordered, even appearing flustered. These 2 disciples seemed suspicious, likely aware of Daxu's collusion with the malevolent entities. This indicated that Daxu had been thoroughly infiltrated by the malevolent forces, to the extent that even the guarding disciples were cognizant of the sect's ties to them. A normal practitioner, one who had not encountered the malevolent beings, would certainly not exhibit such behavior upon hearing of them. Lin Yinxing exchanged a glance with Hu Jia, and together they rose, soaring towards the mountain of Daxu. Lin Yinxing directed a powerful palm strike at the disciple stationed at the mountain gate, obliterating him instantly. The disciple sent to deliver the message, upon hearing the commotion, turned to look and, upon sighting Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia approaching at an alarming speed, was struck with terror and stumbled backward, falling onto the mountain path. Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia landed before this disciple of the Dasu sect, their gazes laden with an oppressive intensity. Lin Yinxing spoke first, commanding, "Disclose everything you know, and you may be spared. Otherwise, you shall vanish from existence alongside the Dasu sect." Prior to storming the Dasu sect, acquiring detailed information regarding their collusion with malevolent forces would indeed prove advantageous. Overwhelmed by a fierce instinct for survival, the Dasu disciple knelt upon the ground, pleading, "I shall speak. I will reveal everything. But you must guarantee that neither of you will kill me." Chapter 155. The destruction of the Daxu sect. Lin Yinxing spoke with a detached demeanor. "Very well. As long as your response satisfies us, we shall spare your life." The disciple of Daxu sect evidently practiced a technique affiliated with malevolent forces. Otherwise, the malevolence within his spiritual energy would not be present. Thus, he might indeed possess valuable information. The Daxu disciple recounted, 2 months prior. A formidable demon general arrived at Daxu's sect, accompanied by 20 elite demons. They engaged in some form of collaboration with the sect leader and the elders. Subsequently, these demons remained within the sect, and our cultivation methods have since changed. They have been modified by the demon race, greatly enhancing their power and significantly accelerating our training speed. He was genuinely terrified. The demon race was the mortal enemy of humanity, and Daxu sect's collusion with them, if uncovered, would lead to the annihilation of their clan. The information he provided aligned closely with that of the Tianji Pavilion, confirming the presence of a general and 20 elite demons, thus suggesting that the Daxu disciple was not deceiving them. Lin Yinsheng continued his inquiry. Are the demons still within Daxu's sect? If they have departed their original location, it could spell trouble. The disciple nodded in affirmation, stating, yes. The demons remain within the sect, alongside the elders and the sect leader. My master is an elder, and I encountered the demons when I visited my master earlier today. At this juncture, he harbored no desire to conceal any further details. His sole wish was to survive. Lin Yinsheng smiled and said, excellent, lead the way. Take us to meet the demons. A demon general, together with 20 elite demons, represented a staggering total of 300 demon points. Even if shared equally with Hu Jia, he would still receive 150 points, significantly more than what the Li family in Ganlu County of the Yuehua Kingdom could hope to acquire. More importantly, he could claim all the points from this location. Currently, he possessed 31,900 points, and with the additional 3,000 points from the demons here, that would amount to 34,900 points. The stipulation being, he must either assist in their demise or be the one to slay them personally. The Daxu disciple was filled with trepidation and pleaded, did you not promise that if I spoke, you would let me go? If I lead you to them, the demons and the elders will surely kill me. The sect strictly prohibited the revelation of any dealings with the demons. Otherwise, it would result in the extermination of his entire family. He dared not approach the demons, for the strength of a demon general surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner of the tranquil realm, and he was uncertain whether these two, who appeared considerably younger than him, could defeat such a formidable foe. Lin Yinsheng spoke with unwavering authority. You will guide us, and refrain from further nonsense. The information you provided is insufficient to guarantee your survival. Had the Daxu disciple's technique had no connection to the demons, he might have considered sparing him. However, given its evident ties, there was no possibility of letting him go. With his head bowed, the Daxu disciple eventually rose and resigned himself to lead the way. Should he refuse, death would be his immediate fate. He had no choice. On the highest peak of the Daxu sect, the malevolent general and his 20 elite minions indulged in a lavish feast, while not far away, several high-ranking members of the Daxu sect, including the sect master and elders, who were practitioners of the carefree realm, observed. The Daxu sect, though classified as a second-tier power, was merely of average standing. The sect master had originally attained mid-level cultivation in the carefree realm, but with the assistance of the demon clan, he managed to break through to the latter stage. The other elders were predominantly at the initial and mid-levels of the carefree realm, with only one senior elder having ascended to the latter stage through his own efforts. However, this senior elder opposed any collusion with the demon clan and was thus slain by the malevolent general. Suddenly, a Daxu sect elder opened his eyes and noticed a disciple hastily approaching from below the mountain, accompanied by Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia. He remarked, Old 8. It's your disciple Ma Lian. He has brought 2 unfamiliar faces with him. Nearby, a sprightly elder stood up and commented, that rascal Ma Lian. How can he be so troublesome while merely guarding the mountain gate? They did not suspect that Ma Lian had brought outsiders, thinking he might be escorting some inconspicuous disciples of the sect, as they believed he lacked the audacity to betray them and then confront them. Within minutes, Lin Yinsheng, Hu Jia, and Ma Lian reached the summit. Ma Lian's master, Old 8, looked at him with exasperation and inquired, Ma Lian, why are you here again? And who are these 2? They seem unfamiliar. Are they disciples of the sect? Being the only disciple of Old 8, Ma Lian was cherished, and his master was not genuinely angry with him. Master, please save me, Ma Lian exclaimed, casting a glance at Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia. Suddenly, his expression hardened, and he rushed towards Old 8 while shouting. He resolved to side with the Daxu sect, realizing that no matter how formidable these two unknown individuals appeared, they could hardly contend with the entire Daxus sect, alongside a demon general and 20 elite demons. Old Eight's expression shifted as he pulled the rushing Ma Lian close. Speaking in a low voice, "What is happening?" By now, he had discerned that Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia were indeed suspicious, for their gaze lacked reverence and instead bore a mocking quality. Ma Lian hesitated, opting not to reveal the truth, and instead stated, "They have come to challenge the Mountain Gate, claiming they intend to destroy our Daxus sect." He dared not mention the demons, for disclosing such information to outsiders could warrant a death sentence. He could never admit to it. Old Eight's demeanor became peculiar as he scrutinized Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, speaking with a tone that lacked cordiality. "You two intend to annihilate our Daxus sect?" He found it hard to believe Ma Lian's claims, considering that the Daxus sect was a second-tier force, not one of the insignificant factions. It held some renown in the vicinity, and it was not something two young men could easily extinguish. Lin Yansheng shot Ma Lian a derisive glance and boldly affirmed, "Indeed, we harbor such intentions. For the Daxus sect deserves to be eradicated." Given the Daxus sect's complete entanglement with the demon clan, their destruction was inevitable. He could already see demons engaged in cultivation just 100 meters behind this group of Daxus sect leaders. The malevolent beings noticed Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, yet they dismissed them, believing that the Daxus sect could easily handle such young practitioners. The elder of the Daxus sect, who first spotted Lin Yansheng, Hu Jia, and Ma Lian ascending the mountain, bellowed furiously, "How audacious! To utter such words in our presence. Even if you hail from a first-rate power, you shall not escape today." His temperament was notoriously volatile, and he had already resolved to subject Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia to relentless torment, with no exceptions made for their prestigious origins. Chapter 156. A bountiful harvest. Lin Yansheng coldly remarked, "Victory in battle is not determined by the loudness of one's voice." Dark spiritual energy erupted from his being as he raised his fist and struck. The earth was torn asunder, and the torrent of spiritual power rampaged forth like a raging dragon, obliterating everything in its path. The leader of the Daxus sect, drenched in blood, trembled as he glanced at the fallen elders surrounding him. With quivering lips, he stammered, Who are you?" He could scarcely believe that this young man had effortlessly annihilated all the Daxus sect's cultivators at the Xiaoyao realm, sparing only himself. He too was gravely injured, rendered nearly powerless. "Why do you persist in asking such questions? Do you believe that knowing our identities will grant you peace in death?" Lin Yansheng replied coldly. He had no desire to waste words on these traitors of humanity. In an instant, he appeared before the Daxus sect leader and struck again. Bang! As expected, the leader of the Daxus sect, a formidable cultivator at the peak of the Xiaoyao realm, was slain with a single blow. 100 meters away, the malevolent beings had ceased their cultivation. A towering demon, observing Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, inquired, "Are you members of the demon-slaying alliance?" His aura was significantly more potent than the other 20 demons, making it evident that he was the commanding demon hidden within the Daxus sect. Upon sensing the demon general's formidable presence, Lin Yansheng felt a tinge of disappointment. "We are not members of the demon-slaying alliance. But who decrees that only they are permitted to hunt demons?" He had anticipated that this demon general would possess considerable prowess, especially with 20 elite demons at his command. However, the reality proved otherwise. The strength he exuded paled in comparison to that of the previous demon he encountered, merely a common peak Xiaoyao realm practitioner. Though peak Xiaoyao realm cultivators were indeed powerful, standing as the backbone of first-rate factions, they posed little threat to Lin Yansheng now. His true quarry was the semi-master level demons. Not only to claim the reward for his first kill of such a being, but also as a testament to his own strength. The demon general sneered, "Indeed. But to think that the two of you could hunt me is sheer folly." Despite witnessing Lin Yansheng's effortless dispatch of the Daxus sect's higher-ups, he still did not regard Lin Yansheng as an equal adversary, having previously slain a peak Xiaoyao realm cultivator. He dismissed Lin Yansheng's displayed prowess as merely that of a late-stage Xiaoyao realm practitioner, who, while slightly stronger than the average, was still categorized as such. Hu Jia, feeling a surge of excitement, chimed in, "Hey, can I take on this arrogant demon general?" Though he was somewhat lacking in strength compared to elite demons, he remained significantly more formidable, making him a more rewarding target. "Go ahead and play with him for a while. I will deal with those elite demons to prevent their escape, Lin Yanxing replied. 20 elite demons, whether in terms of sign-in points or demon-slaying value, equate to 2 demon generals. However, collectively, their strength pales in comparison to the formidable demon general before them. Thus, it is indeed more advantageous to eliminate these elite demons. Lin Yan surged forth, his form a blur as he charged directly at the 20 elite demons, appearing before them in an instant. I apologize, but you shall serve as my demon-slaying value and sign-in points. Boom. A surge of dark spiritual energy erupted. A single strike obliterating several elite demons and instilling terror in the hearts of the others, extinguishing their will to fight. Confronted with an adversary of such overwhelming power, even demons would feel fear. Damn human brat, do you dare to disregard my existence? Roared the demon general, unleashing a wave of oppressive evil energy as he lunged at Lin Yan, intent on tearing apart this human who dared to slay his subordinates before his eyes. My apologies, but your opponent is me. Hu Jia's petite figure suddenly materialized before the demon general, delivering a violent punch that struck the demon general's head. Bang! The demon general's skull shattered, and a fragment of it collided with Lin Yan's fist, both landing upon an elite demon. In an instant, this tragic elite demon was reduced to a mist of blood, and the demon-slaying value was halved, shared between Lin Yan and Hu Jia, as they had effectively slain the demon together. Lin Yan cast a bemused glance at Hu Jia before swiftly dispatching the remaining elite demons, as if fearing that Hu Jia might seize his opportunity. Is this truly necessary? I did not intend to compete with you. It was merely an accident, Hu Jia remarked with a sneer, observing Lin Yan as he delivered the final blow to an elite demon. This time, he had slain a demon general and simultaneously vanquished an elite demon with Lin Yan, earning himself a total of 105 demon-slaying values. Coupled with the 45 values obtained from the Li family incident, he now possessed 150 demon-slaying values. This was no trifling sum, indicating he had defeated 1 demon and at least 5 elite demons, a feat that typically eluded ordinary practitioners of the carefree realm when confronting a demon general. Lin Yan paid no heed to Hu Jia's mocking tone, smiling as he said, "Not bad. I acquired 195 demon-slaying values. Adding the previous 145, I now have a total of 340. He and Hu Jia had joined forces to hunt demons. Yet his demon-slaying value surpassed Hu Jia's by more than double. Regarding sign-in points, he currently possessed 34,900, having gained 3,000 in one go. His visit to the Daxu sect had proven exceptionally fruitful. Hu Jia, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "What is so impressive about that? I could surpass you immediately by slaying a semi-master level demon at the Wanjin Villa. Defeating a semi-master level demon would grant 1,000 demon-slaying values, equivalent to the defeat of 10 demon generals, instantly widening the gap." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan replied, "You must allow me the semi-master level demon at Wanjin Villa. The subsequent ones can be yours." His initial triumph over a semi-lord level demon would elevate his cultivation by 1 realm. Thus it was only fitting that he be the one to vanquish the first semi-lord level demon he encountered. He inquired of the system, which informed him that should he reach the pinnacle of the carefree realm before slaying a semi-lord level demon, he would be unable to transcend to the primordial realm. Furthermore, upon attaining the primordial realm, defeating a semi-lord level demon would no longer grant a realm elevation. Instead, it would require the first defeat of a true lord level demon to achieve such an advancement. According to the system's stipulations, the demon slain for the first time must possess a cultivation level exceeding that of the host's newly attained realm by a significant margin. Otherwise, the host would be deprived of the special reward associated with a realm elevation. Chapter 157. Allocation of targets. Are you really capable of defeating a semi-lord level demon? Hu Jia regarded Lin Yanxing with skepticism. Back in Tianyang City, so many practitioners from the Sinluo realm were no match for a single semi-lord level demon. The strength of a semi-lord level demon far exceeds that of a general level demon. In terms of human practitioners, there is still a considerable gap to the quasi-Sinluo realm. Thus, the leap from general to semi-lord level is significantly greater than from elite to general level. Moreover, demons are inherently stronger than human practitioners of the same tier, making it exceedingly difficult for a practitioner at the Xiaoyao realm to triumph over a semi-lord level demon. Given that you have only reached the late stage of the Xiaoyao realm, without even attaining its peak, the risks are magnified. I firmly believe that demons like Fu Cha are exceedingly rare among their kind. Typical semi-lord level demons, such as Chi Su, likely do not possess his strength, Lin Yinxing asserted with conviction. Besides, with your presence, should I falter, you can deal with the semi-lord demon, allowing me to deliver the finishing blow. He maintained a degree of confidence, convinced that as long as he did not encounter a top-tier existence like Fu Cha, he would manage the situation, especially with his many hidden cards. Hu Jia, gritting his teeth, retorted, I suspect you merely wish to claim the demon-slaying points for yourself, keeping me perpetually behind you. Am I correct? At times, he felt that Lin Yinxing was even more infuriating than the demons themselves, and he vowed to teach Lin Yinxing a lesson someday. You have misjudged me, Lin Yinxing replied, only to notice a throng of individuals approaching, all clad in the attire of the Daxus sect. A cold smile crept across his face as he remarked, these fellows have come to us of their own accord. The disciples of the Daxus sect, having trained in demon-altered techniques, harbored an aura of malevolence within their spiritual power, rendering them legitimate targets. However, their cultivation was too weak to pique his interest. Watch this, Hu Jia declared with an air of arrogance, forming seals with his hands as faint blue electric arcs appeared around him. In an instant, the sky was engulfed by a multitude of storm clouds, enveloping the entire Daxus sect, unleashing countless bolts of lightning upon it. Heavenly thunder technique. Boom. From a distance, the Daxus sect was consumed by blinding electric light, and it was not until a quarter of an hour later that the storm clouds dissipated. The Daxus sect lay in ruins, reduced to charred earth, while Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia hovered in the air, as the mountain beneath them had been shattered. The Daxus sect had not only faced annihilation, but even its gates had been obliterated, leaving no survivors among the disciples, who were reduced to ashes in the tempest of heavenly thunder. As the black spiritual power surrounding Lin Yinxing dissipated, he had also summoned a protective barrier of spiritual energy to withstand the onslaught of thunder. Otherwise, he too would have been struck. His shield had been breached multiple times, compelling him to continuously condense stronger barriers. Each bolt of thunder that fell would pose a grave threat to even practitioners at the quasi-Sinluo realm. And with the relentless barrage of lightning for a full quarter of an hour, even early-stage Sinluo practitioners would find themselves in dire straits. Moreover, this celestial thunder technique is an extensive area of effect assault, showcasing its formidable power. Lin Yinxing had never witnessed such a potent spell in anyone else. Upon noticing the astonishment on Lin Yinxing's face, Hu Jia smugly remarked, what do you think? Is my technique not impressive? He possessed numerous dazzling and powerful spells. Yet he typically refrained from employing such flamboyant displays, preferring the intimacy of close combat. However, this did not imply that he was inept in ranged combat. Indeed, the technique was remarkably powerful. Nonetheless, Lin Yinxing, in an effort to provoke Hu Jia, replied nonchalantly, it's decent, quite useful for clearing out minions. In a small town outside the Wanjian Manor, throngs of people flowed in and out, with many arriving only to depart shortly thereafter. Among them, some sought to join the Wanjian Manor but were turned away, leaving in disappointment. Others came to request swords from the manor, departing joyfully once they acquired the blades they desired. Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia also found themselves in the Sword Town. A month having passed since their emergence from the beastly forest, they had finally arrived at the largest hidden lair of malevolent forces in the Tianwen district. Aside from Tianwen City itself, a few individuals had just been expelled from Wanjian Manor and began to grumble, what on earth is happening at Wanjian Manor lately? They are not accepting disciples, nor are they forging swords, and they even prohibit outsiders from entering. These individuals brushed past Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia, allowing them to overhear the complaints. Lin Yinxing's voice turned sharp as he remarked, it appears Wanjian Manor indeed harbors issues. The intelligence from the Tianji Pavilion has proven accurate. The sacred ground of the Sword Path in the Tianwen district is colluding with the demonic clan. In truth, given Wanjian Manor's esteemed status and power, there was no need for them to betray humanity and conspire with the demonic clan. If this matter were to come to light, the sacred ground would inevitably transform into a burial ground. Hu Jia's lively eyes sparkled with mischief as he inquired, logically speaking, the demonic General Fang Ya, originally from the Nangong family, is also at Wanjian Manor, correct? Lin Yinxing, puzzled by Hu Jia's sudden mention of Fang Ya, raised an eyebrow and replied, yes, so what? With a sly grin, Hu Jia continued, According to the Tianji Pavilion, Wanjian Manor originally harbored 5 demonic generals, and with Fangya included, they boast 6. I could relinquish that semi-lord level demon to you, considering all 6 demonic generals would belong to me. 6 demonic generals equate to 600 demon-slaying points. While they may not rival the 1,000 points from a single semi-lord level demon, they are certainly not an insignificant amount. Furthermore, slaying 6 demonic generals is considerably easier than vanquishing 1 semi-lord level demon. Most cultivators at the Sanluo realm would prefer to hunt the 6 demonic generals rather than a semi-lord level demon. Lin Yanxing felt a pang of regret. For him, 6 demonic generals represented not merely 600 demon-slaying points, but also 6,000 signing points. A painful sacrifice indeed. Yet, the thought of a semi-lord level demon yielding 1,000 demon-slaying points along with 10,000 signing points, alongside the potential to elevate his cultivation level to match Ujia's, made it seem exceedingly worthwhile. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed to the Wanjian Manor. I am eager to see whether you can indeed triumph over a semi-lord level fiend. At the entrance of Wanjian Manor, a group of 10 stood as sentinels, each a swordsman of the manor, emanating a formidable sword intent, with a blade affixed to their waists. Upon spotting Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia approaching from a distance, the swordsmen displayed expressions of cold disdain. One among them, even from several dozen meters away, proclaimed, "This is Wanjian Manor. We are not receiving any visitors at present. Kindly vacate the premises." In recent months, numerous outsiders had ventured to Wanjian Manor, yet without exception, all had been turned away. Chapter 158. The 36 Supreme Swords Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia overheard the words of the individuals from the Wanjian Villa. Yet they feigned ignorance and continued onward until they halted a mere few meters before 10 sword cultivators. Exchanging a glance, Lin Yanxing stepped forward, gazing at the swordsmen of Wanjian Villa, and declared, "We seek entry into Wanjian Villa. It would be prudent for you not to impede our path." They stood outside the villa, and to engage in violence here could easily alert unwanted attention. Nevertheless, even if the half-dominant evil spirit and its malevolent generals became aware of their presence, it was unlikely they would retreat, for their strength inspired unwavering confidence. The previously vocal swordsman spoke again, his tone more chilling. "Do you not comprehend our words? Depart at once. Wanjian Villa does not entertain visitors. Do not compel us to use our swords to expel you." His demeanor grew colder still, for the reputation of Wanjian Villa was formidable, and it was rare for individuals like Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia to remain unfazed at such an initial warning. Lin Yanxing regarded the swordsman with a cold smirk. "Your arrogance is quite remarkable, Wanjian Villa. Or perhaps it stems from a guilty conscience that compels you to deny others entry." In his past at Tianwen sect, he had harbored a keen interest in Wanjian Villa, contemplating a visit should the opportunity arise. Now, he stood before the villa, but it was no longer a sanctuary of swordsmanship. They had come to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. The swordsman's expression shifted, and he swiftly drew his sword, exuding the aura of an early-stage Void Realm cultivator along with a formidable sword intent. He admonished, "What nonsense are you spouting? Speak again, and I shall take your life." The other 9 swordsmen narrowed their eyes, their gazes filled with malice, as a murderous intent began to brew within them. Infuriated and humiliated, Lin Yanxing coldly responded, "To avoid your blade, I shall strike first." A sword materialized in his hand, a high-grade earth-tier artifact, the Lingbo sword. With a swift stroke, a dazzling beam of sword light cleaved through the air, and all 10 swordsmen of Wanjian Villa were brutally bisected, their blood staining the ground. With an air of nonchalance, Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia strode into the villa. However, it was not long before they were discovered. A throng of sword cultivators soon encircled them, predominantly comprised of the younger generation, save for one middle-aged man. The man, exuding an aura of murderous intent, fixed his icy gaze upon Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia, coldly inquiring, "Why have you intruded upon Wanjian Villa? Are you acting under orders, or is this of your own accord?" In his mind, these 2 had already marked their names on the death list, yet before executing them, he needed to ascertain whether their collaboration with the malevolent forces had been uncovered. Lin Yanxing discerned the man's thoughts with a single glance and replied, "Rest assured, this is our own volition. No one has instigated us." "Then, prepare to meet your demise." The middle-aged man brandished his sword and lunged forward with lethal intent. The surge of sword intent erupted. and the dazzling sword light sliced through the air like a white stallion, moving with astonishing speed that left ordinary practitioners no time to evade. However, for Lin Yinsheng, who had mastered the Tianing body technique, evasion was effortless. Yet, he chose not to retreat. Instead, he retaliated with a sword strike of his own. Black spiritual energy erupted from the Lingbo sword, resembling a black dragon as it collided with the white sword light, completely engulfing it before swiftly cleaving through the body of the middle-aged man. Boom! The middle-aged man's body was shattered by the blow, his head rolling on the ground several times before he breathed his last. The disciples of Wanjian Mountain Manor, who had surrounded the scene, were left in shock. The slain man was a formidable sword master at the mid-stage of the Xianyao realm, and many of them had been his students. Yet, this sword master had been vanquished by a remarkably young individual with a single stroke. Lin Yinsheng unleashed 2 more strikes, instantly decimating more than half of the surrounding disciples of Wanjian Mountain Manor. He surveyed the remaining terrified disciples and declared, "Wanjian Mountain Manor has conspired with the demonic clan. A grave betrayal of humanity. You should summon your leaders to confront the consequences." Wanjian Mountain Manor was not numerous, comprising only a few thousand individuals, far fewer than many first-rate factions. However, every member was a prodigious talent in swordsmanship, the so-called elite of the sword path. To annihilate a sacred ground of swordsmanship and thousands of exceptional practitioners was a significant loss for the sword path in the Tianwen region. Regrettably, Wanjian Mountain Manor had strayed from the righteous path. Despite its former glory as a sacred ground, it could only be expunged from existence today. Upon hearing Lin Yinsheng's words, the remaining disciples scrambled away in panic to inform the upper echelons of Wanjian Mountain Manor. The manor was known for its 36 absolute swords, comprising 36 highly skilled Xianyao realm practitioners, one of whom had just been slain, ranking among the lower tier of this esteemed group. After about 10 minutes, 35 figures soared from the depths of Wanjian Mountain Manor, each surrounded by an aura of sword intent, wielding a sword in hand. The assembly of these 35 remaining members of the 36 absolute swords was formidable enough to sweep away most second-tier factions. Why do they not heed the call for the demonic beings and their leaders to come forth? Lin Yinsheng mused as he observed the approaching 35 Xianyao realm sword cultivators, a faint sigh escaping his lips. The 36 absolute swords were renowned throughout the northern domain, and he had once admired these powerful sword practitioners. Now, having already dispatched one of their own, he was resolute that the remaining 35 would also meet their demise by his hand. Releasing his aura without reservation, Lin Yinsheng soared into the sky, ready to confront the 36 absolute swords personally. He intended to wield his sword and slay those he had once revered. Crash! Lin Yinsheng clashed with one of the absolute swords, the Lingbo sword slicing through an opponent's blade, swiftly following up to slay its wielder. Subsequently, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, emanating colossal black sword lights that devoured the very radiance of this realm, simultaneously engulfing numerous formidable swordsmen. With each successive stroke, he executed the ethereal shadow technique in midair, systematically eliminating one renowned sword master after another from the northern domain. The so-called 36 absolute swords could scarcely graze the hem of his garments, while with each swing of his sword, he guaranteed the demise of an adversary. One by one, these sword masters plummeted from the skies, reduced to lifeless corpses, their blood staining the earth. The disciples of the Wanjian Mountain Manor, who had hurried back after relaying the news, beheld their once revered sword masters falling from the heavens like moths with broken wings, and their hearts sank with an ominous foreboding. They sensed that the Wanjian Mountain Manor was on the brink of annihilation. Chapter 159. Secrets soon. Only 2 figures remained in the sky, Lin Yinsheng and Rocky, the foremost among the 36 absolute swords, possessing peak prowess of the free and easy realm. Rocky's arm, clasping the long sword, trembled incessantly, blood cascading down the blade. Gazing at the young man before him, he inquired, "Who exactly are you? Could you reveal your identity, so I might know by whose hand the 36 absolute swords have met their demise?" Accepting his impending death, he no longer sought rescue from the stronger members of the Wanjian Mountain Manor or the wicked demons. He merely longed to learn the name of the youth standing before him. Lin Yinsheng looked upon Rocky, his heart heavy, and replied, "I am Lin Yinsheng, once an admirer of the 36 absolute swords. Were it not for the collusion between the Wanjian Mountain Manor and the demonic clan, how could he have been compelled to slay the swordsmanship he once revered? Rocky initially felt astonished, but soon came to a sense of acceptance, saying, "You must be that Lin Yansheng from the Tianwen sect, the one who killed Su Zetian and is known for Liang Yuqi. To perish at the hands of a young genius I once praised is, in a way, a comfort." A year prior, upon hearing the news from the Tianwen sect, he had held Lin Yansheng, Hu Jia, Fei Yuling, and Feng Heng in high regard. "Indeed, it is I," Lin Yansheng responded, thrusting the lingbo sword forward. Rocky watched as the long sword pierced his heart, neither flinching nor retreating, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Truly a prodigy. But be wary. That half-master level demon is extraordinarily powerful. If possible, you should depart." With that, his body slipped from the lingbo sword and fell to the ground. The Wanjian Mountain Manor and the 36 absolute swords had all perished. Whoosh! A surge of sword energy erupted from the depths of the Wanjian Mountain Manor, swiftly slicing toward Lin Yansheng, obliterating him. Yet, his form rapidly dissipated, reappearing beside Hu Jia 100 meters away. Clearly, he had just employed the Tianying body technique. The obliterated figure was merely an illusion. Moments later, 7 formidable figures soared into the air, gazing down at the horrific scene below, their faces etched with fury. All 7 were elderly men, with the central figure, who had once been stooped, now standing tall, his aura intensifying until it surpassed the quasi-Senro realm. Reaching the true Senro realm, he was the first sword of the Wanjian Mountain Manor, the manor's lord, a renowned swordsman from centuries past. Flanking him were 6 distinguished sword practitioners from the northern domain, the 6 extremities of the Wanjian Mountain Manor, all at the quasi-Senro realm. These 7 represented the pinnacle of the Wanjian Mountain Manor's might, surpassing the standards of first-rate forces and drawing near to top-tier power, albeit with slightly lesser foundations. A long sword emanating a crimson radiance materialized in the Lord's hand, its sword intent erupting forth, compressing the very heavens. His gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed upon Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia as he intoned, "You two, merciless and ruthless, who have indiscriminately slaughtered my people at the Wanjian Mountain Manor, today, in the name of the manor, I shall administer justice on the spot." The red sword light erupted from his blade, imbued with terrifying heat, slicing toward Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia. The moment the sword light approached, one could already sense its scorching aura. This was the unique power bestowed by the Sword of Ultimate Flame, belonging to the Flame Sovereign. The Sword of Ultimate Flame was the most formidable blade forged by the Wanjian Manor since its inception, having reached the pinnacle of the low-grade celestial tier, not far from the mid-grade celestial artifacts. The sword itself was commendable, however, the wielder was rather feeble. With a voice that resonated, Hu Jia appeared directly before the incoming sword light, his entire being enveloped in a luminous jade glow. He unleashed a punch. Bang! The sword light shattered upon impact, its energy scattering in all directions, rending the ground with countless sword marks, while Hu Jia remained unscathed, his garments untouched. The jade glow surrounding him effortlessly neutralized such a degree of sword energy. The Lord of Wanjian Manor's pupils contracted in surprise. He had not anticipated Hu Jia would so effortlessly dismantle his strike. He immediately commanded, "Let us attack together. This individual is extraordinary." Relying on one person alone did not guarantee the demise of Hu Jia, especially with the formidable Lin Yansheng also present. Seemingly oblivious to the rapidly approaching 6 extremes sword from Wanjian Manor, Hu Jia turned to Lin Yansheng, positioned below him, and said, "Leave these individuals to me. Prepare yourself to confront that semi-master level evil entity." No sooner had he spoken than his form vanished from his original position, suddenly reappearing before a practitioner on the verge of the Sun Luo realm. Saintly movement technique. Such speed was astonishing, akin to teleportation, transcending spatial barriers. More elusive than Lin Yansheng's heavenly shadow technique. Boom! Hu Jia's fist collided with the practitioner, piercing through him, igniting white flames that incinerated him instantaneously, leaving not even ash behind. Immediately, he formed seals with his hands, a faint white flame emanating from him. Saintly fire technique. The white flames erupted from his being, rapidly expanding and soaring into the heavens. In an instant, 6 streams of white flames descended, targeting the other 5 swords of the 6 extremes sword and the Lord of Wanjian Manor. The 6 individuals were struck with horror. executing their escape techniques to flee deeper into Wanjin Manor. Alas, the white flames were swifter, catching up to them in the blink of an eye. Even as they unleashed their spiritual power and sword energy, they could not withstand it. Their bodies ignited in an instant. A piercing wail echoed briefly before silence fell. As the 6 figures engulfed in white flames were extinguished, and the flames dissipated along with them. Just as the disciples of Wanjin Manor, who had rushed over to assess the situation, stood in shock, the sky suddenly unleashed hundreds, if not thousands, of white flames, locking onto them and hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. Wanjin Manor was engulfed in white flames, but soon the flames vanished, taking with them the disciples of the manor. Lin Yinxing stepped forward, appearing beside Hu Jia, and sincerely remarked, "You truly are an enigma. Your display of previously unseen powerful techniques makes it seem as though you have transformed into an entirely different person." In the past, Hu Jia exuded an imposing strength, a direct and unembellished power that struck with palpable force, capable of shattering magical artifacts with a single blow. However, the present Hu Jia has donned a shroud of mystery. His combat style has undergone a dramatic transformation, showcasing formidable spells previously unheard of. He can effortlessly annihilate distant formidable practitioners while remaining stationary. Compared to the former, straightforward might, the current Hu Jia evokes a sense of enigma and unfathomable depth. Gazing at the sky, a simple and pure smile graces his face as he states, "Everyone harbors secrets. Are you not the same?" From the very moment he encountered Lin Yinxing, he discerned numerous abilities that transcended those of ordinary practitioners, such as the ability to spot little white from afar, an inexplicable elevation in cultivation, and the sudden emergence of powerful treasures. Chapter 160. Confronting the semi-dominant evil being. Just as Lin Yinxing was about to respond, an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy erupted from the depths of Wanjin Villa, soaring into the heavens, obscuring the sun, and enveloping the entire estate. 7 figures streaked through the air with incredible speed, each surrounded by a formidable aura of wickedness. Among them, the foremost figure emanated the most potent and substantial evil energy, exuding an immense presence that instilled a profound sense of pressure merely by hovering in the air. Lin Yinxing fixed his gaze upon the most formidable of the evil beings and remarked to his companion, "Hu Jia, indeed, there are 7 fiends, and the Fanged One is also present, while the semi-dominant evil being is none other than Lu Mie, the father of the Fanged One." This time, he was set to confront an adversary that even the practitioners of the Sun Luo realm dared not face alone. Currently, in the entire northern domain, the number of the evil race exceeded 1 million, yet there were only 13 semi-dominant evil beings, illustrating their scarcity. This rarity also indirectly attested to their formidable strength, for even the practitioners of the demon-slaying alliance, outnumbering these semi-dominant beings twofold, could not vanquish them. Lu Mie's gaze was icy as it bore down on Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia, declaring, "Human brat, you have thwarted the plans of the Celestial Calamity Lord, a crime deserving of death." Their schemes had originally progressed smoothly, but in the past month, several strongholds of their kin had been destroyed, severely disrupting their plans. Should the Celestial Calamity Lord lay blame upon them, even Lu Mie, as a semi-dominant, would not be able to bear the consequences. A commanding evil being stepped forward and beseeched Lu Mie, "Master Lu Mie, permit me to take the heads of these 2 human brats." He regarded Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia with disdain, for he was an arrogant warrior of the evil race, looking down upon all humanity. Lu Mie cast a glance at the commanding evil being and nodded, "Proceed, though you may not be their match. As the master of this villa has already been slain by them." He consented to allow the commanding evil being to confront Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia, as he was unaware of their true strength and wished for the warrior to gauge their capabilities. "Thank you for your guidance, Master Lu Mie." The commanding evil being was enveloped in malevolent energy as he propelled himself through the air, his speed surpassing the sound barrier by several times. Closing the distance of hundreds of meters in an instant, his colossal fist aimed directly at Lin Yinxing's head. The physical prowess of the evil race exceeded that of humanity, and their cultivated malevolent energy surpassed the spiritual power of humans. Thus he was confident he could severely wound the seemingly equally matched human youth with a single strike. Bang! The commanding evil being's fist did not make contact with Lin Yinxing. Instead, it was seized by a hand as pale as jade that emerged from the side. Gripping his wrist, No matter how he exerted himself, his fist remained immovable, unable to reach Lin Yanxing. Frustrated, he swung his other fist toward Lin Yanxing, determined not to relent until he struck him. Boom. However, the delicate hand that grasped his wrist ignited with white flames, engulfing his arm in fire. And before his other fist could touch Lin Yanxing, his entire body was consumed in flames. I do not intend to assist you. As previously agreed, all evil beings belong to me. You are responsible for dealing with that semi-dominant evil being. As Hujia's cool yet melodious voice echoed, tinged with a hint of pride. He jested, if I were to be on the brink of death, you must come to my rescue. Lin Yanxing, with a playful demeanor, surged towards the malevolent entity. Observing Lin Yanxing's bold advance, Hujia remained silent, internally vowing, should you fall to this evil, I shall exact vengeance and eradicate every last one of them. The creature, with its sharp fangs, gazed at the approaching Lin Yanxing and proclaimed, Father, allow me to engage. However, before the words could fully escape its lips, Ru Mie had already charged forward, brandishing the supreme mountain piercer, aiming a thrust at Lin Yanxing. Just as the strike was poised to land, Lin Yanxing suddenly vanished from sight. With a resounding thud, a blade pierced Ru Mie's back from behind, wielded by none other than Lin Yanxing himself. Lin Yanxing's expression shifted slightly. Although the Lingbo sword struck Ru Mie, it failed to penetrate his armor-like scales, which were impervious to the sword's keen edge. Poor insect, are you not filled with despair? Ru Mie taunted, swiftly pivoting to deliver another thrust at Lin Yanxing. Yet, this strike also met with failure. As Lin Yanxing's speed and agility, enhanced by the celestial shadow technique, far surpassed Ru Mie's capabilities. Several dozen meters away, Lin Yanxing bore a grave countenance. Though the celestial shadow technique shielded him from Ru Mie's assaults, its substantial consumption of spiritual energy posed a significant limitation. Even with abundant reserves, he could not sustain the technique indefinitely, for the malevolence of a half-master level demon would not be easily outmatched. Ru Mie's emotionless gaze fixated on Lin Yanxing, akin to a predator stalking its prey. From his back, a pair of black wings unfurled, and in an instant, he vanished from his original position, reappearing before Lin Yanxing, brandishing the supreme mountain piercer once more. The release of his wings granted him a remarkable increase in speed, rivaling that of Lin Yanxing, who was hindered by a lower cultivation realm, making it impossible for the celestial shadow technique to completely negate the disparity. Lin Yanxing was taken aback by Ru Mie's newfound swiftness. Had he activated the celestial shadow technique sooner, he might have gained the advantage, but it was now too late to create distance. Thus, he summoned the heavenly mechanism umbrella from within, positioning it defensively before him. With a thundering impact, the supreme mountain piercer struck the umbrella, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy that tore through the very fabric of space. Feeling the immense force, Lin Yanxing clutched the umbrella tightly as he was propelled backward for hundreds of meters. Even though the umbrella had absorbed the brunt of the lethal strike, the residual force remained overwhelmingly potent, indicating the terrifying strength of Ru Mie's assault, sufficient to obliterate a practitioner of the celestial realm. Indeed, to withstand my blow and still draw breath, you have surpassed many practitioners of the celestial realm among humankind. Ru Mie's voice resonated beside Lin Yanxing, who had only just regained his balance, as the supreme mountain piercer lunged forth once again. His current speed surpasses that of the majority of practitioners within the realm of Sanluo by a considerable margin. Before him, Lin Yanxing's once proud agility has been rendered nearly ineffective under the pressure of his opponent's cultivation level. Lin Yanxing's gaze remains composed as he anticipates that with such velocity, Ru Mie will undoubtedly continue his pursuit. He promptly unveils the heavenly mechanism umbrella and releases the divine light of the heavenly mechanism. This divine light envelopes him in an all-encompassing protection, rendering it impossible for Ru Mie to bypass it and strike directly. Consequently, Ru Mie opts not to change his position, instead unleashing a more formidable surge of malevolent energy, driving a spear-like attack against the divine light. Boom! The relentless malevolence collides with the divine light, unleashing a cataclysmic impact that causes violent fluctuations within the protective aura. Chapter 161. The ultimate trump card. Lin Yanxing's expression grew solemn as he continuously channeled spiritual energy into the heavenly mechanism umbrella. The divine light emitted by the umbrella required his guidance to manifest. Consequently, The heavenly mechanism's brilliance faced unimaginable assaults, imposing immense pressure upon him. Crack! In the next instant, the divine light shattered. Yet Lin Yinsheng was prepared, employing the shadow step technique to retreat with the umbrella to a distance of 100 meters, evading the devastating strike of the furnace extinction. The supreme mountain piercer hung in the air, exuding formidable power that tore through the fabric of space. However, the spatial rift quickly mended under the laws governing the northern domain. Furnace extinction fixed his gaze upon Lin Yinsheng, 100 meters away, and remarked, "That artifact of yours is quite impressive. If you willingly surrender it to me, I may consider sparing your life." Having witnessed Lin Yinsheng escape peril through the heavenly mechanism umbrella during their previous 2 attacks, he recognized its strength. Without the umbrella, he was confident he could have slain Lin Yinsheng with a single blow. A reckless smile graced Lin Yinsheng's face as he defiantly replied, "That is out of the question. I must eliminate you, not only for the sake of the Northern Domain's people, but also for my own survival." Furnace Extinction's prowess exceeded his expectations, surpassing that of an ordinary Sun Luo realm cultivator, rendering even the heavenly mechanism's divine light insufficient for defense. Furnace Extinction licked his lips, his voice dripping with malice as he declared, "Then I shall have no choice but to kill you and seize your treasure." Dark energy coalesced around his weapon, solidifying relentlessly. Though it had not yet reached the substantial form of the cauldron fork, it was far more condensed than the malevolent energy of the prior Chi Su. This hinted at his superiority over Chi Su, and not by a small margin. "Father, save me!" Just as Furnace Extinction prepared to launch another assault on Lin Yinsheng, the anguished cries of Fangya pierced the air, instantly capturing his attention. At that moment, only one demon general remained, Fangya, and his condition was dire. Blood streamed from his wounds as Hu Jia trampled him, driving his head into the ground. Furnace Extinction roared with unbridled fury, "You seek death." An overwhelming aura erupted from him, amplifying his already formidable presence. In his rage, he failed to notice that Lin Yinsheng had positioned himself above and behind him. Buddhist seal. Lin Yinsheng's fist struck the back of Furnace Extinction's head, unleashing 5 explosive Buddhist seals. Simultaneously, he executed the shadow step technique, swiftly retreating several hundred meters while silently chanting, "Explode." Boom. A cataclysmic impact erupted upon Furnace Extinction's skull, black spiritual energy cascading from the heavens to the ground, obliterating the earth inch by inch. Even Hu Jia's position was engulfed by the dark energy. Half a minute later, the black energy dissipated, leaving behind the former Jianshan Zhuang utterly erased, transformed into a vast void. Hu Jia remained in his original spot, yet beneath him, Fangya and the earth had been rendered to nothingness. He was enveloped in a luminous jade glow, which shielded him from the recent surge of spiritual energy. He lifted his gaze towards the sky, his expression slightly frosty. For the furnace of destruction still hovered above, very much alive. Lin Yinsheng had retreated to a distance of 1,000 meters during the explosion of the pagoda seal, and now he too looked gravely at the furnace of destruction. The current state of the furnace was dire. Indeed, it could be described as quite pitiable. Its scales were tattered and torn, numerous wounds marred its body, blood streaming profusely. It fixed its gaze on Lin Yinsheng from afar and spoke coldly. "That last move you executed, you certainly cannot replicate it now, can you?" Lin Yinsheng furrowed his brow slightly. He indeed could not perform the pagoda seal again, as he had only mastered 5 such seals, all of which had been unleashed in that prior moment. Thus, to conjure them anew would require a span of time to gather his energies. The prowess of the pagoda seal had not disappointed him. It was sufficient to obliterate the entirety of the 10,000 sword manor, rendering it non-existent. However, the vitality of the furnace had exceeded his expectations, surviving such an onslaught. Struggling to respond, "Have I struck true with my conjecture? Then brace yourself to savor the delights of death." With a sudden movement of its bloodied wings, the furnace surged forward, traversing the distance of 1,000 meters in an instant, launching a formidable wave of malevolent energy with the supreme mountain-crushing cone. Lin Yinsheng gripped the heavenly mechanism umbrella, once again unleashing the light of the heavenly mechanism to counter the oncoming dark energy. The furnace's condition was indeed poor. Its speed and strength diminished compared to before. Yet, without the lethal power of the pagoda seal, it would not be easy for Lin Yinsheng to vanquish the furnace. Thus, he resolved to wield the spell he had conceived in collaboration with the system. He closed his eyes, reaching out in his mind to communicate with a distant being, while simultaneously sensing the melding of bloodlines. The furnace, noticing Lin Yinxing's stillness, felt a surge of delight and swiftly flew before him, wielding the supreme mountain-crushing cone, aiming to strike down upon Lin Yinxing's head. It was certain that should Lin Yinxing be struck by this blow, he would surely perish. For the physique of humankind was inherently frail, and Lin Yinxing's cultivation was still beneath that of the furnace. Hu Jia, observing from below, felt a tightening in his chest, hesitating over whether to intervene. Lin Yinxing had stated that he would handle this semi-master level demon himself. Yet now, Lin Yinxing was in peril. Ultimately, Hu Jia chose not to act, placing his trust in Lin Yinxing, knowing he had not yet revealed all his hidden cards. In a fleeting moment, the supreme mountain-crushing cone descended with astonishing speed, less than a fraction of a second away from striking Lin Yinxing's head. However, as the cone appeared to collide with Lin Yinxing, the furnace felt an overwhelming recoil, being thrust backward several steps, its arm numb. At that moment, Lin Yinxing was enveloped in a resplendent golden radiance. The supreme mountain-crushing cone, though it seemed to have struck his head, had actually impacted against the shimmering brilliance. In the next instant, the golden glow swiftly transformed, coalescing around Lin Yinxing's arms, morphing into dragon scales that encased them. His arms resembled those of a mighty dragon, the scales radiating an immense sense of oppression. Lin Yinxing gazed at his hands, transformed into the arms of a true dragon, momentarily lost in thought. It had been nearly 3 years since he first performed this technique, true dragon transformation. Now, after such a significant passage of time, he once again wielded this formidable art, experiencing the same sense of mystery and power as before. Yet this time, both of his arms could undergo the transformation, a substantial enhancement compared to the previous occasion when only one arm could embody the essence of the dragon. Lumia fixed a dubious gaze upon Lin Yinxing's dragon-like arms, incredulously exclaiming, "Those bizarre limbs exude an aura that is certainly not characteristic of the human race. Who exactly are you?" His irritation was palpable. He had initially anticipated a swift victory over this human youth, only to have his plans thwarted at the last moment, allowing the boy to survive. Now, he sensed a faint yet undeniable pressure emanating from this young human, a realization that left him deeply unsettled. Chapter 162. One punch to annihilate the furnace. Lin Yinxing's eyes, slightly altered from before, fixated on Lin Yinxing as he coldly declared, "I am but an ordinary human, yet my companions are anything but, take for instance my brother, the true dragon." As he professed, he was indeed an ordinary human, yet his companions included a system, the true phoenix, the true dragon, Xiao Bai, and Hu Jia. The true strength resided not within him, but in his companions, who collectively augmented his own power. The true dragon. Fu Mia gaped in disbelief, his voice rising to a frantic shout, "Impossible! The true dragon has long been extinct. There are no true dragons left in the myriad realms. Do not deceive me." Clenching the supreme mountain piercer with fervor, he surged forward, aiming to strike Lin Yinxing. Lin Yinxing raised his right arm, effortlessly grasping the supreme mountain piercer, rendering the force of Fu Mia's attack feeble in comparison. With an icy demeanor, he stated, "At this moment, you possess no capacity for resistance before me." With that, he clenched his left fist and unleashed a torrent of golden energy, engulfing Fu Mia and propelling forth into the boundless sky. As Lin Yinxing lowered his left hand, Fu Mia had vanished, leaving only a fragment of the supreme mountain piercer clasped in his right hand. A subtle sigh of relief escaped him as golden radiance emanated from his arms, swiftly returning him to normal, the dragon scales dissipating. A sudden wave of intense dizziness overcame him, plunging him into darkness as he plummeted from the sky. Hu Jia, with a flicker, appeared midair and caught Lin Yinxing, then vanished once more into the void. Minutes later, a vast crowd gathered outside the crater that was once the 10,000 Sword Manor. Most had come from Sword Town, while others traveled from distant places, drawn by the cataclysmic tremors they had sensed, eager to ascertain the cause of the commotion. However, they arrived too late, witnessing only the aftermath. The 10,000 Sword Manor had ceased to exist, and the specifics of its demise remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, the manner of its disappearance was of little consequence. The dissolution of the 10,000 Sword Manor would undoubtedly incite a storm of upheaval. signifying the loss of a formidable swordsmanship sanctuary in the northern region. A week later, in Jiuyan City, Lin Yinsheng lay in a room at an inn, while Hu Jia quietly observed him. 7 days had elapsed, yet Lin Yinsheng remained in slumber, prompting a tinge of regret in Hu Jia. Had he acted sooner, incapacitating Fu Mia before surrendering him to Lin Yinsheng for the final blow, they might have avoided this predicament. Where am I? Suddenly, Lin Yinsheng's voice broke the silence. Hu Jia looked up in surprise, realizing Lin Yinsheng had opened his eyes. We are currently in Jiuyan City, just outside the Jiuyan sect, in an inn, he replied. With Lin Yinsheng awake, Hu Jia felt a wave of relief wash over him. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to unleash his wrath upon the demonic region to vent his frustrations. Lin Yinsheng nodded, propping himself up, stretching his limbs as he inquired, "How long have I been asleep?" When he unleashed the transformation of the true dragon, he was acutely aware that he might succumb to unconsciousness. Even now, he could not withstand the formidable power of the true dragon bloodline, even if it was merely a slight enhancement compared to the last time. During the days of your unconsciousness, Hu Jia Dao, I feared you might never awaken again, and was prepared to find a fitting place to lay you to rest. Upon seeing Lin Yinsheng regain consciousness, his mood brightened considerably, and he even began to jest. Lin Yinsheng replied with a smile, "If you bury me, I truly won't wake up." He understood this was merely Hu Jia's jest. The reality was that he might have been in a coma for several months, or even years, with Hu Jia steadfastly by his side. This reflected his trust in Hu Jia, though it was also possible that in a fit of anger, Hu Jia had ventured to the demon zone to slay demons, only to return and continue watching over him. Hu Jia refrained from further banter and inquired, "Since you have awakened, when shall we visit the Nine Flame sect?" It was not that he was particularly eager to hunt demons, but the news of the annihilation of the Wan Sword Manor, the Leaf family of Yuehua Kingdom, and the Nangong family of the Tianlang dynasty had spread throughout the Tianwen district and even reached other regions. In such circumstances, the demons of the Nine Flame sect would undoubtedly have heightened their vigilance and might have secretly relocated their stronghold. Lin Yinsheng stood up resolutely and declared, "Having eradicated 3 demon hideouts in succession, the remaining demons in the Tianwen district should be well aware of our actions. It is uncertain whether any demons still linger at the Nine Flame sect. We must investigate." He intended to ascertain the presence of the demons at the Nine Flame sect. If they remained, it would not pose a significant issue, but if they had vanished, it would indeed be troublesome. The Nine Flame sect is a prestigious sect within the Tianwen district, boasting 3 Quasi-Senro realm practitioners and dozens of practitioners at the Xiaoyao realm. This level of power ranks among the elite within first-rate forces, second only to super first-rate forces like the Wan Sword Manor, which approaches the pinnacle of strength. In the northern region, any force, be it a family, sect, or nation, is categorized into either inferior or superior forces. Superior forces are defined as those possessing practitioners of the Xiaoyao realm, while inferior forces lack practitioners of the Xiaoyao realm or above. Superior forces are further divided into 3 tiers: third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate forces, with the latter requiring at least 3 mid-stage Xiaoyao realm practitioners or 1 practitioner of mid-stage Xiaoyao realm or higher. First-rate forces must include a peak Xiaoyao realm practitioner, and some powerful first-rate forces may even have quasi-Senro realm practitioners. Many first-rate forces have developed rapidly and birthed Senro realm practitioners. However, their foundations do not compare to those of top-tier forces. Therefore, an additional classification of super first-rate forces was established, which includes those possessing Senro realm practitioners, such as the Wan Sword Manor, which boasts strength nearing that of top-tier forces. Even the Tianwen sect, one of the most profoundly rooted forces in the northern region, has very few Senro realm practitioners, underscoring the elite status of those who have attained the Senro realm in the northern region. Outside the Nine Flame sect, Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia were predictably intercepted by the disciples of the Nine Flames sect, who barred their entry due to their lack of the sect's attire. Exchanging a glance, Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia swiftly engaged the 2 disciples. Moments later, they donned the garments of the Nine Flames sect and strode confidently into the sect. Their intention was to ascertain the current state of the Nine Flames sect, as a direct assault would have been far more straightforward. However, Hu Jia's conspicuous presence drew attention. As soon as they entered, countless disciples of the Nine Flames sect fixed their gaze upon them. At last, a rather handsome young man approached. a smile gracing his features as he addressed Hu Jia, esteemed junior sister. To which lineage do you belong? I do not recall having seen you before. Chapter 163. The top 10 demon slayers. Hu Jia regarded the self-assured individual who approached him with a cool indifference, remarking, with so many disciples in the sect, it is improbable that you know them all, is it not? He had encountered numerous such pretentious individuals, and he estimated that at least 9 out of 10 were drawn to him solely for his looks. At times, he felt an overwhelming urge to gouge out their eyes. Did they not notice the attire he donned, suitable for a male? The senior brother merely inquired casually. With no ulterior motive, with thousands of disciples in the sect, it was inevitable that he did not recognize them all. Mu Wenlin maintained a beaming smile, resembling a congenial elder brother. However, those familiar with him understood that he reserved such amiability exclusively for the lovely junior sisters and senior sisters. While his demeanor transformed entirely when addressing junior brothers, he became a veritable hypocrite, cloaked in righteousness. Lin Yansheng, who had been overlooked by Mu Wenlin, stepped forward slightly and inquired, esteemed senior brother, we have been in seclusion for a while, having just emerged. Might there be any significant events in the sect requiring our attention? This individual approaching them did not appear to be an ordinary disciple. Extracting information from him would render him of singular value. Mu Wenlin mused internally. So they had been secluded for an extended period, which explained their lack of social awareness. He felt a modicum of disdain but, in the presence of Hu Jia, maintained a facade of friendliness, smiling as he replied, nothing of great consequence has transpired in the sect. However, the external environment is rather tumultuous. The Li family of Yuehua Kingdom has been exterminated, and the Nangong family of the Tianlang dynasty has met a similar fate. It is said that both were annihilated by the same pair of assailants, Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, former disciples of Tianwen sect, now regarded as traitors. Though he had never encountered Hu Jia or Lin Yansheng, he presumed they must possess extraordinary treasures acquired from the Tianwen sect. Otherwise, how could they possibly eliminate quasi-Senro realm cultivators at such a tender age? He found it hard to believe that anyone's talent could be so remarkable, especially since he considered himself no less gifted than any prodigy. Surely, our Juyin sect's strength surpasses that of the two factions you just mentioned, esteemed brother? Lin Yansheng feigned a haughty expression as he spoke. He was aware that disciples of the sect often harbored a sense of superiority, looking down upon those of noble lineage. Thus, he intentionally placed himself among them, adopting a tone that belittled the Nangong family and the Li family of Yuehua Kingdom. Mu Wenlin's expression shifted slightly, displaying reluctance as he replied, this time, the situation is different. Even Wanjian Villa has been destroyed. Some speculate that it was the doing of Hu Jia and Lin Yansheng. If that is indeed the case, it implies that they are aware of the collaboration between the evil demon clan and our factions. Currently, several prominent figures from the evil demon clan are in discussions with the sect master and elders regarding matters of concealment. In his view, being compelled to abandon the sect's old site and hide was a profound disgrace, particularly when such a predicament was wrought by merely two youthful practitioners. Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia exchanged a glance, both wearing triumphant smiles. It was no secret that the Jiuyin sect was entangled with the demonic tribe, a fact even known to its disciples, indicating a profound collaboration. One could even assert that the Jiuyin sect had fully succumbed to the demonic influence. Moreover, they had received crucial intelligence. The demons had yet to depart from the Jiuyin sect, signifying that the time for slaughter had arrived. Thank you for your words. Thus, I shall send you to your demise first, Lin Yansheng stated coldly, delivering a devastating punch. Mu Wenlin had yet to comprehend the situation before he was obliterated by the blow, leaving a gaping fissure several hundred meters long in its wake. By vanquishing a half-lord level demon, Lin Yansheng earned the reward for his first kill of such a foe, propelling him to the pinnacle of the carefree realm, placing him on equal footing with Hu Jia. Upon reaching the apex of the carefree realm, Lin Yansheng's aura became more acute, and his strength evidently surged. Some disciples of the Jiuyin sect regained their wits and cried out, "They are not our disciples. Quick, alert the elders." Subsequently, the remaining disciples of the Jiuyin sect fled recklessly, some racing towards the outside, while others delved deeper into the sect. Boom. At that moment, the skies above the Jiuyin sect were shrouded in a multitude of thunderclouds, with thick bolts of lightning striking down, annihilating the fleeing disciples. The sect leader, elders, and concealed demons sensed the disturbance and swiftly took flight, only to be instantly struck down by the lightning. Holy Thunder Technique. Undoubtedly, it was Hu Jia wielding the spell, his form enveloped in delicate blue electric currents, akin to a deity commanding the tempests. After a few minutes, the lightning dissipated, for Hu Jia could no longer sense any life force within the Jiu Yin sect besides Lin Yansheng and himself. This indicated that all disciples, elders, the sect leader, and the lurking demons had perished. One spell, the annihilation of the Jiu Yin sect. Hu Jia examined his demon-slaying order with satisfaction, declaring, "I have slain 3 demon generals, and now I possess 1,050 demon-slaying points, not far behind you, I presume." Previously, at the Wanjin Manor, he had dispatched 6 demon generals, yielding only 600 points. Thus, this time he had preemptively eliminated 3 demon generals from the Jiu Yin sect. Consequently, his demon-slaying points had surpassed 1,000, bringing him closer to Lin Yansheng. "My count is currently 1,340 demon-slaying points," Lin Yansheng remarked as he too inspected his demon-slaying order. Simultaneously, he accessed the system panel in his mind, discovering he now possessed 44,900 sign-in points, inching closer to the coveted 50,000. Upon reaching that threshold, he could exchange for another spell of the same caliber as the Heavenly Shadow Technique. He acknowledged that witnessing Hu Jia's mastery of formidable spells, effortlessly vanquishing vast swathes of enemies, stirred a deep yearning within him. If a genuine war were to erupt in the future, such as an invasion by the demonic tribe, they would face countless, perhaps even tens of thousands, of demons in a single confrontation. Engaging in close combat to eliminate foes one by one proves to be an inefficient strategy. Rather, it is the broad-spectrum offensive techniques exemplified by Hu Jia that are deemed the more prudent approach. In the Demon Slayer Alliance branch of Tianwen City, an elderly man observed the leaderboard of demon-slaying values recorded by practitioners. Suddenly, he noted that one name had surged into the top 10, Hu Jia, boasting a score of 1,050, outpacing the 9th place holder, who had a score of 1,030. The elder's gaze lingered on Hu Jia's name and the accompanying demon-slaying value, astonished once more by this familiar name. He then shifted his attention to the practitioners ahead in the rankings, his eyes resting on Lin Yansheng in 6th place, whose score of 1,340 stood out prominently. Chapter 164. Elder Tianyuan over the past month. The demonic eradication scores of Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia have surged remarkably, particularly a week ago when Hu Jia experienced a rapid increase of 600 points within a short span, marking a substantial rise in increments of hundreds. Lin Yansheng's situation was even more astounding, as he witnessed a singular leap of 1,000 points. The Demonic Eradication Alliance transmits the information of registered practitioners into the treasure of the Sky-Watching Mirror, which is intrinsically linked to the Demonic Eradication Order. Consequently, the fluctuations in demonic eradication scores are updated in real time within the order. Presently, all 5 branches of the Demonic Eradication Alliance utilize replicas of the Sky-Watching Mirror, which relay each branch's data back to the authentic Sky-Watching Mirror located at the headquarters in the Yuyue district. Thus, the headquarters can access information about all practitioners registered within the Northern Domain, regardless of their affiliation with the Alliance. The elder gazed at the Sky-Watching Mirror before him, enveloped in a brief silence. He comprehended the implications of a surge of 100 points versus one of 1,000. The former indicated the slaying of a major demon commander, while the latter signified the defeat of a semi-lord demon. Hu Jia's 6 consecutive increases of 100 points each suggested that he had dispatched 6 major demons in rapid succession. As for Lin Yansheng's singular increase of 1,000 points, it was evident that he had vanquished a semi-lord demon. This feat was unparalleled among the practitioners registered within the Demonic Eradication Alliance of the Tianwen district, where over 1 million practitioners had registered. Even those ranked above Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, despite experiencing increases of over 1,000 points, did so incrementally, gaining 1 or 10 points repeatedly, indicating they had eradicated a significant number of ordinary and elite demons rather than taking down a semi-lord or consecutively defeating major demons. At this moment, an elder from the Tianwen District Demonic Eradication Alliance entered the room. Observing the still elder, he inquired, "Elder Tianyuan, what troubles you?" Elder Tianyuan, the esteemed elder of the Tianwen District, had ascended to the realm of Sanluo a millennium ago, holding a rank far superior to that of Su Zetian. His prowess also surpassed Su Zetian's significantly, as he had slain a semi-lord demon during the past year's fierce battles against the demonic race. Naturally, his information was recorded at the headquarters of the Demonic Eradication Alliance, thus absent from the replicas of the Skywatching Mirror here, existing solely in the authentic version at the headquarters. Elder Tianyuan beckoned the newcomer closer and spoke, Chu Jingho, as an elder of the Tianwen sect. You must be acquainted with these two individuals, correct? This place, the most crucial secret chamber of the Demonic Eradication Alliance, housed the replicas of the Skywatching Mirror, accessible only to high-ranking officials of the branch. Chu Jingho, a renowned elder of the Tianwen sect, stood at the pinnacle of the Xiaoyao realm and held a prestigious position within this branch of the Demonic Eradication Alliance. At this moment, being called by Elder Tianyuan made him somewhat anxious. Hesitantly, he approached Elder Tianyuan, gazing at the Tianming mirror before him, and cautiously inquired, Elder Tianyuan, whom do you refer to? Although it was a question, upon glimpsing two familiar names among the top 10 of the mirror, he quickly comprehended the situation. Elder Tianyuan cast a cold glance at Chu Jingho and replied indifferently, Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia. I have heard that they were once disciples of our Tianwen sect. You have been in the sect for some time. You must know them, correct? At that moment, he felt a surge of anger within him, wishing he could return to the Tianwen sect to personally eliminate those who flouted the sect's regulations and deceived their superiors. Cold sweat appeared on Chu Jingho's brow, yet he dared not wipe it away. He spoke in a hushed tone, Elder Tianyuan, I know them. They were indeed renowned prodigies within our Tianwen sect. He had not anticipated that the names Hu Jia and Lin Yansheng would so swiftly emerge from among a million cultivators to rank among the top 10. It seemed that significant events were likely to transpire within the Tianwen sect. Elder Tianyuan coldly remarked, how did they depart from the Tianwen sect? Had I not inadvertently overheard discussions about Hu Jia and Lin Yansheng and subsequently sought clarification, I would have remained unaware that they were once disciples of our sect. Furthermore, my investigation revealed that two other illustrious talents, Fei Yuling and Luo Fu, also left the Tianwen sect. What on earth is happening? He gleamed at Lin Yansheng, Hu Jia, Fei Yuling, and Luo Fu were all esteemed geniuses of the Tianwen sect who had subsequently departed. The reasons for their departure appeared to be deliberately concealed. Having lived for over a millennium, he had long ceased to concern himself with ordinary talents. Thus he had not delved deeper into the matter. However, in the past week, first Lin Yansheng and then Hu Jia had astonishingly surged into the top 10 of the subsect with their extraordinary demon-slaying achievements, prompting him to desire a thorough understanding of these individuals, as well as Fei Yuling and Luo Fu. These four had all left the Tianwen sect approximately a year ago, forming a cohort of outstanding talents who departed simultaneously. Chu Jingho sensed Elder Tianyuan's growing wrath and dared not withhold any further information, disregarding Su Zetian's prior instructions, and recounted the entire sequence of events. Compared to Su Zetian, he felt far more intimidated by the venerable Elder Tianyuan, an ancient figure within the Tianwen sect, embodying its profound heritage. It was precisely due to the presence of such venerable figures that the Tianwen sect maintained its status as the epitome of depth and tradition. In terms of heritage, even the old rival, the Shuiwe sect, or the recently emerged leader of the demon-slaying alliance, the Xingyue workshop, could not rival the Tianwen sect. Upon hearing Chu Jingho's account, Elder Tianyuan erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Wretched fool! I have long known that Su Zetian is no good. After secluding himself for over a century, he dares to dominate the sect unchallenged." In his rage, an aura emanated from him, instantly overwhelming Chu Jingho to the ground. This aura surpassed the mid-stage of the Sanluo realm, far exceeding Su Zetian in strength. After a brief moment, Elder Tianyuan became aware of his own lapse in composure. He turned his gaze towards the nearly overwhelmed Chu Jingho, who was struggling under the weight of his oppressive aura, and completely restrained his own presence. Fixing his steely eyes on the flustered Chu Jingho, who had hastily risen to his feet, he spoke with a darkened expression, "That scoundrel Su Zetian, have your minds, as elders, been devoured by ferocious beasts? You remain utterly indifferent while he wreaks havoc upon the outstanding talents of our sect, even driving them away from the Tianwen sect. It fills me with such frustration that I could strike down this timid elder before me with a single blow." Having listened to the account, he was already aware that Lin Yansheng, Hu Jia, Fei Yuling, and Luo Fu were among the most exceptional geniuses. Yet, it was utterly unfathomable that such four eminent talents were forced to abandon the Tianwen sect by the machinations of Su Zetian and his ilk. Chapter 165. An invitation from Elder Tian Yuan. Chu Jing, trembling with trepidation, remarked, "Elder Tian Yuan, the prowess of Elder Su Zetian far surpasses our own. We are utterly incapable of opposing him." Despite the collective sentiment among the elders of the sect that Su Zetian's faction was excessively arrogant, they remained mute, cowed by his formidable strength, allowing him to wield unchecked authority within the Tianwen sect. "Humph," Elder Tian Yuan scoffed, his voice laced with ire. "Chu Jing, accompany me back to the Tianwen sect. I must ascertain just how audacious Su Zetian truly is." His heart simmered with indignation, wishing fervently to eliminate Su Zetian for the grievous loss of four prodigies from the sect. Meanwhile, in Tianwen City, Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia observed the bustling city, seemingly unaffected by the malevolent forces, yet their hearts were heavy with concern. Having departed from the Jiuyan sect, they had journeyed directly to Tianwen City, and a week had now elapsed. "We should visit the old man," Lin Yansheng suggested. "We must inform him of the lurking evil in Tianwen City and urge him to exercise caution." The exact whereabouts of the malevolent entities remained a mystery, with even the Tianji pavilion lacking clarity. In Ningwuk's courtyard, a young girl was diligently practicing swordplay when Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia descended from the sky, landing gracefully in the courtyard. The girl, Xing Linglong, beamed with delight upon seeing them, her delicate face lighting up as she exclaimed, "Senior brother, Brother Hu Jia, you're back." Her days were filled with rigorous training, rendering life quite monotonous, so the return of Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia brought her immense joy. Reclining in a lounge chair, Ningwuk cast a glance at Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia before closing his eyes once more, leisurely commenting, "You've returned so soon. Did you not venture into the demon-infested zone to hunt evil creatures?" He had assumed that their expedition would extend for at least a year and a half. Given the perilous nature of hunting demons, where care and caution were paramount, Lin Yansheng drew up a chair and sat, saying, "Do not mention it. We did manage to slay some demons, but there's an urgent matter I must bring to the old man's attention. Numerous demon clans are concealed within Tianwen City, so you must remain vigilant to avoid being captured." He continued, "If a grave situation arises in Tianwen City, take Linglong and seek refuge with Shao Qi and the others. Even the most audacious demon clans would hesitate to encroach upon the heart of the ferocious beast forest." While the demon clans were indeed formidable, breaching the ferocious beast forest was nearly inconceivable unless a true master-level demon were to descend. The sovereign of the forest was an 8th-tier ferocious beast, the Tianjun Inshang Sparrow, whose might had ruled the realm for millennia, reaching the pinnacle of 8th-tier ferocity. Even a true master-level demon would find it a daunting challenge to vanquish it. Additionally, it was the mentor of Shao Bai, guiding its training and occasionally providing counsel to Shao Qi and Shao Zhenlong. Ningwuk suddenly opened his eyes wide, his expression grave as he inquired, "There are demon clans in Tianwen City?" Lin Yansheng's words took him by surprise. It is important to note that Tianwen City is no ordinary place. It is undoubtedly the foremost city in the Tianwen district, fortified by the support of the Tianwen sect. Even a half-lord level demon would think twice before daring to approach. Lin Yansheng disclosed the information he had gathered from the Tianji pavilion, along with details of the demon strongholds he and Hu Jia had eradicated. At this point, Ning Wuxia had no choice but to believe. His astonishment turned to joy upon hearing that Lin Yansheng had slain a half-lord level demon. He felt a sense of pride. Lin Yansheng had truly grown, surpassing him and becoming capable of standing on his own. Xing Linglong, with her sparkling eyes, approached Lin Yansheng and asked, "Senior brother, are you and Hu Jia not going to find Shao Qi and the others?" Her understanding of the demon clan was profound and brutal, leading her to hope that Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia would refrain from hunting demons. Instead, she wished for Lin Yansheng, Hu Jia, and herself, Ning Wuxia, to live together safely and cultivate. Lin Yansheng gently patted Xing Linglong's head and replied, "We cannot avoid hunting demons. Although we are uncertain of the demon schemes, it is evident that they possess a formidable backup targeting our human race, thus necessitating our actions against them." He had no sister, and Xing Linglong, now his junior disciple, felt like a sister to him. Xing Linglong gazed at Lin Yinsheng with her large eyes and said with understanding, "Senior brother, please be cautious with Hu Jia." She yearned to assist Lin Yinsheng in defeating the demons, vowing to herself to train harder and grow stronger swiftly. "All right," Lin Yinsheng assured her. And after giving Ning Wuxia a few reminders, he departed the courtyard with Hu Jia. They planned to wander through Tianwen City to see if they could encounter any demons. No matter how well the demons disguised themselves, Lin Yinsheng's keen insight would unveil them. Not long after Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia left the courtyard, a formally dressed man in black approached them, speaking respectfully. "Are you Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia?" "We are." "What is the matter?" Lin Yinsheng observed the black-clad man's cultivation level, which was at the early stage of the Tongyu realm, indicating he was not someone who came without purpose. And he inquired further. The man responded politely, "It is like this. The leader of our demon-slaying alliance branch, Elder Tian Yuan, has invited both of you to join him." He was already aware of Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia's accomplishments over the past month and held them in great esteem. Lin Yinsheng, puzzled, asked, "Elder Tian Yuan from the Tianwen City branch of the demon-slaying alliance wishes to meet us?" Aside from registering their information and obtaining a demon-slaying order, they had had no further interactions with the alliance, leaving him unsure of the elder's intentions. The man in black replied, "Yes, Elder Tian Yuan means no harm. Please rest assured." This time, he referred to them as honored ones, further emphasizing his sincerity. "Then let us take a look." In the chamber of the master of the Demon Slayer Alliance's branch, Elder Tian Yuan stood by the window, observing the pedestrians on the street, feeling a sense of ennui. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, followed by the voice of a man clad in black. "Elder Tian Yuan, Lords Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia have arrived." Elder Tian Yuan turned to face the door, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. "Please come in," he exclaimed. As his words fell, the door swung open, revealing Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia, while the man in black remained outside, standing guard at the threshold. Lin Yinsheng was certain he had never encountered Elder Tian Yuan before. In fact, he had never even heard of such a figure. He cut straight to the point and inquired, "Elder Tian Yuan, may I ask what brings you to summon us?" Chapter 166. Hidden Malice. Elder Tian Yuan did not directly disclose his intentions for summoning Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia, but instead, he kindly inquired with a smile, "You must not be familiar with me, Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia, am I correct?" As he observed the two young individuals, he found himself increasingly fond of them. Their youthfulness, around the age of 20, was remarkable, as they could rival practitioners of the Sinluo realm, promising boundless potential for the future. Not acquainted, they replied in unison. Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia were uncertain of Elder Tian Yuan's ulterior motives, yet sensing no malice from him, they chose to remain and respond honestly. In Tianwen City, their acquaintances were limited primarily to the elders and disciples of the Tianwen sect, leaving little opportunity for broader connections. Elder Tian Yuan continued, "I am the Grand Elder of the Tianwen sect. I have been in seclusion for over a century, only recently awakened a few months ago to confront the demonic forces. Upon my return, I was unaware of the sect's recent circumstances until I learned a few days ago about Su Zetian's tyrannical reign within the sect, which has harmed many disciples and elders. This infuriated me deeply. Thus, I returned to the Tianwen sect and taught Su Zetian a lesson, confining him to the dungeon." As he spoke, his weathered eyes fixed upon Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia, yet he was disappointed to find no signs of joy or excitement in their expressions. Lin Yinsheng calmly replied, "Elder Tian Yuan, you are indeed a commendable elder, and Su Zetian has received his just deserts. Even his imprisonment in the dungeon cannot absolve his sins. His ties to the Tianwen sect were tenuous at best, with only a few friends worth his concern." Elder Tian Yuan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Su Zetian has committed numerous atrocities and deserves no mercy. However, the demonic clan is currently poised to strike, and we require capable individuals. Hence his life is spared for the time being." He harbored a desire to eliminate Su Zetian, yet the latter was a practitioner of the Sinluo realm, a formidable force in the northern region and an invaluable asset to the Tianwen sect, making his execution a significant loss. Lin Yinsheng wished to refrain from further discussion about Su Zetian, prompting him to inquire, "Elder Tian Yuan, aside from addressing Su Zetian's situation, have you summoned us for any other matters?" He understood that the Tianwen sect would not easily execute Su Zetian. After all, he was a Grand Elder and a Sinluo realm practitioner. Therefore, if he wished for Su Zetian's demise, it would have to be by his own hand. He felt assured of his ability to kill Su Zetian, yet lacked the opportunity, knowing that storming the Tianwen sect's dungeon would undoubtedly lead to his capture. Lin Yansheng believed himself, yet lacking the strength to confront the entirety of the Tianwen sect, especially after gaining insight into its profound foundation upon meeting Elder Tianyuan. The sect possessed more than one powerhouse akin to Elder Tianyuan. Elder Tianyuan, with a warm demeanor, proposed, "I wish to invite you both to rejoin the Tianwen sect. What is your inclination?" He earnestly desired to reclaim prodigious talents like Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, who had already reached the pinnacle of the Xiaoyao realm at the tender age of 20 and were capable of transcending boundaries to slay practitioners of the Sunluo realm. Such extraordinary talent, if nurtured, would undoubtedly surpass him and might even aspire to become a formidable presence. Lin Yansheng has already discerned the Elder Tianyuan's intentions and unhesitatingly declined, stating, "I am sorry, but we have no desire to return to the Tianwen sect." He harbors no inclination to revisit a place like the Tianwen sect, despite having grown up there. His formative years were largely spent in solitude atop Wuqing Peak, leaving him with little attachment to the sect. Moreover, with Ning Wuqing, who had once nurtured him, being forced out of the Tianwen sect, the prospect of returning becomes even more implausible. Elder Tianyuan, unwilling to concede, urged, "I understand that there were issues with the sect's attitude towards Su Zetian and his misdeeds when unchecked. However, now that I have emerged from seclusion, I assure you such occurrences will not transpire again, and you need not worry on that account. Additionally, your master Ning Wuqing can be welcomed back to the sect to continue his role as the master of Wuqing Peak. The prospect of possessing an extraordinary talent is a substantial gain, and the loss of one already acquired would be even more difficult to bear. A singular prodigy possesses the potential to elevate a sect, while 2 or even 4 such talents could alter the very landscape of a domain, perhaps even allowing for supremacy within it." Lin Yansheng politely declined, "Senior Tianyuan, we appreciate your goodwill, yet we currently have no intentions of returning to the Tianwen sect." He was already prepared to utilize the Dinghai Shinju to shift spaces, ready to leave the demon-slaying alliance alongside Hu Jia at any moment. One must always guard against potential threats, especially since they have already forged animosity with the Tianwen sect, and he refuses to rejoin it. In this context, Elder Tianyuan could very well eliminate him and Hu Jia in their infancy, preventing any future threats to the Tianwen sect. Elder Tianyuan gazed at Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia. A faint disappointment etched upon his face. From Lin Yansheng's demeanor, he realized that persuading them to return to the Tianwen sect was nearly an impossible feat hence. The most prudent choice now would be to eliminate Lin Yansheng, as Hu Jia had already become embroiled in conflict with the sect. By vanquishing Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia now, he could avoid any future retaliation from them. After all, a fallen genius ceases to be a genius. The atmosphere within the room became somewhat tense, as Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia locked eyes with Elder Tianyuan, the potential for an explosive confrontation looming. This standoff persisted for a minute until Elder Tianyuan suddenly chuckled, "You truly possess audacity, openly rejecting my offer without fear of my wrath? Very well, you may leave. Should you have a change of heart, you are always welcome to seek me out." Just moments ago, he indeed harbored murderous intent, but ultimately, he dismissed that thought. If he were to act, and either Lin Yansheng or Hu Jia managed to escape, it would herald the end for him and the Tianwen sect. Should a prodigious talent return after decades, or even a century, harboring vengeance and incognito, the Tianwen sect would be utterly defenseless in the absence of equally gifted individuals. After a moment of careful contemplation, Elder Tianyuan dismissed the notion of eliminating Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia. After all, their adversary was merely the faction of Su Zetian and not the entirety of the Tianwen sect. There remained a possibility to transform foes into allies. Otherwise, he would employ every means at his disposal to retain Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia. "We shall take our leave now," Lin Yansheng remarked, casting a profound glance at Elder Tianyuan. He and Hu Jia departed, seemingly calm, yet concealing lethal intent. Fortunately, fate favored them, and the situation did not spiral into its most dire form. As they exited the demon-slaying alliance, Hu Jia, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke. "Why did you not inform him about the presence of malevolent entities in Tianwen City?" Chapter 167. The State of the Demon District. Lin Yansheng spoke softly, The whereabouts of the demon clan remain shrouded in mystery. It is possible that the demon-slaying alliance, or perhaps even Elder Tianyuan, may have colluded with them. Of course, the likelihood of Elder Tianyuan being in league with the demons is slim. However, others within the demon-slaying alliance may not be as innocent. With over 100 demons concealed within Tianwan City, it is evident that they have formed connections with numerous individuals. Otherwise, their concealment would not be so effective. Upon hearing Lin Yinqing's words, Hu Jia realized that they were aware of the significant presence of demons in Tianwan City, which should not be casually discussed. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, he inquired, "So where do we go now? To the demon district?" His cultivation of the celestial spirit spell necessitated improvement through battle. Currently, he had only reached the second level, White Jade, and had lingered at this stage for several years. The next level was not far off, thus he yearned for combat at every opportunity. Lin Yinqing replied, "The demon district comprises 36 states. We shall head to Anlin State to ascertain the current situation there. The demon district is divided into 36 states, with only a portion housing semi-lord level demons. After all, there should only be 12 semi-lord level demons in the entirety of the demon district." Half a month later, Lin Yinqing and Hu Jia crossed into the demon district at the border of Tianwan, arriving in Anlin State. Naturally, the border was guarded by demons, who immediately spotted Lin Yinqing and Hu Jia, shouting, "Humans! Quickly, kill them!" Boom! A bolt of blue lightning struck down, obliterating 10 elite demons stationed at the border, leaving only one demon general standing. This granted them 100 demon slaying points. Should they eliminate this demon general as well, they would acquire another 100. As Hu Jia spoke, he vanished and reappeared before the fleeing demon general. With a single punch, he struck down the demon general, whose physique surpassed that of an average practitioner in the Wandering Realm. Yet under Hu Jia's blow, he was reduced to mere fragments. Lin Yinqing flew to Hu Jia's side. Speechless, was that really necessary? Did you think I would compete with you for the kill? He yearned to strike, but Hu Jia's swiftness and decisive strike left him no opportunity to claim the glory. Hu Jia asserted confidently, "Absolutely. You currently possess 1,340 demon slaying points, while I have 1,250. If I eliminate another demon general, I will surpass you. You must be fearful of me overtaking you, which is why you want to steal the kill." He relished competing with Lin Yinqing, as Lin often rebutted him. Thus, he aimed to eclipse Lin in demon-slaying points and subsequently mock him. Lin Yinqing rubbed his forehead, saying, "Demon generals are not so easily encountered. Our northern region has a limited number of practitioners in the Wandering Realm, and the demons occupy only one area, significantly outnumbered by our human race. Consequently, demon generals will also be fewer. In the northern region, it may appear that there are many at the pinnacle of the Wandering Realm." For both he and Hu Jia had dispatched dozens of such practitioners. However, the majority of those they had slain hailed from first-rate factions, including even those from the extraordinary Wan Jian Mountain Manor. However, first-rate forces are scarce in the northern domain, and practitioners of the Carefree Realm are exceedingly rare. It is merely the vast expanse of the northern domain, populated by countless trillions, that creates an illusion of abundance. In truth, the demonic clan has only a little over 100,000 members in the northern domain, with the majority being ordinary demons in the lower tiers, while the elite demons occupy a mere fraction of the population. Regardless, having entered the demon territory, encountering a demon general should not be a concern. Hu Jia remarked nonchalantly, then soared forward. Despite their scarcity, demon generals could still be met within the demon zone, unless they had all vacated. Lin Yinqing followed closely behind Hu Jia, and after flying several thousand meters, they spotted an elite demon atop a mountain peak, which Lin Yinqing swiftly dispatched with a flick of his hand. They continued their meticulous search for demons. 3 days later, Lin Yinqing and Hu Jia stood atop a mountain in Anlin Prefecture, gazing into the distance, their expressions tinged with confusion. Hu Jia unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, shattering a boulder a kilometer away, and exclaimed with frustration, 3 days have passed without encountering a single demon general. Where could they have all gone? Over these 3 days, they had scoured much of Anlin Prefecture in pursuit of demons, yet since Lin Yinqing had slain that elite demon 3 days prior, they had only discovered 12 ordinary demons and 1 elite demon. Lin Yinqing had vanquished the 12 ordinary demons, while Hu Jia had dispatched the elite one. Their respective demon-slaying scores now stood at 1,362 and 1,260. Lin Yanxing gazed into the distance, speculating, "This is indeed peculiar. The demonic clan might be up to something significant, gathering in a particular location." He then recalled a passage within the demon zone that connected to other realms, through which the demons had entered the northern domain of the celestial spirit realm. Might it be that all the demons have convened at that passage? Upon voicing his thoughts, Hu Jia concurred with the possibility. However, they were hesitant to directly seek out that passage, even if they found it. It would be improbable for the two of them to eliminate all the demons. After all, semi-master level demons vary in strength, and figures like Lu Mia are not considered top-tier within that level, merely average at best. Ultimately, Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia ventured into other prefectures, traversing 5 in total before departing the demon zone and entering the sacred absolute zone. Along their journey, they dispatched 50 ordinary demons, 6 elite demons, and 1 demon general. From the latter, they gleaned the reason behind the disappearance of the demonic clan. Just as they had surmised, the clan had relocated to the state where the passage was situated, awaiting the arrival of their formidable kin. This time, a multitude of powerful demons were expected to descend, as the passage had been further expanded and stabilized, capable of accommodating even more formidable demons from other realms into the celestial spirit realm. Now, Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia's demon-slaying scores were 1,472 and 1,360, respectively. Yet both bore a grave demeanor after acquiring this information, hastily departing the demon zone to avoid unforeseen circumstances. 2 guests. The one over there has sent a flask of fine liquor to you. While Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia pondered the matters concerning the demon clan, a servant from the tavern approached their table, presenting a bottle of wine and offering an explanation. Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia turned their gaze towards the direction indicated by the servant, discovering a man seated by the window. The man, with a visage as sharp as a chiseled blade, met their eyes and smiled in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your drink," Lin Yanxing remarked, uncertain of the man's intentions, yet feeling that expressing gratitude for an unsolicited gift was not excessive. It was merely a gesture of reciprocity. Chapter 168. Becoming a Fugitive. The man, with features as sharp as a blade, gazed intently at Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia, a smile of intriguing depth gracing his lips. "I believe you two bear a striking resemblance to the individuals spoken of in rumors." With that, he drained his glass and set it upon the table, sunlight streaming in and illuminating his handsome visage even further. Lin Yanxing met the man's gaze, curiosity evident in his tone. "Oh, which 2 individuals do you refer to?" He and Hu Jia had been operating within the Tianwen district, while this was the Shengjue district. Thus, it would be expected that no one would recognize them here. The man, possessing an air of striking handsomeness, revealed a hint of amusement. "The recently infamous Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia from the Tianwen district. It is said that they have successively annihilated the Li family of the Yuehua kingdom, the Nangang clan of the Tianlang dynasty, the Daxuman, the Jian sect, and the Wanjian mountain manor. Many in the Tianwen district now claim they are unscrupulous cultivators who indulge in wanton slaughter, even petitioning the demon-slaying alliance to apprehend them." He was almost certain that the 2 before him were indeed Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia, as he had seen their likenesses through the demon-slaying alliance's display artifact. A look of astonishment crossed Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia's faces. The 5 factions they had destroyed were not insignificant. It was hardly surprising that their deeds had reached the Shengjue district. However, the fact that many in the Tianwen district had jointly requested the demon-slaying alliance to capture them, branding them as evil cultivators, was rather intriguing. They had uprooted the strongholds of malevolent forces in the Tianwen district, thus alleviating considerable dangers for its inhabitants. Yet they were still labeled as the villains. One could hardly deny the irony. Lin Yanxing regarded the man, understanding that he had likely discerned their true identities. However, this individual exhibited no immediate hostility, prompting Lin Yanxing to inquire directly, "What stance does the demon-slaying alliance take?" The man toyed with his wine glass and replied, "The demon-slaying alliance has indeed made its position clear. A bounty has been issued for the capture of Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia, offering a reward of 10 million spirit stones along with a high-grade Earth-tier artifact. On the current wanted list of the demon-slaying alliance, Lin Yanxing ranks 6th, while Hu Jia ranks 7th. The wanted list includes the most heinous of cultivators, powerful evil entities, and those who have betrayed humanity to join the demonic forces. In essence, being on the Demon-Slaying Alliance's wanted list means one has become a public enemy of the entire northern domain, hunted by all. With a loud clap, Hu Jia slammed his palm on the table, indignation evident in his voice. Why is Lin Yinxing ranked 6th, while I am 7th? His concern was not the implications of being wanted or the consequences thereof. Rather, he was vexed that, despite their equal contributions, Lin Yinxing's ranking surpassed his by 1 position. The man paused, bemused, recognizing that Hu Jia's focus was somewhat unusual. He responded, that might be due to Lin Yinxing appearing more threatening than you do. This was merely his personal opinion, as Hu Jia, in any light, did not strike one as a notorious villain. Dressed in a cloak of black, Lin Yinxing exuded an aura of icy detachment, a palpable danger that far surpassed that of Hu Jia. Hu Jia, with a glint in his eye, regarded Lin Yinxing with a mocking tone, remarking, judging by appearances, looking so unappealing indeed poses a significant threat. He expressed no concern regarding the consequences of being wanted. While 10 million spirit stones were a considerable sum and a high-grade earthly artifact quite appealing. Not just anyone could claim such a bounty. Lin Yinxing, his expression darkening, retorted, "What are you saying?" By making such a statement, Hu Jia was essentially revealing to others that they were 2 of the most notorious wanted criminals, ranked among the top 10 on the Demon Slayers Alliance's list. A man rose to his feet, emanating an imposing presence, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixating on Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia. You 2 are Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia, correct? He had joined the Demon Slayers Alliance and was a practitioner within its ranks, also serving as a bounty hunter who had once made a living by capturing and eliminating the wanted individuals listed by various factions. Lin Yinxing met the man's gaze, instinctively releasing a formidable aura, and asked, "So, are you here to apprehend us?" The allure of 10 million spirit stones and a high-grade earthly artifact was indeed a tremendous temptation for practitioners of the Freedom Realm, capable of attracting countless individuals to pursue them. I am indeed a bounty hunter, honored with the title of Senior Hunter by the Hunter Association, the man declared with a smile. I wonder if you have heard of my name, Wang Yueyan. His reputation in the Holy Absolute region was considerable, even before the establishment of the Demon Slayers Alliance. He had been a well-regarded bounty hunter, classified as a senior. Hu Jia pondered for a moment, unable to recall any information about this individual, and replied, "Senior Hunter Wang Yueyan, I haven't heard of you. Are you particularly formidable?" Having spent recent years cultivating at Tianwen Peak and accompanying Lin Yinxing for nearly 3 years, he had little time to grasp news from the outside world, rendering him unaware of many individuals of modest renown. Wang Yueyan sneered. "No wonder you are among the top 10 on the Demon Slayers Alliance's wanted list. Your arrogance is palpable." He was a man of considerable pride, and Hu Jia's words had wounded his self-esteem. Hu Jia regarded Wang Yueyan with confusion, sensing something amiss, and retorted, "What's wrong with being arrogant? Are you going to hit me?" He was more than willing to engage in a brawl, having spent a week in the Demon District without a single fight, finding himself quite bored. This is the Holy Absolute region, not the Tianwen District. Such arrogance can lead to dire consequences, especially for wanted criminals like yourselves. Wang Yueyan was eager to teach Hu Jia a lesson, but Lin Yinxing's presence held him back. Even with his confidence, he deemed it too risky to confront 2 opponents. Thus he uttered a threatening remark before soaring out the window. Lin Yinxing, taken aback by Wang Yueyan's actions, remarked, "This person seems quite brave. Yet I never expected him to be so cowardly." He had anticipated that Wang Yueyan would engage in a confrontation with Hu Jia, given his commanding presence, but instead, he left with a parting statement and a dramatic exit through the window, a turn of events Lin Yinxing had not foreseen. Hu Jia cast a glance at the trembling innkeeper cowering behind the counter and remarked, "The staff here are quite cowardly." The patrons who had been drinking had long since fled, leaving only the innkeeper, who was quaking in fear. Was I truly that terrifying? Such thoughts filled him with dissatisfaction. Lin Yinxing, however, found the reaction quite understandable, stating, "We are currently among the top 10 fugitives on the Demon Extermination Alliance's wanted list. It is only natural for ordinary individuals to feel fear upon recognizing our identities. Since the establishment of the Demon Extermination Alliance, the notorious criminals from various factions had congregated, and with the addition of new wanted individuals, the list now boasted over 10,000 names, each associated with deeds that instilled terror in the hearts of many." Chapter 169. The pursuit of the evil demons, it is evident how formidable Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia must appear to others, as they rank among the top 10. After departing from the tavern, they inquired about the location of the Tianji Pavilion and proceeded there. This city, known as Jishur City, does not belong to any dynasty or nation. It stands as a free city, an independent force in its own right. The strength of Jishur City is remarkable, with the branches of the Tianji Pavilion being roughly equivalent to the branches in the capital of the Yuehua Kingdom, possessing rare information of the highest caliber. Lin Yanxing sought news regarding the evil demon clan, particularly whether the Shengjua district mirrored the situation in the Tianwen district, harboring numerous hidden and infiltrated evil demons. The information he received weighed heavily on his heart. 10 factions in the Shengjua district had already allied with the evil demon clan, conspiring together on some nefarious plans. Acquiring this intelligence came at a significant cost: a sacred healing pill. The value of the sacred healing pill is substantial. The stronger the cultivator, the higher its worth, as it can heal any injury sustained by those who have yet to perish, regardless of their cultivation level, be it body refinement or even higher realms. Reluctantly, Lin Yanxing exchanged the sacred healing pill, lamenting the loss, as he possessed no treasures of the same caliber as those at the level of the forest realm. In comparison to items such as the Tianji umbrella or the Dinghai pearl, the sacred healing pill is among the least valuable. After receiving satisfactory news, Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia exited the Tianji Pavilion, surveying the bustling Jishur city with a sense of helplessness. Among the 10 factions that had allied with the evil demon clan, one was indeed from Jishur City, specifically referring to the city lord's manor. The city lord, Liang Jishur, stands at the threshold of the forest realm and is the architect of Jishur City. To countless citizens, he is perceived as a hero, a benevolent lord. Host, you could have exchanged your sign-in points for a treasure of forest realm caliber without sacrificing the sacred healing pill to that individual, the system's voice chimed in, causing Lin Yanxing's expression to darken instantaneously. He had not considered this option, having not redeemed items from the system in quite some time. Lin Yanxing inwardly cursed, "Damn system. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Now I've lost one of my 2 sacred healing pills. One sacred healing pill can save a life. Thus, 2 are equivalent to 2 lives, and now he had unwittingly sacrificed one." Naturally, he felt a swell of frustration. In the absence of inquiry from the host, this system was unaware of your needs. "It was only out of concern for your apparent ignorance that I chose to remind you," the system continued. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanxing's displeasure only deepened, but he had no choice but to endure. With a steely gaze directed towards the city lord's manor, he declared, "Let us go. We shall hunt down the evil demons." At present, he finds himself in dire need of a cathartic release for the pent-up frustrations within his heart. The heavenly machine pavilion of Jishur City has conveyed to Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia that within the Lord's residence of Jishur City lie 2 formidable demonic generals, devoid of either elite or ordinary demons. The infiltration of human territories is perilous. The greater the number, the more susceptible to exposure. Hence the scarcity of such missions is undertaken solely by the most powerful of demons. The Lord's residence of Jishur City stands grand and imposing. Upon arriving at its entrance, Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia were confronted by 2 guards, both of considerable strength at the Great Sun Realm. Regrettably, Lin Yanxing, in a foul mood, swiftly dispatched both guards with a single strike, rendering them lifeless. Following this, he shattered the grand entrance with a powerful fist and, with Hu Jia, boldly strode inside. Outside on the street, a multitude of onlookers gaped in astonishment at the ruin of the Lord's entrance, some unable to fathom the audacity of the act. The entrance to their esteemed lord's residence had been breached, and those 2 individuals had brazenly entered after their destructive display. This was no mere act of recklessness. It bordered on madness. At that moment, Wang Yueyun approached, his curiosity piqued by the shattered entrance and the gathered crowd. He inquired, "What has transpired? How has the Lord's door been destroyed, and what of the 2 corpses at the threshold?" As the words left his lips, he instinctively thought of Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia, the very individuals with whom he had clashed verbally at the tavern not long ago. A young girl, indignant and filled with righteous anger, exclaimed, "Just now, those 2 youths inexplicably killed the guards of the Lord's residence before forcefully breaking in." Having grown up in Jishur City, she held deep admiration for Liang Jishur, the founder of the city. Witnessing such brutality against his residents, She harbored intense disdain for the intruders. Upon hearing the girl's account, Wang Yueyun deduced that the two individuals inside were indeed Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia. He remarked, "Those two are likely the nefarious criminals sought by the demon-slaying alliance, Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia." Although he felt an urge to rush inside and apprehend them, he restrained himself, recognizing that, given their past exploits, the Lord's residence posed little threat to them. An elderly woman nearby, upon hearing Wang Yueyun's words, spoke with bitterness. "No wonder such vile criminals are so brutal. They truly deserve to perish. My late partner fell victim to such fiends. Yet the one who took his life was merely an ordinary practitioner of the Great Sun realm and not even worthy of the wanted list." The girl, however, remained fervent in her belief, declaring, "Fear not. Lord Jishur will surely vanquish these two scourges and rid us of their menace." She held steadfast faith in the heroism of Jishur city, convinced that the Lord would triumph over the young miscreants. Indeed, the Lord shall prevail. The Lord shall prevail, and the villains shall meet their demise. This rallying cry resonated among the crowd, illustrating the deep-rooted affection and support Liang Jishur commanded from the citizens of Jishur city. Wang Yueyun furrowed his brows slightly, perceiving the ignorance of those around him. He was not a resident of the Foundation city and remained unaware of the greatness of Liang Jishur. However, from the information he had gathered, even 10 Liang Jishur would not suffice against the likes of Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia. Thus, he spoke up directly. "You are being overly naive. Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia are among the most notorious individuals, ranked in the top 10 on the Demon Slayer Alliance's wanted list. They have previously annihilated numerous forces far mightier than the Lord's Manor of Foundation City. Liang Jishur is no match for them and stands a high chance of being slain." Upon hearing Wang Yueyun's words, a nearby young woman immediately retorted, "Impossible. You speak nonsense. A great talent from Foundation City would never fall to two vile criminals." At the same time, tears began to stream down her beautiful face, as if Wang Yueyun's words had wounded her faith. Chapter 170. The extreme cold sacred body. The others glared at Wang Yueyun in anger, leaving him bewildered. Had he merely spoken the truth? Was their reaction truly warranted? He found the situation perplexing. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted from the Lord's mansion, as Liang Jishur, radiating overwhelming spiritual energy, burst forth from the secret chamber. Ascending into the sky, he was a remarkably imposing figure, and with his immense power unleashed, he appeared even more formidable. Fixing his gaze upon Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia below, he demanded, "Who are you? You have invaded my lord's mansion and unleashed slaughter. Surely you must provide a reason." Upon seeing Liang Jishur in the air, the young girl became particularly agitated, exclaiming, "Lord Jishur has emerged. Those two villains are doomed." The confidence of the others surged as they beheld Liang Jishur's majestic presence, believing he could effortlessly vanquish the two scoundrels. Lin Yanxing, observing Liang Jishur aloft, scoffed, "Why is it always you wretches who leap forward to meet your demise? Do you truly regard the demonic clan as so formidable?" As his words reached Liang Jishur's ears, Lin Yanxing had already appeared behind him, thrusting his right hand straight into Liang Jishur's body, piercing through his back and emerging at the front. How did you know?" Liang Jishur gasped, eyes wide with shock. Boom. Lin Yanxing offered no reply. Instead, he unleashed his spiritual power, obliterating Liang Jishur into fragments. He then surged towards the secret chamber, convinced the demons were concealed within. On the streets, everyone stood in stunned silence, particularly the girl clad in a pale yellow dress. Tears streamed down her delicate face, falling to the ground, yet she seemed utterly unperturbed. The others were equally unsettled. The Lord's mansion of Jishur city was doomed, and with Liang Jishur's death, the city's decline was imminent. Wang Yueyun gritted his teeth, muttering, "This Lin Yanxing is indeed formidable. He could defeat Liang Jishur. Yet with such ease, this only underscores that I am no match for him." Within the Lord's mansion's secret chamber, upon Lin Yanxing's arrival, one of the two demonic generals had already perished, while the other lay half dead on the ground. Hu Jia flicked his wrist and remarked, "Here, this demonic general is left for you. Be sure to thank me." He wanted to scoff at how easily these demonic generals fell, nearly killing the one meant for Lin Yanxing. With a swift kick, Lin Yanxing crushed the demonic general beneath his foot, muttering his thanks before surveying the surroundings. Confirming no demons remained, he turned to leave. "Your gratitude lacks sincerity," Hu Jia grumbled, trailing behind Lin Yanxing. After extending his senses to ensure no threats lingered in the Lord's mansion, the two ascended into the sky, swiftly departing. On the street, the girl wiped her tears away and rushed into the Lord's mansion. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene before her, her complexion paled, and she felt an overwhelming wave of nausea. Yet she did not depart, her gaze fixated upon the ground strewn with blood, corpses, and dismembered limbs, her eyes gradually growing cold and piercing. From her presence, a layer of frost emerged upon the earth beneath her feet, spreading outward in a chilling embrace. Soon, the shattered Lord's manor transformed into a wintry wasteland, where all the bodies and blood were encased in ice. The girl's originally black pupils morphed into a pair of frigid ice-blue orbs, her waist-length hair swiftly shifting from black to ice-blue, emanating an aura of profound coldness. This heralded the awakening of the extreme cold sacred body. After Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia departed from the Stone City, they hurried directly toward their next destination, the Tinyaga Valley. The 10 powers that had succumbed to the evil demon clan, as stated by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, included the Lord's Manor of Stone City, Tinyaga Valley, the Mingyue sect, the Shangyan sect, and the Ju-Di sect. When Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia learned of the Ju-Di sect's betrayal, they were both taken aback. For the Ju-Di sect was not to be compared with those first-rate or even super first-rate forces. It stood alongside the likes of the Tianwen sect, Shuiwe sect, and the Qingxia clan as a top-tier power. As one of the 13 premier forces of the Northern Domain, the Ju-Di sect was also a founding member of the Demon Extermination Alliance, holding a position of great significance within it. In fact, the Ju-Di sect was even stronger than top-tier powers such as the Fian Sword sect and the Qingxia clan, ranking prominently among the 13 elite forces. The Ju-Di sect's betrayal undoubtedly dealt a tremendous blow to the human race across the Northern Domain. Moreover, this was a dire omen. If the Ju-Di sect could align with the evil demon clan, what assurance was there that other top-tier forces would not follow suit? This question lingered, with no one daring to provide a guarantee. On the journey to Tinyaga Valley, Hu Jia spoke up. Lin Yanxing, after we deal with the other forces, should we consider approaching the Ju-Di sect? Unlike their situation with Tianwen City, this time they were acutely aware of every power that had aligned with the Sacred Abyss region, yet one particular force stood out as extraordinarily peculiar. Lin Yanxing regarded Hu Jia with a serious expression, responding, "How could we possibly approach them? The Ju-Di sect is one of the founders of the Demon Extermination Alliance, teaming with formidable individuals, and maintains an allied status with other top-tier forces. If we were to take action against the Ju-Di sect, it would be tantamount to challenging the Demon Extermination Alliance, thereby making us adversaries of the entire Northern Domain. The implications of the Ju-Di sect's involvement are far too extensive. Setting aside whether we could contend with them, it would be unwise to act lightly." Hu Jia suggested, "What if we disseminate the rumor that the Ju-Di sect has betrayed humanity and allied with the evil demon clan? Even if the other factions within the Demon Extermination Alliance do not directly believe such claims, it would surely sow seeds of suspicion. Once they investigate the Ju-Di sect, they are bound to uncover some irregularities." He understood that if he and Lin Yanxing were to directly inform the Demon Extermination Alliance of the Ju-Di sect's collusion with the evil demon clan, no one would believe them, and they might even fall victim to a counterstrike from the Ju-Di sect. After all, they were currently wanted criminals on the Demon Extermination Alliance's list, symbols of heinous malevolence, and thus, others would not trust their words. Therefore, his plan was to spread the notion of the Ju-Di sect's treachery outside, inciting suspicion among the people of the Northern Domain and their various factions toward the Ju-Di sect. Lin Yanxing shook his head and remarked, "Your thinking is overly simplistic. Such actions would only provoke the Absolute Land sect into desperation, leading them to deliberately disseminate false information, alleging that the Heavenly Inquiry sect, Watermoon sect, and Azure Cloud clan are colluding with the demonic clan. Consequently, the demon-slaying alliance would be engulfed in suspicion against one another, and the people of the Northern Domain would live in constant fear, ultimately resulting in the potential self-destruction of the alliance. The demonic clan has refrained from spreading such rumors, undoubtedly because they are secretly executing some plan. However, should we force the Absolute Land sect into a corner, they may no longer concern themselves with the consequences." Hu Jia clenched his fists, feeling a sense of frustration as he asked, "What then?" Should we ignore it like we did with the Heavenly Inquiry City in the Heavenly Inquiry District? This time in the Holy Absolute District, the situation is even more suffocating. At least in the Heavenly Inquiry District, we were unaware of the specific collusions between the demonic entities and other powers. But in the Holy Absolute District, the truth is abundantly clear. Chapter 171. The hidden competitor's Lin Yinxing's gaze was calm as he remarked, "The strength of just the two of us is ultimately limited. Unless we can enter the realm of Sun Luo, we cannot individually alter the grand landscape. While it is conceivable for an individual to influence the entire northern domain, it requires unparalleled strength. At present, both he and Hu Jia are capable of contending with ordinary practitioners of the Sun Luo realm. However, when faced with those at the pinnacle of that realm, their chances of victory are scant, as their cultivation levels remain insufficient." Hu Jia responded, "Breaking through to the Sun Luo realm is not a trivial matter. It necessitates a period of consolidation within the realm of Xian Yao, allowing one to accumulate strength before making a significant leap into the Sun Luo realm, thus enabling further advancement. In truth, achieving a breakthrough is not inherently difficult. The true challenge lies in mastering that realm to its fullest extent. Genuine prodigies diligently accumulate spiritual power, solidifying their foundation and ensuring it reaches the most substantial level before attempting a breakthrough. During her time in the Tongyu realm, a talent like Shangwan Shuiwei should have been able to advance to the Xian Yao realm long ago, yet she chose to restrain her progress and fortify her cultivation. Only upon reaching her utmost limits did she opt for a breakthrough, thereafter allowing her strength to flourish, ensuring her prowess remained consistently formidable, and facilitating a smoother transition into higher realms. Lin Yinxing chuckled to provide comfort, saying, "Therefore, there is no need for haste. For practitioners of the Sun Luo realm, those under 100 years old are still considered part of the younger generation. It is the exceptional individuals who can break through to the Sun Luo realm before turning 100. Most of the elder practitioners have spent centuries achieving such a milestone. Given their ages, both he and Hu Jia have already reached the pinnacle of the Xian Yao realm by the age of 20, with the capability to transcend boundaries and slay Sun Luo practitioners. This achievement is nearly impeccable, and urging them to break through to the Sun Luo realm in a short time would be excessively demanding, unless they were to recklessly attempt a breakthrough despite an unstable foundation, which they would certainly refrain from doing." Upon arriving at Tianyao Valley, Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia were momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. Looking around, they beheld shattered mountains and ruins of structures. A closer inspection revealed numerous torn bodies on the ground, dismembered limbs mingled with entrails, invoking a sense of nausea. "What has transpired here?" Hu Jia descended, halting a few feet above the ground, and moved forward to scrutinize the situation. The Tianyao Valley had been annihilated, seemingly not long ago. Lin Yinxing, too, examined the area meticulously and soon discovered 3 towering demonic corpses. "These are the remains of the demonic clan," he stated, 3 in total. "The 3 demonic generals concealed within Tianyao Valley have all perished. It appears that the valley was not destroyed by the demonic clan, but rather by another force that obliterated both the valley and the demons within. Who could this other force be, aside from himself and Hu Jia? Were they powerful figures from the demon-slaying alliance, or perhaps other factions, or even rogue cultivators?" With a swift motion, Hu Jia appeared beside Lin Yinxing, gazing at the 3 grotesque corpses of the demonic clan sprawled on the ground. He lamented, "How could I have missed? Who dares to snatch my prey? When I find out who it is, they shall pay dearly." In the Tianwen district, they had eradicated numerous hidden forces of the demonic clan without encountering such an incident. Yet upon arriving in the Shengjua district, they were faced with this predicament. Could it be that the overall prowess of the Shengjua district truly surpasses that of the Tianwen district? Lin Yinxing was not particularly concerned about the theft of his prey. From a certain perspective, it could even be deemed fortunate. The bounty hunter spoke wisely. The Shengjua district is indeed beyond comparison with the Tianwen district. The cultivation world here is far more intricate, teeming with hidden talents. There are 3 prominent forces alone, while the Tianwen district boasts but a single top-tier power: the Tianwen sect. The Shengjua district is home to 3 eminent forces: the Holy Light Peak, the Judi sect, and the Golden Divine Kingdom. Of these, the Golden Divine Kingdom is unique, a vast realm with a population of billions, steeped in history, and even possessing ties to the central domain. Hu Jia scoffed, even combined. The three esteemed forces are no match for the Tianwen sect. Were it not for the decline of the Tianwen sect, other top-tier forces would not dare to be so arrogant. The Tianwen sect is the most profound and historically rich among the 13 foremost powers, having existed since ancient times. During that epoch, the Tianwen sect reached its zenith, vanquishing all foes and exerting dominance over the entire northern domain. At that time, the sect's leader would wield the Tianwen sword, a symbol of authority. With a single draw, it could bring devastation to the Golden Divine Kingdom, a realm of billions of cultivators. However, after the ancient period, the Tianwen sword ceased to be an emblem of the leader, now enshrined within the Tianwen Valley, for the current leader lacks the strength to wield it. Lin Yansheng, wishing to avoid a dispute with Hu Jia, remarked, "Enough of this talk. Let us hasten to our next destination, lest we be outpaced again." While it was advantageous that others were also hunting the demons were crucial prey for him, not to be relinquished so easily. It was a matter of free competition. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed to the next location, the Mingyue sect. As they stood above the ruins of the Mingyue sect, Hu Jia, exasperated, exclaimed, "How infuriating! Who could it be that has caused me to return empty-handed twice? If it were any other time, it would be tolerable, but now my celestial spirit curse is on the verge of reaching its third realm, and I require slaughter and battle to advance. Enough with the complaints. We must swiftly seek out other forces harboring demons, or we may end up with nothing at all," Lin Yansheng urged, feeling a sense of urgency. This potential rival appeared formidable, given the devastation at Tianya Valley and the ruins of the Mingyue sect. They must have annihilated these forces in a remarkably short span. Thus, having scarcely arrived at the Mingyue sect, Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia swiftly set their course for the Shanyan Gate. Fortunately, they had prepared maps leading to 10 strongholds inhabited by malevolent forces in advance, and were already familiar with the routes. Otherwise, they might have been left with nothing at all. The Shanyan Gate is renowned in the sacred absolute region for its formidable power, having attained an elite status that governs several nearby dynasties with remarkable authority. Each year, these dynasties are obliged to present countless treasures to the Shanyan Gate in exchange for its protection, safeguarding them from the assaults of marauding practitioners. Suddenly, two figures soared through the air from the distance, halting mid-flight as they beheld the Shanyan Gate, intact and unharmed, and they let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that their rival had not yet arrived. Lin Yan and Hu Jia proceeded to fly towards the territory of the Shanyan Gate, only to discover an invisible barrier preventing them from ascending further. Thus, they descended to the ground and made their way towards the mountain gate of the Shanyan Gate. Chapter 172. The man in black robes at the entrance of the Shanyan sect stood a solitary disciple, wielding an elongated sword that trailed along the ground. With a demeanor of indifference, he cast a cold glance at the approaching Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, casually inquiring, "Who goes there? State your names." Despite his nonchalant attitude, he was already channeling his spiritual energy, for these two individuals exuded an aura of profound danger. Lin Yansheng, Hu Jia. The two introduced themselves, and in an instant, one unleashed a surge of black spiritual energy, while the other emanated white spiritual power, overwhelming the surroundings with their formidable presence. The disciple, Wu Wei, managed a faint smile, remarking, "Ah, it is you two, the wanted criminals on the Demon Extermination Alliance's list." He had heard their names numerous times before. Previously, they were known to operate solely within the Tianwen district, yet here they were, having ventured into the sacred absolute district. Lin Yansheng assessed the disciple, who bore an exaggerated sword, and inquired, "The Shanyan sect has colluded with the demon clan, betraying humanity. Am I mistaken?" This individual appeared markedly different from the disciples of other factions, not seeming to align himself with the demonic forces, prompting Lin Yansheng to pose the question. To his surprise, Wu Wei nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, 2 months ago, for demon generals arrived at the Shanyan sect and struck a deal with the sect leader and others." He then seated himself on the ground, placing his sword beside him, and continued, "You must be here to eradicate the Shanyan sect and the demons, correct? Prior to your arrival, another had come, approximately a quarter of an hour ago, and has already set up a void restriction array within the sect to prevent escape." What? Upon hearing this, Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia ceased their conversation with Wu Wei and hastened towards the Shanyan sect. They had assumed their rival had yet to arrive, but to their dismay, he had reached the location before them. Now, they could not remain composed. They were determined to ascertain the identity of this individual whose speed was so remarkable. Wu Wei watched as Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia dashed away, then turned his back to the Shangyan sect, gazing into the distance, a bittersweet pang stirring within him. Having grown up in the Shangyan sect, he loathed the thought of witnessing its demise. Yet, the sect's betrayal of humanity in favor of the demon clan rendered its eventual downfall inevitable. Thus, he felt neither the need nor the desire to impede Lin Yansheng, Hu Jia, or the individual who had arrived before them. Upon entering the Shangyan sect, Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia were met with a gruesome scene of blood-soaked ground and dismembered limbs. It was evident that these were the remains of the sect's disciples, their tragic fates sealed by overwhelming force. Continuing forward, they sensed the commotion of battle and quickened their pace. Eventually, they arrived at the secluded area where the sect leader, Qing Xiao, resided, witnessing a man in black robes engaged in fierce combat with the demons. The ground bore testament to their struggle, with 3 demon corpses already lying in defeat, clearly indicating that the black-robed figure was more than a match for the demon generals. The living demon general, upon witnessing Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, felt a flicker of hope surge within him. He called out, "You 2 young human beings, if you can rescue me, I shall beseech the true Lord of Heaven's desolation to bestow upon you the supreme sutra of my clan's cultivation methods, allowing you to become members of my kin." He was uncertain whether Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia could contend with the figure in the black robe, yet he found himself devoid of alternatives, compelled to take a chance. Hu Jia glared at the cloaked figure, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "It is you who has seized our prey." Throughout his training, he had never encountered anyone who dared to steal his quarry, yet this individual repeatedly did so, inciting his profound dissatisfaction. After all, they had expended considerable effort to obtain information about the demons from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. The black-robed man momentarily ceased his assault on the demon general, for he had set up an array of restrictions that rendered the demon general incapable of flight. Escape on foot was an impossibility. His dark, haunting eyes remained fixed on Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia as he coldly stated, "The demon clan is not your exclusive quarry. Whoever strikes first claims the kill. There is no concept of theft here." His voice was youthful, suggesting he was a young man, yet his entire form was shrouded in the black robe, obscuring his true appearance. Hu Jia retorted indignantly, "To conceal oneself beneath a black robe in broad daylight surely signifies a nefarious character." He was acutely aware that the demon clan was an enemy of humanity, and thus, there was no such thing as exclusive prey. However, the repeated instances of being outpaced left him quite displeased. Since he was discontented, he felt compelled to express it. He was not one to wear a smiling facade while harboring frustration. The black-robed man scoffed, "You, a wanted criminal, possess no standing to label others as wicked." He had recognized Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, for their identities were unmistakable. Hu Jia was incensed by the insult, unleashing a surge of white spiritual energy that elevated his aura exponentially. The ground beneath him buckled under the weight of his burgeoning might, unable to withstand it. The black-robed man regarded Hu Jia without fear, continuing his provocation, "What's wrong? Are you enraged and thinking of striking at me?" Even aware of Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia's past exploits, he felt no trepidation, for he believed he could match their feats. They were nothing extraordinary. Among the younger generation, he considered himself unparalleled, the strongest of them all. After all, he had reached the pinnacle of the carefree realm, while Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia were, but at that same level. Hu Jia, further incensed, coldly declared, "You dare to provoke me? I shall surely transform you into a pig's head." With a flourish, he invoked the celestial spirit spell, Jade Light. A radiance of jade emanated from within him, enveloping his entire being in its luminescence, his hair and eyes transforming to a striking shade of jade, his demeanor utterly altered. In this jade state, he exuded an even colder aura, imbued with an air of haughty indifference. The black-robed man took a step toward Hu Jia, causing the ground to fracture beneath him. As he soared skyward and challenged, "If you believe you can accomplish it, then come and try." This is the forbidden array he has established, isolating himself from the outside world. Thus, at this moment within the upper rock gate, only he is free to soar through the skies, while others remain rooted to the ground. Lin Yansheng raised his hand to block Hu Jia, who was eager to rush out, and said, "Hu Jia, Do not act impulsively. We are here to hunt the malevolent spirits, not to engage in conflict with others. The man in the black robe seemed to deliberately provoke Hu Jia, though it was indeed Hu Jia who had uttered some rather abrasive remarks first, thus instigating the situation. Both Hu Jia and the man in black turned their gazes towards the fallen demonic general. Upon realizing that Lin Yansheng had redirected the conversation back to himself, the general erupted in anger. Must you drag me into this? Initially, he had felt quite pleased when Hu Jia arrived and began to argue with the man in black, nearly coming to blows. He had entertained the hope that if they fought to mutual ruin, he might find an opportunity to escape. But that prospect was dashed by Lin Yansheng's words. Chapter 173. The immortal body simply perish, and you shall not be implicated, Lin Yan coldly remarked. A surge of dark energy erupted from his being, propelling him forward with great speed. However, a figure descended from the sky with remarkable swiftness. Wielding a slender dagger half a meter long, and effortlessly dispatched the demonic general. Hu Jia, observing the cloaked figure with the dagger, expressed his displeasure. This fellow is truly bothersome. Ultimately, the demonic general met his demise at the hands of the cloaked man, rendering both Hu Jia and Lin Yan's journey here futile. The dagger in the cloaked man's grasp shimmered with a fierce spiritual energy as he sneered, "My apologies, but I have no intention of leaving any of you alive." He provocatively waved the dagger at Hu Jia. Within his formation, even practitioners of the Sanluo realm would find themselves suppressed and unable to fly. Here, he possessed an unparalleled advantage, and thus he felt no trepidation, even when faced with the combined efforts of Lin Yan and Hu Jia. Approaching Lin Yan's side, Hu Jia regarded the cloaked figure with icy disdain in his azure eyes, scoffing, "Umph. Do you truly believe I would refrain from striking you?" His gaze was filled with haughty contempt, dismissing the cloaked man entirely. Infuriated by Hu Jia's disdainful stare, the cloaked man laughed in anger, saying, "The bounty on both your heads is quite substantial. Capturing you for the demon-slaying alliance would certainly be a service to the people." He resolved to teach the arrogant Hu Jia a lesson, ensuring he understood that Ming Ran was not to be trifled with. Boom! As the cloaked man's words echoed, Hu Jia's figure abruptly appeared before him, his right fist crashing into the cloaked man's abdomen. The collision of spiritual energy and azure radiance erupted forth, shattering the cloaked man's robe and sending him flying hundreds of meters, leaving a deep fissure in the ground. Coughing, Ming Ran rose to his feet, blood spilling from his lips as he gazed at Hu Jia in astonishment, utterly surprised. The speed of Hu Jia's recent strike had been so rapid that he barely comprehended it, and the sheer force nearly obliterated him. With an air of icy arrogance, Hu Jia regarded the cloaked man and stated, "To withstand a punch from a peak practitioner of the Xiaoyao realm without succumbing is commendable, but that is all it amounts to." A gentle breeze stirred, causing his azure hair to flow elegantly, enhancing his chilling beauty. Ming Ran wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze dark and menacing as he revealed a sinister smile, declaring, "Your prowess is indeed commendable, but you cannot defeat me. I possess an immortal body." His greatest reliance had never been the suppression formation, but rather his immortal body. Those who joined the dark sky were bestowed with the technique immortal art, granted by their master, and through special rituals, they cultivated the immortal body. An immortal body? Hu Jia certainly did not believe Ming Ran's claims, retorting, "With your capabilities, you dare to proclaim yourself immortal? How shameless. Even practitioners of the Sanluo realm, or even those in the shackled realm, could die. The notion of a true immortal body had never existed. In other words, an immortal body can indeed be slain." The slender blade in Ming Ran's hand radiated a fierce intent, transforming him into a weapon of lethal precision. He declared, "You are worthy of knowing my name. I hail from dark heaven, and I am Ming Ran, an existence you cannot hope to conquer." As his black robe shattered, it unveiled a strikingly handsome visage, adorned with short, crimson hair and a tall, athletic frame. Clearly, he was a young powerhouse, both in appearance and strength. Hu Jia flashed a faint smile and retorted, "I care not if you are from tomorrow or called Dark Ran. Since you claim to be immortal, allow me to hone my skills upon you." Due to his cultivation of the celestial spirit incantation, he needed to engage in battle with a mindset geared towards obliterating life, thus enabling swift elevation of his mastery over the technique. If Ming Ran truly possessed immortality, he would serve as an excellent target for practice. Ming Ran unleashed a formidable surge of spiritual energy, soaring into the sky and looking down upon Hu Jia with a mocking sneer. "Foolish one, do you truly believe you stand a chance of touching me?" He acknowledged that Hu Jia surpassed him in both speed and strength. Direct confrontation would only lead to his subjugation. Yet, he possessed the ability to fly, a monumental advantage, compounded by his immortal nature, leaving him pondering how he could ever be defeated. "Saint Thunder Technique," Hu Jia murmured, and the heavens responded, coalescing into a menacing storm cloud that unleashed a thick bolt of lightning. The bolt struck with astonishing speed, nearly instantaneous in its descent upon Ming Ran, continuing its trajectory to cleave the ground, creating a vast crater. Ming Ran suffered grievous injuries, plummeting into the pit and emerging charred. Had it not been for the protective aura of spiritual energy enveloping him, he would have been utterly obliterated. The lightning unleashed by Hu Jia was no ordinary thunder. It was the wrath of heaven itself. The power of divine thunder could annihilate all that exists, and had historically represented the anger of the heavens, manifested as divine retribution. Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia approached the edge of the crater, gazing at the scorched form of Ming Ran, both expressing astonishment. Despite his dire condition, Ming Ran remained alive, and they could still sense the pulse of his life force. It was critical to note that Hu Jia's Saint Thunder technique was capable of eliminating practitioners at the forest realm. Yet Ming Ran was merely a cultivator of the leisure realm. Lin Yanxing observed the charred figure of Ming Ran in the pit, remarking, "This fellow seems to possess a vitality exceeding that of demons. He indeed has some merit. Had a peak demon general been struck by that divine thunder, it would have been certain death." Hu Jia nodded in agreement. Indeed, the so-called dark heaven appears to possess formidable power. Then, he called out coldly, "Hey, are you dead yet? If not, get up." He was eager to test his skills against Ming Ran, and such a quick defeat was hardly believable. Moments later, Ming Ran stirred, rising once more. A renewed surge of spiritual energy emanating from him, restoring his appearance to normal, albeit with a noticeably weakened essence. He regarded Hu Jia with a wary gaze, inquiring, "How is it that you wield such powerful techniques? Such a level of sorcery, even in the darkest of nights, is exceedingly rare. Belonging to the highest echelon of precious arcane arts, he is currently unqualified to engage with such magic." Hu Jia revealed a smile, resplendent and enchanting, and said, "I possess a plethora of such sorcery. Do you wish to experience them one by one?" He extended his hands. In his right hand, he gathered the celestial thunder, emanating an aura of perilous might, while his left hand was engulfed in a blaze of white flames, harboring destructive power, subtly radiating a terrifying resonance. Ming Ran first gazed at the thunderous waves in Hu Jia's right hand, then turned to behold the white flames igniting in his left, his body trembling. From those white flames, he sensed a wave of annihilating force, far more formidable than the essence of the celestial thunder. Chapter 174. Dark Heavens. Ming Ran swallowed hard, struggling to inquire, What kind of flame is this? He was certain that this flame could incinerate even his immortal form, its danger surpassing that of heavenly lightning. This is not to imply that the might of heavenly lightning is inferior. Rather, it requires quantity. While fire demands quality, a single flame can devastate an entire mountain, whereas a bolt of lightning can merely sever a tree. For one inflicts continuous damage while the other delivers instantaneous harm. The fire of annihilation, likely unfamiliar to you, shares the same origin as heavenly lightning. However, in terms of individual combat, the fire of annihilation surpasses heavenly lightning. Hu Jia spoke, dispersing the lightning and flames that danced between his hands. He then materialized within the pit, launching another punch, a powerful uppercut that struck Ming Ran squarely in the chest. A burst of azure light erupted, further shattering the earth, and Ming Ran's form was propelled into the air, a gaping wound in his chest resembling a kite severed from its string, plummeting to the ground. Lin Yanxing speculated. Even a mid-stage practitioner of the Sun Luo realm would be either dead or gravely injured after taking that punch head-on. For a practitioner of the wandering realm like him, he should be dead. With that, he stepped forward, appearing beside Ming Ran, closely followed by Hu Jia. At that moment, Ming Ran was in dire straits. His chest had been pierced, a massive blood hole gaping open, and his face had drained of color, seemingly devoid of consciousness, resembling a lifeless entity. However, he was not dead, The wound in his chest began to heal at a visible pace, regrowing before the eye. In less than 3 minutes, his chest returned to normal, and color gradually returned to his face. A few minutes later, Ming Ran regained consciousness, albeit with a weakened breath, clearly affected by the series of heavy blows he had endured, even as an immortal. Now, he gazed at Hu Jia with eyes filled with terror. This individual possessed the capability to slay him. He could no longer maintain his composure, even with his immortal body. He sensed the specter of death, a sensation he had never experienced since joining the Dark Heavens. Lin Yansheng observed Ming Ran with curiosity, asking, "Your immortal form is rather intriguing. How did you cultivate it?" Unlike his reincarnated battle body, Ming Ran's immortality was not a unique physical constitution acquired through cultivation, but rather a robust healing ability developed through acquired means. Ming Ran turned to Lin Yansheng and obediently replied, "By joining the Dark Heavens and practicing the techniques bestowed by the Master, as well as undergoing the baptism of special secret arts, one can cultivate the immortal body." In that moment, he had lost all arrogance, no longer daring to act as he once had. Lin Yansheng pondered deeply, unable to recall any memories regarding the power of Dark Heavens, and inquired, "What kind of force is Dark Heavens, and where is it located?" It should not exist in the northern domain. Otherwise, how could such an extraordinary power remain unknown? Ming Ran replied earnestly, "The Dark Heaven is a unique organization that does not belong to the northern domain. I am uncertain of its exact location, but they recruit members throughout the entire celestial spirit realm. They approach suitable individuals when they encounter them, and I was chosen because of my expertise in formations. In terms of combat strength, I am merely an inconspicuous presence within Dark Heaven. This organization manages its members with considerable leniency, allowing them to engage in free activities most of the time. The information I have shared is not classified and poses no threat to Dark Heaven." Lin Yansheng continued to inquire, "What a peculiar organization. After recruiting you, what does Dark Heaven require of you?" It was his first time hearing of an organization that recruits members in such a manner, and the fact that it spans the entire celestial spirit realm was astonishing. Ming Ran explained, "I was tasked with setting up various formations at the headquarters and other locations, after which I was granted the freedom to move about as I pleased, with no restrictions. However, the other members have specific tasks. Perhaps my lack of strength is why they merely asked me to join for the sake of arranging formations." The thought of the individuals from Dark Heaven sent shivers down his spine. One could say there was not a single normal person among them, all possessed of some formidable abilities, and he considered himself the most ordinary and marginalized member. The azure radiance surrounding Hu Jia had faded, returning to its normal state, as he disdainfully remarked, "It seems you are merely a tool, a bystander. And likely Dark Heaven will forget about you after you set up the formations." In truth, Ming Ran's strength was commendable. He stood at the pinnacle of the free and unfettered realm, possessing the capabilities of an early-stage Sun Luo realm practitioner, coupled with his mastery of formations and his undying nature. Even mid-stage Sun Luo realm cultivators would find him challenging to contend with. Nonetheless, within Dark Heaven, he was relegated to the role of a mere tool. Underscoring the terrifying might of the organization, Lin Yansheng asked, "Do you know how many members Dark Heaven has?" He was curious about the size of such an extraordinary organization, suspecting it would not be extensive. Ming Ran pondered for a moment before responding, "I am not sure. There may be around 20 or 30 members. I have encountered fewer than 10, as the members are dispersed across various locations. Aside from those on missions, the other members enjoy freedom in their activities." After being inducted into the organization, he learned the art of undying existence and proceeded to arrange several formations, after which he was left to his own devices. With the assistance of some members, he eventually returned to the sacred absolute zone of the northern domain. Lin Yansheng was somewhat surprised. The number of individuals within Dark Heaven was remarkably low, 20 or 30 members, fewer than some insignificant small factions. He found this force intriguing, but for now, the priority remained on hunting the malevolent demons. Thus, he stated, "One last question. Tell me the name of your organization's leader, and I shall let you go." Ming Ran recalled the figure that resembled an abyss, involuntarily trembling as he replied, "The Master." He refers to himself as the Master. He would never forget the leader of Dark Heaven, a being of unfathomable terror. Lin Yansheng nodded, glancing at Hu Jia beside him, and said, "Very well, let us depart. Having spent a considerable amount of time here, they ultimately failed to vanquish the malevolent entity. Nevertheless, the revelation of the existence of the clandestine organization known as the Dark Sky rendered their journey not entirely futile. Hu Jia cast a reluctant glance at Ming Ran and remarked, "So, we are simply letting him go?" He harbored a desire to continue punishing this individual, who had previously spoken with an arrogance that suggested he had never faced retribution. Lin Yansheng interjected, "What? Do you no longer wish to hunt the evil spirit? If we delay and allow others to seize the opportunity, we would find ourselves in quite the embarrassing predicament." Upon hearing this, Hu Jia's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. He declared, "What are we waiting for? Let us depart at once." Subsequently, the two unleashed their full potential, their spiritual energy surging forth as they swiftly broke free from the constraints of the formation, defying the restrictions and ascending into the sky, soon soaring into the distance. Chapter 175. The Erasure Plan. Ming Ran rose slowly, making his way to a nearby shattered stone where he sat, his gaze lingering on Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia as they departed, the astonishment in his heart unabated. Since joining the Dark Sky and attaining immortality, he believed no one in the northern region could harm him. Yet, Hu Jia had imparted a harsh lesson. Both the heavenly thunder and the flames of destruction were no ordinary forces, and even his immortal body struggled to withstand them. After a moment of contemplation, Ming Ran retrieved a red stone adorned with unique black runes, channeling his spiritual energy into it. Moments later, a cold, detached voice emanated from within. "Ming Ran, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Swallowing hard, Ming Ran replied anxiously, "My lord, I have discovered a person who poses a significant threat to our organization. He possesses the ability to summon heavenly thunder and flames of destruction. He fears the flames of destruction, for they can threaten immortality, which is why he informed the Dark Sky about Hu Jia, hoping to incite us to eliminate him. The flames of destruction not only threaten him, but also pose a danger to the others in Dark Sky, as all members possess immortality, and these flames are their nemesis. Therefore, I am confident that Dark Sky will not remain idle." "Flames of destruction? Are you certain of what you speak?" A voice filled with astonishment resonated from the red stone, indicating that the leader of Dark Sky was well aware of the flames and their terrifying nature. "Absolutely true." Ming Ran gritted his teeth. "I sensed a lethal aura from the flames of destruction. They can indeed threaten immortality. Hu Jia is immortal, and his presence unsettles me. Therefore, Hu Jia must die at all costs. I lack the ability to confront him, but others within Dark Sky certainly do. I know well that they are formidable beings. Where is this person now?" After a brief silence, the leader's voice returned, now imbued with a sense of murderous intent. The emergence of the flames of destruction posed a direct threat to him, and he deemed it necessary to eliminate this danger. Ming Ran felt a surge of joy, sensing the leader's intent to send someone to kill Hu Jia. He is in the northern region's sacred absolute zone, known as Hu Jia. He has a companion named Lin Yansheng, who is likely not an ordinary character either. Once Hu Jia is dead, no one in the northern region will pose a lethal threat to me. Even if I encounter someone I cannot defeat, I can rely on my immortality to escape. I will dispatch Ling Kongzi and Cassius to eliminate the individual you mentioned along with his companion. Establish the teleportation array at once." The voice from the red stone regained its calm, seemingly more perturbed by the existence of the flames of destruction than by Hu Jia or Lin Yansheng. "Understood." Ming Ran was elated, though the radiance of the red stone had already dimmed, indicating that the leader had withdrawn from their communication. Nonetheless, he was unconcerned. The leader of Dark Sky would naturally not engage in lengthy discourse with him. Moreover, the two individuals dispatched by the leader were terrifying entities indeed. Ling Kongzi, known as the Son of Space, possesses an unparalleled talent for the Tao of space, allowing him to command the very fabric of reality. Cassius, bearing the title of the Son of the Curse, is enigmatic and formidable, wielding exceptionally powerful sorcery. Both individuals are true monstrosities, and their arrival in the northern domain may very well stir a tempest. However, Ming Ran is unfazed by the potential upheaval. His sole focus is the demise of Hu Jia, for he believes that both Cassius and Ling Kongzi possess the requisite strength to fulfill this aim. His only concern lies in the fact that neither Ling Kongzi nor Cassius are individuals inclined to follow orders. Even if they have come to the northern domain at the behest of their master, it is likely they will act according to their whims, unchecked and unrestrained. There is even a possibility that Ling Kongzi and Cassius may engage in combat, as those in the shadowed realms often fight their own battles, rarely uniting, especially these two, who have both clashed with their master and whose abilities are nearly on par with his. At Baiyin Temple, Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia descended, sensing the malevolent aura within. They immediately launched an assault, successfully eliminating four major demonic generals. Subsequently, they obliterated the entire Baiyin Temple, as its inhabitants practiced arts related to the demonic clan. Upon exiting the temple, Hu Jia was in high spirits, remarking, "I now possess 1,660 demon-slaying points. My efforts have finally borne fruit." After that so-called immortal had previously snatched them all, glancing at the number 1660 on his demon-slaying token filled him with joy, as it served as proof of his prowess in hunting demons. Lin Yansheng, however, could not comprehend Hu Jia's elation and remarked, "What is there to celebrate? No matter how high your demon-slaying points are, the Demon-Slaying Alliance will not permit us to redeem anything, considering we are notorious criminals on the wanted list. We would likely be apprehended the moment we set foot there." He felt a spark of joy himself, as his own sign-in points had reached an impressive 49,220. He was just shy of 1,000 points from achieving 50,000. At which point he could exchange for a formidable technique in the system store. His current methods were rather limited, lacking any potent spells, which left him feeling constrained in battle, unlike Hu Jia, who acted with impunity. Upon hearing Lin Yansheng's words, Hu Jia's enthusiasm waned significantly. He stored his demon-slaying token within his spatial artifact and said, "The Demon-Slaying Alliance is hardly virtuous. It is quite possible that other factions, aside from the Absolute Land sect, have also allied with the demonic clan." Previously, he might not have thought this way, but with the knowledge of the Absolute Land sect's treachery, it was impossible to dismiss such notions. "Let us proceed to hunt the demons we can slay," Lin Yansheng suggested, as he had yet to devise a plan for dealing with the Absolute Land sect and preferred not to dwell on the matter. Their next destination was the Autumn Nation of the Holy Absolute District, a realm of formidable cultivators. According to the information they had received, the royal family of the Shen clan had already aligned themselves with the demonic clan. This was indeed dire news for the people of Autumn Nation, as the royal family's betrayal could easily ensnare other factions closely affiliated with them, leading to a widespread moral decay. A few days later, Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia arrived at the capital of the Autumn Nation, the bustling city of Qiri. Observing the lively streets, Hu Jia was the first to purchase a skewer of candied hawthorn, seemingly oblivious to the impending task of extinguishing the royal lineage of this realm. However, just as he bit into a piece of the sweet treat, he spotted a procession of carriages. 3 opulent carriages, escorted by the royal guard, were making their way towards the palace. Hu Jia glanced disdainfully at the lavishly adorned vehicles, quickly finishing the candied hawthorn in his mouth before exclaiming, "A faint aura of malevolence. Within those 3 carriages lurk members of the demonic clan. How audacious they are to traverse the streets so brazenly and with such grandeur." His gaze lingered momentarily on the first and last carriages, ultimately fixating on the central one, within which resided the most formidable of the demons. Chapter 176. The Autumn Kingdom's royal family. "Let us proceed," Lin Yansheng remarked softly, raising his hand to unleash a surge of spiritual energy that obliterated the foremost carriage. As the carriage shattered, it revealed a man and a formidable demon general. This man, a member of the royal Shen family of the Autumn Kingdom, was none other than Shun Wansan, the younger brother of the sovereign, possessing cultivation at the mid-stage of the free realm. The demon general, though humanoid in form, bore skin and an aura distinctly unlike that of a human, with an appearance that diverged considerably, making his true nature immediately apparent. Boom. The other 2 carriages were likewise reduced to rubble by the energy that erupted from within, each containing a pairing of a human and a demon. Lin Yansheng feigned astonishment at the emergence of the demon from the central carriage, exclaiming, "A half-lord level demon? Is it not true that the demon race has only 13 half-lord level beings? How is it that one appears here?" He had already sensed the half-lord presence within this carriage, and his inquiry was merely a ploy to extract information from this half-lord demon. The half-lord demon, brimming with arrogance, declared without pretense, "The doom of your human race is at hand. The dimensional passage is expanding further, allowing an influx of demon warriors into this realm. There are already over 50 half-lords among us, and soon we shall launch a comprehensive assault. Your human race stands no chance." A menacing aura erupted from his being, darkening the skies above Autumn City. Those witnessing this scene on the streets were filled with dread, utterly at a loss for what to do. Even the royal family of the Autumn Kingdom seemed to conspire with the demons. Otherwise, how could they be seen in such company? Should even the Shin family align themselves with the demon race, the other cultivators of the Autumn Kingdom would find themselves with no escape. Unless, of course, someone could overthrow the royalty and eradicate the demons. Over 50 half-lord demons. Lin Yinxing's expression darkened, as more reclusive cultivators of the forest realm emerged from the northern domain. Numerous ancestral figures from various factions had also joined the demon-slaying alliance, significantly increasing their ranks. However, even with this growth, they numbered just over 50 at present. A stark contrast to the more than 50 half-lord demons on the opposing side. The demon-slaying alliance, with its 50-odd cultivators of the forest realm, seemed comparable to the 50-plus half-lord demon warriors, but in reality, the disparity was immense. Firstly, the overall strength of half-lord demon warriors far surpassed that of human cultivators in the forest realm. Secondly, certain human factions had already allied themselves with the demons, such as the Desolation sect. Should a full-scale war erupt now, the demon-slaying alliance would likely be unable to contend with the demon race, unless the full extent of the northern domain's resources were brought to bear. The middle-aged man who emerged from the same carriage as the half-lord demon regarded Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia with a cold gaze, stating, "You are Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia, are you not? It was previously reported that you had arrived in the sacred desolation zone and, before the eyes of many, annihilated the lord's residence of a city. He is the sovereign of the Autumn Day Kingdom, Shenjiqiu, possessing the prowess of the semi-mortal realm, ranking among the pinnacle of power within the kingdom." Lin Yinxing gazed at Shenjiqiu, questioning, "As a member of the royal family of Autumn Day Kingdom, how could you betray your own people by allying with the demonic tribe? Are you not ashamed of the reputation your actions have brought upon the citizens of Autumn Day Kingdom, who are now branded as traitors to humanity? The realm of nations differs from that of sects. Within a nation, numerous factions, clans, and independent cultivators exist. A royal family's alliance with the demonic tribe undeniably tarnishes the entire kingdom's honor, subjecting its practitioners to scorn and contempt." The semi-immortal demonic figure, Bai Xiu, sneered. "Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Shenjiqiu is a commendable monarch. By aligning with our kin, the kingdom can avert destruction." Months prior, he had arrived in Autumn Day Kingdom with two formidable generals, seeking out the monarch, Shenjiqiu, to present the Holy Scripture, which promised a swift breakthrough in cultivation. He assured Shenjiqiu that the demonic tribe would spare Autumn Day Kingdom during their comprehensive assault, leading Shenjiqiu to consent to their alliance. In Bai Xiu's eyes, Shenjiqiu was astute, for the human forces of the northern domain could never triumph over their demonic kin. Such arrogance! With beings of your caliber, I could obliterate you in an instant. Hu Jia's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, enveloped in a verdant luminescence as he surged forward. Celestial Spirit Curse, Jade Light. Upon entering the state of Jade Light, he experienced a remarkable enhancement, instantaneously materializing before Bai Xiu, his jade-hued palm striking down upon him. Although Bai Xiu towered over Hu Jia, he careened through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing through the structures lining the street and landing on the next, carving a deep trench into the ground before coming to a halt. Curse those humans. They actually sent Bai Xiu flying. The two demonic generals erupted in fury, unleashing their malevolent energy as they charged at Hu Jia. Suddenly, a figure appeared before one of the demonic generals, delivering a kick that sent him hurtling away. In an instant, the figure materialized beside the other general, striking him down to the ground with a powerful blow. The assailant was none other than Lin Yinxing, not out of concern for Hu Jia's safety, but rather to prevent the demonic generals from seeking their own demise at his hands. If that were to happen, his journey would be in vain. For Hu Jia had already marked the semi-immortal demonic entity as his prey, and Lin Yinxing could not intervene. Damn it! Shenjiqiu could not comprehend the extraordinary strength of these two fighters, yet he understood that if any demonic warriors fell, his own demise would be imminent. Thus, he resolutely grasped his longsword and launched himself forward, aiming a strike at Lin Yinxing. The other members of the royal Shin family and the military also directed their attacks toward Hu Jia. The royal Shin family of Autumn Day Kingdom had unequivocally aligned themselves with the demonic tribe, willing to turn against their fellow human cultivators for this alliance. What loyal hounds of the demonic tribe! Lin Yanqing scoffed, drawing a sword of his own to meet the attack. With a resounding clash, the battle commenced. As two swords clashed, two currents of spiritual energy erupted at their center. In an instant, Lin Yanqing's power overpowered Shen Jiqiu's, compelling him to deliver a decisive blow. With a single stroke, Lin severed Shun's sword and, in a swift motion, his blade pierced through Shun's body. Blood spilled from Shun's mouth as he collapsed weakly to the ground. In his final moments, a twinge of regret washed over him. He lamented his premature allegiance to the demonic clan. Lin Yanqing had dispatched Shen Jiqiu with but a single strike, scarcely consuming any time at all. At that moment, two demonic generals surged toward him once more, but alas, they were woefully inadequate. A flash of sword light erupted, effortlessly claiming the lives of both demonic generals. Chapter 177. Cultivation Techniques. As Lin Yanqing vanquished two malevolent generals, Hu Jia was not idle either. He eliminated all those royal individuals and soldiers who sought their own demise. At that moment, the semi-lord level demon warrior Bai Xiao, enveloped in a torrent of sinister energy, surged down from the skies. Brandishing a trident that he aimed at Hu Jia with blinding speed, he felt a deep sense of humiliation at being struck down by such a young human, especially one whose cultivation was beneath his own. With his right hand extended, Hu Jia effortlessly seized the trident, rendering its formidable power impotent against him. Simultaneously, he delivered a powerful blow with his left fist to Bai Xiao's face, sending the warrior hurtling several dozen meters before he crashed to the ground. The trident remained in Bai Xiao's grip, only to be discarded carelessly by Hu Jia. The weapons of the demon race were infused not with spiritual energy, but with malevolent force, rendering them ineffective against human cultivators. For those of lesser cultivation, the dark energy could even rebound dangerously. In a flash, Hu Jia transformed into a streak of azure light, appearing before Bai Xiao. He remarked, "You seem rather weak." This semi-lord demon was significantly inferior to the one Lin Yanqing had slain at the Sword Mountain Manor. Hu Jia surmised that Bai Xiao's strength was comparable to that of the first semi-lord demon, Qi Su, who had been defeated by a general-level demon warrior. Bai Xiao, possessing strength akin to Qi Su and situated at the initial stage of the Sun Luo realm, found himself in a realm devoid of any Sun Luo cultivators, a fact that explained his presence in the Autumn Nation's royal court. Gazing at Hu Jia, a profound terror gripped him as he pleaded, You cannot kill me. I am a semi-lord demon warrior, holding a high status in our demonic race. If you slay me, my kin will undoubtedly seek revenge." He was unwilling to meet his demise. Having only recently ascended to the semi-lord level, he had yet to savor the fruits of his labor, and he could not accept being so humiliatingly slain. A luminescent azure aura, charged with spiritual energy, coalesced in Hu Jia's hand, and without hesitation, he unleashed it upon Bai Xiao, declaring, "If demons come to hunt me, that would be most fortuitous. It would spare me the trouble of seeking them out one by one." Boom! Bai Xiao's head was obliterated by the force of Hu Jia's attack, resulting in his instantaneous demise, leaving him no chance to struggle. Lin Yanqing approached Hu Jia, observing the lifeless body of the semi-lord demon on the ground, and remarked with a smile, "Now, your demon-slaying points have surpassed mine." He had only slain 2 demon generals, accumulating a demon-slaying value of 1,972 points, with a total of 51,229 points. In contrast, Hu Jia had killed a semi-lord demon, earning a substantial 1,000 demon-slaying points, elevating his total from 1,660 to 2,660, greatly surpassing Lin Yanqing's score. Hu Jia expressed his disappointment, stating, "This semi-lord demon is rather weak. His strength is not on par with the one you defeated." Back at the Sword Mountain Manor, Lin Yanqing had nearly exhausted all his strength, employing even his ultimate technique, the true dragon transformation, to defeat that semi-lord demon. Yet now, this semi-lord demon had been dispatched with such ease, highlighting the stark contrast in their capabilities. Lin Yanqing discerned that this semi-lord level demon was somewhat feeble, yet he spoke words of encouragement. "When I was at Wanjian Mountain Manor, my cultivation was at the late stage of the carefree realm, and facing a semi-lord level demon was significantly more arduous than it would be now. with my mastery at the pinnacle of the carefree realm. Regardless of how formidable a semi-lord demon might be, the demon-slaying value remains constant. You might consider this a small profit on your part. The disparity in cultivation he mentioned was indeed a factor. Were he to confront the semi-lord demon from Wanjian Mountain Manor now, he could do so without relying on the true dragon transformation. Ascending a realm invariably elevates one's power. Especially for the prodigies, the enhancement from a single realm is monumental. Hu Jia, feeling indignant, retorted, "What profit? It's utterly unfulfilling. Moreover, wielding a fork. I find myself entirely outmatched by that fellow wielding the fork." A year prior, shortly after the emergence of the demon clan, a demon named Fu Cha also utilized a fork as a weapon. Initially, this demon was merely a demon general, yet he exuded an aura that surpassed that of Qi Su and the recently defeated by Xiao. Subsequently, upon breaking through to the semi-lord level, he single-handedly repelled the joint forces of the four major powers, showcasing astonishing combat prowess. Lin Yanxing chose not to engage further in the conversation, instead stating, "Let us depart from this place. I intend to cultivate a particular spell, so our demon-hunting endeavors shall be postponed." His sign-in points had surpassed 50,000, allowing him to exchange for a spell of the same caliber as the Shadow Step, and he had already decided which spell to acquire, rendering him somewhat impatient. "All right." Hu Jia, observing Lin Yanxing's eagerness, had no objections. The demon clan was poised to launch a full-scale assault soon. Eliminating a few or even a dozen demons now held little significance. In the impending war, it would suffice to disclose the locations where the demon clan had infiltrated various factions, shifting the primary focus of combat to the multitude of demons descending upon the demon zone. Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia did not proceed to the royal palace of Qiri Kingdom, as the demons had been vanquished, and the ruler, along with several royal troops, had perished. There was no need to execute a complete purge in the palace. Unlike sects or families, many of the palace maids were innocent, and the royal family could not possibly divulge their collusion with the demon clan to them. Thus, they opted to forego visiting the palace, having already eliminated the principal leaders. The malevolent energy in the sky had long dissipated, and before the curious and awed gazes of countless citizens in Qiri City, Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia swiftly departed. However, they did not venture far. Upon exiting Qiri City, they arrived at a forest where they descended directly. Lin Yanxing was eager to commence his cultivation and had no intention of traveling far, opting to practice the spell right there in the forest. Hu Jia was equally pleased, as the proximity to Qiri City meant that, with his speed, he could easily return in mere moments to procure a candied hawthorn skewer. In the demon zone, countless demon warriors stood upon the vast ground, while thousands more hovered in the air. Among these 1,000 demon warriors, more than 50 possessed semi-lord level capabilities, with the remainder being at the carefree realm. The warriors who had executed clandestine plans outside the realm of the malevolent have returned. One of them has completed the meticulous arrangements, while the other heralds the imminent arrival of a significant figure from the malevolent clan. When this individual arrives, it will mark the moment the malevolent clan steps forth from their domain, launching a comprehensive counteroffensive towards the northern territory. Countless malevolent warriors gazed at the dark spatial portal in the heavens, a conduit linking the celestial realm with their world. Suddenly, the portal erupted with a cacophony of thunder and lightning, unleashing a myriad of dark bolts. In the wake of this tempest, a figure gradually emerged from the portal, standing proudly against the celestial expanse, their gaze lowered, dark red eyes surveying the multitude of malevolent warriors below. Chapter 178. The Malevolent Young Master. Greetings, young master. Countless malevolent warriors below slightly bowed their heads, unwilling to meet the gaze of the figure looming above them in the heavens, and voiced their salute in unison. The descending youth of the malevolent clan, known as the Young Master, was hailed as the most formidable genius in the history of the malevolent race. There is no need for formalities. The Young Master's voice, cold and indifferent, resonated from the heavens, and then his form vanished from the sky, materializing atop a colossal mountain before the throng of malevolent warriors. Among the 50 or so semi-lord malevolent beings hovering above the warriors, the one with the most robust aura gazed upward at the Young Master, his eyes squinting slightly, and inquired, "Young Master, when shall we launch our assault on the human forces in the northern domain of the celestial realm?" Since the last massive influx of malevolent beings, They had been preparing to strike, aiming to swiftly conquer the northern domain of the celestial realm. Now that the young master had arrived, the opportune moment had arrived. The young master regarded the most powerful semi-lord warrior with a frigid demeanor and replied, "At any time. This war is led by you. I am merely here to witness your conquest of the northern domain of the celestial realm." He had not come to instigate war, but merely to observe. As the malevolent clan sought to awaken his father, the malevolent king, in this realm. Understood. The strongest semi-lord warrior responded, a look of relief gracing his features. His name was Tao Wu, having reached the pinnacle of semi-lord rank, his strength formidable. However, as the sole progeny of the malevolent king, the young master held a status superior to his own, causing him some trepidation regarding the young master's intentions to usurp his command in this realm. Now it appeared his worries were unfounded. The young master seemed devoid of such ambitions, aligning with his desires. The young master's crimson gaze fell upon a malevolent warrior at the forefront, wielding a long fork, and remarked, "Fu Cha, you have finally become a semi-lord warrior." This time, his voice bore a hint of emotion, no longer cold. He recognized Fu Cha, who had once shared a cordial relationship with him, serving as a royal attendant in his cultivation. Fu Cha slightly lowered his head, avoiding direct eye contact with the young master, and replied, "Indeed, young master. A year ago, Chi Su attempted to slay me, but I turned the tables and consumed the essence of malevolence, enabling my breakthrough to the semi-lord level." His lineage had long served as attendants to the malevolent royal bloodline. He, his father, and his grandfather. As a servant of the royal lineage, he forfeited his freedom, yet gained certain advantages, such as the cultivation techniques bestowed by the royal bloodline. This, among other factors, accounted for the potency of his malevolent essence, surpassing that of other semi-lord warriors. The young master's handsome visage remained composed as he remarked, "Well done, you have finally grasped your potential." He had been sealed within the essence by the malevolent king, and from the moment he awakened to true life, Fu Cha had been his caretaker, responsible for his sustenance, education and cultivation, and protection. However, it had been 8 years since Fu Cha ceased to be his match, nor his attendant. Fu Cha has been liberated. He has been granted the gift of life, and from this moment forth, the lineage of Fu Cha shall no longer serve as mere attendants to the royal bloodline. Tao Wu's countenance darkened, as he had anticipated that the young master of evil would express some insights regarding the impending assault on the northern domain of the celestial realm, especially since it was his father, the evil king, who was to be awakened and revived. However, to his dismay, the young master seemed disinterested in any matters of significance, choosing instead to engage in trivial banter with Fu Cha. The young master, having achieved the status of a semi-lord warrior for merely over a year, was not one to regard Fu Cha with any esteem, for Fu Cha had held the rank of a semi-lord warrior for over a millennium, with aspirations aimed at attaining the level of a true lord of evil. Attaining such a status would place one at the pinnacle of the evil clan, endowed with formidable strength and immense authority. Fu Cha remained silent, his emotions conflicted in the presence of the young master. Having raised the young master, he witnessed his growth and thus understood the terrifying extent of his talents, the formidable nature of his power, and the chilling aloofness of his character. To Fu Cha, the young master epitomized the essence of a born, unfeeling sovereign. 8 years prior, at the tender age of 13, the young master had already surpassed Fu Cha, the one who had guided his training, and ventured alone into the abyss of purgatory, where he vanquished numerous formidable abyssal creatures. 5 years ago, upon returning from the abyss, the young master's demeanor had grown even more frigid, to an extent that was truly alarming. Previously, he had shown at least some concern for the revival of his father, the evil king, yet after his return from the abyss, he displayed an utter indifference towards the revival plans. It was during this time that certain warriors of the evil clan expressed their dissatisfaction with the young master. Consequently, that warrior and his entire family were annihilated by the young master, and that warrior happened to be a dear friend of Fu Cha's. Observing Fu Cha's silence, the young master remarked, "Fu Cha, it seems you still harbor resentment towards me." He was well aware of Fu Cha's nature, his love for combat, his rich experience in battle, and his considerable strength among his peers in the evil clan, coupled with a rare benevolence that set him apart from most evil warriors. However, in Fu Cha's presence, he became taciturn, almost reticent. Fuchai did not raise his gaze to meet the young masteress, his eyes betraying an unmistakable resentment. Yet, as an evil warrior, he was forbidden from expressing hatred towards the royal bloodline, especially since the young master was the only surviving member of that lineage. While even the evil king had succumbed to slumber, I dare not. The young master's lips curled into a chilling smile. Then strive to grow stronger, so that you may dare. With the technique I imparted to you, your progress should not be so sluggish. With that, he averted his gaze and stepped away, his form vanishing into the distance in an instant. Fuchai clenched the long fork in his grip tightly. Indeed, when the young master absolved him of his role as a royal attendant, he had granted him a powerful technique. To be precise, it is a forbidden technique capable of absorbing the malevolent energy of the demon clan warriors for one's own use, akin to assimilating their cultivation, which significantly accelerates the pace of one's own spiritual training. However, he seldom resorts to this forbidden art. The last instance was during his confrontation with Chi Su, when he unleashed this technique to absorb Chi Su's entire malevolent energy and cultivation, thereby enabling himself to transcend to the semi-lord level. After the departure of the demon young master, several of the demon warriors who had previously infiltrated the human factions to execute their plans also departed, returning to the human forces or switching allegiances to continue their covert operations. Tao Wu exchanged a meaningful glance with Fu Cha, then commenced the announcement to launch a comprehensive massacre in the northern domain of the heavenly spirit realm. Their objective to conquer the northern domain and fulfill the awakening plan of the Demon King necessitated the extermination of countless beings. Chapter 179. The Nine Heavens. Thunder. In the northern region, within the sacred desolation zone, Ming Ran gazed at the teleportation array he had painstakingly arranged over an extended period, letting out a slight sigh of relief. With a flourish of his hands, the laws emanated a dazzling brilliance, and moments later, two figures materialized seemingly out of thin air. One of the figures was draped in a stark contrast of black and white, his attire seamlessly blending these two colors. His long hair mirrored this duality, cascading in alternating shades, while his eyes were strikingly mismatched, one a piercing white and the other an inky black, a pair of heterochromatic orbs. This individual was none other than Cassius, known as the Child of Curses, a formidable presence within the dark realm. The other figure was clad predominantly in blue, his eyes reflecting a deep cerulean hue reminiscent of a starry sky, akin to a sapphire's luster. Casting a disdainful glance at Cassius, he remarked, "Eclipse is truly tedious. Why must he impose such a burden upon me?" This man, too, was among the most formidable entities of the dark realm, known as the Son of Space, Ling Kongzi. Ming Ran, observing Ling Kongzi and Cassius, swallowed nervously, clasping his hands in greeting. Ming Ran pays his respects to the two esteemed lords. Despite being a member of the Dark Realm, his strength paled in comparison to theirs, thus placing him at a markedly lower echelon. In this world, power reigned supreme. Ling Kongzi regarded Ming Ran with an indifferent gaze, casually inquiring, "Ming Ran, Eclipse mentioned that you encountered an individual capable of summoning heavenly thunder and the flames of destruction. Where is he now?" He regarded Ming Ran not as an ally, but as a mere informant. Had it not been for Eclipse's fervent insistence to eliminate the one who could summon such destructive forces, he would have had no inclination to venture into the northern region. A wave of trepidation washed over Ming Ran as he replied, "Lord Ling Kongzi, that individual is named Hu Jia, and he has a companion named Lin Yanxing. 10 days prior, they annihilated the royal family of a nation within the sacred desolation zone, and since then, there has been no word of their whereabouts. However, they likely remain within the confines of the sacred desolation zone." He had assumed that Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia would continue their hunt for the malevolent beings. But since their obliteration of the Autumn Nation's royal family a decade ago, they had been eerily silent, leaving their current location unknown. His intelligence had been limited to reports of Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia's previous conquests over various factions. Ling Kongzi's expression grew increasingly frigid as he pressed. "Are you suggesting that you do not know their current location?" He had come to execute, not to search. The thought of scouring the vast expanse of the world for a single individual was intolerable to him. Ming Ran felt the weight of immense pressure and stammered, "I do not know, yet they have been persistently hunting the malevolent beings. Recently, the fiendish race launched a full-scale assault on the northern region's human populace. They should make an appearance as well." He feared that his lack of information regarding Hu Jia would incite Ling Kongzi's wrath, potentially directing the Lord's fury at himself. In comparison to the enigmatic and aloof Cassius, the arrogant Ling Kongzi was far more terrifying, as a single misstep could lead to his untimely demise. Ling Kongzi's face displayed a look of disdain as he contemptuously remarked, "The Demon Clan. I have indeed heard of them. A year ago, they arrived in the northern domain, and even now, the people here have failed to eradicate them. What a true gathering of incompetence." Under the onslaught of otherworldly races, the northern domain could not muster enough strength to drive the invaders away, which is a significant embarrassment. Ming Ran felt a twinge of discomfort. Ling Kongzi's words seemed to include him in the insult. However, he dared not retort and could only explain, "Lord Ling Kongzi, the Demon Clan possesses formidable power, and many of the top forces in the northern domain harbor their own agendas. Consequently, overcoming the Demon Clan proves to be quite challenging. The battle between the family of the ancestors and the Demon Clan is decidedly unfavorable, with the demon-slaying alliance standing firm at the forefront, fighting valiantly to prevent the northern domain from being overrun. Yet, the demon-slaying alliance is no match for the Demon Clan, and cities have already begun to fall. The situation is dire." Ling Kongzi scoffed, "Enough. Take me to the last known location of our target. Afterward, you shall gather information. Once you ascertain their whereabouts, inform me, and I shall eliminate him." He regarded the entire northern domain and the Demon Clan with utter disdain, viewing them as feeble, regardless of Ming Ran's explanations. "Very well." Ming Ran glanced at Cassius, who remained silent, and promptly took the lead. The last known location of Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia was well known throughout the sacred Absolute region, the capital of the Autumn Day Kingdom, Qiuri City. In a forest outside Qiuri City, Lin Yansheng abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of lightning dancing within them. A joyful smile graced his face as he exclaimed, "After 10 days, I have finally succeeded in my cultivation." Since departing from Qiuri City, he had been diligently practicing the 9 Heavens Profound Thunder, and achieving mastery brought him great delight. This technique can be wielded in various forms, and he had now attained a level of skill that allowed him to use it with ease. In his eyes, each contained a rune of lightning, a clear indication of his successful cultivation of the 9 Heavens Profound Thunder. Hu Jia, perched on a branch 10 meters away, immediately sat up upon hearing Lin Yansheng's words, exclaiming with excitement, "You did it! That's wonderful. These past 10 days have been unbearable. There's nothing entertaining in this wretched forest." Initially, he had intended to venture out and allow Lin Yansheng to practice alone. However, since Lin Yansheng was cultivating the thunder technique, which Hu Jia also knew, he chose to stay and practice the technique alongside him, thus refraining from leaving. Lin Yansheng turned to Hu Jia, sincerely expressing, "Thank you. Without your assistance with the Annihilation Thunder, I would not have been able to expedite my mastery of the 9 Heavens Profound Thunder." His 9 Heavens Profound Thunder was indeed a variant of the thunder technique, just as Hu Jia's Annihilation Thunder was. Thus, with Hu Jia's support, Lin Yansheng was able to achieve his goal with remarkable efficiency. Now, he had successfully cultivated a strand of 9 Heavens Profound Thunder within him, ready to wield it at will in battle. As Hu Jia witnessed Lin Yansheng express his gratitude with such earnestness, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and remarked, "Instead of discussing this, it would be more practical to treat me to a sumptuous meal." Upon observing Lin Yansheng successfully harness the power of the 9 Heavens Thunder, he felt a surge of joy. After all, as one of the divine thunders, the 9 Heavens Thunder possesses formidable strength, capable of inflicting significant damage upon malevolent forces. It is indeed an excellent weapon against evil spirits. With a smile, Lin Yansheng replied, "Very well, let us go to Qiuri City, where I shall treat you to a grand feast, and we can explore the current dynamics of the northern region. Staying here feels like being isolated from the world, with news completely stifled." As he spoke, he surged upward, soaring into the sky, his form adorned with flickering sparks of electricity. In response, Hu Jia swiftly activated his saintly teleportation technique, appearing directly in the air beside Lin Yansheng, and said, "Practicing the 9 Heavens Thunder should also enhance your speed, correct? Let us see who can reach Qiuri City first." Chapter 180, The Fall of Autumn Nation Boom. At this moment, Autumn City lay in ruins. A river of blood flowing through the streets, with lifeless bodies strewn about in disarray. The Autumn Nation had succumbed, The entire sacred absolute zone was engulfed in terror, and the demon-slaying alliance stationed at the forefront of the sacred absolute zone was obliterated. The reason for this calamity was the betrayal of the abyssal sect, one of the three paramount forces within the sacred absolute zone, which turned against the demon-slaying alliance during the outbreak of the Great Battle, launching a surprise attack on the unsuspecting practitioners from the Holy Light Peak and the Golden Divine Kingdom. In mere moments, the defensive line constructed by the demon-slaying alliance and the forces of the sacred absolute zone crumbled, and under the onslaught from both within and without, the defenders at the borders suffered catastrophic losses, unable to prevent the invasion of the demonic horde into the sacred absolute zone. Two streaks of light appeared from the distance, hovering above Autumn City, momentarily rendered speechless by the devastation below. The demonic tribe had breached Autumn City. Except for those human practitioners who had already submitted to the demonic tribe and embraced their nefarious cultivation methods, all others discovered by the demons faced the unrelenting sentence of death. Lin Yansheng gazed down at the hellish scene of Autumn City, his expression darkening as he murmured, "What has happened? Autumn City is the capital of Autumn Nation. How could such a multitude of demons enact a massacre here?" The mountains of corpses were a sight to behold. Autumn City, once home to over 100 million inhabitants, now saw the majority reduced to lifeless remains. Hu Jia's once flawless visage was now as frosty as ice. Upon witnessing the demons still prowling through Autumn City, his murderous intent could no longer be contained. Divine Thunder Art. Dark clouds rapidly gathered above Autumn City, exuding an aura of annihilation that sent shivers down spines. In an instant, countless bolts of devastating thunder descended, obliterating the demons. In that fleeting moment, Hu Jia's demon-slaying prowess surged by thousands. However, he felt no joy in this power. With Autumn City transformed into a scene reminiscent of hell on earth, the conditions in other parts of the sacred absolute zone could scarcely be any better. Indeed, the entire northern domain might be in grave peril. Lin Yansheng gradually calmed his tumultuous emotions and stated coldly, "It appears that the demonic tribe has launched a full-scale assault, breaching the sacred absolute zone and commencing their slaughter." He had practiced his spells for merely 10 days, and upon emerging, he found the sacred absolute zone reduced to such chaos, intensifying his animosity towards the demonic tribe. Hu Jia, with a fierce gleam in his eyes, declared, "Let us venture to other locations. Wherever we encounter demons, we shall slay them." He thrived on bloodshed and combat to hone his cultivation, and now, with the outbreak of total war, an excellent opportunity presented itself. Just as Lin Yansheng was about to respond, he sensed three powerful presences rapidly approaching. Soon, three men appeared before them. The trio halted a mere dozen meters away, one of whom they recognized as Ming Ran, a member of the Dark Sky faction. Upon seeing Hu Jia, Ming Ran's eyes betrayed a flicker of apprehension, and he addressed his companions, "My lords, the one who resembles a porcelain doll is Hu Jia, and the individual beside him is his companion, Lin Yansheng." Indeed, he harbored a profound fear of Hu Jia, yet the circumstances had shifted. With Ling Kongzi and Cassius present, even Hu Jia's might could scarcely stir the waters. Ling Kongzi's azure eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars, fixed upon Hu Jia, and with a slight furrow of his brow, he remarked, "A woman? I never strike women, especially not one as young as this." He held a disdainful view of the world. Yet there existed one individual whom he revered above all, his late mother. Ling Kongzi was born into an ordinary family in the central region. His father was a notorious drunkard, consumed by his vices and neglecting his responsibilities, leaving the burden of sustenance squarely on his mother's shoulders. The young mother had to nurture the newborn Ling Kongzi while caring for her husband. Through her tireless efforts, the family managed to scrape by until the year Ling Kongzi turned 5. On that fateful day, Ling Kongzi's father brought home several drinking companions, engaging in raucous revelry that quickly depleted their meager supply of alcohol. He then compelled Ling Kongzi's mother to fetch more, but she was reluctant, knowing that the little money they had left was essential for their survival and could not be squandered. In a fit of rage, Ling Kongzi's father brutally struck her in front of his friends, demanding she hand over the last of their funds. Despite her pleas, she steadfastly refused to yield, and tragically, she was beaten to death before Ling Kongzi's eyes. In a desperate attempt to intervene, Ling Kongzi was kicked to the ground, rendered helpless as he watched his mother perish. He vividly recalled her final, hopeful gaze directed at him as she imparted her wisdom. Child, remember, a true man does not strike a woman. Before her words could fully escape her lips, his father brought a heavy stick down upon her head, blood spilling forth, and her breath ceased. Throughout this horrific event, his father's companions merely laughed, offering no resistance to the brutality unfolding before them. In that devastating moment, Ling Kongzi unleashed an unparalleled force, obliterating his father and the drunken companions. He buried his mother in a secluded flower glade, a place she often visited with him. At the tender age of 5, Ling Kongzi held onto his mother's last words, etched eternally in his heart. To this day, he recalls her admonition and has upheld his vow never to strike a woman. Ming Ran also regarded Hu Jia with uncertainty, muttering, It is unclear whether this person is male or female, but given their masculine attire, they should presumably be a man. Hu Jia's beauty was beyond compare, surpassing even the most exquisite of women, and his voice was melodious, akin to a celestial symphony, leaving no indication of his gender. Noticing the three individuals staring intently at him, Hu Jia could not restrain himself any longer and exclaimed, "Hey, what are you staring at? Do you wish to fight?" These three peculiar figures were utterly perplexing, their gaze upon him more unsettling than that of Lin Yan. Ling Kongzi gazed at Hu Jia, hesitating momentarily before inquiring, "Are you Hu Jia?" He truly did not wish to engage with Hu Jia, for, upon any scrutiny, he did not appear to be a man. The attire of a man did not signify much. Women could don men's clothing as well. Hu Jia retorted with irritation, "Indeed. It is I. Do you require something from me? If not, refrain from staring at me like a pervert, with this time. It would be better spent hunting the demon clan." In this chaotic era of war, it was perplexing that someone would seek him out, especially one who seemed rather dim-witted, leaving him at a loss for words. Ling Kongzi was somewhat taken aback. It was his first encounter with someone labeling him as a pervert. However, he had little understanding of such a term and thus did not dwell on it. He continued to ask, "Are you capable of summoning heavenly thunder and the fire of destruction?" Chapter 181. The Power of Space. Upon hearing this, Hu Jia's gaze turned icy as he inquired, "So, what exactly do you intend to do? Seek revenge?" He sensed that the presence of these three individuals was not merely for idle conversation, particularly the one named Ming Ran, whom he had previously defeated rather thoroughly, was likely here to exact vengeance. Ling Kongzi regarded Hu Jia and proclaimed, "We are members of Dark Heavens. We have learned that you possess the ability to summon heavenly thunder and destructive fire, which poses a significant threat to our organization. Hence, the leader of Dark Heavens has dispatched us to eliminate you." He was never one to beat around the bush, even in matters of life and death. He spoke candidly and with forthrightness. Hu Jia replied, "In that case, let us see who shall prevail." A white spiritual energy emanated from within him, while simultaneously, a radiant jade light enveloped his entire being. Celestial spirit spell, jade light. The two companions brought by Ming Ran exuded an indistinct yet palpable aura of danger, prompting Hu Jia to remain vigilant and to transition directly into the state of jade light. After a brief silence, Ling Kongzi asked, "Wait a moment. I do not engage with women. Are you male or female?" He was eager to battle a formidable opponent, particularly one capable of summoning heavenly thunder and destructive fire, as it promised to be an exhilarating encounter. However, the possibility that this individual was female caused him some vexation. With a frigid demeanor, Hu Jia retorted, "Are you blind? Do you not see that I am attired as a man?" He detested any insinuation regarding his gender, perceiving it as a profound disrespect. A flicker of blue light appeared in Ling Kongzi's eyes as he cautioned, "You must consider carefully. If you are indeed a woman, it is best to disclose the truth. For if you are a man, I shall take your life." Hu Jia chose to remain silent, his form suddenly transforming into a streak of azure light. Directly materializing before Ling Kongzi, he unleashed a forceful punch, an unembellished strike that burst forth with a blue radiance, poised to connect with Ling Kongzi. At that very moment, however, Ling Kongzi vanished into thin air, reappearing almost instantaneously behind Hu Jia, causing the latter's punch to miss its mark. Hu Jia's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly pivoted to deliver a palm strike. Yet, just as he was about to make contact, Ling Kongzi's figure disappeared once more, manifesting several meters away. "You are no match for me. Relinquish your efforts," Ling Kongzi stated nonchalantly, extending his hand. Instantly, Invisible spiritual energy encircled Hu Jia from all directions, a force that was neither tangible nor visible, yet undeniably real. Lin Yinxing's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time he had witnessed Hu Jia falter since their acquaintance began. Subsequently, he surged forward with terrifying speed. Bang! However, Ling Kongzi merely cast a glance at Lin Yinxing, and in an instant, Lin Yinxing collided with an unseen barrier. His momentum abruptly halted. He unleashed the power of the pagoda, his right fist striking out against the invisible force before him, yet failing to shatter it. He comprehended the nature of this power. It was one of the most formidable forces, the power of space. A barrier formed by the power of space obstructed him, as if an additional layer of dimension had materialized before him. Ling Kongzi gazed at Hu Jia, who was ensnared by his spatial force, and with a gaze laden with complexity, proclaimed, "If you confess to me that you are a woman, I shall spare you." He harbored no belief that Hu Jia was a man. Thus, he sought Hu Jia's admission of femininity. For he did not harm women and had no desire to make an exception. Bound by the spatial force, Hu Jia could not move and retorted in fury, "To hell with you. You are the woman." A vibrant azure glow emanated from him, intensifying, yet he remained unable to break free. For it was the very essence of space that restrained him. Ling Kongzi, somewhat at a loss for words, mused that he was reluctant to slay a woman. Yet this individual before him bore no semblance of a man. Was it truly so arduous for this person to acknowledge their identity as a woman? Boom. Meanwhile, Lin Yinxing unleashed 5 floating pagoda seals, striking the spatial barrier ahead, instantly creating minute fissures in the fabric of space. However, these cracks mended almost as swiftly as they appeared. The spatial power wielded by Ling Kongzi surpassed that of the original realm in the northern region of the heavenly spirit world, making it nearly impossible to breach. Standing at a distance, Ming Ran watched in awe as Ling Kongzi effortlessly subdued both Lin Yinxing and Hu Jia, though a tinge of concern lingered within him. For Hu Jia had yet to unleash the heavenly thunder and the flames of annihilation. Hu Jia fixed his gaze upon Ling Kongzi and softly intoned the sacred thunder technique, conjuring ominous storm clouds in the sky, which soon unleashed formidable world-ending thunderbolts aimed at Ling Kongzi. Boom, boom, boom. The world-ending thunder erupted 10 meters above Ling Kongzi, transforming into an infinite cascade of lightning. However, the lightning could not descend, thwarted by the barrier of spatial power that stood in its way. Ling Kongzi raised his gaze to the exploding lightning above and remarked, "World-ending thunder, even amongst heavenly thunders, is a formidable force. For you to wield it at the celestial realm is indeed remarkable." While he typically regarded common individuals with disdain, Hu Jia's ability to command such power at such a young age compelled even him to acknowledge the prodigious talent of Hu Jia. Were it not for his presence, the other members of the Dark Heaven would likely struggle to defeat Hu Jia. With piercing azure eyes, Hu Jia stared unwaveringly at Ling Kongzi and warned, "Do not rejoice too soon. Anger me, and you shall find no benefit." White flames ignited around him, swiftly expanding to envelop the entire expanse, surging toward Ling Kongzi, Cassius, and Ming Ran. Lin Yinxing, Cassius, and Ming Ran retreated 1,000 meters to evade the destructive fire's reach. Yet, Ling Kongzi remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed on Hu Jia as the flames advanced toward him. Just as the inferno drew within 3 meters of him, it abruptly halted, unmistakably due to the unseen power of space. Ling Kongzi formed hand seals, exuding a radiant blue luminescence of spatial energy, which emanated from him and expanded outward, dissipating both the flames of annihilation and the storm clouds overhead. In the face of the power of space, even the cataclysmic thunder and the fire of annihilation appear somewhat fatigued. Ling Kongzi stepped forward toward Hu Jia, and with a shift in spatial dimensions, he directly materialized before Hu Jia. Gazing at him closely, he remarked, "The fire of annihilation and the cataclysmic thunder are indeed formidable forces. However, your cultivation is too feeble to unleash their full potential." Though he could easily subdue Hu Jia, this was a mere reflection of his superior cultivation, coupled with the fact that the power of space is among the highest forms of energy. Thus, it is entirely natural for him to dominate Hu Jia. Had Hu Jia's cultivation matched that of Ling Kongzi, the might of the fire of annihilation and the cataclysmic thunder would have been significantly amplified. Even with Ling Kongzi's command over the power of space, he would not have been able to suppress Hu Jia with such ease. Chapter 182. The mightiest adversary, 1,000 meters away, Lin Yinsheng found his spiritual power surging within him, ready to employ the celestial shadow technique. However, he suddenly realized that he was ensnared by intertwining streams of black and white light. Consequently, he was rendered incapable of casting any spells, and even the spiritual energy coursing through him became difficult to manipulate. He could only sustain himself in midair using the power he had already released. Turning slightly, he glanced at Cassius, who stood merely a few dozen meters away, a heaviness settling in his heart. At that moment, Cassius radiated an ominous brilliance of black and white, his hands weaving intricate seals, evidently utilizing some form of power to bind Lin Yinsheng. This power was none other than the enigmatic force of curses, a force more mysterious than that of spatial energy, one that ordinary individuals could scarcely encounter. At this juncture, Ming Ran felt an unwavering sense of security and remarked, "Truly, Lord Ling Kongzi and Lord Cassius are formidable figures in the northern domain. Before these two lords, there exists no possibility of resistance. Indeed, whenever a top-tier individual from the dark heaven emerges, no matter how extraordinary the denizens of the northern domain may be, they are rendered powerless." Cassius cast a glance at Ming Ran, remaining silent, for he alone understood that binding Lin Yinsheng with the power of curses was no simple feat. Lin Yinsheng's physical body and spiritual energy were exceedingly robust, making suppression a daunting challenge. Had his cultivation been on par with Lin Yinsheng's, it would have been improbable to bind him solely with the power of curses. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, drawing the gaze of Lin Yinsheng, Cassius, and Ming Ran. They beheld Hu Jia, enveloped in a radiant white glow, his eyes and long hair transformed to white. As the surrounding space shattered, he had forcibly broken free from the restraints of spatial energy. Hu Jia's piercing white eyes fixated coldly on Ling Kongzi as he materialized directly before him, unleashing a powerful punch. Ling Kongzi abruptly vanished from sight, only to reappear 100 meters away. Yet, Hu Jia's movement followed suit, and his punch still landed squarely on Ling Kongzi. Crack! Ling Kongzi was encased in a protective layer of spatial energy, yet Hu Jia's strike shattered this defense, impacting directly upon him. Bang! Ling Kongzi was sent hurtling backward, a blue luminescence of spatial energy emanating from his form, as he suddenly disappeared from midair, reappearing atop a significantly damaged building in the autumn city below. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The ferocity of Hu Jia's punch was terrifying enough to obliterate a city if it had struck the ground. The consequences of such a force upon his body were dire, as his internal organs lay in ruin. However, possessing an immortal body, his injuries began to mend at an astonishing rate, and within mere moments, he was fully healed. Hu Jia cast a glance at Ling Kongzi below, but opted not to pursue the attack further. Instead, he instantaneously appeared before Cassius, delivering a powerful strike aimed at his chest. This Cassius was no weaker than Ling Kongzi. Thus Hu Jia knew he must first subdue Cassius to allow Lin Yinsheng to regain his mobility. Otherwise, Lin Yinsheng would pose a significant threat. As Cassius altered his handprint, a barrier formed before him, composed of intertwining black and white light. Simultaneously, he retreated swiftly, while Hu Jia delivered a powerful blow that shattered the barrier of black and white light, momentarily hindering him. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Cassius retreated to a distance of 100 meters, evading the strike. However, Ming Ran, reacting a beat too late, realized the need to flee, but it was already too late. She was struck by Hu Jia's kick. The explosion of white jade light erupted from the impact, obliterating Ming Ran into countless fragments. Lin Yinsheng flashed into position beside Hu Jia, his expression grave. Their adversaries were formidable, wielding the powers of space and curses. Moreover, Cassius and Ling Kongzi appeared quite youthful, seemingly in their 20s or 30s, at the early stage of the Sun Luo realm, only one realm above them. In the context of prodigies, the Quasi-Sin Luo realm was virtually non-existent, as those geniuses had accumulated substantial foundations and strength in the Xiaoyao realm, transitioning directly to become Sun Luo practitioners upon breaking through. At that moment, a colossal hand of space materialized in the sky, descending upon Lin Yinsheng and Hu Jia. This was Ling Kongzi employing his spatial power. Since Hu Jia refused to acknowledge herself as a woman, claiming to be a man, he had no choice but to act. The power of space could not be evaded by mere speed, for it permeated every corner of this realm, offering no escape. Lin Yansheng's bloodline surged with all its might, unleashing the full strength of his physical form, while the power of the Buddhist tower surged intensely. Both the reincarnated battle body and the power of the Buddhist tower erupted with unrestrained force, and he concentrated all his energy into his right fist, launching it toward the descending colossal hand of space. As the black spiritual energy erupted, it resembled a roaring dragon, crashing against the giant hand of space. The colossal hand faltered momentarily before continuing its relentless descent upon the black spiritual energy. Yet, where the two forces collided, fine cracks began to appear, indicating that even the spatial power, bolstered by Ling Kongzi's own spiritual energy, was not invulnerable. Meanwhile, Hu Jia found herself ensnared by the binding curse of Cassius. Facing the formidable Hu Jia, both Cassius and Ling Kongzi unleashed their combined might. One released the spatial power to summon a giant hand capable of suppressing the very heavens, while the other employed the curse to bind Hu Jia, rendering her unable to mobilize her inner spiritual energy, forcing her to endure the onslaught of the giant hand. Damn it! Lin Yansheng's expression darkened as his own strike, combining physical and spiritual force, failed to breach the giant hand. However, he possessed another method. Electric light crackled to life in his left hand, pointing skyward, unleashing a tremendous strike of lightning upon the colossal hand. The nine heavens Xianlei. The lightning and spiritual energy clashed against the giant hand, attempting to resist the spatial power manifested in its form, yet it only managed to momentarily stagnate the hand, failing to disperse it entirely. Thus, he summoned the heavenly mechanism umbrella, unleashing the divine light of the heavenly mechanism to shield against the colossal hand. The divine light of celestial secrets, the arcane thunder of the nine heavens, and the formidable power of the pagoda converged, striking at a singular point against the colossal hand of space, opposing its might. Crack, crack. Countless fissures marred the surface of the immense hand, culminating in a thunderous explosion. The shockwave unleashed by the shattering of spatial forces was terrifying, as countless fragments of the void hurtled towards Lin Yansheng. Simultaneously, the powers of the pagoda, celestial secrets, and arcane thunder that Lin Yansheng had summoned were also vanquished by the overwhelming might of the spatial force. Their confrontation was a stalemate. However, he found himself unable to muster the strength to counter the imminent onslaught of spatial fragments now racing toward him. Chapter 183. The Unleashed Ling Kongzi. At a critical moment, Hu Jia forcibly unleashed a radiant light of jade, shattering the curse that bound him. In an instant, he teleported before Lin Yansheng and struck with his palm. A burst of white brilliance erupted, obliterating the incoming shards of space. Subsequently, he grasped Lin Yansheng, and together they teleported to the top of a building in the autumn city below. Cassius and Ling Kongzi stood on a high rise several hundred meters away from Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia, their gazes locking in a tense exchange, devoid of any ease. Ling Kongzi's azure eyes fixated on Lin Yansheng as he spoke softly. The nine heavens' mysterious thunder. Both can summon divine lightning. From the earlier message transmitted by Ming Ran to Tian Shi, it was only mentioned that Hu Jia could summon divine lightning and the fire of destruction, without indicating that Lin Yansheng also wielded a form of celestial thunder. A serious expression crossed Cassius's typically indifferent face as he warned, Ling Kongzi, do not underestimate them. These two are formidable opponents and must be taken seriously. They had initially believed they could easily dispatch their adversaries, especially upon learning that Lin Yansheng and Hu Jia were merely at the pinnacle of the Xiaoyao realm. This led them to dismiss the threat, as even in the Sunluo realm, they rarely encountered worthy foes. With their unparalleled abilities, they could almost disregard the disparity in cultivation levels when it came to vanquishing enemies. Both the powers of space and curses are supreme forces, which fostered their complacency towards their opponents. Indeed, the entire dark sky was characterized by such arrogance. Viewing the world with disdain, Ling Kongzi cast a casual glance at Cassius and said, "Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to underestimate them at this juncture. However, you need not intervene, for I shall unleash my full strength to ascertain the limits of their capabilities." Immediately, he released an infinite force of space energy, enveloped in a dazzling blue glow that radiated strength and magnificence. Cassius's eyes widened in astonishment. It had been a long time since he had witnessed Ling Kongzi channel such a colossal force of spatial energy, signifying his earnest intent. Thus, he settled onto the high-rise, retracting his own power. Given Ling Kongzi's decision to engage wholeheartedly, it was indeed not his place to act. For a fully committed Ling Kongzi was a source of despair. Lin Yanqing's expression turned grave as he observed Ling Kongzi, remarking, "That fellow's spatial power has intensified, ascending to a higher echelon than before. What was once breakable now seems nearly insurmountable." Hu Jia's exquisite visage bore a hint of seriousness as well, stating, "These individuals from the dark sky are indeed formidable. Even I find it difficult to remain unperturbed upon sensing the intensity of Ling Kongzi's unleashed spatial energy." Ling Kongzi's eyes ignited with fierce combativeness as he declared, "Very well, let me witness the full extent of your powers. I hope it proves exhilarating." As his words fell, Lin Yanqing and Hu Jia were suddenly displaced by an invisible force, separated by several thousand meters. Meanwhile, the figure of Ling Kongzi manifested before Lin Yanqing, as his arm, bathed in a radiant azure glow, swung forth with a powerful punch. The blue luminescence represented the essence of spatial power, erupting with astonishing force that pressed forward relentlessly. Lin Yanqing attempted to employ the celestial shadow technique to evade the assault, only to discover that he was ensnared by countless spatial barriers, as if he had become trapped within a constricted realm. It was not difficult to surmise that he was caught in a space binding. With no other recourse, Lin Yanqing summoned the celestial mechanism umbrella to shield himself, channeling all his spiritual energy into it to unleash the divine light of the celestial mechanism. Furthermore, countless bolts of lightning entwined with the divine light, while he also enveloped it with the nine heavens' profound thunder. Boom! The spatial force collided with the divine light, instantly tearing apart the nine heavens' profound thunder, while simultaneously, the fist of spatial power struck heavily against the divine radiance. Space itself was rent asunder. A crack manifested throughout the expanse, centered around the divine light, resembling the very fabric of space being torn apart. The divine light, ensconced within this fractured space, was also subjected to the same fate, and Lin Yanqing could even perceive the spatial shifts occurring on either side of him, threatening to rend him apart. Had it not been for the protection of the nine heavens' profound thunder and his spiritual energy, combined with the resilience of his reincarnated battle physique far exceeding that of an ordinary body, he would have been torn asunder by the spatial force. At that moment, however, Ling Kongzi's fist surged through the fissure, crashing against Lin Yanqing's chest. An overwhelming burst of spatial power erupted, accompanied by a tempest of spatial energy that engulfed Lin Yanqing. He was hurled several hundred meters away by the spatial storm, and only when the surrounding space stabilized did he realize that his body bore countless gashes from the onslaught, even his face marked with thin slashes from which blood flowed freely. Lin Yanqing. Thousands of meters away, Hu Jia witnessed Lin Yanqing's injury and cried out in alarm. Yet, he found himself ensnared by myriad blue threads, binding him tightly. These threads were formed from highly compressed spatial energy, capable of slicing through space with ease, let alone tangible objects. The luminous white jade aura surrounding him resisted the spatial energy's cutting force, but extricating himself proved to be a formidable challenge. For at this moment, Ling Kongzi's spatial power had ascended to an entirely new level of potency. Ling Kongzi raised his hand in a grasping motion, and the countless blue threads of spatial energy ensnared the already wounded Lin Yanqing. "You are indeed remarkable talents," he declared, "yet your cultivation is regrettably insufficient. The disparity between the Sun Luo realm and the Xian Yao realm is a chasm of great magnitude. For a genius, advancing a major realm enhances one's power far more significantly than ascending a minor realm. With his full strength unleashed, he was nearly invincible within the Sun Luo realm, for the might of spatial power was overwhelming, rendering resistance nearly impossible. In this entire domain enveloped by space, how could anyone contend with one who wielded dominion over it? Hu Jia, observing the injured and bound Lin Yanqing, was filled with concern and shouted, "Isn't your target me? Release him at once." He vaguely recalled that in the beginning, Ling Kongzi mentioned that the leader of the dark sky had sent them to eliminate him. Ling Kongzi turned to Hu Jia and said, "Initially, the target was indeed solely you. However, he later unleashed the heavenly thunder. Thus he has become our target as well." The heavenly thunder and the fire of destruction pose a significant threat to our immortal forms within the dark sky. Of course, what he did not disclose is that neither the heavenly thunder nor the fire of destruction significantly affects him. With the power of spatial energy coursing through him, his body is enveloped in the light of space, rendering both the heavenly thunder and the fire of destruction incapable of truly striking his form, as they are effectively isolated by the radiant energy he emits. This is precisely why the celestial eclipses chose to send him. In terms of both strength and capability, he can suppress the heavenly thunder and the fire of destruction with ease. Chapter 184. The brutal battle. A maniacal laugh suddenly erupted from the ground below, reverberating through the air. It was Ming Ran, cackling with a deranged delight, having barely recovered his form after being obliterated by Hu Jia. Though he had regained his body, he was still gravely weakened, his aura diminished. Yet, a sense of joy surged within him. He felt an almost frenzied exhilaration. For Hu Jia and Lin Yansheng were ensnared by Ling Kongzi, their demise imminent. From his perch atop a towering structure, Cassius cast a disdainful glance at Ming Ran. Undoubtedly, within the ranks of Dark Heaven, Ming Ran was the weakest. Had it not been for his prodigious talent in the realm of formations, he would have never qualified to join Dark Heaven. Hu Jia also regarded the smug Ming Ran with an expression of cold indifference, murmuring, "Holy transmutation." A dazzling radiance emanated from him, and in an instant, he materialized at Ming Ran's location, while Ming Ran found himself suspended in midair, bound by the forces of space. Given Ming Ran's meager strength, he was utterly incapable of resisting such power and was swiftly shredded into particles. Ling Kongzi's eyes widened in astonishment, taken aback by Hu Jia's unexpected prowess. Just then, an immense force struck him from behind. A blinding white light erupted upon his back as Hu Jia, poised in a punching stance, unleashed a fist radiating with blinding brilliance. Holy Killing Fist. After executing the holy transmutation to swap positions with Ming Ran, Hu Jia then redirected the power of the Holy Killing Fist by once again employing the holy transmutation, this time to shift into the space behind Ling Kongzi. The moment the position was altered, the force of the Holy Killing Fist crashed into Ling Kongzi's back. With a cough, the spatial light shattered, and Ling Kongzi spat out a mouthful of blood, his form reappearing hundreds of meters away, his gaze darkening as he glared at Hu Jia. Meanwhile, Lin Yansheng seized the opportunity to escape, as the space binding him faltered with Ling Kongzi's assault. Upon his release, a radiant blue orb materialized before him, the sea-stabilizing pearl. Freed from spatial confinement, he finally had the time to summon this treasured artifact. In a flash, Hu Jia appeared beside Lin Yansheng, a mirror materializing in his hand. The Xian Tian mirror, a premier sacred artifact. As a top-tier relic, the Xian Tian mirror's capabilities surpassed those of the divine artifact. The heavenly mechanism umbrella, though it was slightly inferior to the sea-stabilizing pearl, nonetheless, it remained an incredibly formidable treasure. With both hands guiding the mirror, Hu Jia summoned forth its resplendent glow. Xian Tian Mirror, Xian Tian Holy Light. The mirror unleashed a beam of light directed at Ling Kongzi. His expression shifted as he sensed the overwhelming power contained within the radiance of the Xian Tian mirror. Just as he intended to use spatial transmutation to evade, he was incredulously struck by the realization that he remained rooted in place. He could no longer command this realm of space. Lin Yansheng smiled, declaring, "It is futile. I have anchored this space. You can no longer manipulate the forces of space, nor can you employ any spatial abilities." In his palm, the pearl of the eastern sea floated, its radiance more resplendent than ever. It was evident that he had anchored the space with the pearl of the eastern sea. This artifact possessed spatial capabilities, and as a supreme divine object, its spatial prowess far surpassed that of Ling Kongzi. Boom! The beam emitted by the Xiantian mirror struck Ling Kongzi, enveloping the entire spatial area, causing it to shatter instantaneously, unable to withstand such formidable power. As the light dissipated, Ling Kongzi appeared amidst the fragmented space, his condition utterly dire. Half of his form was obliterated, while the remaining half was drenched in blood, surrounded by layers of black and white light. Below, atop a towering structure, Cassius formed seals with his hands, a chill creeping into his heart as he beheld Ling Kongzi's plight. When the brilliance of the Xiantian mirror had surged towards Ling Kongzi, he had invoked his sorcery, employing the power of curses to shield Lin Kangzi, whose surface already radiated spatial light, capable of resisting potent energy impacts. Yet, despite this, Lin Kangzi's state was still grievously severe, indicating the sheer ferocity of that previous beam's power. Cough. Lin Kangzi coughed, and the surrounding space swiftly returned to its former state, while his body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. However, his aura had grown exceedingly frail. Even with an immortal body, his injuries were grievous, rendering him incapable of unleashing the same formidable spatial strength as before in the near future. The cursed child Cassius swiftly flew to Lin Kangzi's side, positioning himself protectively before him, regarding Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia as formidable adversaries. A trickle of blood dripped from the corner of Lin Yanxing's mouth, and the pearl of the Eastern Sea in his grasp had lost its luster. He had already been grievously wounded by Lin Kangzi's spatial tempest, and the subsequent struggle against the restraints of spatial power had nearly depleted his strength. Furthermore, employing the pearl to stabilize this spatial area had drained his last reserves of energy, rendering him unable to wield it any longer. Hu Jia supported Lin Yanxing, their gazes locking with Cassius's. Both Lin Yanxing and Lin Kangzi were bereft of combat capability. Meanwhile, Hu Jia and Cassius retained their fighting strength. Hu Jia had sustained no injuries, and Cassius, apart from a slight effort earlier, had not engaged further, preserving his full power. As for Ming Ran, who had just regained his form and lay immobile on the ground, they had chosen to disregard him. Ming Ran gazed up at Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia in the air, utterly astounded. Just moments ago, he had believed them doomed. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the tide had turned. Lin Kangzi's condition shockingly dire, while Lin Yanxing's injuries appeared significantly less severe. "Let us depart." A faint voice resonated. It was Lin Kangzi speaking. He felt a sense of defeat, for this once arrogant figure had found himself bested by two individuals of lesser cultivation. Moreover, he had not held back, and yet the outcome remained the same. Though Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia had employed treasures, the use of such artifacts was, after all, permissible in a struggle for survival. Moreover, it was his personal conviction that he did not require any magical artifacts or treasures, resulting in his lack of any items suitable for such a confrontation. Cassius nodded and swiftly carried the weakened Lin Kangzi away, while Ming Ran despaired, collapsing onto the ground. Upon witnessing the immediate departure of Lin Kangzi and Cassius, Lin Yanxing and Hu Jia both exhaled with slight relief, retracting their treasures into their bodies. In truth, they could not claim victory in this battle. Though their adversaries consisted of two individuals, only one had truly engaged in combat. Had Cassius and Lin Kangzi attacked together, their current predicament could have been dire. Hu Jia placed a healing pill into the air for Lin Yanxing and assisted him in landing atop a nearby structure, saying, "You should rest well. Once your injuries are mended, we shall proceed to hunt the demon clan." Lin Yanxing nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling his energy to heal his wounds. Possessing the rebirth battle body, his recovery was remarkably swift, though it still paled in comparison to the immortality of Antion.